I used to think the end goal of 100,000 crime simulations was to become the ultimate criminal. I never expected the system to force me into delivering a perfect crime graduation speech. He flipped the police academy's table over. Fresh out of school and unemployed, I had no choice but to apply to a shabby private detective agency. Ended up being mistaken for a blind date by a fiery and sexy boss in black stockings? Even more absurdly, her father turned out to be the police commissioner, who directly threw me a stack of classified serial murder case files. In my eyes, those perfect crimes that gave the police headaches were full of loopholes. I precisely predicted the next method of the killer based solely on photographs, stunning the entire room. But just as everyone assumed I was merely a genius, I discovered this case seemed to conceal an even deeper secret. The real showdown is only just beginning. Chapter 1: The female owner of a private detective agency. In a dim, dilapidated residential building, Shen Qian was listlessly eating instant noodles. The detective agency had been open for 3 months, yet it had hardly received any substantial cases. It's either finding lost cats and dogs or catching affairs and exposing infidelity. There's been little progress in hiring. Most applicants are creepy voyeurs, and I'm still stuck being a one-man army. Starting a business is too hard. Ding dong. The phone on the side rang. Shen Qian glanced at it. It was her mom calling. She couldn't help but sigh. Without even thinking, she knew it must be her mom pushing her to go on a blind date. Chen Qian, this time I've arranged a blind date with someone who's absolutely your type. I asked him to go directly to your private detective agency. You two can have a good chat. This time, it's the son of a bureau director. Before Shen Qian even had a chance to agree, her impatient mother had already hung up the phone. Shen Qian rolled her eyes. She just wanted to make her private detective agency bigger and stronger to prove herself to her father, the police chief, and had absolutely no interest in blind dates. Damn it! Bang bang bang! Suddenly, there was a knock at the door. You're here already? Shen Qian stood up impatiently to answer the door, ready to dismiss the blind date with some excuse. But as soon as she opened the door, she froze in place. Standing at the doorway was a strikingly handsome young man with an extraordinary presence. Hello, is this the Fuguei Private Detective Agency? Chen Fan hadn't expected that the person opening the door would actually be a stunningly attractive woman with an incredible figure. The tight shirt button was almost bursting, and the fitted professional office attire perfectly showcased her curves. Her long, straight legs were wrapped in black stockings, with a slight fray at the top, exuding utmost allure. The owner of a private detective agency dressed like this? Right. Come on in first. Shen Qian's eyes lit up. Mom's got good taste this time. Chen Fan hesitated for a moment, then walked in. There were only 2 shabby tables in the room, with one propped up with bricks under its legs. The corners were all covered in moss, and the wall's plaster had peeled away, revealing the pockmarked and uneven gravel beneath. There were 4 fluorescent tubes in total in the room, 2 had gone out, and 1 was flickering intermittently. If it weren't for the 6 large characters printed on A4 paper at the entrance that read Fuguei Private Detective Agency, Chen Fan would have thought this was some kind of escape room. Is this really the company I applied to? Cruel fate. Chen Fan's lips twitched. 4 years ago, just after entering police academy, Chen Fan activated the dream crime simulation system. He needed to complete 100,000 crime simulations. Every time he slept, he would inevitably dream. Whenever I dream, I must outwit the police as various criminals. As a result, I've mastered all sorts of criminal skills. During the graduation test, the system forced Chen Fan to publicly proclaim his grand ideal of the perfect crime, or else it would self-destruct with him. With gritted teeth and fervent passion, Chen Fan delivered his speech. 10 teachers fainted from anger, 6 of them. Graduating from police academy means securing an iron rice bowl for others. Chen Fan kicked the table over without hesitation. Graduation equals unemployment. You have to go out and find a job yourself. I never expected this detective agency to be so shabby. What's your name? So what do you do for work? Do you own property or a car? Shen Qian looked Chen Fan up and down. This guy is so handsome. If he just graduated, then he's 3 years younger than me. Doesn't that make me a golden catch? Shen Qian was instantly overjoyed, feeling for the first time that her mother's taste hadn't let her down. My name is Chen Fan. As for work, I just graduated, so I don't have much work experience. As for a house and car, I don't have any. Chen Fan was somewhat speechless. I'm here to work and earn money to buy a house and car. If I already had those, why would I even be coming to work? Nothing at all. But it's fine this way. I also enjoy the process of striving together with someone. Shen Qian nodded silently. Is it just you at this private detective agency? Chen Fan asked timidly. Working together as 2 people? So this company is just starting out. Cough cough. To be honest, my private detective agency just got started, and I'm currently recruiting. Although the current scale is modest, there's actually quite a lot of business coming in. Shen Qian's face flushed red as she let out an awkward laugh. I was really grumbling inside about my mom. Why didn't you mention he was a handsome guy earlier? We wouldn't have had to meet like this for a blind date. Now you're just exposing your daughter's shortcomings. Bang bang bang. At this moment, a series of violent knocks sounded at the door. See? What did I tell you? Don't underestimate our small detective agency. Our caseload is actually quite. Dad? Shen Qian stood up proudly to open the door, but froze in astonishment the moment she saw who was there. The person standing at the door was actually his own father? Shen Dahai. Dad? Chen Fan also turned around in surprise. Just in time to see a middle-aged man walk in. Hearing Chen Fan's exclamation of dad and noticing the lingering blush on his daughter's face, the middle-aged man's expression instantly darkened like the bottom of a pot. Humph. The middle-aged man walked in with a cold face and plopped onto the sofa. Seeing this, Chen Fan quickly scooted aside. You've got some nerve, kid, daring to come here. How long have you been talking? The middle-aged man glanced at Chen Fan. We just started dating not long ago, and then you showed up. Are you her father? Chen Fan was somewhat bewildered. I'm here for an interview, not for a blind date. Why are you looking at me as if you want to devour me alive? Dad, why aren't you at work? What are you doing here? Shen Qian asked her father irritably. Ever since going solo, old man never thought much of me. What brought you here today of all days? What do you want? Naturally, I'd like to see what skills Boss Shen's private detective agency has to offer. Can we take this case? Shen Dahai gritted his teeth and slammed a stack of police case files onto the table. She's not even married to him yet, and already she's defending this boy so fiercely. If we really get married someday, won't that mean turning against your own father? Police case? Chen Fan looked somewhat speechless at this father-daughter pair. One was standing with arms crossed and lips pouted, her face full of defiance and discontent. The other had a darkened expression, breathing heavily, his face full of scorn and irritation. What is going on here? It's a bit awkward. Chen Fan picked up the case file and looked at it. The words top secret on the file folder stood out glaringly, making me instinctively glance up at the middle-aged man beside me. The police typically use top secret classifications only for major criminal cases and cases requiring confidentiality. This middle-aged man is no ordinary fellow. Big head, thick neck, and a bulging belly must be a high-ranking officer in the Public Security Bureau. It's surprising that high-ranking officials from the Public Security Bureau would come to Shen Qian for such a case. It seems my female boss is no ordinary person either. Could it be a master of criminal investigation? From the looks of it, perhaps joining this detective agency isn't such a bad thing after all. Chen Fan eagerly opened the case file. In view were two on-site photos. In a photo, a corpse was covered in a terrifying web of blood. The head was severed from the body. A hand stretched forward held it aloft. The body was twisted into an eerie posture, completely wrapped in tape. Formed into the shape of a swan. Beside it lay an A4 paper marked 17, folded into a triangular prism and placed to the side. The second photo showed the deceased with both eyeballs completely gone, leaving only two dark, hollow sockets that seemed to stare back at the viewer. The ear was severed at the root, leaving only a bloody, mangled mess. What was even more terrifying was that there was a bloody spoon placed beside the corpse. And half a piece of earlobe. There was also a note placed there, with the words 2/7 written on it. It's actually the recent serial murder case in Tianhai City? Chen Fan's eyelid suddenly twitched. Chapter 2, The Bizarre Serial Murders. Chen Fan simply spread out all the documents from the case file across the table. One after another, scenes of unspeakably horrific murders unfolded before their eyes. The first victim, a 21-year-old woman, had all her bones shattered by a hammer, with her body arranged into a grotesque swan shape using transparent tape, leaving behind a note that read 17. The second victim, female, 38 years old, had her eyes gouged out and ears bitten off. The murder weapon, a spoon, was left at the scene. The eyes and ears were suspected to have been eaten, along with a note reading 27. The third victim, male, 13 years old, was skinned and had a rib removed. At the scene, a Dongfang mahjong tile and a note reading 3/7 were left behind. The fourth victim was a 73-year-old man who died from burns. A playing card, the 3 of diamonds, and a note with the words 4/7 were found at the scene. The fifth victim, a 56-year-old woman, was beaten to death and then dumped in a rooftop water tank. The victim's ID card, Li Mingxia, and a note reading 5/7 were placed beside the body. It made Chen Fan's scalp tingle with terror. What kind of murderer is this, to be so utterly depraved? The victims range from teenagers to those in their 70s. There are no similarities whatsoever. The police have conducted extensive investigations, yet there are no connections whatsoever between the deceased. The A4 paper was printed out, bearing no fingerprints at all. No complete fingerprints or any relevant valid information were retrieved from the scene. In our Tianhai city, we're known as the gold embroidered rag. The coastal areas are relatively prosperous, but there are many urban villages within them, with high population density, complex environments, and less than adequate surveillance coverage. Most of these cases occurred in these locations, with almost no leads, and no connection between the victims whatsoever. We all suspect this killer might be targeting random victims while on the move. Otherwise, how could there be absolutely no clues? Speaking of the case, Shen Dahai let out a sigh. Most homicides are committed with a purpose. Either it's robbery or sexual assault, or it's a vendetta or a crime of passion. When solving cases, the police usually start by investigating the victim's social connections or reviewing surveillance footage. But now both these conventional methods have completely lost their effectiveness. No, the killer left the note precisely to taunt the police. If it were a random murder, there would be absolutely no need to make the crime scene so complicated. The police ruled out any similarities between the victims or connections among them, which is a classic tactic often used in perfect crimes. Chen Fan said slowly. Listening to Chen Fan's words, Shen Dahai and Shen Qian both turned their gazes toward Chen Fan simultaneously. Does this kid even know how to solve cases? Cough, cough. What I mean is, the more crimes committed, the more clues that will be left behind. Given the current situation, if he had stopped after killing the first person, it might have truly been a flawless crime. The killer thinks they're very clever, but little do they know they've already left behind many clues. Chen Fan rubbed his nose. What's the lead? Shen Dahai and Shen Qian asked instinctively. Chen Fan wore a look of helplessness. Could this be an interview question? To prepare for the interview, he even got his own father to cooperate with him? They even dug up cases from the police station. This is really exciting. Chen Fan felt a slight thrill in his heart. Looking for a job on my own, the reason I chose to work at a private detective agency was precisely because it would allow me to get involved in cases, and it really did suit my wishes. Chen Fan stopped his reverie and laid several photographs on the table. The first victim had nearly every bone in their body shattered, with the head violently severed from the neck by brute force. The second victim is 167 centimeters tall, with the fatal wound located at the center of the back of the head. The fifth victim weighed around 150 pounds, and the water tank stood nearly 2 meters tall. The splashed water soaked the ground, leaving behind half a footprint. Based on this information, we can deduce that the perpetrator is an adult male, over 1.8 meters tall and weighing approximately 200 pounds. Chen Fan analyzed. Percent weight. Percent over 1.8 meters tall? How did you know? And how did you estimate this weight? Shen Dahai's face was filled with shock. The perpetrator's height of over 1.8 meters was deduced by a criminal investigation expert specially brought in from the provincial department, based on the optimal force exertion angle, and this detail was not recorded in the case files. But how could this young man before me, after just glancing at the crime scene photos, deduce such crucial information? A lucky guess? The force arc of a rear attack can inversely calculate the perpetrator's height range. Combined with the victim's height data, we can estimate the stature. The water tank's height also corroborates the height range. The size and depth of the shoe tread patterns allow us to estimate the perpetrator's weight range. These cases were all committed by the same perpetrator. We can cross-reference them to establish supporting evidence. Chen Fan explained. Hearing his words, both Shen Dahai and Shen Qian drew sharp breaths. Though Shen Dahai was now the bureau chief, he had risen from criminal investigation with over 20 years of frontline experience. As a criminal investigation graduate, Shen Qian was thoroughly familiar with these investigative principles. But the problem is, even forensic experts need repeated simulations and experiments to reach these conclusions. Yet Chen Fan actually completed the reasoning in his mind just by looking at the photos. Is this even human? Noticing the astonished expressions on Shen Dahai and Shen Qian's faces, Chen Fan smiled slightly. Don't worship me, you wouldn't understand what I've been through. In previous simulations. To avoid being detected by the police, Chen Fan deliberately adjusted his attack angles to evade these simulated reconstructions. I am already very familiar with it. However, to catch the killer, this information alone is not enough. The key lies in the objects left at the scene. Chen Fan frowned and said. We've also analyzed that typically, serial killers leave items to provide clues for their next crime, but we've found nothing. Even after multiple incidents occurred, we still struggle to find any connection between those items and the cases. Shen Dahai shook his head. Obviously. The police had already considered these issues, but found nothing. Sometimes the clues left at the scene serve not only to hint at the next murder, but also have another purpose. Chen Fan said slowly. In the first two crime scenes, aside from the A4 paper, nothing unusual was left behind. But starting from the third case, something special began appearing. It shows the killer has grown even more brazen, believing the police failed to notice the hidden messages he left in the first two cases. So this kind of information has been brought into the open. Chen Fan analyzed. Hidden message? Shen Dahai instinctively asked. Correct. Any irregularity beyond the case itself is a clue. Why did the killer specifically arrange the first victim's body in the shape of a swan? Why did the killer deliberately leave behind one of the murder weapons, the spoon, in the second case? And why did he inform the police from the very beginning that he intended to kill 7 people? He's sending a message, Chen Fan said with his eyes closed. Information? Shen Dahai and Chen Qian exchanged glances. Exactly. And, perhaps I've already figured out the killer's pattern. Chen Fan suddenly opened his eyes, the corner of his mouth curling slightly. What? What pattern? Shen Dahai was startled. This young man before him was simply too uncanny. How could he make deductions just by looking at crime scene photos and thinking with his eyes closed for a while? Yet everything he said made perfect sense. Is this fortune-telling or crime-solving? If my guess is correct, the 6th case should be a dismemberment murder. After all, mere disappearances can no longer satisfy the killer's need for provocation. Judging by the perpetrator's increasingly shortened intervals between crimes, 3 days have already passed since the last attack. Either the crime was committed today, or it's already been done. We should inform the police immediately, closely monitor recent missing persons reports, and the garbage stations in the city. Chen Fan spoke to Shen Dahai. Shen Dahai was so shocked that he couldn't speak. He looked at Chen Fan in front of him, thinking about the situation the latter had just outlined. He quickly took out his phone. But before he could dial, the phone rang. The 6th case has appeared. A sanitation worker found a bag of minced meat next to a trash bin, containing half a toe and a sheet of A4 paper. As soon as the call connected, the urgent voice of Criminal Investigation Captain Lubin came through. Chapter 3, More Than One Killer. What? It really is a dismemberment case? Shen Dahai gasped in shock. Huh? What do you mean? You knew it was a dismemberment case all along? Lubin on the other end of the line was equally stunned. Cut the chatter. Start checking recent missing persons reports immediately to confirm the victim's identity. I'm heading back immediately. Shen Dahai hung up the phone and stared at Chen Fan in utter disbelief. Genius. Wasn't today's blind date supposed to be with the son of Director Sun from the Bureau of Land and Resources? And he's this capable? Seems not all bureau chief's sons are useless good-for-nothings after all. Shen Qian stared at Chen Fan with wide eyes. Earlier, Chen Fan had systematically analyzed the case with logical precision. A case that had seemed completely baffling suddenly revealed itself within moments of reviewing the files. He had accurately predicted the killer's next move. That was simply incredible. If this blind date worked out, wouldn't she gain a powerful ally? Mom, I'd call you the ultimate matchmaker. Alright, you two continue. Have a good matchmaking session. Shen Dahai gave Chen Fan a satisfied look. For the first time, she found a boy on a blind date with her daughter so agreeable. Hearing Shen Dahai's words, Shen Qian couldn't help but roll her eyes. Her own cabbage was about to be snatched away, and this father was actually grinning? How infuriating. Just as she turned to ask Chen Fan another question, she noticed him intently studying several on-site photos. Shen Qian pouted and leaned in closer. Could it be that perfect crimes really exist in this world? It leaves us completely baffled. Shen Qian muttered to herself as she studied the case files before her. Something doesn't seem quite right here. Chen Fan frowned. What's wrong? Shen Qian blurted out. She had already reviewed the entire case file earlier. The killer had left very few clues, and she hadn't found anything significant. I suspect this case might involve more than one killer. Chen Fan said slowly. You mean it was a gang operation? Impossible. A case this significant would have been personally examined by Dr. Qin, and Captain Lu led the investigation. Such a major oversight wouldn't happen. Shen Qian waved her hand. No. I mean, the person who committed the murder and the person who left the note must be 2 different individuals. Chen Fan placed the photo on the table, speaking with certainty. How could that be? You're overthinking it, aren't you? Shen Qian looked taken aback. Overthinking? Don't underestimate the killer's cunning, but they're still far from achieving a truly perfect crime. His flaws are glaringly obvious. Chen Fan smiled faintly. After simulating 100,000 crimes, these clumsy tactics held no secrets from Chen Fan. Put. You're just bragging again. How come I didn't notice? Shen Qian looked utterly skeptical. Back then, she had been the undisputed top graduate of the Kyoto Police Academy, hailed as its most brilliant student. She had been assigned this case file at the same time as Chen Fan. She hadn't a clue, yet Chen Fan could spot the flaw? Impossible. The fingerprints don't match. Chen Fan pointed to a spot on the photograph. Fingerprints? Shen Qian took it and examined it. There are fingerprints on the spoon and the water tank lid, but they're unidentifiable. You can see several incomplete fingerprint ridges, but they're insufficient to match a complete fingerprint. That means the fingerprints were tampered with. A very crude treatment. Chen Fan pointed to the photo and explained to Shen Qian. Shen Qian took the photo and saw it was exactly as Chen Fan described. Yet she couldn't fathom how this had been achieved. According to forensic science techniques, laser removal, applying glue, or strong acid etching could eliminate fingerprints, but this was clearly none of those. This is Shen Qian couldn't help but frown. It was bitten off. Chen Fan remarked from the side. During a previous simulation, pressed for time, they hadn't managed to remove all the fingerprints. Chen Fan had literally bitten them off, achieving a result nearly identical to what they were seeing now. Without such experience, one wouldn't know this. Bitten off? Shen Qian had never seen fingerprints like these before. At the scene, we found numerous incomplete fingerprint traces, but strangely, none were detected on the tape, spoon, mahjong tiles, playing cards, or A4 paper. And these items were precisely the ones unrelated to the murder. That's the first contradiction. Chen Fan continued. Wait a minute, I think I see what you mean. You're suggesting the killer committed indiscriminate random murders and then someone else exploited the crime scenes to mislead the police into investigating as if it were a serial killer? So the police couldn't find any connection or clues between the victims, naturally leading them into a dead end. Shen Qian suddenly understood. Not exactly. Chen Fan shook his head. No? Shen Qian was a bit unconvinced. In the fourth case, the victim died around 9:30 p.m. The neighbor returned home from work, discovered the body, and called the police at 9:45 p.m. According to the police report, the A4 paper was already present before the call was made. If the killer was randomly targeting victims, how could someone else have arrived later to stage the scene? Is that even plausible? Since they could appear at the scene immediately to stage it, the two must be connected. The mastermind thinks they're clever, but they're cowardly. They believe they control everything, that they can pull off a perfect crime and walk away unscathed. But they're far from it. Only by doing it yourself can you ensure everything stays under control. Achieving a perfect crime requires more than just meticulous details, it demands absolute confidence. Chen Fan spoke slowly. Listening to Chen Fan's words, Shen Qian couldn't help but scrutinize him from head to toe. His earlier analysis was undeniable. But what truly astonished Shen Qian was that police investigations typically began with clues, unraveling the case layer by layer to identify the culprit. Yet Chen Fan's approach here was entirely different. He started from the perspective of the killer. From the very beginning, he imagined himself as the murderer to sketch out the killer's psychology, motives, even their appearance. Wait a minute. Could this Chen Fan right before my eyes be the serial killer responsible for this spate of murders? Otherwise, how could there possibly be someone this intelligent in the world? With that thought, Shen Qian walked around to the back of the desk. Inside the drawer lay an electric baton. How did you know the next case would involve dismemberment? Shen Qian asked casually, pulling the drawer open as she spoke. The killer leaving a note was definitely a provocation. But I've been wondering why 7, not 5 or 9. The killer didn't choose it randomly. Things related to the number 7, colors, days of the week, musical notes, the 7 orifices, none of them fit. Then I had a wild, ridiculous thought that somehow connected all these cases. It's a bit wild, a bit far-fetched, but... Chen Fan murmured to himself, eyes closed. I believe perfect crimes exist in this world. But this isn't it. At least, I found one flaw in his plan. A fatal flaw. Chen Fan stared at the rows of deceased victims' photos laid out before him. A flaw? Shen Qian gasped in surprise. Yes. If I'm not mistaken, the 7th case should have happened here. Chen Fan searched on his phone and handed it over. Chapter 4, The Meaning of the Number 7. Hulu Tunnel? You mean the 7th case will happen here? How did you know? Shen Qian took the phone Chen Fan handed her. In a moment of distraction, the stun baton slipped from her hand and fell to the ground. Watching it roll to her feet, still powered on. Chen Fan's mouth twitched. I had no choice before, but now, I want to be a good person. If I'm right, does that mean this interview was successful? Chen Fan asked Shen Qian. Interview? Shen Qian froze. Knock knock knock. Just then, a knock sounded at the door. Shen Qian hurriedly stood up to open the door. Outside stood a young man with a fat head, big ears, and a lecherous expression, holding a large bouquet of roses. The moment he saw Shen Qian, he practically drooled. Hee, you must be Shen Qian? You're really pretty. I'm here for our arranged meeting. My name is Sun Zhuang. My dad is. Bang! Before the man outside could finish his sentence, Shen Qian slammed the door shut. You aren't here for a blind date? You're here for an interview? Shen Qian looked at Chen Fan, her face flushed with embarrassment. I knew it. How could the son of a bureau chief be this handsome and talented? Yeah. Chen Fan was speechless too. So we've been chatting all this time. Was this supposed to be a blind date? Dating a gorgeous woman like you isn't exactly a bad thing, but doesn't that make it an office romance? The interview's a go. But you have to do me a favor. Shen Qian's eyes twinkled mischievously as she turned to Chen Fan. Go ahead. Chen Fan nodded immediately. Though this private detective agency might seem small now, it had access to first-hand information from the police department that was the real treasure. Plus, getting to spend all day with a beautiful boss. Work brings me joy. You'll pretend to be my boyfriend and handle that blind date waiting outside. Then we'll head to the gourd tunnel together. Consider it your trial case. Shen Qian saw Chen Fan's interest in the case and said to him, "Pretend to be your boyfriend? What do I need to do? Not at night, right?" Chen Fan's lips twitched. "Nice try. Let's go." Without another word, Shen Qian stepped forward, hooked her arm through Chen Fan's, and let him out. "Mr. Sun, my apologies. This is my boyfriend. Don't contact me anymore, okay?" Leaving Sun de Gunzi speechless, Shen Qian dragged Chen Fan downstairs. Hulu Tunnel. This was a small tunnel in Tianhai City, only about 300 meters long and located in a relatively remote area. Tianhai City is mountainous. During the infrastructure development years, numerous tunnels were excavated to facilitate travel between the two sides of the mountains. "Is what you're saying reliable? We've been crouched here all day and haven't seen anyone suspicious." Shen Qian and Chen Fan crouched inside the tunnel entrance, keeping a close watch on the tunnel's interior. Vehicles passing through the tunnel were few and far between, mostly speeding by, and pedestrians were almost non-existent. The killer didn't specify a time either. "We'll just have to wait. But judging by the killer's pattern, it should happen today," Chen Fan said slowly. "I still don't get it. How did you figure out the situation here? What exactly does that 7 mean?" Shen Qian pouted beside him. "To be honest, I didn't get it at first either. I went through every plausible explanation, but none of them matched up. But when I started thinking about it half-jokingly, it suddenly clicked. I get the feeling this killer might be a little off their rocker." Chen Fan sighed helplessly. "Oh, you. What on earth do you mean by that?" Shen Qian shot the new employee a disapproving glare. Being this handsome was one thing, but he had to be this smart too. "And you call the killer's mind abnormal? I think you're the one who's truly abnormal. What kind of person? Just glancing at the files and coming to arrest the killer? You didn't deliberately lure me here just to. That's it, wait. Look at that person." Just as Chen Fan was about to speak, he suddenly spotted someone staggering toward the tunnel entrance. Shen Qian followed Chen Fan's pointing hand. Sure enough, a tall figure entered the tunnel. The physical characteristics matched Chen Fan's earlier speculation perfectly. "I'm going in." Shen Qian was about to charge out. Even though she was now working solo, her police training and instincts remained deeply ingrained. Just as she reached the front, Chen Fan grabbed her around the waist. "Let go. Where are you grabbing me?" Shen Qian, both embarrassed and angry, quickly wriggled free from Chen Fan's embrace. Oh. My bad. Not on purpose. Well, we're not cops, so we should probably call the police first. Besides, catching someone in the act requires evidence. Without clues now, they'll just deny it if we confront them." Chen Fan quickly withdrew his hand. He hadn't realized that his attempt to wrap his arms around her waist had ended up as a chest hug instead. One hand on each side. Who knew she had some serious strength? The soil and water of Tianhai City must be good for people. Oomph. You lecher. I didn't mean to. What was that pinch just now? How annoying. Shen Qian angrily crouched down. The next moment, Chen Fan suddenly dashed forward. Shen Qian was dumbfounded. "What the hell? You told me not to move, yet you bolted out yourself? Stealing the commission?" Shen Qian hurriedly followed him out. "Freeze." Chen Fan had already charged right up to the burly man. The burly man was startled too, clearly not expecting someone to suddenly burst out yelling at him. He froze there, looking dazed. "What the hell is your problem? Just a moment ago you told me not to move, and now you go and run out yourself." Shen Qian grumbled discontentedly from behind Chen Fan. "Look at his hands." Chen Fan said slowly. "Is that explosives?" Shen Qian looked at the burly man's hands and saw several detonators forming a makeshift explosive charge. If it exploded, the tunnel would likely collapse. No wonder Chen Fan rushed out just now. What do we do now? Seeing the burly man over 6 feet tall and weighing over 200 pounds already holding a lighter, Shen Qian anxiously grabbed Chen Fan's arm. "Call the police immediately. Go outside and flag down passing vehicles. I'll hold him off." Chen Fan gritted his teeth. Don't you dare die. I'll make you permanent once we get back." Shen Qian dug her fingers into Chen Fan's shoulder before sprinting toward the tunnel exit. "If only I'd processed my employment paperwork first, at least I'd have health insurance. I'll just have to take my chances." Chen Fan stared at the burly man drooling at the corner of his mouth, taking a deep breath. "Grandpa's here. And you still won't stop, you good-for-nothing grandson." Chen Fan bellowed. Hearing his roar, Shen Qian, who had been about to dash out of the tunnel, stumbled back in shock. She turned to stare at Chen Fan in disbelief. Has he lost his mind? Why provoke the killer? But when Shen Qian turned back, she was stunned once more. The killer, who had been about to light the explosives with a lighter, suddenly knelt down before Chen Fan. What the hell is going on? Shen Qian's mind was buzzing. Tianhai City. Rear courtyard of the 5th People's Hospital. Shen Dahai stared grimly at the bag in the medical examiner's hands. It's confirmed all the meat slices came from human thighs. The slices are very thin. The killer has excellent knife skills. No other body parts were found at the scene. We've notified sanitation crews to be vigilant, but no further reports have come in so far. Lu Bin said, massaging his temples. Any leads from surveillance footage? Shen Dahai handed Lu Bin a cigarette. Nothing. The trash here is collected from all the hospital's waste bins. We have no idea who placed it or where. With the hospital's high foot traffic, the killer probably wanted to cause panic. Could it be someone with a grudge against the hospital? Lu Bin speculated. Shen Dahai rubbed his temples without responding. 6 consecutive cases had left them all physically and mentally exhausted. Their thoughts were tangled, devoid of logic or clues. Yet that young man had managed to deduce the killer's modus operandi in one go. Could it be that solving this case would depend on him? Let's head back to the station first. Search for the remaining body parts and identify the victim as soon as possible. Contact Senior Officer Gong at the Provincial Bureau and have him send a team of experts to assist us. Shen Dahai took a deep breath. It wasn't that he was unwilling to seek Chen Fan's help. But he dared not gamble. 6 cases had already occurred. If the killer succeeded in the 7th, the police would be utterly defeated. Once the killer went into hiding, catching him would be nearly impossible. He had personally taken charge of the investigation under immense pressure, but now he truly couldn't hold on any longer. Ring ring. The moment Shen Dahai slid into the car, his phone rang. Dad. Hulu Tunnel. The killer has appeared. The moment he answered, Shen Qian's anxious voice came through. Chapter 5, Grandpa is here. What? Shen Dahai froze, still processing the shock, when a voice on the other end abruptly shouted, Grandpa is here, followed by the sound of a phone hitting the ground. When he looked again, the call had already disconnected. Grandpa? Holy crap! Could they have run into the killer face to face? Chief, we got through to old Gong. Lu Bin handed over the phone. What, male or female? Hurry! Everyone, get the hell to Hulu Tunnel. Shen Dahai slammed his foot on the gas pedal and sped off. Hulu Tunnel. Both ends were already blocked off. A crowd had gathered to watch. Woo-wah woo-wah. Before long, Shen Dahai arrived with criminal investigation team leader Lu Bin and others. Grandpa. You must leave now. The monsters are coming to get you. I'm going to trap them all inside my gourd. Spotting the police. The burly man scooped Chen Fan into his arms, lighting a lighter with his other hand. What the hell is going on? What the hell is going on? Lu Bin and his men arrived at the front and were also dumbfounded. They saw a young man being held hostage by a burly man, shouting something about monsters or demons. Explosives strapped to the burly man's waist? Just as he was about to ask, he suddenly noticed the young man's hands making gestures. Police hand signals? Lu Bin instantly grasped Chen Fan's intent and signaled to the officers behind him. Son of a. Look up there. Chen Fan bellowed. Seizing the moment when the burly man looked up, he violently snatched the detonator from his grasp. Go! Almost simultaneously, Lu Bin and several others charged forward in unison. They pinned the burly man to the ground. Grandfather, are you in league with the monsters? The burly man struggled violently, snarling at Chen Fan. Are you okay? What the hell is going on here? Why are you calling him Grandpa and monster? Shen Qian wiped the cold sweat from her forehead as she helped Chen Fan to his feet. Haven't you seen the story of the Gourd brothers saving their grandfather? This guy's just a lunatic. We really underestimated him. Never thought he'd go this far. Chen Fan spat angrily. Ulua? What the hell are you guys playing at? This guy is the killer? You've got to be kidding me. Shen Dahai also stumbled forward, eyes wide with disbelief. How could this lunatic possibly be a serial killer? He did commit the murders. But the real mastermind behind it all should be right here. Chen Fan scanned the crowd of onlookers surrounding them. What did you say? The mastermind? Wasn't he already caught? There's another person? Shen Dahai was startled too. No time for explanations. With cars constantly moving through the tunnel, an explosion could cause it to collapse. For the mastermind to plant that final A4 paper at the scene immediately, they'd have to blend in with the crowd pretending to discover the accident. They'd slip the A4 paper into the scene amid the chaos. But the sudden turn of events disrupted his plan. He wouldn't leave willingly. So he must be somewhere nearby. Chen Fan explained in hushed tones to the others. Quick! Secure the scene immediately. Conduct interviews and document everything. Don't let the killer escape. Shen Dahai gave Lu Bin a meaningful glance. Short and slender build, highly educated, especially anyone connected to the mental hospital. Chen Fan reminded them from the side. Who are you? Oh, you're CC's. Lu Bin looked puzzled at Chen Fan, but upon seeing Shen Qian supporting him, he instantly understood. What are you two doing here? First it was grandson, then grandfather, what's going on here? Shen Dahai asked Shen Qian and Chen Fan, his face full of question marks. Dad. What do you mean by that? Chen Fan just helped you catch the killer. What kind of attitude is that? You wouldn't be thinking of not paying him, would you? Listen, we keep our accounts straight between father and daughter. I'll send you the contract shortly. Get finance to transfer the payment immediately. Or else I know exactly where your secret stash is. Shen Qian stepped in front of Chen Fan. They don't take us private investigators seriously at all. The surrounding officers chuckled at Shen Qian's words. They were long accustomed to the father-daughter duo's daily antics. But they never expected Shen Qian to already have a boyfriend. And she was defending him so openly in front of everyone. Rumor had it one reason for her furious resignation was that some leader's son wanted to get to know Shen Qian better, but it turned out she already had someone special in her heart. This young man was tall and handsome, and he could even help solve cases. He was a far cry from those useless, fat-headed brats. At this thought, the officers' eyes filled with even more admiration as they looked at Chen Fan. Chen Fan saw the looks on their faces. How could he not know what they were thinking? I'm just looking for a job. Why does it feel like I'm selling myself short? Actually, it's purely platonic between us. Captain, we've found something. Just as Chen Fan started to explain, an officer rushed over, his face lit up with excitement. While we were conducting interviews earlier, we found someone who matches the description of the chief's son-in-law perfectly. But he said he had urgent business and needed to leave immediately. What should we do? Our people are holding him back. The officer whispered to Lu Bin. The chief? Son-in-law? Chen Fan and Shen Dahai both froze in disbelief almost simultaneously. Hey! What are you doing? Wait for me to move the car. Stop right there. Just then, a flurry of commotion erupted nearby. A car suddenly sped away. Don't run! Lu Bin immediately led the officers in pursuit. Perhaps due to nerves, the car lost control shortly after speeding away and crashed down the mountainside. When Lu Bin and the others rushed over, the man had already vanished. All that remained was a wrecked vehicle and a discarded sheet of A4 paper. Written on it were the words, 7 out of 7. Chapter 6, This is infuriating. Hurry! Take this lunatic back first. Seal off the mountain road immediately and launch a full-scale manhunt for the killer. Shen Dahai barked urgently. The officers at the scene scattered to carry out their tasks. You did an outstanding job this time. I'll get you promoted as soon as we get back. Shen Qian grinned and slapped Chen Fan on the shoulder. This time, you've really made us proud. Hold off on heading back for now. If we want that bonus, catching the killer ASAP is key. We need to go somewhere first. Chen Fan turned to Shen Qian. You know where the killer is? Shen Qian was taken aback. Pretty much. Let's head to Tianhai City Mental Hospital first. Give me 10 minutes. I need to think. Chen Fan sat down in the passenger seat. The killer's condition was clearly that of a lunatic. They had to start with this individual. Given the current situation, only one puzzle remained unsolved, the peculiar clues left behind by the killer. And within these clues, there must be information about the killer. The swan-shaped corpse. The spoon used to gouge out the eyes. The east wind mahjong tile. The 3 of diamonds playing card. Li Mingxia's ID card. Dismembered body and the gourd tunnel. What clues could possibly lie within these? Chen Fan closed his eyes. Seeing Chen Fan like this, Shen Qian pouted. She had been so capable before, yet now she couldn't keep up with his train of thought at all. It was so discouraging. Still, she followed Chen Fan's instructions and drove toward the psychiatric hospital. Outside Tianhai City's Second People's Hospital. Chen Fan and Shen Qian were stopped at the entrance. They weren't police officers and had no valid reason to enter. The old security guard refused to let them in no matter what. After Chen Fan suggested Shen Qian play the cute little girl act and feign illness to sneak in, an idea met with fierce protest from Shen Qian. The two reluctantly returned to the car. Honestly, sometimes you look so innocent and clueless you'd be perfect for it. Are you sure you don't want to try? Chen Fan asked reluctantly. Don't push me to do it. Shen Qian waved her little fist. Fine, what a waste. Wait here for me. Chen Fan got out of the car and walked toward the courtyard wall. Shen Qian watched as Chen Fan strolled around the perimeter of the courtyard wall with his hands behind his back before returning, leaving her quite surprised. In her memory, the wall seemed to display introductions of the doctors in this hospital. Ahem. Let's go. We're heading to the bureau to collect the reward. I already know who the killer is. Chen Fan opened the car door and got in. Are you serious? How did you find out? Shen Qian was so shocked she couldn't close her mouth. I've uncovered all the killer's secrets. He was far from achieving the perfect crime. Chen Fan said calmly. Tianhai City Public Security Bureau. Chief, our surveillance teams haven't detected his whereabouts. Tracking dogs following the blood trail also came up empty. He likely left by vehicle. No reports have been filed so far. We've inspected the wrecked vehicle. The license plate is counterfeit, the information doesn't match, and there are no useful clues inside. Lu Bin reported to Shen Dahai. He really is a cunning bastard. We must find him quickly, or he'll likely strike again. And that Hulua interrogate him immediately. Shen Dahai said with a frown. We've already issued a sketch based on the suspect's description and are actively pursuing him. He won't get away. We've already interrogated the gourd kid. But that guy's a complete lunatic. He keeps demanding we release him, claiming we're delaying his plans. We can't get anything out of him. Why don't we let your son-in-law give it a try? Lu Bin said, speechless. What exactly does your criminal investigation division do? Why does everything have to rely on outsiders? Chen Fan just graduated from the police academy. He's outperforming all of you veterans who've been on the front lines for years. What can I say? Shin Dahai shot Lu Bin a look of clear displeasure. Well, he is your son-in-law. Strictly speaking, he's not exactly an outsider. Lu Bin muttered. What did you say? Speak up. Shin Dahai reached up to scratch his ear. Chief, Captain, Chen Qian and her boyfriend are here. Just then, an officer walked in. Why are they here? Did Chen Fan find a lead? Shin Dahai sprang to his feet. Though he didn't want to rely on Chen Fan for everything, he also wanted to solve the case as soon as possible. Knowing his daughter well, he knew they wouldn't come to the police station unless it was something important. Yes. They say they know the killer's identity. The officer hurriedly replied. Tianhai City Police Department conference room. Shen Qian gazed at the scene before her with a touch of nostalgia. Just a few months ago, she had been part of this very place. After resigning, she had never returned. She had hoped to prove her worth by starting her own business, but had yet to achieve any tangible results. This time, she was back thanks to Chen Fan having crucial leads. Otherwise, Shen Qian truly didn't know how she would face these old colleagues. Who's the killer? Chen Fan, I knew you'd pull it off. Just then, Shin Dahai burst in, panting heavily. Chapter 7, The Gourd Brothers? The director of the mental hospital, Dongfang Ming. Chen Fan hadn't expected Shin Dahai to be so enthusiastic and polite toward him. The director of the mental hospital? You can't just go around saying things like that. What proof do you have? Shin Dahai was taken aback. The evidence is on the things he left behind. He's an arrogant coward who deliberately incited a mental patient to kill for him, then used these things to provoke the police. He thought a lunatic could cover everything up, but he seriously underestimated others. Chen Fan selected photos from the case file and laid them out on the table. Everyone gathered around. In the first case, he arranged the body into the shape of a swan. Second case, left behind a spoon. The third case left behind a mahjong tile with the east wind symbol. The fourth case left behind a 3 of diamonds playing card. The fifth case left behind the victim's ID card Li Mingxia. The sixth case, minced meat was found in a hospital trash bin. The seventh case, the road where the gourd tunnel is located is called Chang'an Road. The killer deliberately left us clues. In the first 2 cases, lacking confidence, he hid them within radicals. Starting with the third case, he became brazen. And these mahjong tiles and the 3 of diamonds are actually red herrings. The crucial clues are the characters Dong and Fong. Combined, they spell, I am Director Dongfang Ming. Chen Fan explained to the group. What? How could it be like that? Seems to make sense. We were so fixated on the mahjong and cards that we even combed through every casino in Tianhai City, never imagined we'd fallen for a trap. Yeah, who could have guessed the first 2 bodies were about splitting characters? Who would have thought to write the characters down? That's incredible. They're identical. The compound surname Dongfang is rare enough as it is, and with the dean involved, we can practically pinpoint the killer. The surrounding officers buzzed with excited discussion. The clue that had stumped them completely was suddenly unraveled by Chen Fan. Wait, why would he go to all this trouble? Why emphasize he's the dean? Couldn't he have just left his name? And how could he convince mentally ill people to kill? These patients aren't exactly normal, would they even listen? Shin Dahai was puzzled. Compared to the excitement of the other officers, Shin Dahai retained a shred of rationality. Of course they wouldn't be that obedient. That's precisely why he used the story of the Gourd brothers to lure them. Each murder method corresponds to a different Hulua's ability. The first case used a hammer to crush bones, representing strength. The second case involved gouging out eyes and eating ears, representing the abilities of Xian Lian, the ability to see far, and Shuanfener, the ability to hear from afar. The third case involved skinning and removing bones, representing copper skin and iron bones. The fourth case involved burning, representing fire. The fifth case drowned the victim, representing water. The sixth case involved the disappearance of the corpse, representing invisibility. The seventh case collapsed in the gourd tunnel, representing the gourd absorbing everything. Given this pattern, it seems Dongfang Ming deliberately guided that lunatic, then tracked and staged the scenes. 7 cases require 7 words, he had no choice. If I'm not mistaken, that lunatic should have a tracking device on him. Chen Fan sorted through the cases. Hearing Chen Fan's words, everyone sucked in a sharp breath. Originally, when they heard about the Gourd brothers being connected to this case, everyone was baffled. Some even suspected it was fabricated to deceive the lunatic. But after Chen Fan's explanation, everyone instantly understood the entire sequence of events. Madman. He's absolutely insane. It's just an animated series, yet it became the backdrop for a serial murder case. I doubt I'll ever be able to watch this show again. Location? That doesn't add up. We searched him thoroughly when we brought him in and found nothing suspicious. A nearby officer asked in confusion. What about his teeth? What about under the thick skin on his elbows? Any portable tracking device could be lost. The most concealed methods involve implants in teeth or under the skin. We should scan him. Chen Fan reminded them. Wang, hurry up. Lu Bin barked. Soon, the officer darted back. Found it. A replacement molar with a tracking device inside. The officer exclaimed excitedly. Move out. One team to the hospital and his home, another team straight to the airport and train station. We've got to bring that bastard back. Lu Bin waved his hand and led the officers out. Dad, sign here. After all the officers had left, Shen Qian placed a contract in front of Shen Dahai. What is this? Shen Dahai's mouth twitched. It's a cooperation agreement. We're a small operation with fixed prices, no credit. Shen Qian smiled faintly. You used to be a cop. Serving the people is what you should do. No money. Shen Dahai gritted his teeth. Being cornered for money by his own daughter, what a nightmare. I saw it earlier, the reward notice you left on your desk. 10,000 yuan for anyone providing clues about the killer. We even found the killer. This money is rightfully ours. Sign it now, and I'll go get the money from Sister Wang in finance. Otherwise, I'll tell Mom about your secret bank card when I get home. Shen Qian had him wrapped around her finger. Shen Dahai nearly choked on his own blood. Trembling, he signed the document. Chen Fan, standing nearby, silently nodded. What a harmonious father-daughter relationship. A father's kindness and a daughter's filial piety. With this connection, business and bonuses would never be a worry. The dream of earning over 10,000 a month was drawing ever closer. Not long after, Lu Bin and his team walked in with a slender middle-aged man. Chen Fan, you're something else. That's the guy. We found him at the train station. The bastard bought dozens of tickets for the next few departures and was drawing lots to decide which one to take. Lu Bin gave Chen Fan a thumbs up. It wasn't me. You've got the wrong guy. I'm going to sue you arresting someone without evidence. Dongfang Ming yelled at the top of his lungs. Evidence? Of course there is. Chen Fan gave Dongfang Ming a faint smile. Chapter 8, The Bizarre Car Accident. You're jumping the gun. If, for the sixth case, you'd mailed that A4 paper to the police station via anonymous post, they might indeed have found no trace of you. But you were so eager to provoke the police that you deliberately staged a dismemberment case, one you personally carried out. The thickness of those fragments could be achieved by a professional with a knife, but similarly, freezing the body beforehand could produce the same effect. With the police conducting widespread searches in such a short time frame, it would be difficult to dispose of the body quickly. So it must still be frozen. Once we find that body, I'm sure it will leave plenty of clues. Chen Fan shook his head. To achieve the perfect crime, one must never let personal emotions cloud judgment. If you're inexperienced, keep a low profile. The worst thing is being both incompetent and reckless. And people like that want to pull off a perfect crime? Put. Hearing Chen Fan's words, Dongfang Ming's face instantly drained of color. No wonder we couldn't find the sixth body. You hid it. Take him away. Confess everything. Lu Bin said coldly. Hold on. Chen Fan stopped Lu Bin. Given this criminal's psychology, it's unlikely he'd rush to provoke the police right off the bat by creating such a high-profile case. There must be previous cases that the police haven't uncovered yet, which is why he's acting so defiant. If I'm not mistaken, you own multiple properties, right? One of them should have a large freezer, right? And that freezer probably holds more than one body, right? Chen Fan asked slowly. Huh? You? Hearing Chen Fan's analysis, Dongfang Ming collapsed onto the floor. Dongfang Ming's reaction spoke volumes. Take him away. Lu Bin waved his hand. Soon, officers located another property Dongfang Ming owned in an older residential complex. Sure enough, there was a large freezer inside. Besides the dismembered body from the previous case, there was another corpse. It belonged to a mentally ill individual who had gone missing in a previous case. A meat slicer and numerous fingerprints were discovered at the scene. Faced with the ironclad evidence, Dongfang Ming confessed without resistance. It matched Chen Fan's suspicions exactly. Dongfang Ming exploited psychological counseling to manipulate a mentally ill individual with low intelligence who was obsessed with the Hulua cartoon. He convinced him that by killing 7 people in a manner mirroring the Hulua's abilities, he could become the little golden warrior. Before each killing, Dongfang Ming would provide specific guidance. He tracked the victim's location, killed them, and then staged the crime scene. He believed his plan was flawless, with the mentally ill man serving as a shield. But he never expected to run into Chen Fan. Dad, don't forget our private detective agency for future cases. We'll be heading out now. After collecting the reward money, Shen Qian linked arms with Chen Fan and headed out. She didn't forget to wave triumphantly at her old man. Should we let go first? Chen Fan, with Shen Qian's arm hooked around his own, felt her elbow pressing against an incredibly soft spot. His mind began to wander. Oomph. I was just teasing my dad earlier, don't take it seriously. Shen Qian flushed and quickly pulled her arm away. She'd been a bit emotional earlier and had instinctively hooked her arm through Chen Fan's. Take it seriously? Take what seriously? We just met for the first time. You wouldn't be thinking of turning this pretend into something real, would you? Isn't this a bit too fast? Actually, I'm pretty conservative. Chen Fan glanced at Shen Qian's two smooth, slender legs enough to keep him entertained for years. Making a real thing out of this fake thing wasn't out of the question. Put. 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 Nice try. Shen Qian rolled her eyes. Who knew it'd go so smoothly this time? I'll just call you Lucky Cat from now on. Shen Qian opened the car door and slid inside. Hey, hey, hey! Are you going to share some of that 100,000 yuan bonus with me? Chen Fan hurriedly slid into the passenger seat. Of course. Your boss here is the most generous. From now on, I'll give you half of every bonus we earn. But you have to agree to one condition. Shen Qian patted her chest. A wave of excitement surged through her. What condition? Chen Fan pulled his gaze back. Sign this. Shen Qian produced a contract she'd prepared long ago. So they're making me permanent? That's great news, it's not like it's some kind of. She paused abruptly. The contract term is 100 years? Employees can't resign voluntarily? Otherwise, they have to pay the company 1 million yuan? I think I'll need to reconsider. Chen Fan was about to sign the contract when he glanced over the terms. His hand, poised to put pen to paper, froze instantly. You should think it over. Immediately after, Shen Qian flicked her hair seductively, revealing her slender waist as she swayed gently. Crossing her legs, she gave Chen Fan a flirtatious wink. After working together for a while, Shen Qian had come to rely on Chen Fan. With him around, no case was unsolvable. Though it had been awkward at first to treat him as a blind date prospect, she never imagined she'd hit the jackpot. She had to find a way to keep him. A beauty trap? Chen Fan was utterly speechless. His gaze drifted down her slender waist, taking in the breathtaking view. I can stay, but I have one condition. Chen Fan nodded. Speak. This lady will agree to everything. Shen Qian declared without hesitation. With his help, the Fortune private detective agency might even go public someday. There was no way she could let him go. From now on, you must wear black stockings in the office. Maybe I'll consider signing the contract. Chen Fan grinned. Oomph. I agree. Shen Qian's cheeks flushed, a hint of bashfulness and mischief flashing in her eyes. She agreed without hesitation. Holy crap? He just agreed? My asking price was too low. If I'd known, I would have added a JK uniform and Catwoman costume. Chen Fan looked utterly regretful. Let's go. Company dinner tonight, the boss is treating the staff to a nice meal. Shen Qian started the car triumphantly. Signing this contract can wait, no rush. I'll be damned if I can't get you to sign. Just outside the Tianhai City police station gates, not long after pulling out, a sedan came barreling straight toward them. Brake! Chen Fan shouted urgently. But it was too late. The two vehicles collided violently. The hood of Chen Fan's car was instantly flipped up. Are you okay? Chen Fan asked, rubbing his head. I'm fine. What the hell just happened? A staged accident? I clearly hit the brakes just now, how come he didn't stop at all? Could he have been drunk driving? Shen Qian rubbed her head too, annoyed after bumping it on the steering wheel. She opened the door and walked to the front to inspect the damage. The front bumper was already dented in. But the other car was worse off, its entire windshield was shattered. The body was severely mangled. But when Shen Qian stormed over to the driver's side, she froze in her tracks. What's wrong? Chen Fan watched Shen Qian's stunned expression and knew something was wrong. He hurried over. But the scene before him made him gasp in horror. The person in the driver's seat was missing their head, a headless corpse clutching the steering wheel. Eerily, on the passenger seat sat a pig's head. Blood was still dripping from it. Get out of the way. Chen Fan saw flames slowly rising from the car's undercarriage and immediately scooped up the stunned Shen Qian, dragging her backward. They had barely taken a few steps when the tram behind them exploded with a deafening boom. Chapter 9, The Headless Corpse. What the hell? What happened? Hearing the commotion, officers from the police station rushed out en masse. Even officers who'd seen countless crime scenes froze in shock at the sight before them. Two cars had collided. One vehicle exploded with a deafening boom, igniting the other. Shattered glass splattered everywhere. Quick! There's a body in the car. Put out the fire. Shen Qian snapped back to reality and shouted at the officers rushing out. Chen Fan had already dashed into the police station courtyard, spraying a fire extinguisher. But what crashed into them was a toy electric car. The explosion ignited Shen Qian's vehicle. Even if Chen Fan and the others used up every last fire extinguisher, they couldn't possibly contain the flames. They could only watch helplessly as both cars burned to ruins. What's going on? How did you know there was a body in the car just now? Lubin asked breathlessly from the side. It was a headless corpse driving the vehicle. I saw it with my own eyes. Shen Qian said to Lu Bin and the others, still shaken. Even though she was a police academy graduate with rock-solid nerves, witnessing such a bizarre scene in broad daylight still sent a chill down her spine. A headless corpse driving a vehicle? Lu Bin and the others exchanged incredulous glances. Is that true? Lu Bin turned to ask Chen Fan. They thought Chen Qian had been knocked out by the crash earlier. It wasn't a headless corpse driving. Chen Fan frowned and shook his head. Hearing Chen Fan's words, Lu Bin and the others instantly breathed a sigh of relief. Exactly. A headless corpse driving? That's just too far-fetched. But Chen Fan's next words sent a chill down Lu Bin and the others' spines. It was probably driven by a pig's head attached to a human body. But the impact of the crash separated the pig head from the human body. I saw several stitches on the neck. They must have sewn the pig head onto the human body. Chen Fan explained slowly. Huh? Lu Bin and the others swallowed hard as they listened to Chen Fan's words. This is way too far-fetched. Even more unbelievable than the previous story about the Gouged brothers. But only Shen Qian and Chen Fan had witnessed the electric car burning and exploding before it happened. They had no reason or motive to lie. Could it be that a corpse with a pig's head and a human body really drove it here? Quick! Clear the area immediately. Bring the body back. Shen Dahai also rushed out at this moment. Seeing the swarming crowd before him, he couldn't help but feel a headache coming on. He bellowed orders at the officers to maintain order at the scene. Sweetheart, are you okay? Are you hurt? This doesn't add up. Why is it always the two of you? Only then did Shen Dahai notice that the car that had collided with the deceased belonged to Shen Qian. Do you think we enjoy this? The moment we left the compound, this car just plowed right into me. At first I thought it was a staged accident, but this is worse than that. Shen Qian retorted irritably. Chen Fan, standing nearby, was equally speechless. Who would have thought they'd run into something like this? They just stepped out for a meal when they got into an accident, only to end up dragging this bizarre corpse along with them. Now there was no way they could leave. This disaster magnetism was beyond belief. Tianhai City Public Security Bureau. The forensic examiner has completed the autopsy. There was indeed a headless male corpse in the car, along with a pig's head. Judging by the traces, it appears to have been sewn together with thread. But the scene was severely burned, leaving no useful clues. Preliminary analysis indicates the time of death was over 3 days ago. Criminal Investigation Team Captain Lu Bin addressed the group. This time, since Chen Fan and Shen Qian were the only two eyewitnesses. First responder at the scene. The actual driver involved in the collision. And the private detective agency personnel. An exception was made to involve them in the case. Any results from the surveillance review? Shen Dahai asked, rubbing his temples. After the incident, we immediately assigned personnel to trace the car's route and eventually reached a parking lot. The Tianming Tower parking lot. Based on the license plate, we identified the owner as a businessman named Huang Baowan. This Huang Baowan, according to employees, has been missing for 3 days. But such occurrences were common before, so the staff didn't think much of it. The vehicle was a Teddy La Toys 8 electric car. We requested the vehicle's data from Teddy La Company, but they refused, stating they would issue their own accident analysis report. That's all the information we have at present. Lu Bin sat down after finishing his report. As private investigators, have you uncovered anything unusual? Shen Dahai glanced at Chen Fan and Shen Qian sitting in the corner. Nothing. Shen Qian replied reluctantly. Just moments after the incident, she had wanted to join the investigation, but Shen Dahai had firmly refused. His reasoning was perfectly valid. They weren't police officers and had no authority to get involved in the case. Had they not witnessed the condition of the body, they might not even have been allowed to discuss the case. The police don't have much time left. Chen Fan murmured quietly from the side. What do you mean? What did you discover? Shen Dahai asked Chen Fan. Even if he refused to admit it, Shen Dahai knew Chen Fan's sensitivity to clues far surpassed that of ordinary people. Haven't you seen the local videos? The internet's already blowing up. Chen Fan handed over his phone, which was playing a video clip. Shen Dahai took it and froze instantly. The footage came from a dashcam in the opposite lane. Though incomplete, it clearly showed a pig-headed humanoid driving the vehicle. Views had already surpassed 1 million. The comments were filled with panic. Talk of pig demons becoming spirits, pig demons possessing humans, and the like. Notify the Cyber Supervision Department immediately to handle this. Control the spread of panic. Act fast. Shen Dahai hurriedly said. He finally understood what Chen Fan meant. The on-site video had already leaked out. This case was impossible to suppress. It had already sparked public panic. Higher-ups would definitely demand a resolution within a strict deadline. Ring ring. No sooner had Shen Dahai finished speaking than his phone rang. He grabbed it and hurried to the side to answer. Moments later, he returned with a grim expression. The Provincial Bureau is aware of this case and has set a 7-day deadline for resolution. Give it your all and move quickly. Shen Dahai sighed as he spoke. First a serial murder case, now this pig head case. And not a single clue. Why are there so many psychopaths lately? Chen Fan, now that you've run into this, you'd better lend a hand. Plenty of people saw this happen. If we don't crack this case soon, the pressure on us is going to be immense. Shen Dahai rubbed his hands together as he approached Chen Fan. Chapter 10, Crime Simulation. Dad, we're the victims here, okay? Besides, who said that earlier? We're not cops, we're private investigators. We don't have the authority to investigate cases. Now you want us involved? Send us a letter of engagement and sign a contract. Chen Qian pouted. She couldn't figure out what had gotten into Dad lately. He'd been so short-tempered every time they met. We wanted to investigate too, but every time we even tried to start, he'd glare at us like we owed him money. I wasn't talking to you, I was talking to Chen Fan. The way I see it, your private detective agency would have gone under long ago without Chen Fan. Right, Chen Fan? Shen Dahai stepped forward, slinging his arm around Chen Fan's shoulder in a friendly gesture. He couldn't resist shooting a provocative glance at Chen Qian. Actually, I just started working here. Chen Fan, sandwiched between Chen Qian and Shen Dahai, felt somewhat awkward. Look at this. Just one day here, and he's already making such a big contribution. What's going to happen in the future? Shen Dahai grinned. Hey, Dad, he's my employee, okay? If you want him to crack the case, pay him. Chen Qian hurried over and grabbed Chen Fan's arm. This old fool is being unreasonable. I finally found such a genius detective, and you want to freeload off him? You want money? Helping the police solve cases is every citizen's duty. Shen Dahai nearly choked on his own blood watching his daughter constantly confront him with demands for money. He had tried to stop them back then, hoping his daughter would realize that being a police officer was still the better path, a career where she could truly utilize her abilities and access resources far beyond what a private detective could ever hope for. But he never imagined it would backfire so spectacularly. His daughter had thrown it right back at him. Money's no problem. But you must solve the case before midnight tonight. Dare you take it? Shen Dahai declared angrily. You got it. Chen Qian yanked Chen Fan over forcefully. Chen Fan didn't object. For Chen Qian and Chen Fan, facing such a bizarre case was even somewhat thrilling. Chen Qian finally had a chance to prove herself to her father. Chen Fan, meanwhile, was eager to see what kind of killer could commit such a twisted crime. All right. It's settled. Shen Dahai flashed a smug grin. Based on my analysis, we should start by examining the victim's relationships. To commit such a brutal act, there must be deep-seated hatred involved. First, retrieve his call records and track his movements over the past few days. His wife is also suspicious. She didn't report him missing for 3 days. Even if he was on a business trip, she should have contacted him during that time. Let's head to the victim's company first, then go to his home. Can you follow my train of thought? How does it sound? Shen Qian grinned at Chen Fan. In Chen Qian's view, Chen Fan had only just graduated from the police academy and lacked any practical experience. Although he had stumbled upon the solution to the Gouged Brothers case by accident, he was undoubtedly unfamiliar with the actual procedures of criminal investigation. This was her specialty. Okay. Chen Fan's mouth twitched. Right? Let me tell you, police academy training is nothing like real-life investigations. You need to learn more and listen more. Tell me, what exactly is so good about it? Shen Qian watched Chen Fan nod, then patted his shoulder approvingly. This lady isn't a pushover either. If I didn't have a few tricks up my sleeve, how could I run a detective agency? What's so good about it? The advantage is that if it were the police academy entrance exam, you'd definitely score perfect marks. Chen Fan pursed his lips. What do you mean? Shen Qian glared at him. Well, it feels like your thinking is a bit rigid. The police will definitely follow that same line of reasoning. Compared to them, we just don't have the same level of resources at our disposal. The strength of police procedures lies in their methodical approach, unraveling clues layer by layer, meticulously gathering evidence with few oversights. But the downside is it takes time. If we want to solve this case within a day, that approach won't work for us. We need to find a different path. Chen Fan spoke slowly. Listening to Chen Fan's words, Shen Qian's face flushed. She nearly forgot her promise to her father. Following this approach, just screening through all the relationships would likely take a whole day, let alone finding the killer. Well, it seems, sort of, maybe, possibly makes some sense. How do we approach it differently? Shen Qian's voice gradually trailed off. Simulate the crime. Chen Fan seemed to have already formed a plan. What? Simulate the crime? Shen Qian's eyes widened. What's with that look? Chen Fan was speechless. Thank goodness Shen Qian wasn't a cop, otherwise, he'd swear she was about to pull out handcuffs any second. If I were the killer, the best approach after murdering someone would be to fake their disappearance. That's the optimal strategy. You could even wait until the heat dies down before disposing of the body. Then why go to all this trouble and drive into the city center? Was that car just a coincidence hitting us, or was it intentional? Chen Fan spoke as he opened the map app on his phone. I think the collision was purely down to someone's driving skills. If I'm not mistaken, the killer's target must be here. Chen Fan quickly marked the corner of an overpass as Shen Qian shot him a murderous glare. How did you know? Shen Qian looked at him suspiciously. This. Chen Fan hesitated. How did I know? Am I supposed to tell you I once used similar methods to dispose of a body? Trams are prone to spontaneous combustion and explosions, but to guarantee ignition, dropping it from an overpass is the most reliable method. As for choosing a Tesla toy car, it's because Tesla's electric vehicles don't transmit data. That way, no one will ever discover tampering inside the vehicle. But could I possibly tell you all this? Ahem. Well, I'm guessing the body would be found eventually anyway. There's no better way to dispose of it than this. How about that? Pretty clever, huh? Feeling a little impressed with me now? Chen Fan asked with a laugh. Pfft, pfft, pfft. Impressive my ass. You graduated from the police academy, yet your mind is filled with criminal schemes? I'll be keeping a close eye on you from now on. Who knows, maybe you'll help me make a big bust someday. Shen Qian rolled her eyes. Well, keep your eyes peeled then. I love operating at night and in the shower. Chen Fan murmured under his breath. Go to hell. Where to next? Shen Qian glared. 302, Dongfeng Street, Unit 203, Building 1, Xingfu Community. Chen Fan gave an address. Where's that? What are we doing there? Shen Qian couldn't follow Chen Fan's train of thought at all. Let's try it. Maybe that's the killer's place. Chen Fan grinned. He hailed a taxi and climbed inside. No way. You have to explain this to me. What the hell is going on? Shen Qian pulled open the door and climbed in too. She was about to lose her mind. She'd intended to give Chen Fan a proper lesson, but now she couldn't even keep up with his train of thought. How embarrassing. I'm the owner of a private detective agency. How could I fail to keep up with my employees' investigative reasoning? How was she supposed to lead her team now? The driver couldn't help but stare with pure curiosity as a stunning beauty chased after Chen Fan, demanding answers. Ahem, driver, take me to Xingfu Community. Chen Fan said to the driver with a hint of exasperation. The driver silently gave Chen Fan a thumbs up. In the driver's eyes, Chen Fan already had a woman as stunningly beautiful and curvaceous as Shen Qian, yet he still had to cheat on her. That's impressive. We can't compete. Chapter 11, Tracking Down the Culprit Without Clues. Ahem. Back when the video hadn't been deleted yet, quite a few people posted it online. Most were dashcam footage. But one stood out. It was shot on a phone, capturing the scene from the side. I found it odd at the time and noted down that person's ID. Looking back, it was indeed suspicious. It was just at that exact moment, in that exact spot too coincidental. The video was deleted afterward, but I managed to trace his IP address. Chen Fan lowered his voice and whispered softly into Shen Qian's ear. You mean the killer deliberately filmed the scene to stir up a sensation? Shen Qian suddenly understood. That must be it. Otherwise, I can't fathom why the killer would deliberately drive with a pig's head to draw attention. If they hadn't decapitated the body and instead simply dropped it to burn, that would have been the perfect crime. Unless it was to conceal the manner of the victim's death. Chen Fan's eyes lit up as he spoke. You mean strangulation? Even if the body is charred, the coroner could still detect it. But if the head was severed along the ligature marks and the skull is missing, the actual cause of death would remain unknown. That makes it incredibly difficult to find the killer. Shen Qian stared at Chen Fan in utter shock. What a mind! How could he think of all this? Yeah, not bad. You're definitely one of my people. Keep up the good work and I'll give you a raise. Shen Qian deliberately patted Chen Fan on the shoulder. Chen Fan rolled his eyes. This beautiful boss, the only thing tough about her was her mouth. As for the rest. Chen Fan glanced to the side. Probably pretty soft. We're here. At that moment, the driver shot him a reproachful look from the front seat. When they first got in the car, he'd assumed Chen Fan had been caught cheating by his wife. But as soon as they got in, Chen Fan whispered something in the wife's ear, and her face immediately lit up with a smile. Then the driver started talking about raising the fare. The driver was stunned. What a masterstroke. He's got it all figured out. How did he manage to have the woman wrapped around his finger like that? Over that short ride, the driver's admiration for Chen Fan flowed like an endless river. Happiness Community. Building 1, Unit 203. Police. Open up. Chen Fan pounded on the door. You're scaring people away. Is that any way to behave? Shen Qian stopped Chen Fan, utterly speechless. I meant to scare them on purpose. We're not cops, so how else should we get them to open? Plus, it's a good way to verify we're at the right place. Let's go. It's about time we jumped out the window. Chen Fan said, then hurried downstairs. Sure enough, they spotted a clumsy figure climbing down the drainpipe. Stop right there. Chen Fan bellowed. The figure, hearing the shout, jumped down in panic and took off running. Chen Fan tackled him to the ground after just a few steps. Where's the head? Where'd you hide it? Chen Fan demanded immediately. Huh? It's. I don't know. What head? The man stammered, trembling. Alright, it's him. Call someone over. Chen Fan smiled faintly. Tianhai City Public Security Bureau. So far, we've interviewed staff at the victim's company. According to them, he frequently traveled for work and often went missing for extended periods. They'd grown accustomed to it and didn't notice anything unusual. The deceased didn't have any enemies or anything like that. According to them, the vehicle the deceased frequently drove was that Toyota 8. During business trips, he always parked it in the company's underground garage. We've also investigated the deceased's wife. She's currently abroad and hasn't returned for over a week. She's been ruled out as a suspect. We conducted a thorough search of the underground parking garage. The spot where the deceased's car was parked was a blind spot on the surveillance cameras, and we found nothing. All leads we currently have reached a dead end. Lubin said to the group with a hint of resignation. All leads have gone cold? A pig's head, a corpse driving in with all this commotion, not a single clue left behind? Shen Dahai listened to Lubin's report, equally stunned. Yes, Chief. It's downright bizarre. We searched thoroughly, even combing through every surveillance feed, but found nothing. This killer seems clever, with solid counter-surveillance skills. And they're familiar with our police investigation procedures. Lubin sighed. One more thing, the report from the tram company just came in. They say their vehicle had no mechanical issues. The acceleration was caused by someone pressing the accelerator pedal. Lubin exclaimed angrily. Bull. Does a corpse step on the accelerator by itself? Are we supposed to install a camera under the driver's seat from now on? These bastards. Shen Dahai nearly choked on his own blood. Chief, maybe we should try talking to Chen Qian and the others again? We really owed that last case to them. Lubin watched Shen Dahai's brow furrow into a knot and tentatively suggested. Try my ass. You guys have no leads, and you think they'll find something? Lubin, are you just eating your paycheck as the head of the criminal investigation team? You go running to private investigators every time there's a case? What good are they anyway? Listen, I've made a deal with that girl. If we don't catch the killer today, I'm coming back to work. One more day won't make a difference. Shen Dahai waved his hand dismissively. Ring ring. No sooner had Shen Dahai finished speaking than his phone rang. He picked it up to find it was Shen Qian. See? I told you so. She must be regretting it and begging for mercy behind my back. We police have all these resources and still no leads. What can two private detectives possibly do? Shen Dahai grinned as he answered the call and switched it to speakerphone. Dad, come to Happiness Community immediately. The killer's been caught. Shen Qian's voice came through the phone. What? Shen Dahai froze in shock. Before he could ask anything else, Shen Qian had already hung up. Did I hear that correctly? Did they say they caught the killer? Shen Dahai's jaw nearly dropped. Looks like it. This situation seems just like last time. Lubin was also a bit stunned. Back then, with the Valua case, they'd suddenly received a call saying the killer had been caught. This time, it was just as baffling, but Shen Dahai and Lubin exchanged glances. Everyone assemble. Happiness Community. The two men shouted almost simultaneously. Tianhai City Public Security Bureau. Soon, the young man was brought back. The chief's office. You didn't torture him, did you? You arrested him without evidence? Could it be you hired an actor? Shen Dahai stared at Chen Fan and Shen Qian with suspicion. Dad, hire actors to impersonate murderers? Who would do that? You're really going down this route? Shen Qian rolled her eyes. Shen Dahai's face flushed crimson. But he couldn't wrap his head around it. How could those two catch the killer without a shred of evidence or clues? Who's reneging? That person might not even be the one. Shen Dahai snapped irritably. He confessed. Chief, you're amazing. How did you know it was the killer? There's clearly no evidence. Lubin grinned as he walked over. Chapter 12, The Other Man. Put. So fast? Is it really that young man? Shen Dahai stared in disbelief. Yes. He's confessed. Turns out he was a programmer at the victim's company, but got fired for some reason and held a grudge ever since. He killed the boss during a business trip, then hacked into the car's system to crash it off the overpass. But the program malfunctioned and it crashed shortly after driving off. According to him, he chose a pig's head to make a big spectacle to show everyone his boss was a pig. He's confessed everything. Following his lead, we just dug up the victim's head from under a tree in Happiness Garden. The evidence is irrefutable. Lubin was visibly excited. Is that even possible? Shen Dahai was stunned. Not just because of this case, but because they'd caught the killer with absolutely no leads or evidence. How could a case be solved like this? It wasn't just Shen Dahai. Everyone present turned their gaze toward Chen Fan. Chen Fan's mouth twitched. Damn it. If I'd known, I wouldn't have played along like this. What the hell was I supposed to do? The killer's methods were exactly what I'd used before. It was impossible not to make the connection. Blame me? Ahem. The killer probably isn't him. Chen Fan slowly spoke as he ran through the entire sequence in his mind. What did you say? Are you kidding me? You were the one who first accused him of being the killer, and you were the one who arrested him. Now that he's confessed, you're saying he's not the murderer? Chen Fan's words instantly sent shockwaves through the room. They were utterly dumbfounded. No, I mean, everything this guy said is true. He really did do it. But he didn't kill anyone. Haven't you noticed? Throughout the entire process, he described everything else in great detail, but he glossed over the actual killing? Chen Fan explained. Chen Fan, what's going on here? Shen Qian asked from the side. If he really did it, why admit it? Chen Fan asked. Ha? Hearing Chen Fan's words, everyone froze. But these were all criminal investigators, and they quickly snapped out of it. Even if Chen Fan and his team had pinned the man down at the time, they still lacked concrete evidence. In fact, if he hadn't spoken up, the police would never have found the severed head. On the surface, it seemed the young man was simply scared and had confessed everything after being arrested. But this was murder. Admitting it meant certain death. Moreover, during the earlier operation, his exceptional counter-surveillance skills had left no trace whatsoever. Such a person truly seemed unlikely to be the culprit. Not only that, but why did he instruct the body to start moving from the parking lot? If he wanted to cause a sensation, that route wasn't the best choice. The other side is a commercial street with numerous traffic lights, increasing the chances of exposure. He wouldn't even need to film and post the video himself. In that case, tampering with the vehicle identification number beforehand would have made it nearly impossible for us to identify even a headless corpse. But he deliberately emerged from the victim's parking lot. There are too many flaws in his method. Chen Fan shook his head. Listening to Chen Fan's analysis, everyone else frowned too. Can I go talk to him? Maybe I can get him to talk. Chen Fan asked. Let's go. I'll take you there. Lu Bin eagerly led Chen Fan toward the interrogation room. The others exchanged glances and swarmed toward the interrogation room as well. Seeing Chen Fan enter, the young man lifted his head, a hint of disdain in his eyes. Ha, you must be thinking that if you hadn't confessed voluntarily, we wouldn't have any evidence, right? Chen Fan instantly saw through the man's thoughts. The young man froze, snorted derisively, and said nothing. I have a few questions for you. How did you open the car door? Chen Fan sat down without waiting for a response. I hacked it with a program. I'm a programmer. That's why I could control the vehicle afterward. The young man said indifferently. Cut the crap. The toy car was in a non-starting state. It's impossible to unlock it via programming. Unlocking and controlling the car are two entirely different things. Which means the car was already running when you got in. That's odd. It can't be that your boss invited you in, right? Chen Fan smiled faintly. Hearing Chen Fan's words, the young man froze. Remote control requires physical access. Which means you were already inside the car before you started manipulating it. Don't try to claim you stole the keys or hijacked it. That's impossible. If I'm not mistaken, the car in the parking lot is the primary crime scene. And besides you, there was another person present at the scene. Someone who summoned you there, someone who unlocked the car door for you, and someone who killed the victim. Chen Fan watched the young man before him, his face growing paler by the second, and a smirk slowly spread across his lips. Outside the interrogation room at that moment, Shen Dahai and the others stood stunned, their mouths agape. The young man's expression alone told the whole story. But wait, how did the corpse pay the toll when driving the car out? I can understand him controlling the car, but how did he pay the toll? A police officer voiced his confusion. Through ETC. The license plate is linked to ETC, so it deducts the fee automatically. Plus, the building's parking lot is unmanned. Shen Qian explained. That explains everything. But who is the murderer? Everyone turned their gaze toward the interrogation room once more. No, you're wrong. I said I killed him, and I did it intentionally. I accept the death penalty. The young man seemed to have made up his mind, lifting his head to look at Chen Fan. The person who made you take the fall even helped you cover up the scene. It must be a woman, right? Was it worth it? Chen Fan shook his head. From the man's reaction, he could already guess what was going on. The young man kept his head down, saying nothing. If you were in the victim's car, it means you knew him. Even if they had a gap, there are surveillance cameras at every entrance and exit of the parking lot. We can track them down one by one. I hope she has the same mental fortitude as you. Chen Fan slowly rose to his feet. Wait. The moment Chen Fan opened the door, the young man sprang to his feet. Involuntary manslaughter, plus turning myself in. Could I get a lighter sentence? The young man asked Chen Fan. Once Chen Fan learned the real killer was someone else, the young man knew this matter couldn't be concealed any longer. Chapter 13, I sell my skills, not myself. This isn't within my jurisdiction. I'm just a private investigator, but I believe that leniency for those who confess isn't an empty phrase. Chen Fan said slowly. She was the company's accountant and also my ex-girlfriend. The young man sighed. Go arrest her immediately. Lubin outside the interrogation room hurriedly ordered several men. At the time, we joined this company together, but since the company prohibited romantic relationships, we didn't make our relationship public. But one night, she said she was drinking with some bank executive. When she came back, I found her. Then we broke up. She said I couldn't give her everything she wanted. I went to the company and had a huge argument, and then I got fired. 2 days ago, I suddenly got a call from her telling me to hurry to the parking lot. When I got there, I saw that Zhao Zhao had strangled him to death. The young man spoke slowly. You said earlier it was manslaughter? How could it happen in the car? Chen Fan asked. Actually, I only found out later myself. That bastard was a pervert. He loved extreme stimulation, strangling women, being choked from behind. He was leaving for a business trip that day. Before he went, he wanted to play around with Zhao Zhao in the car one last time. She said he almost choked her to death. When he had her grab him from the back seat, he used a bit too much force. He didn't expect her to stop breathing. I didn't know what to do, but seeing Zhao Zhao's eyes, I decided to handle it for her. The strangulation marks on the body were severe. Dumping the body like that would reveal the cause of death. Linking it to his kinks would make it easy to connect the dots back to Zhao Zhao. I enjoy detective novels, so I came up with this plan. On one hand, it creates fear and muddles the case. On the other, it hides the truth of her death and absolves Zhao Zhao. Zhao Zhao didn't kill him intentionally, that bastard demanded it. I hope you'll show leniency. The young man looked at Chen Fan with pleading eyes. We'll do our best. Chen Fan stood up and walked out. Just then, 2 officers escorted a beautiful woman into the room. Officers? He's the one who killed him. He did everything. I had nothing to do with it. You've got the wrong guy. I'll testify it was him. Shoot him now. Unexpectedly, the woman spotted the young man inside the interrogation room through the window and immediately began screaming at the top of her lungs. The young man froze. Chen Fan froze. The officers outside were all stunned. This young man had even confessed to help cover for the woman. But the woman turned on him. Fat cats are everywhere. And when the young man heard the woman's words, a flicker of despair and relief crossed his eyes. Thank you. Forget what I asked earlier. The young man said to Chen Fan. I'll give you 6,000. This time we got 10,000 total. We split it 50-50, and I'll give you an extra 1,000. As soon as they stepped outside, Shen Qian pulled 6,000 yuan from her bag and handed it to Chen Fan. Has the sun risen in the west? How come you're being so generous? You don't have some ulterior motive, do you? Chen Fan looked wary and didn't rush to take the money. What are you thinking? But this move is all yours. Thanks for all your hard work. A hint of mischief flashed in Shen Qian's eyes. Moving? You scared me to death. I thought it was that other thing. Chen Fan let out a long sigh of relief. Chen Fan. If you want to die, just say so. Shen Qian was furious. After spending the entire day with Shen Qian, Chen Fan finally rented an office in a commercial building in Tianhai City's bustling district. Though not spacious, its location was far superior to their previous setup. Let's go back and move in. Shen Qian was thoroughly satisfied. She was already itching to get started. Previously constrained by limited funds, they had rented a space in that remote residential area, where they received very few commissions. But now things were different. She had the manpower and a little capital to boot. She had to prove herself. When Shen Qian and Chen Fan hailed a cab back to the private detective agency, they found 2 police cars parked below. An officer was taking statements from people nearby. Brother Chen, what are you doing here? What happened? Shen Qian recognized him as the captain of the criminal investigation squad from the precinct. Oh, Qian. There's been a homicide upstairs. What brings you here? Chen Hai turned and saw Shen Qian, looking equally surprised. Nearly every police officer in Tianhai City knew Shen Qian. Not only because she was Chief Shen's daughter, but also because during her time as a detective, Shen Qian had proven exceptionally capable. A homicide? Which floor? I opened a private detective agency right in this building. Shen Qian was taken aback. 8th floor, Unit 801. Since you're here, I'll take you up to see it. Chen Hai said, rubbing his temples. Shen Qian nodded and followed Chen Hai upstairs. When Shen Qian first moved in, the neighbors often dropped by for casual chats. After a murder occurred, she naturally wanted to lend a hand. By the time Shen Qian and Chen Fan reached the 8th floor, the crime scene tape was already in place. Captain, we just reviewed the surveillance footage from the surrounding area. No one has entered or exited this building in the past hour. An officer approached Chen Hai and reported. Sister Qian, you're here too? Numerous officers bustled in and out, greeting Shen Qian warmly upon seeing her approach. Chen Fan followed her inside. In the living room, a middle-aged woman lay in a pool of blood on the floor. Her body bore numerous knife wounds. The fatal wound was on her neck, causing massive bleeding. The entire living room wall was splattered with blood. Murder. No wonder Chen Hai looked like that. Uncle, who's the dead person? Chen Fan asked an elderly man among the onlookers. Young man, you look unfamiliar. Are you the detective's boyfriend? Let me tell you, it's truly tragic. I heard Huang Xuehua had been divorced for ages and was living here with her daughter. The girl was about to take her college entrance exams and then this happened. It's outrageous. The old man shook his head. A woman in her 40s, living alone, still possessing a certain charm. A prime target. Chen Fan thought instinctively. But outsiders shouldn't know about it. They just said no one had come or gone. Could it be an inside job? Chen Fan pondered as he peered deeper into the crime scene. Chapter 14, Impressive, Young Man. Captain, there are climbing marks outside the window. This is an older neighborhood. The killer might have climbed in through the rainwater pipe from outside. Another officer approached and reported. Captain Chen, these older neighborhoods are indeed easy to climb. Probably a habitual thief from the neighborhood. You should have some records on these guys. Question them. Maybe it was an attempted burglary gone wrong, resulting in accidental murder. Shen Qian said to Chen Hai. Nonsense. This was clearly an inside job. Boss, this is embarrassing. Before Chen Hai could respond, Chen Fan's voice boomed from the doorway. What do you mean? Shen Qian's face flushed instantly. An insider job? She'd been too busy greeting acquaintances to properly survey the scene. And who might this be? Chen Hai frowned. Oh, he's an employee at my private detective agency. You mentioned an insider job earlier. Don't make unfounded accusations without evidence. Shen Qian quickly interjected. How much clearer does it need to be? I already said no one entered or exited. As for those marks on the window, they were probably deliberately left by the killer. In these older neighborhoods, the drainage pipes are right next to the windows, but they're severely deteriorated and can't support climbing. Lower floors might be manageable, but this is the 8th floor. It's not like there's much money to steal. Thieves wouldn't risk it. Chen Fan explained slowly. Listening to Chen Fan, Chen Hai hesitated for a moment before approaching the window. He leaned out and tapped it lightly. A chunk of the rainwater pipe shattered instantly. Years of corrosion had left the pipe severely deteriorated. Though it appeared intact, it offered no resistance. The victim was found beside the sofa. Judging by the marks on the sofa cover, they must have been seated. This means the killer entered normally through the door, giving them the opportunity to strike here. Moreover, the murder weapon was a fruit knife, and there was a partially peeled apple on the table. The killer didn't prepare in advance, suggesting this was a crime of passion. Combined with the lack of theft in the apartment and the window marks, it's not hard to deduce this was an inside job. And it's highly likely someone from this building. Chen Fan explained to the group. Hearing Chen Fan's words, everyone's expressions froze. According to Chen Fan's explanation, everything made sense. They hadn't expected to make such a basic mistake, being misled by the killer right from the start. Then who is the killer? We've already interviewed nearly all the neighbors. There's nothing suspicious about them. Chen Hai frowned. After receiving the report, they had immediately conducted inquiries among the neighbors. But they hadn't found anything. The crime scene was spotless, with no fingerprints found. The case had suddenly hit a dead end. May I review the statements? Chen Fan asked. Sure. Chen Hai handed it over without hesitation. Judging from Chen Fan's earlier analysis, this young man was no ordinary individual. A homicide in his jurisdiction. If he couldn't crack the case quickly, the pressure would be immense. Chen Fan took it and examined it closely. The deceased was Huang Xuehua, 43, a massage therapist at a traditional Chinese medicine hospital. Her daughter attended high school and lived on campus, returning home only once a month. Huang lived alone most of the time. She got along well with her neighbors and had no known enemies. No fingerprints were found at the scene, and the murder weapon, a fruit knife, had been wiped clean. When the body was discovered, several neighbors had entered the premises, leaving numerous blood-stained footprints in the living room that were now difficult to identify. No suspicious clues emerged from the witness statements either. Nearly everyone had an alibi for the time of death, backed by eyewitness accounts. Could he have misjudged the situation? Chen Fan couldn't help but frown. Something was off. Something was very wrong. Chen Fan paused at the statement from Old Man Qin on the first floor. He was watching TV with his wife at the time. Since they lived on the first floor, they often left the door open with a curtain blocking the entrance. Suddenly, they heard a scream from upstairs. Something's wrong. Chen Fan couldn't help but freeze. When he came for the interview, he had even asked this Mr. Qin for directions. Private detective agency? What kind of detective agency? Private detective agency? Could his ears really hear shouts from the 8th floor? Besides, the door on the 8th floor should have been closed at the time. Chen Fan's eyes lit up. He immediately began reviewing the other interrogation records again. I think I have a lead. But perhaps we should conduct an experiment to verify it. Chen Fan's lips curled upward. An experiment? Shen Qian was a bit confused. She couldn't keep up with Chen Fan's train of thought again. Right. Here's the deal, go to old man Qin's place on the first floor and leave the door open. In a bit, I'll shout something from here. See if you can hear what I'm saying. Chen Fan nodded at Shen Qian. Shen Qian was utterly confused. But with so many people around, she couldn't ask questions. She could only stomp downstairs, fuming. Before long, Chen Fan received a message from Shen Qian on his phone. I'm here. Followed by an unhappy emoji. Chen Fan grinned, closing the door to room 801. Shen Qian is such a big dummy. Chen Fan bellowed at the top of his lungs. Instantly, the police officers and forensic experts bustling about the room all looked up at Chen Fan in unison. Damn! Way to go, kid! How dare you insult the chief's daughter? Ahem! Well, you know, when a woman's the boss, you can't spoil her. Give them a good scolding when needed, it's no big deal. Chen Fan grinned at the stunned expressions around him. Hearing Chen Fan's words, those around him exchanged knowing glances. No wonder Shen Qian quit back then. Turns out it was all for this guy. This guy really is handsome. Watching Chen Fan's earlier actions, cutie pie. You could tell what kind of relationship Chen Fan and Shen Qian had. Chen Hai silently gave him a thumbs up from the side. Chen Fan's mouth twitched. Seems like a misunderstanding. He pulled out his phone and motioned for Shen Qian to come over. Why didn't you say anything? Where's the little cutie? Shen Qian burst in, clearly displeased. I did tell you, and I already verified it. Screaming inside an 8th floor apartment? You'd never hear it from the first floor. Chen Fan explained slowly. Hearing Chen Fan's words, Chen Hai and the others finally snapped back to reality. Right. If the victim screamed before dying, how could anyone on the first floor have heard it? Who's lying? What did you just say? Shen Qian nudged Chen Fan discreetly. Shen Qian is a real beauty. Chen Fan scratched his nose. You're the one who said it. Hurry up and find the killer. Shen Qian flushed and glared at Chen Fan. With so many people in the room, blurting out such blunt truths was utterly inappropriate. Then what's going on here? Chen Hai asked Chen Fan. The screams must have come from the hallway. The hallway structure can carry sound farther. Mr. Qin's door on the first floor was open, so it could be heard. Chen Fan explained. But the body was in the living room. There was no blood or signs of a struggle found in the hallway either. Chen Hai was puzzled. That's correct. Actually, you've been operating under a misconception from the very beginning. Who says the scream had to come from the victim? It could have been the killer. Chen Fan pulled out several interrogation transcripts. Chapter 15, your tactics are too amateurish. The killer? That can't be. According to Old Man Qin, the voice was female. Wait. You mean the killer is a woman? Chen Hai stopped mid-sentence, suddenly realizing the implication. During their earlier investigation at the scene, the victim's imposing stature had led them to instinctively assume the killer must be male. But Chen Fan's reminder made them realize. The fatal stab wound could easily have been inflicted by someone familiar with the victim, especially if it was a surprise attack. As for the other knife wounds, they might not have been inflicted during a struggle, but rather after the victim lost the ability to move. But that doesn't add up. We took statements from all the neighbors in this stairwell. They all have alibis for that time. Why would they suddenly make noise in the hallway? Shen Qian was puzzled. Bluetooth devices. Or anything with an external speaker function. We tested it earlier. If you shout with the door closed, you can't hear a thing. The killer could have recorded the sound in advance from the bathroom or bedroom. Chen Fan explained. Hearing Chen Fan's words, everyone fell deep in thought. Following Chen Fan's logic, it did indeed make sense. According to these people's statements, many came out immediately after hearing the sound. But during this process, no other sounds were heard, and no playback device was seen. It's highly likely the perpetrator was among the first group to arrive at the scene. The statements indicate that Ms. Wang from the 7th floor was delivering chives to her neighbors and borrowing their hairdryer. She heard the commotion while chatting with them and was among the first to reach the 8th floor. They did not open the door themselves. It was only after neighbors from below arrived that they discovered the door to Unit 801 was open. Considering all these circumstances, Ms. Wang, who arrived on the 8th floor first, is the prime suspect. Chen Fan voiced his deductions. Hearing that Chen Fan had actually identified the murderer outright. Everyone present was stunned. No evidence. No clues. Could he really pinpoint the culprit based solely on deduction? Chen Hai glanced at Shen Qian in disbelief. Shen Qian shrugged helplessly. Ever since earlier, Shen Qian had been unable to follow Chen Fan's train of thought. Fortunately, this wasn't the first time Shen Qian was almost used to it by now. Let me walk through the entire sequence. First, Ms. Wang arrived at Huang Suewa's residence today to discuss business. For reasons unknown, a conflict arose between them. Taking advantage of Huang Suewa's distraction, Ms. Wang stabbed her in the neck from behind with a knife. Although the fingerprints on the fruit knife had been wiped away, the angle and position of the fatal wound still revealed the trajectory of the strike. This also explains why most of the blood didn't splatter onto Ms. Wang. But Huang Suehua didn't die immediately. Driven by survival instinct, she crawled toward the door. During this struggle, Ms. Wang stabbed her multiple times with the knife again, leaving numerous wounds. After Huang Suihua died, Ms. Wang covered up evidence at the scene, staging a burglary on the windowsill before leaving. After committing the crime, no matter how careful one is, bloodstains inevitably stick to the body. Therefore, upon returning home, Ms. Wang bathed and washed her hair, then recorded an audio file and placed it in a concealed location on the 8th floor beforehand. After setting the playback timer, she visited the neighbor across the hall under the pretext of delivering something, creating an alibi for her absence. Upon hearing the audio play, she immediately returned to the 8th floor, retrieved the playback device, and waited for others to emerge and call the police. Chen Fan recounted the sequence with crystal clear precision, as if he had witnessed it firsthand. Captain Chen, the preliminary autopsy results are in. Time of death was 2 hours ago. At that moment, the medical examiner approached and addressed the group. 2 hours ago? That would be around 11 o'clock, but the screams were heard at 12 o'clock. Chen Hai's eyes lit up upon hearing the time. Modern forensic techniques, incorporating Teppel instrument analysis, could provide a more precise time of death based on blood viscosity. This meant the coroner's findings could corroborate Chen Fan's earlier deduction. Move out. Arrest them. Chen Hai ordered promptly. At the same time, inside room 701, a woman was burning something in the bathroom. The ashes of burning clothes were flushed down the toilet, and the woman breathed a sigh of relief. It was Wang Ying. Knock, knock, knock. Just then, a series of knocks sounded from outside. Wang Ying jumped in fright. Who is it? Wang Ying asked instinctively. But the moment the words left her mouth, she regretted them. The police hadn't left yet. She wished she'd just made up an excuse to go out earlier. Sis Wang, it's me, Xiaoshun from the detective agency. Shen Qian's voice came from outside. Wang Ying hesitated for a moment before approaching the door. The police hadn't left yet. If she didn't open the door, it would only arouse more suspicion. This Shen Qian coming to see her was probably just someone from the detective agency wanting to get the lowdown too. Wang Ying took a deep breath and opened the door. Before she could react, a pair of handcuffs snapped shut around her wrists. What are you doing? What do you think you're doing? I didn't do it. Wang Ying struggled violently, but with her hands cuffed and several people pinning her down, she couldn't move an inch. We didn't say anything about this. Chen Hai sneered coldly. Wang Ying's reaction just now spoke volumes. What evidence do you have? This is slander. Wang Ying screamed at the top of her lungs. She was certain she'd covered all her bases, eliminating every trace of evidence. The police had no way of pinning anything on her. Evidence will surface, Chen Fan said as he began searching the room. Noticing scattered plaster dust in the corner, he pried open the power outlet at the base. Sure enough, it was empty. A portable Bluetooth speaker lay inside. He turned it on, but it was completely empty. Seeing this, Wang Ying shot Chen Fan a defiant look. Deleting the data won't do you any good. Remember, the best way to completely erase data from chips and motherboards is to pop them in the microwave for a quick sap. Alternatively, you can burn it with fire or physically destroy it. Your methods are too amateurish. Chen Fan spoke as he carried the Bluetooth speaker over to the computer. With a series of rapid taps, he clicked play on the Bluetooth speaker. Immediately, a piercing shriek erupted from the speaker. Yes, that's the sound. Why is it at Sister Wang's place? Sister Wang's wearing handcuffs? Could she be the killer? That can't be right. Her family gets along well with Huang Suihua. Her husband even helps fix things around the house. Hearing the commotion, the neighbors gathered around once more. Seeing Wang Ying in handcuffs, they began discussing the situation in disbelief. Hearing the neighbors' whispers, Wang Ying, who had been holding herself together, finally broke down. It's all her fault. She seduced my husband. She deserved it. Wang Ying screamed hysterically. Chapter 16, Men Are All Scum. It turned out that Wang Ying and her husband had been married for years, but Wang Ying suffered from frigidity and they never had children. Gradually, she grew to despise the act itself. Her husband, however, was in the prime of his life and frequently got into fights over it. To make matters worse, Wang Ying controlled the household finances, so even if her husband wanted to go out and take care of things, he had no money. Then one day, Huang Suihua on the 8th floor had a burst pipe that flooded Wang Ying's apartment. Her husband happened to be home and went up to help fix it. Over time, they became acquainted. Seeing Huang Suihua raising her child alone without a man in the house, Wang Ying's husband often went up to help. Sparks flew between them, and it didn't take long before they became intimate. Though Wang Ying suspected something was amiss, she had no proof. Just as she went to Huang Suihua's place to confirm her suspicions, she spotted her husband's underwear on the sofa the moment she sat down. She confronted Huang Suihua on the spot. Faced with the evidence, Huang Suihua confessed. Driven by rage and humiliation, Wang Ying stabbed Huang Suihua to death with a fruit knife. With Wang Ying's verbal testimony, the case was finally resolved. Take her away. Chen Hai waved his hand, signaling for Wang Ying to be taken away. You're Chen Fan? This time, I owe it all to you. Even though there's the connection with Chen Qian, it wouldn't be right to give her money. But since you're private investigators, I'll arrange a bonus for you can't refuse it. Chen Hai said to Chen Fan with a smile. In Chen Hai's view, Chen Fan had not only solved the case for them but was also the future son-in-law of the bureau chief. This connection absolutely had to be cultivated. I'll definitely give you the courtesy you deserve, Captain Chen. Well, just add me on WeChat and transfer it to me. Chen Fan grinned. Sure. Don't forget to let me know when you get married. I'll definitely come for the wedding banquet. Chen Dahai waved goodbye to Chen Fan. Did Captain Chen just say drinking? What kind of wine? Shen Qian approached with a skeptical look on her face. Nothing. He was just talking nonsense. Chen Fan quickly stashed his phone away. By the way, there's something odd about this. If Wang Ying's husband was having an affair, why would he leave his underwear behind? And judging by the state of Huang Suewa's home, she seems like a very tidy person. Even if she forgot the underwear on the sofa, wouldn't she have cleaned it up? Unless he deliberately stuffed it into the sofa crevice. Chen Fan stroked his chin as he asked. What do you mean? Shen Qian also sensed something amiss. I suspect this might actually be Wang Ying's husband's doing. It's been so long since the incident, yet he still hasn't returned. That's highly suspicious. And after Wang Ying found concrete evidence of her husband's infidelity, she didn't confront him? Unless, her husband deliberately chose not to return. Chen Fan speculated. You mean her husband wanted a divorce because he despised Wang Ying for being unable to conceive and for not being able to satisfy him sexually? But for some reason, it didn't work out. After numerous affairs, the novelty wore off and he wanted to get rid of Huang Suehua. So he deliberately let Wang Ying discover his infidelity, escalating the conflict until both women met their end? Shen Qian followed Chen Fan's line of reasoning and arrived at a similar conclusion. Pretty much. But with this kind of thing, there's only motive, no evidence. Infidelity is a moral issue, not a crime. Chen Fan shrugged. But since you've said all that, how about the two of us teach that scumbag a lesson? And show you how I pull off the perfect crime. Chen Fan's eyes twinkled as he turned to Shen Qian. You. Shen Qian was about to refuse. But the thought of that despicable man behind her, coupled with Chen Fan's recent behavior. She found herself oddly intrigued. To be honest, if Shen Qian were still a police officer, she would never have agreed to Chen Fan's proposal. But as a private investigator, she had fewer constraints. As long as it didn't break the law, a little punishment was acceptable. At this thought, a scene even flashed through Shen Qian's mind. A moonless, windswept night. A chivalrous couple roaming the mortal realm, righting wrongs and settling scores with righteous vengeance. Lost in the fantasy, Shen Qian's cheeks flushed involuntarily. Never mind, then. I'm actually a good person. Chen Fan watched Shen Qian eye him with mischief, her face inexplicably flushed. His heart skipped a beat. She wasn't planning to interrogate me, was she? All I do in my spare time is watch Japanese romance action films. I've simulated it 100,000 times in my dreams. What can you do about it? Ahem. Who says it's not okay? That scum deserves a good lesson. So, what exactly do you plan to do? Shen Qian asked. What do you think Wang Ying's husband fears most right now? Chen Fan countered. If it were me, after doing all those shady things behind people's backs and even killing my mistress, I'd definitely be scared they'd come back. Wang Ying's husband probably thinks no one knows about his deeds, but these past few days, he must be feeling guilty as a thief. Shen Qian said to Chen Fan. Exactly. What do you think his reaction would be if he suddenly found someone who was supposed to be dead returning to his home? Tonight, we'll give him a good scare. Chen Fan grinned. A moonless night with howling winds. The Fuguei Private Detective Agency was located in this very building. Shen Qian and Chen Fan simply waited inside the agency until nightfall. This was an older neighborhood, mostly inhabited by elderly residents. After 9 o'clock, hardly any lights remained on. While inside the detective agency that evening, Shen Qian spotted Wang Ying's husband sneaking home through the peephole. His movements seemed to confirm their suspicions. Aren't we going to make our move? He's been home for 2 hours already. Shen Qian asked Chen Fan with a hint of impatience. Wait a little longer. With everything that happened today, there's no way he'd go to bed that early. He might even be too excited to sleep. Chen Fan waved his hand dismissively. Put. How do you know? What if he's physically and mentally exhausted today and just goes straight to sleep when he gets home? Shen Qian muttered, sounding a bit put out. I saw him myself. That jerk's drinking at home right now. Chen Fan grinned and handed over his phone. Shen Qian took it with a look of shock. Sure enough, the screen showed Wang Ying's husband watching the game and drinking beer. After a closer look, she realized it was footage from Wang Ying's home security camera. How did you do that? Shen Qian stammered. Chapter 17, The Perfect Crime Scene Tutorial. When I was at Wang Ying's place, I noticed there was surveillance in the living room. I thought I'd try to see if I could hack into Wang Ying's home surveillance system. When I used their computer, I memorized their Wi-Fi network. There was only one layer of firewall, so I got in. Once connected to the Wi-Fi, I could see all the devices on the network. Finding the camera meant I could access it directly. Chen Fan explained slowly. Among the hundreds of thousands of crime simulations Chen Fan had run, many involved high-tech crimes. This had equipped him with considerable hacking skills. Breaking into the small surveillance feed was naturally no problem at all. But Shen Qian, standing nearby, was so astonished she couldn't close her mouth. Understanding it was one thing, but whether it could actually be done was another matter entirely. Looks like we can't just install cameras anywhere anymore. Watching Wang Ying's husband's reaction just now, I was actually quite surprised. He started drinking the moment he got home. It seemed like the scheme had succeeded, but it also showed he wasn't very cunning. And yet, Wang Ying, a petite woman, managed to handle the situation so flawlessly. That's odd. I recall Wang Ying's accent sounded like it was from the Northeast? Chen Fan frowned as he spoke. Yes, a Northeastern accent. But now that you mention it, I find it a bit odd too. Shen Qian frowned as well. Have our chief check if there are any fugitive killers or unsolved cases in the Northeast. Such clean execution and such strong psychological resilience, it doesn't seem like a first-time offender. Chen Fan said to Shen Qian. That can't be right? Although Shen Qian thought Chen Fan was overreacting after all, Wang Ying had already been apprehended for murder, so there was no need to hide anything. She still sent her father a text message and attached Wang Ying's photo. Half an hour later, Shen Dahai actually called Shen Qian. What's the story with that photo you sent? Where did you see it? There really is a female fugitive who looks like the photo. She's the killer in a horrific family massacre. Shen Dahai asked Shen Qian in shock. Right at the Pingxiang Road police station. Send someone to inquire. Oh, and don't forget to give us our share of the Northeast bonus. Shen Qian hung up the phone with great satisfaction. Who would have thought it was a case within a case? Fugitives like this usually come with hefty rewards. Though the reason why Wang Ying hadn't turned herself and remained unclear, now that they'd found her, the reward money would fall into their hands. Let's go. It's about time. Prepare for action. Chen Fan watched the figure in the video turn off the lights and stood up. Just as Shen Qian reached for her shoes, she noticed Chen Fan putting on socks nearby. Why are you wearing so many pairs of socks? Not wearing shoes? Shen Qian was a bit surprised. The lights outside are motion activated. Even if you're careful, wearing shoes will make noise and leave footprints. Wearing multiple layers of socks not only reduces noise but also makes it harder to judge body shape and size. Plus, your clothes are too loose, they're easy to lose control of. Change into, something like a bodysuit and black stockings. Also, smear some glue on your hands to effectively mask your fingerprints. Chen Fan grinned. Shen Qian rolled her eyes. But she still followed Chen Fan's advice, changing into a black bodysuit and black stockings. She coated her fingers with glue too. Dressed like this, she could slip straight into the stairwell and remain completely invisible if the lights were off. Instead of heading straight to Wang Ying's place, Chen Fan went to the door of Huang Xuhua in 801. He pulled a thin piece of wire from his pocket and inserted it into the keyhole. Shen Qian watched from the side. It was actually a paperclip. Could that really pick a lock? Before Shen Qian could voice her confusion, she saw Chen Fan gently pull the door open a crack. Shen Qian was completely dumbfounded. This lock-picking skill was beyond even most professional locksmiths. Just who was this person? Chen Fan didn't enter the house. Instead, he retrieved a pair of Huang Xuehua's shoes from inside and quietly approached Wang Ying's door. Using the same method, he effortlessly unlocked Wang Ying's door. Wang Ying's husband, who had been drinking, was fast asleep and didn't notice a thing. Chen Fan placed the shoes inside the doorway, quietly closed the door, and then returned to the private detective agency. Is that all? If the police find out, it could get really messy. Shen Qian voiced her displeasure to Chen Fan. She hadn't expected Chen Fan to be so bold as to go to the murder scene and take something belonging to the deceased. I redirected the living room surveillance camera beforehand. No fingerprints, no surveillance footage, no motive, and certainly no clues. How are the cops supposed to find us? This is what makes it a perfect crime. The foundation of a perfect crime is severing all ties with the victim. The method comes second. Chen Fan said with a smile. You're way too dangerous. Looks like I need to look into those unsolved cases. Maybe you did them. Shen Qian stared at Chen Fan with caution. The criminal skills and expertise Chen Fan displayed made even her, a former elite detective, feel uneasy. It was fortunate that Chen Fan hadn't killed Wang Ying's husband earlier. If he'd used his methods to kill, it would undoubtedly have become an unsolved mystery. If there are bounties on those old cases, you can take a look at them all. We might as well expand our business. As for what you mentioned, work hard with me, improve your skills, and maybe it could happen. Chen Fan grinned. Pfft, pfft, pfft. Who's working for you? I'm the boss here. Since the job's done, time to clock out. Get out of here already. Shen Qian rolled her eyes. She started shooing him away. There are surveillance cameras outside. If I leave at this hour and Wang Ying's husband files a report, you'd better have a solid excuse ready. Like, say you admired my detective skills and kept me up all night talking. Of course, since no one saw our detective agency's lights on, this discussion could easily be mistaken for, well, you know. We kept talking until midnight, when I finally left the agency. We should coordinate our stories beforehand so we don't slip up when the police question us. Chen Fan spoke as he walked to the door. You sleep on the couch. Chen Qian gritted her teeth as she snapped at Chen Fan. He wanted to argue back. But given what Chen Fan had just said, it would be hard to explain. Chen Fan grinned and flopped down on the couch. Shen Qian went into the storage room at the back. The landlord had left a bed there, and unexpectedly, it came in handy now. Ahem, well, I'm going to bed. Don't get up in the middle of the night and try anything on me. Chen Fan called out to Shen Qian as she closed the door. Go to hell. The sound of a pillow hitting the door echoed through the room. The night passed without incident. Early the next morning, Chen Fan woke Shen Qian up early. The two watched the surveillance footage from Wang Ying's home. They waited until past 8 o'clock before Wang Ying's husband finally emerged slowly from the bedroom. Chapter 18, Haunted. Gong Wei. Just then, a deep, ominous voice suddenly echoed through the room. Hearing that voice, Wang Ying's husband froze instantly. He looked around in disbelief. But he saw no one. He thought he must have misheard. Gong Wei. Just as Wang Ying's husband was about to head to the bathroom, another voice rang out. This time, Gong Wei was absolutely certain he hadn't misheard. It was a dark, ominous female voice. And he pinpointed the source. It was near the doorway. Gong Wei shivered his way to the doorway. The next moment, he collapsed onto the floor and scrambled back into the bedroom. He saw a pair of shoes. A pair of Huang Suihua's shoes. But Huang Suihua was dead. He had locked the door before going to sleep last night. How had these shoes ended up in his home? Gong Wei pressed himself tightly against the bedroom door, terrified out of his wits. Gong Wei. You used someone else to do your dirty work just to get rid of me. Mark my words, it's not that simple. Even as a ghost, I'll never let you off the hook. At that moment, voices from the living room reached Gong Wei's ears. Gong Wei became even more certain that these shoes had been brought in by Huang Suihua's ghost. Suihua, I was wrong. I shouldn't have harmed you. But you kept haunting me, even trying to force me into marriage. I had no choice. Please let me go. Gong Wei hurriedly opened the door and knelt before Huang Suihua's shoes. He kept banging his head on the floor. At the same time, inside the Fugui Private Detective Agency, Chen Fan and Shen Qian watched Gong Wei's actions on the surveillance feed. They felt a sense of satisfaction. Enough. Talking too much invites trouble. Hurry up and get him to turn himself in. Chen Fan instructed Shen Qian. Shen Qian nodded, clasping her throat as she continued. Let you go? Impossible. As long as you refuse to confess, I'll haunt you every single day. Whatever you do to me, I'll do to you. I'll torment you for the rest of your life. Shen Qian said darkly. I confess. I'm confessing. Hello, is this 110? This is Gong Wei. I confess. I planned and carried out the murder of Huang Suihua. I'm right here at home. Come arrest me now. Upon hearing this, Gong Wei immediately pulled out his phone to call the police. Compared to being haunted by ghosts, he'd rather plead guilty and face justice. Not long after, Chen Fan and the others watched through the surveillance feed as several police officers walked in. Gong Wei pounced on the officers like they were his saviors, snatching the handcuffs to lock them on himself. The officers were left utterly bewildered. It was the first time they'd seen a suspect so eager to cooperate. Alright, this case is finally wrapped up. What a thrill! But I noticed when the officers left, they took Huang Suihua's shoes from the doorway. Probably for forensic analysis. And a few others went to Huang Suihua's place to take a look. Are you sure that's okay? Shen Qian asked Chen Fan with a hint of concern. Of course it's fine. If I left traces even in such a simple procedure, how could I possibly live up to the title of Master of Perfect Crime? Chen Fan was supremely confident. Alright then, let's pack up and get ready to move. Shen Qian still felt uneasy. Ring ring. Before long, Shen Qian's phone rang. It was Shen Dahai calling. Hey, kiddo, is your company still at that location? Maybe you should move out quickly. I'm telling you, there's been a ghost sighting in your building today. For the first time, Shen Dahai sounded genuinely concerned as he spoke to Shen Qian. Haunted? No way. Shen Qian feigned surprise. It's true. Today, the deceased's shoes mysteriously appeared at that guy's place, scared the crap out of him. So it was all this guy's doing behind the scenes. The technicians examined the scene meticulously, no fingerprints, no traces, no clues whatsoever. Damn it. Even an old veteran like me felt a chill down my spine. Anyway, you guys need to move out immediately. If you don't have the money, I'll give it to you. Shen Dahai said to Shen Qian. Dad, we're already moving. Alright, that's all for now. Shen Qian hung up the phone. So? Impressed? Chen Fan grinned from the side. He'd heard everything just now. You're amazing. A graduate of the police academy, no less, pursuing the perfect crime. I'll be keeping a close eye on you from now on. Consider it doing the public a favor. Shen Qian said, speechless. If Chen Fan ever turned to crime, she couldn't even imagine what he'd be capable of. Nord Plaza, Tianhai City. Ah. Now this finally looks presentable. I was too embarrassed to share the address with colleagues before, but now I can. If any unsolved cases come up in the future, we can handle them properly. After tidying up, Shen Qian surveyed the office with satisfaction. Thanks to the bonus from last time. Shen Qian replaced all the desks, chairs, and computers with new ones. It was a real splurge. Knock knock knock. Just then, a sudden knock sounded at the door. Chen Fan and Shen Qian exchanged surprised glances. They had only just moved in today, and the sign outside had barely been hung up. Could someone already be seeking them out? Chen Fan got up and went to the door, only to find no one there. Just as he was about to close the door, he caught sight of a box sitting there. What's going on? Is it a package you ordered? Chen Fan brought the box inside. No, I didn't. I just moved in and haven't had time to update my address yet. Shen Qian shook her head and curiously leaned in closer. This cardboard box had no shipping label, but it was sealed tightly with tape. Something's not right. Be careful. I'll open it. Chen Fan stopped Shen Qian from opening the box and carefully sliced the tape with a utility knife. The moment he lifted the lid, Chen Fan's eyes turned icy. Inside the box lay a blood-soaked human head. Chapter 19, The Experiment. What's wrong? Shen Qian, noticing Chen Fan's expression, leaned closer. When she saw what was inside the box, she froze in place. How could this be? Shen Qian covered her mouth in disbelief. Their private detective agency had only just moved in, and already someone had delivered a severed head. They hadn't offended anyone, had they? Something's not right. There's something wrong with this head. By then, Chen Fan had fully opened the box, exposing the head completely before their eyes. A mass of yellow hair nearly covered the entire skull. There were also numerous bloodstains. What's wrong with it? Is this fake? Hearing Chen Fan's words, Shen Qian also examined it closely. Both of them had seen their share of corpses and were no strangers to them. Shen Qian quickly spotted the issue. The cross-section of the severed head was far too clean and even. Under normal circumstances, decapitation would either involve sawing through the neck or repeated chopping. Achieving a clean, single-stroke beheading was currently very difficult to accomplish. This is a wig, and the head is a fake. Who would pull such a prank? Chen Fan picked at the hair on the head with a ballpoint pen, frowning as he spoke. Damn it! This is asking for trouble. We haven't offended anyone. Shen Qian was furious. Hold on a moment. Maybe this is someone testing us. Testing the capabilities of our private detective agency? Chen Fan stroked his chin as he spoke. Who could it be? Shen Qian peered outside the door but saw no one. Whoever it is, they must be in this building. Finding them shouldn't be too difficult. Chen Fan said as he stood up. From the moment someone knocked to when I opened the door, it was only about 10 seconds. The person outside vanished. And when I opened the door, I didn't hear any footsteps. That means the person wasn't wearing shoes, or was wearing light cloth shoes. Using the elevator was out of the question. Even if we found it, it's doubtful it could have been accessed. The only way out is the fire escape. Chen Fan spoke as he approached the fire escape and switched on his flashlight. Found you. Chen Fan examined the dust on the floor, where a partial footprint had appeared. The fire escape was rarely cleaned, and a layer of dust covered the floor. Several footprints were clearly visible, leading upward toward the upper floors. Why do these footprints look so strange? They have no pattern. Shen Qian crouched down to examine it. Of course it's strange. Because the person wasn't wearing shoes, and it's a woman. She's tall, very slim, and the toe marks aren't pronounced. She must have been wearing thin stockings. Let's go check the 14th floor. Chen Fan headed upstairs. How do you know it's the 14th floor? Shen Qian was puzzled. If I recall correctly, there's a modeling agency on the 14th floor. That fake head must have come from one of their mannequins. And women with that figure are naturally the most common in modeling agencies. Chen Fan explained as he walked. A modeling agency on the 14th floor? How come I never knew about that? Shen Qian froze in surprise. There's a sign in the lobby on the first floor. Don't you ever look around? Chen Fan sighed helplessly. Who would bother looking at that? Besides, even if you did look, there are so many companies on every floor. Who could possibly remember them all? Shen Qian was speechless. They arrived on the 14th floor and sure enough, spotted a large modeling agency. So what now? Everyone inside is wearing black stockings. We can't exactly ask each one to lift their feet for us to look, can we? Shen Qian looked troubled. Hey! Suddenly, Chen Fan let out a loud exclamation. Instantly, several people turned their heads toward Chen Fan. Shen Qian was instantly mortified. What are you doing? Shen Qian ducked behind Chen Fan. Wipe your feet. Our detective agency closes at 6. Chen Fan addressed everyone. Then he turned and walked away. He knew that person had to be among them. Just as Shen Qian had said, even if they came looking, there was no way they could pick someone out from such a crowd. Moreover, the reason this person chose this method was likely to test the capabilities of their private detective agency, whether they could find her. By shouting out like that, Chen Fan had certainly alerted the person. Instead, they had seized the initiative. Is that it? Do you think that person will really show up? Inside the Fugue private detective agency, Shen Qian glanced at the wall clock. It was already 5:50. She had also noted that the modeling agency closed at 5:30. 20 minutes after closing, still no one had shown up. Don't worry. The fact that he's testing us this way means something important is at stake. Since she hasn't explicitly said she's coming, it means she doesn't want others to know. So she's likely to leave with someone else first and then come back later. Let's wait. Chen Fan said with confidence. Knock knock knock. No sooner had Chen Fan finished speaking than a series of knocks sounded at the door. Chen Fan and Shen Qian opened the door to find a tall woman wearing sunglasses and a hat standing outside. Sorry, I'm late. Without waiting for a response, the woman walked straight inside. No problem. What can I do for you, ma'am? Since you went to all that trouble, just say it. Chen Fan said with a smile. Do you really have a solution? The woman asked hesitantly. Depends on how cooperative you are. Chen Fan replied honestly. 100,000. If you can help me break free from my master's control, I'll give you 10,000. The stunning beauty paused for a moment before addressing Chen Fan. Master? Chen Fan and Shen Qian exchanged glances. Yes. Since you managed to find the 14th floor so quickly, it shows you have some skills. My name is Li Meng. My master is my boss. I want to get rid of him. Li Meng addressed Chen Fan and Shen Qian. So that's how it was. Li Meng had originally come to the live streaming company to apply for a secretary position. At first, everything seemed normal. But after drinking a cup of coffee the boss had brought back from Africa, she fell into a coma. When she woke up, the boss had already finished everything he needed to do. He even took photos. He threatened Li Meng to keep doing it. Li Meng had no choice but to become a slave in a certain sense. Privately, she addressed him as master and was assigned various tasks. Though becoming a slave in that regard brought money, a house, and a car. But the boss's performance kept getting worse, his sessions grew shorter, and consequently, the tasks became increasingly perverse. She couldn't even imagine what kind of tasks might come next. Miss Li, rest assured. Since our Fugue private detective agency has accepted your payment, we will definitely resolve this issue for you. However, we'll need your cooperation. The next time your boss contacts you, reach out to us immediately. I'll instruct you on what to do. Chen Fan addressed Li Meng. Well, I'll leave it in your hands then. Li Meng nodded and walked out. This is our very first case since opening. We absolutely must make a successful start. Chen Fan said as he stood up to tidy up. Though they hadn't moved much, Chen Fan and Shen Qian ended up packing until past 9 in the evening. There was no way they could handle the case today, it would have to wait until tomorrow. Based on what we know so far, both the client, Li Meng, and that boss have provided very little information. Plus, we still need to investigate those photos and documents. This won't be easy. It'd be best to search the police database, especially for that boss. If there are any records, it'll make things easier later. This kind of thing requires you, the boss, to handle it personally. Otherwise, if I go to the police station, no one will even bother with me. Chen Fan said while eating instant noodles. Go to the station? It's too late today. Let's go first thing tomorrow morning. We need to get there early, before my dad starts work, so we can finish the search quickly. Shen Qian said. Early the next morning. Tianhai City Public Security Bureau. Shen Qian arrived early with Chen Fan. You're looking for someone named Li Meng? As soon as Shen Qian finished telling Lubin the name of the person they wanted to investigate, an officer nearby looked up. Yes. What's the matter? Shen Qian asked. We just got a report about a female body found by a riverbank. Based on the ID card left at the scene, the deceased's name is Li Meng. The officer addressed Shen Qian. Chapter 20, The Fatal Commission. Numerous rivers crisscross Tianhai City. They crisscross the city. Although Tianhai City has developed remarkably over the years, entering the ranks of second-tier cities, many suburban areas remain sparsely populated. Combined with the rivers flowing through them, these areas became rare fishing spots. This particular incident was reported by an angler. What they initially thought was a large fish turned out to be a corpse when hauled up, nearly giving the elderly angler a heart attack. Chen Fan and the others followed the officers to the riverbank, where the area had already been cordoned off with police tape. A crowd of onlookers had gathered around the perimeter. Before Chen Fan and his team could get a closer look, they recognized the bloated body. It was none other than Miss Li, who had recently hired them. Who would have thought she'd meet her end here in just one short day? Who found the body first? Shen Qian asked instinctively. But the moment the words left her mouth, she sensed something was off. She had already left the police force, and her presence at the scene this time was purely because she happened to know the deceased. Fortunately, the surrounding officers didn't seem to notice anything amiss. "It was me," an old man beside her said, his voice trembling. "I was fishing when I hooked something. I couldn't pull it up by myself, so a few young guys fishing nearby came over to help. We never imagined it was a body. When we pulled it up, there was a rope tied around the waist with a heavy stone attached. My hook must have snagged on that rope," the old man explained to Shen Qian and the others. "Do you usually fish here?" Chen Fan interjected. "No, we used to fish upstream. But with all the rain lately, the river swelled up, so we came down here. Who knew we'd catch a corpse the first time we came? I'm done fishing for good. This has left me with a real phobia," the old man said, still visibly shaken. Listening to the old fisherman's words, Chen Fan and Shen Qian exchanged glances. Originally, when they saw the body, Chen Fan's first thought was that Ms. Li couldn't bear her husband's constant torment and had drowned herself in the river. But being tied to a rock and thrown into the river? That was definitely murder. Seeing the officers had finished photographing the scene, Chen Fan requested a pair of gloves and approached the body. The eyes were closed. Upon lifting the eyelids, at the near and far corners of the upper and lower eyelids, near the orbital rim, distinct reddish-brown pinpoint hemorrhages were visible. The pupils showed no signs of dilation or constriction, and the eyeballs retained normal elasticity. Chen Fan lifted the jaw to reveal a bruise on the neck. The mouth was tightly closed, with little mud or algae found inside. The lower abdomen was noticeably distended. Numerous ligature marks were present on the wrists and ankles, with the knees showing significant redness and swelling. She was likely strangled before being dumped in the water. The time of death was likely between 2 o'clock and 4 a.m. today. Chen Fan said to Shen Qian. "I just checked, there are no surveillance cameras nearby. It's actually a prime spot for dumping a body. This indicates the killer is from Tianhai City and is very familiar with this area. It could be her so-called master, or someone from the nearby villages." Shen Qian remarked from the side. "Something's off here. Why are there drag marks on the pants? This doesn't add up. If the goal was to dump the body, throwing it off that bridge over there would be the easiest way. Coming all the way to the riverbank would leave footprints." Chen Fan pointed to the area of the corpse's pants where mud stains were visible, still discernible despite being waterlogged. "You're right. This Ms. Li must have been quite particular about her attire before. Judging by the body's position on the riverbank, it shouldn't have suffered this much abrasion." Shen Qian also noticed the discrepancy. Chen Fan noticed something. "I recall she was wearing a ring on her pinky finger at the time, right?" Chen Fan pointed to an unusual mark on his finger. Her entire pinky finger was covered in bloodstains. "Yes, it was a Cartier band ring." Shen Qian nodded. "That makes sense. It's likely that the person who killed and disposed of the body is different from the one who tied the stones and threw it into the water." Chen Fan glanced up at the crowd of onlookers surrounding them. "Huh? You mean?" As she listened to Chen Fan, Shen Qian instantly grasped his meaning. "Exactly. That mark on the finger isn't just from wearing a ring, it's from the ring being forcibly pulled off. Because after a period of immersion, the body swells. If the ring had been removed before death, this kind of damage would never have occurred. And the victim's phone is missing too. Combined with the dragging marks and the binding materials likely scavenged from the nearby trash heap. The killer is bold, likely lurking nearby." Chen Fan discreetly gestured toward the surrounding crowd. "How can we find them then? We can't exactly frisk them, can we?" Shen Qian frowned in concern. "Following police procedures step by step could uncover evidence to pinpoint suspects, but it's far too cumbersome. Judging by the condition of the body earlier, it appears to have been desecrated. Have the officers tell the onlookers that the police already know who the killer is. We need to collect saliva samples from everyone here for comparison. Maybe that person will reveal themselves," Chen Fan said to Shen Qian. Shen Qian hesitated for a moment but ultimately relayed Chen Fan's instructions to the officers. The officers were already planning to take statements from the onlookers. They took the opportunity to explain the situation to the crowd, which immediately sparked widespread discontent. One individual even tried to bolt. Within moments, surrounding officers subdued him. "I didn't kill anyone. I just knocked her out and stole a ring and a phone," the man being held down yelled at the top of his lungs. After interrogation, it was revealed he was a ne'er-do-well from a nearby village. Earlier that morning, he'd been loitering by the riverbank when he spotted Li Meng washed ashore. Though already dead, her body hadn't been there long. Her figure and beauty stirred his lust, and he dragged her beneath the bridge to have his way with her. Afterward, he casually grabbed some rope from a trash pile, tied it to a rock, and sank her to the riverbed. He was certain he'd never be caught. Little did he know some fishermen would show up. Have the police interrogate that so-called owner. He's the prime suspect. Judging by the marks on the body, it seems she was. Those areas show signs of being used with a specific type of device. Chen Fan stood up and said. Since the victim was acquainted with Chen Fan and his group, they accompanied him to the station. But after the police finished questioning the head of the live streaming company, the outcome was somewhat unexpected for Chen Fan. From yesterday afternoon until today, the CEO had been playing mahjong in the mahjong room. Both eyewitness accounts and surveillance footage confirmed the CEO had no connection to the case. Chen Fan, could we have misjudged the situation? Chen Qian asked from the side. She hadn't fully grasped the significance of the marks on the body that Chen Fan had mentioned earlier. The autopsy report is in. The cause of death was asphyxiation. At least 6 individuals' DNA was detected in the victim's body. Additionally, a small amount of rice wine residue was found in the victim's stomach. An officer stated while holding the autopsy report. Retrieve all surveillance footage from the riverbank leading into the city. Chen Fan's eyes lit up as he heard the officer's words. Chapter 21, Are those eyes tech eyes? Having witnessed Chen Fan's ability to analyze surveillance footage before, Shen Qian remained unconvinced. As a crucial tool in modern criminal investigation, surveillance footage had been mandatory training for every officer. Shen Qian had always considered herself quite skilled at reviewing footage, noticing details others missed. But when Chen Fan had scanned through footage at 8 times normal speed to find clues last time, he had utterly outclassed Shen Qian. Afterward, Shen Qian reflected deeply. She realized that when Chen Fan reviewed footage, he approached it with a clear purpose. Rather than searching for clues, he was verifying them. This time, Shen Qian had already formed a certain line of reasoning in her mind. The victim must have suffered abuse of that nature before dying. Considering her past as a slave, it was highly probable she had been subjected to similar acts. Moreover, if the body had been transported here, a vehicle must have been used. The investigation should focus on vehicles. Shen Qian was prepared. Even when the surveillance footage sped up to double speed, she could still make out details. But when the speed increased to 4 times normal, Shen Qian found it increasingly difficult to keep up. Continue. 8 times speed. Chen Fan said calmly. By the time the video reached 8 times speed, Shen Qian was completely overwhelmed. What kind of person is this? Can you really make out anything at this blurry speed? Shen Qian rubbed her eyes and glanced sideways at Chen Fan, who was intently focused on the screen. A wave of overwhelming frustration surged from the depths of her heart. Stop! Just as Shen Qian was dumbfounded, Chen Fan signaled for the surveillance feed to freeze. The footage froze, locked on the base image. It should be this car. Chen Fan pointed to the corner of the screen. Where's the car? Shen Qian froze in place beside him. It doesn't have its headlights on. Don't look at the screen itself, watch the reflection in the glass of the stairwell beside it. You can see a blurry outline of a car. Chen Fan pointed as he spoke. Oh my god. It really is there. Judging by this route, it must have entered the parking lot of that 5-star hotel next door. Chen Fan searched the area on his phone and found a 5-star hotel nearby. You've got me beat. If you hadn't pointed it out, we wouldn't have noticed a car without its lights on. I'll have someone retrieve the hotel surveillance footage immediately. Lu Bin gave Chen Fan a thumbs up and immediately went to make arrangements. Have you had some kind of surgery? Is your eye some kind of cybernetic implant? I remember seeing something like that in a Terminator movie before, or maybe in God of Gamblers, the kind used to see through playing cards, right? No way, I gotta look into this. Shen Qian leaned in, her face brimming with curiosity. Cut it out. If I were that powerful, I'd be staring at you first. Chen Fan gently pushed Shen Qian away from his face. Just now, Shen Qian had stared straight into his eyes, her face mere inches from his. He could even smell the scent emanating from her body. If he lowered his gaze just a little, he'd be met with a sea of snow white. He nearly lost control. Why are you staring at me? Shen Qian was momentarily lost in thought. Just checking out the color. Chen Fan grinned. Go to hell, Chen Fan. Shen Qian's gaze drifted downward, and she suddenly realized if Chen Fan really had a mechanical eye that could see through things, as she suggested earlier, then naturally he'd want to check the color of her underwear first. Furious and embarrassed, Shen Qian delivered a 2-fingered kick to Chen Fan's midsection. Chen Fan scrambled out the door alongside Lu Bin. The group arrived at the hotel and successfully obtained the surveillance footage from that day. The footage showed that Li Meng had checked into a room and gone inside. Then, astonishingly, 6 men entered one after another. They stayed inside until late at night before exiting one by one. The last 2 men were dragging a large suitcase. They took the elevator to the underground parking garage, after which the surveillance footage completely lost track of them. The room reservation was under Li Meng's name. As for the other 6 individuals, they were extremely cautious, wearing hats and masks, making them impossible to identify. There are no cameras in the underground parking garage, and the license plates had been removed. At present, we have no useful information. Lu Bin frowned as he spoke. That doesn't make sense. Isn't this a 5-star hotel? How could the underground parking garage lack surveillance? Shen Qian found it odd. Well, actually, the more upscale the hotel, the more convenient certain things tend to be, especially at night. Like, anti-prostitution crackdowns are less common in 5-star hotels. Chen Fan explained to Shen Qian from the side. Oomph. Where do you even learn all this stuff? I'm starting to wonder if you lied about your age. You're not actually an old man, are you? Chen Qian shot Chen Fan a glare. Who's an old man? I can P3 zhang against the wind, okay? Wanna test that sometime? Chen Fan was utterly speechless. Hey, you two lovebirds, stop bickering and think about what to do now. We finally had a lead, and now it's gone. Lu Bin sighed helplessly from the sidelines. Who's the young couple? Captain Lu, I've told you countless times there's absolutely nothing going on between us. Shen Qian protested, her face flushing red. Right. Captain Lu, you must see clearly. With that temper, always twisting people's arms who dare mess with her? Hope she never gets married. Chen Fan chimed in. Chen Fan, go to hell. Shen Qian snapped in anger. Ahem. Captain Lu is discussing serious business. Keep your hands to yourself. Actually, I have a way to find out who those people are. Chen Fan hurriedly said to Lu Bin. What method? Lu Bin stepped in to stop Shen Qian, who was about to attack Chen Fan. Based on what we know, Li Meng once worked as a slave for the boss of that streaming company. Later, through the boss's connections, she took on numerous assignments. According to the master-slave relationship, she can't just hook up with other people without her master's permission. Unless, of course, the master gives permission. In other words, that streaming company boss lied earlier. Chen Fan addressed the two. Chapter 22, Luring the Snake Out of Its Hole. Tianhai City Public Security Bureau. The streaming agency boss sat in his chair. Officer, I genuinely had no idea Li Meng was dead. I already told you before that night, several clients invited me to play mahjong. You know how it is, you have to maintain client relationships. We played for 2 whole days, and I lost quite a bit of money. I genuinely had no idea what was going on. The streaming company owner stated. Mr. Chen, you may not have been directly involved, but if you conceal information, that constitutes obstruction of justice. Especially in a case as heinous as murder and corpse disposal. Let me give you a hint, 6 people. Chen Fan interjected from the side. Ha? They called in 6 people? Why so many? The head of the streaming agency was taken aback. No. Sigh. Fine, I'll hire them all. Back then, we used to play games together with a bunch of people. You know, our streaming agency has quite a few beauties, and they're often sponsored by top donors or something like that. We often hang out together too. After that last session, those two couldn't stop thinking about Li Meng. They kept wanting to play together again. That night they contacted me, but I was busy, so I called Li Meng and asked her to go entertain them. But I honestly had no idea so many of them showed up and that they literally played her to death. The streamer agency boss hurriedly explained. Wait, how do you know Li Meng was literally played to death? Chen Fan's lips curled slightly. Well, they called me. The streamer's boss stammered. And then? Why didn't you say anything earlier? Lu Bin glared. They had already approached the owner as Chen Fan suggested, even going out of their way to verify he wasn't at the scene, wasting a lot of time. I was just scared. Besides, I didn't lie. I really didn't do it. After they called me, I was kind of stunned. I just told them to handle it themselves. Then I got scared and didn't dare say anything. The streaming company owner shrank back. Write down their names and contact information. Lu Bin handed him paper and pen. Investigate immediately. Lu Bin handed them to the officer beside him. Captain Lu, perhaps it's not necessary to go to such lengths. Why not let them walk into the trap? They're probably scared out of their wits right now, hiding somewhere. If we go looking for them, we might just scare them off. But they know this Mr. Chen right here hasn't been caught by the police. Chen Fan smiled. So you're suggesting we use this man? Lu Bin froze. Mr. Chen, call those two right now. Tell them you checked with the police on the case progress. They've already found relevant leads. They might suspect you too, so you need to take them with you. Agree on a meeting spot and lure them out. I'm sure Mr. Chen will be more than willing to cooperate, right? He wouldn't pass up this chance to redeem himself and earn merit. Right? Chen Fan addressed Mr. Chen. Absolutely. I'll cooperate fully. I'll definitely help the police bring these murderers to justice. These people are despicable. I will never tolerate evil. Mr. Chen declared, his voice filled with righteous indignation. What's with all the fuss? This is a police station. You're a suspect. Shen Qian retorted from the side, clearly displeased. When it came to Li Meng's tragedy, the one responsible was this very man named Chen. If he hadn't drugged Li Meng and turned her into his sex slave, she probably wouldn't have been killed by those monsters. Yet this Chen fellow stood there completely unscathed. It infuriated Shen Qian. Not long after, Mr. Chen followed Chen Fan's instructions and called one of them, urging them to flee together. After a moment's hesitation, the person agreed. They agreed to meet at a commercial street and escape together. Chen Fan, I owe you big time this time. Without you, this case would have been impossible to crack. As long as they all show up at the meeting spot, we'll be able to take them down smoothly. Lubin patted Chen Fan's shoulder appreciatively. He grew more and more satisfied. He had thought Shen Qian's criminal investigation skills were already formidable, but compared to Chen Fan, they were nothing. Not a single detail escaped his notice. He even knew how to perform an autopsy. And his methods were remarkably sophisticated. He was practically a walking encyclopedia of criminal investigation skills. Even Lubin had begun to admire their chief Shen. Previously, they all believed Shen Qian's departure was a loss for the police force. But now it seemed that might not be the case. It was possible that Chief Shen had discovered Shen Qian and Chen Fan's romantic relationship, recognized Chen Fan's extraordinary abilities, and deliberately orchestrated Shen Qian's departure to become a private investigator, thus keeping this exceptional talent under her watch. Otherwise, if she'd stayed in the criminal investigation division, buried in work day in and day out, she'd never have had time to think about matters of lifelong importance. Captain Liu, I suspect this case is far more complex than it appears. First, when they left, they thought to use a suitcase to carry the body out. And look at their movements in the surveillance footage, they deliberately avoided the camera coverage areas. Then there's how they turned off the lights while driving and took detours through areas with minimal surveillance, clear signs of strong counter-surveillance awareness. Especially when they disposed of the body, they deliberately removed it from the suitcase. They were creating the illusion of a suicide by drowning. Otherwise, using a suitcase would immediately raise suspicions of murder and disposal, and could lead investigators straight to the hotel surveillance footage. Chen Fan analyzed as he spoke. Exactly. When they dumped the body, they threw it directly into the river. It would flow downstream to the reservoir, and who knows when it would be discovered. If it weren't for that good-for-nothing, it wouldn't have sunk to the bottom and been discovered. So according to you, they wouldn't have fallen for it so easily? Lubin also realized something. I suspect they chose to meet on the commercial street precisely for easy surveillance and escape routes. They wouldn't just show up like that. Chen Fan nodded in agreement. The commercial district was the most convenient location for transactions, meetings, and pickups. Not only was it crowded, but the surrounding area was also highly accessible. All sorts of people mingled there, especially delivery riders, making it easy to lie in wait. Let's go, let's go. Come with us to the scene. We've come this far, it wouldn't make sense for you not to come. Lubin didn't wait for an answer, yanking Chen Fan out with him. Shen Qian pouted behind them and followed suit. Chapter 23, Luck or Skill? Taidong Road Commercial District, Tianhai City. A dozen narrow alleys crisscrossed the area, lined with diverse storefronts that formed a sprawling commercial district and pedestrian street. Combined with Tianhai City's deliberate efforts to develop this area into a commercial district, expanding it more than twice its original size, the entire Taidong Road Commercial Street now thrived with prosperity. At this moment, Chen Fan and his group were inside a dilapidated office building, keeping a close watch on Mr. Chen's car parked by the roadside. According to the arrangement, this was the meeting point. But the time had long passed and still no one had shown up. This doesn't look good. He's clearly very cautious, he hasn't shown up even after the time passed. Lubin remarked to Chen Zong. Have Mr. Chen call them. Otherwise, they'll get suspicious. According to the script, Mr. Chen should be desperate to leave. He should be in a real hurry. Chen Fan instructed Lubin. Call them immediately. Use an urgent tone and demand to know why they haven't arrived yet. Lubin instructed over the walkie-talkie. To prevent Mr. Chen from informing on them, they had fitted him with an invisible earpiece and were also monitoring his phone. Immediately afterward, Chen Fan's voice rang out. Hello? Where the hell have you been? Why aren't you here yet? Hurry up and get moving. Mr. Chen shouted. Mr. Chen, we went to get some cash. We'll be down in a minute. Park the car by the roadside and head to the back entrance of Changming Trading. Long Mao, you drive. A voice said over the phone. Long hair driving? My car's fine. What kind of junk is his? Fine, hurry up. Just as Chen was hesitating, Lubin's voice came through the phone, and he quickly agreed. Prepare for action. Head to the back door of Changming Trading. Lubin urgently relayed the order over the walkie-talkie. Hold on. Chen Fan quickly intervened. He just said on the phone for Mr. Chen to get out of the car. That means they're watching Mr. Chen right now. And he mentioned they'd be coming down soon, which means they're upstairs. The only building in the vicinity that meets both conditions seems to be the one we're in. Chen Fan analyzed. You mean those people are in this building right now? Lubin was taken aback. Look, this entire area consists of two-story buildings. The ground floors are commercial spaces, and the upper floors are typically residential areas. According to Mr. Chen, those people don't actually live here. They chose this location because it allows for easy escape if anything goes wrong. We chose this spot because it offers a commanding vantage point. Plus, with so many people coming and going, it's easy for us to monitor the situation, and the same goes for them. Chen Fan nodded. Everyone, hold your positions. Keep a close watch on the surroundings. Disperse to the main gate and assemble there. If you spot any suspicious individuals, take them down immediately. Lubin ordered over the walkie-talkie. Quick. 6 suspicious individuals spotted heading toward the stairwell. Sure enough. Moments later, a flurry of voices erupted over the radio. Everyone, move to the stairwell immediately and surround them. Arrest them. Lu Bin bellowed. All officers charged toward the stairwell in unison. This time, considering there were 6 suspects and the location was a commercial street, Lu Bin had mobilized nearly the entire criminal investigation division. Fortunately, the stairwell was nearly empty, and within moments, 5 suspects were subdued. 1 more to go. Where is he? Lu Bin demanded of the captured suspects. I don't know. We lost track of him after we saw you guys. One of them stammered, trembling. Search. He must still be in this building. Lu Bin ordered the officers beside him. The officers quickly began searching the building. Chen Fan and Chen Qian followed some officers downstairs. Chen Fan, if you hadn't warned us just now, we would have acted recklessly. Had we charged out, they would have definitely noticed. Finding them again later wouldn't have been so easy. Lu Bin said gratefully to Chen Fan. No big deal, no big deal. If we didn't do our part, Captain Lu wouldn't feel right giving us the bonus later. Chen Fan grinned. Don't worry. I won't forget your help. Our criminal investigation division has solved quite a few cases lately, so the bonus won't be small. When the time comes, we won't take a single cent, it'll all go to you. Lu Bin grinned. For the criminal investigation division. The recent string of cases felt like tagging along behind others to claim credit. They'd barely done any heavy lifting. They were starting to feel a bit awkward about it. They thought solving cases required brains, but now it seemed like solving cases required money. Oh, Brother Lu, this is too much. Chen Fan just got lucky, it's all thanks to your help, right? I'll send you the card number in a minute. Shen Qian murmured from the side, squinting her eyes. The rare times Chen Fan and she were on the same page were when money was involved. The chemistry between these two was nothing short of perfect. Don't say that. It's not just luck, it's skill. Lu Bin chuckled. Exactly. What kind of person is that? Can't do it themselves and then criticize others? What a nerve. Chen Fan grinned. What did you say? Who's got the nerve? Damn it. You're just lucky. Shen Qian shot Chen Fan a glare and headed for the door. Stop right there. Chen Fan bellowed. Shen Qian and several delivery riders who had just started walking out froze in place. Keep your voice down. What the hell are you yelling about? Shen Qian's face flushed as she moved to pull Chen Fan back. But she saw Chen Fan had already lunged forward and grabbed one of the delivery guys. Before Shen Qian could ask what was happening, she saw Chen Fan execute a shoulder throw, slamming the delivery guy to the ground. Shen Qian and Lu Bin were both stunned. Why are you hitting him? Shen Qian rushed forward. Look closely, this guy isn't a delivery driver. Chen Fan yanked open the delivery guy's shirt, revealing another jacket underneath. If I'm not mistaken, you're the one left behind, right? Honestly, what did you do to that delivery guy? Chen Fan pressed his knee against the delivery guy as he spoke. Well, knocked him out, and the woman on the 6th floor too. Trapped beneath Chen Fan's weight, the man knew escape was impossible. Go save them. Chen Fan barked at Lu Bin. How did you spot them just now? Lu Bin asked as he cuffed the man. Chapter 24, The Final Request. Those delivery guys clearly all came out of the elevator together just now. But after the others got out, they all immediately checked their phones to see where they needed to go next. But this guy rushed out in a panic, his eyes darting toward team leader Lu's direction, deliberately shifting closer to the other side. Plus, his clothes were clearly ill-fitting. It's hot out, and delivery guys are always on the move, they wouldn't wear so many layers. And that helmet strap? Regulations are strict now, delivery guys never leave it undone. Then when I deliberately yelled stop, just now, everyone else would have paused to look, but he only sped up. Putting all this together, it's not hard to conclude this guy is the one who slipped through the net. Chen Fan explained. Good heavens. You actually thought it through this thoroughly. In just that short time? Lu Bin was utterly stunned. Shen Qian stood beside him, eyes wide, her astonishment written all over her face. Ahem. I just got lucky. Chen Fan winked at Shen Qian. You. Damn you, Chen Fan. Shen Qian saw the look on Chen Fan's face and knew he was deliberately teasing her. Furious, she delivered a sharp jab to his side. Chen Fan was ready for it. As Shen Qian's double-fingered pinch came at him, he grabbed her wrist, executed a swift wrist lock and pulled her into his embrace. You. Let go. Shen Qian's face flushed crimson as she struggled, but she couldn't break free from Chen Fan's grip. She tried to counter with a reverse lock, but Chen Fan seemed to have anticipated it all along, leaving her no chance to succeed. She could only turn her head and speak to Chen Fan. Unexpectedly, Chen Fan was so focused on his movements that he hadn't noticed Shen Qian turning her head. Shen Qian's lips landed squarely on Chen Fan's pursed mouth. Both of them were instantly rendered speechless. You. Shen Qian was utterly dumbfounded. Holy crap. Boss, is it really okay for you to be so forward? Didn't you say during the interview that you wouldn't pursue office romances? Then why did you just kiss me? You're responsible for this. Chen Fan grinned as he released Chen Qian, covering his mouth. Who was being forward? Damn it. Chen Fan. I'm not done with you. Before Shen Qian could recover, Chen Fan's words left her breathless with anger, nearly causing her to faint. She turned and stormed out. She knew she was no match for Chen Fan in a verbal spar. Chen Fan's earlier grappling move had also made Shen Qian realize his skills in that area were even more formidable than hers. Now she truly couldn't win in an argument or a fight. Hey, hey, hey! Don't leave! You still haven't said how you're going to take responsibility for this. Chen Fan followed after her. Take responsibility, my ass. I'll fire you the moment we get back. Shen Qian, utterly speechless, hailed a taxi. Chen Fan yelled at Lubin once more before yanking open the door and climbing in. Look at those two. In ancient times, we had Yang Guo and Xiao Longnu and Yang Zongbao and Mu Guiying. Now we have a modern-day pair, don't we? The chief still won't admit their relationship, but I saw it with my own eyes they were kissing. The chief might not show it, but I bet he's over the moon inside. Lubin shook his head. He grinned as he led the suspect back. This operation went remarkably smoothly. Apart from a delivery driver and a woman picking up takeout being knocked unconscious, there were no casualties. To apprehend 6 suspects in a bustling downtown area without major casualties or mishaps was no small feat. Fuguay Private Detective Agency. A little more to the left and higher. A bit more to the right and lower. Shen Qian directed Chen Fan as he hung the sign at the entrance. Sis, which way exactly? Chen Fan was utterly speechless. Half an hour had passed and it still wasn't hung right. A little more to the left and a bit higher. Shen Qian instructed. You. Chen Fan nearly choked on his own blood. Ring ring. Shen Qian's phone rang. Hold on, I'll take this call. Shen Qian stepped inside to answer it. Chen Fan glanced over briefly. She hung up in 2 seconds flat. From a distance, it looked absolutely perfect. Having a woman around really slows things down. Chen Fan sighed. Hello, handsome. I'm from the company next door. Did you guys just move in? What company? Just as Chen Fan finished hanging the sign, several beautiful women walked over and greeted him. We're a private detective agency. If you ever suspect your boyfriend of cheating, feel free to come see us. Chen Fan grinned as he explained. Private detectives? How cool. Oh dear, we don't even have boyfriends yet. Hey, handsome, do you have a girlfriend? What do you think of us girls? The girls asked Chen Fan in unison. Not bad. Come on, give us your contact info. We'll chat more another time. Chen Fan pulled out his phone. What are you doing chatting outside during work hours? Sorry, this is our work time. Please leave. Just as Chen Fan was about to scan the QR code, Shen Qian suddenly yanked him inside. She coldly shooed the beauties away. Hey, hey, hey! What's your problem? I was just about to start dating. Chen Fan was utterly speechless. Dating? Yeah, right. Captain Lu just called. He said the previous case has been solved. He said to fax over the case files. Shen Qian shot Chen Fan a withering look. For some reason, seeing Chen Fan chatting and laughing with some girls earlier had made her furious. Solved? Seems to have gone smoothly. Chen Fan nodded. Just then, the fax machine began transmitting. Chen Fan picked up the case file and glanced through it. It matched his earlier suspicions. Ever since those 2 men slept with Li Meng after following Mr. Chen, they couldn't stop obsessing over the stunning beauty. They often bragged about it to their low-life buddies. They claimed they had once had a group encounter with a goddess. That day, after drinking heavily and egged on by the others, they agreed to have a group encounter. So they contacted Chen Fan. But Chen Fan had just finished his own session and felt a bit jaded, so he called Li Meng instead. Have Li Meng give him a proper welcome. But when Li Meng arrived, she found 6 men waiting. A woman subjected to 3 hours of torment by 6 men was already barely clinging to life. Finally, finding their fun insufficient, they tortured her further and strangled her to death with her own black stockings. They then conspired to dispose of the body. The sequence of events matched Chen Fan's deductions perfectly. How utterly despicable. Besides these 6, there's also that guy surnamed Chen. It's clearly his fault, yet he's walking free. I'm sure Li Meng wasn't the first victim, and she definitely won't be the last. Shen Qian said indignantly. Then let's continue. Our assignment isn't over yet. We promised to help Li Meng get rid of Mr. Chen, but he still has her photos. We have to deal with them. Chen Fan stood up. Chapter 25, The Colorful Livestream. What's your plan? And if we only get rid of the photos, isn't that letting that Chen guy off too easy? Shen Qian asked Chen Fan. The photos are easy enough to handle. Li Meng mentioned they were stored on his computer. The real issue is this man himself. After several interactions with the police, I suspect this case isn't closed yet. It's not wise to act against him lightly, it could only cause more trouble. But while researching that live streaming company, I found they have a collaborative live stream tonight selling products for a major trading firm. They even signed a small target performance-based agreement. Word is this Chen guy will be appearing. This is our chance. Chen Fan stroked his chin as he spoke. What opportunity? If he participates in the livestream, given the scale of that company, the viewership should be substantial. Doesn't that make it harder for us to act? Shen Qian was puzzled. Hey boss, these days even thieves are turning to telecom fraud. Times are changing, and crime has gone digital too. Tonight, I'll show you what internet crime really looks like. Chen Fan grinned. Don't get carried away, the cybercrime division is pretty formidable. Our detective agency is just starting to make big moves, we can't afford any mishaps. Shen Qian frowned. There's always someone stronger out there, and besides, what we're doing this time is actually for the greater good. As long as they're not stealing our profits, it's no big deal. How about we place another bet? You promised to rent me a place after solving that slaughterhouse case last time, but nothing's happened yet. If it weren't for this case keeping us busy, you wouldn't be trying to back out, would you? Chen Fan asked helplessly. Who's backing out? You don't remember? Shen Qian rubbed her nose nervously. She had indeed made a bet with Chen Fan about this matter, and Chen Fan had solved the case in an incredibly short time. Naturally, Chen Fan had won. But the problem was, they had discovered Li Meng's body before they even left the police station. It was because of Li Meng's earlier request that they'd gotten involved in the first place, working non-stop until now. She had completely forgotten about the bet. Here's the deal, if you can take care of that Chen guy tonight, I'll rent you a big apartment and who knows, maybe even hook you up with a hot roommate. Shen Qian said to Chen Fan. A hot roommate? Yes. I mean the kind where you share with girls. Enough talk. Go rent the place. I'll start getting ready now. Chen Fan's eyes lit up at the suggestion. Shen Qian pursed her lips and headed toward the door. She didn't understand a thing about what Chen Fan was talking about anyway. Staying here was pointless, and she'd just get mocked by Chen Fan. Might as well use this time to go rent a place. Otherwise, she wouldn't even have a place to stay tonight. 8 o'clock in the evening. The live stream for Huadu Baby in Tianhai City went off without a hitch. This event was a collaboration between Huadu Baby Live Company and Longting Trading Company. Longting Trading held significant brand influence across numerous product categories, yet had never launched online live streaming before. This time, a Tianhai City live streaming company proactively approached them, seeking collaboration to sell products. They could even sign a performance-based agreement. If sales failed to reach 100 million yuan, the company would compensate 100 million yuan. With no risk involved, Longting Trading immediately agreed to the partnership. At 8 p.m. sharp, the live stream room flooded with over 100,000 viewers. Mr. Yu, look at these numbers, already over 100,000 viewers. We estimate we'll hit 300,000 tonight. If everyone just buys a few orders, we'll hit that sales target and likely far exceed it. Mr. Chen grinned at Mr. Yu of Longting Trading. Your company certainly has the capability. Mr. Yu glanced at the numbers and nodded. But why hasn't the sale started yet? Mr. Yu asked with a hint of urgency. Mr. Yu, please don't worry. We're just warming up for the event. Once the venue opens, we'll go live with the links. I'll personally appear on camera shortly. Today's sales figures will absolutely skyrocket. Mr. Chen declared with confidence. Lately, it truly felt like things were turning around after hitting rock bottom. A few days ago, one of his kept slaves had been played to death and he'd been implicated. He'd thought he'd face serious consequences. Turns out the cops just gave him a warning and left nothing came of it. In this world, money can smooth over anything. With money, you can play with all kinds of women. Once this high-stakes bet pays off and my company gets 30% of the sales, I'll be able to afford to keep a few more college girls. Mr. Chen. Bad news. We're out of stock. Just as Chen and you were talking, a staff member rushed over. Out of stock? So soon? But we just placed an order for 100,000 units? Sold out already? Mr. Yu, we've hit the jackpot this time. Mr. Chen was thrilled. No, Mr. Chen, our inventory was snapped up the moment it went live. All orders were locked, but none were paid for. Almost everyone's flooding the chat saying they can't buy it. The staff member swallowed hard before speaking. What? Mr. Chen was stunned upon hearing this. He hurried to the front to take a look. Sure enough. The moment they listed the item, it was snapped up instantly. The entire screen was filled with shrieking notices about products being sold out. What's going on? Who bought it? Why hasn't payment been made? Where's the shipping address? What's the recipient's phone number? Get in touch with them immediately. Mr. Chen was getting impatient. Mr. Chen, we just tried contacting them. The number we called seems to be connected to a pyramid scheme operation. They kept insisting I attend their lectures. We have no idea where the addresses are, most of them are on planets across the galaxy. But we can't resolve this issue, even the live streaming platform's official team can't help. You need to figure something out. The staff member pleaded anxiously with Mr. Chen. I'll go on camera to explain. Quickly. Upon hearing this, Mr. Chen hurriedly stepped in front of the camera. At that moment, inside the Fuguei private detective agency. He's coming out. He's coming out. It's him. Shen Qian stood behind Chen Fan, patting his shoulder repeatedly. Easy there, sis. You're gonna beat me to death. Chen Fan was utterly speechless. Ever since he hacked into the livestream earlier, Shen Qian had been chattering nonstop like a country bumpkin in the city. Chen Fan immediately activated the prepared Trojan horse. Instantly, the entire livestream was flooded with explicit images flying everywhere. Chapter 26, Modern Criminal Tactics. Holy crap! Has live streaming sales gotten this cutthroat? Is this company's CEO just handing out freebies? Wait, isn't that the CEO himself? Wow! The CEO appearing on camera himself. That's impressive. These women are so hot. Those bodies, those moves. When these on-site photos flooded the livestream chat, the audience went wild. But the real madness unfolded at the live event itself. The moment the photos appeared, Mr. Chen froze solid in place. These photos were the very ones he'd used for years to control his slaves, carefully stored on his hard drive all this time. How on earth did they end up on the screen? It's over. Only one thought raced through Chen's mind. This can't be right. Shut down the livestream immediately. File a complaint immediately. Our livestream has been hacked. Mr. Chen snapped back to reality. Earlier in the livestream, their host had been banned just for showing her legs. Today, even such explicit photos were posted, yet there was still no reaction? This was highly unusual. Mr. Chen, something's wrong. We've lost control. Our livestream has already attracted 500,000 viewers. The staff were at a loss for words. What? Mr. Chen nearly collapsed upon hearing this. This situation was no longer just about account suspension, it was criminal. So many people watching his photos, and it was his own company's livestream. I'm the legal representative, for crying out loud. Mr. Chen felt like he was about to spit blood. Mr. Chen, what the hell is going on here? It's one thing to mess around privately, but why did you release it now? Mr. Yu stood beside him, utterly dumbfounded. Snapping back to reality, he hurriedly asked Mr. Chen. Not only had the livestream failed to sell a single item, but now they'd gone and broadcast the photos live. This was a joint promotional event. How the hell were they supposed to explain this? From now on, whenever anyone mentions Longting Group, they'll think of tonight's livestream. This brand is completely ruined. Even paying 100 million in compensation wouldn't be enough. The Longting Group brand is worth a fortune. Mr. Chen couldn't spare a thought for this situation. Police. Everyone get down on the floor with your hands on your heads and don't move. Hands off computers and phones. Just then, a squad of police officers burst into the room. For some reason, the moment the officers burst in, Mr. Chen felt a surge of emotion akin to a Buddhist witnessing the Buddha himself. Inside the Fuguei private detective agency, Chen Fan grinned. Just as I expected. Once those photos and videos started circulating, it was bound to alert the police. Posting explicit photos in a group chat with over 50 members is already a crime. Now hundreds of thousands are watching. This is definitely a felony. Plus, with this whole thing exposed, someone will definitely screenshot the photos and do a doxing run, then everything will be laid bare. And as for that little compensation goal, the company's going bankrupt, the boss is going to jail. At least we've done justice to Li Meng's trust in us. Chen Fan stretched lazily. How did you pull this off? I thought streaming platforms were super strict these days? And those photos and videos, how did you even find them? Shen Qian couldn't help but ask. Are you asking for advice? Chen Fan chuckled. Ask you? Like hell I would. Spit it out. Shen Qian glared at him. When you went to rent the place today, I went up for an interview and connected to their network. I planted the virus I'd prepared earlier into their system. And that guy surnamed Chen? Since he had a live stream tonight, he booted up his computer. The moment it powered on, I hacked into it and backed up all the data from his hard drive. Naturally, I got my hands on that data. This livestream ran smoothly because I hacked into the platform to take control. Before releasing the footage, I also notified the cyber police. Chen Fan grinned. Wait. You mean you hacked into the streaming platform? Douyin? Shen Qian was so shocked her jaw dropped. Douyin was currently the largest live streaming platform in China, with top-notch data security across the board. How could Chen Fan have hacked into it? Are you kidding me? Tell me the truth, what exactly did you do before? Who taught you these skills? Shen Qian stared at Chen Fan, her face thick with suspicion. Hey, what do you mean by that? Trying to renege on the deal again? Let me tell you something, geniuses do exist in this world. Take someone like me, for instance. Then there are ordinary folks like you. Most of the time, the way geniuses do things is beyond the comprehension of ordinary people like you. Chen Fan said to Shen Qian. Listening to Chen Fan's words, Shen Qian nearly choked on her own blood. Back in the police academy, Shen Qian had been a renowned prodigy, an object of constant admiration. From childhood onward, she'd always been the model child everyone talked about. But here she was, facing Chen Fan, and he was just an ordinary person? Still, Chen Qian understood the logic Chen Fan had just explained. Just like back in the academy, she could easily spot flaws in cases that others missed. To others, she was a genius. There was no need to explain any of this. It was just reversed now. Boss, let's grab a bite to eat first, okay? We've been working all day, even the production team's donkey wouldn't be pushed this hard. Chen Fan was utterly speechless. Oomph. All you ever think about is eating. You find a place. I need to review the case. Shen Qian snapped irritably, but Chen Fan's words made her stomach growl. Let's go. I know a really great restaurant. Chen Fan's eyes lit up instantly. Half an hour later. Shen Qian stared at the 4-digit price tag on the steak, her eyes nearly popping out of her head. Are you doing this on purpose? Shen Qian glared at Chen Fan. No, I just figured, Miss Shen, you're a big boss after all. Taking you to a street stall wouldn't suit your status. Waiter, for sirloin steaks for me. And 1 ribeye steak, make it a large one. Chen Fan grinned and waved at the waiter. You'll burst. Shen Qian shot Chen Fan a glare. She realized she shouldn't have let Chen Fan pick the restaurant in the first place. She'd been tricked. Before long, the table was piled high with an array of dishes. This sirloin steak is fantastic. Chen Fan dug in with gusto. Shen Qian watched him with eyes blazing. Chen Fan was enjoying himself immensely, but the bill would be mine to settle soon. Sir, your beef short ribs. The waiter approached carrying a plate of beef short ribs. Shen Qian quickly snatched it before Chen Fan could reach for it, placing it on her own table. She gave Chen Fan a knowing wink. Her face was pure defiance. Don't move. Chen Fan watched as Shen Qian raised her knife to cut the ribs and quickly stopped her. You cheapskate. What's wrong with taking a bite? I paid for it, okay? Shen Qian, clearly displeased, prepared to slice off a piece and pop it into her mouth. But Chen Fan clamped down on her hand. Don't eat it. This might be human rib. Chen Fan said coldly. Chapter 27, The Frozen Corpse Feast. Ha? Human ribs? Don't scare me. Shen Qian was so startled she dropped her knife and fork. It should be correct. Chen Fan leaned in closer to take another look, confirming he hadn't misidentified it. From previous simulations, Chen Fan was thoroughly familiar with human anatomy and the state of cooked human flesh. Moreover, the ribs before him were noticeably smaller than normal beef ribs. What on earth is going on? Shen Qian was completely stunned. She'd finally managed to get out for a nice meal, only to run into this. It should be correct. Judging by the appearance, it's been frozen. This beef rib is rarely ordered. We hit the jackpot. Chen Fan sighed helplessly. Then what are we waiting for? Call the police right away. Shen Qian pulled out her phone. It's too late. I'm worried that the food others ordered might also contain body parts. Chen Fan shook his head and stood up. What are you doing? Shen Qian dialed 911 while staring in astonishment at Chen Fan, who had climbed onto the table. I have a bomb. Nobody move. Front desk manager, call the police immediately. Chen Fan shoved his hands into his pockets and bellowed. After Chen Fan's shout, everyone froze in place, restaurant patrons, waitstaff, the pianist, and the manager alike. Don't move. If anyone moves, I'll detonate it. Seeing a few people about to move, Chen Fan quickly warned them. Hearing his words, everyone froze completely. Earlier, when Chen Fan had mentioned the bomb, some had been skeptical. But after hearing him instruct the lobby manager to call the police, everyone believed him. Madman. He's absolutely lost his mind. Here's the detonator. I'll take the other one to the kitchen. Chen Fan shoved it roughly into Shen Qian's arms before dashing toward the kitchen. Shen Qian's head buzzed. Everything exploded. When she looked up again, everyone around her was staring at her in horror. Shen Qian felt like crying. What the hell? You actually said there was a bomb? But she had to admit, it had a dramatic effect. Ever since Chen Fan mentioned the bomb, everyone at the scene had frozen in place. And at that moment, in the kitchen, Chen Fan had already taken control of the situation. All the chefs were intimidated by Chen Fan. Though one burly chef attempted to step forward and subdue Chen Fan, he was swiftly kicked in the back of the knee and obediently crouched down. Before long, countless police cars surrounded the Western restaurant. The moment Lu Bin entered and saw Shen Qian, his mind went blank with a buzzing sensation. What the hell? The chief's daughter has a bomb? Shen Qian, what's going on? Lu Bin stepped forward to ask. Captain Lu, the bomb is fake. Tell everyone not to touch the food in front of them. Also, have all the waitstaff and employees stay put, don't leave. If anyone tries to leave, restrain them immediately. Seeing Lu Bin enter, Shen Qian breathed a sigh of relief and hurried forward to explain. Captain Lu, we had no choice earlier. We suspect these ribs are human. It was also to prevent others from potentially consuming human tissue. Shen Qian lowered her voice. What? Hearing Shen Qian's words, Lu Bin was utterly dumbfounded. His expression of shock was even more profound than when he discovered Shen Qian at the scene earlier. He looked down at the rib on the table, then glanced at the various meats scattered across the surrounding tables. Lu Bin couldn't help but exhale a long breath of relief. That was close. Thank goodness he'd mentioned the bomb earlier. He could just pin the blame on the lunatic later. But if he'd revealed the truth just now, everyone present would have probably lost it. Even if they hadn't eaten it, they probably wouldn't have believed him. It would have caused massive panic among the crowd. You handled it perfectly. I'll explain the details to the higher-ups. Lu Bin said gratefully to Shen Qian. Oh no! Chen Fan went to the kitchen. Just as Shen Qian was about to explain, she suddenly remembered that Chen Fan had been in the kitchen for half an hour without a sound. Could he have run into the killer? She hurriedly led Lu Bin and the others toward the kitchen. When they arrived at the kitchen, they saw over a dozen chefs huddled in a corner, cowering. Chen Fan was nowhere to be seen. Seeing Lu Bin enter in his police uniform, the chefs looked at him like he was their savior, tears and snot streaming down their faces. Freeze! Stay put and keep your heads down! Lu Bin bellowed, ordering his officers to secure the chefs. As the head of the criminal investigation squad, he knew immediately that the rib bone could be human and that the killer was likely someone from the kitchen. Where's the person who came in earlier? Shen Qian asked urgently. In the cold storage. A chef pointed tremblingly to one side. Shen Qian hurried inside. She couldn't help but shiver. The temperature in the cold storage was a full -20 to 30 degrees Celsius. Chen Fan! Where are you? Shen Qian asked anxiously. Here. Come around from that side. I found something here. You're here, which means the police have arrived too, right? Have them send the coroner over. I'm afraid there's more than one body here. Chen Fan's voice came from behind a pile of shelves. What? Lu Bin, hearing the voice, was startled. He immediately made a call. This time, they'd responded to a report of someone carrying explosives. No forensic team had been dispatched. Shen Qian made her way over to Chen Fan. By then, Chen Fan had already retrieved some bones and flesh from the shelves and laid them out on the ground. Shen Qian was taken aback by the sight. She never imagined that the back kitchen of a high-end Western restaurant could conceal so many bodies. Judging by the condition of the bodies, they've likely been here for some time. The cause of death is difficult to determine at this point. And judging by the knifework, these wounds. Chen Fan was about to say something to Shen Qian when he noticed she was shivering uncontrollably from the cold. She was wearing only a pair of thin black stockings on her legs, utterly inadequate against the sub-zero temperatures of -20 to 30 degrees Celsius. Let's get out of here first. Chen Fan took off his coat and wrapped it around Shen Qian as they stepped out of the cold storage. Soon, the medical examiner arrived. Preliminary examination revealed the remains belonged to 4 individuals. They were all rib and leg bones, cut in such a way that ordinary people wouldn't be able to tell. Captain, we've already found a reason to evacuate the guests up front. The restaurant staff have also been taken into custody. At that moment, an officer approached Lu Bin and reported. No need. The killer isn't among them, nor is it one of these chefs. Find the head chef. Question the suppliers. The killer should be there. At that moment, Chen Fan, who had been standing nearby, spoke up. Chapter 28, The Explosion. How do you know? Lu Bin was taken aback. With so many frozen bodies discovered in the restaurant's kitchen, the biggest suspects should be the kitchen staff. How could their suspicions be dismissed? Judging by the cross-sectional marks on the bodies, they were frozen first before being cut with a slicing machine. That kind of cutting machine is only found in large processing plants. Western-style restaurant kitchens don't have them, they mostly purchase pre-made products. Chen Fan explained. Furthermore, judging by the body's position on the shelf, it had been stored for at least 3 months. At the restaurant entrance, there's an introduction to the chef team. They were replaced just 2 months ago. Moreover, Western kitchens are under constant surveillance. It would be nearly impossible to carry out any illicit activity there. So the killer isn't one of them. Chen Fan explained to Lu Bin and the others. Listening to Chen Fan's reasoning, Lu Bin paused, carefully considering the details. It all seemed to align with Chen Fan's assessment. But out of caution, Lu Bin and his team still questioned everyone in the entire Western restaurant. According to the restaurant manager, the kitchen staff had recently fallen out with management due to dishonest practices among the kitchen team. Therefore, 2 months prior, the kitchen staff had been completely rehired. The kitchen operated completely independently, and front-of-house staff were never allowed to enter freely. Just as Chen Fan had described, numerous surveillance cameras were installed throughout the kitchen's corners. Many of these measures were implemented after the last incident of theft from the kitchen. So even if someone in the kitchen wanted to make a move, it simply wouldn't be possible. The suppliers already know. Let's go. Come with us to check it out. Lu Bin called out to Chen Fan and Shen Qian. Us too? Shen Qian froze. Shen Qian, look, if it weren't for your sudden inspiration today, we wouldn't have uncovered this vicious case and avoided a major mess. And it was your boyfriend's warning earlier that saved us from going down the wrong path. You've been involved this deeply, how could you not come? Here's the deal, if we solve this case smoothly, I'll apply for a bonus for you both. Lu Bin said to Shen Qian. After all, for Lu Bin, Chen Fan's demonstrated investigative skills were nothing short of extraordinary. With him involved in solving the case, it would be a breeze. Who said he's my boyfriend? Captain Lu, don't go spreading rumors. Maybe we shouldn't go. Shen Qian's face flushed instantly. Ahem, well, if there's a reward, why wouldn't we go? Let's go. Chen Fan immediately agreed upon hearing about the bonus. You. Shen Qian fumed. Well, if you're not going, you can go back and clean up. I'll go with Captain Lu. Helping the police solve cases is the duty of every citizen. Just give me half the reward later. Chen Fan grinned. Who said you're going back to clean? I'm coming too. Shen Qian's eyes widened instantly. Damn it. This guy was picking on her again. Lu Bin, standing nearby, grinned as he watched Chen Fan and Shen Qian bicker. He couldn't help but give Chen Fan a thumbs up. Back in the day, when Shen Qian was still working at the bureau, some guys had tried to pursue her. But they were all like sycophants, and Shen Qian wasn't interested in any of them. Now look at this Chen Fan taking an unconventional approach. He'd got Shen Qian wrapped around his finger. Brilliant. The bureau chief kept denying any relationship between them. The way these two bicker? Absolutely. Their romantic connection is as solid as nails. If they're not together, I, Lu Bin, will walk on my hands. Half an hour later. Lu Bin led Chen Fan to a processing plant. Captain Lu, are you sure about this place? That Western restaurant is a Michelin-starred place. How come this place is so run down? Shen Qian stared at the factory building reeking of blood, utterly shocked. That's correct. According to the supplier they provided, it's just a distributor. They don't handle production, only label licensing. They source goods from here, repackage them, and sell them under their own brand. The address should be correct. Lu Bin was also taken aback. This is quite normal. High-end restaurants are just cutting premium scallions. Not many people can actually taste the difference in these things. Chen Fan remained remarkably calm. During previous simulations, he had simulated numerous commercial crimes. He had gained some understanding of certain business tactics. Sometimes, the more high-end the product, the more unimaginable the tricks behind it. We're the police. Where's your manager? Lu Bin led his team inside. I'm the person in charge. What's going on? We have all the proper permits here, and we're well connected with the Health Bureau leadership. A middle-aged man wiped sweat from his forehead as he rushed over. We suspect multiple homicides are linked to your slaughterhouse. Here's the search warrant. Halt all shipments immediately and gather everyone here. Lu Bin addressed the plant manager. All right, I'll go get them right away. The middle-aged man hurried out. Soon, shouts echoed through the facility. Chen Fan watched the middle-aged man, his brow furrowing slightly. So the meat served at that high-end restaurant comes from here? Shen Qian stared at the foul-smelling workshop swarming with flies, fighting back the urge to vomit. There are many advanced techniques nowadays. After going through over a dozen processing steps, they can make meat of any quality you want. So it's best to cook your own meals. Chen Fan said quietly. Boom! Just then, a violent explosion erupted behind the factory building. Look behind us. It's on fire. Put it out. Immediately, several people began shouting in alarm. Chen Fan and the others turned to see thick black smoke billowing from the rear factory building. The flames grew larger by the second. Hurry! Call 119. Save the people first. Chen Fan shouted loudly. Before long, the entire factory building was engulfed in flames. By the time the firefighters arrived, the entire factory building was engulfed in flames. It's all over. It's all over. It's all that little cutie's fault. Everything's gone. The rescued factory manager, covered in soot, wailed on the ground. What the hell happened? Lu Bin grabbed the factory manager by the collar and demanded. That little cutie. I don't know what got into him, but he just poured gasoline all over the place and set the factory on fire. He's been acting crazy lately, but I never thought he'd completely lose it today. The factory manager said to Lu Bin. Little cutie? Lu Bin was utterly dumbfounded. There's a little cutie in this factory. Lu Bin asked the workers nearby. Yeah, heard he's some distant relative of the factory manager. Our boss is a decent guy, so he took him in. He eats and sleeps right here at the factory. Yeah, that little cutie. Not the sharpest tool in the shed, but he's a real workhorse. But lately he keeps saying people are looking for him, and he often talks to himself for no reason. His condition really is getting worse. The factory owners had some bad luck too. The whole factory burned down. The boss mentioned this little cutie. Apparently he killed someone before. The workers nearby chattered among themselves. Lu Bin and the others pieced together the whole story. They exchanged glances. But for Lu Bin and his fellow detectives, this seemed a bit too coincidental. Chen Fan's brow furrowed even deeper. In this world, there are no such things as coincidences. Before long, the fire in the factory building was extinguished. A charred body was carried out. Hold on a moment. Let me take a look. Chen Fan hurried over. Chapter 29, No Witness Left Alive. The body was burned beyond recognition, but the factory workers could still identify it from a distance by its build. It was little Cutie's corpse. The entire body had been reduced to charcoal, the victim's mouth gaping open, limbs contorted in a gruesome death pose. But Chen Fan discovered a dent at the back of the head. The factory roof had collapsed, and the steel beams that fell from above could have struck it. But by that point, the person should have already been dead. Therefore, the wound should have been charred first before forming a hole, and under such high temperatures, there wouldn't be this much blood. Yet this wound was clearly surrounded by a significant amount of blood. It was highly unlikely the wound was caused by the beam. Instead, it appeared to be inflicted by a hammer-like object. In other words, little Cutie. It's highly probable she was bludgeoned to death first, then the fire started. A formal autopsy is still needed to confirm this. This development actually aligns with the earlier coincidence. Officer, did you just say this was a homicide? We're all law-abiding citizens here. But that little Cutie. When I told him the police were coming in to get out, he started setting fires everywhere. Could it be that little Cutie? Did it? He went berserk when he heard you were coming? The factory manager exclaimed to Lu Bin, his face frozen in shock. That happened? You kept such a dangerous person working here? Lu Bin was taken aback. What choice did I have? He's a distant relative from out of town. If I didn't keep him on, wouldn't that be even more dangerous? Who could have known he'd do something like this? The factory director looked utterly speechless. Finish up here quickly and come with us to the bureau. The investigation must proceed. Lu Bin rubbed his temples. Finally, a suspect, and he's already dead. Yes. I'll make arrangements and leave immediately. We'll cooperate fully. The factory director hurriedly replied. Lu Bin nodded and walked over toward Chen Fan and Shen Qian. At that moment, Chen Fan was deep in conversation with several employees. The little Cutie you mentioned, when did her condition start to worsen? Chen Fan asked the employee beside him. About 4 or 5 months ago, I'd say. It's definitely gotten worse recently. The employee replied thoughtfully. Chen Fan nodded, already forming a rough guess in his mind. But the factory building before him had been reduced to ruins, leaving no evidence behind. The cold storage here had also exploded in the fire, making it quite troublesome to retrieve the mixed human tissue samples inside. The problem was this. Since the body found in the restaurant had been there for 3 months, it must have been transported there long ago. There shouldn't be any traces left at the original site. Why was he so desperate that he burned down the entire factory? Unless there was another body recently. And they're inside the factory. How often do you transport goods from your factory? Chen Fan pressed further. Chen Fan, have you discovered something? Shen Qian watched Chen Fan persistently asking seemingly irrelevant questions, wondering if he had uncovered something significant. Take a guess. Chen Fan grinned. At this point, it was merely his own conjecture without any evidence. He naturally couldn't state it outright. Besides, speaking up might alert the target. Sometimes it was best to play dumb. But to Shen Qian, it was a completely different story. Chen Fan must have uncovered some clue, yet he was deliberately mocking her for not noticing it. The more she thought about it, the angrier she grew, and suddenly she twisted his waist hard. Ow! Chen Fan immediately grimaced in pain. Lu Bin, who had just arrived, was utterly speechless. Today was just one of those days. He'd thought bringing 2 experts along would crack the case in no time. But the scene blew up. Nothing but ruins. What the hell was there to see now? Even if there was any evidence, it's all been destroyed. But since someone died, you 2 lovebirds flirting around here is a bit inappropriate. Ahem, well, an accident occurred today. The deceased is likely the suspect. We'll take him back to the station for questioning. We won't bother you any further today. I'll treat you to dinner another time. Lu Bin said to Chen Fan and Shen Qian. We'll take you up on that, Captain Lu. Keep us in mind if you have any cases in the future, okay? Shen Qian said to Lu Bin, then turned to signal Chen Fan to leave. After taking a few steps, she realized Chen Fan hadn't followed at all. What are you doing? Hurry back and clean up. There's still a lot to do. Shen Qian stormed back angrily. Captain Lu, I want to take a look inside the factory building. That factory manager is suspicious. You guys figure out a way to detain him first. Chen Fan lowered his voice as he spoke to Lu Bin. The factory manager is suspicious? Lu Bin and Shen Qian asked almost simultaneously. Pretty much. But I still need to confirm it. I want to review the surveillance footage from this area. Chen Fan nodded. Let's go. I'll handle it. Lu Bin hurriedly said. Soon, under Lu Bin's arrangements, the officers escorted the slaughterhouse employees back first. Chen Fan and his team, however, proceeded to the surveillance center. Which surveillance feed do you want to see? That slaughterhouse is pretty remote. There aren't any surveillance cameras around it. The staff member inquired. I need to see the footage from all 18 intersections between Dongfang Street and Chongwen Road. Just display them all on the screen. Chen Fan instructed. But, can we even manage that? The staff hesitated, but quickly displayed all 18 intersections feeds. Fast forward. Chen Fan ordered. The staff members set the speed to double. Faster. I need to see the footage from the past week. Set it to 8 times speed. Chen Fan instructed the staff. Are you crazy? What can you possibly see at 8 times speed? The staff member looked utterly shocked. Shen Qian and Lu Bin were also dumbfounded. Go ahead and play it. Chen Fan was confident. During the previous simulation process, he had studied the surveillance footage extensively. After all, in modern cities, surveillance cameras permeate every corner. To avoid leaving traces, one must first become familiar with the surveillance system. At his fastest, Chen Fan had reviewed footage at 16x speed, but he feared it might frighten Shen Qian and Captain Lu. The footage had now been adjusted to 8x speed by the staff. Shen Qian stared wide-eyed at the screen, unable to suppress a sigh. In the footage, everyone in every vehicle was moving at breakneck speed. It was impossible to capture any useful information. She couldn't imagine what could possibly be discernible at this speed. Stop. Rewind the left third monitor to 11 o'clock, the upper right second monitor to 11:20, and the upper center monitor to 11:35. Chen Fan suddenly commanded. The staff adjusted the feeds according to Chen Fan's instructions. At that moment, all 3 feeds displayed the same vehicle. Zoom in. Chen Fan's lips curled slightly. Based on the information gathered, all clues at the factory had been completely destroyed. But the body must have been brought to the factory. And from Chen Fan's interviews with the staff, he knew the slaughterhouse didn't operate at night, only little cutie was on duty inside. Therefore, the body must have arrived at night. Though it might not have been the body itself, the slaughterhouse's remote location meant it had to have arrived by vehicle. By cross-referencing the intersection and leveraging prior knowledge of the factory manager's vehicle from employees, successfully identified the vehicle. Captain Lu, please investigate this vehicle. There must be evidence on it. Especially for bloodstains, run a spectral analysis scan. Chen Fan turned to instruct Lu Bin. Chapter 30, The Young Master and the Princess. I'll get on it immediately. Lu Bin replied promptly. At this moment, Lu Bin was utterly awed by Chen Fan's capabilities. The surveillance footage had left him dumbfounded. Yet Chen Fan had managed to pinpoint the lead directly. That's incredible. Keep going. Extend the coverage of these 3 surveillance cameras along the route we retraced earlier. Chen Fan instructed the staff. Upon hearing his instructions, the staff immediately began making adjustments. Earlier, the staff had been somewhat skeptical, but after witnessing Chen Fan's actions, they were completely convinced. Stop. Let's go to Defugi KTV. Chen Fan pointed to the location on the screen. Where? Shen Qian froze. Let's go find the deceased. Given the number of bodies in the restaurant's cold storage and the fact that 3 months have passed without a single police report, don't you find that strange? The only explanation is that these people belonged to a special group. They had almost no social networks and high mobility, which explains this situation. Chen Fan explained. How did you even find out about all this? Just by watching surveillance footage? Doesn't the factory manager ever go to KTV? Or come to the factory at night? I think you're being a bit too subjective. Shen Qian said to Chen Fan with a hint of doubt. Care to bet on it? Chen Fan was at a loss for words. Actually, from the very beginning when he discovered all those bodies but hadn't received any missing person reports, Chen Fan had already narrowed down the victims to these specific groups. The vehicle tracks he just examined were merely further confirmation. During the simulation process, these vulnerable groups had proven to be the most viable sources of bodies. Most of them had come to the city from rural areas, with almost no relatives or friends. More crucially, they often even used fake names. They'd often work one day and then disappear the next. Their families usually had no idea what kind of work they were doing in the city. Their disappearance wouldn't raise a single eyebrow. You're on. If I win, you'll take over cleaning the office from now on. Shen Qian said to Chen Fan. No problem. If I win, you rent me an apartment. Chen Fan replied without hesitation. Put. What? Rent me an apartment? Shen Qian was utterly dumbfounded by Chen Fan's demand. Yeah, we're moving, right? My old lease expired, and the place is way too far. I work my butt off for the company, they should cover my rent, right? At the very least, they should provide a housing allowance. Chen Fan declared to Shen Qian with righteous indignation. Pfft, pfft, pfft. You want a housing allowance too? This lady used to live right here at the company, you know? And you still want? Oomph. Win the bet first, then talk. Let's go. To the KTV right now. Shen Qian was about to retort, but something seemed to occur to her. Her eyes darted around, and she immediately grabbed Chen Fan's arm and dragged him out. Outside Defugi KTV. When Chen Fan and Shen Qian arrived, the doors had just opened. There was hardly anyone around. Oh my. Are you here for the job interview? Well, we happen to be looking for young masters and princesses right now. A heavily made-up middle-aged woman beamed at Chen Fan and Shen Qian as they entered, rushing forward to greet them. To this middle-aged woman, Chen Fan was tall, handsome, and commanding, while Shen Qian possessed long legs, a bear-like presence, and an otherworldly aura. If these two worked here, it would be an absolute hit. Police. Are you the manager here? Shen Qian pulled out her police ID with a look of disgust. Although Shen Qian had resigned, she still kept the badge. After all, Chief Shen was still eagerly awaiting his daughter's return to the police force. So the paperwork involved in this process had been handled with some special consideration. Shen Qian turned a blind eye to it all. After all, as a private investigator, having a police badge could be quite convenient at times. The moment the badge was shown, the middle-aged woman's expression darkened instantly. Chen Fan's expression also darkened. Officer, we're all law-abiding citizens here. The middle-aged woman forced a smile that looked worse than crying. Cut the nonsense. I'm asking you, has any young lady gone missing around here recently? Shen Qian demanded coldly. Ha? We don't have any girls here. I swear to heaven, absolutely not. The middle-aged woman hurriedly replied. Ahem. Manager, relax. We're just investigating missing persons, we're not the vice squad. This isn't our jurisdiction. A murder has occurred, and if you refuse to cooperate, we'll have to report back to headquarters. Seeing this, Chen Fan stepped forward and said. Originally, Chen Fan had planned to casually chat and draw out the information. But Shen Qian had exposed their police identities the moment she walked in. In places like this, people are naturally wary of cops. No need. We'll talk right here. Seeing that Chen Fan wasn't as intimidating as Shen Qian, the middle-aged woman couldn't help but relax. Officer, you know, in our line of work, what's there to disappear? If someone lasts half a year, they're considered a veteran. Often, people disappear after just a couple of weeks. They rely on tips and alcohol fees, not this meager salary. Some get sponsored outright and never come back. The middle-aged woman explained to Chen Fan. Give me the names and contact information of anyone who quit or went missing in the past week. Chen Fan seemed to have anticipated this situation, instructing the middle-aged woman. Earlier, he'd learned from slaughterhouse employees that goods were uniformly transported out every Friday at dawn. Therefore, the most recent disappearance must have occurred within the past week. As for the other bodies, Chen Fan couldn't confirm whether they all came from the same KTV. If it were him, he certainly wouldn't have done that. He would have scattered them randomly across different KTVs. But that wasn't the priority right now. Alright, I'll take care of it immediately. That's no problem. The middle-aged woman sighed in relief, then went to the back and soon emerged holding a piece of paper. It listed 3 names and phone numbers. Stay within the law, okay? No messing around with nonsense. Let's go. Chen Fan said to the middle-aged woman before leading Shen Qian out. There are clearly ladies here and some young masters too. I'm calling Brother Huang from the anti-vice squad right now. As soon as Shen Qian stepped outside, she angrily pulled out her phone. Forget it. Don't make trouble. Do you think the anti-vice squad doesn't know what goes on here? This kind of thing can't be completely eradicated, it can only be controlled. Plus, it generates revenue. You're just going to make enemies by calling them, you daughter of the bureau chief. Chen Fan stopped Shen Qian. You. So you really are no good. You know exactly how these things work. Be honest, do you come here often? No way. You couldn't afford it. Could it be you used to be a rich kid? Shen Qian's eyes widened. Chapter 31, I was referred by an acquaintance. Want to give it a try? When I was a playboy, I was incredibly capable at my job. Chen Fan grinned. Put. What's next? Shen Qian flushed and glared at Chen Fan. Back when she worked at the bureau, many men had pursued her, but each one had been cautious, treating her like a precious treasure. But this guy Chen Fan? He never gave her the time of day. He always managed to drive her crazy. Yet, strangely enough, she could actually joke around with this guy. And lately, it had gotten worse, his jokes were starting to get suggestive. Damn it! Could it be that this lady is being flirted with? Call him. Chen Fan said as he dialed the number. Hello, is this Miss Jia? I was referred by a mutual acquaintance. The call connected quickly. I'm not doing this anymore. I have a steady job now. Don't call me anymore. After saying that, she hung up immediately. Next one. Chen Fan shrugged and dialed the next number. Hello, is this Jiao? I was referred by a mutual acquaintance. Chen Fan said. Oh, same price as before. Send me the address after you book the room. Transportation fees are separate. By the way, how many people are you? An extra 1,000 yuan per person. The voice on the other end said. How much if we bring our own girl? Chen Fan asked casually. You're crazy. The phone hung up abruptly. Chen Fan shrugged. He was looking for someone missing, not someone taking regular clients. He hadn't expected to nearly put the business into practice. What did you just say? Bring your own woman? Shen Qian shot Chen Fan a death glare from the side. Ahem. And another one. Chen Fan hurriedly made the call. But the call went unanswered for a long time. He dialed several more times in succession, still no answer. This must be the one. Let's go to the station. They can trace the caller ID to get the victim's information. Chen Fan hung up the phone. Tianhai City Public Security Bureau. Both the slaughterhouse employees and the plant manager were brought back and interrogated separately. The plant manager's earlier statement was confirmed. Based on the current situation, it's highly likely that little cutie is the killer. But it's strange. The slaughterhouse is surrounded by villages, yet no reports were filed. And according to the employees, no workers are missing either. One officer remarked. Shen Qian's boyfriend said the manager seemed suspicious, and I suspect it too. The person might have been brought in by the manager and instructed the cutie to handle it, but we have no evidence at all right now. Has the forensic report on the vehicle come back yet? Lu Bin turned to ask. Not yet. The officer shook his head. Captain, the factory manager keeps asking if he can leave now and accusing us of illegal detention. We haven't applied for detention procedures yet. An officer approached. This is such a headache. The scene is so badly damaged, it'll take a while to finish processing it. And we still haven't identified the deceased. This is a real headache. Lu Bin frowned. Captain Lu, busy? Just then, Chen Fan and Chen Qian walked in. Ah, you're finally here. So, what did you find? Lu Bin asked urgently. We've identified the victim. And we've narrowed down the killer too. Chen Fan handed Lu Bin a stack of documents. Miao Xiufen? Which victim is that? Lu Bin took it and saw it was a copy of an ID card. There were also numerous call records attached. It should be the victim whose body hasn't been found yet, with a time of death within the past week. Chen Fan explained. Ha? Another body that hasn't been found? Lu Bin was utterly shocked. Yes, it should be somewhere in the ruins at the scene. Chen Fan nodded. So what about the killer? That little cutie. Lu Bin was completely dumbfounded. Yes and no. The cutie. He was involved in dismembering the body, but he didn't kill the victim. The factory manager is the murderer. Chen Fan explained. Any evidence? Lu Bin froze. Yes. Chen Fan nodded. Where? Lu Bin and Shen Qian both froze. You didn't know? Lu Bin turned to Shen Qian with a look of surprise. How should I know? Shen Qian retorted irritably. Throughout the journey, she and Chen Fan had been investigating the case together, and Chen Fan had explained things to her repeatedly along the way. But everything they had so far were merely clues based on deduction, hardly evidence. How could Chen Fan be so certain? Could it be that he knew evidence I didn't? Captain, the autopsy report is in. According to the forensic autopsy, no significant soot deposits were found in the victim's lungs. This indicates the victim was already deceased before the fire started. The fatal injury was a severe blow to the head. At that moment, an officer approached. So that means the fire wasn't started by little cutie. And only the factory manager and little cutie were at the scene. Just the two of them. This factory manager is definitely a major suspect. Lu Bin nodded. Captain, the evidence report is also in. Significant bloodstains were discovered in the vehicle's trunk, but they've all been cleaned up. Another officer entered and added. Just as I thought. Chen Fan, it seems your hunch was right. The factory manager is almost certainly the killer, but we don't have enough evidence yet. I'll go in and interrogate him myself. Lu Bin perked up. Although the current evidence wasn't direct, it already pointed to many things. Captain Lu, perhaps it won't be necessary to go through all that trouble. Unit 2204, Building 18, Dongfang Residential Complex. That should be the primary crime scene. Chen Fan called out to Lu Bin. Judging by the situation at hand, this factory director was a smart man. If Lu Bin went in like this, he might not only die but leave no direct evidence behind. The primary crime scene? How did you know? Lu Bin and Shen Qian asked in unison once more. Especially Shen Qian. She had been with him just moments ago. How could she know nothing? According to the call records, the victim and the factory director had 2 phone conversations. The most recent call was at 10 p.m. 3 days ago. And when calling for an escort service, the standard procedure is for the client to book the room first before informing the escort. That's why the factory director made the first call. He initiated contact with the escort. But I checked the factory director's hotel records, there was nothing. Meaning he likely had a regular location for such matters. That explains the second call. The escort dialed him. She'd likely reached the residential complex entrance but couldn't gain entry. Otherwise, if it were a hotel, she would have just knocked on the door and entered. Chen Fan explained to the two of them. But that doesn't make sense either. How did you know the factory director's fixed location? Shen Qian looked utterly skeptical. Chapter 32, Old Shen, you're really blowing your own horn here. Ahem, I have a friend at the housing authority. While I was taking a leak, I had him run a check on the factory director's property. Then the surveillance showed this car coming from the direction of Dongfang residential area, so naturally that's where it was. Chen Fan scratched his nose. In truth, while hailing a cab midway, Chen Fan had hacked into the housing authorities system with his phone to run the search. He also checked the water and electricity usage for that property. He found the electricity usage was low, indicating the room wasn't occupied long term. But the water usage was high, far exceeding what would be expected for normal electricity consumption. This made it easy to deduce the location. You've got quite the network. Lu Bin's mouth twitched. Shen Qian, meanwhile, pouted slightly. She had always prided herself on her detective skills, but ever since recruiting Chen Fan, she felt utterly foolish. How infuriating. An hour later, the responding officers returned with good news. At the property, they discovered copious amounts of bloodstains and fingerprints. Almost all the fingerprints matched those found on the body, with the exception of the factory manager's. Various aphrodisiacs and sports equipment were also found. Many of the devices were stained with blood. This was already irrefutable evidence. Sure enough, the factory manager, who had been defiantly demanding the police release him, collapsed completely in the face of this evidence. He confessed to the murder in full detail. In fact, it matched Chen Fan's deductions exactly. All the victims were special workers. When the factory manager was young, he had dated a girlfriend who secretly worked part-time on the side. Until one day, when the factory director invited a client to a KTV to find a hostess, the client selected his girlfriend. After the client had sex with her right in front of him, the factory director lost all faith in love. He subsequently became obsessed with the sex worker community. But a year ago, the factory director met a college student who had just entered the industry. Her family favored sons over daughters, was impoverished, and had a younger brother attending university. The factory manager fell for her at first sight and fell in love again. By this time, the factory manager had accumulated some wealth. He bought her numerous gifts and even purchased a house, planning to add her name to the deed as a surprise. Before he could add her name, he heard her father needed surgery and borrowed 500,000 yuan for treatment. The moment the money was transferred, she vanished. Only then did the factory manager realize he had been deceived. From that day forward, he harbored deep hatred toward these sex workers. Using the pretext of going out, he lured these sex workers to his home. He tortured them in every conceivable way until they died. He avoided renting hotel rooms partly for convenience in killing without leaving traces, partly to torture the women in the house he had purchased. After each murder, he transported the bodies to a slaughterhouse under cover of night and stored them in cold storage. Once frozen, he dismembered them and stored the parts in the cold storage. But earlier, little cutie somehow discovered those severed heads, which made his illness worse. Later, there was a shipping mix-up, and the dismembered bodies were accidentally transported out. The most recent incident occurred when he brought a woman's body to the slaughterhouse, where several other human remains were already stored. So when he saw the police, he immediately thought to destroy the evidence. As for little cutie, he killed her too. He doused everything with diesel fuel, thinking that even if the police discovered the bodies here, he could shift all responsibility for the murders onto him. After all, there were no witnesses left. Even if the police suspected him, they could only detain him for 24 hours. Once that time passed, he planned to flee the country immediately. But he never imagined. During the few hours he was locked up, the police had already raided his hideout. That move was way too fast. Thank you. I'm at a loss for words. Such a major case, from discovery to resolution in just a few hours. And you effectively prevented the situation from escalating. I must recommend you for a bonus. Come on, follow me to the chief's office. Lu Bin said with a wide grin. Shen Qian smiled faintly and led Chen Fan toward the chief's office. Heh, chief, we cracked another case. Lu Bin grinned as he knocked on Shen Dahai's door. Solve a case? Which one? Shen Dahai froze. Chief, it's the slaughterhouse case. Lu Bin interjected. Well. Speaking of that case, I haven't even called you in yet. How dare you publicly shout about a bomb? Do you know that's disturbing public order? This is outrageous. I'm only letting it slide because you were trying to secure the scene. Wait a minute. Did you just say the case is solved? Shen Dahai was about to launch into a scathing lecture at Chen Fan and Shen Qian, spittle flying, when he suddenly realized what Lu Bin had just said. The case was solved. Yes, the killer was the slaughterhouse manager. Lu Bin recounted the entire investigation process from the sidelines. What the hell? Even Shen Dahai couldn't help but curse under his breath as he listened to Lu Bin's account. Dad, why are you swearing? Mind your manners. Shen Qian rolled her eyes. Ahem. This, cough. Shen Dahai's face flushed crimson. He stammered for ages without managing a single coherent sentence. Why did I lose my composure just now? Not only did she help solve the case, but she also prevented the situation from escalating further. Shen Dahai's old face was thoroughly flushed with embarrassment. So, what's with all the fuss? I heard from Xiao Lu that Chen Fan handled the entire situation. You, the boss, just trailed behind like a shadow. Where did you get the nerve to criticize me? Shen Dahai shot Chen Qian a withering look. Young man, you did quite well, far better than your boss. This private detective agency is really wasting your talent. How about this? I'll arrange a contract position for you. You'll work under me. What do you say? Shen Dahai patted Chen Fan on the shoulder, suddenly thinking of the strategy to pull the rug out from under him. Despite the recent string of cases they'd solved together, Chen Fan had been the decisive factor in every one. If he could get Chen Fan into the police force, not only would the police gain a powerful ally, but his daughter would lose her support system. Wouldn't she then come back to work obediently? Dad. What do you mean? He's my man. You're poaching my guy right in front of me? Is that appropriate? Shen Qian grabbed Chen Fan's arm and pulled him closer to her. Chen Fan suddenly felt his arm being tightly wrapped by something, nearly causing his nose to bleed. Shen Dahai watched from the sidelines, grinding his teeth in frustration. Hey, hurry up and transfer that bonus money over to us. Let's go. Shen Qian didn't wait for an answer, yanking Chen Fan toward the exit. Put. That damn brat. She's even resorting to the beauty trap to keep Chen Fan here. What a mess. Shen Dahai felt like crying but had no tears left. At this rate, that girl probably won't be coming back. So what if she helped us crack a case? What's there to be so happy about? When I was a cop, I solved countless cases. Did I go around bragging about it all day? Ring ring. Just then, Shen Dahai's phone rang. It was his old classmate Li Yang from the Provincial Bureau. Old Shen, I heard there's a cannibalism case in your jurisdiction? Running into trouble, huh? Should we send a task force from the Provincial Bureau? The old classmate asked teasingly. Hey, old Li, you're well connected. Where'd you hear about this? Shen Dahai frowned. This Li Yang had been Shen Dahai's romantic rival back in the day. Both had pursued Chen Qian's mother, but in the end, Shen Dahai won her over with his exceptional culinary skills. After that, Li Yang transferred to the provincial department, and the two had no shortage of friction in their daily dealings. You bet. Let me tell you, that restaurant's front-of-house manager is the seventh cousin of my great-aunt's cousin on my mother's side. This case is terrifying: cannibalism, bombs, and all that. If you don't crack it soon, the pressure on you, ugh. Li Yang said over the phone, taking a sip of tea. Hey, Li, no offense, but your intelligence work needs some work. We cracked this case ages ago. A minor case like this is a piece of cake. No need to bother you guys. Shen Dahai's lips curled into a smirk as he lifted his teacup. What? Solved? Impossible. It's only been a few hours since the report was filed. Old Shen, you're really blowing your own horn here. A gasp came from the other end of the line. Heh, why not? My daughter may not be on the force, but she happened to be dining at the scene. I'm not bragging, but her skills would rank among the top in your provincial bureau. Since you called, maybe we can apply for some recognition or honors for solving this case so quickly. Shen Dahai grinned at Li Yang. Well, solving cases is your job, isn't it? Why are you actively asking for rewards? All right, enough. I'm busy. Don't keep calling me for no reason. Li Yang hung up the phone with a pout. Ha ha. You little brat. You think you can mess with me? Don't you know who this girl takes after? She got her looks from her mom, but her IQ is all mine. After hanging up, Director Shen felt absolutely delighted. Well, since things had turned out this way, there was an upside to it. Once that girl moves back home, have her mom work on her a bit. Maybe things will gradually improve. New address for Fuguei Private Detective Agency. Chen Fan and Shen Qian finally moved their belongings over. Ahem, boss, did you rent the place? You're not going back on your word, are you? Chen Fan asked breathlessly. When this lady handles things, can they possibly go wrong? Get those things moved. I'll take you to see the place first. You can clean up the place while you're at it. Shen Qian pointed to several large boxes nearby. What are these? Chen Fan was puzzled. Ever since they were moved in, Shen Qian had never allowed anyone to touch these boxes, and no one knew what was inside. Stop talking so much and just follow me. Shen Qian shot Chen Fan a withering look, and the two hailed a cab heading toward the house. 5 minutes later. Chen Fan surveyed the upscale apartment building with satisfaction. Boss, I used to say you were a bit stingy, but I take it all back. I admitted now you're a generous boss. You get a huge thumbs up from me. Chen Fan exclaimed excitedly. This apartment clearly exuded luxury, and the beautiful women sharing a place here must be top-notch. Ahem. Of course. Shen Qian led Chen Fan inside. Everything inside was fully equipped, just a quick cleanup and it'd be move-in ready. Landlord, you can go now. I need to clean up quickly, or my roommate will get the wrong impression when she arrives. Chen Fan said to Shen Qian. Ahem, could you help me move those boxes upstairs to the room? I'm the roommate. Shen Qian blinked and said. Chapter 33, a skinny dog? What the heck? You're my roommate? No way, no way. Chen Fan was stunned upon hearing this. Sure, Shen Qian had the looks and the figure, but her temper was way too hot to handle. Dealing with her at work during the day was punishment enough. If they shared an apartment, wouldn't that mean enduring more misery after work? Why not? I'm not a beauty. Shen Qian glared at Chen Fan, her cheeks puffed out in defiance at his dismissive look. Well, technically. But the thing is, aren't you afraid that one night when you're asleep, I'll sneak into your room and... You know my lock-picking skills. No matter how you lock it, I can get in. Chen Fan raised his eyebrows in a taunting manner. Go ahead and try it if you've got the guts. We'll see who ends up worse off. Shen Qian blushed as she replied. Oh really? Outside these doors, you're my boss. But inside these doors, you're my roommate, like I'd be scared of you? Chen Fan stripped off his shirt and headed upstairs. Shen Qian was stunned at the sight. She'd already experienced Chen Fan's strength firsthand. She was no match for him. If Chen Fan forced himself on her, she might actually end up, well, you know. But the problem was, she had invited him earlier. Even if he did take advantage of her, it would be her own fault. Reporting it to the police wouldn't make sense either. Shen Qian hurried upstairs and slammed the door shut. You little brat. You think I can't handle you? Chen Fan clapped his hands. After cleaning up, Chen Fan headed back to his old rental apartment. He needed to pack up and move over as soon as possible. Since landing the job, cases had come one after another, leaving him no chance to return. The lease on his previous place had already expired. Regardless, he was finally settled now. Hearing Chen Fan leave, Shen Qian emerged from the room with a look of caution on her face. Only after confirming he was gone did she breathe a sigh of relief. Come to think of it, this was Shen Qian's first time sharing a place with a man too. She had always lived at home, but after leaving the police force, her father had pressured her and restricted her access to funds. With no other choice, Shen Qian rented this place on her own. She usually just made do with sleeping there. Shen Qian wasn't some spoiled princess who couldn't handle hardship. What truly troubled her was her lack of tangible achievements. Even after founding her private detective agency, she hadn't proven her capabilities. So she didn't care much about her living conditions. But since Chen Fan entered her life, both her work and personal world had been turned upside down. Often, time alone doesn't reveal the true nature of human relationships. Shen Qian opened the boxes, revealing her personal belongings from her previous life. Seeing how meticulously Chen Fan had organized everything, Shen Qian felt a surge of delight. As she tidied up, Shen Qian worked up a sweat, especially in two areas that felt particularly tight. She assumed Chen Fan had gone back to pack his luggage. Based on the distance Chen Fan had mentioned earlier, taking the bus would take a long time. After a moment's thought, she decided to take off her underwear. It felt much more comfortable. But just as she finished tidying up, she heard the door open. Shen Qian didn't even have time to grab the clothes from the sofa before rushing upstairs. But the moment she reached the top, she regretted it. She hadn't grabbed the clothes from the sofa. Just as she was about to go back down to get them, Chen Fan pushed open the door and walked in. I'm exhausted. Chen Fan came in, panting heavily while lugging 2 suitcases. Shen Qian quickly ducked back. Seeing the empty space where her clothes had been, Shen Qian's face flushed crimson. Chen Fan didn't even pause to rest before plopping down on the sofa. Given Chen Fan's previous spending habits, taking the bus both ways was the obvious choice. But having just finished cleaning and exhausted himself, plus needing to pack up his things before heading back, he decisively hailed a cab. After all, he was earning a salary now, no need to take the bus when he could afford a ride. What's this? Hey! You can't just leave clothes lying around like this. Chen Fan was about to pick it up and scold Shen Qian, but upon lifting it, he realized it was an undergarment. And it was still warm. Chen Fan was utterly speechless. This is practically forcing me to be a pervert, isn't it? The size isn't small either. At least a D cup. Ahem. I still have some stuff to bring up. It'll probably take another 10 minutes. Chen Fan called up to the upstairs with a shout, then reluctantly got up and walked out. Hearing Chen Fan leave, Shen Qian hurried downstairs to retrieve her underwear, her heart pounding so hard it felt like it would leap out of her throat. Who would have thought that on their very first day of sharing an apartment, something like this would happen? Looks like she couldn't just take her clothes off at home anymore. 10 minutes later. Chen Fan returned. Just get the bed ready so we can sleep. I don't see any cooking supplies here. I'll go buy some oil, salt, soy sauce, vinegar, and other essentials. We'll also need to get some meat and vegetables. Chen Fan said to Shen Qian. Ha? Are we going to cook from now on? Why not just order takeout? Or eat out? Shen Qian hesitated. She couldn't cook. Did you forget about that slaughterhouse case? You still dare to eat outside food? Chen Fan was utterly speechless. Fine. Shen Qian felt a wave of nausea at the thought of that human flesh. Although she'd encountered similar cases before, the last time, the victim's ribs had actually appeared on their dinner table. This felt entirely different. As for eating out in the future, she'd probably be scarred for life. You wouldn't happen to be unable to cook, would you? Easy fix, I cook for you, you pay me. Chen Fan smiled at Shen Qian's flustered expression. Who doesn't know how to cook? But since you brought it up, this lady will give you a chance to prove yourself. Cook first, and I'll taste it. If it's not good, this lady will take over personally. Shen Qian really couldn't cook. But she absolutely couldn't admit it. Chen Fan rolled his eyes as they walked out together. Their apartment was located in the CBD area. The location was great. But the downside was that it was too far from the market. Following their phone's navigation, Chen Fan and Shen Qian headed toward the nearest market. Just as they passed a plaza, Chen Fan suddenly pulled Shen Qian aside and sat down. What's wrong? Tired already after just a short walk? Is your stamina even up to par? Puppy? Shen Qian, seeing a rare chance to tease Chen Fan, quickly taunted him. Who are you calling a skinny dog? I'll show you just how thin it is one night. Something's off here. I spotted 3 plainclothes officers earlier. Seems like something big is going down. Chen Fan lowered his voice as he spoke to Shen Qian. Chapter 34, Plainclothes Officers. Plainclothes officers? Where? Shen Qian looked around in confusion. The square was bustling with people coming and going, but she couldn't spot anything unusual. Look at that convenience store entrance. There's a couple sitting there drinking beverages, but their bottles have been empty for ages. Though they occasionally exchange words, their eyes show no connection. Instead, they're intently scanning the surroundings. And that janitor scrubbing the trash can? Normally, trash cans aren't cleaned by hand, they're hosed down in bulk. Plus, janitors have huge areas to cover for trash collection and cleaning. They wouldn't voluntarily do this. And that cleaner looks far too young. Even though he's bending over diligently, you can tell he's a young man. Few young people would choose this line of work. Further away from these two groups, the sausage vendor stands by his grill. There aren't many people around, and no one is buying from him, yet he remains there the entire time. A normal vendor wouldn't do that, otherwise, the sausages would all burn to a crisp. Looking around, there are quite a few similar plainclothes officers scattered throughout the square. The location they're monitoring is the bank surrounding the square. It's highly likely they're guarding against a bank robbery. Chen Fan explained to Shen Qian. Shen Qian looked in the direction Chen Fan indicated and indeed noticed something unusual about these people. But she had just walked through the square herself and hadn't noticed them at all. What was going on? Who pays close attention to everyone around them while walking? Many of them were veteran cops who had developed this sensitivity through years of work. But that sensitivity stemmed from frequent encounters with criminals, with their distinct appearances etched into their minds. Once a similar feeling arises, one naturally becomes alert. But these people are all police officers. From that perspective, it's usually only criminals who notice such things. Shen Qian watched Chen Fan observing with keen interest and couldn't help but shake her head. This guy. Every time he thinks about or approaches a problem, he does it from a criminal's perspective. Just like he said before. If he ever actually committed a crime, no one would stand a chance against him. Ha! That's Deputy Chief Sunday. We should go over and give him a heads up. Shen Qian spotted a familiar face at the milk tea shop. If Chen Fan could spot these flaws, what if the criminals were equally vigilant? They might pick up on the slightest clues too. 1 bubble tea, please. Hey, you! Go pay for this. Shen Qian pushed open the door and addressed the staff. Chen Fan rolled his eyes behind her. Just as expected. You just can't compliment a woman. Just moments ago, she praised her for being generous when renting an apartment, but now she's making him pay for a single cup of milk tea. Who in their right mind would do that when buying 1 bubble tea for 2 people? Son, you're here drinking bubble tea too? Shen Qian pretended to casually spot Sun Ming and approached him. Qian? What are you doing here? Sun Ming was closely monitoring the square when he suddenly saw Shen Qian walk in with a handsome guy. Every single official in the Tianhai City public security system knew Shen Qian. Son, I know you're busy, but we're drawing attention. Shen Qian leaned in, lowering her voice. Sun Ming was startled. Shen Qian then relayed the inconsistencies Chen Fan had just revealed to Sun Ming. Sun Ming looked up. The scene that had seemed flawless moments ago was now riddled with holes. Number 3, stop wiping that trash can. Find some shade and take a break. Pick up trash if you see any, or just sit down if there isn't any. Why are you working so hard? Number 4 and 5, you two are a couple, why are you standing so far apart? Hold hands first. Number 6, your grilled sausage is burning. If no one's buying, go to the back and pretend to play with your phone. Sun Ming scrambled to issue instructions over the walkie-talkie. Cece, you really are the best. I've been a veteran detective for years, yet I still can't handle things perfectly. These guys just lack experience. Sun Ming expressed his gratitude to Shen Qian. I just got lucky. Shen Qian flushed. After all, she had just taken credit for Chen Fan's work. Here, bubble tea. Chen Fan handed over the bubble tea from behind with obvious displeasure. And this is? Oh, great. Great. Be sure to invite me to the wedding. Sun Ming looked at Chen Fan with some surprise, but quickly understood. This was a public square, what else could a man and a woman be doing here together? Plus, they only bought 1 cup of milk tea. That meant their relationship was already intimate enough to share a straw for their bubble tea. Sun Ming was already calculating how much his red envelope should be when the chief's daughter got married. Wedding? Chen Fan rolled his eyes. Shen Qian was equally speechless. There was no way to explain it now. The more they tried, the worse it would get. Ahem. Son, someone's targeting that bank, huh? Shen Qian asked Sun Ming. Right. A few days ago, our people infiltrated a criminal gang and sent word. Word is they're planning to target this bank. And they're going all in. It's time to close the net. It's a large criminal gang, 7 or 8 members, armed with guns. We've been tracking them for some time. Sun Ming nodded. No wonder. Listening to Sun Ming, Shen Qian nodded in agreement. Following Sun Ming's earlier instructions, there were over a dozen plainclothes officers at the scene alone. Combined with the surrounding ambush teams, their numbers were likely substantial. In that case, we'll be leaving now, Shen Qian said to Sun Ming. Their purpose in coming was merely to warn him it wouldn't be right to continue disrupting Sun Ming's affairs. Captain. Target detected. Just then, a voice crackled over Sun Ming's walkie-talkie. Monitor closely. Do not act rashly. All personnel, find an opportunity to move closer to the bank. Sun Ming hurriedly instructed. Chen Fan quickly grabbed Shen Qian's arm to stop her. The operation had already begun, and the criminals were still armed. Venturing out recklessly could easily lead to unnecessary trouble. It was best to stay hidden here. Soon, a figure appeared in the square. First, they went to the nearby convenience store to buy a pack of cigarettes. Then, they walked over to a trash bin, lit up, and began surveying the surroundings. Target confirmed. The individual is a key member of the criminal gang. After the man exited the convenience store, the undercover officer stationed at the entrance relayed the information. Keep a close watch. Await the appearance of the others. Sun Ming stood ready for action. Something doesn't feel right. At that moment, Chen Fan, standing nearby, frowned. Don't speak out of turn. Don't interfere with brother-son's business. Shen Qian shot back at Chen Fan with obvious displeasure. What's wrong? Sun Ming turned to ask Chen Fan. Chapter 35, showing off his skills. He was genuinely curious what kind of man could possibly be Shen Qian's boyfriend. Rumor had it Shen Qian had turned down numerous sons of high-ranking officials. Given her looks and capabilities, this young man must possess some real talent to have caught her eye. After all, looks alone couldn't put food on the table. If they plan to rob a bank, this isn't the best time. The best time to rob a bank is usually during the afternoon rush hour. First, the bank has processed a day's worth of cash, so there's a large amount waiting to be deposited inside. Second, bank armored trucks make their rounds to branch offices during closing hours to transfer funds. Clearly, that truck hasn't arrived yet. Plus, this particular branch is located near the beginning of the transfer route, so it holds relatively little cash. Even if they succeeded now, they wouldn't get much. More importantly, daylight makes escape and concealment difficult. Third, if they intended to rob it, they would have scouted the location well in advance. This means they couldn't linger at the scene for long. The longer they stayed, the more clues they'd leave behind, allowing police to pinpoint the time of the robbery more quickly. After this individual appeared, he calmly bought cigarettes, lit one, and began smoking. This allows police to identify DNA through the cigarette but he left behind. It's been a long time since this person showed up, yet the others still haven't arrived. That's highly unusual. Judging by his expression, he doesn't seem the least bit anxious, as if he's deliberately waiting for someone. Chen Fan blurted out all the suspicious details he'd noticed. Shen Qian and Sun Ming both widened their eyes in surprise. This. Sun Ming watched the man's reaction while recalling Chen Fan's earlier words. This man was definitely trouble. What's really going on? Could our inside man have been exposed? Sun Ming was deeply concerned. Probably not. If our mole had been exposed, it wouldn't have been this mild. And this person definitely wouldn't have shown up. Chen Fan shook his head and pulled out his phone. This square is located slightly east of the central business district. The surrounding traffic is heavy, making it easy for criminals to escape while complicating police pursuit. The intel from our inside source indicated they were active, meaning they likely deliberately leaked false information to lure the tiger away from the mountain. So it's highly likely they're operating in the opposite direction, the western part of the city. And considering the timing of the bank robbery earlier, this is the most suitable target for a heist at this hour. Chen Fan marked several locations on his phone and handed it to Sun Ming. Sun Ming glanced at them and saw they were 3 large jewelry stores. Jewelry stores? You mean their real objective is to rob jewelry stores? Why these 3? Sun Ming was utterly shocked. They used a diversion tactic on the police. You just mentioned they have guns. For such a large-scale operation, they wouldn't bother with small jewelry stores. And these 3 in the West are the biggest. The amount of gold and jewelry inside every day is staggering. If it were me, that's exactly what I'd do, Chen Fan explained. Sun Ming stared at Chen Fan in disbelief. Following Chen Fan's reasoning, there wasn't a single flaw. What's going on? What did your boyfriend do before? Did he have a criminal record? Was it on file? Sun Ming quietly tugged Shen Qian aside and asked. He graduated from the police academy. It's fine. Shen Qian was utterly dumbfounded. Chen Fan's line of reasoning was hard not to find suspicious. But the mere fact that he graduated from the police academy could convince anyone. After all, the academy's screening process was notoriously rigorous. No way. He's not my boyfriend. Shen Qian flushed red, finally snapping back to her senses. Contact the chief immediately and have him send another team over. One team for each of the 3 jewelry stores. We've got a change in plans here. Sun Ming didn't have time to say anything to Shen Qian. He immediately started shouting orders. Captain, should we arrest this guy? A nearby officer asked. Best not to arrest him yet. Keep him under close surveillance. Once we make the arrest, it could very well expose our inside man. Do you have any micro-trackers? Chen Fan asked Sun Ming and the others. We don't have micro-trackers, but these microphones have built-in tracking capabilities. Sun Ming quickly produced a device the size of a button for Chen Fan. I'll step outside for a moment. Chen Fan took it and headed toward the person on the square outside. Shen Qian, do you think something might go wrong? What's he going out for? Sun Ming was completely baffled. Well, probably trying to find a way to plant the tracking device on that person. That way, they can release this person and then track the criminal's hideout using his location. Shen Qian thought aloud. Oh no! This suspect is the master thief of the criminal gang. He's extremely vigilant. That's probably why they sent him to distract us. If he gets wind of us, we're in deep trouble. Sun Ming was about to rush out, but seeing Chen Fan already approaching, his heart leapt into his throat. Ha! Shen Qian was startled too. She quickly looked toward Chen Fan. But she saw Chen Fan casually stroll over with a cigarette, exchange a few words with the man, and then walk back. Is it over? Did it work? Shen Qian and Sun Ming rushed over. Yep, got it in the blink of an eye just while asking for a light. Chen Fan nodded. Good heavens! How did you manage that? That guy's a master thief. Sun Ming was so shocked his jaw nearly dropped. Master thief? No wonder he had some sense of caution. But his technique and awareness are so poor. Can someone like that really be called a master thief? Chen Fan shrugged. You're the one who's freaking abnormal, okay? I have no idea where you picked up all these criminal skills. Shen Qian rolled her eyes. Want to learn? My rates are steep. Chen Fan grinned. But we need to go out and work together in a bit. I told her my girlfriend was buying bubble tea here. If we don't leave soon, we might get noticed. Chen Fan said to Shen Qian. Put. Who says I'm your girlfriend? Shen Qian shot Chen Fan a fierce glare. Shen Qian, you can't be so stubborn. If we don't leave now, we'll tip them off. Sun Ming hurriedly interjected. Aren't you going to hurry up? What are you standing around for? Shen Qian knew exactly what was going on. Fuming, she hooked her arm through Chen Fan's and marched toward the exit. Her hand kept digging into Chen Fan's arm with force. Chen Fan winced in pain and pushed back with his elbow. Shen Qian, who had been clutching his arm, suddenly went limp. Her face flushed crimson as she stared at Chen Fan. Oh. Oops. I didn't mean to do that. Stop pinching me. Chen Fan sighed helplessly. The spot where his elbow had just made contact felt incredibly soft. Combined with the lingerie he'd found on the sofa earlier, he realized his initial estimate of her size might have been too small. Chapter 36, I saw them kissing. You're going to die. Shen Qian gritted her teeth, but couldn't vent her frustration. Watching the two of them walk right past that criminal. Let's go, buddy. But Chen Fan suddenly wrapped his arm around Shen Qian and waved at the man. No matter how displeased Shen Qian felt, she could only obediently nestle into Chen Fan's embrace. At that moment, inside the milk tea shop, Sun Ming stared in disbelief at Chen Fan, who was actually greeting the criminal. What a masterstroke. With that kind of intelligence, insight, and courage, he'd be a legendary detective if he joined the police force. Sun Ming shook his head. How's the tracking coming along? Sun Ming turned to ask. Already activated. Tracking continuously now. The person beside him reported. Good. Have the surrounding personnel provide backup. Everyone near the square should avoid making any sudden movements to prevent alerting the target. Once they make their move, we move immediately. Sun Ming hurriedly added. This time, they were playing the long game to reel in the big fish. There was no way they'd escape. Now they could only hope the other teams arrived quickly so they could coordinate the takedown. Sure enough. When the police arrived at the scene as Sun Ming had instructed, they caught the gang of robbers fleeing the jewelry store after the heist. The police dared not launch a reckless pursuit through the city streets, so they could only force them back along the route. But after shooting and killing two of them, they still lost track of the rest. Meanwhile, upon receiving the news, Sun Ming and his team did not rush into action. Instead, they watched as the man took a phone call and immediately departed. Tianhai City Public Security Bureau. Shen Dahai sat at the front of the conference room, his face ashen. Below him sat Sun Ming and his team. Lu Bin was briefing them on the case. This time, it was Lu Bin's squad that had been dispatched to provide backup at the jewelry store. This case is exceptionally heinous. There were 6 criminals in total. They robbed Xiaobao Gold Shop, stealing gold jewelry with a preliminary estimated value exceeding 10 million yuan. After exiting the store following the robbery, they happened to encounter our arriving personnel. Since the criminals were armed, we didn't act rashly. After intercepting them in the suburbs, we engaged in a firefight with the criminals. Thanks to advance intelligence from squad leader Sun, we were armed for this operation. We suffered no casualties and neutralized 2 suspects. However, the criminals still had grenades. After throwing them, they managed to escape. That's all the information we have at this time. Lu Bin addressed the group. Sun Ming, you take it from here. You all performed exceptionally well this time. Not only did you uncover the criminals' true intentions, but you also notified the authorities immediately, ultimately neutralizing the suspects and preventing any casualties. You even pinpointed the criminals' location. This time, you deserve major commendation. Shen Dahai remarked from the side. Ahem, it's all thanks to your excellent training, Chief. Honestly, we didn't do much during the operation. Sun Ming scratched his nose as he spoke. This remark wasn't false modesty. Throughout the entire operation, Sun Ming had simply followed Chen Fan's lead. When did you learn to suck up, Sun Ming? This case was under your jurisdiction from the start. I never gave any direct instructions. Shen Dahai shot Sun Ming a sidelong glance. Isn't your guidance essentially the same as your son-in-law's? Sun Ming grinned. Son-in-law? What son-in-law? Don't talk nonsense. Shen Dahai's face darkened instantly. Is he tall and handsome, someone named Chen Fan? Did Chen Qian and Chen Fan get involved too? No wonder. Lu Bin whispered from the side. Yes. That's him. You know about it too, right? Sun Ming nodded eagerly. Of course I do. He helped crack our last case. Even though our chief doesn't say it out loud, he's already recognized his worth. Last time I even saw them kissing. Lu Bin grinned. Right? I saw them hugging too. Back in the room, right in front of us, Chen Qian kept denying it. But as soon as they stepped outside, they were all over each other. Sun Ming gave a knowing wink. What nonsense are you two spouting? We're discussing the case right now. Why are you bringing up all that useless nonsense? Shen Dahai instantly lost his temper. Even though Lu Bin and Sun Ming had tried to keep their voices as low as possible, the sound still reached Shen Dahai's ears within the conference room. Kissing and hugging each other like that. It nearly drove Shen Dahai, the doting father, mad. Oh, right, the case. Based on the current location, those bandits haven't moved immediately. That address is an old factory building on the outskirts of the city, which is relatively safe for them. We've sealed off all roads leading out of the city. They won't get away even if they grew wings. We're planning to move tonight. Sun Ming declared. Got it. Tonight, your 2 teams will coordinate the operation. Prioritize safety above all else. Shen Dahai nodded. Ring. No sooner had Shen Dahai finished speaking than the phone rang. At that moment, in a cluster of factory buildings on the outskirts, several people sat there, their faces glowing with excitement. Before them lay a bag brimming with gold jewelry. Ha, boss, we're rolling in it this time. And with 2 dead, we'll get an even bigger share. A bald man stared greedily at the jewels before him. Damn it! That was my older brother. You're the one who's dead. Suddenly, the burly man beside him leapt up, grabbed the bald man by the collar, and lunged forward. Enough! Everyone, stop! What's all this commotion? The leader, a man with a scarred face, pointed his gun at the 2 men, who reluctantly sat back down. If the cops hadn't shown up so fast during this robbery, we wouldn't be in such a mess. We might have already gotten away by now. The station and all roads out of town are probably blocked now. Getting away won't be so easy. But I can't shake the feeling this police response was suspicious. We scouted near the bank, rented a place nearby, and deliberately left clues all to distract the cops. Then we'd hit the jewelry store while they were occupied and make our escape. But the cops got there way too fast. Skinny Monkey, did you find anything over there? Scarface asked Skinny Monkey. Nothing. Don't you know my skills by now? Nothing unusual. And when I left, I deliberately took the subway several times before coming back. Even if someone was following me, I'm absolutely sure I shook them off. Skinny Monkey confidently stripped off his clothes and tossed them carelessly onto the ground. Then this is truly strange. How could this happen? This place isn't safe anymore. Pack up and move out immediately. Bury this stuff first. Now's not the time to act. Wait until things calm down. Scarface addressed the others. Chapter 37, Internal Strife. Soon. The group headed outside. Hold on a moment, I think I forgot something. After they stepped outside, Scarface asked everyone to wait while he went back inside. Moments later, he emerged with a dark expression. He walked straight up to one man and pressed the gun against his head. The spot where you were sitting just now has some peculiar markings left behind. Care to explain what they mean? Scarface sneered at the man. What markings? Boss, what are you talking about? Though inwardly panicked, the man forced himself to maintain a calm expression. He was the police informant. He knew that if he slipped up now, the man before him would kill him without hesitation. The message hadn't been relayed yet. There was no backup. He was on his own. What do you mean? Let's go. Why don't we all go back and see for ourselves? Scarface forced the man inside at gunpoint. Sure enough, on the steps where the man had been sitting, there were fresh scratches. They were clearly fresh. From the moment the cops showed up, I knew something was off. It's impossible for the cops to respond that quickly to a regular call, let alone show up with so many armed officers. Someone among us must have tipped them off. Scarface said coldly. Boss, even if someone tipped them off, it wasn't me. I was in the car with Biao just now, and neither of us had our phones. If I'd tipped them off earlier, the cops would have staked out the jewelry store already. How could we have pulled this off? Besides, if I were the mole, the bank should have been the target. It's just a habit of mine when I'm nervous, I doodle everywhere. What the hell's wrong with that? The man retorted to Scarface. Yeah, boss, we were both just guarding the car. Neither of us moved a muscle. The burly man chimed in from the side. Scarface listened and realized there was some logic to it. If this guy was an undercover cop, the police should have been staking out the bank, not the jewelry store. No. Scarface immediately turned to look at Skinny Monkey. If the cops had an inside man, they wouldn't have made the arrest at the bank either. The most likely suspect was Skinny Monkey. If Skinny Monkey was the police informant from the start, then everything makes sense. He first tipped off the police to stake out outside the bank, then waited himself. But this time, the operation split up just before it began, so by the time they tipped off the police, it was already too late. That's why the cops only showed up after the robbery was over. Boss, this has nothing to do with me. If I were a police informant, the cops would have been here ages ago. Skinny Monkey waved his hands frantically. Wah wah! Wah wah! No sooner had Skinny Monkey finished speaking. A piercing wail of police sirens erupted. Skinny Monkey! Me! Scarface, seeing this, immediately prepared to shoot Skinny Monkey dead. Skinny Monkey froze upon hearing the police sirens outside. Seeing Scarface draw his gun, he didn't bother explaining. He flipped the blade between his fingers and slashed straight at Scarface's hand. Seizing the moment when the scarred man dropped his pistol, he snatched it away. He fired a shot at the scarred man's leg, then wildly fired several more shots at the others before sprinting out the door. It all happened in the blink of an eye. The others hadn't even registered what was happening when several were struck by bullets. They lay on the ground, wailing in pain. Immediately afterward, Lu Bin and Sun Ming burst in with the police. They cuffed every last one of them. Damn it! You really are here. What the hell is going on? An internal fight? Lu Bin stared at the scene before him in disbelief. The thugs lay shot on the ground, the stolen gold all gathered in a black bag nearby. It was as if the loot had tied itself up and was waiting for them to take it. Something's not right. One's missing. Where's that guy? Sun Ming approached the inner perimeter, visibly startled. Quick, chase after him. He ran that way. The inside man hurriedly shouted to Sun Ming. Damn it, you're the one working undercover for the cops? What the hell is going on? Scarface watched the undercover cop and Sun Ming talking, then spat out a mouthful of blood. Oomph. You're the one who's stupid, don't blame others. The undercover cop said coldly. How did you guys get here? I was just fretting about how to send word. The informant asked Sun Ming. Wasn't anyone here just now? That's what Chen Qian said on the phone. That's why we rushed over. Sun Ming was puzzled. Bang! At that moment, a gunshot rang out from the other side of the factory building. Everyone froze in shock. Quick! Get someone over there immediately! Lu Bin shouted urgently. Captain Sun! Captain Lu! Head over there! Someone got away. Chen Fan's already in pursuit. You guys go provide backup. Just then, Shen Qian rushed over from the side. What? Quick, follow me. Lu Bin was startled, but without pausing to ask questions, he immediately led his men to rush over. But just as they arrived, they saw Chen Fan walking over with someone in tow. Lu Bin and his men were instantly dumbfounded. What's going on? You caught him? But there was a gun just now? Lu Bin asked nervously. The man before them, Chen Fan, was the bureau chief's son-in-law. If he got shot for getting involved in their case, they'd be in big trouble. It's a Type 77 pistol with a 7-round capacity. Earlier, I heard them say 3 shots were fired on the road. After we disarmed him, he fired 4 shots, leaving only 1 round remaining. I used a rock to lure him into firing the last shot, then surrendered peacefully. Chen Fan handed over a Type 77 pistol. You used a rock to make him fire? How did you manage that? Lu Bin was dumbfounded. This was firing a gun. If he'd hit him, it would have been all over. Haha, ask him. Chen Fan nudged the criminal beside him with his foot. Bro, you're too modest. Is that something a mere mortal could accomplish? I've traveled from south to north and I've never seen anyone with skills like yours. I just want to know, how did you find us here? Skinny Monkey asked Chen Fan. Remember when I asked you for a light back at the square? When I borrowed your lighter, I slipped a button-sized tracking device into your pocket. After that, it followed you all over town, and here we are. Even though you came down just as the subway was closing, you were way too obvious. There weren't that many people on the train, but you had to stand right by the door. Next time, you could pretend to tie your shoelaces and crouch near the door, or make a phone call while pretending to look for someone. That way, no one would suspect a thing. But you probably won't get it next time. Chen Fan shook his head. Chapter 38, Director Shen on the brink of collapse. Ha! You gave the item to, and still followed me all the way here? The words struck him like a bolt from the blue. For Skinny Monkey, his greatest confidence lay in his skills of theft and concealment. But he never imagined. This guy had slipped the item into his clothes, and he hadn't noticed a thing. He'd even waved goodbye as he walked away. More importantly, he had clearly seen him before. He'd followed him the entire way, and he hadn't noticed a thing. This was terrifying. I've been bested. I deserve to lose to you. Skinny Monkey sighed deeply. Chen Fan. Are you okay? Just then, Shen Qian rushed over. I'm fine. Looks like it, doesn't it? Chen Fan grimaced. Are you crazy? Why did you charge out just now? Shen Qian suddenly slapped Chen Fan across the face. Heh, you're my boss, you know. Just now you were about to charge out there. If you'd died, who'd pay my salary from now on? Chen Fan chuckled. He didn't get angry at Shen Qian for slapping him. After all, the worry in Shen Qian's eyes was plain for all to see. Pay me my damn salary. If you ever do that again, I'll fire you. Shen Qian gritted her teeth. She suddenly threw herself into Chen Fan's arms. Just as they were about to leave the square, Shen Qian insisted on dragging Chen Fan along to follow that skinny monkey. They followed the skinny monkey all the way here. They accidentally discovered all the bandits gathering here. Shen Qian immediately called Director Shen and summoned him to the scene. It was a stroke of luck. Otherwise, if they had split up and left, catching them again wouldn't have been so straightforward. But unexpectedly, Skinny Monkey clashed with them. Just as the standoff reached a critical point, the police arrived smoothly. But Skinny Monkey managed to escape. Shen Qian tugged at Chen Fan, urging him to chase after him, but she overlooked the fact that Skinny Monkey had a gun in his hand. When Shen Qian instinctively lunged forward to chase him, Skinny Monkey turned and raised his gun to shoot Shen Qian, but Chen Fan struck his wrist with a rock. Chen Fan then tackled Shen Qian to the ground, instructing her to go back and call for help. He himself gave chase. If not for Chen Fan, Shen Qian might have been dead by now. Moreover, Shen Qian had no idea how many bullets were left in the pistol. So when Chen Fan dashed out, her heart clenched in terror. Seeing Chen Fan unharmed, she finally breathed a sigh of relief. Overwhelmed by guilt and the joy of having him back, Shen Qian couldn't help but throw herself into Chen Fan's arms. Ugh. So big. I can't breathe. Chen Fan felt his chest being crushed by two enormous things, making it hard to breathe. Lu Bin and Sun Ming, who had followed them over, exchanged glances. Both wore meaningful smiles. Look at that. The way these two are going, their wedding can't be far off. Put. You. Shen Qian felt a certain part of Chen Fan's body shift and suddenly realized that in her panic, she had thrown herself into his arms and was now clinging to him in front of everyone. Now she was truly in a situation where she couldn't wash herself clean even if she jumped into the Yellow River. What's going on? Just then, Shen Dahai rushed over in a panic. This operation involved apprehending armed felons responsible for a major jewelry store robbery. After making his arrangements, Shen Dahai had followed along. After all, a gunfight had erupted on the streets, and grenades had exploded, news that had already spread like wildfire among the citizens. As the chief of the Public Security Bureau, Shen Dahai naturally bore immense pressure on his shoulders. But unexpectedly, as soon as he arrived, someone informed him that all the criminals except one had been apprehended. Shen Dahai nearly jumped for joy. But then a gunshot rang out, nearly stopping his heart. Fortunately, someone soon came to inform Shen Dahai that the fugitive had also been apprehended. There were no casualties on their side. This meant the jewelry store robbery case had been solved in just a few short hours. Shen Dahai nearly lost his mind with joy. But then he saw Shen Qian and Chen Fan embracing each other. Shen Dahai's mood was like a roller coaster. Up and down. He was on the verge of breaking down. Dad, I can explain. It's not what you think. Shen Qian saw Shen Dahai staring at them like a frog, eyes wide and mouth agape, and quickly pulled away. If you two dare do that again, I'll have you arrested on the spot. Just wait till I get back, I'll skin you both alive. Both of you come back to the station with me. Shen Dahai stormed off in a rage. If anything happened to those two, Shen Dahai would probably lose his mind. Tianhai City Public Security Bureau. The speed of this investigation set a new record for major cases within their bureau. Previously, cases involving bank or jewelry store robberies typically took a considerable amount of time to solve. On-the-spot apprehension, same-day resolution. This achievement stands as a significant milestone in the entire history of criminal investigation in Dragon Nation. Chief, the interrogations are complete. They confessed readily. All the gold and silver jewelry stolen in this robbery has been recovered. Based on their confessions, they've committed major crimes in other provinces, but they were apprehended here. We've already contacted the authorities in those provinces and requested they send personnel here. Lu Bin reported to Shin Dahai. Remember to claim the reward money. Our bureau's budget is severely strained lately. Shin Dahai sighed. It wasn't until he returned to the bureau that he learned the full details of the incident. The key players in this were still his daughter and Chen Fan. They provided such invaluable assistance, a reward was only fair. Even if he hadn't offered it, once the members of the Criminal Investigation Division found out, they'd all come knocking for their share. Well, they're all colleagues from sister units. It's awkward to bring it up. Lu Bin felt a bit awkward. If you can't bring yourselves to ask, then just use your salaries as the bonus. What's wrong with all of you? Can't you learn a thing or two from Chen Fan? If you guys could crack cases yourselves, would we even need to give bonuses? Not a single one of you can hold a candle to a fresh graduate. Shin Dahai snapped irritably. Chief, you can't blame me either. Shen Qian was actually quite skilled, but you drove her away. Lu Bin muttered softly. What did you say? Shin Dahai glared. And nothing. Lu Bin hurriedly replied. Director, it's bad. Something has happened. As soon as Lu Bin stepped out, an officer rushed in, knocking urgently on the door. Chapter 39, No Mercy for the Unjust. What now? The case is already solved, what could possibly go wrong? Shin Dahai shot the officer a displeased glance. Commissioner Gong from the Provincial Bureau is here. He just got into a car accident right at the entrance to the bureau. He's been taken to the hospital. The officer gasped for breath as he spoke. Ha! Shin Dahai heard this, but suddenly felt a wave of dizziness wash over him. His vision darkened and he swayed as if about to collapse. Wait! Did the person in the crash have a head? Shin Dahai blurted out. Ever since Shen Qian was hit by a pig's head corpse outside the police station, he'd been haunted by the memory. No, it was drunk driving. The person's already been taken to the hospital. The officer quickly replied. Then what are we waiting for? Hurry to the hospital. Shin Dahai grabbed his clothes and rushed out. Speaking of Old Gong, he was Shin Dahai's mentor. Back when Shin Dahai first joined the police force, Old Gong personally mentored him. Later, he rose to lead the provincial bureau before stepping back from frontline duties. But over the years, most of the bureau chief-level officials in the entire Hedong provincial public security system were trained by Old Gong. Now that Old Gong had gotten into trouble here, Shin Dahai would likely be skinned alive by his brothers. Tianhai City First People's Hospital. Shin Dahai sat nervously on the bedside. How did you become chief of police? Drunk driving in broad daylight in the city center? Where were your traffic cops? Is this how you do your job? Old Gong, his head wrapped in bandages, pointed an accusing finger at Shin Dahai's nose as he berated him. Shin Dahai was the chief. He oversaw every aspect of the entire public security system. This traffic police brigade was also under their purview. So Shin Dahai deserved every word of the scolding. We've been a bit busy lately. We just overlooked it. Shin Dahai wiped the spittle from his face. He was utterly speechless. The entrance to the Public Security Bureau had become a veritable disaster zone. On the way to the hospital, Shin Dahai started wondering if they should just change the direction of the police station's entrance or better yet, relocate the entire building. You're busy? Tell me what you're busy with. Is that what you call busy? That girl Chen Qian is exceptionally capable, and you just let her resign like that. Those so-called son of the chief candidates you recommended earlier, did you even look at them? Are they decent people? If you hadn't been pushing her to go on blind dates, would she have left? Now that she's gone, you're still relying on others, aren't you? You're a complete moron. Old Gong snapped irritably. Back when Shen Qian was at the police academy, Old Gong had already admired her abilities. He had considered taking her as his final disciple. He specifically assigned Shen Qian to the Criminal Investigation Brigade of Tianhai City Public Security Bureau. He planned for her to hone her skills on the front lines for a few years before transferring her to the Provincial Bureau. But to his utter surprise, Shen Qian resigned after only a few years. After investigating the reason behind her resignation, Old Gong gave Shin Dahai an earful. He ordered Shin Dahai to find a way, no matter what, to get Shen Qian back into the police force. 3 months later, Shen Qian's private detective agency kept growing bigger and bigger. Now it was rumored that cases across the entire bureau were being handled by Shen Qian's private detective agency. And the kicker? They're getting paid for it. If this were happening within the police department, how could such things occur? This time, upon hearing that Shen Qian had helped crack the jewelry store robbery case and apprehended this major cross-provincial criminal syndicate, Old Gong couldn't resist coming to Tianhai City himself. On one hand, he wanted to verify the truth of the matter. After all, while Shen Qian had always been capable, she couldn't possibly be this extraordinary. Recently, Old Gong had personally reviewed every case in Tianhai City. The investigative process defied all conventional methods. Yet within an incredibly short time frame, they managed to pinpoint the culprits and apprehend them. It was nothing short of astonishing. Second, he also wanted to persuade Shen Qian to return to the police force. Only then could the department's losses be minimized. If she absolutely refuses to return, he will do his utmost to secure funding. To leave the police department a safety net. So you already know everything. Shen Dahai scratched his nose. Is there anything within the entire Tianhai City public security system that I don't know? What about that girl? She hasn't even come to see me. Old Gong shot Shen Dahai a glance, truly wanting no more to do with this dimwit. I've already called her. She's on her way. Shen Dahai hurriedly interjected. To Shen Dahai, Shen Qian was like a savior right now. He couldn't wait for her to show up so he could get away from Old Gong. When Shen Qian was very young, Shen Dahai was often busy and would frequently leave her with Old Gong. Old Gong had always adored this bright and clever little girl. Grandpa Gong, are you okay? No sooner had Shen Dahai finished speaking than Shen Qian burst in, breathless with urgency. Oh my goodness, I can barely hold on. My dear, I'm only holding on to see you one last time. Hearing Shen Qian's voice, Old Gong quickly closed his eyes and lay back down. Where was the fiery energy he'd had moments ago when he'd been pointing his finger at Shen Dahai and scolding him? What? How could this happen? How could there be another collision there? Seeing Old Gong's state, Shen Qian grew anxious too. Drunk driving and no traffic cop checked? It's just fate. Old Gong said slowly. Dad? What the hell are you traffic cops doing? Why aren't you enforcing drunk driving laws? Shen Qian turned to confront Shen Dahai. Shen Dahai nearly choked on his own blood. Oh, great. If I can't beat M, I'll just avoid M. Shen Dahai walked out with a cold expression. The moment he stepped outside, he spotted Chen Fan sitting on a chair by the door. Shen Dahai's eyes darted around before he walked over. You're here? Shen Dahai asked Chen Fan in a tender tone. Chen Fan was speechless, feeling goosebumps rise on his skin. He'd finally managed to get home today to rest, only to be dragged out in a hurry by Shen Qian. She said Shen Dahai wanted to see him. That's why he'd come. But he never expected Shen Dahai's attitude to be downright creepy. Xiao Chun, you know I've always had high hopes for you. That matter I mentioned earlier, have you thought it over? Listen, quit that private detective agency right now. Hanging around with that girl has no future. I'll get you a temporary job to start with, then switch you to a contract position later. How does that sound? Shen Dahai said to Chen Fan. That might not be possible. If I quit, I won't even have a place to live. The police station doesn't provide meals or housing, the pay is low, and you can't even look at a hem. I'm confident about this, just trust me. Under my leadership, this private detective agency will absolutely grow bigger and stronger. Chen Fan grinned. Put. Who said you could make it big and strong? Shen Dahai nearly choked on his own spit. Aren't you just worried about accommodation? I'll arrange dorms for you. Shen Dahai hurriedly interjected. Well, that's not really appropriate. We just moved in. If she has to keep looking for roommates and my rent is already deducted from my paycheck, just leaving like this would be. Hold on. What did you say? Roommate? You too? Chen Fan was trying to decline, but Shen Dahai grew increasingly suspicious as he listened, his eyes widening in disbelief. Chapter 40, I'm the director, after all. Ahem, well, it's a company perk. It's basically just employee housing. Chen Fan cleared his throat twice. Benefits? The moment he heard those two words, Shen Dahai felt dizzy. He'd spent plenty of time watching those perks videos, girls in short skirts dancing with long legs. You two live together, and you're offering perks? Shen Dahai dared not think any further. Employee dormitory, my ass. Like I never had my youth? Back in the day, when I was dating Chen Qian's mom, we couldn't afford hotel rooms. We'd spend all day holding hands and sneaking into the woods. Now you two are living together. A man and a woman alone together, you tell me nothing happened? You're living together before even getting married? Even though Shen Dahai held Chen Fan in high regard, the thought of his precious daughter being tasted by this young man before his eyes made his heart bleed. That's how every father-in-law feels. He leapt to his feet. Hey! This is a hospital, no roughhousing allowed. Don't you dare lay a hand on me. Just because you're older doesn't mean I won't throw you over my shoulder. Seeing Shen Dahai's aggressive stance, Chen Fan dared not confront him. He immediately bolted toward the hallway. Help! Someone's dead. Just as Shen Dahai was about to catch up to Chen Fan, several people burst out wailing and crying, blocking the path between them. Your hospital's machines broke down and my father died. Help! Someone help! The hospital is treating human life like grass. A dark-skinned middle-aged man collapsed on the ground, wailing uncontrollably. Instantly, chaos erupted throughout the entire corridor. What's going on? What's going on? Hearing the commotion, the head nurse hurried over with several nurses. She saw the patient's oxygen tube lying on the floor. No one knew when it had fallen. The monitor displayed a flat line. The patient was unresponsive. A buzzing sensation filled the head nurse's ears. If it really was due to a malfunction in their hospital's equipment, then the nurses would bear significant responsibility. Quick! Get him to the emergency room for resuscitation immediately. The head nurse ordered urgently. Resuscitation? Resuscitation, my ass. The guy's already dead. Holy! Are you trying to send him straight to cremation? The moment he heard the head nurse mention resuscitation, the middle-aged man yanked her collar and started yelling. The other nurses tried to step forward to perform CPR, but the middle-aged woman shoved them aside, blocking their path. Did you see that? You better treat your daughter better from now on. Don't keep things so tense all the time. Otherwise, when you're old, they'll just pull out your oxygen tube. Chen Fan whispered to Shen Dahai. Given the current situation, Shen Dahai wouldn't dare pick a fight with him now. Don't talk nonsense. My daughter treats me perfectly well. You're the one who'd pull my oxygen tube out. Pa. Who the hell do you think you are, pulling my oxygen tube? Shen Dahai glared at Chen Fan, nearly let this kid lead him astray. Wait, what do you mean? Did someone pull the oxygen tube off this guy? Shen Dahai suddenly snapped back to reality and whispered to Chen Fan. Yep. Too many inconsistencies. And their behavior speaks for itself. Chen Fan nodded. Hey. Stop right there. Put that person down. Just as Shen Dahai was about to ask another question, he looked up and saw the middle-aged man dragging the head nurse as if he was about to attack. Damn it! Who the hell do you think you are? How dare you yell at me like that? The middle-aged man turned and yelled at Shen Dahai. Shen Dahai's face darkened instantly. As the chief of the Public Security Bureau, wherever he went, he was always surrounded by crowds. Now he was being cursed at? He nearly choked on his own breath. I'm the chief of the Tianhai City Public Security Bureau. Who dares to act so brazenly here? Shen Dahai roared. Put. With your pathetic look, you call yourself the chief of the Public Security Bureau? Then I'm the mayor of Tianhai City. The middle-aged man sneered, about to advance and strike the head nurse again, but his hand was stopped. Chief, this man is committing assault in public and disrupting order. Should we take him down? Chen Fan gripped the man's wrist and addressed Shen Dahai. Arrest him. This is a hospital. What's with all the shouting? Shen Dahai watched as Chen Fan subdued the man and instantly breathed a sigh of relief. Damn it! This kid's got some sense. What's going on here? Why aren't you administering first aid immediately? Director Shen? What are you doing here? Just then, a crowd pushed their way in. Leading the way was none other than the director of Tianhai City First People's Hospital. Upon hearing that old Gong had been injured and hospitalized, he had rushed over with the hospital's top doctors. Unexpectedly, before they even entered the door, they saw a crowd gathered nearby, brawling like a scene from a vegetable market. They hurried over. After hearing the details from bystanders, he stepped forward. But who was it? Shen Dahai. The hospital director and the police chief are in cahoots, murdering people. No wonder your hospital isn't afraid. Turns out the Public Security Bureau has your back. Everyone come see this. There's no justice in the world. The middle-aged man, pinned down by Chen Fan, still shouted defiantly. Bull. What happened today was clearly you pulling out the old man's tubes yourselves to frame the hospital. Now you're playing the victim? Do you really think our police force is just sitting around doing nothing? Shen Dahai flared up at the words. You. Don't make such outrageous accusations. Who said we pulled the tube? The middle-aged man, enraged and humiliated, began struggling violently. Chen Fan. Tell them. I'm the chief here, and you dare act out? Committing a crime and thinking you can escape our notice? Impossible. Shen Dahai bellowed at Chen Fan. Chen Fan felt a wave of exasperation wash over him. Earlier, I saw you were in a tight spot, so I quickly gave you a way out. But you actually took it seriously? But as Chen Fan saw everyone's eyes turn to him in unison, he had no choice but to take the plunge. Let's handle this scene first. The person has likely been dead for over an hour. There's no point in trying to revive them. Chen Fan instructed Shen Dahai before stepping inside himself. Chapter 41. Do you think we cops eat free lunch? Everyone, disperse. Dispersed. Hey, you. Call for backup. Secure the scene. Shen Dahai barked orders at the surrounding crowd. The hospital director hurriedly directed others to make arrangements. Chen Fan entered the ward. It was a private room equipped with emergency medical facilities. A bathroom was located near the entrance. The elderly man lay on the bed, his body already stiffening. The scene was surprisingly clean. The oxygen tube lay on the floor, bearing a faint ring of pressure marks around it. Chen Fan examined the oxygen tube's connection point and frowned. He searched the room thoroughly but found no useful clues. Didn't anyone come in earlier? According to the hospital's round system, a nurse should have come by to check, right? Chen Fan asked the head nurse. Yes. Our staff normally patrols every hour and keeps a log. But during the last round, the family complained we were disturbing the patient's rest, and we even had an argument in the room over it. There are surveillance cameras in every ward. Since the family was outside, we conducted the inspection via the monitors. Previously, we always confirmed the equipment was functioning properly. Moreover, if there were any issues with the machines, our nursing station would receive an alarm. This time, I'm not sure what happened. The head nurse explained. It's your machine that's faulty. This is your hospital's fault. The middle-aged man shouted again, his voice strained. Fortunately, the director called security, who temporarily restrained the two men. I'll check the surveillance footage. Chen Fan followed the director to the surveillance room. Sure enough. Over 2 hours earlier, medical staff had entered to make their rounds. The middle-aged couple followed them in and began arguing heatedly in front of the hospital bed. Then they came out. After they left, the elderly man's vital signs remained stable. It wasn't until over an hour later that the alarm sounded. Chen Fan frowned. Based on the surveillance footage, it was indeed a malfunction of the hospital equipment. After all, no one had entered the room. Moreover, there appeared to be a gap of over half an hour between the elderly man's death and the alarm sounding. If the alarm had sounded immediately, perhaps the medical staff could have provided timely rescue, and the elderly man wouldn't have died. Had he misjudged the situation? Chen Fan replayed the entire sequence in his mind. When exactly did his suspicions begin? Yes. It was the family's reaction. If, upon discovering the elderly man's condition, their first instinct should have been to request emergency medical care, not demand compensation from the hospital. It was as if they had already decided the old man was truly dead, and there was no point in trying to save him. A person's instinctive reaction is the hardest thing to fake. But how did they manage that? Earlier in the surveillance footage, it was clear no one was present, it simply couldn't have been done. And the machine's malfunction was equally peculiar. Chen Fan studied the middle-aged man, his eyes showing not a trace of sorrow, but rather a hint of schadenfreude. This only reinforced Chen Fan's suspicions. Now it was just a matter of figuring out the method. If it were me, what would I do? There are no devoted sons at the bedside of a long-ill parent. Staying by the sickbed for so long isn't just about money, it's about growing weary. Moreover, judging from the elderly person's medical records, they are in a vegetative state and require round-the-clock care. If one can't bear it anymore, letting the elderly person pass away is the best solution. But you can't just pull the plug. It's best to shift the blame onto the hospital. In that case, the hospital, eager to settle matters quickly, would not only expedite the body's disposal but also pay them a substantial sum in compensation. It's the last bit of use the old man has. But to remove the oxygen tube without anyone being present would require. Chen Fan suddenly thought of something. I need to review the surveillance footage again. Chen Fan addressed the hospital director. Chen Fan returned to the surveillance room. Freeze. Zoom in on this part. Chen Fan pointed at the surveillance feed. Got it. Got it. Let's go. A faint smile touched the corner of Chen Fan's mouth. By the time Chen Fan emerged, Lu Bin and his men had already arrived with reinforcements. Under Shen Dahai's orders, the two middle-aged men were locked in a room. What's the situation? What's going on? Lu Bin approached. If I'm not mistaken, you used to be a sailor, right? Chen Fan asked the man. How did you know? So what if I was a sailor? The man retorted, his neck stiff. Sailors all know how to tie a certain knot away to secure a rope that allows you to pull it back using force from one side. I assume you know how? Chen Fan said slowly. What kind of knot? What are you talking about? I don't know anything. This is clearly the hospital's fault, yet you're detaining us. Once we get out, we'll sue you. The middle-aged man suddenly stood up, pointing angrily at Chen Fan. Don't get so worked up. I just reviewed the surveillance footage. You didn't leave earlier, which means the fishing line you used to pull out the oxygen tube was on your person the whole time. Need me to search myself? Chen Fan said with obvious disdain. Ha? You? Hearing Chen Fan mention the fishing line, the middle-aged man instantly collapsed to the floor. Fishing line? Sailor? What the hell is this nonsense? Shen Dahai was utterly baffled. This man is the one who killed the old man. The earlier conflict with the medical staff, he did that on purpose. His goal was to buy time to ensure the old man's death, then take advantage of the chaos to tie two fishing lines to the oxygen tube and monitoring equipment. The oxygen tube was meant to be removed, while the monitoring device was meant to be tightened. During the chaos, he had already loosened the monitoring device's wiring, but it functioned normally then, so no alarm went off. An hour after they left, he manipulated the fishing line to pull out the oxygen tube. Half an hour later, he gave the monitoring device's wiring another sharp tug to tighten it, triggering the alarm. But by then, the elderly man had already been dead for over half an hour. Chen Fan explained to the crowd. Stand up. Lubin roared at the middle-aged man the moment he heard the explanation. Sure enough, 2 balls of fishing line were found in his pockets. The middle-aged man's face turned ashen. I'll scratch you to death. It was all your idea. You killed my father. The middle-aged woman wailed and threw herself at the man, wrestling with him. But it's not my fault. That old geezer was stuck in this hospital room all day. How could he have that kind of money? Damn it, you agreed to it back then too. Now you're blaming me? Officer, I want to turn myself in. It was all that damn woman who egged me on. The middle-aged man knelt down with a thud and began speaking to Shen Dahai. Oomph. What did I tell you? Do you think we cops are just sitting around doing nothing? Daring to commit violence in front of me? Come on. Take him back for a thorough interrogation. Shen Dahai declared, hands on his hips. His face flushed with satisfaction. What a rush. What a thrill. He was basking in the spotlight. Shen Dahai had been so frustrated moments ago, but now he felt utterly satisfied. Director Shen, thanks to your team. Otherwise, I'd be in real trouble today. As expected of Director Shen, your team's exceptional. They're absolute detectives. Just then, the director approached and said, Hey. Who said they were my people? This person is merely, well. Shen Dahai stammered, unsure how to explain. Hello, Uncle Zhang. Since Chen Qian's father mentioned it earlier, I naturally want to help. Cici and I run a private detective agency now, so we know a thing or two about this sort of business. Chen Fan grinned from the side. Oh? So that's... Upon hearing this, Director Zhang realized Chen Fan was addressing him as an elder. Could he be Shen Qian's boyfriend, Shen Dahai's future son-in-law? A light bulb went off in Director Zhang's mind. Chapter 42, an old case. Oh my goodness, Director Shen, this is rather inconsiderate of you. I'd only heard rumors that Chen Qian turned down some rich kid's son, but I never imagined it would happen so soon. So she's already taken. No wonder you picked her as your daughter-in-law. She's got the looks and the brains. Be sure to let me know when the wedding is. President Zhang said to Shen Dahai. Put. Shen Dahai nearly choked on a mouthful of blood. Old Zhang, let me explain. I'm telling you, we're just starting to talk, it's not time to discuss marriage yet. Shen Dahai hurriedly explained. Chen Fan. What are you doing over there? Old Gong wants to see you. Come in quickly. At that moment, Shen Qian emerged from one of Gong Lao's hospital rooms. She beckoned to Chen Fan. See? I told you so. Even old Gong wants to see you now. Old Shen, I understand how you feel. I have a daughter too. When we first started dating, I couldn't stand the sight of her. But you get used to it. Now she's my main source of pocket money. Dean Zhang offered comfort to Shen Dahai with the expression of someone who'd been there. No, old Zhang, it's really not what you think. Shen Dahai chased after him, speechless. Inside old Gong's hospital room. So you're the young man Chen Qian mentioned earlier? He's not ugly at all, he's quite handsome. He doesn't match your description at all. Old Gong smiled and gestured for Chen Fan to sit down. Chen Fan rolled his eyes. What did you say I look like? Chen Fan was utterly speechless. Young man, I hear you've been cracking those troublesome cases in Tianhai City lately? That's quite impressive. Especially that time in the restaurant, how you quickly improvised and claimed it was a bomb. That really surprised me. Weren't you afraid of getting arrested? Old Gong asked with a smile. Mr. Gong, what are the duties and responsibilities of a police officer? Chen Fan didn't answer Gong Lao, but countered with a question of his own. Since you ask, you must have your own perspective. Share it. Old Fox Gong, ever the veteran, also refrained from answering, instead directing his words to Chen Fan. Sitting nearby, Shen Qian had been listening to Chen Fan's words and was about to think about it herself. But seeing the old man and the young man acting like two foxes, she suddenly pouted and sat up straight. Actually, one crucial aspect is maintaining social order. Many cases, especially violent ones, can cause immense public panic and even impact the economy. But random incidents, much like natural disasters, have only a short-term psychological impact on the public. The dismemberment case, where the body was turned into food for others to eat, that's a heinous murder. No one can be certain if they'll be killed or stripped naked. But bringing explosives into a restaurant? That's a random act. Even if it wasn't random, diners would likely assume it was revenge targeting the restaurant, something unrelated to them. The conversion minimizes the impact while effectively controlling the scene. Chen Fan explained. You thought that far ahead in that situation? Old Gong was somewhat surprised. I wouldn't call it thinking, it just happened instinctively. Chen Fan shook his head. During those 100,000 simulations, Chen Fan had clearly identified the police's concerns. That was the loophole he could exploit. Know your enemy and know yourself, and you will win 100 battles. Only now, the roles had simply switched. Alright, this works too. When Shen Qian left the police force, I felt a pang of regret and always hoped she'd return. I didn't want her skills to go to waste. But looking back now, it seems for the best. I came to Tianhai for 2 reasons. First, to tell Chen Qian that no matter her position, whether she's a cop or not, she must never forget the oath she swore at the academy. After talking with Chen Qian just now, I realize I was overthinking it. The second reason is to see you. Even though I'm not in Tianhai, I've heard plenty about you at the provincial bureau. Your words at the police academy graduation presentation still resonate with me to this day. I used to worry that someone like you might become a liability to society. But after meeting you in person today, I've changed my perspective. Old Gong smiled. Chen Fan froze. Then it dawned on him. After all, Old Gong was a big shot at the provincial bureau. If he wanted to look into my file, it would be a piece of cake. Is it because I'm reliable? Chen Fan grinned. Shen Qian rolled her eyes beside him. Reliable? Heh, maybe. Old Gong gave Chen Fan a meaningful look, then glanced at Shen Qian. He smiled but said nothing more. This time, I came with a personal agenda. Shen Qian, there are some documents in my bag by the bedside. Could you fetch them for me? Old Gong instructed Shen Qian. Shen Qian stepped forward to retrieve it and found it contained nothing but case files. These cases are unsolved files compiled by the provincial bureau. They've remained unresolved for years. Some have lingered for over a decade, weighing heavily on our provincial police force. Since you're a private detective agency, I think we could collaborate. I'll hand these cases over to you. As for compensation, if you solve them, I'll pay per case. The rates will certainly satisfy you. Old Gong smiled as he addressed the two. Mr. Gong, we're truly grateful. We've been craving assignments like this. Shen Qian's face lit up with delight. Let's settle the commission first half each. No backing out later. Chen Fan interjected. Would I ever do that? Shen Qian glared. Of course you are. You're such a cheapskate as a boss. Chen Fan counted on his fingers. What did you say? Chen Fan, are you trying to get yourself killed? Shen Qian was furious upon hearing Chen Fan expose her past right in front of Old Gong. Old Gong sat on his bed, stroking his beard as he watched the two bickering. Truthfully, preventing someone from falling into the abyss is often incredibly difficult. But with love present, perhaps it becomes simpler. Fugue Private Detective Agency. When Chen Fan and the others returned, they immediately began reviewing the case. This is the dismemberment case that shocked the provincial bureau back then. It's still unsolved to this day. And this one's the haunted department store case from back then. Over a dozen people died, and I heard it's still sealed off to this day. Oh my god, this is the case of the 20 teenagers who died in the internet cafe. I've heard people talk about it before. Shen Qian flipped through the case files. Exclaimed in surprise. The longer it takes, the fewer clues we have, and the harder it is to solve. We should prioritize the cases with shorter time frames. Chen Fan pulled out a case file. Boldly printed on it, 2021 Major Human Cooking Mass Murder Case. Chapter 43, Splattered Bloodstains. I was involved in this case back then. Shen Qian frowned as she looked at the file Chen Fan had pulled out. You were involved? Wasn't this case solved back then? Chen Fan was taken aback. From their interactions over the past few days, Chen Fan knew Shen Qian was a formidable police officer with exceptional criminal investigation skills. Though she often ended up chasing after him. After all, his current abilities were honed through simulating 100,000 crimes. If even Shen Qian hadn't managed to crack it, then this case might be a bit tricky. Yeah, it wasn't solved back then. Actually, it was a coincidence. I was still an intern back then, shadowing my dad and his team during their training at the provincial bureau. When that case happened at the provincial bureau, I went along. That was the first case I ever solved. Shen Qian nodded. Even now, recalling that case still left her feeling a bit uneasy. Chen Fan asked no more questions and picked up the case files. The first few photographs that caught his eye made Chen Fan's scalp tingle. In the center of the living room lay 3 bodies. What was eerie was that all 3 bodies had turned white. Their surfaces were covered in maggots, already in an advanced state of decay. Among them was a young boy. On the table sat 4 dishes, a soup, and 4 pairs of chopsticks. Chen Fan quickly scanned the crime scene photos, gaining a basic understanding of the situation. What was the scene like at the time? Chen Fan asked Shen Qian. Since Shen Qian had previously been involved in this case, she naturally possessed more information than what could be gleaned from photos alone. We received a report from the public about a foul odor. When we arrived, it was immediately obvious that the smell was that of a dead body. We heard there was only a woman inside with a child around 4 or 5 years old, so we had someone pry the door open. The locksmith vomited the moment the door swung open. We hadn't yet grasped the full gravity of the situation. The entire room was crawling with maggots everywhere. There wasn't even a spot to step on. We had to let the medical examiner go in first to gather evidence. Only after cleanup could we enter. 3 bodies lay in the living room, 2 adults and 1 child. They'd been dead over a week, severely decomposed. But that wasn't the most horrifying part. What was truly terrifying was that the 4 dishes and 1 soup on the table were all made of human flesh. Judging by the wounds, they all belonged to the man. The woman and child died from poisoning. The food was laced with toxins. The man, however, was tortured to death. His heart was likely ripped out while he was still alive, and his lower body was missing. The murder weapons were found in the kitchen: a sharp knife and an axe, both covered in the man's fingerprints. Additionally, in the bedroom, we found numerous spatter patterns of blood. The blood type analysis confirmed it belonged to the man. And the man had no connection whatsoever to the woman and child. Our preliminary analysis suggests the man broke into the woman's home to steal, was discovered, and then committed the murders. There were likely 2 other people in the residence at the time. This is an older neighborhood with no surveillance cameras. Even so, there are still many unanswered questions. The other 2 had chopsticks laid out, and the food was all the man's portion. Why such brutal treatment? The entire incident is utterly baffling. I heard the Provincial Bureau even set up a task force at the time, but the scene was badly decomposed, leaving little usable information. After 2 months with no progress, they had to disband. Shen Qian recalled as she looked at the photos. Even after all this time, the details of the case remained vivid in Shen Qian's mind. 7 days in the summer heat, with all those maggots, it certainly made things much harder. Chen Fan nodded in agreement. The body was severely decomposed, especially around the wounds, which rotted even faster. After being devoured by maggots, the original wounds were likely unrecognizable. Compounded by the swarm of maggots throughout the room, the police inevitably created chaos during cleanup, leaving few usable clues. This case has 2 major points of suspicion. First, why was that man in the woman's home? Claiming it was theft doesn't hold up. From the photo at the door, there's a pair of leather shoes, and the pile of clothes on the floor appears to be a suit. No one would wear a suit and leather shoes to commit theft. It's highly probable he was invited inside by the woman. If it was intentional murder, there's no need to get oneself implicated. The second point is that she ate the man's flesh. Cases like this aren't uncommon, but they usually involve deep-seated grudges against the man. Yet your investigation found no connection between the man and the woman. That's peculiar. Chen Fan analyzed slowly as he studied the photos. I recall this man was an elite returnee who studied abroad, working as a manager at an investment bank. He lived in a villa with his wife and young daughter. The woman was a sales clerk at a supermarket, living in an old neighborhood with very limited means. There's absolutely no way these 2 could have crossed paths. Shen Qian shook her head too. No. Look at this spot. The bloodstains here look strange. Chen Fan pulled out a photograph, a scene of the crime photo of the bedroom. Shen Qian took it and examined it. The ceiling, walls, and bed were splattered with various bloodstains. What's strange about it? The forensic analysis concluded the man's head was severed in the bedroom. The carotid artery must have been cut, which explains this pattern. Shen Qian explained. That can't be right. These bloodstains likely resulted from the severing of the man's vital organs. Chen Fan frowned. That can't be right? The ceiling is nearly 3 meters above the bed. How could it spray that high? Shen Qian was taken aback. Did you notice the ropes by the bed? Chen Fan asked. Yes. They're the curtain tiebacks. Shen Qian nodded. Exactly. But the bedroom curtains only have 2 cords. 2 ties should suffice. Yet 4 curtain ties were found at the scene. Chen Fan nodded as he spoke. So you're saying they used the ties to bind the man to the bed? Shen Qian suddenly grasped the implication of Chen Fan's words. Exactly. If I'm not mistaken, the man's vital parts were likely bitten off. Chen Fan produced another photograph. It showed the man's vital area, which had been cleaned by the forensic team, revealing the wound's surface clearly. What do you mean? These wounds have been so badly eaten by maggots that you can't tell what they originally look like. How did you know? Shen Qian was puzzled. Even if there were maggots, they only feed on decaying flesh. And tissue decay doesn't happen uniformly. Look at this wound, it has jagged edges, indicating it was torn off. The critical areas aren't that hard, they'd be easy to cut. If it were a clean cut, it wouldn't be like this. And only that kind of situation could cause blood to spurt after the severing. Chen Fan took a deep breath. Based on the photos, this reasoning seemed completely logical. That kind of situation? What kind of situation? Shen Qian was puzzled. Ahem, well. Chen Fan whispered a few words into Shen Qian's ear. Put. You pervert. Shen Qian's face flushed instantly. When it came to these matters, Shen Qian had never been in a relationship, nor had she watched any of those messy instructional videos. She was practically a complete novice. You were the one who asked me first, okay? At least based on the current situation, your earlier assumptions were flawed. Judging by all the illogical behavior, the man and woman definitely know each other. Chen Fan stated with certainty. Chapter 44, Similar Assignments. Shen Qian frowned as she replayed the entire sequence in her mind. Chen Fan's reasoning held weight. More importantly, if the two knew each other, it would better explain everything that happened to the man. By the way, are the man and the child related by blood? Chen Fan asked. Are you suggesting the child might be the man and woman's offspring? Unfortunately, the forensic examiner confirmed they weren't related. That possibility was ruled out immediately, which is why we concluded the man and woman had no connection. Shen Qian shook her head. That doesn't make sense. Chen Fan felt a sense of disbelief. It was like a closed loop, yet when it finally closed, a piece was missing. This case was definitely not as straightforward as it seemed. Chen Fan rubbed his temples and sank into the sofa. Ding dong! Just then, the doorbell rang. Shen Qian and Chen Fan exchanged glances, both momentarily stunned. A salesperson? Chen Fan rubbed his head. I guess so. Shen Qian was also a bit dumbfounded. Hurry up! I'll get the door. You gather up the case files. Chen Fan jumped up immediately. Upon reaching the door, he discovered it was a stunning beauty from the neighboring company. Hello? What brings you here? Chen Fan glanced back at Shen Qian, who was busy organizing documents. If he'd known a beauty was coming to visit, he should have found an excuse to send his boss out earlier. Hello, are you private investigators? Do you take cases? The stunning woman asked Chen Fan. Absolutely. Come on in. Realizing she was here to bring business, Chen Fan promptly ushered her inside. Welcome. Shen Qian was about to extend her welcome when she looked up and recognized one of the beauties who had asked for Chen Fan's WeChat at the door earlier. Her expression instantly soured. Hey, hey, hey! What's with that look? She's here to commission us. Chen Fan, noticing Shen Qian's expression, quickly interjected. Ha! Quick, quick, quick! Please have a seat. What are you standing there for? Go pour the client some water. My apologies for the inconvenience. Our new staff member lacks experience. Upon hearing it was a client, Shen Qian immediately changed her expression. Chen Fan rolled his eyes. Women really are women, they change their expressions faster than turning a page. What's your name, beautiful? Shen Qian gestured for the woman to sit down. My name is Zhao Wenqian. I'm the accountant at the company next door. Zhao Wenqian replied. What kind of commission are you seeking? Shen Qian inquired. I need your help finding someone. He was my ex-boyfriend, but he suddenly disappeared. It's been 3 days now. I can't get in touch with him. Zhao Wenqian said, sounding a bit embarrassed. Disappeared? What exactly happened? Chen Fan poured Zhao Wenqian a glass of water and sat down himself. We met at a friend's birthday party. After that, he started pursuing me. We dated for about half a year. He was always very kind to me and bought me lots of things. A week ago, he said something happened at home, his mother got hit by a car. He rushed back in a panic, but during emergency treatment at the hospital, he needed money and borrowed 200,000 yuan from me. After that, he stayed by his mother's side during her surgeries. But 3 days ago, I suddenly couldn't reach him anymore. He didn't answer calls or reply to messages. I reached out to his friends, but they all said they couldn't get in touch either. I'm getting worried. Zhao Wenqian hurriedly explained. Listening to Zhao Wenqian, Chen Fan and Shen Qian exchanged glances and silently shook their heads. This wasn't a disappearance at all. This was clearly a setup. Poor thing, this gorgeous woman had no idea she'd been set up. Ahem. Hey, sweetheart, have you ever considered that your boyfriend might be a con artist? That he pursued you and wanted to date you just to swindle your money? Chen Fan cautioned Zhao Wenqian. I understand what you mean. But that can't be true. Because I'm pregnant. With his child, well, it should be his child. Zhao Wenqian touched her belly. Should be? Chen Fan's lips twitched. Well, actually, there's another guy at the company who's been pursuing me too. During a company team building event earlier, I had a bit too much to drink and ended up with him. We didn't take precautions then. Later, when we traveled together for work, we slept together several times. Zhao Wenqian said casually. Shen Qian, listening nearby, was utterly dumbfounded. She never imagined a woman could speak so casually about such matters. It was a bit of a shock to Shen Qian's worldview. Ahem. That's not important. Since this is a commission, we need to know some clues. Like, where exactly is he from? Do you have an address or a photo of his ID? Chen Fan hurriedly asked. No. Zhao Wenqian shook her head. Nothing? But you've been talking for so long, right? Chen Fan was a bit surprised. Yes, but we both respect each other's privacy. How could I just ask? When we went out before, he always made the arrangements. I don't have his ID or anything like that. And, we always did that at the place he rented. His hometown is in a neighboring province, but I don't know the exact location. Zhao Wenqian said. So we only have a name which might even be fake and we need to track this person down? Chen Fan asked. Right. Zhao Wenqian nodded. Fine. As long as the fee is right, we'll definitely bring that person back for you. Chen Fan sighed helplessly. Alright. Look, is 500 yuan enough? That should be more than enough, right? I've already lent him all my money and maxed out several credit cards. I'll pay 200 as a deposit now, and give you the rest once you find someone. Zhao Wenxian placed 200 yuan bills on the table. Seeing the 200 yuan, Chen Fan and Shen Qian's jaws nearly dropped. 500? And a 200 deposit? Did I hear that right? Shen Qian pinched Chen Fan discreetly. You heard right. I'm the one who's blind. We shouldn't have brought this guy in. Chen Fan felt like crying. Ahem. Well, Ms. Zhao, we're truly sorry. After careful consideration, we've concluded our private detective agency lacks the capacity to assist with this matter. Why don't you consider contacting the police first? Chen Fan said to Zhao Wenxian. But if I call the police, I won't be able to deal with him myself once he's found. Zhao Wenxian said with a straight face. Ahem. Then maybe we should try other private detective agencies. A case this big is beyond our capacity. Chen Fan scratched his nose. All right. No wonder your agency is so small. How can you not take on cases like this? I only came to you out of courtesy since we're neighboring companies. Zhao Wenxian stood up, clearly displeased, and walked out. Hey! What do you mean by that? Who said our company is small? You're only offering $500, what else do you expect? Damn it, this is driving me crazy. Shen Qian stomped her feet in frustration and shouted. Tell me, is it right to bring just anyone into the company? Don't just bring in anyone just because they're pretty. Ask how much they're getting paid first. A down payment of 200? Who do you think you're talking to? Shen Qian glared at Chen Fan in frustration. And that 200 was counterfeit money. Chen Fan muttered weakly. Put. Shen Qian was even more speechless. It's all my fault, every single bit of it. But I think I've got a lead on that case. Don't you think that case shares many similarities with Zhao Wenxian's recent request? Chen Fan said with a smile. Chapter 45, The Level Bomb. Ha! Now that you mention it, you're absolutely right. You wouldn't be suggesting that woman back then was also scammed out of money by that guy, just like Zhao Wenxian, and then killed him in revenge? Shen Qian couldn't help but freeze. Maybe it wasn't about money, but just about seduction. I recall the victim came from a wealthy family, which is why she went abroad. And that woman came from a very poor family. After she had the child, it seems her family members all rejected her. It's not impossible. As for the child, perhaps certain circumstances played a role. The key question is whether the deceased man and the woman could have met before he went abroad. Investigate their prior records. Chen Fan said to Shen Qian. Alright, I'll go take a look. Shen Qian stood up as she spoke. Wait a minute. You're the boss. Now you're telling me what to do. Shen Qian suddenly snapped back to her senses. This investigation business? Of course it's up to Miss Shen to handle it. What am I, after all? Even as the son-in-law of Director Shen, I'm no match for the director's own daughter handling it personally. Chen Fan grinned. Put. Who says I'm the son-in-law? You wish. Mind the house properly for this lady, and don't go flirting with those beauties while I'm gone. Shen Qian shot Chen Fan a glare before striding out. Tianhai City Public Security Bureau. 3 police cars pulled in. Get out. Keep your hands to yourself. He descended the stairs with several prisoners in tow. Captain Liu, this operation was a success. We've apprehended quite a few suspects. Your major crimes unit has been doing exceptional work lately, solving cases much faster than before. A nearby officer greeted him. Yeah, this one was pretty successful. Liu Bin smiled. A bit awkwardly. The other officers only saw how swiftly the entire major crimes unit was solving cases now, racking up commendations one after another. But not many knew that Shen Qian and Chen Fan were secretly helping them behind the scenes. As Shen Dahai put it, you guys in the major crimes unit have no shame, but I, as the chief, still have some. Brother Liu, busy? Another operation? Shen Qian walked in at that moment. Shen Qian, what brings you here? Hey, we caught a few robbers. These guys are getting bolder and bolder. Liu Bin said with a smile. I came to use the system and also wanted to ask for your help. Shen Qian said. Let's go. Why be so formal? Liu Bin led Shen Qian inside. Before long, Shen Qian had looked up the details of the 2 deceased individuals on the computer. They were classmates all along from elementary school through high school. They only parted ways after college. Shen Qian was somewhat surprised. It turned out exactly as Chen Fan had speculated. So they had indeed known each other before. Is this the unsolved case from the Provincial Bureau? Liu Bin, who had been standing nearby, leaned in to take a look and couldn't help but gasp. Yes. When Old Gong came by last time, he brought over some unsolved cases from the Provincial Bureau for us to study when we don't have any commissions. Making money isn't easy. Shen Qian said to Liu Bin with a straight face. Old Gong really is Old Gong. I was thinking about handing over any unsolved cases to you guys, but Old Gong beat me to it. This is for the best. It saves those cases from hanging around forever and tarnishing our police department's reputation. The pressure to solve every homicide case is immense. Many veteran officers retired without closing their old cases, which must have been agonizing. Lu Bin said. Yes, rest assured, we'll do our utmost. Shen Qian nodded. You two being together is absolutely fine. By the way, you should be nicer to Chen Fan from now on. He's got it rough. He gets scolded by your dad and then has to deal with you pushing him around. Sure, it's cute when you two bicker, but if it keeps up like this, your relationship will just grow distant. When it's time to be close, you should be close. Lu Bin advised with the tone of someone who'd been there. Brother Lu. Who said I'm close with him? Why are you acting just like my dad? Listen, there's absolutely no way between us. Shen Qian said, her face flushing red. See? I told you so. It's fine for you to be stubborn with us, but when you're around Chen Fan, you should still be nicer to him. Back in the day, when I was with your sister-in-law. Lu Bin continued his earnest lecture. Brother Lu, I'm gonna head out now. Shen Qian rolled her eyes and hurriedly excused herself. There was simply no way out. The more she tried to explain, the worse it got. Escape was her only option. But just as Shen Qian stepped out of the office building, she collided with someone in her haste. A box in that person's arms fell to the ground. Sorry about that, I was in a bit of a rush. Hey, your box. As Shen Qian apologized, she noticed the person scrambled to their feet and dashed out the door. They didn't even bother to pick up the box they'd dropped. Shen Qian sighed in exasperation, about to pick up the box, when she suddenly froze. Don't touch me. There's a bomb here. Evacuate immediately. Call the bomb squad. Shen Qian saw officers approaching to assist her and immediately shouted loudly. Hearing Shen Qian's words, everyone froze in place. They rushed over to investigate and discovered Shen Qian was indeed clutching a horizontal bomb in her arms. Panic instantly gripped the crowd. This was inside the Public Security Bureau building, and the person holding the bomb was the chief's daughter. If it exploded, it would be absolutely disastrous. What's going on? Shen Dahai, who had heard the commotion, rushed over. Seeing the bomb strapped to his daughter, his voice trembled. Dad, evacuate everyone immediately. This is a horizontal bomb, and it's already been activated. I can't move it right now. Get the bomb squad here immediately. Shen Qian struggled to steady her emotions. Call Chen Fan. Maybe he'll have a solution. Shen Qian paused, then addressed Shen Dahai. What the hell does he know? Sweetheart, Daddy's right here with you. Don't worry, just relax. The bomb squad will be here soon. You'll be fine. Shen Dahai hurriedly reassured her. Shoot. Shen Qian said without hesitation. She didn't know why. The structure of this type of bomb was incredibly sophisticated. Even if the bomb squad arrived, they wouldn't have much of a chance. But for Shen Qian at this moment, it was simply a matter of trusting Chen Fan. Shen Dahai had no choice. He couldn't risk upsetting Shen Qian at this moment, so he hurried off to make a call. Upon receiving the call, Chen Fan leapt to his feet and immediately initiated a video call with Shen Dahai. He instructed Shen Dahai to circle around Shen Qian. Shen Qian, listen to me. That's likely a mercury-level bomb, and it's already been activated. And don't try to remove the box attached to your arm yourself. Under no circumstances should you attempt to take it off. Wait for me, I'm coming right over. You'll be fine. Chen Fan shouted as he dashed out. Inside the Tianhai Municipal Public Security Bureau, everyone had been evacuated. Even Shen Dahai had been forcibly escorted away by Lu Bin and the others. 2 bomb disposal team members entered the building. This bomb has a 4-sided structure. 3 sides have already been activated. The slightest movement could trigger the detonation. Judging by its size, it could easily level the entire building. We can't determine the bomb's exact structure right now. To be honest, we don't have absolute confidence in disarming it. The explosion-proof team leader said with a grave expression. Chapter 46, I'll go check. This. Hearing the bomb squad captain's words, Shen Qian's heart sank. She had thought the bomb squad had a solution, but now it seemed danger was imminent. Commissioner, we currently have no absolute certainty. Attempting to disarm it recklessly could trigger an explosion. The box's nails are hooked onto Shen Qian's clothes, making it extremely difficult to remove. I recommend immediately requesting an explosives disposal expert from the Provincial Bureau. The bomb squad leader addressed Shen Dahai. What? Even if provincial bomb disposal experts come, it'll take hours. This is a horizontal bomb. Any tilt could trigger an explosion. How can she hold on that long? You guys figure something out. Save her. Shen Dahai listened to his subordinate's words, and tears immediately welled up in his eyes. At that moment, he wasn't a bureau chief, he was a father. A father about to lose his daughter. Well, we'll just have to try. Director, evacuate everyone immediately to a safe distance. Hurry. The bomb squad captain ordered Shen Dahai. Hold on. I'll go check. Just then, Chen Fan burst in, panting heavily. Chen Fan. My daughter has a bomb. You need to get in there and figure something out. If you save my daughter, I won't hold a single grudge against you too. Think of something, quick! The moment Shen Dahai saw Chen Fan arrive, he grabbed onto him like a last lifeline, disregarding the situation entirely. Who are you? Be careful. Here's protective gear. The bomb squad captain beside him quickly grabbed Chen Fan, who was about to rush in. No need. With a bomb this powerful, it won't make a difference whether I wear one or not. Evacuate immediately. Lend me your tools. I'm going in to check. Chen Fan said as he walked in carrying the toolbox. The moment he entered, he saw Shen Qian crouched on the floor, cradling a wooden box in her arms. Seeing Chen Fan enter, tears immediately rolled down Shen Qian's cheeks. Oh dear, did you miss me? It's only been a little while, and you're already missing me so much? How embarrassing. Chen Fan joked in a deliberately light-hearted tone, helping Shen Qian's emotions gradually settle. Pfft, pfft, pfft. Who misses you? You should just leave already. Even the bomb squad couldn't handle this. Don't try to be a hero. Shen Qian's tears turned to laughter as she immediately retorted to Chen Fan. Truth be told, the moment she saw Chen Fan appear, she felt deeply comforted. But she regretted it in an instant. She didn't know why she'd let Chen Fan come over. But this bomb before them was something even the bomb squad captain wouldn't dare handle lightly. What could Chen Fan possibly do? So Shen Qian immediately began to regret her decision. Where am I supposed to go? Go back and chat with the beauties? Oh man, let me tell you, after you left, a bunch of beauties from the company next door came over. We had such a great time chatting. They all asked for my contact info. Chen Fan spoke while staring at the bomb before him, his heart sinking. This bomb was more complicated than the ones he'd seen in videos. And to defuse it, he'd have to open the box and take a look inside. Don't touch it. Shen Qian exclaimed as she saw Chen Fan reaching out. Stay calm. I'm about to disassemble this box. Try your best not to move. Chen Fan reassured Shen Qian, gently wiping the sweat from her forehead. Outside, everyone held their breath, watching the commotion inside. No way? Chen Fan's going to defuse the bomb? He knows how to handle this? That's way too dangerous. Lu Bin was utterly shocked. I don't know either, but honestly, knowing Chen Qian has a bomb and her life is in grave danger, this young man still came without hesitation. I'm deeply moved. There's no other option this time. We can only pray this kid knows more than he lets on. But think about it, hasn't this kid surprised us time and again over the years? We know our own team best. Even though Chen Qian is capable, without Chen Fan guiding her through these cases, we never would have made such progress. All we can do now is pray for a miracle. Shen Dahai had calmed down by now. Hearing Shen Dahai's words, those around him began to pray as well. There might still be a chance. This guy moves with such skill and composure. Faced with this situation, even I wouldn't handle it much better. The bomb squad captain remarked as he watched Chen Fan's movements. All eyes turned toward Chen Fan. Honestly, I'm so unlucky. I finally found a job, only to end up with a heartless boss like you. Now I'm risking my life defusing this bomb for you. If I succeed, you won't be able to repay me, you'll have to give yourself to me. Chen Fan continued dismantling the bomb while distracting Shen Qian. Put. Nice try. But if you manage to defuse it, this lady might consider going on a few dates with you first. Like going to the movies or something. As Chen Fan chatted, Shen Qian's emotions gradually calmed down. By the way, how many boyfriends have you had before? Chen Fan carefully removed the lid from the box. The bomb's internal structure was now fully exposed. 4 glass tubes encircled the box, each containing a steel ball. If any ball touched the tube's top, it would detonate. Chen Fan traced the tangled wires. The wiring was incredibly complex, cutting the connections outright was practically impossible. None. I've never dated anyone. What about you? Shen Qian asked, biting her lip lightly. Normal defusing is out of the question now. I'll try another approach. Wait here for me. Chen Fan said to Shen Qian, then got up and ran toward the building. Chapter 47, Offering Herself? Hey, why did Chen Fan run off? What's he up to? Seeing Chen Fan leave, the crowd outside immediately grew anxious. Moments later, Chen Fan came running back down the stairs, carrying several fire extinguishers. What the hell is he doing? A fire extinguisher can defuse bombs? Shen Dahai and the others all turned to stare at the bomb squad leader. I have no idea either. I may be the bomb squad leader, but in all my years, we've never encountered this many bombs. Mostly just detonators and similar devices. The bomb squad leader looked helpless. Meanwhile, Chen Fan had already opened the fire extinguisher. After adjusting the spray pressure to the right level, he approached Shen Qian. I'll use the dry ice extinguisher to rapidly cool the glass tube and disable the detonator. Hold your breath and turn your head away. Chen Fan instructed Shen Qian. He began spraying the glass tube with the extinguisher. To prevent the powerful jet from impacting Shen Qian and causing violent shaking, Chen Fan covered the nozzle with one hand. Under the dry ice's effect, the entire glass tube quickly condensed with water vapor. When Chen Fan felt it was ready, he gently tapped it with a small hammer. The glass tube shattered instantly down the middle. Chen Fan carefully retrieved the activated steel ball. Phew. 1. Chen Fan exhaled in relief, visibly relieved that this method worked. Your hand. Shen Qian noticed that the hand Chen Fan had used to cover the fire extinguisher was completely frozen stiff. It's fine. What did you just say? How many girlfriends have I had? Oh, plenty. Let me tell you, since I was a kid, I've had so many beauties chasing after me it was practically a whole platoon. Chen Fan grinned. He concealed the excruciating pain radiating from his hand. Under the freezing effect of dry ice, his entire hand felt like it was useless. But Chen Fan didn't hesitate. He immediately proceeded to condense the remaining 3 sections, successfully extracting the other 3 activated steel balls. Let them come over. I'll leave the rest to them. Chen Fan collapsed onto the ground. The bomb squad leader and his team, seeing Chen Fan's gestures, rushed over immediately. The sight before them left them speechless. They never imagined it could be handled this way. Quick! Call 120. The bomb squad leader, seeing Chen Fan's arm and hand, instantly realized the gravity of the situation and began shouting frantically. With the detonator removed, the bomb in Shen Qian's arms was quickly disarmed. As soon as the bomb was removed from her body, Shen Qian stumbled and collapsed to the ground. Ignoring her own stiffening body, she rushed over to check on Chen Fan. Chen Fan's hand had turned completely purple from the cold, and he lay unconscious, drained of all strength. Shen Qian quickly tucked Chen Fan's hand into her coat to warm it. What on earth is going on? Seeing the danger had passed, Shen Dahai and the others rushed in. But upon seeing the scene before them, they instantly understood. Quick! Get him into the ambulance. Shen Dahai spotted the ambulance arriving and immediately began shouting orders. Tianhai City First People's Hospital. Doctor, what's the situation? Is he okay? Seeing the doctor emerge, Shen Qian rushed over. The frostbite is severe, but thankfully you arrived in time. The patient is stable, though they'll need a period of rest and recovery. The doctor explained slowly. Thank you, doctor. Tears welled up in Shen Qian's eyes. The patient is awake now. Not so many people should go in. The patient must get proper rest. The doctor left after speaking. Dad, you all go back. I'll stay here with her. Shen Qian addressed Shen Dahai, Lu Bin, and the others. Well, alright then. Once this kid wakes up, tell him to come home for dinner. But make sure to tell him don't think just because I saved you, you can get away with anything. We'll talk about this later. Shen Dahai visibly relaxed upon hearing the boy was fine. But his expression quickly turned stern. Lu Bin grinned at Shen Qian before following Shen Dahai out. Shen Qian then quietly entered the hospital room. Seeing Chen Fan lying there with his eyes closed, his hand wrapped in thick bandages, she still felt a pang of guilt. She tiptoed over and sat down beside his bed. Oh dear, how will he manage to eat from now on? Can't use my right hand to hold chopsticks, I'll starve to death. Chen Fan had heard Shen Qian's footsteps long ago. Seeing her sit down, he immediately grinned and said, You won't starve to death. I'll feed you. Shen Qian shot Chen Fan a disapproving look, utterly baffled by how carefree this guy could be. Haha, then I'll be ordering dishes every day. But what's gotten into you? You're such a disaster magnet. Why does trouble follow you wherever you go? How'd you end up hugging a bomb? Wouldn't it be better to hug your bro more often? Chen Fan teased Shen Qian. Like I want to? Shen Qian was so annoyed she laughed. She recounted the entire incident at the police station to Chen Fan. From your description, it sounds like that person deliberately came to deliver this bomb. But if he wanted to blow up the police station, wouldn't nighttime be the perfect time? Why the rush? What kind of grudge does he have against the police station? Chen Fan was at a loss for words. I'm puzzled too. We still don't know what his motive was. Captain Lu and his team have identified the suspect's appearance and started the manhunt. Shen Qian shook her head. You mentioned earlier that Captain Lu's team apprehended a gang of criminals? Could it be that they were targeting them? Chen Fan pondered for a moment, concluding that this scenario seemed the most plausible. That can't be right? Could they be planning a prison break? Shen Qian was puzzled. A prison break is impossible, but silencing witnesses is entirely plausible. Perhaps someone among those captured knows some earth-shattering secret. Otherwise, they wouldn't have been so impulsive about delivering the bomb. That bomb was meticulously crafted with a complex structure no ordinary person could have made it. How could someone capable of making such a bomb act so impulsively? The most plausible explanation is that these individuals were recently apprehended, but faced with the prospect of interrogation revealing critical information, they were forced to resort to this desperate measure. To infiltrate the police station and eliminate witnesses would require recruiting accomplices, which is quite troublesome and leaves no chance of escaping unscathed. Using a bomb is actually the simplest method. Place a suspicious-looking box in a conspicuous spot, most people would instinctively pick it up. That alone would disrupt the balance, triggering an immediate explosion. It's even more covert than a timed device. Chen Fan analyzed. Then I'll inform Captain Lu and the others immediately, so they can interrogate those people more thoroughly. Shen Qian hurriedly said. Shen Qian had only made the call half an hour earlier when Lu Bin's call came through. Shen Qian, you've done it again. We just laid out the bomb situation and one of the prisoners blew himself up. And it turns out this is connected to a major drug trafficking ring. The moment the call connected, Lu Bin's excited voice came through. Chapter 48, Others at the Scene. Drug ring? Shen Qian put the call on speakerphone. Yeah, there's someone here who knows the location of their drug manufacturing base. And inside that base, there's over 10 tons of raw materials that can't be transported out. Plus the entire upstream and downstream supply chain behind it. To prevent that person from revealing secrets, the drug traffickers took desperate measures. They tried to blow up the police station with a bomb to silence witnesses. Lu Bin explained on the other end of the line. Shen Qian glanced at Chen Fan beside her. She hadn't expected him to be right again. Despite everyone having experienced this case together and Chen Fan being the last to join the investigation, he could discern something entirely different within it. The gap between them was truly daunting. Thanks to you both this time, we were able to uncover such crucial evidence. With this drug dealer's confession, we're organizing an operation to take them all down. You've earned yourselves another commendation. Alright, enough talk. I need to get this operation deployed immediately. Once this case is closed, I'll personally treat you both to a meal. Lu Bin hurriedly hung up the phone. Captain Lu's being so stingy. Such a big case, and he's trying to brush us off with just a meal? Boss, you'd better ask for more money too. I'm counting on that commission to save up for asking for your hand in marriage. Chen Fan grinned at Shen Qian. Put. Whose family are you planning to propose to? Shen Qian shot Chen Fan a disapproving look. How dare he push his luck? She had admitted that if he successfully defused the bomb, she'd consider going on a date with him. But look at him. He'd gone straight to proposing marriage. Hey, that wasn't me saying it, it was Director Shen who said it. If I defuse the bomb, Director Shen will give you to me in marriage. I tried my hardest to refuse, but Director Shen wouldn't budge. He insisted I agree, threatening to bar me from entering otherwise. I had no choice but to agree under duress. Chen Fan sighed. Feeling a bit itchy, huh? Let me tell you, I skipped my dad's arranged dates. You think he'd marry me off? You wish. Shen Qian flushed crimson with fury upon realizing her father had sold her out so swiftly. Her dad was nothing but a troublemaker. She'd already been annoyed by all the blind dates he'd arranged before. Now she'd finally found someone she liked and was planning to take things slowly. And now this? He's trying to marry me off outright. There was no way she could agree to this. Exactly. I refused right then and there. I've got so many beautiful women asking me out, how could I rush into the prison of marriage like this? No way am I agreeing to this. Chen Fan nodded. You. Shen Qian had thought Chen Fan might at least pretend to be interested, but she never imagined he didn't even give her the time of day. She nearly choked on her own blood. I'm a woman, damn it. Even if you don't fancy me, it's because this lady here doesn't fancy you. Damn it. Oh, right. I've been thinking it over, and I might have a lead on that unsolved case from before. Chen Fan, seeing Shen Qian's mood shifting like the weather, quickly changed the subject. You mentioned before that the two cases were somewhat similar. Could it be that the male victim was killed by a woman? Right. According to their records, they were classmates who knew each other since elementary school all the way through high school. They just went to different universities afterward. Then the man went abroad for studies while the woman worked domestically, so they lost contact. Your earlier hunch was correct. Shen Qian exhaled in relief and sat down to ask further questions. The evidence suggests someone deliberately stimulated the man's genitalia before biting it off while he was still alive. This kind of emotion, love turned to hatred, is the most likely motive. Let me speculate, they were classmates before and may have even had a romantic relationship, but they parted ways during college. Judging by the man's background, it's highly probable they met before he went abroad. Whether it was rekindling old feelings or just a casual meeting, something definitely happened. 4 years of university is enough time to alter one's perspective. The man may have changed, or perhaps the woman discovered his family fortune, sparking her desire for revenge and greed. She planned to use a child to bind him. To ensure she would conceive, she actively engaged in relations with another man and successfully became pregnant. This explains why the child bears no biological relation to the man. Then the man left for abroad, dashing all her plans. After weighing her options, she decided to keep the child. If it turned out to be his, she could at least hold on to a memory. Unexpectedly, she encountered the man after he returned to China, now successful in his career, and thought to continue using the child as leverage. But he refused. So she lured him to her home, killed him, and then took her own life alongside him. This way, at least in terms of motive and the clues at the scene, everything would align. The only discrepancy was the presence of 4 pairs of chopsticks. Which means there must have been someone else at the scene. Chen Fan explained slowly to Shen Qian. Shen Qian carefully considered Chen Fan's reasoning. Indeed, all other aspects seemed to align. So that means the killer in this case is that woman. But she had an accomplice. Once we find this accomplice, the case will be solved. Shen Qian's eyes lit up. When did my boss become so sharp? Looks like the company might actually go public someday. Chen Fan teased. Get lost. This lady has always been smart, okay? It's just that I ran into a pervert like you. Shen Qian shot Chen Fan a glare. Then what are we waiting for? Let's go? Since that man showed up at the house and helped the woman with things, he's clearly someone close to her and emotionally involved. I want to go back to the scene. Chen Fan sat up on the bed. But your hand. Shen Qian looked concerned. It's no big deal. Chen Fan said nonchalantly. He quietly slipped out through the fire escape with Shen Qian. Not long after they left, Shen Dahai reluctantly carried a basket of fruit, being tugged along by a middle-aged woman as they approached the hospital ward. This middle-aged woman was none other than Shen Qian's mother, Huang Meiwan. Ever since hearing that Chen Fan had risked his life to save her daughter, Huang Meiwan had been determined to thank this future son-in-law in person. A mother knows her daughter best. Shen Qian had always been cold toward men, finding it an effort to even speak to those she disliked. For a long time, Huang Meiwan had even suspected her daughter might be a lesbian or suffer from misandry. But after hearing from Shen Dahai about Shen Qian and Chen Fan's tangled history, how could a mother not understand her daughter's feelings? Sometimes women are the most contradictory creatures. She'd long wanted to meet this Chen Fan, but Shen Dahai had always blocked her. But now that they'd been through life and death together, Huang Meiwan insisted on dragging him along. Chapter 49. So this is your boyfriend? What's so interesting to look at? I told you, we'll have dinner at my place after you're discharged. Why are you pushing so hard? Besides, he's currently sharing an apartment with your daughter. Who knows, he might have already gotten his hands on her, and you're still sitting here feeling all smug. Shen Dahai snapped at Huang Meiwan. Put. You think Chen Fan is as lecherous as you are? Back in the day, you dragged me into the woods before anything even happened. I can't even bring myself to tell you. You're upset your daughter found a boyfriend? What, you want her to be alone forever? Huang Meiwan shot Shen Dahai a withering look before pushing open the door and walking inside. But the scene before them left them speechless. The hospital room was completely empty. Where were Chen Fan and Shen Qian? Where are they? Could they have gone to get a hotel room? Shen Dahai suddenly considered a terrifying possibility. Shut your damn mouth. Call them right now. Huang Meiwan glared at him. Shen Dahai scrambled to pull out his phone. Hey, did you two go out together? Shen Dahai demanded, flustered. Dad, we have jobs, okay? If we don't make money, are you going to support us? Alright, I'm hanging up now. The plane's about to take off. Shen Qian hung up the phone in a fluster. Hey! What plane? Support what? Before Shen Dahai could get a clear answer, the line went dead. Oh no, did they run off together? Shen Dahai was completely baffled. Run off my ass. Eloping right after the company moved offices? You've lost your mind. Didn't you hear them mention work just now? Seems this Chen Fan is actually pretty decent. Even though he's injured, he knows Chen Qian has work to do and still stays with her. Much better than some people. Huang Meiwan shot Shen Dahai a glance before striding toward the exit. Shen Dahai, looking thoroughly annoyed, pulled an apple from his bag and trudged out behind her. Provincial capital. By the time Chen Fan and Shen Qian stepped off the plane, it was already late at night. They headed straight for the residential complex where the deceased lived. They had planned to act at night anyway. It was an older neighborhood, now completely silent. Only one or two households had lights on, and the streets were deserted. Watch my movements. Land with your heel first, then roll your toes down. This won't trigger the motion-activated lights. I'll lead the way. Follow my footsteps. Chen Fan whispered to Shen Qian as he led the way inside. Shen Qian followed Chen Fan's instructions, and indeed, they made it all the way without triggering a single motion-activated light. The two made their way through the darkness into the building's stairwell. Shen Qian was utterly speechless. If every criminal in this world possessed abilities like Chen Fan's, then even with police surveillance, it wouldn't amount to much. Looks like that commission will have to be paid after all. Otherwise, if this guy ever runs short on cash, he could just pick a few wealthy homes to visit in the middle of the night, and the police would have another cold case on their hands. They made their way to the door of the original victim. Since the murder occurred here, most residents in the building had already moved out, leaving only a few elderly households behind. The murder back then was truly terrifying. According to neighbors, strange noises could still be heard coming from the apartment late at night. The rumors spread like wildfire. Chen Fan didn't struggle much to pick the lock. The two stepped inside. Though years had passed since the murder, the scent lingering within the room remained intensely potent. It was a foul stench mixed with a peculiar odor. Hold on. Chen Fan grabbed Shen Qian just as she was about to step inside. What's wrong? Shen Qian flinched, thinking Chen Fan had seen something terrifying. Footprints. Chen Fan pointed at the floor. Shen Qian looked down and saw a row of footprints on the dust-covered floor. They led straight into the bedroom. Someone had been here. Shen Qian's senses sharpened. About 5 feet 3 inches tall, weight over 200 pounds. Chen Fan crouched down, examining the footprints on the floor. Take photos. This is the first trace at the scene. It'll be used as evidence later. Chen Fan placed his phone next to the footprint, its screen displaying the current time. Shen Qian pursed her lips but obediently took the photo as instructed. The phone provided a size reference, and the timestamp served as a record. Seems Chen Fan knows just as much as I do. Stay put. I'll go in and check. Chen Fan tiptoed along the footprints, carefully making his way inside. All these years later, the scene remained untouched except for what the police had cleared away back then. Black bloodstains still stained the bedroom walls and ceiling. Long deprived of ventilation, they had molded. The entire bedroom reeked of a nauseating odor. Chen Fan looked around and noticed some ashes near the windowsill. Just as he was about to step out, he noticed footprints extending toward the nightstand. Chen Fan moved closer and saw a photo frame on the nightstand. He illuminated it with his phone, and a smile involuntarily touched his lips. He took off his clothes and gently wrapped the frame in them. Shen Qian was watching something in the living room when she suddenly saw a shirtless man appear, startling her so much she nearly screamed. Are you out of your mind? What do you think you're doing? Shen Qian recognized Chen Fan and glared at him. Let's go. Maybe we already know who that person is. Chen Fan smiled. Where? Shen Qian froze. The Provincial Forensic Identification Center. I need to compare a fingerprint. Chen Fan said slowly. Provincial Department. Qiani, it's been a while since you've been here. Tell me, if I hadn't been on duty tonight, wouldn't you have come all this way for nothing? This must be your boyfriend, right? He's quite handsome, looks just like Aaron Kwok. A middle-aged man smiled as he led Chen Fan and Shen Qian toward the forensic evidence lab. Shen Qian had studied at the Provincial Police Academy, where many of her teachers and classmates now worked at the Provincial Bureau. This visit was specifically to see an acquaintance. Professor Wang, that's not exactly fair. He clearly has a sharp, monkey-like face, obviously no good. You should investigate him thoroughly. Shen Qian rolled her eyes at him. You young thing, all these years and you haven't changed a bit. Young man, you've suffered so much injustice. Shen Qian's a classic case of cold exterior, warm heart, sharp tongue, soft core. She's actually very caring and deeply emotional. Mr. Wang chimed in from the side. Ah, women are all like that. I understand. Chen Fan nodded silently. Teacher Wang patted Chen Fan's shoulder sympathetically. Shen Qian watched the two men, utterly speechless. You want to compare this fingerprint? It might take a while. The database is enormous. Leave the prints here, and I'll notify you when we have results. Old Gong mentioned earlier that if you need Provincial Bureau resources for those unsolved cases, they'll support you unconditionally. Teacher Wang addressed Chen Fan and the other man. All right, thank you, Professor. Shen Qian nodded. By the way, it's late now. Let me arrange accommodations for you. You've been busy all day. Get some rest. Chen Fan's even injured. Teacher Wang said to Shen Qian. Chapter 50, Why are you sleeping in my bed? No need, Teacher Wang. I'm not a police officer now. I can't trouble you with matters unrelated to the case. That's not acceptable. Shen Qian flatly refused. Though she was the chief's daughter, she never liked to use her privilege. Unless it was for a case. But accommodation? That clearly fell outside the scope of privilege. Fine then. Then you'll have to make your own arrangements. Teacher Wang glanced at Chen Fan and nodded with a smile. Shen Qian shot Chen Fan a withering look. She was clearly acting without ulterior motives, refusing to take advantage of public resources. Yet in Teacher Wang's eyes, it seemed she only agreed to move out so she could stay with this guy. How infuriating. There was no way to explain it. Outside the 8 Days Hotel. Only one room left? No way. Shen Qian's eyes widened. Yep. The nearby school has exams going on, so everything's booked up. This one just got cancelled because someone complained. Otherwise, we wouldn't even have this one left. It's the same everywhere around here, everything's booked solid. The front desk staff explained to Shen Qian. Fine, it'll be daylight soon anyway. Shen Qian sighed helplessly. Hey, keep it down, you two. That couple earlier got kicked out because they were too loud, someone taking an exam next door complained. After handing Shen Qian her room key, the front desk clerk added another cautionary note. Ha! Shen Qian's eyes widened instantly. Okay, we'll be careful. Chen Fan saw Shen Qian still trying to explain to the young girl, so he quickly pulled her toward the elevator. A king-size bed? Shen Qian froze in her tracks after pushing open the door. She'd expected a standard twin room, 2 beds, just enough for the two of them to make do. But it turned out to be a king-size bedroom. Hurry up and shower, then sleep. I'm exhausted. You finally get to fly out on a business trip, and you don't even book first class. This whole trip has worn me out. I'm injured, for crying out loud. Chen Fan said, utterly speechless. Do you have any idea how expensive first class is? Shen Qian glared at him. Hey! Are you really going to take a shower? Your arm can't get wet, and how are you even going to wash? Chen Qian hurriedly reminded him as she watched Chen Fan start to undress and head toward the bathroom. Oh, right. I totally forgot about that. But I feel so gross without a shower. How about you help me wash? Chen Fan raised his arm. Go to hell, Chen Fan. Chen Qian's pillow flew straight at him. Early the next morning, Chen Qian was jolted awake by the ringing of her phone. Still half asleep, she pressed the button to answer. Shen Qian, the comparison results are in. It's a man named Wang Chang. I'll send you his detailed information. The call was from Teacher Wang. Got it. Thank you, teacher. Shen Qian hurriedly replied. After hanging up, she glanced at the sofa and realized it was empty. Shen Qian rubbed her eyes. She lay back down again. But barely 2 seconds later, something felt off. Ah! The shriek woke Chen Fan as well. What's going on? Chen Fan froze. You. Didn't you say you were going to sleep on the couch last night? Then why are you sleeping in the bed? Shen Qian asked urgently, wrapped in her blanket. Oh, I guess I got up to use the bathroom in the middle of the night and just ended up going back to bed out of habit. Chen Fan scratched his head, completely blank on the memory. You didn't do anything to me while I was asleep, did you? Shen Qian quickly buried her head under the covers to check. Come on, look at my hands, what could I possibly do to you? You're the suspicious one. I clearly slept on the couch, how did I end up in bed in the middle of the night? Could it be that you? No wonder my little brother felt off when I woke up this morning. Chen Fan feigned sudden realization, pointing at Chen Qian. You. Damn it. Get up now. The fingerprints have been identified. Shen Qian knew she couldn't win an argument with Chen Fan, so she gave up arguing and hurriedly got up to wash up. As the two left the hotel lobby, they didn't notice the disdainful look from the young woman at the front desk. They had clearly agreed to keep it quiet. Instead, they started their business first thing in the morning, screaming so loudly they woke up several neighboring rooms and earned me extra complaints. She looks like such a goddess, yet she can be so wild. It's just not fair. Tianhong Tower. Why don't we go to his place? Don't we have his address? Then why come to the company? Shen Qian asked Chen Fan with some confusion. We're not the police. If he's at home, he has grounds to refuse us entry. We might not even get past the front door. This guy, though an accomplice, isn't the mastermind. He knows the whole story. We can't force our way in, we need to get him to do us a favor first. Follow me. Learn from this. Chen Fan led the way into the building. Shen Qian followed, fuming. Guan Yuan Network Technology Company, Limited. Are you here to see team leader Gao? The receptionist asked Chen Fan. Yes, we've worked with him before. Chen Fan nodded. Please take a seat in the conference room. I'll go notify him. The receptionist led them to the conference room. A moment later, a heavy-set middle-aged man walked in. Shen Qian took him in. His height and build matched Chen Fan's on-site description perfectly. Damn it! How did he manage that? Doesn't trace detection require extensive calculations and analysis? How could he deduce it at a glance? Is he even human? Shen Qian pursed her lips. Hello, you two are. Wang Chang stared at Chen Fan and his group, equally puzzled. He couldn't recall ever collaborating with them before. Team leader Wang, we're police officers. We're here about a case from 3 years ago. We'd like to talk to you. No need to be nervous. To avoid causing you any extra trouble, we're all in plain clothes. We won't take you back now. We'll wait for you at the cafe downstairs. Chen Fan addressed Wang Chang. Let's go. Chen Fan said no more, simply leading Shen Qian out. Hearing Chen Fan's words, Wang Chang froze in place. Watching the retreating figures, a complex flicker crossed his eyes. Chapter 51, The Unexpected. Sunflower Cafe. Do you think Wang Chang will come? Why didn't you just ask him back then? I haven't eaten yet. I'm starving. Shen Qian and Chen Fan waited for ages, but Wang Chang still hadn't come down. They grumbled in frustration. How about we make a bet? If Wang Chang shows up, you buy me steak here later. If he doesn't show up, I'll treat you instead. How about that? Chen Fan said with a smile. Deal. I want the extra large portion. Shen Qian nodded without hesitation. Listen, I'll tell you. Bang. Just as Shen Qian was about to say something to Chen Fan, a loud bang suddenly echoed from outside. Someone jumped off the building. Someone outside shouted. Chen Fan jumped to his feet and rushed to the window. Seeing it was a woman, he couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. If it had been Wang Chang jumping, that would have been trouble. What's going on? Someone jumped? Shen Qian had also come over and was about to rush out. But Chen Fan pulled her back. The patrol officers nearby have already gone over. Judging by that woman's condition, she must have fallen from above the 30th floor. There's no way she could have survived. Going won't help. Chen Fan said to Shen Qian. That woman wasn't wearing any clothes, she might have been murdered. Shen Qian argued. Her clothes were caught on the second floor glass. She fell onto the second floor glass platform, shattering it before hitting the ground. See for yourself. Chen Fan pointed upward. Only then did Shen Qian notice that 4 panes of glass on the second floor glass platform had been shattered. A piece of clothing still hung there. But what you're saying does seem plausible. Maybe it really was murder. Chen Fan frowned as he spoke. What's wrong? Shen Qian froze. Look at where the glass shattered. If someone accidentally fell, their instinctive reaction would be to grab onto the building. That's why the distance wouldn't be this far. The entire exterior of the building is made of tempered glass. There's nowhere to grab onto. If someone fell, it would have to be from the roof. At the height of the 30th floor, the fall distance is roughly 100 meters, taking about 4.5 seconds. Yet the horizontal distance has reached the edge of the glass platform nearly 10 meters. Normal free fall couldn't cover the distance unless there was a lateral force pushing them. So this person was most likely pushed out. Chen Fan explained to Shen Qian. You really are my employee. Let's go check the roof. Shen Qian patted Chen Fan's shoulder in surprise. There's no time. Inform the provincial bureau. Have them handle it first and send someone to the cafe. Wang Chang is already there. Chen Fan pointed outside. Sure enough, Wang Chang was walking toward the cafe, his face frozen in shock. You're here? An incident just occurred. We've already dispatched colleagues to handle it. Chen Fan beckoned to Wang Chang. What, do you want to ask? It's none of my business. Wang Chang said cautiously. You should know why I didn't take you back to the station for questioning, but chose this place instead. I hope my concession to you will earn your cooperation. The fact that we found you at all tied to that case from years ago proves we already have substantial evidence. Let me remind you, every year on that day, you return to the scene, right? But you always go late at night, afraid to turn on the lights, so you've left plenty of fingerprints behind. There was also a partial fingerprint at the original crime scene. Once the police compare it with your later fingerprints, I doubt this conversation will remain as relaxed as it is now. Chen Fan addressed Wang Chang. Thanks. Wang Chang sighed heavily. In truth, his very presence here signaled that he had already made his choice. I admitted I was at the scene back then. I saw Fang kill that man with my own eyes and then turn his flesh into a dish. Wang Chang said slowly. How did you know the victim? Chen Fan asked. The hospital. I had stomach pain and went to the hospital in the middle of the night. I happened to run into her there with her daughter getting in for drip. That day I had appendicitis. The pain made me collapse on the floor. She called the doctor for me and even paid my fees. From that moment on, she became my angel. Especially after learning her husband had passed away and she was raising her child alone, I wanted to get closer to her even more. But she never accepted my advances. Yet whenever she faced trouble, she'd call me first. Then one day, I heard she was sick. I prepared medicine to bring her, but when I knocked on her door, I saw her covered in blood while cooking. That's when I realized that man had abandoned her and her child, and Fang was seeking revenge. Though it broke my heart, Fang had already taken action. There was nothing I could do. Fang invited me to eat with her. She said she'd lace the food with medicine, but in the end, I didn't dare to eat it. I ended up running away. After that, I heard they had all died. I deeply regret it. If I had stopped Fang then, if I had taken her to turn herself in, perhaps that man and the child wouldn't have died either. All I can do is visit every year. Sigh. Wang Chang recounted the entire incident in detail. Let's go. Though you're not primarily at fault, you still need to go to the police station. Otherwise, the case can't be closed. Chen Fan said to Wang Chang. Yeah, I know. I've already taken the day off. Wang Chang nodded. Chen Fan stood up and motioned to the officers entering the room. I'll report the details to Director Gong. You can take your people back now. Chen Fan explained to the officer. Soon, the officer led Wang Chang away. Who'd have thought he'd be such a hopeless romantic? There are plenty of people like that in this world. Watching Wang Chang's retreating figure, Shen Qian shook her head. Oh, come on. Just listen to his nonsense. People always gravitate toward what benefits them and avoid what harms them. They pick the aspects that suit them best. He took so long to come down just now probably because he'd already thought up this excuse. Chen Fan frowned as he spoke. What do you mean? He's the killer? He was involved too? His words were lies? Shen Qian was completely baffled. If it really happened the way he said, how could there be no trace of him at the scene? The house should have been covered in blood. Maybe he wasn't directly involved in the murder, but it definitely wasn't as simple as he just made it sound. I've edited some of the content. Send it to Old Gong. He'll know what to do. Once he's in custody and has already spoken, we won't have trouble getting him to confess. Chen Fan sent a message to Shen Qian. You really pulled off that act convincingly, you had me fooled. Shen Qian glanced up at Chen Fan. Let's go. Head up to the roof and take a look. Put in a little more effort, and we can demand more money with some backbone. Chen Fan stood up. Chapter 52, I'm a good person. The rooftop of the office building. The police had already arrived at the top floor to investigate, following the lead from Shen Qian's earlier phone call. But they found nothing. Brother Tan, let's go inside and take a look. Shen Qian and Chen Fan were stopped outside the police tape, waving at someone inside. Xian, you actually came? I was wondering who called the police earlier. I was just about to call you after checking the scene. And who might you be? The man waved to the officers outside, allowing Chen Fan and the others to enter. I'm here for the case too. He's my employee, my right-hand man, my assistant. Shen Qian pointed to Chen Fan standing nearby. Hello, Brother Tan. I'm Chen Qian's boyfriend. She's often mentioned you as her senior. Thanks for looking out for me back in the academy days. Chen Fan rolled his eyes. He stepped forward and addressed Tan Ming. Ha ha ha, you little rascal. I could tell right away that you two were something special. Never thought our campus beauty would fall for you. Back in the day, plenty of upperclassmen had their eyes on her. Tan Ming chuckled to Chen Fan. Hey! Stop spouting nonsense and hurry over to see the scene. Shen Qian called out from the side. Tan Ming and Chen Fan exchanged a knowing smile and walked over together. Who's your girlfriend? And how did you even know he was my senior? Shen Qian asked, her face flushed, as she leaned close to Chen Fan's ear. You're not my girlfriend, so why should I tell you? Cut the nonsense and hurry up to check the scene. Chen Fan grinned and walked over to inspect the evidence. Shen Qian fumed behind him, slamming her fist against the wall so hard that dust fell from the plaster. Tan Ming, standing nearby, swallowed hard. Back in the day. Shen Qian was the campus beauty, the goddess of the police academy, no doubt about it. But she had another nickname that was just as legendary, the close combat demon. Across 4 graduating classes at the academy, no one could defeat Shen Qian in close combat. Even the instructors could only manage a draw against her. So when Tan Ming heard that Chen Fan had taken down Shen Qian, his admiration for Chen Fan was like a raging river. This place seems to have been cleaned up. Otherwise, it wouldn't be this spotless. Chen Fan examined the edge where the debris had fallen, clearly showing signs of cleaning. We already checked, there are no surveillance cameras on this roof. There used to be some, but they were gradually smashed out over time. According to security, this rooftop was frequently used by couples for illicit affairs. Even if cameras were installed, they'd just get destroyed later, so they decided not to bother installing them at all. Tan Ming walked over and said, Did the deceased have any prior incidents? I saw the body being carried away. The coroner must have already examined it, right? Chen Fan asked. No. According to the preliminary autopsy, there were no external injuries and no signs of assault. Tan Ming shook his head. This makes things difficult. There are no surveillance cameras in the fire escape either. This person could have slipped away without anyone noticing. This building houses hundreds of companies, thousands of people, plus all the coming and going of visitors and such. Shen Qian remarked from the side. Perhaps there's still a way. Has the victim's identity been confirmed? Chen Fan asked. Confirmed. He was the accountant for a company on the 29th floor. We've already investigated the company. According to colleagues, the victim took a phone call and then left. But we haven't found the victim's phone and it's turned off when we tried calling it. During that time frame, no one else entered or left the company. Tan Ming stated. Seems like the killer's pretty smart. But they were still a bit careless. Or perhaps they never intended to kill from the start. Chen Fan smiled faintly. What do you mean? Shen Qian asked. By tracing the victim's call records, we can find this person's number. Call logs can't be deleted, they're all stored with the carriers. It's best to use virtual chat software like Zoom, that way, it can't be traced. Chen Fan said to Tan Ming. I'll have someone look into it immediately. You know a lot, don't you? Tan Ming looked at Chen Fan in surprise before making the call. You'd better watch what you say from now on. You'd be in big trouble if someone caught you. Shen Qian cautioned. Why would they arrest me? I'm a good person. Chen Fan's mouth twitched. Yeah, right. I bet if you went live right now selling courses on criminology theory and practice, you could become a millionaire off the tips alone. Shen Qian shot Chen Fan a withering look. Didn't you hear what you just said? Thank goodness you were talking to the police. If a criminal had heard that, you'd be guilty of incitement. We've traced the call. We'll arrange for a location trace immediately. Tan Ming approached at that moment. Hold on. Chen Fan hurriedly stopped Tan Ming. Can I give it a try? Maybe we can lure them out. Chen Fan said to Tan Ming. How do you plan to lure them? Tan Ming hesitated. I've got my ways. You just go catch them. Chen Fan patted his chest. Then, I'll just watch the whole thing from the sidelines. Tan Ming considered for a moment before replying. All right. Chen Fan quickly dialed the man's number. Hello, is this Li Zhaoshan? This is EMS. We have a credit card for you that needs to be signed for, but the address is incorrect. There's no 59th floor. Chen Fan shouted impatiently. Credit card? Which bank's credit card? Why did they send it to me again? Not the 59th floor, it's 2902 on the 29th floor. I'm at the door. Come over. The person on the other end of the line said. Fine, let's go catch them. Chen Fan hung up and said to Tan Ming. Let's move. Nice one. Tan Ming gave Chen Fan a thumbs up and led his team downstairs. What's the big deal? He's just pretending to be a delivery guy. What's the big deal? Shen Qian muttered from the sidelines. But boss, why did I say it was a postal credit card and not a courier from another company? Chen Fan asked Shen Qian. Well, it's just this. What are you staring at? Spit it out. Shen Qian stammered but couldn't get the words out. These days, most young people in office buildings use credit cards. Plus, information leaks are rampant. Banks often issue cards to customers without proper verification and just mail them out. Many people don't even bother checking, they just activate and use them. This is a common tactic banks use. Credit cards require postal real name verification upon delivery. Other couriers wouldn't even know the recipient's name, making mistakes more likely. Chen Fan explained to Shen Qian. You're just making excuses. As if I've never applied for a credit card before. You need the applicant's signature when you sign up. Shen Qian waved her hand dismissively. Do you really think banks are some kind of paradise? Every time you go to handle business, they pile a stack of agreements on you to sign. These agreements include all sorts of bundled services. Most people never read them cover to cover, they're impossible to understand. Even if some elderly folks are more thorough, they deliberately make the font tiny. After reading for a bit, your head starts spinning, and you just give up. In other words, you haven't received these hard sell services from the bank because you're lucky, not because the practice doesn't exist. And someone like you, who doesn't use credit cards much, isn't the kind of customer banks target. Chen Fan explained to Shen Qian. How on earth do you know all this? You're clearly 3 or 4 years younger than me. Shen Qian gaped in astonishment. A woman 3 years older is like holding a gold brick, not a bad deal. Chen Fan muttered under his breath. What did you say? Shen Qian's face flushed instantly. Chapter 53, The Ace Up the Sleeve. What's wrong? Did you lie about your age? More than one gold brick? Chen Fan feigned surprise. Go to hell. Chen Fan. I'm going to. Boss, mind our company's image when we're out in public. This is an office building, with people coming and going. Seeing Shen Qian about to explode, Chen Fan grinned and headed toward the elevator. Shen Qian glanced at the people around her, unable to vent her anger. Her chest heaved violently with rage. She gritted her teeth and followed. When they reached the lobby downstairs, they happened to see Tan Ming and his crew escorting someone down the stairs. Chen Fan, this guy's cracked. He wet himself the moment he saw us. This guy's all bark and no bite. Tan Ming spotted Chen Fan and hurried over. What's going on? Chen Fan smiled. They're a couple. The guy already knew about the woman's relationship with their boss. He even had her seduce the boss to the rooftop for that thing, then recorded it to blackmail the boss into giving her a promotion and raise. But the woman didn't want to do it anymore, so she threatened to expose everything. Then she was pushed off. What a ing piece of. Tan Ming spat in the man's direction. These days, anything can happen. Now that the case is wrapped up, let's get out of here. Chen Fan nodded at Tan Ming. All right. Don't worry, I'll apply for your bonuses as soon as we get back. You won't be working for nothing. Tan Ming smiled. Brother Tan, did you forget about me? I'm the boss, okay? Shen Qian pouted as she leaned in. Ever since Tan Ming showed up, he'd been dragging Chen Fan aside to talk about something, completely ignoring her existence. Sure, I didn't play a decisive role in this, but first off, I'm your junior classmate. You two have only known each other for a few hours. And I'm the boss. Shouldn't you be talking to me about payments? Shen Qian was thoroughly displeased. Ahem, well, you two are giving it to whoever you're giving it to, right? Off we go. Tan Ming waved his hand dismissively. Who's you two? Shen Qian glared. What did you tell Brother Tan? Who said we're a couple? Seeing Tan Ming had already walked away, Shen Qian could only turn her anger toward Chen Fan. Heaven knows I didn't say a thing. Maybe, the public eye is sharp, huh? Chen Fan grinned. Bright my ass. Come with me right now and explain yourself. Shen Qian grabbed Chen Fan and started pulling him forward. But then Tan Ming rushed back in. Tan, listen to me, it's not what you think. Hear me out first. Old Gong just called. He said the suspect in that cold case won't confess and specifically demanded to see Chen Fan. Chen Fan, you need to come back with me immediately. Tan Ming grabbed Chen Fan and dragged him outside without another word. Provincial Police Headquarters. Chen Fan, that suspect hasn't uttered a word since he was brought back. I got your text and went in to question him myself, but he specifically requested to see you. I had no choice. Be careful. Old Gong said to Chen Fan. He was worried that upon learning he had been deceived, the man might react violently toward Chen Fan. It's fine. I still have one last card up my sleeve. Chen Fan, however, showed no signs of worry as he pushed open the door and walked into the interrogation room. Sure enough. Upon seeing Chen Fan enter, Wang Chang's face twisted with fury. You lied to me. Is this what you meant by giving me face? Wang Chang demanded, confronting Chen Fan. He struggled fiercely to break free from the handcuffs, but it was futile. Same here. Didn't you also hold something back from me? Chen Fan pulled out a chair and sat down in front of Wang Chang. Hearing Chen Fan's words, Wang Chang froze for a moment before lowering his head in frustration. I invited you to the coffee shop to save your face. But since you wouldn't tell me the truth, I had no choice but to have you brought here. As for the deception you mentioned, would you rather ID had you handcuffed and dragged in, or that you cooperated with the investigation? Don't be so ungrateful. I'm here. What do you want? Do you really think the police won't find out if you don't say anything? I'm giving you a chance. But my patience has its limits. Chen Fan snapped at Wang Chang without mincing words. At this moment, Wang Chang felt a twinge of guilt. This was precisely the moment to strike while the iron was hot and finish him off completely. Hearing Chen Fan's accusatory tone, Wang Chang felt torn. He lowered his head, silent, as if weighing his options. Senior Gong, didn't Chen Fan mention earlier that there was also half a blood fingerprint at the scene? Why not just run a direct comparison? At least that would be direct evidence. Outside the interrogation room, Shen Qian asked Old Gong with some confusion. Blood fingerprint? What bloody fingerprint? Old Gong looked puzzled. Well, half a bloody fingerprint was found at the scene. It can be compared to Wang Chang's fingerprints. If it weren't for that partial bloody fingerprint, Wang Chang probably wouldn't have come to see us so readily, right? Shen Qian was taken aback. She had assumed Gong Lao and his team had overlooked such a crucial clue. Although a partial fingerprint couldn't directly identify individuals, once they obtained Wang Chang's complete fingerprint from the scene for comparison, confirmation would be possible. There were no additional blood fingerprints at the scene. Only the victims. I've reviewed the case files multiple times, there's no way an oversight could have occurred. Old Gong shook his head. Hearing Gong Lao's words, Shen Qian suddenly understood. From the very beginning, there had been no blood fingerprints at all. Chen Fan had deliberately implied it. Because they had already obtained Wang Chang's complete fingerprints. Wang Chang knew about those, but he was unaware of the partial fingerprints found at the scene, the ones in the police files. He thought he'd covered his tracks perfectly, but once Chen Fan brought it up, suspicion would inevitably arise. Yet if he admitted it, it would be tantamount to confessing his presence at the scene. Shen Qian stared at Chen Fan inside the interrogation room in disbelief. This mix of truth and falsehood, of substance and illusion, he'd casually probed it out. They had taught this interrogation technique using false leads before, but even Shen Qian had never used it lightly. After all, if mishandled, it could backfire, alerting the suspect. Enough! We don't have time to waste here. You called me here and won't talk? What a waste of time. Chen Fan slammed his hand on the table and stood up, ready to storm out. No. I'm talking. Wang Chang, who had been hesitating, jumped at the sound of Chen Fan slamming the table. Spit it out. How much were you involved? Chen Fan sat down coldly. Wang Chang still hesitated. Actually, there's one thing you might not know. You've always assumed that child belonged to those two deceased individuals, right? Chen Fan sighed slowly. Chapter 54, Ironclad Evidence. What do you mean? Wang Chang froze. To be honest, we ran a DNA comparison using your hair. That child actually shares over 99% genetic similarity with you. In other words, that child was yours and the deceased woman's. Chen Fan spoke slowly to Wang Chang. What? Hearing Chen Fan's words, Wang Chang's mind went blank in an instant. It wasn't just Wang Chang, even Gong Lao and the others outside the interrogation room were stunned. When was the DNA comparison done? Gong Lao scanned the room, but the bewildered expressions on everyone's faces made him realize instantly. Another bluff. But this time, Old Gong shook his head. Although Chen Fan had used this information to break down Wang Chang's psychological defenses. This information differed from the previous one, it was entirely fabricated by Chen Fan. If Wang Chang later discovered the truth, it might not matter much if he had truly committed a serious crime. But if his offense wasn't that severe, he could easily sue the police force. That would spell serious trouble. Now! Go do the DNA comparison. Do it now. Tell them to expedite it. After a moment's thought, Old Gong immediately gave instructions to the technicians. Inside the interrogation room, Wang Chang began wailing uncontrollably. It took over half an hour for him to gradually calm down. Chen Fan handed him a cigarette. Wang Chang took a deep drag. I sawed off the head. Wang Chang exhaled a long breath. When I got there, she'd already bitten off his thing. The whole bedroom was covered in blood. I was scared out of my wits. By then, the guy was already near death. Fong Fong told me to cut off his head. I was scared, so I had no choice but to do it. After that, Dongfang cooked a meal and poisoned it. She said if I loved him, I should eat it with her and they'd be together forever. But I was terrified. I couldn't bring myself to eat it, so I ran away. If I'd known this child was mine, I would have taken him away no matter what. But it was all too late. Wang Chang sighed. Take care. Chen Fan shook his head, unsure what to say. What will my sentence be? Wang Chang asked Chen Fan. I don't know, but I'll apply for voluntary release for you. Chen Fan said as he walked out. Awesome. Seeing Chen Fan emerge, several officers gave him a thumbs up. They had witnessed the entire interrogation process earlier, how Chen Fan, with just a few words, had made a stubborn criminal break down in tears and spill everything. Unlike Old Gong, many of them didn't dwell on procedural compliance or risks. They were simply in awe of Chen Fan. Forget it. Old Gong wanted to say more, but after a moment's thought, he decided he'd take responsibility if anything went wrong. After all, Chen Fan had solved this unsolved case, putting an end to their lingering concern. He couldn't very well blame Chen Fan after all, he wasn't a police officer. Old Gong. The DNA test results are in. That child from back then was indeed Wang Chang's. An officer rushed over holding an analysis report. What? Is it really? How did you know? Old Gong's eyes widened instantly. He took the report and glanced at it, looking at Chen Fan with disbelief. The motive, I suppose. If it were just a case of infatuation, the perpetrator wouldn't have gone to such lengths at the scene. That's why I suspect Wang Chang and the deceased woman had more than just a romantic connection. While the world isn't short on sycophants, Wang Chang rose to team leader. He wasn't entirely without merit. Add that the victim had raised her child alone for years, and it's understandable she might have sought solace elsewhere. The deceased woman had a proud personality and wasn't particularly striking in appearance. Someone like Wang Chang would have been a perfect fit. So I suspect Wang Chang's claim of being saved by her at the hospital was fabricated. They knew each other beforehand, and something happened likely during the period after the male victim went abroad, prompting her to seek revenge. The most likely reason for having a man, or rather, a man without a woman, handle the scene would be matters of the heart. Chen Fan explained. That's a bit too hasty, don't you think? What if a man genuinely enjoys this kind of sacrifice? There was that news story recently about someone who transferred hundreds of thousands of yuan before jumping into a river. Shen Qian interjected. No, I'm certain the child could be Wang Chang's. And there's another crucial point. Did you notice the deceased child has double eyelids? But the other two victims both have single eyelids? Chen Fan asked Shen Qian and the others. Huh? This? Shen Qian froze. When she was looking at the photos, she hadn't really noticed. Even when she was at the scene, she hadn't paid attention to this detail, completely absorbed by the scene itself. That's true. Old Gong, standing nearby, silently nodded in agreement. Whether someone has single eyelids or double eyelids is determined by genetic inheritance. This is significantly influenced by one's parents. Generally speaking, double eyelids are dominant traits, while single eyelids are recessive. To put it simply, if both parents have single eyelids, the child will definitely have single eyelids too. But if one parent has double eyelids and the other has single eyelids, the child could either have single or double eyelids. Since both deceased individuals had single eyelids, yet the child has double eyelids, this child is definitely not biologically related to them. Chen Fan explained to the group. Hearing Chen Fan's words, all the officers sucked in a sharp breath. Holy crap! What kind of person is this? Didn't they even go to the scene? How could he deduce so much just from looking at crime scene photos? If he'd been at the scene back then, this case probably wouldn't have dragged on this long. Ahem. Let me formally introduce him to everyone. This is Chen Fan, an employee of our Fugue private detective agency. We hope you'll continue to support us in the future. Shen Qian smiled as she stepped forward, observing the stunned expressions on everyone's faces. When it was just her and Chen Fan alone, Shen Qian felt utterly defeated. But when dealing with outsiders, she had to admit this Chen Fan was truly making her look good. This time, he'd certainly made a name for himself at the provincial bureau. Many of their police academy classmates had stayed at the provincial bureau, while Shen Qian had left the public security force to start her own business. Deep down, she still felt a bit of a gap. But just now, seeing everyone at the provincial bureau, even Old Gong, impressed by Chen Fan's abilities, Shen Qian felt a surge of pride. No matter how impressive he is, he's still my employee. This girl has made a name for herself. Provincial Department Airport. Excuse me, sir. This large suitcase needs to be checked and it's overweight. The ground staff member addressed Chen Fan. Is Old Gong really that strict? Packed so much? Chen Fan scratched his head helplessly. Shen Qian looked equally exasperated beside him. The two dragged the suitcase off to the check-in counter. This time, Old Gong had witnessed Chen Fan's investigative prowess firsthand. He decided to go all out, photocopying a stack of backlogged cases from the provincial capital overnight for Chen Fan and Shen Qian to take back with them. As Gong Lao put it, flip through the files when you have time. If you crack any of them, the reward will be substantial. This completely changed Chen Fan's perception of old Gong. This wasn't some steady, seasoned veteran at all. He was clearly a shrewd businessman. Chapter 55, The Corpse in the Restroom. Fortunately, this time the return flight was booked by the Provincial Bureau First Class. Chen Fan stretched out comfortably on the plush leather sofa. Shen Qian beside him was also thrilled. Though she was the bureau chief's daughter, this was her first time flying first class, all thanks to attending the police academy. "Hello, may I take your order?" A beautiful flight attendant approached Shen Qian and handed her a menu. "Can I order all of these?" Shen Qian froze for a moment. "Yes." The flight attendant smiled. "I'll have a cappuccino, a pudding, a salad, a steak, a tiramisu, and 2 oranges. Shen Qian wanted to try almost everything. "Hey boss, you're such a cheapskate." He is my boss, after all. It's like he's never seen the world before. How can he possibly finish all that? Chen Fan teased from the side. "Mind your own business." Shen Qian flushed and glared at Chen Fan. She had indeed ordered a bit too much earlier. "And for you, sir? What would you like?" The flight attendant asked with a smile. She had noticed the two of them as soon as they boarded. Initially, their seats were next to each other, but seeing that first class wasn't crowded, they requested separate seats. But judging by their bickering, they were definitely a young couple. Such a perfect match. I won't even look at the menu. Just give me 2 of whatever she ordered. Chen Fan pushed the menu back to the flight attendant. Hearing Chen Fan's words, Shen Qian stumbled beside him. The flight attendant pursed her lips and walked away. A moment later, Shen Qian's tray was piled high with an array of dishes. Chen Fan's table was even more extravagant, with an extra table added just for him. Come on. There's no one else around anyway. Sit down and eat with us." Chen Fan called out to the flight attendant. Today, the entire first-class cabin was occupied by just the two of them, quite the comfortable arrangement. The flight attendant smiled and was about to sit down when she suddenly heard a scream from the front. Chen Fan and Shen Qian froze in surprise. They hurried after the flight attendant. They saw another flight attendant lying at the bathroom door, trembling as she pointed shakily inside. Chen Fan peered inside. Inside the restroom lay the body of a man. "What's going on? What happened?" Just then, the flight attendant behind her approached and was startled by the scene. "Don't panic. Show them your credentials. Tell the passengers behind us that someone suddenly fell ill and fainted. Ask everyone to stop using this restroom for now and keep everyone calm." After instructing Shen Qian, Chen Fan began directing the flight attendants. When the flustered flight attendants saw the expired police ID Shen Qian presented, they all began following Chen Fan's instructions. Chen Fan requested a pair of gloves from the flight attendant before cautiously entering the lavatory. The young man was already dead. The cause of death was a blood-filled hole at the back of his head and another at his temple. The marks suggested the use of a sharp object, likely a spike or awl. "Has anyone used the restroom recently?" Chen Fan asked the flight attendants. "We were all busy during meal service earlier. I recall passengers from seats A1, A3, B2, and C2 using the lavatory." "Oh, right, the deceased was in seat B1. The flight attendant beside him added. Following the flight attendant's direction, Chen Fan looked out. In seat A1 sat a middle-aged, overweight man, currently eating with rather unrefined manners. In seat A3 sat a foreigner, likely from Japan, wiping down the tray table with a look of disgust. At B2 sat a girl who wasn't eating but was looking this way. In seat C2, a man was asleep. Judging by the situation, the girl seemed somewhat suspicious. "Who is that girl?" Chen Fan asked. "She came with the deceased. They seem to be a couple," the flight attendant said slowly. "Did you notice anything unusual about her?" Chen Fan asked the flight attendant. "Well, I think he might have been murdered," the flight attendant stammered. "That's for sure. 2 bullet holes suicide just wouldn't leave that." Shen Qian, standing nearby, sighed in exasperation. "Don't interrupt. Go get those 4 people over here for questioning and check their personal belongings." Chen Fan gestured behind him at Shen Qian. "Do you know something?" Chen Fan asked the flight attendant. "When we boarded the plane, this man was already carrying a small cloth bag. I asked him about it, but he said it contained a diamond he'd bought at auction. Could it be that someone coveted his diamond, so they..." The flight attendant said to Chen Fan. "Diamond? Is that box on his person?" Chen Fan hurried to the restroom to check and indeed didn't see the small cloth bag he'd been carrying. "Looks like it's quite possible, then." Chen Fan nodded. Soon, the 4 individuals were summoned over. When they heard they would be searched, they immediately voiced strong objections. But upon seeing Shen Qian's credentials and the details of the deceased, the 4 immediately fell silent. To Chen Fan's surprise, after searching their luggage, the cloth bag containing the diamonds was nowhere to be found. More importantly, the murder weapon was nowhere to be found either. "Chen Fan, this is strange. We've searched everything, yet we still haven't found it. And the murder weapon is the same. Judging by the depth of the wound, it must have been a very sharp object. But airport security is extremely strict, there shouldn't be any issues. Shen Qian frowned as she addressed Chen Fan. Yeah, those are the two problems right now. Finding either one would pinpoint the killer. Alright, you take the flight attendant and continue searching the cabin. I'll question those 4 passengers. Regardless, the victim died in the lavatory. Anyone who used it is a major suspect. Chen Fan said after a moment's thought. Shen Qian nodded and resumed searching with the flight attendants. Did you go to the restroom earlier? Chen Fan addressed the overweight passenger first. Yeah, I get nervous on planes. When I get nervous, I feel like drinking and eating, so I couldn't help but go. But when I went, I didn't see this person. The overweight passenger quickly replied. Exactly. I went after him. When I came back, I fell asleep. I didn't wake up in between. I was just woken up by someone earlier. It has nothing to do with me. The sleeping man chimed in right after. Damn it! You lot, sort out your own problems yourselves. This has absolutely nothing to do with the law-abiding citizens of my great Sakura Empire. Even if you're a cop, you have no right to question me. Do you even know what diplomatic immunity means? The little old man from Sakura Nation glared at Chen Fan with obvious displeasure. Shut the hell up. This is ING Dragon Nation. You think I can't beat the out of you and get away with it? I could even get a whole page dedicated to me in the family annals. Keep spouting that nonsense and I'll rip your mouth off. Spill it. What the hell were you doing in the bathroom? Hearing the little cherry blossom brat's insolence, Chen Fan immediately pointed at his nose and cursed him out. Chapter 56, The Weapon. Hey. Sir, I'm sorry. I just went to the bathroom, but I changed my diaper and came right back. I have a condition: if I don't wear a diaper, I'll wet myself. Unexpectedly, seeing Chen Fan's firm stance, little Sakura's attitude did a complete 180-degree turn. First, she bowed 90 degrees to Chen Fan, then recounted everything she'd done in the bathroom. Are you just being a jerk? You won't speak properly unless you're yelled at, huh? Chen Fan was utterly speechless. Hey! It's my fault. Sakurako bowed once more. No, that's not right. You were gone for ages. My boyfriend was desperate to use the restroom, but when he got there, someone was already in there. You were in there for at least 5 minutes before you came out. My boyfriend even cursed at you back then. It must have been you. The moment Sakurako finished speaking, the deceased's girlfriend immediately pointed at her and declared. That part is true. When the deceased wanted to use the restroom, he made 2 trips back and forth. Then this Sakurako of hers finally came out slowly. Damn it! Could it be that the victim cursed Sakurako a couple of times and this Sakurako killed him in revenge? Arrest him now. The fat guy from earlier also started pounding his thigh. No. It's not like that. When I was inside, actually. Sakurako stammered, unable to articulate her thoughts. Chen Fan couldn't help but frown. Judging from everyone's accounts, this Sakurako was indeed the prime suspect. He had been seated directly in front of the victim. It was highly likely that when the victim flaunted the diamond, Sakurako's greed was aroused. That's why he deliberately provoked the victim while pretending to go to the bathroom. Then, seizing an opportunity to kill him, he hurried back. But they'd already searched him: no diamond, no weapon. How could he have done it? Chen Fan, we've searched the entire plane again, but still nothing. At that moment, Shen Qian also returned. Then why keep searching? Just arrest him and interrogate him. Everyone pointed at Sakurako. I confess. I really didn't kill him. Sakurako, surrounded by the crowd's accusations, plopped down onto the floor. Then explain what you were doing in the bathroom for so long? According to your story, just changing a diaper shouldn't take that long, right? Chen Fan pressed Sakurako. Actually, I was taking care of business myself. Sakurako blushed bright red as she confessed to the crowd. He knew that if he didn't explain himself clearly today, he'd definitely be treated as the murderer. What? Everyone was stunned. I just took care of it myself. I never imagined flight attendants on your Dragon Country planes would be so captivating: tall figures, stunning looks, and most importantly, those long legs and stockings. Ever since boarding the plane, I couldn't stop staring. When that flight attendant bent over to serve me food just now, the scent on her body was overwhelming. I thought I'd go to the bathroom to take care of myself, but just as I started, that guy knocked on the door. I told him to wait. But after I came out, he was already back. I absolutely didn't kill him. Sakurako declared to the crowd. After hearing Sakurako's words, everyone shot her a look of utter contempt as she sat on the floor. They'd always called Sakurako a pervert, and today they finally saw it for themselves. How shameless. A flight attendant nearby, upon hearing this, hurriedly helped her colleague remove her stockings. What's wrong? Her colleague beside her was puzzled. I was the one who brought him food just now. And when I was serving him, I felt like something had stuck to my leg. When the flight attendant pulled off her stockings, she discovered some strange substance stuck to them. Everyone was instantly disgusted. Damn, they'd seriously underestimated Sakurako's twisted abilities. He'd clearly already done something to the flight attendant earlier, probably heading to the restroom to clean himself up. Judging by Sakurako's reaction, she didn't seem to be lying. Chen Fan took a deep breath. The prime suspect was thus ruled out. But who could the killer be? What weapon did he use to kill the victim? And where had those diamonds gone? Chen Fan stepped back into the bathroom and began a thorough search once more. Suddenly, Chen Fan noticed something peculiar about the water stains on the sink. Some areas seemed to have been wiped clean, while others remained untouched. Who would be so idle as to wipe down this sink? Chen Fan was puzzled. He glanced into the toilet bowl again, but found nothing. Given how much the deceased had valued those diamonds, he would have carried them with him wherever he went. Which meant the diamonds had vanished from right here. Chen Fan suddenly considered a possibility. But the question of the murder weapon remained unresolved. What kind of weapon could have caused those wounds, yet vanished without a trace? What do you think? Any discoveries? Shen Qian leaned in too. Feels a bit tight. Guess I'll need to buy a bigger size next time. Taking advantage of the sparse crowd, she discreetly adjusted her bra. What did you say? Chen Fan asked urgently. Pft. I was just talking to myself, not to you. Hurry up and figure out who the killer is. Shen Qian said to Chen Fan, her face flushed. She hadn't expected her unconscious words to be overheard by Chen Fan. No, I'm being serious. I have a question for you. Chen Fan seemed to have an idea and quickly turned to Shen Qian. What question? Shen Qian observed Chen Fan's expression. He didn't seem to be joking. Do women's bras use underwires or something like that to shape the bust? Chen Fan asked with deadpan seriousness. Chen Fan, you're asking for trouble. Why ask about this now? Shen Qian was instantly mortified. She instinctively reached to pinch Chen Fan's waist, but restrained herself. It wasn't appropriate to roughhouse in front of the deceased. No, I'm serious. I might have found the murder weapon. Chen Fan pointed at Shen Qian's chest. Chapter 57, A Clever Move. Chen Fan, I'm going to kill you. The moment Chen Fan teased her about her big chest, Shen Qian exploded. Ever since childhood, especially in elementary school, Shen Qian had been teased by her classmates about her large bust. Back then, she didn't understand why, so she tried wrapping them in cloth to make them look smaller. But by middle and high school, those two things only grew larger. Eventually, they even became a major hindrance during physical fitness tests. Every time she ran, it felt like she was lugging 2 extra sandbags. It was precisely this experience that fueled Shen Qian's competitive spirit, driving her to relentless practice. At the police academy, despite carrying 2 massive burdens, when it came to running and kickboxing, no one could match her. No. I'm innocent. The weapon I'm talking about isn't your 2 big weapons, it's the murder weapon that killed the victim. Seeing Shen Qian's reaction, Chen Fan realized she'd misunderstood and quickly explained. What weapon? Shen Qian asked, her face flushed. The underwire in the bra. If you sharpen it, you could make it work. But I'm not entirely sure. Why don't you take it off so I can study it? Chen Fan explained. I don't have one because mine are a bit large, so the underwire feels really uncomfortable. Only those with B cup or smaller use them, so it doesn't look so flat. Shen Qian explained to Chen Fan, her face flushing. Even though it was related to the case, discussing such matters with a man like Chen Fan still felt awkward. Then I know who the killer is. Chen Fan smiled faintly and led Shen Qian outside. Flight attendant, I know who the murderer is now. Chen Fan said to the flight attendant after stepping outside. Then what are we waiting for? Go arrest that pervert immediately. The flight attendant pointed at Sakurako. Though this Sakurako is a pervert, she isn't the killer. The real murderer is you. Chen Fan pointed at the flight attendant who had discovered the body first. How could that be? Could there be a mistake? Exactly. We were busy the whole time. Besides, we never found the diamond or the murder weapon. Upon hearing Chen Fan's explanation, the surrounding flight attendants began murmuring among themselves. Then let me explain step by step. I must say, you're a very clever person. When the victim showed off the diamond, you saw it and got greedy. But you realized he already had a girlfriend, so becoming lovers was unlikely. Still, that didn't stop you from dropping subtle hints. That's why he suddenly needed to use the restroom. And the time you two spent together gave you the perfect opportunity to kill him. Chen Fan spoke slowly. That doesn't make sense. We flight attendants go through security when boarding the plane. It's impossible to bring a weapon on board. The purser beside him raised the objection. If one of her crew members had committed the murder, she as the flight attendant would be implicated too. I'll be blunt. The murder weapon is the underwire in the bra. If I'm not mistaken, the underwire in your bra still has the victim's bloodstains. A simple test will confirm it. The water stains on the bathroom sink are likely from when you wipe the underwire after stuffing it into the bra, so there should be damp spots on your bra. Chen Fan turned to face the flight attendant. Hearing Chen Fan's words, the flight attendant's face instantly drained of color. She collapsed to the floor. Seeing her reaction, those around instinctively took a step back. They couldn't believe this colleague was actually a murderer. As for the diamond, you must have flushed it down the toilet, right? Modern aircraft toilets are loud vacuum systems. One advantage of vacuum toilets is that they function like wet-dry vacuum cleaners, using the vacuum system to suck waste from the bowl into a storage tank. After landing, ground crew handles disposal. All you need to do is contact ground crew after disembarking, claim you accidentally left something behind, and you'll get the diamonds back. I must say, it's a rather clever method. Chen Fan said with a faint smile. Your boyfriend works for airport ground crew. It really is you. The flight attendant stared at the stewardess before her with a look of utter despair. She knew this situation was utterly beyond salvaging. Half an hour later, the plane landed smoothly at Tianhai International Airport. Police officers were already waiting at the airport. Hey, brother Lu. You're here anyway, could you give us a ride back? Shen Qian greeted Lubin the moment she stepped off the plane. It's you too, I knew it. I knew it. Lubin rolled his eyes. After receiving the call about the murder on the plane, Lubin and his team rushed to the airport. But moments later, another call came and the case was solved, the killer apprehended. Lubin and his team were stunned. When they saw Chen Qian and Chen Fan emerge, it all suddenly clicked. Sometimes I wonder if you two are behind these cases. Maybe you saw the detective agency's business was slow and decided to orchestrate them yourselves? How come wherever you two go, a crime happens? Lubin teased them jokingly. No way. Captain Lu, you really underestimate us, don't you? If we were orchestrating things behind the scenes, how could we leave so many obvious loopholes? Take that case on the plane earlier. If the flight attendant hadn't been so impatient, she could have waited for a chance to get cozy with the victim, exchanged contact info, and then arranged a private meeting. Getting the money would have been a breeze. Diamonds or gold, while valuable, are too easy for police to trace through sales channels. Even if she wasn't caught at the scene, the moment she tried to sell the diamonds, the police would have her pinned down. So from the very start, when she decided to go after those diamonds, she was doomed to get caught. When dealing with rich kids like that, the simplest approaches are either setting up a fake company to scam investments or faking a pregnancy to demand money outright. Chen Fan waved his hand dismissively. Shen Qian and Lubin, listening nearby, were left speechless. Chen Qian, you'd better keep a close eye on him from now on. Especially after marriage, make sure to give him his allowance. Otherwise, trouble could easily arise. Lubin lectured Shen Qian earnestly. Don't worry, I'll definitely keep a close eye on him. Who's marrying him anyway? Shen Qian snapped back to reality mid-sentence. But Lubin had already wrapped his arm around Chen Fan's shoulder and walked off, leaving Shen Qian pouting and stamping her feet. Chapter 58, what a bummer. Tianhai City Public Security Bureau. Chen Fan and Shen Qian had followed Lubin to the bureau to hand over the case they'd solved on the plane. What a waste. We finally ordered so many meals on the plane, and we didn't even get to eat them. Chen Fan said with a hint of resignation. Then why did you order so much? But since you cracked the case, boss, I'll treat you to dinner later. Shen Qian walked in, narrowing her eyes. Since when did you become so generous? Getting paid? Chen Fan's eyes lit up instantly. Based on what he knew about Shen Qian, she'd never treat anyone unless there was a bonus involved. You bet. When the boss steps in, it's a piece of cake weight. Who are you calling cheap? Shen Qian glared. She pulled out 2 red bills. Here. This is your bonus. Shen Qian waved her hand generously. Chen Fan glanced at Shen Qian's bulging wallet and the 2 thin bills she'd pulled out, silently sighing. May good people always be safe. Just save it up for me for now. Once I've got you under my thumb, it'll be mine sooner or later. Director Shen's being so generous today? Chen Fan tucked the money away. Not sure. Heard some bigwigs came by. He's swamped with work and doesn't have time for these little things, so I just had him sign and get the money. Shen Qian smiled. I don't care. 3 days. You must catch the killer. This is utterly despicable. I don't want your complaints, I don't want your excuses, I want results. Just as Chen Fan and Shen Qian were about to leave, a roar echoed from upstairs. Immediately afterward, a man in a suit descended the stairs surrounded by a crowd. Trailing behind him was Shen Dahai, trotting along eagerly. Sir, this case is indeed challenging. We can't make a fuss, we can't deploy a large investigation team, we have to keep it confidential, and we have to solve it within a deadline. This is too much to ask. Shen Dahai muttered from behind. What? Can't we solve the case without going to the scene? Can't we find the killer without any leads? Can't we investigate without making it public? The leader turned to glare at Shen Dahai, clearly displeased. One sentence left Shen Dahai speechless. Do you even realize what you're saying? Is that like saying women can't have children without men? That without chopsticks, you can't eat hot pot? Without a household registration, you can't prove your father is your father? Shen Dahai was so furious he wanted to curse like a sailor. But this leader standing before him was his direct superior, he really couldn't speak his mind. What's going on? Who the hell is this guy, acting so cocky? Doesn't having an asshole mean you can't take a? Chen Fan rolled his eyes at Shen Qian from the side. Shen Qian shot Chen Fan a disapproving look. That's just not civilized. Who are you people? Why aren't you wearing uniforms during work hours? Though Chen Fan's voice was low, the supervisor still heard him. He stopped abruptly and glared angrily at Chen Fan. Oh, I'm a thief. Just got released from jail. Chen Fan blurted out nonsense with deadpan seriousness. A thief? Who let you out? Continue interrogating him. What did you steal? The leader grew even angrier upon hearing the word thief. Stole what? I stole the heart of this beauty sitting next to me. Chen Fan pointed at Shen Qian and grinned. Shen Dahai stumbled back. The surrounding officers silently gave Chen Fan a thumbs up. They'd been deeply annoyed earlier. What annoyed them most was when non-experts tried to boss around professionals. And this non-expert happened to be a high-ranking official, with all those unreasonable demands and a penchant for acting like a big shot. They'd been seething for a while, but their positions prevented them from voicing any objections. But Chen Fan's words just now were so satisfying. We've been wanting to say that for ages. You. This is unreasonable. Get them out of here immediately. The big boss flew into a rage. No need to chase us out, we'll leave on our own. Dad, we're heading out now. Shen Qian waved at Shen Dahai. A hint of mischief flashed in her eyes as she linked arms with Chen Fan and walked out. Shen Dahai nearly choked on his own blood. Good heavens. My own daughter. You've got to be kidding me. You just offended the big boss and now you're calling him dad. I never heard you call him that back at the bureau either. That's your daughter? That guy is your son-in-law? Well, Shen Dahai, I never would have guessed you had such connections. The big boss turned and glared fiercely at Shen Dahai. No, it's not. Sir, let me explain. Shen Dahai instantly lost his temper. You can explain after you've successfully solved the case. The senior leader walked out without looking back. What a mess. Shen Dahai sighed deeply. Everyone, assemble in the conference room. Shen Dahai was on the verge of breaking down. Shortly thereafter, members from both criminal investigation squads had assembled in the conference room. I'm sure you've all heard about what happened last night. Lu Bin, please recount the case to everyone in detail. Shen Dahai rubbed his temples as he addressed Lu Bin. I'll explain. Last night, a homicide occurred inside the municipal government building. 2 victims were found, one male, one female. The male died of exposure, while the female was burned to death. A distinct pattern was discovered on both bodies. As Lu Bin spoke, he displayed photographs on the large screen. The male victim was a leader in a certain department, while the female victim was a lower-level official in that same department. The time of death was around midnight last night, with less than an hour between the two. Additionally, during our investigation, we discovered numerous signs of forced entry. However, according to personnel within the municipal building, no items were reported missing. Lu Bin addressed the group. Captain Lu, at City Hall at midnight? Still working? This City Hall works harder than we do. At that moment, a nearby officer quipped. The group exchanged glances, understanding the implication. The folks at City Hall had it much easier than they did after 6 o'clock, it was practically dark there. As for being busy, they certainly were busy, but not necessarily with important matters. Ahem. Alright, everyone. Stop speculating. The current directive from higher-ups is to prevent this case from escalating as much as possible. We've all been instructed to maintain strict confidentiality and resolve the case without causing unnecessary repercussions. Deadline, 3 days. Shen Dahai cleared his throat softly from the side. He knew full well that these two lingering in the government building late at night must be up to something they couldn't discuss openly. The higher-ups knew it too. That's why they handled it this way. This is ridiculous. How can we solve the case without seeing the scene? Besides, if it weren't for this scandalous affair, storming in like this would have caused a huge stir. Yeah, and there's plenty of stuff in the boss's office that shouldn't be seen. Like we'd be allowed in? Even if something went missing, we couldn't say a word. You guys are still too green. But how are we supposed to solve this case? Do they really think we're gods? Exactly. It's outrageous. Rank trumps everything. Hearing Shen Dahai's words, the group immediately grew discontented. Chapter 59, The Special Talisman. Enough. I know everyone has their grievances. But someone has died. We're all police officers, we need to solve this case as quickly as possible. Alright, let's get moving. Shen Dahai waved his hand impatiently at the group. Shen Dahai was undoubtedly the most frustrated by this situation. But he had no choice. Ahem. Chief, about this case, maybe we should let Chen Fan and the others. This case is rather peculiar. The symbols on the body are unlike anything we've ever seen before. After everyone left, Lu Bin sat down beside Shen Dahai. No way. Didn't you see how they were acting just now? Bring them back? What the hell are you lot good for? If the boss finds out about this, I'll be in big trouble. Shen Dahai snapped irritably. Sigh. They've really hit the jackpot lately. Heard they really made a splash at the provincial bureau this time, plus got a hefty bonus special approval from old Gong. At this rate, Chen Qian probably won't be able to return to the police force. Shen Dahai sighed. Go away. Leave me alone. What's with you, the head of the Criminal Investigation Division, always thinking about outsiders? Get moving and crack this case. Besides, even if I let them join, am I supposed to personally invite them myself? Shen Dahai watched Lubin still chattering away and kicked him straight out the door. After leaving the chief's office, Lubin pondered Shen's final remark. If the chief can't personally invite them, then doesn't that mean I should just go invite them myself? As for not letting the leadership find out, that meant giving the bonus secretly. Lubin grinned as he pulled out his phone. Forensic Department, Tianhai Municipal Public Security Bureau. Chen Fan and Shen Qian were summoned back by Lubin. This is a Taoist talisman. The person who froze to death likely perished in the cold storage of the municipal restaurant. The talisman on his body was carved after death. The person burned to death was doused with gasoline, but the perpetrator likely watched the scene unfold. After the victim was burned to death, the fire was immediately extinguished and the talisman carved otherwise, the charred remains would have left no discernible markings. Chen Fan observed the two bodies as he spoke. You mentioned this talisman earlier, do you recognize it? Lubin asked Chen Fan. Hello, I'm Qin Feng's wife. I heard my husband's body was brought here for an autopsy? What you're doing is not allowed. Before Chen Fan could respond, a woman entered with a grim expression. Chen Fan looked up to see the woman's face twisted with rage, her complexion pale as if she might collapse at any moment. Ma'am, we're only doing this to find the killer. Lubin stepped forward to explain. I don't care. My husband died such a horrible death and now you're treating him like this? My mother-in-law is a devout Buddhist. Since he's already passed, cremate him quickly so he can be reincarnated sooner. The woman's emotions were clearly running high. Mrs. Qin, I completely understand how you feel right now. But you must also understand our work. Lubin stepped forward to explain. They had seen this kind of situation far too often. After all, for many relatives, having a body autopsied was an extremely difficult thing to accept. But he's already dead, must you torment him further? I want the body taken away now. Mrs. Qin insisted from the side. Ma'am, the police are doing this to find the killer who murdered your husband as quickly as possible. But what do you mean by obstructing us like this? Do you know something? Chen Fan asked from the side. I know nothing. All I know is that you're desecrating my husband's body, leaving him unable to rest in peace. I don't care what you say. We're taking him today. Otherwise he'll become a vengeful spirit and torment me again. He tormented me enough while he was alive, does he intend to keep tormenting me even in death? I won't allow it. Mrs. Qin suddenly lost control of her emotions. Mrs. Qin, you mentioned earlier that the deceased often mistreated you while he was alive? Chen Fan and Shen Qian exchanged glances. This couple's relationship was rather complicated. Chen Fan also noticed that although the woman's clothing wasn't particularly thick, it was wrapped around her very tightly. Particularly around the collar and sleeves, everything was covered up completely. Take a look for yourselves. These are all from his previous beatings. Mrs. Qin said as she slowly pulled off her clothes, exposing numerous scars and bruises on her body. How could someone do this? Shen Qian exclaimed indignantly. Ahem. Well, Ms. Qin, we'll catch the killer as soon as possible. You should go home first. Chen Fan looked at the wounds before him with a hint of resignation. To Chen Fan, these marks were instantly recognizable. This wasn't simple abuse, it was abuse during a specific act, with these areas being particular restraint points. But clearly, Shen Qian was unaware of this. After finally persuading Mrs. Qin to leave, Chen Fan and his team circled back to examine the body once more. Right, where were we just now? Oh, these two talismans, have you seen them before? Lubin asked Chen Fan. Yes, I have. How should I put it? They're symbols representing a form of punishment. The symbol on the male deceased is called the frozen hell, while the one on the female deceased is called the burning pit hell. Corresponding to these are others like the golden thorns hell, the wooden forest hell, and the earth burial hell. Chen Fan explained to the others. Wait, so according to you, does that mean there are other victims? Lubin was startled. It should be. And it should happen soon. According to this ritual array, 5 guilty souls must be killed within a certain timeframe to achieve enlightenment and ascend to immortality. Chen Fan nodded. Since when did you start believing in this superstition? Shen Qian asked from the side. This isn't superstition, it's a cultural tradition. To solve cases, we often come into contact with all sorts of people. We need to understand a lot of things. It's like when tomb raiders study geomancy, they don't do it out of superstition, but because the builders of those tombs followed those rules. To solve his crimes, we must first understand him. Chen Fan explained to Shen Qian. Captain. Another body found. No sooner had Chen Fan finished speaking than an officer rushed in breathlessly. Chapter 60, Another Victim. In an old residential neighborhood. Chen Fan followed Lu Bin and the others into a room cordoned off with police tape. The moment they entered, a foul stench nearly knocked them back out. This stench wasn't from a corpse, but rather the fermenting smell of various garbage piled together. The deceased is a man. His ID indicates his name is Li Ming, 28 years old. According to neighbors, he rented a room here. He rarely left the house, didn't have a job, and spent his days playing video games. He ordered takeout for meals. The cause of death was excessive blood loss. The time of death exceeds 24 hours. An officer approached and reported. Lu Bin and his team nodded and entered the bedroom. The area around the bed and computer desk was completely cluttered with trash, empty drink bottles, half-eaten instant noodles, smelly takeout boxes, and numerous cigarette butts. The computer monitor was still on, displaying a game called Demigods and Semi-Devils. On the bed, a young man lay sprawled, half his body on the mattress, the other half submerged in the trash heap beside it. A wound gouged into the young man's abdomen exposed a portion of his intestines. Who found his body first? Chen Fan asked. The landlord. The one crouching outside. He was vomiting so badly he could barely stand. Apparently the tenant owed rent. The landlord came to collect, smelled something off, and called a locksmith to force the door open. And the locksmith is already in the hospital. A police officer chimed in from the side. That guy was a real piece of work. I saw him beating his own parents before. Guess he got what he deserved. Just then, an elderly woman emerged from the apartment across the hall. You mean he beat his parents? Did you see it with your own eyes? Chen Fan asked the elderly woman. You bet I did. This young man has no manners whatsoever. He leaves trash everywhere. He doesn't work either. Right, in your terms, he's a freeloader. Last time, it seems like he kicked his mom down the stairs because his parents didn't give him money. If I weren't so old, I'd have gone out to teach him a lesson. The old woman said indignantly. Chen Fan nodded. This matched his earlier suspicions. Another criminal. This kind of crime might not break the law, but it was still an outrage to both heaven and earth. Chen Fan returned to the corpse and examined it closely. Suddenly, he noticed some moldy substance inside the mouth. Strange. Why would there be something like this in the mouth? We'll have the forensic lab examine it. This seems unusual. Chen Fan collected it in an evidence bag and handed it to an officer nearby. Only then did the group walk out together. I can't shake the feeling that Mrs. Qian knows something. Her reaction was off. Xin Feng's place isn't far from here, let's go check it out. Chen Fan considered it for a moment before turning to Shen Qian. Let's go. I'll accompany you. Shen Qian nodded. Alright, I'll take the team back to keep searching for other leads. Keep me updated if anything comes up. Lu Bin said to Chen Fan and Shen Qian. Watching the two drive away, Lu Bin felt deeply moved. Commissioner Shen's decision to appoint Chen Fan as the police force's consultant had been absolutely brilliant. Now, whenever Chen Fan got involved in a case, Shen Qian would inevitably follow. This meant the police force now had two top-tier experts on their side. Over the past period, with so many cases piling up, it was all thanks to Chen Fan and Shen Qian leading the charge. That's why they say the chief is the chief, he's in a whole different league. When Chen Fan and Shen Qian arrived at the address Qin Feng had provided, they froze in surprise. Are you sure this is right? This is a high-end residential complex, with units all over 200 square meters. Is Qin Feng net wealthy? Chen Fan was genuinely surprised. In his experience, government officials weren't usually this flashy. They were indeed wealthy, but they were also extremely afraid of scrutiny. According to the records, it seems his wife runs a business, but... Shen Qian shook her head. After the two knocked and entered, Mrs. Qian looked at them with great surprise. Why are you two officers here again? Are you here to tell me I need to claim a body? Mrs. Qian asked. Chen Fan and Shen Qian also looked at Mrs. Qian with considerable surprise. At that moment, Mrs. Qian was dressed in an elegant loungewear set, even sporting a light touch of makeup. Qin Feng has just died. Even if he frequently abused Mrs. Qian before, that doesn't mean she'd start dressing up like this, does it? The police will notify you regarding the condition of the body. We're here today to discuss some other matters with you. Would it be convenient to talk inside? Chen Fan addressed Mrs. Qian. Well, alright. But I have other things to attend to shortly. Time is limited, so please be brief. Mrs. Qian seemed hesitant, but she still let Chen Fan and the others enter. Upon entering, Chen Fan and the others were immediately stunned by the opulent interior. From the furniture to the decorations, from the murals to the various ornaments, every detail exuded extravagance. Since Mrs. Qian is so busy, let's get straight to the point. Do you recognize this woman? Chen Fan produced a photograph of the other deceased woman. When Mrs. Qian saw the photo before her, her expression shifted slightly, her face even turning pale. No, I don't know this person. Mrs. Qian said, glancing instinctively to one side. This woman was murdered on the same night as your husband, both inside City Hall. And from what we understand, she seemed to have a very close relationship with your husband. Chen Fan didn't put the photo away despite Mrs. Qian's reaction, but continued speaking instead. Who knows what kind of woman the dead woman was? Mrs. Qian said with disgust, glancing to the side again. Chen Fan noticed every movement. Following Mrs. Qian's gaze, he noticed a closed door. In the bedroom area, 2 bedrooms faced each other on the north and south sides. The difference was that while the doors to 3 of the bedrooms were open, the door to the innermost bedroom was closed. In that case, there's nothing more for us to ask. We'll be on our way. Chen Fan pulled Shen Qian to her feet and took his leave. What's going on? That Mrs. Qian was clearly acting suspicious. She kept peering into the house and she was dressed so lightly indoors. I suspect someone's inside. As soon as they stepped outside, Shen Qian turned to Chen Fan. Of course there's someone there. But we can't do anything staying inside. We can't just barge in, can we? Besides, we have no evidence. We'd be the ones at a disadvantage. Let's go wait in the car. Chen Fan whispered to Shen Qian. The two made their way to the car. Before long, they spotted a middle-aged man emerging furtively from the stairwell. He glanced around to make sure no one was watching before getting into an Audi. Follow him. Chen Fan gestured toward Shen Qian. Damn it. I'm the boss here, yet it feels like I'm your employee. Next time you drive. Shen Qian pouted at Chen Fan, but still quietly got behind the wheel and followed. Chapter 61, The Immortal Sect. The two followed all the way to the entrance of a large compound. The Audi drove straight inside. Chen Fan's car couldn't enter directly, so they parked to the side. I'll go in first and check it out. You wait here. Chen Fan said to Shen Qian. No way. What if there's danger inside? Shen Qian was worried. I'll keep the WeChat call open with you. You can listen the whole time. If anything happens, call for help right away. Chen Fan fiddled with his phone before heading toward the courtyard. Hey! Who are you? Chen Fan had barely reached the courtyard gate when 2 security guards called out to him. The Eternal Lord of Blessings. I was referred by someone. Chen Fan addressed the 2 men. Oh, so you're a new believer. But normally, you need to be brought in by a sponsor. Didn't your sponsor come with you? One security guard asked. He just went in. He was supposed to drive me in, but he said he had an urgent matter and went straight in. Chen Fan pointed to the car parked nearby. Oh. So you were introduced by the Qinglong sect leader. He just got back too. You should go in quickly. The security guard's expression changed the moment he heard Chen Fan had returned with the Qinglong hallmaster, promptly letting him pass inside. In the other car, Shen Qian had overheard the entire exchange between Chen Fan and the security guard. She was stunned, her jaw dropping repeatedly. If that had happened to her, she would have turned back immediately. After all, revealing her police identity now would alert the enemy. But Chen Fan just bluffed his way right in. It seemed that having a thick skin really did have its advantages. Shen Qian couldn't help but marvel. In ancient times, those who attained the One, heaven attained the One and became clear, earth attained the One and became tranquil, the spirits attained the One and became divine, the valleys attained the One and became fertile, and the lords attained the One and became the standard for the world. Misfortune and fortune have no doors, they are summoned by man himself. Shen Qian was deep in thought when suddenly, a flurry of voices erupted from her phone. She immediately focused intently on listening. Meanwhile, Chen Fan had already entered a large hall. Numerous people knelt within the hall, eyes closed as they chanted in unison with the figure at the front. Chen Fan looked around, found an empty spot, and crouched down. Soon, the chanting ceased. Immediately, the stage lights illuminated the area as a middle-aged man stepped onto the platform. Dressed in a black Zhongshan suit and wearing gold-rimmed glasses, he truly exuded an ethereal, otherworldly aura. The immortal knows no bounds. Immortal without borders. The immortal knows no bounds. As the man stepped out, the entire crowd erupted in a chorus of cheers. This scene left Chen Fan utterly dumbfounded. Everyone, we have punished 3 sinners. Their souls have been sent to the Avicii hell to face judgment. We all know this world is filled with sinners. Only by joining our sect can one find forgiveness for their sins. Once this ritual is complete, all present here shall have their sins forgiven. The middle-aged man spoke with solemn gravity from above. Master, please save my husband. He's in the final stages now, he's just a businessman. At that moment, a middle-aged woman climbed up. Your husband's sins run deep. In his business dealings, he committed many transgressions unknown to you. To save him, you must first pass through the scattered wealth of my blessing to receive forgiveness. The middle-aged man spoke with his eyes closed, counting on his fingers. Yes. I'll get the money right away. Anything to save my husband. The woman hurriedly pulled out her wallet, filled with various cards. This is a great restoration pill. Seeing your sincerity, I shall give you this immortal elixir. The middle-aged man handed over the divine pill. All right. Thank you, master. The woman hurriedly took the pill and followed the man to the back. Chen Fan was speechless. Such a low-level scam could actually fool someone, it was beyond words. Just as Chen Fan pondered his next move, he suddenly noticed the man who had earlier emerged from Qin Feng's residence approaching the middle-aged man. He noticed that before the man took the stage, everyone around him respectfully made way for him. Recalling how the security guard outside had addressed him as the Qinglong sect leader, it seemed this man held considerable status. The cult leader, who had been sitting on the stage with eyes closed, looked up in surprise when the Blue Dragon Hall master approached. Under normal circumstances, they wouldn't be disturbed at this hour. His urgent arrival must indicate an emergency. Leader, the police have already targeted Qin Feng's family. While I was there earlier, police arrived at the residence. They seemed suspicious. The Blue Dragon Hall master reported to the cult leader. No way? We were so discreet. They shouldn't have noticed us. Didn't we cover our tracks perfectly? We even dealt with the surveillance footage. How could they possibly suspect us? The leader was clearly taken aback. At that moment, everyone was muttering to themselves with heads bowed, none noticing the commotion on stage. But Chen Fan, standing to the side, could clearly read their lips and understand every word they were saying. Sure enough, this case is connected to that messy conference. But lacking evidence now was a real problem. After the Qinglong sect leader finished speaking, he departed. The cult leader, however, seemed as though nothing had happened and stood up on the stage. All believers, the immortal watches over us. This time, we shall publicly execute someone. Bring him forth. The cult leader beckoned behind him. Soon, several men carried a figure onto the stage. It was a young man, bound and gagged, struggling violently as he was thrown onto the stage. This man. He's a thief. We all despise thieves. Today, he shall endure the golden thorns hell. As the cult leader spoke, he drew a dagger made of pure gold. He strode step by step toward the thief. Chen Fan was startled. He never imagined this man would be so bold as to attempt murder in public. He hurriedly pulled out his phone. But he discovered the call had already been disconnected. He knew Shen Qian must have called Lu Bin and the others. Now, the only thing to do was buy time. With that thought, Chen Fan sprang to his feet. Those around him were momentarily stunned. Just then, chaos erupted on stage. The thief had slipped away unnoticed, cutting his rope and fleeing. Quick, quick, quick! Catch him and tie him up properly. The cult leader shouted urgently. Hey, hey, hey! You there, believer! What are you standing up for? The leader now noticed Chen Fan standing below. After all, everyone else was kneeling, and only Chen Fan stood there. It looked rather out of place. Chapter 62, Rounding them all up. This, right. I just saw that thief trying to untie the ropes and escape, so I had an idea. I know a way to tie the ropes that'll make sure he can't get away. Chen Fan quickly interjected. Great! My students are truly talented. Come up! The sect leader was overjoyed. The earlier incident had left him feeling rather embarrassed as the cult leader. But Chen Fan's arrival undoubtedly bolstered his confidence and diverted the attention of the other cultists. Chen Fan stepped forward and bound the thief tightly with ropes. Master, this method of binding him was taught to me by the divine being in my dream last night. It's the divine rope of immortal binding. He absolutely cannot break free. The divine being commanded me to teach this to all the faithful. Chen Fan addressed the cult leader. Oh? The leader watched the thief struggling desperately before him. Yet the rope remained unchanged, just as Chen Fan had claimed. Instantly, excitement surged through him. Excellent! No wonder one of the celestial beings mentioned this to me during last night's heavenly council meeting. So today is your day. Then you shall impart the divine arts first, and afterward we shall proceed with the execution. The cult leader perked up at the suggestion. Had the thief simply fled earlier, it might have raised doubts among the followers about his status as a celestial being. Their so-called disciplinary rituals, frankly speaking, were also meant to deepen the followers' trust in him. And this young man before him was clearly a prime example of his successful brainwashing. Moreover, once bound by this rope, it truly could not be untied. Thus, if he taught the ritual to his followers and none could release it, it would greatly aid his future manipulations. Thus, the cult leader agreed to let Chen Fan give it a try. Impressive! This rope truly cannot be untied. Indeed. Truly worthy of a celestial being's not even Sun Wukong couldn't untie it back in the day. I've never seen this method of tying knots before. It's incredible. Even if someone could untie it, the final knot is positioned between the shoulder blades, making it nearly impossible to exert force. The surrounding crowd cautiously tested each other, murmuring in astonishment. Everyone present was now trying to get others to tie them up, eager to learn this unique binding technique. Seeing this, the leader decided to have everyone line up in a single file, facing the same direction. Those in the back used those in front to practice the rope technique. Before long, every single person present was bound. Young man, you show great potential. I intend to appoint you as the deputy leader of the Azure Dragon Hall. Keep your head down and you'll have women and money in abundance. The leader observed the growing reverence in the eyes of all his followers before him. He patted Chen Fan's shoulder with satisfaction, simultaneously summoning the current head of the Azure Dragon Hall. This Qinglong Hall master, of course, did not recognize Chen Fan. When Chen Fan went to Qin Feng's house, he was hiding inside. Freeze! Police! At that moment, the sound of police officers echoed from all directions. Hundreds of officers stormed in immediately. But when they saw the scene before them, every officer froze in disbelief. What the hell? What the hell is going on? Why are they all tied up? Chen Fan? Did you do all this? Lubin saw everyone lined up in the hall, each bound with ropes, while Chen Fan on stage grinned at him. He approached, his face frozen in shock. You're a cop? Only then did the cult leader grasp what was happening. He stared at Chen Fan in disbelief. Half, I suppose. But speaking of which, I should thank you for earlier. If you hadn't agreed to let me teach them the ropes, if you hadn't been foolish enough to believe my lies, if you hadn't ordered them all to line up and tie themselves up. Even with all these cops here, it'd be tough to control the scene. Chen Fan grinned at the cult leader. And you, Qinglong sect leader Qin Feng's barely cold, and you're already eyeing his widow. That's not right, is it? Head to the police station and give a full account of your previous actions. Chen Fan addressed the stunned Qinglong Hall master. Tianhai City Public Security Bureau. When Chen Dahai heard that Chen Fan had single-handedly apprehended 108 cult members and dismantled the entire organization from the cult leader down to the 4 major sect masters, his eyes nearly popped out of his head. Are you sure that kid did it all by himself? How is that even possible? Those cultists could drown him with their spit alone and they just stood there quietly letting him tie them up? You're joking, right? After hearing Lubin recount the details of the arrest, Chen Dahai shook his head in disbelief. Chief, we didn't believe it either when we first arrived, but that's exactly what happened. It took us a while to wrap our heads around it too. You have to admit, this kid really knows how to handle things. And we just finished interrogating them, they've all confessed. Those 3 cases? They were all done by people inside their group. Lubin added from the side. Where is Chen Fan now? Chen Dahai sprang to his feet. Criminal Investigation Division Office. This rope is incredibly strong. I had a few thieves we caught try it out, none of them could untie it, let alone us. This rope should be adopted widely. Once we catch criminals, we'll use this rope, guaranteed none will escape. A group of officers gathered around Chen Fan, discussing something. Ever since Chen Fan arrived at the police station bearing the title of King of Thieves, he'd been instantly surrounded by officers. After listening to Chen Fan's vivid account of the entire process, every single officer pulled at him, eager to learn this knot pattern. It had happened more than once before they'd apprehend a criminal, only to have them mysteriously slip away. Even handcuffs were no match for many of them, especially these petty thieves. When Chen Dahai entered the office, he was met with the sight of over a dozen officers bound by ropes, grinning as they busily worked on something. What are you doing? Who came in and tied you up? Chen Dahai asked, utterly dumbfounded. Chief, we're learning this unbreakable knot from Chen Fan. Chen Fan's got some serious skills with that trick. Lubin said to Chen Dahai with a laugh. What on earth is the matter with all of you? What if an emergency arises right now? What would you do? Hurry up and untie it. And you, kid, think it's thrilling to go solo into the bandit's lair, huh? Yip Man could take on 10 men at once, you think you can take on 100? Chen Dahai snapped irritably. When Shen Qian called him and told him Chen Fan had gone alone to infiltrate the cult headquarters, Chen Dahai nearly choked on his own blood. Chen Fan was a police academy graduate. Even though he wasn't a cop now, going into a den of thieves alone was incredibly dangerous. Even though Chen Dahai disapproved of Chen Fan, even though he was reluctant to let his daughter date him, Chen Fan had saved Shen Qian's life. Chen Dahai immediately roused Lu Bin and the entire team to provide backup. Chapter 63, The Haunted Case at Haitian Tower. Ghostmaster, take this money back and split it with the brothers. This time, to get you out, I've taken full responsibility for everything. It's time to wash your hands of this business. The title of King of Thieves is yours from now on. You handle the arrangements. Chen Fan handed the bag of money to Ghostmaster as he spoke. Ha! Boss, you actually. Hearing Chen Fan's words, Ghostmaster and the others suddenly understood why they'd been released so easily. So this was the immense price Chen Fan had paid. It's nothing. Order is always paramount. Just remind your men not to overstep in the future. That's all. After speaking to Ghostmaster and the others, Chen Fan wrapped his arm around Shen Qian and walked away. Ghostmaster, what's going on? What should we do? The others nearby were instantly dumbfounded. Ghostmaster opened the bag Chen Fan had given him. Inside was a substantial amount of cash, all stolen from the municipal building. This guy is no ordinary man. His skills are truly masterful, even I can't match them. Possessing such skill, yet still showing such loyalty and generosity, he truly lives up to the title of Thief King. Ghost King couldn't help but shake his head. If it weren't for his immense sacrifice, none of us would have ended up arrested this time. Since he's made his decision, we have no choice but to respect his choice. But pass this down to everyone, from now on, he alone is the Thief King of Tianhai City. All territories under my command must follow his lead, strictly adhering to the 10 commandments of the thief trade and the 3 don'ts principle. Ghost King took a deep breath and addressed those around him. Understood. Everyone silently nodded in agreement. As they watched Chen Fan's departing figure, a faint, sacred radiance seemed to emanate from him. Fuguei Private Detective Agency. Chen Qian and Chen Fan returned only after exchanging the foreign currency. Seeing the large bag of cash on the table, neither Chen Fan nor Chen Qian felt particularly thrilled. They both knew exactly where this money came from. The more of this kind of money there was, the less likely it was to be a good thing. Forget it. I'll be generous this time, we'll split it 50-50. With you, the director's daughter, leading the way, I won't have to worry about anything. Chen Fan gestured to Chen Qian with half the money. What's there to fear? Otherwise, this money would just get confiscated and used as bonuses. I know how these things work. Chen Qian didn't seem too concerned. But speaking of which, from now on, expanding and strengthening our private detective agency isn't just a pipe dream anymore. You really are a money magnet. I'll have to enshrine you as our mascot from now on. How about we put your desk right by the entrance? You can wave at people every time they come in. Chen Qian smiled happily, pursing her lips. Chen Fan rolled his eyes. Waving at the entrance? A human version of a lucky cat? Forget it. Let's get back to the cases from Old Gong, there's still a lot to handle. Getting rich isn't about waving your hands, it's about skill. Oh, right, that ghostly Haitian building case Gong Lao mentioned? Isn't that in Tianhai City? Chen Fan asked Shen Qian. Yep. Shen Qian pulled out the file on the Haitian building haunting from the pile of case files. The Haitian building is quite a notorious case in Tianhai City. The deaths back then caused quite a stir. Shen Qian remarked from the side. Chen Fan nodded in agreement. He had heard about the case back when he was still in school. At the time, the Haitian building was rumored to have been plagued by hazards since construction began. First, a scaffold collapsed, killing 3 people. Then a tower crane malfunctioned, causing a grouting error that trapped 2 construction workers inside. Then, after opening, a fire broke out on the 12th floor, killing over a dozen people. Rumors circulated that the Haitian building had been constructed on the site of a demolished Guanyin temple. This, it is said, provoked the goddess's vengeance. Police invested significant manpower and resources in investigations but found no evidence of human sabotage. The case was eventually shelved. After so many bizarre incidents occurred in succession, the occupants of Haitian Tower gradually moved out. The building now stands completely abandoned, untouched for years. However, the police cannot simply abandon a case involving a homicide. They must provide closure for the deceased. As for ghosts and spirits, I don't believe in that sort of thing. I suspect the first incident with the scaffolding might have been an accident or even deliberate. As for the subsequent cases, it's possible someone exploited the public's fear. So these 3 fatal incidents should be examined separately. They are 3 distinct cases: the scaffolding incident, the tower crane incident, and the fire incident. Regarding the scaffolding and tower crane incidents, the structures have already been dismantled. Those migrant workers are long gone, tracking them down is practically impossible now. But the fire occurred at a trading company, so we can still look into that. There was reportedly 1 survivor at the time. Chen Fan said, glancing at the case file. A survivor? Chen Qian was taken aback and quickly took the file to examine it. Sure enough, it stated that someone had tried to jump out the window but their belt got caught on the air conditioner unit, allowing them to survive by sheer luck. But the person suffered severe burns over most of their body and developed mental health issues. Let's go. We'll find this person first and see if we can uncover any clues. Chen Fan stood up. Following the address in the file, the 2 made their way to the old city district. You're looking for Wang Guiwei? He should be out collecting trash at this hour and hasn't returned yet. A neighbor said to Chen Fan. Garbage collection? Where? Chen Fan was taken aback. According to the records, this Wang Guiwei used to be the CEO of a trading company. How had he ended up picking up trash? Following the neighbor's directions, Chen Fan and his group arrived near a nearby basketball court. Several people were playing basketball there. On one side of the court, sure enough, a hunched-over old man was picking up empty bottles. Wang Guiwei? Chen Fan called out tentatively. The man froze, then slowly turned around. When Chen Fan saw the man before him, he was startled too. The man's entire body glowed a molten lava red. His scorched skin resembled ruins ravaged by a fierce storm, utterly ruined and covered in scars. Only half of his hair remained, giving him a terrifying, grotesque appearance. He barely resembled a human being anymore. Who are you? A hoarse, beast-like voice erupted from his throat. Chapter 64, The Oddity. We're the family of the deceased from the Haitian building. We'd like to ask you some questions. Just as Chen Qian was about to identify them as police officers, Chen Fan cut her off. With the case unsolved for so many years, the police might not be the most appropriate identity for these victims. Haitian Tower? At Chen Fan's words, Wang Guiwei's eyes flickered with a flicker of recognition. Oh. Then wait while I finish cleaning up these bottles. Wang Guiwei said as he began gathering bottles nearby. Chen Fan and Chen Qian watched silently. It seems that although he miraculously survived that fire back then, it might not have been such a blessing after all. Shen Qian remarked, observing Wang Guiwei's demeanor. Yeah, according to the case files from back then, after the Haitian building incident, there was almost no compensation, and the case remains unsolved to this day. For the survivor, these past years must have been incredibly difficult. Chen Fan nodded in agreement. A moment later, after tidying up the mineral water bottles, Wang Guiwei returned. Let me help you. Shen Qian watched Wang Guiwei carrying a large bag and tried to step forward to help, but Wang Guiwei pushed her away. Who are you people? What do you want to know? Wang Guiwei glared at Chen Fan and Shen Qian with his cloudy eyes. One of the children involved was my aunt's nephew, Sun Xuan. He was an employee at that company at the time. Ever since he died, my aunt went mad. She's only just recovered. We want to understand what happened back then, so we can tell her. Otherwise, she'll never rest in peace. Chen Fan addressed Wang Guiwei. Sun Xuan was the name of one of the victims at the time. According to the records, Sun Xuan was the most recent hire. Sun Xuan? Wang Guiwei seemed deep in thought, but judging by his expression, he couldn't quite recall anything. Back then, some things I can't quite recall clearly anymore. Thick black smoke filled the air everywhere. I don't know exactly what happened. In the panic, I was choking so badly I jumped out the window. Wang Guiwei recalled. After finishing his story, he picked up the bag filled with bottles and prepared to leave, clearly unwilling to say more. Shen Qian wanted to ask more, but Chen Fan pulled her back. Forget it. We won't get anything more out of him like this. Chen Fan frowned as he looked at Wang Guiwei. Earlier, before he'd come over, when he was picking up bottles, he seemed to habitually use his right hand. But during the questioning and departure, he had consistently used his left hand. Few people were ambidextrous. Why was that? Do you remember which arm Wang Guiwei used to grab the air conditioner when he was hanging out the window in that crime scene photo back then? Chen Fan asked Shen Qian. Huh? I didn't notice that. What's the significance? Shen Qian was puzzled. That photo had been taken from below by onlookers, and the window was already filled with thick, billowing smoke, making it quite blurry. I suspect the person in front of us might not be Wang Guiwei. Chen Fan shook his head. A person's dominant hand is an unconscious habit, extremely difficult to change unless deliberately altered. Why would he deliberately act this way? When Chen Fan looked at Shen Qian, it suddenly clicked. Although neither of them had revealed their police identities earlier, Shen Qian's movements carried distinct traces of a law enforcement officer. Those who had graduated from the police academy carried a certain aura, to varying degrees. Shen Qian especially, she'd been a police officer just months ago. Even though she'd resigned to go freelance, many of her subconscious movements still betrayed her background. The reason Wang Guiwei had reacted so abruptly was likely because he had sensed Shen Qian's identity. And since she was a cop, yet hadn't identified herself as such from the start. Perhaps she had become suspicious, prompting Wang Guiwei to grow wary. Could it be that the fire back then was connected to Wang Guiwei? Let's go. We should head to the scene first. Chen Fan offered little explanation as he headed toward the exit. But just as Chen Fan and Shen Qian had left, Wang Guiwei, who had already walked away, turned back. Watching Chen Fan and Shen Qian disappear into the distance, a complex gleam flashed in his cloudy eyes. Haitian Tower. When Chen Fan and Shen Qian arrived here by taxi, the driver looked at them with some surprise. You two are heading here? I heard this place is haunted. The driver warned them. He clearly assumed Chen Fan and Shen Qian were a young couple seeking thrills inside the Haitian Tower. Haunted? What's going on? Chen Fan froze, then quickly asked. Sometimes lights come on at night, ghostly lights appear. We've seen them before when driving late at night. And I heard someone went inside and heard crying coming from within. The taxi driver said to Chen Fan. Oh, thanks for the heads up. We're outdoor adventure streamers. We'll be live streaming the whole thing, so we should be fine. After making up a flimsy excuse to send the driver on his way, Chen Fan tugged at Shen Qian, who was still staring blankly, and started walking toward the entrance. Chen Fan, do we really have to go in here? Shen Qian hesitated at the doorway. Though she was a police officer, she was still a woman and felt a deep fear toward supernatural phenomena like ghosts and spirits. If there really were ghosts or spirits, Sakurako wouldn't have been so brazen back then. Let's go. Chen Fan led the way into the building. Shen Qian hesitated for a moment, glanced at the bright sun behind her, and followed Chen Fan inside. The entire building's entrance had been sealed off. But Chen Fan and the others still found an entrance through the underground parking garage. Judging by the traces at the entrance, quite a few people seemed to have come and gone. Ever since Haitian Tower fell into disuse, it was said that many companies had hurriedly vacated the premises, while others had ventured inside recklessly in search of treasure. Especially after live streaming platforms exploded in popularity, numerous adventure streamers had ventured inside. But after ghostly incidents began surfacing one after another, fewer people ventured inside. The exterior walls of Haitian Tower were entirely floor-to-ceiling glass. Even covered in sand and dirt, light still filtered through. This actually makes it seem less eerie and terrifying. The entire building had lost power, rendering the elevators inoperable. Chen Fan shone his flashlight as the two headed toward the stairwell. Chen Fan, why do I keep hearing strange noises? Just as they were about to reach the 12th floor, Shen Qian seemed to hear something and nervously tugged at Chen Fan's clothes. Strange sounds? I don't think so. No sooner had Chen Fan spoken than a rustling sound echoed from the rooftop. Chapter 65, The Abandoned Building. Hearing the distinct sound, Shen Qian nearly screamed. Fortunately, Chen Fan covered her mouth just in time. That's strange. From the sound of it, it seems like a snake. That doesn't make sense. Chen Fan frowned in confusion as he listened carefully. It felt utterly unbelievable. Chen Fan, maybe we shouldn't take this case after all. Should we head back? The moment she heard about snakes, Shen Qian immediately hooked her arm through Chen Fan's. Chen Fan instantly felt his elbow as if it were drowning. Boss, just imagine the headline: Private Detective Bravely Enters Haitian Tower, Solves Haunting Case, Exonerating the Wrongfully Accused After Years. What do you think? If this hits the front page headline, will we ever worry about business again? I'm doing this to help us grow and become stronger. Let's go. Chen Fan grinned, grabbing the trembling Shen Qian by the arm and dragging her upstairs without another word. The moment they opened the fire door on the 12th floor, a python as thick as an arm appeared before them. Its palm-sized head towered over half a person's height, locking eyes with Shen Qian, who was crouched in terror. "Aya!" A piercing scream instantly echoed throughout the entire Haitian building. At the same moment, inside a room of the Haitian building, several burly men sprang to their feet, one of them clutching a handgun. In another room, a group of ragged beggars groggily rose to their feet. In yet another room, two young men holding live streaming equipment froze, their faces drained of color. The next moment, abandoning their phones, they bolted toward the exit. 12th floor stairwell. Shen Qian clung to Chen Fan's back like an octopus. Calm down. It's just a snake. Chen Fan calmly gestured with his hand, casually picking up a soda bottle to distract the python. Why is there a snake here? Shen Qian asked, still shaken. That brief moment of eye contact with the python had left a lasting shadow in her heart. Bang! Just as Shen Qian spoke, Chen Fan abruptly slammed the stairwell door shut. What's wrong with you? Shen Qian was baffled. Actually, I think your suggestion to leave earlier was right. Let's go. Chen Fan grabbed Shen Qian's hand and started pulling her away. Hey! We've come all this way, why leave now? It's just a snake. This lady isn't scared. Shen Qian was determined to push the company to grow bigger and stronger. She yanked open the fire escape door and froze in place. I guess, career stuff isn't really that important. How about we just leave? Shen Qian's voice trembled slightly. Close it gently, then back away quietly. Chen Fan whispered to Shen Qian. Roar! Immediately, a thunderous roar erupted from behind them. Run! Chen Fan didn't even bother closing the door, grabbing Shen Qian and dashing downstairs. At the same moment, a massive tiger burst out of the fire escape behind them. Why is there a tiger in this abandoned building? Shen Qian was on the verge of tears. Stop talking nonsense. Don't let go, run. Chen Fan kept an eye on the tiger through his peripheral vision. Though the beast was fast, the fire escape's constant twists and turns allowed them to barely pull ahead. But that was assuming nothing unexpected happened. Ha 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 ha. It really is a woman. There's a chick up there. Guys, follow me up there. Just as Chen Fan and Shen Qian were running downstairs, a sudden chorus of male voices erupted from below. It turned out that the men who had been downstairs earlier had heard Shen Qian scream and suddenly realized there was a woman inside the building. They immediately rushed upstairs in a panic. This way. Chen Fan yanked Shen Qian into the 8th floor hallway. Almost the next instant, Tiger from upstairs and the thugs from downstairs both charged up the 8th floor stairwell. Damn it! Is that a woman? A female tiger turned into a demon? The leader, already stripped to his underwear, never expected to come face to face with the tiger. Before he could react, the tiger pounced, knocking him to the stairwell floor and biting clean through his throat. The other thugs following behind were frozen in terror. Watching the tiger devour its prey before lunging toward them, the thugs finally remembered they had guns. In the narrow stairwell, they emptied all their magazines within seconds. The tiger was successfully shot dead, but its body crashed down heavily on the two men. Before the two could dodge, they were pinned beneath the tiger's corpse. Though not crushed to death, they were barely clinging to life. What the hell? Chen Fan and Shen Qian listened intently to the sounds outside and the gunfire, holding their breath and daring not to move. When the sounds finally ceased, they prepared to venture out only to hear the approach of numerous footsteps once more. Call backup. I'm going to check outside. Chen Fan whispered to Shen Qian before tiptoeing toward the door. At that moment, in the hallway, a group of beggars sect members crept up the stairs, each wielding a machete. They clearly weren't ordinary beggars. Upon reaching the landing, they were stunned by the scene before them. A tiger lay sprawled on the floor, with two people struggling desperately beneath its body. Above them lay a mangled, bloodied corpse. A gun? The beggar leader's eyes lit up at the sight of the pistol in the man's hand. He was about to lunge forward to seize it. The man's pistol was out of bullets. All he could do was bark threats at the others. Chen Fan watched the chaotic scene through the door crack and couldn't help but swallow hard. What on earth was going on? An abandoned building was swarming with all sorts of unsavory characters. The first group had guns, clearly no pushovers. They were probably here to commit some crime. Now they were trapped in the lion's den. That group of beggars were all armed. Their beggar identities were probably just a cover. This is troublesome. Clearly, those beggars managed to seize the guns. There's likely danger ahead. But I'm alone. Charging out recklessly against armed opponents. No matter how skilled you are, you can't fight a kitchen knife. Just as Chen Fan hesitated, a sudden rumbling sound echoed through the air. Chen Fan instinctively thought he'd misheard. It was the sound of horse hooves. But upon closer listening, it seemed there was more than one. What the hell? Had animals escaped from the zoo? Peering through the door crack, Chen Fan saw a horse leading a stampede of llamas, antelopes, and sick deer thundering down the stairs. The beggars were instantly swallowed up by the herd. What the hell? It really is a zoo. You've got to be kidding me? There's actually a zoo inside this abandoned building? Chen Fan was stunned speechless by the scene. After waiting for the animals to finally rush downstairs, a middle-aged man, looking as ragged as a beggar, staggered down the stairs. Chapter 66, Hold Your Horses. Who's there? Just as the man reached the doorway, Chen Fan bellowed and burst out from inside. The man hadn't expected anyone to be here at all. His foot caught on something, and he stumbled down the stairs. Freeze! Don't move! What are you doing? Chen Fan rushed forward and pinned the man to the ground. No matter what, those animals were definitely connected to him. And with the tiger having killed someone, he couldn't escape responsibility either. I run a circus. I'm the ringmaster. The man said to Chen Fan. A circus? Those animals are all. Chen Fan froze. What can I do? Renting a place in the city is too expensive. Suburban areas have high transportation costs too, and we only sold over 100 tickets. Plus, the venue was packed with all kinds of streamers. I just couldn't keep going like that. I heard there was an abandoned building here, so I brought all the animals here. The man said, head bowed. Listening to him, Chen Fan suddenly remembered. Earlier, while scrolling through videos, he had indeed seen a clip about this circus. Someone had live-streamed the entire event, capturing everything. At the time, he'd assumed it was the circus itself broadcasting for promotional purposes. But judging by this man's account, it seemed to be footage recorded by an audience member. No wonder people didn't need to go to the venue, they could watch it on their phones for free. Then you're in trouble too. Given the situation here, just wait and see. Come on, follow me downstairs. Chen Fan addressed the man. With so many animals escaping earlier, he couldn't even imagine how chaotic things had become. Sure enough. When Chen Fan brought the man downstairs, he saw Lubin leading a group of officers chasing and blocking the animals, trying to contain them within the parking lot. Hurry up and go help. Chen Fan pointed toward the officers surrounding the python and urged the dazed circus director beside him. Chen Fan? What are you doing here? What's going on here? Lubin rushed over upon seeing Chen Fan and asked. We're investigating the case from the Haitian building earlier. Never expected to run into such a bizarre situation. Chen Fan shook his head in utter disbelief. Weird? Do you have any idea who we just arrested? Lubin pointed excitedly beside him. Only then did Chen Fan notice that the beggars from earlier were all crouched on the ground, hugging their heads. Who are they? Chen Fan was puzzled. The masterminds behind a major child trafficking case. Earlier, a vicious child trafficking gang emerged around our city of Tianhai. We'd apprehended several accomplices, but the masterminds remained untraceable. We'd even assumed they'd left Tianhai. Who would have thought? They've been hiding here all along. You've done a tremendous job this time. Lubin was visibly excited. Captain Lu, I know you're excited right now, but please calm down first. There are 3 more upstairs. 1 was killed by the tiger, and 2 are half crushed by it. Go check it out. Chen Fan pointed upstairs. What? More tigers? Lubin instantly tensed up. It's okay, that tiger's already dead. Chen Fan waved his hand dismissively. Dead? Chen Fan, could you please stop gasping for breath like that? You nearly scared me to death just now. Wait, how did that tiger die? Lubin asked urgently. Shot dead. Oh, right. If those guys had guns, they probably weren't good people. You guys should look into it. Chen Fan explained. What? Guns? Hearing Chen Fan's words, Lubin, who had just relaxed, felt his heart race to 180 miles per hour. This was far more terrifying than a tiger. Lu, you guys grab your gear and come with me. Request backup from headquarters. Lubin hurriedly waved to the others beside him. Captain Lu, no need to panic. Their guns are probably out of ammo. When we came down just now, they looked like they were barely hanging on. Instead of calling for backup, we should call an ambulance first. Chen Fan advised Lu Bin. No bullets left? Barely clinging to life? What exactly happened up there? Listening to Chen Fan's words, Lu Bin's eyes nearly popped out of his head. In just these past 2 minutes, Lu Bin's emotions had been far more thrilling than any roller coaster. Long story short, the circus animals broke loose. A tiger killed one of the bandits, but then the bandits shot the tiger dead. But as it died, it happened to pin those 2 bandits to the ground, knocking them unconscious. Then the main child trafficker must have followed the animals downstairs during the commotion earlier. Chen Fan explained to Lu Bin. Captain, we're up here now. 1 dead, 2 injured. It's a Class A fugitive wanted by the neighboring province. At that moment, an excited voice crackled over Lu Bin's walkie-talkie. What? A Class A fugitive? Lu Bin gasped for breath. What was going on? How did this windfall suddenly fall into his lap? All because he took that call from Chen Qian? And now he'd apprehended the masterminds behind 2 major cases? This luck was truly beyond belief. Chen Fan, I don't even know what to say. Come on, let's head back to the station first. This time, I'm definitely treating you to a proper meal. You pick the place. Rewards? Absolutely. Cross-provincial cases like this come with hefty bounties. Lu Bin slung his arm around Chen Fan's shoulder in a friendly gesture. As if he were hugging a money god. Every time he got a call from Chen Fan, it felt like receiving a prize. After returning, he made sure everyone on the team saved Chen Fan's number with a special note. And pinned to the top. Chen Fan. Just then, Shen Qian's furious shout rang out from above. Ha? Shen Qian's here too? Lu Bin looked up in surprise, seeing Shen Qian leaning out from upstairs, shouting down below. Chen Fan felt a wave of exasperation wash over him. He'd almost forgotten about the boss. Shen Qian was still upstairs. And Captain Lu, did you even hear what you just said? What do you mean Cece came too? Didn't she call you? Captain Lu, you guys go back first. I need to go up and take a look. This visit was specifically for the Haitian Tower case. I never expected to encounter something like this. Chen Fan waved to Lu Bin and headed back upstairs. At present, numerous police officers were still bustling about inside Haitian Tower. As soon as Chen Fan reached the 12th floor, he saw Shen Qian standing with her hands on her hips, glaring at him with a displeased expression. Speak. Did you two forget about me just now? You two are about to leave arm in arm, but I'm still here. Shen Qian snapped irritably. Of course not. Captain Lu said he'd take me back to get the money. I came back first, didn't I? Come on, let's hurry inside and see if there are any clues. Chen Fan grinned and walked inside. No need to look. It's a complete mess in there. Shen Qian stormed in after him, fuming. Chapter 67, A Case Within a Case. Chen Fan stepped inside and couldn't help but stare in disbelief. Blackened ashes blanketed the floor, churned into a chaotic mess by countless footprints. The air, thick with the pungent stench of animal waste, mingled with a faint, lingering smell of burnt material, created an oppressive, stifling atmosphere. What the? Animal damage? All those animals from earlier were living on the 12th floor? Chen Fan was at a loss for words. He'd hoped to find some clues by inspecting the scene. But now, it seemed nothing would be left. Yeah, there's all kinds of animal droppings. Just now there was even a nest of rabbits. How could there be a zoo inside the building? Could it be an indoor zoo? But the building's been abandoned for so long, that doesn't make sense. Shen Qian frowned as she followed behind Chen Fan. It's a circus. These rabbits might be food. Chen Fan speculated. A circus? Shen Qian was completely baffled. Let's go. We should check other places. We won't find anything here. Chen Fan surveyed the utter mess on the 12th floor, realizing there were no more clues to be found. He then led Shen Qian on a tour through the Haitian building. This exploration proved significant. To their surprise, the seemingly abandoned Haitian Tower still appeared to be inhabited by quite a few people. Numerous cigarette butts littered the floors, along with empty liquor bottles. Probably homeless people or the like. There were even numerous contraceptive products scattered about, evidence that daring couples still existed in this world. So much time has passed, any clues we might find would be scarce. We should head back quickly. Shen Qian glanced at the gloomy Haitian building and tugged at Chen Fan's sleeve. Wait, what's this? Just as Chen Fan was about to leave, he suddenly noticed something odd about one of the pillars. Chen Fan leaned closer. The original tiles had fallen away, and the cement beneath appeared to have been gnawed by some kind of animal. Is that a human hand bone? As Chen Fan examined it closely, he couldn't help but gasp in shock. Inside the pillar lay a corpse. Quick, call someone. Get them to come back. The 2 missing construction workers from the poor have been found. Chen Fan beckoned to Shen Qian. Shen Qian came over and was equally shocked, immediately calling Lu Bin. Earlier reports stated 2 workers accidentally fell into the pouring pipe during construction, but their bodies were never found. They were actually discovered here. Shen Qian leaned in to take a closer look. Looks like those animals came over and gnawed through some of the cement, exposing the bodies. Judging by these footprints, it must have been those sheep. Chen Fan examined the cloven hoof prints on the ground. Don't sheep eat grass? Shen Qian asked, pointing to the hand bones with flesh gnawed away. Sheep are omnivores, they eat meat too. Looks like these animals aren't having an easy time either. Chen Fan shook his head. What's going on? Found something else? Just then, Lu Bin and his team rushed back with others. They had only driven 2 blocks when they received another call from Shen Qian, reporting the discovery of a body. Lu Bin split his men, sending some back with the original team while leading another squad back to the scene. This should be the body of the migrant worker who disappeared during the grouting. But retrieving it might be tricky. Chen Fan said to Lu Bin. The migrant worker's body? Lu Bin stared in utter shock. After the accident back then, the entire grout had completely solidified, and since it was poured from a height, no one knew exactly where it was. After paying compensation to the family, the matter was swept under the rug. He never imagined the body would resurface today. I'll have the coroner come handle this immediately. Find a way to retrieve the body. Lu Bin and his team sprang into action. Chen Fan and Shen Qian, however, showed no hurry to leave. Their visit this time was specifically for these 3 cases. Now that they'd encountered them, they naturally intended to participate throughout the entire process. Something doesn't add up. Logically speaking, if someone fell into the cement slurry while still alive, they should have at least struggled a bit. But these 2 bodies don't seem to have. As the body's features gradually became visible, Chen Fan was the first to notice something amiss. Yeah, no matter how thick the slurry is, human instinct would make them struggle upward. But these corpses, their hands are both pointing downward. Shen Qian, standing nearby, nodded in agreement. The 2 exchanged a glance. It seemed the events of that year weren't as straightforward as imagined. Before long, the coroner carefully extracted both bodies from the pillars. On-site examination confirmed both victims had suffered severe blows to the back of the head. Moreover, their mouths contained almost no cement, indicating they were already dead before being submerged in the slurry. And it was homicide. This is a real mess. Even though we know it was murder, the people who worked at the construction site back then have all disappeared without a trace, leaving no leads behind. Lu Bin frowned as he spoke. Before the bodies were discovered, it could be temporarily ignored. But now that they've surfaced as homicides, and with so much time having passed, this case is likely to become another cold case. I've heard of a method before sacrificing a living person to consecrate the building. To ward off evil spirits and suppress negative energies. Could it be that the construction company, upon learning about the demolition of the Guanyin temple, deliberately employed this method? But it should be a living person, not a dead one. Chen Fan was also puzzled by this. That's certainly one possibility. Looks like we need to go talk to the developer first. The construction records for this site are still available. Lu Bin nodded. Come on, we're short-handed right now. You 2 come with me. Consider this case assigned to you. Lu Bin pulled the 2 men out. When they tracked down the contractor at the address from back then, the moment he heard Chen Fan and the others were there about the Haitian Tower case, the contractor froze in place. After a long pause, he let out a heavy sigh. What was bound to happen has finally come. I never thought the truth from back then could be hidden forever. The contractor sank into a chair. Chapter 68, The Scavenger. What do you know? Lu Bin asked urgently. Actually, those 2 men back then were indeed planning to use a living person for the sacrifice. After all, they had demolished the Guanyin temple, and they still had some lingering concerns. And we'd already agreed on the price. But unexpectedly, those 2 backed out at the last minute. We had no choice but to have someone knock them out and toss them down. It didn't matter much when they died anyway. The higher-ups were pushing hard, so we were forced to go through with it. They gave us 2 million back then, and we split it among ourselves. After that, the Haitian building incident happened. I've been worried the whole time that the truth would come out. Your arrival has actually brought me some relief. I orchestrated the incident back then. Besides me, 3 others carried it out. Their ID numbers are here. The contractor took a piece of paper and wrote down the names and ID numbers of the 3 individuals. It seemed that despite the years that had passed, this incident had remained etched in his memory. When Lu Bin cuffed the contractor and took the paper, he still couldn't quite believe his eyes. Another case solved? 3 major cases solved in a single day? Counting the hours, it had all happened in just a few short hours. This was simply. Lu Bin glanced at Chen Fan beside him, utterly at a loss for words to describe his current state of mind. Earlier, if Chen Fan hadn't immediately pointed out the possibility of a sacrificial ritual, they wouldn't have found this place so quickly. The entire process unfolded exactly as Chen Fan had envisioned. Without Chen Fan's guidance, they might have solved the case too, but it would have taken much longer. If the previous 2 cases where repeat offenders were caught could be considered a stroke of luck. But this case? This was pure, unadulterated skill. Come on, let's head back to the station to collect your reward. Oh, and Chen Fan, send me a full-body photo of yourself. Lu Bin called out to Chen Fan over his shoulder as they walked. What do you need the photo for? Chen Fan was puzzled. Once we get back, I'm replacing the photos of Bao Zhang and Di Renjie in my office with yours. Then every time I get a case, I'll bow to you first might just work wonders. Lu Bin declared with deadpan seriousness. Put. Shen Qian, trailing behind Chen Fan, nearly choked on her laughter. Make sure to print the photos in color, not black and white. Chen Fan rolled his eyes. Tianhai City Public Security Bureau. Shen Dahai stared dumbfounded at the yard filled with animals, utterly speechless. What on earth is going on here? Where did all these animals come from? Sheep, deer, pheasants, and there's even a damn tiger? How did the tiger die? Shen Dahai was completely dumbfounded. He just heard that Lu Bin and the others had left after getting a call from Shen Qian. They were heading out for the Haitian Tower case. But how did they end up bringing back all these animals? Chief, these are, I suppose they're the suspects. An officer explained from the side. The perpetrators? Shen Dahai's eyes widened. Yes, these are dangerous criminals from a neighboring province. One was mauled to death by a tiger, and 2 were nearly crushed to death by them. These are the dangerous criminals we've been hunting down, all trampled to death by animals. The officer pointed to the group being escorted out. What? How did you catch them? Where did you catch them? They're all captured? Where's your captain? Shen Dahai nearly lost his head in sheer elation and blurted out the questions. Our captain got a call from the detective on the way. He said they found a body, apparently a construction worker who was buried in concrete earlier. The officer addressed Shen Dahai. A body too? You mean the incidents that happened during the construction of the Haitian Tower? Wait a minute. What did you just say? Detective? Who's the detective? Shen Dahai was halfway through his shock when he suddenly snapped back to reality. Who else could it be? Of course it's the commissioner's daughter and son-in-law. Especially your son-in-law. This time, I hear it was your son-in-law who led the entire operation and apprehended the suspect. The 2 of them together are a perfect match. The officer flattered Shen Dahai with his words. Shen Dahai suddenly felt a wave of dizziness wash over him. Why them again? What a nightmare. Just as Shen Dahai was speechless, Lu Bin's police car screeched to a halt with its siren blaring. Shen Dahai instantly bristled with annoyance. What's he showing off for? All they did was find a dead body. Not the killer? Besides, none of these recent cases were solved by our people. Shen Dahai approached the car with a cold expression, intending to intimidate Lu Bin and the others the moment they stepped out. But when the door opened, a stranger he didn't recognize stepped out. Who the hell are you? Shen Dahai was startled. Commissioner, this is the murderer in the migrant worker disappearance case. He's confessed to everything. This time, it's truly satisfying. Thanks to those 2. This time we brought them along. Lu Bin grinned widely at Shen Dahai. Shen Dahai's head buzzed. Caught again? Damn it. What's going on? The criminal was just waiting there for you to arrest him? Even Sherlock Holmes couldn't crack this case this fast. Dad, no need for all the polite talk here. Just transfer the reward money over when the time comes. Bye, we've got work to do inside. Shen Qian waved her hand in front of Shen Dahai's dazed eyes and led Chen Fan inside. Interrogation room. Sitting across from Chen Fan was the circus director. Don't be nervous. I have 2 questions for you. After securing Lu Bin's approval, Chen Fan entered and addressed the circus director. Sir, I really didn't mean to do it. I don't know what happened either. Upon learning the tiger had killed someone, the circus director's legs went weak, leaving him unable to walk. Why did you bring animals into the Haitian Tower? And why the 12th floor? I thought the 12th floor was sealed off. Chen Fan demanded of the circus director. Well, to be honest, I encountered a scavenger. I was completely broke at the time. After paying the wages, I had almost no money left. The circus crew had all scattered. I was sitting by the roadside crying. The animals were all loaded onto the truck. If I couldn't find a place to house them soon, something bad could happen. Then I met a scavenger. Seeing me like that, he asked what was wrong and recommended this place. So I secretly moved the animals here. I planned to send them away once I figured out a solution, but I never imagined this would happen. The circus director said with deep regret. What did that scavenger look like? Chen Fan frowned as he asked. I couldn't really describe his appearance. His entire face was burned, and his voice was very hoarse. In short, his appearance was terrifying. The circus director recalled. Chapter 69, The Struggle for People. Was it also him who told you to go to the 12th floor? Chen Fan froze for a moment before asking. Yes, he said the 12th floor had been sealed off after a fire. Unless you're inside, most people wouldn't even know it exists. After I went up, I found it was indeed true. There are usually quite a few people in that building, but no one ever goes to the 12th floor. This time, it was because the old feed and food were all gone. The animals couldn't take it anymore and broke out. The tiger was tied up properly. It really wasn't my fault. The circus director said, tears and snot streaming down his face. It probably isn't your fault. The man the tiger killed was a serious criminal. The exact sentence will depend on the prosecutor's office. One more question, when you were living on the 12th floor, did you notice anything unusual? Like signs that someone else had been inside? Chen Fan pressed on. Yes. When I first moved in, I shone my flashlight around and saw footprints inside, like something had been dragged. I thought someone else might be living there. But after searching everywhere, I found no one. The circus ringmaster recalled. Chen Fan nodded and stood up to leave. Let's go. We need to bring back Wang Guiwei, the survivor of that fire back then. The case of the fire should also be getting clearer now. Chen Fan said to Lu Bin. Got it. You wait here. You two come with me. Upon hearing Chen Fan's command, Lu Bin showed no hesitation whatsoever. He immediately scurried off with his men to make the arrest. Shen Dahai, who had just approached, stared blankly. What's going on? We've only been interrogating for a short while, and now another one? Shen Dahai was at a loss for words. Dad, we're the Fuguei Private Detective Agency, remember? We'll discuss the retainer fee later, okay? Xin Qian looked just as bewildered, but still teased her old man. No way, no way. Chen Fan, how about that matter I mentioned last time? Have you thought it over? Think about it, a private firm can't compare to the police force. Plus, I've reviewed your records, you were top tier back when you were with the police. So what if you had a minor hiccup during your graduation defense? Even old Gon didn't make a fuss about it. It won't be an issue here either. Think it over. Start tomorrow. The official position can be arranged gradually, but I'll give you 8,000 yuan in salary. Plus, I'll arrange a private dorm room for you. Shen Dahai finally snapped back to reality. Given the current situation, if Chen Fan continued working under Shen Qian, her private detective agency might actually go public someday. More importantly, it was such a waste to have Chen Fan's brilliant mind stuck in this shady line of work. The cases they'd handled so far were purely coincidental encounters that led to their involvement. What if they encountered other difficult cases in the future? Wouldn't he end up begging his daughter for help? How could that be acceptable? 8,000? Chen Fan's eyes lit up at Shen Dahai's words as he turned to look at Shen Qian. Dad! You're being unreasonable. Chen Fan is my employee. Shen Qian immediately bristled with indignation. Chen Fan, I'll give you a base salary of 10,000. Plus commissions and bonuses on top of that. Shen Qian folded her arms, determined to go head to head with Director Shen. Director Shen, see, they've offered 10,000 here. So what about your side? Chen Fan grinned at Shen Dahai. Hoo-oo. Huff. I've got a meeting to attend. We'll talk another day. Shen Dahai stormed off in a huff. Right now, in front of so many people, if he raised Chen Fan's salary to 20,000, it would likely cause resentment among the others. It seemed he'd have to wait until he could speak with Chen Fan privately. If he were specially appointed as a consultant to the police bureau, then this salary would be negotiable. Haha, boss, this is really embarrassing. You know I'm fiercely loyal to our private detective agency. Chen Fan grinned at Shen Qian. Who would have thought this visit would lead to his base salary suddenly jumping to 10,000? Looks like the boss's pie in the sky wasn't all pie after all. Don't get cocky after getting what you want. How did you know that Wang Guiwei was shady just now? Shen Qian rolled her eyes. Now that she thought about it, she'd been arguing with her dad for ages out of spite, but it was Chen Fan who'd somehow managed to get his salary bumped up to 10,000. Plus extra commission. What a mess. I just had a feeling he was up to something. He deliberately hid his dominant hand, as if trying to conceal his identity. And those circus animals earlier? Wang Guiwei deliberately led them into the 12th floor of Haitian Tower. His goal was clearly to destroy the evidence inside. The fact that Wang Guiwei went to such lengths actually points to something fishy about that fire. There's a strong possibility he was the one who started it. But whether this Wang Guiwei is actually Wang Guiwei is still uncertain. Chen Fan shook his head as he spoke. What do you mean? If it's not Wang Guiwei, then who else could it be? Shen Qian was puzzled. Ring ring. Just then, Shen Qian's phone rang. It's Captain Lu calling. Shen Qian answered while speaking. Shen Qian, we checked the location you mentioned, but Wang Guiwei isn't there. And people around here say they haven't seen him lately either. We're searching everywhere right now. Lu Bin's puzzled voice came through the phone. Haitian Tower. He should be there. Not inside the building, but around it. Chen Fan suddenly interjected from beside him. Ha? Shen Qian was puzzled. After all, their main force had just withdrawn from the Haitian building. With all the incidents there, it was under intense scrutiny. Since Wang Guiwei was a suspect, why would he go there? He probably heard the commotion while we were there today and went over. After we left, he probably went in to assess the scene and decide his next move. If the scene is completely compromised, he might stay longer. But if there's a chance clues remain, he'll likely leave. From what we can see now, the scene is in complete disarray. There won't be any clues left behind. He wouldn't be in such a hurry to leave. He'll definitely be keeping a close watch on the surrounding area. Chen Fan analyzed the situation for Shen Qian. I'll make arrangements immediately. Lu Bin hung up hurriedly. Chapter 70, Chen Fan's Interrogation Method. So, does this mean Wang Guiwei was the one who set the fire back then? But didn't he nearly burn to death himself? Shen Qian asked Chen Fan in surprise. It appears that way. But something must have gone wrong in the middle, dragging him into it too. Only he knows the details. I'll stick to my original point. It's still unclear whether this person is actually Wang Guiwei. Chen Fan frowned as he spoke. If it's not Wang Guiwei, then who else could it be? There was a list of all the fatalities at the scene, right? Shen Qian couldn't make sense of it. We know the number of employees present, but it's a commercial building, people coming and going is normal. Ring ring. As Chen Fan spoke, Shen Qian's phone rang. We got him. He was in an alley near Haitian Tower. He saw us coming and tried to run. Stay put there. We'll bring him back immediately. The moment the call connected, Lu Bin's excited voice came through. I need to review the case files from back then. We might still find something. Chen Fan paused before speaking. Let's go. There's a backup at the bureau. I'll take you there. Shen Qian hurriedly offered. In this case involving Haitian Tower, aside from the scaffolding incident being too long ago to reconstruct, progress had been made on the other two cases within a single day. They even managed to apprehend two gangs in the process. Even Shen Qian was increasingly convinced that Chen Fan's abilities and luck far surpassed her own. Money talks. Before long, Lu Bin and his team returned with Wang Guiwei. However, the interrogation process proved extremely difficult. Aside from the testimony of the circus director present at the time, the police had no direct evidence to implicate Wang Guiwei in the fire from years ago. Moreover, Wang Guiwei's status remained that of a victim from the incident. Lu Bin and his team were at a loss. Captain Lu, may I try going in? At that moment, Chen Fan approached carrying some documents. Of course. If you hadn't vouched for him, we might not have even brought him in. It all depends on you now. If we arrest the wrong person, our department's reputation could take a hit. Lu Bin said to Chen Fan. Don't worry. I already know his motives and methods. Besides, he's not Wang Guiwei. Chen Fan said as he pushed open the door and walked inside. Not Wang Guiwei? Then who is it? Lu Bin froze in surprise and turned to ask Shen Qian. I don't know either. Shen Qian shook her head, looking somewhat disheartened. Earlier, when Chen Fan said he was going to look through the files, she had followed him to search as well, but they hadn't found anything. It was a huge blow. Did you find me? Wang Guiwei croaked hoarsely as he saw Chen Fan walk in. At that moment, after meeting Chen Fan, so many things had happened one after another that it was hard for Wang Guiwei not to connect all of this to Chen Fan. Enough beating around the bush. Should I call you Wang Guiwei or Zhou Yuteo? Chen Fan sat down in front of Wang Guiwei. The man before him remained silent for a long while after hearing Chen Fan's words, but Chen Fan showed no sign of impatience. He knew the information he just revealed was already enough to shock the man before him. He would weigh his options. Speaking too much at this moment would only reveal how much he knew. Therefore, now it was a matter of who could hold their ground first. What are they doing? Why did Chen Fan say something so out of the blue when he went in, then stop talking altogether? And who exactly is this Zhou Yuteo? Did we arrest the wrong person? Outside the interrogation room, several officers watched the scene inside and began whispering among themselves. Shut up. Keep your eyes on him. During your previous interrogations, you practically begged the suspect to spill everything you knew. That's why he only confessed selectively. Chen Fan's patience right now is rare. Shut up and learn from him. Lu Bin shot a cold glare at the people around him. Even if they didn't know exactly what Chen Fan was doing now, having worked alongside him on so many cases before, they understood his capabilities. Sure enough. Another full 15 minutes passed before the man slowly lifted his head. 8 years. I've lived long enough. I thought adopting this identity would make things better, but I underestimated the treachery of human nature. Living like this is worse than death. Now that you know, there's nothing more for me to say. But could you tell me how you found me? The man said to Chen Fan. According to the police investigation, Wang Guiwei is the CEO of a trading company, and his most distinctive trait is being left-handed. This is something his clients and associates all know. But in the crime scene photos, when you were outside the window, you were holding onto the air conditioner unit with your right hand. In moments of crisis, people still instinctively use their dominant hand. And when we first saw you, you picked up the bottle with your right hand and used your right hand to carry the bag. That's when I sensed something was off. After all these years of scavenging, such ingrained habits are hard to change. Yet the moment you saw us, you deliberately switched to your left hand. That's when my suspicions were aroused. Chen Fan explained slowly. That's it? Zhou Yuteo couldn't quite believe it. Later, when I heard you had the circus people deliberately stay on the 12th floor to destroy evidence, I became even more certain of it. Although the scene was badly damaged, there are still quite a few photos from back then. I reviewed the interview transcripts and surveillance footage of people entering and exiting that year. Even though you were careful, I still caught a glimpse of your back as you went in. To be precise, it was a delivery box on your back. Chen Fan pulled out a photograph and showed it to Zhou Yutao. Let me guess. This person carrying the delivery box, that's you, right? For some reason, you harbored resentment toward the boss, Wang Guiwei, or the entire company, and planned to deliberately retaliate against them. The box likely contained gasoline. Based on the fire scene investigation, the ignition point was in the company lobby. Your escape route was the air conditioning units outside the boss's office. The air conditioning units on the 12th and 11th floors are densely clustered, making it entirely possible to jump from one unit to the 11th floor to escape. But you didn't anticipate that Wang Guiwei happened to be in the lobby that day, and his office door was locked. The gasoline burned far more intensely than you anticipated. Though you managed to break down the door, your clothes caught fire. In your panic, you lost your footing and nearly fell. That's why the boss's office door shattered. Am I right? Chen Fan slowly explained to Zhou Yutao. Chapter 71, Luck Beyond Belief. Who exactly are you? How do you know all this? Zhou Yutao stared at Chen Fan in disbelief. I'm a private investigator. Often, to fully impersonate someone, you have to be ruthless. Otherwise, a single slip-up could be fatal. Chen Fan said calmly. It's all fate, I suppose. Who would have thought that 8 years after that case, someone would still be investigating? Zhou Yutao took a deep breath. You're right about everything. I was that delivery guy, Zhou Yutao, and I used to work for that company too. After graduation, I joined that company. My dad told me to arrive early every day, work diligently, keep my eyes open for tasks, and help my co-workers. I followed my father's advice to the letter. I was always the first to arrive and the last to leave. If any colleague needed help with their work, I'd pitch in. But I started feeling more and more exhausted. Everyone bullied me. They assigned me tasks that weren't mine, blamed me for mistakes I didn't make. Finally, they fired me because something went missing from the office. I had no choice but to become a delivery driver. But because of my past job there, they assigned me that same area. I'll never forget the looks they gave me when I returned to deliver packages to the company. From that moment, I decided to get revenge on them. Zhou Yutao grew more and more agitated as he spoke. His already grim face twisted into something even more terrifying. I pretended to refuel my motorcycle and filled several large bottles with gasoline. Just as I lit the fuse and started to run, I never imagined the gasoline would explode instantly. What I never expected even more was that the office door was locked. The rest happened just as you described. But when I woke up in the hospital and heard people calling me Wang Guiwei, I realized that when I accidentally used clothes to put out the fire, I had grabbed Wang Guiwei's clothes, which had his ID inside. Since Wang Guiwei and I are similar in height and build, and my face was disfigured, I just went along with it. I figured Wang Guiwei was a big boss, so he must have had some assets. But after I got out of the hospital, his wife took all the money and ran away, leaving nothing behind. So I couldn't go back. Zhou Yutao slowly recounted the entire sequence of events to Chen Fan. After finishing his story, Zhou Yutao felt strangely calm. Chen Fan shook his head, saying nothing more. Often, relentlessly retreating and compromising your principles isn't actually a good thing. This society doesn't require compromise with anyone. And others' concessions should never be used as justification for bullying. The rest is up to you. Chen Fan stepped forward and addressed Lu Bin. Alright. Quick, go have some tea over there. Lu Bin chuckled as he led Chen Fan to the side. What's with you guys? What's with all these expressions? Chen Fan noticed the expressions on the faces of those around him, all filled with an inexplicable intensity. What else could it be? That move you pulled off just now? You totally stunned them. I'm bowled over myself. Honestly, every time you solemnly recount a case, we assume you're making it up. But then the truth emerges, matching your account perfectly. I even started wondering if you have the ability to read people's memories. Lu Bin chimed in from the side. I wish I were that good. But the clues he left behind were just too obvious. I couldn't help but follow them to the end. Chen Fan rolled his eyes. To be honest, we should have noticed the left-handed thing earlier. It was our oversight. Otherwise, this case wouldn't have dragged on for so long. Lu Bin said apologetically. Back then, he had been involved in the investigation of that fire. But he hadn't noticed anything unusual. Although they had found clues suggesting arson inside, everyone inside had been burned to death, and the only survivor was the company owner, so they hadn't pursued it further. That's not entirely accurate. Since Zhou Yutao had decided to impersonate Wang Guiwei back then, he would have been careful about such behaviors. There wouldn't have been anything to discover at the time. The cracks are showing now because so many years have passed, and Wang Guiwei's identity no longer matters. That's why this is happening. There was definitely an element of luck involved. Chen Fan waved his hand dismissively. Stop being so modest. If you hadn't gone out to investigate, this case would still be hanging in the balance. But speaking of luck, you guys really make me jealous. If I'd known Haitian Tower was this lively, I'd have brought my team in every other day. Maybe we could have hauled in a few fugitives too. Lu Bin said with a sour expression. These fugitives were right under their noses, yet Chen Fan stumbled upon them by sheer luck. Finding them was one thing, but they were armed with guns and knives. It was a miracle no one got killed. And to make matters worse, a circus animal appeared. A tiger had appeared, conveniently clearing away the danger for Chen Fan. Then Chen Fan called for backup to clean up the mess. Zero risk, zero credit. This luck is beyond belief. Keep it low-key, low-key. So what about the bonus and stuff? Chen Fan grinned. Don't worry, we're already coordinating and making arrangements. We've been busy lately, but once the case closes, those rewards will come through. Come to think of it, if this case had been solved by someone within the police force, we could have saved on the reward money. But since you're private investigators, that money's just not going to happen. Looks like Chen Qian quitting back then might not have been such a bad thing after all. Do you still need people? Lu Bin asked Shen Qian with a wry smile. Brother Lu, please spare me. If you quit again, my dad would tear down my sign. Besides, Chen Fan's salary is already 10,000 now. I couldn't afford another one. Shen Qian retorted irritably. Throughout the entire process, she felt completely invisible as the boss. He felt like nothing more than a human cash dispenser. Next time a case came up, she had to hold Chen Fan down and prove herself. Shen Qian silently clenched her little fist in her mind. Who solved the case? Sir, we've come to present you with a banner of appreciation. Your Honor, you've truly cleared the name of Haitian Group. Just then, a large crowd entered the courtyard of the Public Security Bureau, accompanied by the clanging of gongs and drums. Chapter 72, Windfall from Heaven. Chen Fan and Shen Qian stared blankly at the people before them. They carried a plaque inscribed with Honorable Magistrate. Surrounding it were over a dozen banners. Slogans like serving the people, safeguarding the community, dedicated and upright, resolving people's concerns, and police display divine might, hearts for the people were displayed. Shen Dahai, who had come out upon hearing the commotion, was equally baffled. What is this? What's going on? Shen Dahai hurried forward. You're Director Shen, right? We've had dinner together before. I'm Li Haitian, chairman of Haitian Group. At that moment, a middle-aged man stepped forward from the crowd. Li Haitian? What brings you all here today? Shen Dahai glanced at the commemorative banners. Behind them, several journalists who had heard the commotion were now pointing their cameras at him. Cold sweat instantly broke out on Shen Dahai's forehead. He couldn't afford to say the wrong thing now. Director Shen, so many incidents have happened at our Haitian tower. People say it's all because we demolished the temple of the Guanyin goddess. This project cost our Haitian Group over 1 billion yuan in losses. We still haven't recovered. But after you solved this case, everyone believes it was all premeditated. It has nothing to do with us. You've restored Haitian Group's reputation. Li Haitian stepped forward to speak. Well, ahem, this is simply our duty as law enforcement. Even though the case happened a long time ago, we won't overlook any suspicious details. Shen Dahai addressed everyone. Haitian Group really went through a rough patch back then. I heard they nearly went bankrupt. Now they're making such a big deal about expressing gratitude, I suppose it makes sense. Shen Qian remarked from the side. Give me a break. Haven't you seen Haitian Group's stock? The moment Haitian Group got wind of this news, the stock skyrocketed. The current increase has reached 23,000%. They called in reporters just to make this known to everyone. It's all just a business move. Chen Fan handed his phone to Shen Qian, displaying Haitian Group's stock chart. Don't you ever get tired of overanalyzing everything? How do you always see through to the core of things? I'm seriously impressed. Shen Qian shot Chen Fan a disapproving look. I'm used to it. Chen Fan said indifferently. After simulating the scenario 100,000 times, his sensitivity to many things far surpassed that of others. He could also quickly connect the dots across various situations. This no longer required conscious effort on Chen Fan's part. Here's the 50,000 yuan reward. It's for the team that solved the case. You absolutely must accept it. Just then, a commotion erupted from the crowd. Chen Fan and the others looked up. Several people were carrying boxes of cash toward them. Shen Dahai was instantly dumbfounded. Holy crap? What the hell? I could just take the commemorative banners and plaques after all, we have plenty of those in storage. But if I take this money, I'll be locked up tomorrow. We absolutely cannot accept this money. Solving cases is our duty as police officers. We appreciate your kindness, but take this money back with you. Shen Dahai turned and walked away. Chief Shen, this is our sincere gesture. How could we possibly feel right if you refuse it? You absolutely must accept it. Li Haitian stepped forward and grabbed Shen Dahai by the arm. He had already bought the front page story. Giving this 500,000 was meant to show the public that Haitian Group still had plenty of money. They wouldn't collapse. They still had many projects to launch. Shen Dahai was utterly speechless. This case was solved entirely because those two private investigators nearby uncovered crucial clues, and then we police built on their work to crack it. If you want to thank anyone, thank those two. Shen Dahai spotted Chen Fan and Shen Qian watching the commotion nearby. Without a second thought, he pointed straight at them. Li Haitian, upon hearing this, immediately rushed over. So it was you two who helped the police solve the case involving our Haitian group. You absolutely must accept this money. Come on, let's take a picture together. Without waiting for a response, Li Haitian tossed the money near Chen Fan and the others before quickly stepping over to take the photo. To Li Haitian and his group, it didn't matter who they were. As long as the money was delivered within the police bureau compound, their objective was achieved. Before long, the crowd was cleared out by the police. Only Chen Fan and Shen Qian remained, rubbing their eyes that had nearly been blinded by the flashes, staring in disbelief at the boxes beside them. This $500,000 is ours now? Shen Qian hadn't fully processed what had happened. Right? They said it was a reward for us. Didn't your dad say so too? Chen Fan grinned widely at the sight of the cash-filled boxes before him. Let's go. Let's deposit it. Chen Fan and Shen Qian each grabbed a box and headed toward the nearby bank. At that moment, at the rooftop window, Shen Dahai watched Chen Fan and Shen Qian walk away with the money, feeling utterly helpless. What a disaster. Do these two think solving cases is a get-rich-quick scheme? How long had it been? What started as a company in a rundown residential building had now moved into a luxurious 5-a-grade office tower. Lately, they'd been counting money until their hands ached. At this rate, this private detective agency might actually go public someday. Looks like I need to act fast. This private detective agency is entirely propped up by Chen Fan alone. That girl must be utterly captivated by his investigative skills. If he agreed to resign, that would be one thing. But if he refused, tonight I'd make sure he suffered a humiliating defeat. I must break them up. Hey, Fan, cook a few extra dishes tonight. I'll have that girl bring Chen Fan home for dinner. Shen Dahai pulled out his phone and called his wife. He then called Shen Qian, instructing her to bring Chen Fan home for dinner that evening. Both Shen Qian and Chen Fan looked utterly stunned upon receiving the call. Does your dad want to marry you off to me? Does he know about that time you kissed me? Chen Fan asked Shen Qian. Put. Who wants to marry you? You wish. Shen Qian shot Chen Fan a withering look. She had no idea why her old man had summoned them back, but knowing him, it couldn't be anything good. Still, if she could use this to knock some sense into Chen Fan, that wouldn't be so bad. Shen Qian's eyes darted around. Ahem. Since my dad invited you, it wouldn't be right to decline. Let's get going then. Shen Qian tugged Chen Fan toward a taxi. Hold on. Going empty-handed? We have money now, at least. It's my first time meeting my future mother-in-law, we should buy her something. Driver, take us to Guanhua Mall. Chen Fan helped Shen Qian into the car, and they headed toward the mall. Chapter 73, From now on, you're my lifeline. Shen Dahai's home. Just a couple of dishes would have been fine. Why did you make so much? When Shen Dahai returned home and saw the 20-odd dishes laid out on the table, his jaw nearly dropped. Look at your attitude. It's Chen Qian's boyfriend's first time visiting our home, don't you think we should prepare properly? Huang Suifan glared at Shen Dahai with obvious displeasure. Who said he's her boyfriend? My daughter will never marry. Shen Dahai was thoroughly annoyed. His wife had completely picked the wrong side. Get lost, you old fart. Let me tell you this tonight, don't act all high and mighty like you're some big bureau chief at home. If you ruin Chen Qian's happiness, I'll never forgive you. Go change your clothes right now. Huang Suifan shot Shen Dahai a glare. Shen Dahai grumbled his way into the house. Before long, the doorbell rang. Huang Suifan quickly wiped her hands on her apron and hurried to answer the door. Oh my, this must be Chen Fan? What a handsome young man. And so tall. Come on in, come on in. Why bring all this stuff? You could have just dropped by. Huang Suifan was instantly smitten by Chen Fan's appearance, he looked just like those TV heartthrobs. Then she noticed the bags and packages he was carrying, all high-end cosmetics. Her face lit up with joy as she welcomed him inside. Hello, Auntie. This visit is rather sudden, and I didn't have a chance to notify you beforehand. Is Auntie inside? Chen Fan smiled as he handed over the items. What a sweet thing to say. I'm Chen Qian's mom. You're getting on in years. Huang Suifan's eyes instantly crinkled into 2 crescent moons. If you hadn't said so, I wouldn't have guessed. I thought Chen Qian had an older sister. Chen Fan grinned as he walked inside. Come on in, have some tea first. You little rascal, couldn't you lend a hand? Making Chen Fan carry all this stuff himself, doesn't that tire him out? Huang Suifan couldn't resist muttering a few complaints to Shen Qian behind her back. Mom! You're changing your tune pretty fast, aren't you? I haven't been home in months, and you don't miss me at all? Shen Qian was utterly speechless. But by then, Huang Suifan had already slipped her arm through Chen Fan's and walked inside. Shen Qian could only stomp into the living room, her cheeks puffed out in anger. She spotted Shen Dahai sitting on the sofa, sipping tea with a sullen expression. Father and daughter exchanged a glance and silently nodded to each other. Tonight, they would make sure that Chen Fan paid for his actions. Come on, come on. Since it's your first time drinking at our place, you'll have to listen to me, these cups are too small. Let's switch to bigger ones. Shen Dahai sat at the table and poured Chen Fan a heaping glass of baijiu. I won't make it hard for you. Just drink whatever I drink. A sly grin spread across Shen Dahai's lips. No problem. Then I'll drink myself to death for a friend. Chen Fan chuckled. Shen Qian, standing nearby, pursed her lips as she watched Chen Fan. She knew Shen Dahai's drinking capacity all too well. He could easily handle 2 pounds of liquor. Having served as bureau chief for so many years, he'd honed his drinking skills through countless banquets and social engagements. Chen Fan, however, had just graduated from the police academy where drinking was strictly forbidden and would undoubtedly be knocked out in no time. 2 hours later. Brother! From now on, my daughter is in your hands. If she misbehaves, you can beat her. You've been on fire lately, cracking all these cases for us. You've really made me look good. You have no idea how much those guys at the provincial bureau admire me now. From now on, you're my right-hand man. My right-hand man. Let me pay my respects. Shen Dahai leaned forward to kowtow to Chen Fan. Chen Fan's mouth twitched and he quickly grabbed his arm. Are you out of your mind? He's your son-in-law. A few drinks and you've forgotten your own name. Look at Chen Fan, he's not drunk like you are. Get back to your room and go to sleep. Huang Suifan, furious and flustered, twisted Shen Dahai's ear as she dragged him into the room. Who knew you could hold your liquor so well? Shen Qian looked at Chen Fan with surprise, propping her chin on her hand. Earlier, the two had downed 4 bottles of baijiu. 10 bottles would have knocked her own father out cold, yet Chen Fan was merely flushed and still lucid. When I was a kid, my grandpa was the wine god of the second grain depot. He'd drink liquor like water whenever he felt like it. I drank alongside him since I was little. I don't know if it's genetic, but drinking never bothers me. Chen Fan smiled at Shen Qian. Shen Qian rolled her eyes. She'd been hoping Chen Fan would get drunk and make a fool of himself, but before he could do anything, her father had already passed out. Given how you usually treat me, you definitely shouldn't have invited me tonight. Were you planning to get me drunk and then do something to me? Chen Fan teased Shen Qian. Who said I wanted to get you drunk and do something to you? You wish. Shen Qian, her scheme exposed, flushed and glared at Chen Fan. But I'm this drunk now, you can't just leave me to sleep alone, can you? Aren't you going to keep me company? Chen Fan asked with a smile. If I stay, aren't you afraid I might do something to you? Once you're asleep, who knows? Shen Qian grinned mischievously. Boom! Just as Chen Fan was about to speak, a massive explosion erupted outside. What the hell? Shen Qian jumped in fright and rushed to the window to look out. It must be a gas explosion. It's in the other residential complex across the street. Let's go check it out. Chen Fan frowned as he spoke. Shouldn't we wait? This is a fire department matter. Let's call 119 right away. Shen Qian dialed 119 while explaining the situation. Something's off, it's already past 10 o'clock. Judging by the sound of that gas explosion, the concentration must be high. This shouldn't be happening at this hour. I'll go check. Chen Fan threw on some clothes and headed outside. What was that noise just now? Where is Chen Fan going? Huang Suifan, who had heard the commotion, also came out. Sounds like a gas explosion in the neighboring complex. I'll go check it out. Where's my dad? Shen Qian grabbed her clothes and followed them out. Your old man's still asleep. That huge commotion didn't even wake him up. Be careful out there and come back to sleep tonight. Huang Suifan called after them. Shen Qian stumbled. She shot her mother a withering look before following Chen Fan out the door. Chapter 74, not an accident, but murder. By the time Chen Fan and the others reached the neighboring residential complex, the entire area was in utter chaos. Many frightened residents had fled their homes. A residential building was engulfed in flames. Fortunately, firefighters arrived on the scene quickly. Shortly after, officers from the local police station arrived to maintain order at the scene. How could there be an explosion in the middle of the night? Yeah, I was sound asleep when the bed suddenly shook violently. I ran out without even putting on my pants. Looks like whoever was inside is in big trouble. Come to think of it, when I got up to use the bathroom, I smelled something strange, but I didn't think much of it. People around them murmured in discussion. Before long, the fire was extinguished. Firefighters carried out a body from inside. It was already burned beyond recognition. Preliminary findings indicate a liquefied gas leak caused the fire, with the ignition point at the light switch. The windows inside weren't open. By the time this person returned, the gas concentration was already extremely high. So when they flipped the light switch, it triggered an explosion in fire. A firefighter explained to the police officer beside him. Yeah, this scene is going to be a pain. The compensation claims will keep us busy too. The officer nodded. Let's head back. You're probably overthinking this. Shen Qian tugged at Chen Fan's sleeve. Wait a moment. Chen Fan seemed to have spotted something and headed toward the burning stairwell. Shen Qian had no choice but to follow. Chen Fan approached the surveillance camera outside the stairwell, only to find it had been damaged. Hello, are you a resident of this building? Was this camera broken before? Chen Fan asked the people nearby. Yeah, I live on the 3rd floor. This camera is pretty useful. I even went to the property management office to report a lost package before. Oh, so it got blown out by the explosion. The middle-aged man looked up in surprise. Come on, let's go check it out over there. Chen Fan took Chen Qian on a tour of the residential complex and indeed discovered that all the surveillance cameras along the route had been sabotaged. Looks like this explosion wasn't an accident, it was deliberate. It's murder. Chen Fan said slowly. How do you know? Just because these cameras are broken? This neighborhood's been around for years. It's normal for a few cameras to malfunction occasionally. Shen Qian seemed unconvinced. First, gas often contains an odorizer like tetrahydrothiophene to alert people to leaks. Judging by the victim's age, they were likely an adult. If the concentration inside was high, they would have noticed upon entering. Not turning on the lights is basic common sense. But the victim turned on the light anyway, which suggests. Chen Fan couldn't help but frown. What does it indicate? I understand that logic, but following your reasoning doesn't make any sense at all. Shen Qian asked from the side. Yes, this part really doesn't make sense. There's a second point. The locations of the damaged surveillance cameras along this route are suspicious. Take a look from the side entrance to this stairwell. After these cameras were destroyed, if someone entered the stairwell through the side door, they could have avoided leaving any traces as long as they were careful. Chen Fan pointed to the surveillance positions they had just seen. Now that you mention it, the timing of these malfunctions is indeed suspicious. Shen Qian instantly understood Chen Fan's meaning. Let's go. Once the firefighters finish cleaning up the scene, we'll take a look. If it was deliberate, there must be some trace left behind. Chen Fan headed toward the exploded stairwell. The officers maintaining order were taken aback when Shen Qian approached. This case might be murder. Call in the homicide squad. Shen Qian briefly explained the situation to the officers. The officers immediately went to make the call. By the time Chen Fan arrived at the scene, the entire area was unrecognizable. The front door had been blown open by a violent explosion, crashing into the door of the neighboring house across the way. Chen Fan gently wiped the door. Though severely warped, faint scratches were still visible. These are lockpicking marks? There definitely was something fishy. Shen Qian observed from the side. Yeah, let's go inside and take a look. Chen Fan stepped inside. The interior was still scorching hot, with black smoke billowing everywhere. The entire room had been nearly burned to ashes, and all the windows had been shattered by the blast. But what puzzled Chen Fan was that the kitchen itself didn't contain much. Even after such a violent explosion, there should have been traces of the original cooking oil, salt, soy sauce, and vinegar. Yet now, the kitchen was completely empty. Judging by the damaged gas pipe, the valve was in an open position. This only reinforced Chen Fan's suspicion. The valve was open. Shen Qian noticed it too. Chen Fan grew even more puzzled. How could someone entering the premises not have noticed something amiss in such an obvious situation? He couldn't wrap his head around it. What's going on? What are you two doing here again? When Lubin arrived at the scene and saw Chen Fan and Shen Qian together, his eyes nearly popped out of his head. Brother Lu, it really was just a coincidence this time. My family lives in the next neighborhood over. My dad invited him over for dinner today. We were eating when we heard the explosion over here, so we came straight over. Shen Qian explained to Lubin. The chief invited you over for dinner? Things are moving fast for you, kid. Are you planning to crash at the chief's place tonight too? Lubin nudged Chen Fan discreetly. Keep it low-key, keep it low-key. Chen Fan grinned. He'd heard Huang Suifan shouting from behind them earlier. Can you two stop talking about things unrelated to the case? Our preliminary analysis indicates premeditated murder. Shen Qian muttered discontentedly from the side. Murder? How do you know that? Lubin froze. Shen Qian then recounted their recent discovery to Lubin. That doesn't make sense. If the whole room reeks like that, anyone would know not to turn on the lights. We've been doing a lot of fire safety education lately. Lubin was also taken aback, immediately sensing something was amiss. We'll have to leave the scene as is for now. The body's been taken back. Let's see what the coroner says. We don't have any info on this person yet. Lubin scratched his head. He felt his hair was getting thinner and thinner lately. Since this case has fallen to you again, report to headquarters first thing tomorrow morning. We need to share information. By the way, where's the chief? With all this commotion, how come he hasn't shown up? Lubin said to Chen Fan and Shen Qian. Chapter 75, Returning to the Scene. My dad got drunk. He probably won't sober up tomorrow either. Shen Qian rolled her eyes. Old teammates are no help at all. Your dad got drunk? Drinking with Chen Fan? That doesn't make sense. Your dad claims he can drink 1,000 cups without getting drunk. How come Chen Fan is totally fine? Lubin asked, eyes wide. Just a little tipple. Chen Fan grinned, but before he could say more, Shen Qian dragged him away. Shen Dahai's residence. Who would have thought something like this would happen? We really need to be careful with gas from now on. Huang Suifan felt a chill run down her spine after hearing Chen Fan and the others describe the incident. Alright, it's getting late. We've been busy all day, go take a shower and get some sleep. Chen Fan, you sleep in Chen Qian's room. You sleep in the study. Huang Suifan instructed the two. Mom, why does he get to sleep in my room? Shen Qian complained indignantly. There's no bed in the study. You can't possibly make Chen Fan sleep on the couch. You can just sleep on the floor in the study yourself. Huang Suifan spoke as she entered the house. My mother-in-law is so kind to me. Chen Fan grinned. Who's your mother-in-law? Shen Qian flushed and glared at Chen Fan. The original plan for today was to use her father's nitpicking to make Chen Fan lose his composure and put him in his place. Instead, her useless ally had gone and sworn brotherhood with Chen Fan. Now she'd have a hell of a time explaining why Chen Fan was at her house today. Not to mention running into Lubin earlier. With Lubin's big mouth, by tomorrow morning, half the police station would probably know that Chen Fan, her soon-to-be son-in-law, had come over for dinner at the chief's house. This time, even jumping into the Yellow River wouldn't wash away the stain. I'm curious, why do you always notice something different in every case? I once tried following your logic to find clues, but those surface-level clues simply aren't enough to support the kind of deductions you make. So you're just guessing? But somehow you always guess right. That's what's strange. How do you do it? Shen Qian voiced the question that had long lingered in her mind. Hearing Shen Qian's words, Chen Fan's heart skipped a beat. His ability to swiftly pinpoint the culprit in all those cases had nothing to do with the clues themselves. It stemmed entirely from those 100,000 crime simulations, which had imprinted a sense of familiarity. Following that intuition led him to uncover the flaws in the perpetrator's methods. Solving the case became a natural consequence. It could be said that Chen Fan first identified the suspect and motive, then sought out the clues. This naturally allowed him to uncover clues others missed. The police, however, start with the clues. Suspects with counter-investigation skills often deliberately erase evidence during the crime. This makes the police's job extremely difficult. Chen Fan, however, assesses the thoroughness of their cover-up, even scoring and nitpicking their efforts. That's why there's such a difference. It's not that Chen Fan is necessarily much smarter than Shen Qian and the others. Quite the opposite. After handling these cases, Shen Qian had keenly identified her own investigative methods. She was genuinely sharp. But Chen Fan couldn't explain it at all. I can't take it anymore. The alcohol's kicking in. I'm going to bed. Chen Fan deliberately staggered toward the room. He flopped onto the pink Hello Kitty bed. Damn it! You're definitely hiding something from me. Just you wait, I'll get to the bottom of this. I refuse to believe you found the killer before me in this case. Shen Qian watched Chen Fan's expression, and it only fueled her competitive spirit. When she resigned from the police force years ago, it was driven by a desire to prove herself. But then she ran into Chen Fan, a man with an insane talent. Now she had her boss trotting along behind her like a loyal assistant. As this thought crossed her mind, Shen Qian suddenly realized. It seemed that since Chen Fan joined the private detective agency, she hadn't really used her brain properly. How could that be? Pouting, Shen Qian threw on her clothes and headed outside. She had to go back to the crime scene. She was sure she could find clues left by the killer. After Shen Qian left, Chen Fan inside the room couldn't sleep either. He kept pondering the killer's method. How did he manage to fill the house with such high levels of gas without anyone noticing? If he were the killer, what would he have done? Chen Fan slowly closed his eyes. Judging by the damaged surveillance footage, the killer had a clear target. The motive seemed to be revenge. But using gas as the method of revenge suggests the killer likely couldn't subdue the victim. Judging by the victim's physique, he wasn't particularly robust. That suggests the killer wasn't overly muscular either. It could even have been a woman. After all, the use of gas as a method suggests a higher likelihood of a female perpetrator. This makes a crime of passion a more likely possibility. To prevent the victim from detecting the gas odor, the perpetrator must have exposed the victim to the gas environment from the very beginning. As the saying goes, one who stays too long in a fish market ceases to notice the stench. Wait! Chen Fan's eyes snapped open. I get it. The arc that causes the explosion isn't generated when the light is turned on, it's when it's turned off. Which means... Realizing this, Chen Fan leaped off the bed. He opened the door and walked out. 2 consecutive door opening sounds echoed. Huang Suifan emerged from the bedroom, her face full of confusion as she pulled on her robe. She glanced at Shen Qian's bedroom. Chen Fan wasn't there. She glanced toward the study. Shen Qian was gone too. That's strange. Didn't she say she'd sleep at home today? Why did they both leave? They must have left together. Could they have gone to get a hotel room? Huang Suifan was filled with confusion. Just then, she turned around and saw Shen Dahai coming out too. What a mess. Drinking so much. Huang Suifan muttered bitterly. This was the first time her son-in-law had come over for a meal, and already the father-in-law was drinking himself into such a state. What a disgrace. But Shen Dahai didn't even acknowledge Huang Suifan. He walked straight toward the refrigerator. Huang Suifan was utterly dumbfounded. Shen Dahai squinted his eyes, clearly still drunk. Ha? Whose bathroom has voice-activated lights? Impressive. Shen Dahai unbuttoned his pants while giving the refrigerator a thumbs up. Yeah. A shriek echoed through the entire building. In the neighboring complex, most residents had already returned to bed. But for those in the hallway of the apartment where the explosion occurred, sleep was impossible. Not only had the blast shattered every window, but thick, acrid smoke had seeped inside. Compounded by the water sprayed during firefighting efforts, the homes were left in utter disarray. Many had temporarily taken shelter in their cars outside the complex. Downstairs, others still unable to sleep huddled in small groups, murmuring among themselves. After the explosion, the building's entire electrical system had been destroyed. Chen Qian walked inside with a flashlight. This wasn't her first time at this crime scene. Last time, following behind Chen Fan, she hadn't taken a closer look herself. Years of criminal investigation experience allowed Shen Qian to discern certain details. Chapter 76, This lady refuses to believe it. The kitchen was practically devoid of basic utensils. Yet the damaged electricity meter showed over 3,000 cubic meters consumed, which seemed highly improbable. The only plausible explanation was that the house was being rented out. The original tenant cooked, while the subsequent occupant rarely did. This could be verified once the victim's identity was confirmed. Judging by the force of the explosion, the room must have been sealed. Yet the doors and windows were severely damaged, making fingerprint extraction impossible. Under such intense heat, no hair or skin tissue would remain. It appears the perpetrator was a cunning individual. The door lock showed signs of forced entry, indicating the intruder knew how to pick locks. Judging by the destruction of the surveillance system, the killer is familiar with the neighborhood. We should start by investigating locksmiths operating around the area. But returning to the original question, most people would react upon smelling such a strong odor after entering. Younger people might be less aware, but the victim was clearly middle-aged. At their age, they would possess that level of common sense and life experience. Shen Qian walked around the room, forming some deductions and ideas, but none were substantial enough to yield a breakthrough. This left her feeling somewhat discouraged. But there was nothing she could do. The scene had been compromised to this extent. Even if Chen Fan had come to inspect it earlier, he wouldn't have found anything. First thing tomorrow morning, she would immediately investigate along these two lines of thought. Perhaps something would turn up. Chen Fan, I won't lose to you. Shen Qian pumped her fist in determination before stepping out of the hallway. Just as she was about to head home, a familiar figure caught her eye. Chen Fan? Why are you out too? You didn't come out specifically to look for me because you were worried, did you? Shen Qian's face flushed. She hadn't expected Chen Fan to be such a nice guy. Ha? You're here too. I suddenly had some thoughts, so I came looking for clues. I'm heading out. You should get back too. Why are you wandering around this late at night instead of sleeping? Chen Fan said to Shen Qian, walking toward the back of the building. You! Damn it! Chen Fan, you stubborn blockhead! This is infuriating. Upon realizing Chen Fan hadn't come for her, Shen Qian was instantly overcome with embarrassment and anger at her own misplaced affection. She stomped her foot hard. She turned to head straight home to sleep. But seeing Chen Fan already walking far away, and recalling his earlier mention of having an idea, Shen Qian reluctantly followed after him. This lady just won't believe it. We have nothing right now, we don't even know the victim's identity, and you claim to have an idea? Like hell I believe you. Chen Fan strolled leisurely behind the building, finally stopping in front of a room. What are you doing? What is this place? Shen Qian watched Chen Fan's sneaky movements and leaned closer, lowering her voice. There should be the gas valves for every building in here. Keep watch around the perimeter while I pick the lock. Chen Fan instructed Shen Qian. He pulled the keyring from his pocket, straightened it out, and jabbed it toward the keyhole. Pick the lock? What are you doing? Shen Qian watched the surroundings nervously. Fortunately, it was late at night and the lights were off in the surrounding buildings. The others were gathered in front of the building. Still, Shen Qian felt an inexplicable mix of tension and excitement. Fortunately, Chen Fan's lock-picking skills were exceptional. He picked it open after just a few tries. Once inside, Chen Fan indeed spotted several footprints on the floor. This place was rarely visited, and a layer of dust had settled inside, making the footprints quite distinct. Instead of venturing further inside, Chen Fan began searching the perimeter. Sure enough, he found a strand of long, yellow hair on the floor. He wrapped it in a tissue to examine it, and a smile crept onto his lips. Found you. Outside, in the grass. Shen Qian crouched low, scanning her surroundings. Suddenly, Chen Fan tapped her on the shoulder, making her jump in fright. What the hell? You scared the hell out of me. Does this place have anything to do with the case? Shen Qian saw Chen Fan emerge and hurriedly asked. Let's call for backup. We already know who the killer is. Chen Fan nodded. What? Shen Qian was completely stunned. Half an hour later. Lu Bin and the others arrived again, sirens blaring as they drove the police car. This time, however, they didn't stop in front of the building. Instead, they pulled up outside the gas station within the residential complex. What's going on? Didn't you two go home? Why are you back? Lu Bin asked Chen Fan in disbelief. I can't sleep until this case is solved. Captain Chen, have they identified the victim yet? Chen Fan inquired. Confirmed. He was a salesperson at a distillery. This apartment was rented by him. We've already contacted the landlord, who is out of town and on his way back. You guys are amazing. It's a shame you're not cops. If we had your drive, maybe our case clearance rate would improve. What new leads have you uncovered? Lu Bin nodded, giving Chen Fan a look of admiration. The killer is likely female, size 36 shoes, under 5 feet 3 inches tall, and around 260 pounds. She likely has limited education but possesses lockpicking skills, possibly due to family ties to the trade. We should investigate the victim's social network. It's likely someone with a personal grudge. Chen Fan addressed Lu Bin. Hearing Chen Fan's words, Lu Bin and Shen Qian both widened their eyes in unison. Their eyes nearly popped out of their sockets. Hold on a minute. What's going on? It's only been a few hours since the crime occurred? The scene has already been destroyed to that extent, leaving not a single clue behind. How did you get such detailed information about the killer? Lu Bin asked urgently. Yeah. You were clearly already inside getting ready for bed just now. Did you figure it out after thinking about it for a while? Shen Qian asked incredulously from the side. Yeah, is that so hard? Chen Fan scratched his head. Put. Lu Bin and Shen Qian both shook their heads. This should be the killer's hair. It contains the killer's footprints and clues. The rest is up to you. I'll go take a look around the neighborhood. Chen Fan handed the hair wrapped in tissue paper to Lu Bin and headed toward the side gate of the residential complex. Shen Qian hesitated for a moment before following him. Didn't you say earlier that the gas concentration issue couldn't be resolved? What's really going on here? Shen Qian asked Chen Fan. This whole night was driving her crazy. Chapter 77, Such a Method. It's simple. After sabotaging the surveillance, the killer didn't go to the victim's home first, they went to the gas station. The killer shut off the gas valves for the entire building where the victim lived. Given the timing, almost no one would be cooking. Plus, this is an older neighborhood that doesn't allow retrofitting gas water heaters, so even after the valves were shut off, no one would notice. After that, the killer picked the lock to enter the victim's home and turned on the gas valve inside. This way, although the gas valve was open, there was no gas flowing. The killer waited in the complex until the victim returned home, then quietly opened the valve. Judging by the angle it was turned, it wasn't fully opened. This allowed gas to leak out gradually at a low concentration, making it nearly impossible to detect. Chen Fan explained to Shen Qian. Listening to Chen Fan, Shen Qian recalled what she had seen at the scene. It did indeed match what Chen Fan described. However, at the time, she had only noticed that the valve was open, not how far it had been turned. It seemed her observational skills still needed improvement. When someone is exposed to a gas environment, they become accustomed to it and no longer feel much. Moreover, since methane is the primary component of gas in such a confined space, this person would grow increasingly drowsy and eventually turn off the light to sleep. When they turned off the light, the spark from the switch ignited the gas, leading to the subsequent events. You have to admit, it was a perfect plan. It wouldn't even have required the person to turn off the light. If they'd been smoking, the ignition point might not have been traceable at all. Chen Fan continued explaining to Shen Qian. So that's how it happened. Good heavens! What kind of killer is this? Shen Qian gasped in astonishment. If Chen Fan hadn't meticulously pieced everything together like this, it would have taken her a long time to figure it out on her own. Where should we go now? Shen Qian asked Chen Fan. There are still two unresolved issues. The killer's height and the fact that it's a woman makes it very difficult to sabotage the surveillance system. I examined the damage to the surveillance system. The wires were cut cleanly at the source. That height makes things tricky for the killer. Chen Fan remarked. Could someone else have helped? Or a ladder? Shen Qian was speaking when she suddenly saw Chen Fan emerge from the storage room beside the side entrance, carrying a ladder. If someone's seen fiddling with the surveillance camera while carrying a ladder, even in broad daylight, they just assume it's maintenance staff doing repairs or something. But the property management should have noticed something. Let's go check the property management office. Chen Fan shook his head. By the way, you mentioned two suspicious points earlier. What's the other one? Shen Qian followed up with her question. Based on my analysis, the killer probably isn't highly educated, yet they managed to come up with this method. Either I'm wrong about the killer's background, or there's someone else behind this. Chen Fan said slowly. Shen Qian froze. That was certainly true. Typically, most people skilled in lockpicking wouldn't have a high level of education. Yet the counter-surveillance awareness this killer demonstrated during the crime far exceeded that of ordinary individuals. Even she, a top student in criminal investigation, had been stumped at times. Chen Fan and Shen Qian made their way to the property management office. With such a major incident occurring in the complex, the property manager had already heard the commotion and rushed over. The property management office was now crowded with people. When did those surveillance cameras stop working? When did you discover it? Why haven't you arranged for repairs? After asking Shen Qian to show her credentials, Chen Fan addressed the property manager directly. I've already given them a thorough dressing down about that. They discovered the cameras were out last night and still didn't report it promptly? Look at the trouble this caused the police officers. The property manager spat venom as he pointed at several security guards on duty beside him. The guards kept their heads down, saying nothing. One of them muttered something under his breath, his words indistinct. Take the manager to the storage room by the side entrance to take a look. Chen Fan gave Shen Qian a knowing look. Shen Qian immediately understood and led the property manager out. Alright, your boss isn't here now. Say what you need to say. Chen Fan pulled out a pack of cigarettes and handed it to the security guards. Though he didn't smoke himself, he always carried a pack. It was an excellent tool for building rapport. Don't listen to our boss spouting nonsense. When the surveillance system broke down, we were the first to notice. We reported it right away, but management said, we can't even collect the property fees, so why the hell would we fix it? So we dropped it. Who'd have thought after the incident, they'd blame us instead? Exactly. Damn it, they only pay us $18 a month. If they piss me off, I'm quitting. After taking Chen Fan's cigarette, the security guards popped away while venting their frustrations to him. When the surveillance was damaged, did any of you see who did it? Chen Fan asked. I think I saw someone. Yeah, I was wondering about that. We never got any notice about repairing the cameras. It was a woman, not very tall, but she was wearing a hat so we couldn't see her face. She climbed up the ladder, and not long after, the cameras went dark. At first I thought it was routine maintenance. They cut the signal first, so I didn't think much of it. At that moment, a security guard nearby chimed in. Think again. What did she look like? What was she wearing? What did the hat look like? Do you have anything in your hands? Chen Fan's eyes lit up. I don't quite remember. Oh, right, the uniform she was wearing was from E-Cleaning. People from that company often come to our neighborhood. The security guard thought for a moment before saying, Alright, thank you both. Chen Fan nodded. With this, the killer's identity was becoming clearer and clearer. What do you think? Anything new? Shen Qian had returned by then. We should know the killer's identity now, but it's not the right time to act. We don't want to tip them off. First thing tomorrow morning, we'll catch them red-handed. Go home and get some sleep now. Chen Fan said to Shen Qian. Ha? It's so late and we're both already out. Shouldn't we just skip going back? We're going straight back to the dorm. Shen Qian said. No way. I need my mother-in-law to cooperate first thing tomorrow morning. These two neighborhoods aren't far apart. They should be within the same radiation zone. Chen Fan shook his head and tugged Shen Qian toward home. Chapter 78, Luring the Snake Out of Its Hole. When Chen Fan and Shen Qian returned home, they assumed Shen Dahai and his wife had already gone to bed. But to their surprise, upon opening the door, the living room was brightly lit. Did your mom find out we went out? Chen Fan blurted out. But when they stepped into the living room, they were stunned. There was Shen Dahai, Director Shen, his face covered in bruises and scratches, kneeling on a washboard with a dejected look. Huang Suifan, her face dark with anger, was rummaging through the refrigerator. Judging by the items scattered on the floor, it seemed she had completely emptied the refrigerator. Upon seeing Chen Fan and Shen Qian return, she hastily covered her face with her hands. But she didn't dare to get up. Chen Fan and Shen Qian couldn't help but roll their eyes. This is your own home. Do you really think covering your face makes us forget who you are? Mom? What's going on? Weren't you two asleep? Shen Qian hurried over to ask. Go ask your old geezer of a dad. And that damn voice-activated toilet. I'll tell you this once and for all, if you ever dare give me another drop of that horse piss, you'll never set foot in this house again. Huang Suifan pointed at Shen Dahai and unleashed a torrent of abuse. Shen Dahai tried to put on a brave face in front of Chen Fan, but when Huang Suifan glared at him, he immediately ducked his head and knelt obediently. Hearing her mother swear like that, Shen Qian stuck her tongue out at Chen Fan. Voice-activated toilet? Chen Fan glanced at Shen Dahai, then at the refrigerator, and suddenly understood. Chief Shun, you're something else. This has nothing to do with you. Go to bed now. Our bedroom's been puked on. I'll take the study later. You two share a room. Let that old fool kneel in the living room all night. Huang Suifan gestured angrily at Chen Fan and Shen Qian. Chen Fan and Shen Qian watched the furious Huang Suifan and quickly darted inside. But as soon as they closed the door, they realized something was wrong. What did Mom just say? The two of us sharing a room? Ahem. Well, I'll take the bed, and you can sleep on the floor, okay? This night is going to wear us out. Chen Fan flopped straight onto the bed. What did you say? This is my room, okay? I'm sleeping in the bed. Seeing Chen Fan lie down, Shen Qian quickly climbed onto the bed too. But you better promise not to do anything to me while I'm asleep tonight. Chen Fan made room for her. Pft, pft, pft. Who's going to do anything to you? You, on the other hand, keep your hands to yourself. Shen Qian glared at Chen Fan. The two stood on opposite sides, locked in a standoff. By the way, when I was holding the bomb, weren't you scared of the danger when you came over to defuse it? After a moment, Shen Qian quietly asked Chen Fan. Of course I was scared, but you're my boss. If you died, who'd pay my salary? Chen Fan chuckled. Originally, Chen Fan had intended to say he was absolutely confident he could defuse the bomb. But the words changed on his lips. Oomph. I knew you were a money-grubbing fool. Shen Qian pursed her lips and shot Chen Fan a glance. A surge of delight filled her heart. The night passed without incident. At some point, both of them drifted into a deep sleep. Early the next morning. Who let you sleep? Chen Fan and Shen Qian were jolted awake by Huang Zuweifen's roar. They opened their eyes almost simultaneously, only to freeze in shock. At some point during the night, the two who had been clearly separated had ended up completely wrapped around each other. Shen Qian's head was nestled in Chen Fan's chest, drool still clinging to the corners of her mouth, soaking his clothes. Shen Qian jumped out of Chen Fan's arms as if she'd been electrocuted. Her face flushed crimson as she glanced at Chen Fan, then turned and bolted toward the door. This is outrageous. She takes advantage of me and just runs off like that. Chen Fan shook his head and got up from the bed. He headed to the bathroom outside. Why aren't you wearing any clothes? Shen Qian was brushing her teeth when she saw Chen Fan walking bare-chested. She immediately glanced warily toward the door. Fortunately, Mom was still scolding Dad and hadn't noticed them. Otherwise, she might have thought something had happened between them last night. You're still blaming me? My clothes are all wet. Chen Fan handed his soaked clothes to Shen Qian. I'll wash them for you. Wear these until I find my dad's clothes. Shen Qian blushed as she took them and tossed them into the washing machine. When Chen Fan and Shen Qian emerged, they spotted Shen Dahai scurrying behind Huang Zuweifen, chattering away. It seemed Shen Dahai had already managed to placate his wife. But the moment he turned and saw Chen Fan shirtless and Shen Qian in just her pajamas, his old face darkened like a sooty pot bottom. You two, what were you doing last night? Who let you two sleep in the same room? Shen Dahai was furious. He'd called this kid over today specifically to give him a taste of his own medicine. Instead, the kid had turned the tables on him, stealing his home while he was drunk. What a disaster. Shut up. If you hadn't puked all over the bed last night, would I have had to sleep in the study? Blame yourself, you're his father. Huang Zuweifen coldly interjected from the side. After being scolded by Huang Zuweifen, Shen Dahai obediently lowered his head. It's about time, Auntie. Could you do me a favor? Chen Fan glanced at the time and addressed Huang Zuweifen. What kind of favor is this? Go ahead. Huang Zuweifen immediately flashed Chen Fan a smile. Shen Dahai, standing nearby, was left speechless. That was one quick change of attitude. Could you make a call for me? Tell them I went out to buy breakfast but forgot my keys. There's porridge still cooking on the stove. Ask them to send someone to unlock the door ASAP. But say you didn't bring your coat, so send a female technician. Chen Fan handed his phone to Huang Zuweifen. What are you doing? What's this about forgetting keys and needing a locksmith? Shen Dahai leaned in warily. Solving a case. And catching the culprit while I'm at it. Chen Fan said casually, leading Huang Zuweifen and the others outside. What case? What killer? Shen Dahai trailed behind, utterly baffled. Last night, there was a natural gas explosion in the neighboring community. One person died. It was murder. Chen Fan explained slowly. Last night? The neighborhood next door? A gas explosion? And someone died? How come I didn't know about this? Shen Dahai was utterly dumbfounded. You slept like a dead pig last night. What would you know? Shut up, I need to make a call. Huang Zuweifen shot Shen Dahai a withering look before dialing the number. A moment later, a woman of average height approached. Chen Fan eyed her up and down. She had brownish-yellow hair tied in a ponytail, a cap on her head, and a mask covering her face. Her uniform was that of a cleaning staff member. Every detail matched the killer's description. Your plan worked out pretty well last night, huh? That person is dead. Chen Fan remarked indifferently to the person. The man's motion to pick the lock froze abruptly. He then violently slashed the tool in his hand toward Chen Fan and sprinted downstairs. Chapter 79, The Chief is Wounded. Chen Fan, prepared for this, dodged the attack and gave chase. Just as he reached the ground floor, he saw the killer pinned to the ground by Shen Qian. Chen Fan had instructed Shen Qian and Shen Dahai to ambush her from above and below, ensuring she could be pinned down no matter where she fled. Chen Fan pulled an ID card from the person's body. Wang Qian, 23 years old. This must be the killer. Ring ring. Just as Chen Fan and his team finished tying up the suspect, Lu Bin's call came through. Shan Qian, we ran DNA comparisons overnight and have identified the killer. Wang Qian, 23 years old. She's registered with a labor agency near the victim's neighborhood called Ijia Home Services. We're heading out to arrest her now. We owe this one to Chen Fan. Without him discovering that crucial hair clue, it wouldn't have been this straightforward. Once we make the arrest, I'll definitely request a bonus for you all. Lu Bin's excited voice came through the phone. Simultaneously, the sound of a car engine starting could be heard. Clearly, they were already in the car, ready to go. Brother Lu, just come straight to the bottom of our building. We've already apprehended the suspect. Shen Qian said to Lu Bin. What did you say? Lu Bin's incredulous voice came through the phone. Hurry! Target, the bureau chief's residence. Lu Bin didn't bother asking questions and immediately started shouting orders. Honey, hurry up and open the door. I'm coming back to change clothes. Upon hearing Lu Bin and the others were coming, Shen Dahai hurriedly said to Huang Suifan. At that moment, Shen Dahai was clad only in loose shorts and a tank top, his face bruised and scratched. If Lu Bin and the others saw him like this, where would the chief director's face be? I didn't bring my keys. Why didn't you bring your keys when you left? Huang Suifan froze. How was I supposed to know? Didn't you guys leave first? I thought you all had them. Shen Dahai was suddenly at a loss for words. We were planning to have someone come unlock the door, so naturally we had to put on a full act. Figure it out yourself. Huang Suifan shot Shen Dahai a withering look. Auntie, we really owe this smooth arrest to your help. You deserve all the credit this time. We'll make sure the police station issues you an honorary certificate. Chen Fan chimed in with a smile. Don't mention it. It's only natural. It's just a shame your first time coming home for dinner turned out to be so eventful. From now on, you should come home more often. That stubborn girl Chen Qian is sulking with her dad. She hasn't come back in ages, don't worry about her. Make yourself at home here. If you ever want something to eat, just tell Auntie, and I'll cook it for you. Come on, add me on WeChat. Huang Suifan's smile stretched almost to her ears. She couldn't help but feel more and more pleased with this son-in-law before her. Not only was he tall and handsome, but he was also articulate, well-mannered, and even skilled at solving cases. Compared to those previous matchmaking prospects like that bureau chief's son, weren't they just deadbeat freeloaders waiting to die? Thank goodness Chen Qian wasn't foolish when it came to marriage. Now everything was perfect. Love and career both thriving. Hearing Huang Suifan's words, Shen Dahai and Shen Qian both stared in utter shock. The original plan wasn't supposed to go like this. How on earth were they going to wrap this up? Before long, Lu Bin and the others arrived with a roar of tires beneath Shen Dahai's building. Chief! Are you hurt? Quick! Call 120 immediately and take the director to the hospital for a full checkup. As soon as Lu Bin stepped out of the car, he saw Director Shen Dahai, his face and arms covered in bruises and scratches. His gaze then fell on the tightly bound suspect beside him. Naturally, he imagined a dramatic scene in his mind, Chief Shen bravely fighting the criminal, exerting tremendous effort to subdue him, but sustaining injuries in the process. Get lost. Shut your mouth. Why did you take so long? I've been on the phone for 10 minutes. Shen Dahai kicked Lu Bin's butt in exasperation. What had been an unnoticed incident was suddenly exposed by Lu Bin's loud outburst, causing everyone to stare at him. Among them were several neighbors. As men with wives at home, those scratch marks spoke volumes. I still have to live in this neighborhood. Tianhai City Public Security Bureau. After Wang Qian was brought in, she quickly confessed when confronted with the evidence Lu Bin presented. Wang Qian had once been an outstanding student. Back when she took the college entrance exam, she had gotten into a prestigious 211 university. During her high school graduation break, she took a front desk job at a classmate's KTV. The deceased, Li Wenlei, was in charge of beverage sales. One day while promoting drinks at the KTV, he encountered Wang Qian. He took an instant liking to her and, using his smooth talk, persuaded her to sleep with him. At the time, Li Wenlei assumed Wang Qian was just an ordinary hotel receptionist. But after their one-night stand, just before Wang Qian was set to start college, she discovered she was pregnant. She had a huge argument with her family. Her family wanted her to terminate the pregnancy and go study elsewhere. But Wang Qian was under Li Wenlei's spell of love and insisted on keeping the baby. She never attended university, and ultimately, the baby died prematurely. After Li Wenlei learned of this, he vanished. Since then, Wang Qian has stayed home doing household chores. Her father worked as a locksmith, and her mother cleaned houses for a living, leaving the family in dire poverty. But after the internet boom, at Wang Qian's suggestion, they began taking jobs online and gradually built a small housekeeping company. Their life improved significantly. But one day, while working in the neighborhood, she spotted a familiar figure. At first, Wang Qian couldn't believe her eyes. Only after deliberately following him to confirm did she realize this person was none other than Li Wenlei, the man who had bullied her back in the day. All these years later, Wang Qian was no longer the high school graduate she once was. Thinking back over the years, she realized she had been blinded by so-called love, which had led her to forego college. Her classmates who had entered university the same year as her had all settled in big cities, living respectable lives. The more she thought about it, the more her hatred for Li Wenlei grew. Finally, she devised this scheme. She planned to stage an accident scene and kill this faithless man. The entire crime unfolded exactly as Chen Fan had deduced. After the explosion, Wang Qian had even gone to the scene and seen Li Wenlei's body there. Only after hearing the firefighters declare it an accident did she return home. She remained unaware of Chen Fan and the others' actions that night. Even when she woke up this morning, she believed she had bid farewell to her past self. Little did she know that the very first thing that happened when she woke up this morning was being arrested. Wang Qian felt no regret, nor did she feel wronged. She accepted the outcome with composure. Director's office. Director, our team's bonus is gone this time. I've already consulted the team members, and they all agree to give it to Chen Fan and the others. Lu Bin entered and addressed Shen Dahai. Chapter 80, Police Department Consultant. Last year's budget allocation to you wasn't small. How could it be gone already? Shen Dahai was taken aback. Considering the Criminal Investigation Division's demanding workload and high-pressure environment, it had always been the department with the highest bonuses. But from the sound of it, it had already been spent. Chief, you should see how many cases we've solved just this past month. Our overtime work now isn't primarily about solving cases, but writing case summaries and reports. But we can't finish them, we just can't keep up. We haven't even wrapped up the last case before the next one hits us. Normally, we'd find time between investigations to write them up. But now? Cases are being solved one after another, we're completely overwhelmed. The guys' performance ratings are skyrocketing. By year-end evaluations, almost everyone will move up a level. That means both our benefits and salaries will jump up a notch. You tell me if they give us bonuses now, won't we be asking for trouble? Lu Bin grinned at Shen Dahai. Lately, Tianhai City's Criminal Investigation Division had become quite the sensation at the provincial headquarters. Under normal circumstances, cases from all regions would be consolidated at the provincial headquarters. Lately, Tianhai City Police Bureau personnel had been stationed at the provincial headquarters full-time. They haven't returned for a whole month. They cancelled train tickets, then cancelled those cancellations, and simply stayed put ready to report at any moment. Moreover, at recent provincial bureau meetings, Tianhai City's Criminal Investigation Division has been specifically commended. Not only have they solved recent homicide cases swiftly and decisively, but they've also been cracking open long-standing cold cases. At this rate, the Tianhai City Criminal Investigation Brigade deserves a promotion. Sigh. Old Gong just called me too. He said he was representing the provincial bureau to commend our outstanding achievements on the front lines of criminal investigation during this period. They've even allocated a special bonus for us. But Old Gong added one last thing to distribute this bonus appropriately to members of the public who assisted with the case. Shen Dahai sighed. What's going on? Does Old Gong know that Chen Fan and his team cracked the case? Lu Bin began to grasp the implications. Don't forget that Old Gong visited Tianhai City before and spoke with those two. He even bypassed us and handed them backlogged cases from the provincial bureau. My take is this was an exploratory move by Old Gong. Shen Dahai stroked his chin as he spoke. A test? Lu Bin froze. Exactly. Think about it, at his advanced age, Gong Lao has always been a professor-level figure within our public security system. Where in the world doesn't have one of Gong Lao's students? But over all these years, he's only ever taken on 2 disciples. Both have risen to high positions. During a casual chat at the provincial bureau meeting earlier, I heard that Professor Gong plans to take on one final disciple before retiring. Shen Dahai said meaningfully to Lu Bin. Chief, are you saying Old Gong has his eye on Chen Qian? Lu Bin's eyes lit up. To be honest, that's what I thought too. That's why I went to such lengths to bring that girl Chen Qian back. But lately, something doesn't seem quite right. If that were the case, he should have brought it up last time. When Old Gong came last time, he specifically called Chen Fan over and handed all the other materials to them. I suspect Old Gong might have been testing Chen Fan. Shen Dahai voiced his speculation. Exactly. That's entirely possible. Otherwise, why would Old Master Gong speak so cryptically? But that's a good thing. If Chen Qian and Chen Fan end up together, it won't matter who becomes the final disciple. Lu Bin slapped his thigh. Sigh. This is enough to drive anyone crazy. Honestly, that kid Chen Fan is genuinely impressive. Forget his looks and height, just look at his investigative skills. I've never seen Chen Qian so impressed with anyone before. Just look at how she's always running around after Chen Fan like a little puppy. And his character, he wasn't afraid to risk his life to save Chen Qian. That speaks for itself. But man, it just feels so frustrating. I mean, his position isn't legitimate. Even if Old Gong brings him in as his final disciple, some things will be tough to pull off. Shen Dahai sighed helplessly and confided in Lu Bin. Chief, I actually have an idea. You see, last time when Shan Qian and the others were investigating that Li Meng, they specifically came to our bureau to search our system. That means private investigators actually have a need for our resources. Why not just give Chen Fan a position as a police consultant? He can be attached to our criminal investigation division. For Chen Fan, it'll make his investigations easier. And when we have cases, reaching out to them will be legitimate. No more situations like the Haitian Tower incident. Lu Bin said to Shen Dahai. You know what? That's actually a pretty good suggestion. This way, Chen Fan would essentially be part of the public security system. Then we can figure out a way to get him a formal position, which will also make things easier with Old Gong. Shen Dahai grinned instantly. But I can't be involved in this personally. I'll leave it all to you to handle. For now, keep the bonus allocated by Old Gong within your criminal investigation division. As long as he approves, there won't be any backlash about dispersing the funds. Shen Dahai instructed Lu Bin. I understand. You can count on me. Absolutely no one will be able to say a word. Let those with the capabilities solve the case. Who's going to make empty threats without the real power? Lu Bin stood up with a smile. Fuguei Private Detective Agency. After handling that string of cases last time, they finally had 2 days to themselves. Otherwise, they wouldn't have had a chance to properly settle into their new office. Damn it! You've already taken so much commission and now you want a 10,000 yuan base salary? That's outrageous. So now it turns out I, the boss, earn less than you, the employee? Shen Qian sat on the sofa, arms crossed, fuming. Today was payday. After transferring Chen Fan's salary, Shen Qian felt deeply unsettled. Doing the math. Since Chen Fan joined the company, they'd split all earnings evenly except for the initial case where they paid him 300. Not to mention, after cracking the Haitian Tower case last time, the chairman of Haitian Tower inexplicably gave them 500,000 yuan. Their bank balance had suddenly become quite substantial. But today, when she transferred the money to Chen Fan, Shen Qian felt resentful. At this rate, in less than 2 years, all the money would belong to Chen Fan. This arrangement was agreed upon with Director Shen back then. Everyone knows it. As the boss, you can't just go back on your word, can you? Besides, what kind of person is my boss? He's got a big vision. Alright, I've ordered lunch delivery for you. Would you like pork ribs with rice or braised chicken? Chen Fan grinned as he watched Shen Qian's expression. Who wants that stuff? I want a feast. Let's go. Right now. Without another word, Shen Qian grabbed Chen Fan and dragged him outside. Today, she was going to treat Chen Fan to a proper feast. Hello, is this the private detective agency? Just as they reached the entrance, they bumped into a woman walking in. Chapter 81, I'm no worse than you. Yes. And you are? Chen Fan quickly pushed Shen Qian away. My husband is missing. I'd like to hire you to find him. The middle-aged woman addressed Chen Fan. Come on in. Hurry up and get some water. What are you standing there for? Chen Fan hurriedly ushered the middle-aged woman inside. This was a total lifesaver. If Shen Qian had dragged him out today, who knows where she'd have taken him. If she'd dragged him to some all-you-can-eat yakitori place, where a single person could easily rack up a 4-digit bill, he'd have been crying for sure. Shen Qian rolled her eyes. Who's the boss here, and who's the employee? But seeing Chen Fan already chatting with the woman, Shen Qian didn't feel comfortable saying anything. She poured the woman a glass of water and sat down beside them. Your husband went missing. Normally you'd go to the police, right? Why come to us for help finding him? Chen Fan asked the man. I went to the police station, but they said my husband has gone missing before and told me to wait it out. But it's been 3 days now, and this time is different from before. Besides, the police don't have many effective methods for handling adult disappearances. The middle-aged woman began wiping away tears as she spoke. Don't panic. What exactly happened? Chen Fan pushed the water cup toward the woman. My name is Han Meiwan. My husband is Wang Chang. He works for Tiantai Group as a driver, responsible for driving. Before, he was often away on business trips, so he wasn't home much, but he'd always text me to let me know where he was. This time was different. 5 days ago, he sent a message saying it was inconvenient to contact him during his trip, and that I never heard from him again. He never used to call me proactively when driving. He'd always check in after arriving at his destination, but not this time. Please do whatever you can. Han Meiwan began crying as she spoke. Listening to Han Meijuan's account, Chen Fan and Shen Qian exchanged glances. No wonder the police station hadn't been able to offer any concrete solutions. First, as an adult, he bears full responsibility for his actions. Given how long she'd been missing, even if she'd been in an accident or had some other mishap along the way, the local authorities should have been able to contact us. That possibility could be ruled out. Furthermore, given his frequent business trips and corresponding work commitments, the circumstances of his disappearance suggested a high degree of voluntary action. Frankly, it was difficult to determine whether this was truly a disappearance or something else. What's more troublesome is that without any leads, finding this person is proving difficult. I have money. I'll pay 300,000 yuan if you help me find my husband. Han Meiwan noticed the expressions on Chen Fan and Shen Qian's faces and quickly addressed them. 300,000 yuan? Chen Fan froze. These days, drivers actually have that much money? My husband mentioned earlier that he helped transport some goods for the company. He's earned quite a bit over the past 6 months, and I've been saving it all to buy a house for our child. But now he's gone, and keeping the money is pointless. Han Meiwan noticed Chen Fan's confusion. Helping the company transport goods? Chen Fan glanced at Shen Qian, who silently nodded. What kind of goods could earn that much in just 6 months? Something fishy is definitely going on. There's something fishy about this rooftop company. Ms. Han, to be honest, there are no leads in this case. We'll take it. Shen Qian was about to turn down the case, but Chen Fan quickly interjected. You spendthrift woman. So what if it's difficult? You're turning down money? Thank you. Thank you so much. As long as you help me find him, I'll give you the money. Frankly speaking, even if something unexpected happens, it's better than not knowing anything at all right now. Upon hearing Chen Fan had accepted the case, Han Meiwan immediately expressed her gratitude. She signed the contract, paid the down payment, and walked out. This case has 0 leads. How do you plan to find them? Shen Qian complained to Chen Fan. We've already obtained quite a bit of information about that person, haven't we? Chen Fan handed Shen Qian a piece of paper. It listed Wang Chang's ID number, phone number, bank card details, and every piece of information that could be written down. But this stuff still makes it tough, right? Shen Qian was puzzled. Some things you just can't learn in police academy. Pay close attention to what I'm about to show you. Chen Fan grinned at Shen Qian. Oomph. Shen Qian puffed out her cheeks and sat up on the sofa. Chen Fan's investigative methods throughout this case were indeed worlds apart from what was taught at the academy. No matter where this person goes, as long as it's human society, they can't escape the transmission of information and data. Unless he's in the middle of a primeval forest or dead. And with the Skynet system becoming more sophisticated, hacking into it allows facial recognition comparisons. Chen Fan held nothing back as he explained to Shen Qian. But that kind of hacking must be incredibly advanced, right? I actually suggested this approach to colleagues in the online service department before, proposing they use the Skynet system to locate missing children. But they said it's currently very difficult to implement. Shen Qian asked doubtfully. Yes, the Skynet system has limitations. Not to mention rural areas, even in typical prefecture-level cities, its coverage is insufficient. Even in major cities, beyond the bustling downtown areas, there are underdeveloped zones like suburban outskirts or urban villages. And even if we had a way to hack into the system externally, it would immediately trigger monitoring by the cyber police. Unless we could directly access the police system. Chen Fan nodded. Then why did you take the case? Shen Qian shot Chen Fan a sharp look. People need to constantly challenge themselves to keep growing. Staying in your comfort zone forever will gradually cause many abilities to deteriorate. Chen Fan said calmly. Shen Qian trembled violently upon hearing his words. She froze in place. She reflected on how, since graduating from the police academy years ago, she had constantly complained about her job and her environment, yet had never truly dedicated herself to criminal investigation. During her time working independently, she'd been consumed by a sense of unfulfilled ambition. She spent her days eagerly awaiting cases and grumbling about the bureaucracy. Yet she had never once considered improving her own criminal investigation skills. Even just now, when faced with a case he couldn't handle, his first instinct was to give up. If I run this private detective agency only taking on cases I'm certain I can handle, always focus solely on making money, I'll probably be completely useless within a few years. Chen Fan, on the other hand, actively engaged with every case he encountered, constantly thinking through every detail. It wasn't merely training for himself, but a challenge he set for himself. At that moment, Shen Qian was thoroughly impressed by Chen Fan. The gap between her and Chen Fan wasn't just in criminal investigation skills, but also in mindset and character. Chen Fan, thank you. You're absolutely right. We must find every possible way to complete this case. Shen Qian took a deep breath and said to Chen Fan. No need to thank me, we're family. By the way, didn't you promise me you'd wear black stockings to the office every day? Why haven't you been wearing them lately? Why bother with pants? Chen Fan grinned. Who says we're family? Also, listen up, stop calling me mother-in-law or whatever that nonsense is. Besides, who said I wasn't wearing black tights? Shen Qian glared at Chen Fan, her face flushed. She rolled up her pant legs. Do they look good? Want to touch them? Shen Qian stuck her leg out in front of Chen Fan with a hint of pride, giving the black stockings a playful stroke before batting her eyelashes at him. What the hell? Maybe another time. Chen Fan was instantly dumbfounded. He never expected Shen Qian had been wearing stockings under her pants the whole time? This is just as tempting as plain black stockings. What did you say? Shen Qian heard Chen Fan's and another time, and her 2 fingers instantly twisted toward his waist. I meant buying a plant another day. Chen Fan's face darkened as he scrambled to dodge. But his legs were pinned by the sofa, leaving him no room to retreat. He decided to take the initiative, flipping her over and pinning Shen Qian to the sofa. Ahem! Why didn't you close the door before getting intimate? Just then, Lubin walked in with a grin on his face. Seeing Chen Fan pinning Shen Qian to the sofa, he immediately grinned. Chapter 82, The Corpse at the Funeral Home. Captain Lu, what brings you here? Chen Fan laughed as he released Shen Qian. Brother Lu, it's not what it looks like. I was about to take him down, but he countered and pinned me instead. The door was open because a client just left. I didn't have time to close it. Shen Qian hurriedly smoothed her clothes, her face flushed as she explained to Lubin. Alright. You got taken down by Chen Fan? Your grappling skills, who in the bureau could possibly match you? What's there to be embarrassed about? Lubin casually sat down beside her. He knew Shen Qian's grappling skills inside out. To put it bluntly, back in the bureau sparring sessions, neither of those young guys could hold a candle to Shen Qian. A mere Chen Fan, if you hadn't deliberately held back, how could he have pinned you to the sofa? Who are you trying to fool? Remember back when your sister-in-law got married? She couldn't even twist open a mineral water bottle. But after she got married? She chased me around with a pot. I know exactly what you mean. Captain Lu, what brings you here? Chen Fan poured Lubin a glass of water and asked. From now on, just call me Brother Lu like Chen Qian does. Isn't that much more friendly? This time, I'm here to bring you some money. Lubin pulled out a bank card. Money? Chen Fan froze. Yeah, I got all the bounties from other places involved in those cases at Haitian Tower transferred over to you guys. It's all on this card. Lubin nodded. How can we possibly accept this? Boss, take it. Chen Fan handed the bank card to Shen Qian beside him. Shen Qian accepted it with delight. There's one more thing. I noticed before that when you guys take on cases, you often have to go to the police station to check the system or something? Lubin asked Chen Fan. Yes. Speaking of which, I was just about to tell you we need to run a background check on someone through the police database. Chen Fan told Lubin. They had just been discussing wanting to search the police system for information on Wang Chang's disappearance, and now Lubin had brought it right to them. That should be easy enough. Starting today, I'm granting you the status of a police consultant attached to our criminal investigation division. That way, you'll have easier access to the station for your work. Otherwise, relying on the chief's daughter status all the time, it might work once or twice, but over time, people are bound to start talking. You agree, right? Lubin didn't spring this news on Chen Fan right away. Instead, he approached it from their needs, ultimately bringing up the reputations of Shen Dahai and Shen Qian. He knew Chen Fan was a smart man and would surely agree. Brother Lu. My dad won't be happy about this. Last time Chen Fan got him drunk at home, he's been holding a grudge against Chen Fan ever since. Shen Qian interjected from the side. She knew full well that if Chen Fan had such connections, it would be immensely beneficial for both of them in the future. Director, rest assured I'll talk to him. Then it's settled. This matter is agreed upon. You two come with me to the bureau now. I'll handle it for you. Lubin jumped to his feet excitedly upon hearing Chen Fan's agreement. Rying. Just as Lubin was about to lead Chen Fan and the others to the police station, his phone suddenly rang. Hello, Lubin. What? The funeral home? I'll be right there. Lubin hurriedly hung up the phone. Just got a report someone died at the funeral home. I need to head over there first. How about you guys come along and take a look? Lubin said to Chen Fan. No, thanks. We've got other things to do. Chen Fan waved his hand. No. We're coming along. Shen Qian called out from behind. Alright. I'll take you there. Lubin was overjoyed and led the two of them outside. But don't we still have a case to handle? Why are you coming along? Chen Fan whispered to Shen Qian. Didn't I say so? You can't stay in your comfort zone forever. You need more practice. As your boss, I can't keep letting you, my employee, outshine me. Shen Qian winked at Chen Fan. Chen Fan shook his head with a smile and followed them into the car. The Tianhai City funeral home was situated in the heart of the city. It was backed by a mountain. Originally, this funeral home had been here even before Tianhai City developed. As the city expanded, development gradually encroached upon its surroundings. Though there had been persistent calls to relocate it, no suitable alternative site had been found. It is said that during the city planning phase, feng shui consultants deemed this mountain peak exceptionally favorable, so it was preserved. The entire hilltop was covered in pine trees, and there were no residents living near the mountain. When Chen Fan and the others followed Lubin to the funeral home dormitory, the scene was already cordoned off with police tape. A forensic doctor was busy working inside. Fortunately, the funeral home wasn't crowded, and there weren't many onlookers. Chen Fan, you guys are here too? Several officers greeted Chen Fan familiarly as they approached. If it weren't for Chen Fan earlier, they wouldn't have inexplicably earned so many merits. More importantly, they knew full well what Chen Fan was capable of. With him here, this case should be a piece of cake. What's the situation at the scene? Lubin asked the officers who had arrived earlier. The deceased is inside, with no visible external injuries. The coroner has examined him. Estimated time of death is between 1 o'clock and 2 a.m. last night. Cause of death was respiratory failure. According to his colleagues, the deceased had asthma, but the exact cause requires further analysis. No outsiders entered the premises. The officer gestured toward the interior. Chen Fan and the others followed him inside. They saw a young man slumped against the corner of the bed in an extremely contorted position. One hand clutched his chest tightly while the other held a spray can. The immense pressure had even crushed the spray can flat. The sheets and blankets lay in disarray. Particularly gruesome was the expression on the deceased's face. It was clear the victim had suffered immense agony in their final moments. Chen Fan examined the name on the spray canister. It was indeed asthma medication, but it appeared to be empty. Had it been used up? Chen Fan frowned. This must be the victim's phone, right? At that moment, Shen Qian spotted the phone charging under the pillow. Ah! As soon as Shen Qian pulled it out, she flung it away. Chapter 83, Suspicious Points. What are you doing? That's evidence. Chen Fan jumped in surprise, quickly catching the phone. But the moment he saw the screen, he froze in shock. There, staring back at him, was a skull. Blood oozed from its two black, hollow eye sockets. It's a short video. How dare you watch this kind of thing in a funeral home? You've got some nerve. Chen Fan shook his head. Shen Qian blushed, then took the phone to look. Sure enough, it was a series of videos. She wasn't sure if she'd accidentally tapped it, but she happened to hit pause. Scrolling through the browsing history, she saw nothing but horror movie clips. These kinds of videos get pushed a lot at night. Typically you can't find them during the day, but you can't escape them at night. Big data recommendations are so baffling. Chen Fan remarked from the side. Most people had experienced this before intending to watch a video of beautiful women before bed, only to accidentally stumble upon a horror film. Who was the first to notice? Lubin led Chen Fan and the others out after viewing the scene. Me. I'm the manager on duty today. Oh my god, it could scare someone to death. Last night was Xiao Lu's night shift. When I arrived early this morning, Old Li told me Xiao Go had gotten sick last night and gone back to the dorm. He asked me to check on it. Xiao Ge's always been a scaredy cat. When we put him on duty, he'd always try to slack off. Luckily, nothing much usually happens at night, so we just let him be. But the moment I stepped inside, I saw Xiao Go like that. I was so scared I ran right back out. None of us dared go back in after that, and then you guys showed up. The manager addressed the group. How could someone so timid work at a funeral home? Aren't you here for an interview? Shen Qian asked from the side. Yeah, but we're really short-staffed. Especially for the night shift. Hardly anyone shows up. Older folks aren't up for it. Sometimes people come at night, but it's physically demanding work. We can only hire younger people. This guy Ge, apparently he has a girlfriend he's been dating for years. They're planning to get married, and I heard the dowry is hundreds of thousands. You know how it is around here. Even though our reputation isn't the best, the benefits and pay aren't bad. We're a public institution, after all. Since he needed the money, we let him join us. When he first started, we looked out for him and put him on day shifts. But we're already short-staffed, so we couldn't keep favoring him. Eventually, we just put him on the regular schedule. Oh, here's our schedule. The manager said, handing over a stack of schedules and patrol logs. Shen Qian leaned in to look as well. According to the inspection logs, after midnight, it was still this Jun signing off. Subsequent entries were signed by others. It seemed the deceased had feigned illness to skip duty after the midnight patrol, returned to the dormitory, watched videos until falling asleep, and then suffered a panic attack. His asthma medication had run out, leading to this tragic outcome. Alright, thank you. We'll continue investigating the rest. Lubin nodded to the manager. Shen Qian was about to say something to Chen Fan when she turned around and realized he was gone. Where did he go? He was just here a moment ago? Shen Qian began searching the courtyard. When she reached the gate, she spotted Chen Fan outside the guardhouse, smoking and chatting animatedly with the elderly security guard. She shook her head and walked over. What are you chatting about with the old guard? You can strike up a conversation with anyone, anywhere. That's impressive. No smoking. Shen Qian walked over, snatched the cigarette from Chen Fan's hand, and stubbed it out. You know what kind of cigarette you just crushed? Huazi. When I offered the old man a cigarette earlier, he pushed it away with disdain and handed me a Huazi instead. You gotta admit, funeral homes sure are loaded. Chen Fan said with a grin. But Huazi isn't something you should smoke either. Smoking's bad for your health. Shen Qian shot Chen Fan a disapproving look. We've got a pretty good handle on what happened inside. Looks like it was an accident. Since he has asthma, we really should stock up on more medicine. Shen Qian shook her head regretfully. That's it? Chen Fan was at a loss for words. What's with that look? Shen Qian felt a pang of guilt as she met Chen Fan's gaze. Aren't you just tarnishing our private detective agency's reputation? This guy didn't die by accident. He was murdered. Chen Fan lowered his voice as he addressed Shen Qian. What? How do you know that? Shen Qian was startled. All the clues she'd seen earlier made perfect sense. How could this suddenly be murder? And seeing how cautious Chen Fan was being with her, could it be that the killer was someone inside this funeral home? Go back first. If they dared to call the police, it means they've made all the necessary preparations. I checked the scene earlier too, it's spotless. Staying here any longer is pointless, it might just alert them. Chen Fan whispered into Shen Qian's ear. Hey, honey, I'll never smoke again. Chen Fan wrapped his arm around Shen Qian's shoulder. Just as Shen Qian tried to pull away, she spotted the manager from earlier walking toward them. Recalling what Chen Fan had just said, she leaned back into his embrace. If I catch you smoking again, I won't let you off. Shen Qian gave Chen Fan a warning gesture before heading outside. Fuguei Private Detective Agency. Goodness, you haven't said a word the whole way. You didn't tell Captain Liu or the others either, yet you insisted on getting the autopsy report. How did you even know that person died from murder? The medical examiner's report was clear, the victim died of asthma. As soon as they entered the door, Shen Qian followed behind Chen Fan, asking questions. To be honest, at first I thought it was a bit far-fetched that someone with chronic asthma wouldn't notice when they ran out of their medication. But I didn't think much of it. After all, the scene looked perfectly normal, so I left. Besides, I was curious about the pay at the funeral home, wondering how much they'd offer to get someone with a weak heart to work the night shift there. So I went to ask the security guard. Then, I spotted a duty roster in the guardhouse. Chen Fan said to Shen Qian. A schedule? The one the manager brought over? Is there a problem with that? Shen Qian thought for a moment but couldn't find anything amiss. Of course you don't know, because you haven't seen the one in the duty room. The two schedules don't match. Chen Fan said. Different? So you're saying the duty roster and patrol records we were shown were both forged by the manager? Shen Qian froze for a moment but quickly caught on. Not entirely. The duty roster is genuine but incomplete. Did you notice when the schedule ends? Chen Fan prompted. Chapter 84, Fatal Coincidence. The cutoff time? I recall it started at the beginning of the month and ended yesterday. Shen Qian pondered for a moment before replying. What about after that? Chen Fan inquired. Nothing after that. Shen Qian was a bit confused. The time hadn't come yet, and no one had signed. What use was there in having something for later? There is. I saw it on the duty roster in the security office. The front has their names printed for the shifts, and the back is where they need to sign. The manager handed it to us back then. Among the staff listed for the later shifts, Gu Jun's name wasn't there. Chen Fan explained slowly. You mean? They knew the victim was going to be scheduled out at the beginning of the month. So subconsciously, they didn't schedule the deceased for any shifts afterward. Shen Qian suddenly understood. Smart. My boss is the best. Chen Fan gave her a thumbs up. But that doesn't make sense either. Could it be that Gu Jun is the one taking lead behind the scenes? Didn't he mention having a girlfriend? Working at a funeral home, he probably can't see her often. Maybe he took a long leave to be with her. Shen Qian suggested. That's right. That's definitely a possibility. But what about the asthma medication from earlier? An asthmatic wouldn't be unaware of the danger of running out of medication. That's a funeral home. The nearest pharmacy is over a kilometer away. That coincidence is deadly. Chen Fan nodded. What Shen Qian didn't know was that in Chen Fan's previous 100,000 crime simulations, targets with conditions like heart disease or asthma proved the easiest to frame for accidents. This method was also the easiest to manipulate into a perfect crime. So when he saw that asthma patient's medication had run out, Chen Fan instinctively concluded it was deliberate. If it's really as you say, that's truly terrifying. Shen Qian recalled the scene at the funeral home, where nearly everyone present had been complicit. It was highly likely that the funeral home staff were in on it. No wonder. And you didn't tell team leader Liu and the others about this back then, acting all mysterious. Shen Qian snapped back to reality. But that's a bit odd. If the deceased had requested leave, they would naturally know when he started taking time off. But if it was murder, why did they have to kill him on this particular day? If it had happened at the beginning of the month, perhaps this flaw wouldn't even exist. Chen Fan's 3 consecutive ifs plunged Shen Qian into deep thought. Hearing you say that, this case really doesn't seem that straightforward. If we go back now and ask the deceased if he took leave, it would be like stirring up a hornet's nest. And since they didn't mention this in their statements to us, even if we asked, they probably wouldn't say anything. Shen Qian frowned. Exactly. The living won't tell you, but the dead might hold clues. Chen Fan mimed making a phone call. You mean that phone? Let's head to the station now. Shen Qian jumped to her feet. No need to rush. I've already asked the tech team to search the phone for clues. And there's one thing that's highly suspicious. That person's phone didn't even have an auto-lock feature. Chen Fan said to Shen Qian. Auto-lock? What's wrong? Shen Qian was a bit confused. Does your phone have auto-lock? Chen Fan asked. Of course it does. Who doesn't need some privacy these days? Shen Qian nodded. Yeah, men's secrets are all on their phones too. But when we saw the phone back then, it wasn't locked. It was as if someone deliberately let us see it, as if the victim had been scared to death by those terrifying videos. Chen Fan spoke slowly. Listening to Chen Fan's words, Shen Qian felt utterly defeated. This time, she had been thoroughly prepared from the start, paying close attention to every detail. Yet she had still overlooked so much information. Following Chen Fan's line of reasoning, what he had just said made perfect sense. Yet she hadn't been able to see it herself. Then there shouldn't be any major issues now. The funeral home is definitely suspicious. Let's share all these clues with Brother Lu and his team. They'll break through during the interrogation. After all, our current identities as private investigators aren't exactly ideal. Shen Qian said to Chen Fan. Hold on a moment. The reason I didn't tell Brother Lu back then wasn't just because some of my thoughts weren't fully sorted out, it was also because of that timing issue I mentioned earlier. Why did they choose this particular day to have Goujun die? If they decided to act, why not do it immediately? And that pack of cigarettes the guard had, from what I know, only full-time staff at the funeral home get good benefits, but that old man wasn't one of them. 2,800 a month? Could he even afford to smoke Huazi? This funeral home is full of hidden depths. Chen Fan stopped Shen Qian. Hearing Chen Fan's words, Shen Qian sat back down. So what do we do now? You're not seriously thinking of going to the funeral home yourself, are you? Shen Qian asked Chen Fan. Our boss is getting smarter by the minute. We'll go tonight. You're coming with me. Chen Fan nodded. What? To the funeral home tonight? And you want me to come with you? I don't think that's necessary, is it? Shen Qian's eyes widened instantly. No way. You're the boss of our private detective agency, how could you not go? You're a top graduate from the police academy, you're not scared, are you? Chen Fan teased Shen Qian. Who's scared? Fine, I'll go. If I don't go, I'm a coward. Shen Qian sprang to her feet. The Tianhai City funeral home sat atop a mountain. Pine forests surrounded the mountain, lush and green year-round. Few people ever came here for walks. Within the pine groves, a thick layer of pine needles covered the ground. At this moment, the night was deep and quiet. Only a few cars passed on the main streets. Amidst the pine woods surrounding the funeral home, two dark figures moved slowly. Seriously, why did we have to walk through the woods? Shen Qian's foot sank deep into the ground. She murmured her complaint to Chen Fan. Sure, there's no one around here, but the funeral home overlooks the area. If someone's paying close attention to their surroundings, they might spot us. Stay close to me. Don't fall behind. Chen Fan said slowly. But how can you be so sure something will happen at the funeral home tonight? Just because Goujun died yesterday? Shen Qian hurried to catch up. Yes. Trust me, if it were me, the police would have already been here. Tonight is the perfect time to make my move. Chen Fan nodded. Chapter 85, Unexpected Discovery. Chen Fan and Shen Qian made their way to the outer wall of the funeral home. Just as Chen Fan was about to climb up, he found Shen Qian clutching his arm tightly. What's wrong? Chen Fan asked. You, look over there. Something just moved over there. Shen Qian pointed nervously at the wall. No way? Did you see that wrong? Chen Fan jumped in surprise too. This place was a funeral home, all sorts of creepy things could be lurking here. Just as the two stood frozen in shock, a black cat darted out from behind the wall. It's a black cat. Can you let go of me? Chen Fan turned his head to say to Shen Qian. Only then did Shen Qian realize she had been completely pressed against Chen Fan. She quickly released him. I'll lift you up first. You're not heavy, are you? You look a bit chubby. Chen Fan gestured at Shen Qian. You're the fat one. Go to hell, Chen. Just as Shen Qian was about to lash out in anger, Chen Fan pinned her against the wall. He even covered her mouth. Don't make a sound. Someone's here. As Shen Qian struggled, Chen Fan whispered softly in her ear. Shen Qian froze instantly. What was that noise just now? It's fine, just a stray cat. It's all your fault for insisting on feeding cats here. Hurry up and open the main gate. As they spoke, the two opened the gate and stepped out of the funeral home. This way. Chen Fan tugged Shen Qian around to the other side. They made their way to the corner opposite the main gate. The funeral home's walls, neglected for years, were already crumbling. While they're at the entrance, we'll climb in here. Chen Fan crouched by the wall, gesturing for Shen Qian to climb up. Or, should we call the police? Bring in Captain Lu's team? They might uncover something too. After what had just happened, Shen Qian felt a bit scared. So what the heck are we doing here in the middle of the night? Stargazing? Nothing at all. I'll go in alone. You wait for me outside. Chen Fan backed up as he spoke, preparing to jump up. No. I'll go with you. Shen Qian panicked at the thought of Chen Fan leaving her alone here. Inside was the funeral home, outside lay a dark pine forest. If she had to stay here, she might as well charge straight through the front gate. The moment the two of them scaled the wall, two beams of headlight swept in. "You're a bit late today." "Oh? New faces? Where's that kid Wang?" The old guard greeted them with a smile. "Don't even get me started. Who knows what got into the traffic cops? They're doing drunk driving checks in the middle of the night. The previous guy quit." The person in the car leaned out to take a look, then tossed the guard a pack of Huazi cigarettes. The guard grinned and waved at the car, which drove straight into the courtyard. From the looks of it, they must be old acquaintances. This probably isn't their first time. "You wait here. I'll sneak closer and take a look." Chen Fan watched the driver and guard chatting familiarly. Using the shadows of the buildings for cover, he quietly crept toward where the car had stopped. The driver got out and dragged a black bag from the vehicle. The funeral home manager he'd seen earlier stepped forward and helped the driver carry it inside. Chen Fan's eyes instantly turned cold. Judging by the appearance of that black bag, it was clearly a human corpse. Moreover, water was dripping from the bag, suggesting the body had been frozen. This was strange. If it were a normal corpse, there would be no need for such complexity, let alone freezing the body. There was definitely something fishy going on here. Could it be that the funeral home was secretly helping dispose of bodies? Chen Fan sensed that behind this incident, there must be a vast, shadowy industrial chain. Judging by the situation, they were about to rush it into the crematorium. Even if he called the police now, it might be too late. Just as Chen Fan was pondering his next move, his phone suddenly vibrated. He picked it up to find a message from Shen Qian. "Come to the trash pile in the corner immediately." The trash pile? Chen Fan glanced inside where the fire had already started burning, shook his head, and headed toward Shen Qian. "What's going on? What did you find?" Chen Fan asked in a hushed voice. "Look at this." Shen Qian handed Chen Fan an object wrapped in tissue paper. An asthma inhaler? Still sealed? Chen Fan took it and couldn't help but gasp in surprise. "Yep. I was just looking around for clues when I passed by the trash heap. I saw something shiny and went to check it out. Never expected it to be an unopened asthma inhaler. It was definitely the manager and his crew who tampered with it. They threw away Goujun's inhaler beforehand so he wouldn't find it when he went looking." Shen Qian said to Chen Fan. "Let's go. We need to take this to the police station. There must be their fingerprints on it. Combined with tonight's clues, that should be enough. And the mess behind this, only with police backing can we get involved. If we too just barge in recklessly, we'll probably die without knowing how it happened." Chen Fan nodded. He led Shen Qian over the wall and out. Tianhai Municipal Public Security Bureau. Lubin sipped tea from his cup while reading today's newspaper. The Tiantai Group has now become the largest enterprise in Tianhai City. This Wang Xiong is likely to be Tianhai City's next richest man. Lubin remarked as he read the article. "This Tiantai Group is quite something. I hear it's involved in multiple sectors like trade and real estate." "Captain, you seem to have some free time today, even reading the paper." A police officer walked in holding soy milk and fried dough sticks. Lubin paused, glancing around the office. In the Criminal Investigation Division, some officers were eating breakfast, others were organizing files, and still others were reviewing case records. It's been ages since our Criminal Investigation Division was this fully staffed. Usually, we're either out investigating cases or on our way to one. We couldn't even get everyone together for the year-end choir performance last time. Lubin remarked to the group with a touch of nostalgia. The others chuckled at his words. "That's right, Captain. While we've had a lot of homicide cases lately, they've all been solved. The remaining petty crimes like theft don't even come to us in criminal investigation." "You're absolutely right. I've been in homicide for 5 or 6 years, and this is the first time I've had such a rare break. Don't even get me started. Last night I clocked out on time and went home. My wife was shocked. She thought I'd messed up and got fired. It took me forever to explain." The officers in the office all chuckled. Back then, solving a homicide case often took over a week, sometimes even half a month. Cases piled up one after another, leaving them overwhelmed. But since Chen Fan and his team stepped in, the recent tough cases had been solved almost immediately. Now, they suddenly found themselves with nothing to do. "Hey, Captain, didn't you mention yesterday that someone died at the funeral home?" An officer asked Lubin. "Yeah, but we're wrapping it up today. The guy had asthma, but he insisted on watching horror videos in the middle of the night. That's just asking for trouble, isn't it? He ran out of asthma meds and didn't notice. He basically killed himself. He was still so young. What a shame." Lubin shook his head. "Brother Lu, did you close the funeral home case? That wasn't an accident, it was murder." No sooner had Lubin finished speaking than Chen Fan and Shen Qian pushed open the door and walked in. Chapter 86, The Intersection of Two Cases. "What? What clues did you find?" Lubin nearly fell off his chair. If anyone else had said that, Lubin might have had a few words to counter. But the one speaking was Chen Fan. Given Chen Fan's character and capabilities, he absolutely wouldn't speak carelessly. "This is the asthma medication we found in the trash pile at the funeral home. It's still sealed. You can have the forensics department examine it, there should be fingerprints on it. Chen Fan handed over the asthma medication he'd picked up. Asthma medication? Unopened? Lu Bin suddenly realized. The deceased's asthma medication had been completely used up and no other medications were found in the room. But unopened asthma medication was found in the trash pile. This meant someone had deliberately disposed of the medication prematurely. This was absolutely no accident, it was deliberate. Send it to the forensics department immediately. Lu Bin ordered the officer beside him. Everyone, retrieve the case files and continue searching for clues based on this line of reasoning. Don't overlook a single detail. Lu Bin instructed the others. Soon, everyone was busy at work. If this truly was a murder case, the nature of the crime would be entirely different. Solve every homicide case, that's always been the top priority. Did you two find these in the funeral home's trash pile? I didn't see you guys go to the funeral home back then? Lu Bin turned to ask Chen Fan. We went for a stroll there last night. This funeral home is no ordinary place. Chen Fan said with a laugh. Went to the funeral home at night? Sneaked in? You're crazy. You guys are way too bold. What if something goes wrong? It's a funeral home. They could just shove you into the crematorium and you'd vanish mysteriously. Where would we even find you then? Lu Bin flew into a rage upon hearing that Chen Fan and Shen Qian had gone to the funeral home at night. Never mind the many eerie occurrences at a funeral home late at night, more importantly, this proved it was murder. That meant the funeral home staff were involved throughout the entire process. If discovered, they might be silenced outright. There was probably no place in the world more convenient for silencing witnesses than a funeral home. One of you is the bureau chief's daughter. The other is the chief's future son-in-law. If anything happens to you two over this case, it'll be the end of you. What's more, you two were with me when we went to the funeral home. At this thought, Lu Bin's calves began to twitch. Cold sweat broke out from sheer terror. Chen Fan and Shen Qian exchanged glances, both letting out wry smiles. They understood Lu Bin meant well, of course. Brother Lu, but this trip wasn't entirely wasted after all. At least we confirmed there's something wrong with the funeral home now, and that murder. Last night, I was still inside the funeral home and saw them put a frozen body into the cremation furnace. It's very likely connected to their shady dealings. Chen Fan said to Lu Bin. You mean, the funeral home is helping someone dispose of bodies? Lu Bin suddenly understood. That's likely the case. I suspect the deceased, Goujun, likely stumbled upon something and was silenced. This probably involves an entire industry chain, and Goujun must have disrupted their interests. It's possible Goujun refused to participate. That's why they disposed of him the night before destroying the evidence. Chen Fan nodded. But if there was a body, why haven't we received any missing person reports recently? Logically, if the body was frozen, it must have been dead for some time, yet no missing person reports were filed. Lu Bin was puzzled. Maybe it's not that there haven't been any reports, but that they never reached your homicide division? We did receive a missing person case request earlier. I even suspect that person might be the one we're commissioned to find. We'll leave this funeral home case to you. It's not our place to interfere further. Today's visit was just to use the police system to look up the person we're investigating. Chen Fan sighed. All right. Leave it to us from here on out. Lu Bin nodded. Oh, Lu, that vehicle transporting the body was a GL8 minivan. License plate number Tian B574878. You can use that as a starting point for your investigation. Chen Fan seemed to think of something else and said to Lu Bin. Perfect timing. Aren't you guys planning to run a system check? I'll take you there and run this license plate number while we're at it. Lu Bin led Chen Fan and the others outside. Captain Lu, we've got it. This vehicle is registered under the Tiantai Group. The technician reported to Lu Bin. Tiantai Group's vehicle? Lu Bin and Chen Fan both froze in shock. A company as big as Tiantai Group? Could they be involved in something like this? No way? Lu Bin found it hard to believe. Chen Fan exchanged a glance with Shen Qian. The Wang Chang they had hired to find them was actually a driver for Tiantai Group. Could it be that coincidental? I remember the client left some photos, one of them was taken next to the car. Chen Fan seemed to suddenly recall something. I'll go check. Shen Qian hurried out. Before long, Shen Qian's phone rang. Chen Fan, it's confirmed. The car Wang Chang was driving, the license plate number is Tian B574878. Shen Qian told Chen Fan. Got it. Chen Fan hung up the phone, a sense of foreboding rising from the depths of his heart. They might never find Wang Chang. Chen Fan, this case might not be as straightforward as it seems. Tiantai Group is the largest enterprise in Tianhai City. Its chairman, Wang Xiong, is a prominent figure here with strong connections to some high-ranking officials. You'll understand what I mean when I say this. If we investigate this case directly, we'll likely face resistance from higher-ups. Lu Bin addressed Chen Fan. Brother Lu, are you suggesting we investigate this case under the guise of private detectives? Chen Fan inquired. No. I want you to be involved in this case and stay informed about its progress. Should we be forced to halt our investigation, I want you to continue looking into it. Fighting organized crime is our duty as police officers, but often we face various constraints. Lu Bin solemnly addressed Chen Fan. Rest assured, Captain Lu. This case also involves a commission from our detective agency, so we were going to get involved anyway. If you hadn't mentioned it, I would have volunteered the information myself. Chen Fan replied to Lu Bin. Alright. In that case, let's get started. We'll start with this vehicle. Since someone filed a report, we'll follow standard procedure and issue a summons. That shouldn't raise any suspicions. Once we see the car, we're bound to find some clues. Lu Bin nodded. Hold on a moment, Brother Lu. I have another idea. Chen Fan called out to Lu Bin. Chapter 87, The Loophole. What idea? Lu Bin instinctively halted. Following his earlier train of thought, it was the standard procedure often used by the police. But even Lu Bin himself wasn't entirely confident he could uncover any clues within that process. But Chen Fan was different. Whenever he claimed to have a method, though it always seemed bizarre, it absolutely worked. Since our goal is to see that car, we shouldn't tip off the suspect. Why not have the traffic police escort us there directly? Didn't the traffic police receive a report about someone being hit by that car? Chen Fan grinned at Lu Bin. The traffic police? Hit by that car? Oh, you mean that's an option? Lu Bin finally grasped Chen Fan's meaning, his jaw dropping in astonishment at the sheer audacity of the idea. You bet. Seize opportunities when they arise, and create them when they don't. Chen Fan smiled. In that case, I'll be counting on the two of you to handle this. I am, after all, the captain of the Criminal Investigation Division. If I go, someone might recognize me and blow our cover. Lu Bin said to Chen Fan. Fair enough. I'll let Shen Qian go straight to the entrance of the Tiantai group. Just let the brothers and the Criminal Investigation team know and ask them to give us a hand. Chen Fan pulled out his phone as he spoke. Hey, you've been getting pretty cozy with Chen Qian lately, huh? You've even changed how you address her. Lu Bin winked at Chen Fan. What did I call her before? Chen Fan scratched his head. He hadn't noticed this change at all. Earlier? I think it was boss, and then there was that other guy? That's right. Lu Bin gave Chen Fan a thumbs up. Chen Fan rolled his eyes and hailed a cab heading toward the rooftop group. By the time he arrived at Tiantai Group, Shen Qian and the criminal investigation team were already waiting. Chen Fan briefly outlined the plan to Shen Qian before heading inside. Last night? Impossible. We rarely have vehicle usage at night. Here are the records all documented. Our group's vehicle usage is strictly regulated. The administrative manager was quite surprised upon hearing the purpose of Chen Fan's visit. He promptly retrieved the vehicle usage log. Flipping through it, he saw the entire group's vehicle usage was meticulously documented, even recording the mileage after each trip. The vehicle they were inquiring about, however, hadn't been used in a week according to the records. Can we go take a look at that vehicle? Chen Fan asked the manager. Of course. This vehicle hasn't been moved recently. After its maintenance, it hasn't been used again. The administrative supervisor said, retrieving the keys and leading Chen Fan and the others to the underground parking garage. The moment Chen Fan saw the car, he recognized it immediately. It was the very same vehicle he had seen at the funeral home that night. Only now, its tires and the surrounding ground bore numerous water stains, suggesting it had been washed. Chen Fan got inside, started the engine, and looked around. The entire vehicle had been meticulously cleaned, making it unlikely any evidence would be found. These people were extremely cautious, no wonder they'd managed to stay undetected for so long. Supervisor Lu, what's going on? As soon as Chen Fan started the engine, several people approached. Chen Fan's brow furrowed slightly. The man leading them was the driver who had taken them to the funeral home that night. The administrative supervisor and traffic police stepped forward to give a brief explanation. That's impossible. This car just went in for maintenance yesterday. Then the boss said it was too dirty, so we washed it again. It never left the premises last night. The leader addressed Chen Fan. Maybe our elderly relative misremembered the license plate. They only mentioned it was a black minivan, and the last few digits of the license plate might be the same. Our elderly relative said there was a scratch on the right side when it scraped his tricycle, but this one doesn't have that. Let's check other areas too. Chen Fan said to the traffic police. The group stepped outside. Is that it? Was that person the one from last night? As soon as they stepped outside, Shen Qian asked Chen Fan. Yes. It was him. The car matches too. Chen Fan nodded. Then we need to hurry back and trace his movements along the route. If it really is them, then Wang Chang, the person our client asked us to find, is in danger. Shen Qian hurriedly said. Barring any surprises, the body we saw last night was Wang Chang. Chen Fan said slowly. So it was. Shen Qian had already guessed as much, but she refused to believe it. If that man yesterday really was Wang Chang, how could they possibly explain it to the client? Your husband is dead, cremated, with no ashes left. If she were the client, she'd never believe it either. They might even suspect the investigators were deliberately fabricating the story. Now we must catch the real culprit. Only then can we give the client closure. Otherwise, we'd be taking this money with a guilty conscience. Shen Qian took a deep breath and said, "Exactly. This time, we're combining the two cases into one. We have to crack this. Let's go to Xiaoyu Cold Storage." Chen Fan nodded. "Xiaoyu Cold Storage? Where is that?" Shen Qian froze, completely lost in Chen Fan's train of thought. "Do you remember the mileage on that vehicle registration form the administrative manager showed us back then?" Chen Fan asked Shen Qian. "I remember it was over 172,000 kilometers." Shen Qian thought for a moment before answering. She had indeed glanced at it back then. To be precise, the mileage was 172,332, but when I started the car just now, I noticed the odometer reading 172,422. Chen Fan remarked from the side. "That makes sense. Didn't they go transport a body last night?" Shen Qian didn't understand what Chen Fan meant. "That's not right. The distance from Tiantai Group to the funeral home is only about 10 kilometers. Even if it was a round trip, it shouldn't exceed 30 or 40 kilometers. But the odometer shows nearly 90 kilometers more. That means their round trip transporting the bodies was closer to 50 kilometers. That narrows down the location where the body could have been frozen to within a 20-kilometer radius. Since both Tiantai Group and the funeral home are in the city center, the cold storage facilities nearby are relatively small. To avoid detection, the body must have been hidden in a large cold storage facility, and the large ones are all located closer to the outskirts. By searching within that distance, we narrowed it down to a specific area. When I traced it back to the company, I discovered this Xiaoyu warehouse was under a subsidiary of Tiantai Group, which happened to be a property management company. The driver at the time was wearing the property management company's uniform. So I deduced that the body was hidden inside the little fish warehouse. Chen Fan explained slowly to Shen Qian. Chapter 88, Underestimated Me. Oh my god. You thought all that in such a short time? Alright. Shen Qian hung her head in defeat. She had thought her abilities were on par with Chen Fan's, that it was merely a matter of experience and mindset. But when she finally took it seriously, she realized there was an unbridgeable chasm between her and Chen Fan's abilities. Feeling a little starstruck now? No big deal. Just give me a little extra when it's payday. Chen Fan grinned. Looks like you've really fallen for the money. Can you stop bringing up money all the time? Shen Qian was utterly speechless. What else should we talk about if not money? How about the dowry? Chen Fan chuckled. Who wants to talk about the dowry with you? Get in the car already. Oh, right, the repair shop just called about my car. They said it's fixed. We'll find a place to pick it up another day. All this time taking taxis has been costing me money. Shen Qian shot Chen Fan a disapproving look. After Shen Qian's car got into an accident, it was sent to the repair shop. But because the other driver was involved in a homicide case, the insurance companies were dragging their feet, which is why it took so long to get it fixed. Xiaoyu Warehouse. When Chen Fan and the others arrived by taxi, the warehouse doors were tightly shut. Wait here. I'll go ask. Chen Fan said to Shen Qian. I'm coming too. Shen Qian protested indignantly. You're so tall and pretty you clearly don't look like manual labor, let alone someone who'd be in charge of a warehouse. Going in would just raise suspicion. I'll go alone. Chen Fan said as he walked toward the cold storage. Shen Qian stood waiting at the corner, her lips pressed together. Before long, Chen Fan returned with a cigarette dangling from his mouth. I found out. It's Tiantai Group's warehouse. This place belonged to them even before they went public. I heard the chairman started out as a fishmonger who rented this warehouse. After he made his fortune, he bought the place outright. But outsiders aren't allowed in at all. There's no way to get inside. Chen Fan explained to Shen Qian. Does that mean we came all this way for nothing? Shen Qian felt a bit discouraged. She thought coming here might yield clues about the rooftop group's killings. Who said that? Haven't you noticed there are more surveillance cameras around this Xiaoyu cold storage than at regular cold storage facilities? It's only been a few days, we should still have time. Chen Fan pulled out his phone as he spoke. What are you doing? Shen Qian watched in stunned silence as Chen Fan held his phone sideways, its screen filled with what looked like garbled code. I hacked into their surveillance system. These are all the latest wireless cameras. It was easy. Chen Fan smiled. If these were all wired cameras plugged into the wall, I'd need hardware support to hack into them. But these are wireless units connected via Wi-Fi. Hacking into the network gives me simultaneous access to their surveillance system. More importantly, their surveillance footage is likely stored in the cloud. Deleted the footage from the past week. Chen Fan demonstrated the process while explaining it to Shen Qian. When they finally located the cloud storage, they discovered the footage had already been deleted. Already deleted? Shen Qian felt a pang of regret. Watching Chen Fan type away like a hacker earlier, her eyes had sparkled with wonder. Scenes she'd only ever seen in American movies were unfolding before her eyes today. But she never imagined it would still end in failure. Their amateurish approach is downright insulting. They only deleted the front-end data in the cloud. The back-end data had already been transferred to the main server long ago. If I can't even recover this, then all my training has been for nothing. No sooner had Chen Fan finished speaking than several surveillance files appeared on his phone. Let's go. My phone's network is too slow. We'll head back to the station and review this with Captain Liu and the others. No need to explain it all over again. Chen Fan led Chen Qian toward the Tianhai City Public Security Bureau. Commissioner's office. Evidence. What I want is evidence. Even if I tell you to investigate, higher-ups will come up with all sorts of excuses. How will you explain it then? I'm not stopping you from investigating. But if you do, it must be done with lightning speed, leaving them no chance to turn the tables. But based on your current situation, the evidence simply isn't sufficient for charges. It might even alert them and scare them off. Shen Dahai slammed his hand on the table as he addressed Lu Bin. Just moments ago, Lu Bin had approached Shen Dahai with the clues he'd gathered, seeking permission to investigate Tiantai Group. Shen Dahai had flatly refused. Compared to Lu Bin, Shen Dahai naturally had a broader perspective. Shen Dahai knew full well that Tiantai Group was Tianhai City's leading enterprise. Chairman Wang Xiong, in particular, maintained exceptionally close ties with numerous city officials. In a case like this, both professionally and personally, higher-ups would inevitably show some consideration. Therefore, according to Shen Dahai's reasoning, since Tiantai Group had been confirmed to have issues, they needed to present irrefutable evidence. With solid proof, Shen Dahai could directly order arrests. But certainly not with the inconclusive evidence they had now. If it couldn't even pass Shen Dahai's scrutiny, it certainly wouldn't make it to higher levels. Moreover, Shen Dahai understood that once Tiantai Group realized they were under police scrutiny, the company would inevitably cover up all their past activities and eliminate any incriminating individuals. By then, uncovering further evidence would become exponentially more difficult. Chief, I understand that, but the problem is we can't uncover anything through private investigations. The longer we delay, the fewer clues we'll have left. Lu Bin sprang to his feet. As the head of the criminal investigation team, he understood the logic behind it. But following the current leads, tracking and screening without access to the Tiantai Group, they were completely stalled, no progress whatsoever. Listening to Lu Bin's words, Shen Dahai took a deep breath. After all these years, he knew Lu Bin's temperament. He would never be this impulsive. It was just that the previous cases had all relied solely on Chen Fan, with the entire criminal investigation division merely tagging along. That had been a bit of a blow to his pride. That's why he was so invested in this case. That's why he was so determined to crack it quickly. He understood that feeling completely. But no matter how much he understood, he couldn't let it throw him off his game. Knock knock knock. Chief, Captain, Chen Fan and Shen Qian just arrived. They say they've brought evidence of the rooftop group's murder. At that moment, an officer knocked and entered. What? Shen Dahai and Lu Bin both jumped up almost simultaneously. Chapter 89, Captain Lu, do us a favor. Tianhai City Public Security Bureau Conference Room. The Criminal Investigation Division personnel were all seated inside. Shen Dahai occupied the central position. A surveillance video was playing on the screen before them. This man is Wang Chang, a member of the driver team at Tiantai Group. He has been driving this Buick GL8 commercial vehicle with license plate number Tian B574878. According to our client's account, he had an errand requiring the vehicle on July 2nd, but then lost contact afterward. Surveillance footage shows Wang Chang driving to this cold storage facility, but he never emerged afterward. It wasn't until 12:30 a.m. on July 9th that someone drove his body to the Tianhai City funeral home. The body has already been cremated. The individual who transported the body and disposed of the vehicle is named Wang Xiaoyong. He's a security guard for Tiantai Group's property management company. According to our understanding, Tiantai Group's property management employs a large number of security personnel. They not only work across Tiantai Group's various projects but also serve as enforcers. Chen Fan pointed at the figures on the screen as he explained to Shen Dahai and the others. The surveillance footage only confirms that they transported a black bag to the vehicle. And footage of Wang Chang entering the cold storage. There's no direct footage of the body, nor of Wang Chang being killed. It's difficult to use this as direct evidence to make an arrest. Shen Dahai frowned as he spoke. Exactly. But don't forget, Wang Chang is missing. And the last place his cell phone signal disappeared was inside that warehouse. Using that as grounds to search the cold storage facility will definitely turn up clues. Given their current situation, no one has entered the cold storage since Wang Xiaoyong left. The clues must be inside. Chen Fan nodded as he addressed Shen Dahai and the others. After Chen Fan finished speaking, all eyes turned to Shen Dahai. Shen Dahai frowned, pondered briefly, then took a deep breath. Let's go immediately. This time, use the missing persons case as our entry point. Get to the bottom of this for me. I believe Wang Chang won't be the first, nor will he be the last. Shin Dahai slammed his hand on the table. And you too, since you have assignments too, you're coming along. Shin Dahai turned to face Chen Fan and Shen Qian. Bonuses will be handled separately. Shen Qian nodded and pulled Chen Fan out. Xiaoyu cold storage. Chen Fan and the others followed the police car straight inside. Hey, old buddy. Long time no see. Chen Fan smiled at the guard's surprised expression. You're a cop? Were you here before to gather information? The guard stared at Chen Fan in disbelief. If you're saying that, it means you know quite a bit. Cooperate and get leniency, resist and face harsher consequences. Chen Fan gestured to the officer beside him. Soon, the guard was led away by the officers. Chen Fan followed the group into the cold storage. As he had expected, in one corner of the cold storage, there were still traces of blood buried beneath the ice shards. The patterns in the ice shards on the floor revealed that a body had once been placed there. Collect blood samples and evidence. Lubin barked at the team. Hey, hey, hey! What are you doing? Who gave you permission to come in? Do you even know what this place is? Just then, a group of people burst in from outside, wielding sticks and other weapons. Drop everything. Police investigation. Don't make trouble for yourselves. Lubin walked out with a stern expression. Hey, Captain Lu. This is just a cold storage facility, why all the fuss? The leader, who seemed to know Lubin, grinned and stepped forward, offering him a cigarette. Wang the Scarface. This isn't your concern. Take your men and leave. Don't make trouble for yourself. Lubin pushed Wang Maizi's cigarette away. Captain Lu, there's no need for that. This is Tian Tai Group's property. Our boss and your leadership are well acquainted. No need to make things awkward, right? Wang Maizi awkwardly withdrew the cigarette, bringing up the chairman of Tian Tai Group. So you're saying this place has ties to Tian Tai Group? Or that it's directly connected to you? Are you here to keep an eye on things? Lubin smiled faintly. Of course I am. Captain Lu, do me a favor. Wang Maizi, thinking Lubin understood his meaning, smiled too. All right. Come on, take these people back with me. Investigate their connection to the corpse inside. And the Tian Tai Group find their manager immediately for questioning. Lubin waved to the officer beside him. Ha! Wang Maizi and the others were stunned. They never imagined the police would move so fast. They'd assumed the traces of the body inside had already been cleaned up by the security guard. Even if it hadn't been, this place rarely saw outsiders. After some time, it would be filled in by other cargo. Those goods could even sit there for decades. Nothing would come of it. But the police seemed to have uncovered these clues and were deliberately searching for evidence related to them. This left Wang Maizi and his crew utterly incredulous. With the evidence from the scene, the bloodstains, the murder weapon, and the cold storage guard's testimony, the case of Wang Chang's murder was successfully solved. Moreover, after meeting with the lawyer sent by the Tian Tai Group, Wang Maizi and his accomplices, who had been arrested, confessed to everything they had done without hesitation. They detailed the entire process of killing Wang Chang and even implicated the staff at the funeral home. According to Wang Maizi and the others' statements, Wang Chang had indeed been involved in transporting corpses before. However, at the time, Wang Chang had no idea what the cargo was, as his sole responsibility was to drive the vehicle delivering the bodies to the funeral home. After that, the funeral home staff carried the items downstairs. He never had to get out of the car during the entire process. One night, however, when Wang Chang arrived to make a delivery, someone at the funeral home had diarrhea and asked Wang Chang to help move the bodies. That was when Wang Chang learned the truth. Tormented by his conscience, Wang Chang sought out Wang Matzi and the others, urging them to turn themselves in. When Wang Matzi and the others realized their secret had been uncovered by Wang Chang and seeing how he appeared dazed and confused every day, they knew someone like him couldn't be kept around. They seized an opportunity to bring Wang Chang to the Xiaoyu cold storage facility. They seized the moment to kill him and dump his body inside. A similar situation unfolded at the funeral home. The young man named Gu Jun had also discovered the truth. He had taken the money but now wanted to back out. Once you're in, there's no turning back. To try to back out, death was the only way out. So the funeral home staff killed Gu Jun the night before the delivery. But they also knew Gu Jun was young and held a government position. Any complications would be difficult to explain. So they went ahead and staged an accident scene. They thought they'd gotten away with it. But in the end, Chen Fan uncovered the clues. Why would the Tian Tai Group kill so many people? As they walked out of the police station, Shen Qian asked Chen Fan. Chapter 90, The Stunning Beauty at the Repair Shop. This kind of situation mostly falls outside the scope of ordinary cases. It's either organ trafficking or something equally sinister. This time, the rooftop group sacrificed the lesser to save the greater, forcibly spinning off the property management company to take the fall. The waters behind this run deep. Without enormous profits, they wouldn't take such risks. Chen Fan shook his head. In the hundreds of thousands of crime simulations he'd run before, Chen Fan had encountered similar cases. so he could guess what was going on. Oomph. To wrap up this case so hastily, my dad really is something. Shen Qian was clearly dissatisfied with the outcome. Your dad couldn't do anything about it. Probably orders from above. Getting this far was already quite an achievement. At least our client's request has been fulfilled. By the way, should we just forget about the final payment for that Wang Chun case? Chen Fan said to Shen Qian. Yeah, let's skip it. The guy's already gone. We got half the payment, that's not bad. I'll transfer your share to you shortly. Shen Qian nodded. Huh? Why are you being so agreeable this time? That doesn't sound like my boss at all. Chen Fan teased Shen Qian. What, you don't like it when I'm generous? Shen Qian rolled her eyes. Kindness taken for granted. But talk is just talk. After this case, Shen Qian was thoroughly convinced of Chen Fan's abilities. Any lingering desire to compete with him had vanished completely. Often, the gap between people simply cannot be bridged by effort alone. Let's go. Let's go pick up the car from the repair shop. It's not far from here. Shen Qian and Chen Fan hailed a cab and headed toward the repair shop. We've checked the entire car, but the system keeps flagging an issue. We just can't find the problem. What kind of repair shop is this? How much longer will it take to fix my car? Ma'am, we're a legitimate, professional repair shop. We can't let you drive it until it meets our standards. If something happens, we'd be held responsible. Then hurry up and find it. Didn't you already fix the crash damage? The two had just entered the repair shop's entrance. A tall, leggy beauty stood there with her hands on her hips, arguing with several mechanics. What's going on here? We're here to pick up the car. You called me earlier. Shen Qian addressed one of the staff members. Hey, don't even get me started. This beauty was in a crash earlier, so we towed her in for repairs. But all the exterior damage has been fixed. Yet when we run the system diagnostics, it keeps throwing errors we've never seen before. We just can't find the problem. Your car is right here. The staff member led Shen Qian to the repaired vehicle. Chen Fan, let's go. Huh? Where is he? Just as Shen Qian was about to motion for Chen Fan to get in, she realized he was gone. Glancing outside, she spotted Chen Fan talking to that tall, leggy beauty. Shen Qian felt her blood boil. How dare he? Am I not pretty enough? Don't I have long legs? Isn't my figure perfect? Why would you flirt with other women when you're with me? Shen Qian stormed out angrily. Chen Fan! I'm leaving! Shen Qian gritted her teeth and yelled at Chen Fan. That loudmouth over there is our boss. Just transfer the down payment to her when the time comes. Chen Fan watched Shen Qian approach, unfazed, and grinned. Who the hell are you calling a hothead? Shen Qian was furious. Wait, what down payment are you talking about? Just as Shen Qian was about to explode, she suddenly snapped back to her senses. Let me introduce you. This is our client, Miss Gong. I suspect someone tampered with Miss Gong's car. The brake system malfunctioned, which is why this happened. I've already reached an agreement with Ms. Gong. I'll help her find the problem and the person who framed her, and she'll pay for it. Chen Fan explained to Shen Qian. Did I agree to this? Why take on a case without consulting me, your boss? Shen Qian adopted a stern expression, adopting her boss persona as she questioned Chen Fan. This case is worth 100,000. The down payment is 60,000. Keep that in mind. Chen Fan whispered into Shen Qian's ear. Oh, it's Miss Gong. Rest assured, our Fuguei private detective agency is absolutely professional. What are you standing there for? Hurry up and inspect Miss Gong's car. The moment Shen Qian heard about the 100,000 yuan, she immediately shouted at Chen Fan. Chen Fan rolled his eyes. This woman's mood swings are way too fast. Listen, kid, don't go making big claims. Everyone in our repair shop has looked at this problem, even the senior mechanics, and none of us could find the issue. How can you be so sure you'll find it? As soon as Chen Fan approached the car, the repair shop crew gathered around. They were highly confident in their professional skills. If none of them could diagnose it, how could some young upstart possibly figure it out? Let me give it a shot. Chen Fan offered no explanation. He grabbed his tools and crawled under the car. Truthfully, the moment Chen Fan saw that error message, he already knew what was wrong with the car. Only, he hadn't approached it from a repair perspective, he'd approached it from a destructive one. Earlier, he had once used this very method in a crime simulation to fabricate a flawless crime scene. He had used precisely this method. He caused Li Hongwei's father's vehicle to experience brake failure on the way to report the crime and turn himself in, causing it to plunge off a cliff. This method was so meticulous that even if the police investigated afterward, they wouldn't be able to detect it. The tampering method differed from ordinary sabotage. Instead, something had been added to the wiring. When Chen Fan dismantled the brake system's chip housing, he found exactly what he was looking for. An electromagnetic coil. This electromagnetic coil was wrapped around the chip. Logically, in a severe collision, this component would have been damaged. But according to Miss Gong's account at the time, she had intended to get on the highway. Shortly after getting on the road, she received a call from the courier service saying a package required her personal signature, so she decided to turn around and head back. Unexpectedly, while making the U-turn, she discovered the brakes had failed. Fortunately, she wasn't traveling very fast at the time. Had this brake failure occurred on the highway, it would have been a complete disaster. This is the culprit. Chen Fan emerged from under the car holding the electromagnetic coil. The repair shop crew gathered around. This thing? Are you serious? An experienced mechanic approached skeptically. You can run a computer test on it. Chen Fan waved his hand dismissively. A technician nearby had already connected the computer. Holy cow! The error really is gone. It really was related to that thing. The technician's exclamation followed immediately. Chapter 91, The Professional Kept Man. Hearing the shouts, everyone crowded over to look. Sure enough, the display showed no issues. Hey, someone go get some water. It's so hot out, and you have no sense of the situation. The skeptical old technician barked at someone nearby. Hey, young man, have a seat, have a seat. What was going on with that electromagnetic coil just now? Why haven't we encountered this before? The veteran mechanic grabbed a chair and motioned for Chen Fan to sit down. It's actually quite simple. When a car starts up, it always runs a self-check. During that process, electrical current flows. This brake chip continuously charges and activates under the current's influence, causing interference within the chip. Once disrupted, the chip's functions fail. Since it's a brake chip, the entire braking system naturally malfunctions. So initially, when you start driving, you don't notice anything. But after charging for over 10 minutes, the chip's issues will typically surface. Chen Fan explained. No wonder. When we repaired cars before, we never ran the engine during the process. And during inspections, we only activated the battery for a few minutes at a time. Yet this effect persists constantly. That's really eye-opening. Young man, I was a bit short earlier, please don't take it personally. The veteran mechanic said to Chen Fan. No big deal. It's no big deal. Chen Fan stood up with a smile. All done? Miss Gong, the issue is resolved. Just scan this code. Shen Qian had already noticed Chen Fan's actions over there and smiled as she presented a QR code to Miss Gong. Goodness gracious. Is this guy that good? None of the mechanics could figure it out earlier, but he did it in minutes. And he's making money so fast? Faster than us women. Miss Gong scanned the code for Shen Qian, her face full of astonishment. She felt a twinge of regret as she completed the payment. What line of work are you in, Miss Gong? Shen Qian asked Miss Gong with a dark expression. That remark earlier, why did it sound so awkward? What did she mean by us women are almost? Does that imply women earn money quickly? I know exactly what that look means. I'm professionally kept. My current guy pays me 12 million a year, you know. Your qualifications are excellent. Would you like me to introduce you to a wealthy client? Miss Gong said to Shen Qian. No thanks. If there's nothing else, we'll be going. Shen Qian never expected this woman to discuss such matters so brazenly, so matter-of-factly, so unabashedly. And she was even offering to set her up. It instantly shattered Shen Qian's worldview. It was utterly revolting. She couldn't bear to stay another moment. If you leave, what about the final payment? Don't forget our agreement, you're supposed to help me find the person who framed me. Since that handsome young man just found evidence of tampering in my car, we naturally have to track down the culprit. Otherwise, I won't pay the balance, and it'll damage your private detective agency's reputation, right? Miss Gong said to Shen Qian with a smile. We need your previous whereabouts and all relevant information. Shen Qian said indignantly. How had her hand been so quick just now? She'd collected the down payment in one go. Should I come to your company? Handsome guy? Want a ride in my car? Miss Gong waved at Chen Fan. Ahem. I'll send you the address. You can drive over yourself. Before Chen Fan could agree, he caught Shen Qian's piercing glare from the side. He gave an awkward chuckle. He'd overheard the exchange between Miss Gong and Shen Qian earlier. To be honest, it had genuinely caught Chen Fan off guard. This Miss Gong, whether it was her looks, her figure, her demeanor, or her aura, didn't seem like someone who would do this kind of work. It must be said. The rich sure do play hard. Damn it. Don't you see what kind of client you're dealing with? He even tried to find me a boss to keep me as his mistress just now. The moment she got in the car, Shen Qian started complaining to Chen Fan. Come on, we're private investigators. Mistresses are practically the norm among our usual clients. Why are you suddenly acting so disgusted? You didn't seem this reluctant when you took the money earlier. Chen Fan was speechless. Who would have thought someone who looks so proper on the surface could be so improper behind the scenes? Shen Qian was equally speechless. That's perfectly normal. 120,000 a year? Even top students graduating from China's most prestigious universities would struggle to earn that much, right? What's more, they don't have to lift a finger, they can earn money just by lifting their legs. Why wouldn't they? Chen Fan, however, didn't seem to mind. So what do you make of this case? Could it be her client who did it? Shen Qian sighed as she asked. 9 times out of 10, yes. The only one capable of tampering with this car and disposing of Miss Gong so discreetly is most likely the man who's keeping her. Reasons abound, got bored, couldn't get rid of her, or something like that. But from what Miss Gong said earlier, she's a professional kept woman and takes this sort of thing in stride. That doesn't quite add up either. We'll just have to gather more information. Chen Fan frowned as he spoke. Shen Qian nodded in agreement as she listened to Chen Fan. Soon, the 2 cars arrived one after the other at the entrance of the Fuguwei Private Detective Agency. What exactly are you looking into? After entering, Miss Gong sat down familiarly on the sofa and lit a lady's cigarette. When was the last time you met with your client? Chen Fan asked Miss Gong. Meanwhile, Shen Qian walked over to the window and opened it with a sigh of annoyance. Chapter 92, The Multinational Company CEO. It should have been about a week ago. He was about to go on a business trip to the United States for half a month, so he came to see me. He almost always comes to have a wild time with us before each business trip. Miss Gong said, blowing out a smoke ring. Us? Chen Fan was puzzled. Yeah, these bigwigs from multinational corporations all have a string of mistresses. What's the fun in playing alone? It's all about doing it together. They have all kinds of ways to have fun. If you're curious, I can take you to experience it sometime. Miss Gong said to Chen Fan. I'll pass. Chen Fan felt a wave of embarrassment wash over him. This Miss Gong looked like a goddess, but when she spoke, she was like a tiger or a wolf. Even Chen Fan, who considered himself well versed in adult films, couldn't resist. Even if he could resist, he couldn't resist the 2 murderous stares from behind him. So, when you guys played last time, was there anything different? Chen Fan thought for a moment before asking Miss Gong. The difference? You know what? There really is. We often play games together, but before, it was always the guys taking the lead, with the girls as props. But this time, they switched roles. We used those props to give them a taste of their own medicine. And they ended up choking a lot. When it came time to pay up, we even used their own phones to transfer the money. Miss Gong recalled. Listening to Miss Gong's account, Chen Fan and Shen Qian exchanged glances. In their minds, the big bosses of these multinational corporations were supposed to be serious business people. But who would have thought they'd behave like this behind closed doors? It was utterly mind-blowing. What kind of person is your boss? Chen Fan pondered for a moment before asking. He's incredibly sharp. Honestly, I've never met anyone quite as intelligent. And incredibly generous. He always pays on time, never shortchanging me. He gives red envelopes for every holiday. I'm very satisfied. Miss Gong said with a smile. Listening to Miss Gong's description, Chen Fan's doubts only deepened. From this perspective, if the murderer was indeed this so-called boss, there simply wasn't any motive. There were countless ways to get rid of her. Why resort to such an extreme method to silence her? Could it be that Miss Gong had discovered some secret of his? Chen Fan speculated. Handsome, based on what you're saying, could I be in danger? Since someone tried to take me out but failed, will they keep coming after me? Miss Gong asked Chen Fan. Based on the current situation, that's definitely a possibility. And based on my analysis, it's highly likely your boss is the one behind it. Chen Fan nodded. My boss? No way. Why would he want to harm me? Impossible. Miss Gong shook her head decisively. Think about it. Besides what you mentioned, was there anything different about the most recent service compared to before? Or did you happen to learn something? Chen Fan prompted from the side. Any other differences? I don't think so. I just paid with his phone. I didn't look at anything on it. I have my principles. And I never proactively ask about his work or family either. That's the rule. Miss Gong shook her head. Maybe there was something on his phone. Even though you didn't look, you unlocked it with his fingerprint and transferred money while he was unconscious. From his perspective, he'd likely assume you saw everything. Shen Qian analyzed from the side. That's possible. Chen Fan nodded in agreement. Alright, then you guys better hurry up. Oh, and if you sense any danger, I'll just stay here for now. I can sleep on the couch. You don't need to worry about me. Miss Gong said as she stretched out on the sofa. But Miss Gong stood over 5 feet 7 inches tall, and her long legs dangled over the edge of the sofa. Hey, you can't just... Shen Qian was speechless. She hadn't expected to be upstaged like this. I can pay you, you know. You protect my safety, and I'll give you 10,000 yuan every day. How about that? Miss Gong addressed Chen Fan. First off, we're private investigators, not bodyguards. Second, it's inconvenient for you to stay here. Third, and most importantly, I'm the boss. He's just my employee. Before Chen Fan could respond, Shen Qian chimed in from the side. 20,000 a day. Miss Gong stated calmly. Compared to the danger she faced, money was hardly an issue for her. More importantly, if the person who attacked her really was her boss, she couldn't go back to her place. Even if she stayed in a hotel, her identity could be traced back to her residence. But no one knew about this private detective agency. That's why this place was the safest option. This. Shen Qian hesitated. 30,000. Miss Gong raised the stakes again. Chen Fan, go buy a bed for Miss Gong and put it in this room. Make sure it's clean and comfortable. And then you're not to come back. Don't disturb Miss Gong's rest. Shen Qian turned to Chen Fan and said. Chen Fan. Since your boss is out of town on business, there's no way to check directly. Let me look into your boss's background first. Chen Fan began searching based on the information provided by Miss Gong. This boss was named Li Chen, who ran a multinational trading company. He had partnerships with numerous heavy industry enterprises in China. The company was quite large in scale. Wait a minute, I just saw the latest news. He was speaking at an exhibition in Baiyang City. The exhibition runs through tomorrow, its final day. Didn't you say he was abroad? Chen Fan glanced at the information he'd searched up, then turned to Miss Gong with a look of surprise. That can't be right? That's what he told me before. Could he really be planning to take action against me? Miss Gong stared at the photos and videos from the scene, equally incredulous. If that's the case, it's actually easier to handle. The problem lies with the phone. We'll just have to make a trip to Baiyang City. I have a way to copy all the data from his phone over. Chen Fan stood up. I'll go with you. Miss Gong, you can stay here for now. You can pay for your lodging daily. Shen Qian also hurriedly stood up. If Chen Fan left, leaving her alone with this Miss Gong, she'd probably feel incredibly awkward. There's no time to waste, let's go now. Chen Fan nodded. Chapter 93, Such a Master Thief. Baiyang City. Thanks to its unique geographical and economic advantages, Aries City has consistently led the nation in development. Numerous trade shows are held here. This particular exhibition is the nation's largest heavy industry exchange, not merely for procurement, but also for networking. Consequently, many CEOs of major corporations seize this opportunity to gather in Baiyang City. My goodness, what an enormous exhibition! When Shen Qian stepped into the exhibition hall, she was so stunned by the scene before her that she couldn't close her mouth. The entire exhibition hall was as large as over a dozen football fields. It was packed with people, stretching as far as the eye could see. Not only are there domestic buyers and suppliers here, but many international participants have come too. No wonder it's so massive. Let's go. I looked up Li Chen's company booth. It's at F-Zone, booth 33258. Chen Fan led Shen Qian deeper into the hall. Soon, they approached booth F33258 but didn't rush over. That's Li Chen. I'll go take a look. You hold on to this device and figure out how to stay within 10 meters of him for 5 minutes. I'll notify you once the data transfer is complete. Chen Fan handed Shen Qian a black box. What's this for? Before Shen Qian could ask for details, she saw Chen Fan already walking toward the booth. Shen Qian felt a bit helpless but quickly followed after him. Chen Fan grabbed several flyers from nearby, pretending to read them as he accidentally bumped into Li Chen. He knocked Li Chen's phone out of his hand, caught it mid-air, and tossed it back. Then he walked away. With that single motion, the scanning device Chen Fan had concealed in his hand earlier had already paired with the phone. Meanwhile, Shen Qian's receiving device had simultaneously initiated data transmission. But 5 minutes had passed, and the data transfer still wasn't complete. Shen Qian had already circled several nearby booths multiple times and even stopped by this booth to take a look. The staff at those booths had all noticed her and repeatedly tried to introduce their products to Shen Qian. But Shen Qian knew nothing about it, and her nervousness nearly gave her away. Let's go. Just as Shen Qian was growing anxious, Chen Fan finally approached. He took the device from her, and the two headed toward the exit. Didn't you say it would only take 5 minutes? We were stuck in there for a full 10 minutes. Worst part was, the guy in the middle almost walked away. Shen Qian said to Chen Fan, still feeling the lingering fear. I didn't expect there to be so much data on that phone either. Come on, let's go outside and take another look. Chen Fan led Shen Qian outside. They arrived at a coffee shop, where Chen Fan finally connected his laptop and opened the data. What appeared before them, however, were incomprehensible engineering blueprints and equipment schematics. Are these drawings? I don't quite understand them. Shen Qian glanced over the diagrams, appeared to be industrial in nature. If you don't understand them, you don't understand them. Why pretend otherwise? Chen Fan teased. Good for you if you can make sense of them. Shen Qian shot Chen Fan a look. Of course I can read them. Let's go to the Aries City Public Security Bureau. Have your dad contact the people here and cooperate with us? We need to get this Li Chen under control first. Chen Fan stood up. Huh? Why? Shen Qian was completely baffled. If I'm not mistaken, these blueprints should be internal diagrams of warships and rockets. And these maps in the back are all marked with military-related annotations. This multinational corporation's CEO is likely a spy planted by the United States. Chen Fan said to Shen Qian. Huh? No way. Shen Qian was taken aback. It should be accurate. Just hold him down for now. We'll go back one more time. First, we'll steal that bastard's phone. Don't let him send anything out. Chen Fan said to Shen Qian. Half an hour later, Chen Fan and Li Chen both arrived at the police station. The difference was that Chen Fan was there to return the phone, while Li Chen was there to report his phone stolen. And upon discovering Chen Fan was also at the police station, he immediately accused Chen Fan of stealing his phone. This left Chen Fan utterly stunned. Having undergone 10,000 crime simulations, Chen Fan was confident his thieving skills were formidable. During his campaign to become the king of thieves in Tianhai City, he had easily intimidated over 100 petty thieves with just a taste of his skills. But this spy had somehow detected something off about him. But soon enough, Chen Fan realized what was happening. Li Chen's suspicion wasn't rooted in recognizing Chen Fan's thieving skills. Rather, it was because Chen Fan had touched him once, then appeared before him again, and his phone went missing. That's what made him wary. Of course, the more crucial factor was this. As a spy, one must remain vigilant at all times. Especially when the phone contains such vital secrets. If Chen Fan had stolen the phone during his first encounter, it might not have been discovered. But to prevent the data from being leaked, he had no choice but to take action. Officer. That's the guy acting all sneaky. And that woman's with him. Yes. That phone is mine. I can unlock it to prove it. They must be working together to steal phones. With so many people at the exhibition, hardly anyone would notice something like this. Li Chen shouted at the police. Alright, I admit I stole the phone. But you're acting so nervous. Is there something incriminating on that phone? Chen Fan admitted outright. You thief, stop talking nonsense. Officer, he's admitted it. Cuff him now. Li Chen, hearing Chen Fan's quick confession, immediately urged the officer. Handcuff him. Several officers nodded and cuffed Li Chen's wrists. You've got the wrong guy. I'm the victim. My phone was stolen. And I'm the chairman of a multinational corporation. You'll be held accountable for this. Li Chen panicked the moment he saw the handcuffs clamped onto his wrists. You'll soon find out who you are. This phone, are you going to unlock it yourself, or should we have our tech team do it? You're so nervous about the data and blueprints inside you haven't had time to transfer them out yet, have you? Chen Fan asked with a smirk from the side. You, how did you know? No. What data and blueprints? I don't understand what you're talking about. Beads of sweat instantly formed on Li Chen's forehead. Chapter 94, An Unexpected Twist. Enough, stop pretending. Whatever you have to say, wait until the state security folks arrive. Chen Fan addressed Li Chen, who was still babbling on. The moment he heard the words state security, Li Chen, who had been acting so arrogant moments ago, instantly fell silent. He had been operating covertly in Longwei for many years. Back then, it was precisely the financial backing and trade support from the United States that had allowed him to build his company into such a massive enterprise. Over the years, leveraging his position as chairman of a multinational corporation, he had cultivated close ties with numerous high-ranking officials in Longwei. This had granted him access to considerable intelligence. But Li Chen knew full well that he had long been under surveillance by the State Security Bureau. His trip to Baiyang City for this exhibition was intended to use the secret blueprints he had obtained at the last minute to negotiate a way out with his superiors in the United States. Yet over the past few days, they had failed to reach an agreement on the terms. Today was the final day of the exhibition and the last day Li Chen had given the Americans to agree to his terms. Everything had been settled and an agreement had been reached. At the exhibition, Li Chen handed over his phone, effectively securing his escape route. But he never imagined. Just as he was about to discreetly hand over the phone, he reached into his pocket and found it gone. Immediately after, he saw a familiar figure walking away. For spies like them, maintaining constant vigilance during their undercover operations was second nature. He instantly realized that the young man who had bumped into him earlier must have been up to something. He immediately gave chase. He had initially assumed it was just a petty thief. But he never imagined the man knew his entire background. The moment Chen Fan uttered the words state security, Li Chen knew he was finished. Soon, several state security agents, alerted by the report, rushed over. Good heavens! Did you apprehend this Li Chen? Does he have a phone on him? To be honest, we've had our eye on this Li Chen for quite some time. We anticipated he'd make contact during this exhibition. We finally managed to apprehend the contact person, but Li Chen slipped away. A state security agent anxiously asked the police officers. Don't worry, we've already seized his phone. And we've detained the suspect. The officer gestured toward Li Chen, who was slumped listlessly in a corner. Ah! Thank you. This time, we really owe it all to you. This Li Chen has been involved in quite a few incidents. If he had managed to leak the data this time, it would have been a massive loss for the Dragon Nation. The state security agents visibly relaxed. Don't thank us. We hadn't even left the police station when they arrived. If you're going to thank anyone, thank these two comrades from Tianhai City. The police officer beside them addressed the state security personnel. Comrades from Tianhai City? How did you track this person down? Did you track him too? The State Security Bureau officer pulled Chen Fan's hand as he asked. Hello, I'm Chen Fan, advisor to Tianhai City's Criminal Investigation Division. This is Shen Qian. As it happens, we also have a case involving him this time. So we followed along to find him. Chen Fan smiled. A case? Hearing Chen Fan's words, both the State Security Bureau agent and Li Chen, who had been crouched on the ground, turned their gaze toward Chen Fan. Miss Gong isn't dead. I assume you're unaware of this development? Since you wanted to avoid any appearance of impropriety, you definitely wouldn't have contacted Miss Gong proactively during this period. Chen Fan asked Li Chen. What did you say? She's not dead? Li Chen froze in shock. Sometimes, creating a perfect crime scene is easy, but controlling the entire process is the hardest part. When you're staging an accident, unexpected things often happen. Chen Fan smiled faintly. But judging by your reaction just now, you've already admitted to it. Miss Gong, you must have heard everything just now, right? There's no need for me to ask whether it's true or not. Chen Fan pulled out his phone. While coaxing information out of Li Chen earlier, Chen Fan had already initiated a video call with Miss Gong. Everything Li Chen had said and every reaction he'd displayed had been fully witnessed and heard by Miss Gong. Li Chen, why did you do this to me? I only used your phone to transfer money. As for the rest, I didn't see anything. Miss Gong's voice came through the phone. What did you say? Li Chen was stunned. It finally clicked for him. It was because he had tried to harm her, but by some twist of fate, she hadn't died. Instead, clues had been discovered, leading investigators to trace the trail back to him. And through another twist of fate, they'd uncovered his identity as a spy. What a mess. Why didn't you just say you didn't see anything back then? Li Chen was on the verge of tears. At that moment. Upon realizing his phone had been tampered with, Li Chen's murderous intent flared. If the secrets in his phone were exposed, he'd be finished. But he never imagined it would end like this. Who'd have thought I'd finally get taken down by a woman? I'm speechless. Li Chen sighed. Let's go. Take him away. As for your case, we'll assist with the investigation. State security agents led Li Chen away. Alright, thanks for your help. Chen Fan nodded. The outcome of Li Chen's case might not matter anymore. Evidence for attempted murder is difficult to pin down unless the perpetrator confesses. Take the current situation, if Li Chen sticks to his claim of knowing nothing, it would be extremely difficult to find direct evidence proving that the electromagnetic coil on the chip was installed by him. But now, Li Chen's charges as a spy are sufficient for the death penalty. It could be considered he received his just punishment. After leaving the police station, Chen Fan and Shen Qian didn't take a flight back to Tianhai City. Instead, they boarded a train. The incident on the plane last time had left them with lingering fears. This time on the train, surely nothing bad will happen? There probably won't be any murders on the train. Shen Qian remarked to Chen Fan. With your knack for attracting trouble, I really can't say anything. What if it does? Chen Fan teased. Cut it out, don't talk nonsense. Shen Qian shot Chen Fan a glare. Fortunately, nothing happened along the way. But the moment they stepped out of the train station, they spotted Lubin waiting beside a police car. We're screwed. I bet Captain Lu isn't here to pick us up because of the Baiyang City case. There's definitely a new case. You believe me? Chen Fan said to Shen Qian. That can't be right? We really helped out big time in Baiyang City this time. He should be here to welcome us back, especially since we still have Li Chen's files. Besides, how many murders could possibly happen? Shen Qian was skeptical. Then let's make a bet and see? If a case pops up, you'll be in charge of cooking from now on. If there isn't one, I'll cook for you from now on. You up for it? Chen Fan said to Shen Qian. You bet. Shen Qian nodded. Chapter 95, The Living Dead. You're finally here. Why didn't you fly? Wouldn't we have been back ages ago if we'd flown? Lubin saw Chen Fan and Shen Qian emerge and stepped forward to greet them. Flying left us with some lingering anxiety. The train's better. Brother Lu, here's the file on that Li Chen guy. All the National Security Department's findings are inside. Shen Qian handed a folder to Lubin. We'll go over the files later. Let's go. We've got a case. We need your help. Lubin took the folder, tossed it onto the car seat, and motioned for the two to get in. A real case? Brother Lu, you're not joking with me, are you? Shen Qian shot Chen Fan a look that spoke volumes. Damn it! That guy was right again. How did he know? This is terrible, I actually have to cook for him? Who jokes about cases? This case is no small matter, otherwise, I wouldn't have asked for your help. Lubin sighed. How did you find out? Shen Qian asked Chen Fan with a pout. First off, even though Director Shen and Captain Lu are close to you, they're both very cautious people. They wouldn't use a police car to pick us up at the train station unless it was for some other case. Second, even if someone did come to pick us up, there's no reason for Captain Lu to come personally. Captain Lu came personally to inform us about the case. After all, if just anyone had been sent, we might have refused. Finally, while waiting for us, Captain Lu clearly seemed restless and distracted. He must have been preoccupied with something. If it were solely about the case in Baiyang City, he wouldn't have needed to be like that. And of course, the most crucial point is our boss's disaster magnetism. I'm still firmly convinced of that. Chen Fan shrugged. Oomph. You're the one with the disaster magnetism. Brother Lu, what case? Another death? Shen Qian asked weakly. Yeah, not just one death, several people. Take a look for yourselves. Here are the case files, though they're not very complete. The bodies were only discovered yesterday. Lu Bin handed several sheets of paper to Chen Fan and the others. Chen Fan took them and froze instantly. The papers depicted numerous bodies in advanced stages of decomposition. Some had even swollen to gigantic proportions. Judging by the condition of the bodies, they must have been submerged in water for an extended period. Brother Lu, what's going on here? Chen Fan and the others glanced at the sparse case file and turned to ask Lu Bin. Yesterday, we received a report about several bodies found near the reservoir. When our team arrived, we excavated a total of 11 bodies. Judging by the appearance, they were likely buried earlier but washed out by heavy rains into the reservoir. Each body was severely bloated from water exposure, with both external and internal decomposition at an advanced stage. After forensic examination, we determined the victims were all between 15 and 20 years old, with heights ranging from 1.5 to 1.6 meters. Each body had missing parts. Some had missing chests, others had missing private parts, and some had missing fingernails. We first searched the system for missing persons matching these height and body type characteristics over the past year and have identified one victim. That's the last photo. The victim is Lu Xiaojing, 18 years old, 1.56 meters tall. She came to Tianhai City to work after graduating high school. Her brother reported her missing, but she was never found. Lu Bin explained to Chen Fan and the others as Chen Fan pulled up Lu Xiaojing's photo from the files. It was a full-body shot of a girl in the bloom of youth. From the photo, the girl was quite beautiful. It appeared to have been taken in summer, as she was dressed lightly. Chen Fan's first thought was a crime of passion. A girl this pretty, dressed so lightly, was far more likely to encounter danger. Perhaps on her way home from work one evening, she encountered a drunkard or someone driven by lust. Such a petite girl would have struggled to defend herself. In many cases, rape doesn't unfold like in Japanese action movies, where the perpetrator first incapacitates the victim before committing the crime. But often, the very process of incapacitating the victim ends up killing her. Do you two have any thoughts? Lu Bin asked Chen Fan and the others as he drove. Not yet. There's too little information in the photos. I want to see the body in person. Chen Fan shook his head. If it were a crime of passion, 1 or 2 victims might be understandable. But over a dozen people, all buried in the same spot? This case was definitely not that simple. Soon, Lu Bin brought the 2 men to the police station. The moment the 2 entered, they saw several officers approaching with expressions of utter bewilderment. What's going on? Weren't you supposed to be investigating the deceased's identity? Lu Bin shot the officers a look of displeasure. Captain, we found it. But, we got yelled at. The officer said with a hint of helplessness. Yell at us? Who yelled at you? Lu Bin was getting annoyed. The deceased's family. The officer sighed. Why would the deceased's family yell at you? Didn't you tell them you were police? Lu Bin was a bit confused. Of course we did. We were just contacting them based on the DNA-matched identity information, but 5 families in a row said their daughters weren't dead and had contacted them recently. They said we're fake cops trying to scam them out of money. One officer explained slowly. Wait a minute. Are you saying that the deceased we identified through DNA matching is actually still alive when we contact them? That's bull. Lu Bin cursed under his breath. But that's the reality. We're helpless too. If we call them now, they'll insist we're scammers and refuse to believe us. There's nothing we can do. The officer nodded. You mentioned earlier that the family contacted the deceased. How did they get in touch? Chen Fan interjected from the side. I don't know. We didn't get a chance to ask yet. The officer replied. Chen Fan, you got an idea? Lu Bin's eyes lit up as he noticed Chen Fan's interruption. I have a few. Since they don't trust us, there's no point in contacting them anymore. If I'm not mistaken, whoever contacted them might be the killer. We've already alerted the snake. Let's go check the body first. Chen Fan said after a moment's thought. Let's go. But be prepared. Lu Bin nodded and cautioned Chen Fan. Chapter 96, The Hotel by the Reservoir. When Chen Fan and the others returned, Lu Bin felt strangely reassured for some reason. When Chen Fan and Shen Qian saw the state of the bodies, even Shen Qian with her extensive forensic experience nearly vomited. And this is after refrigeration and cleaning. You have no idea what it was like when I was at the scene. I've been a forensic pathologist for over 20 years, and even I threw up. That bastard is scum. You absolutely must catch him. Forensic expert Lu patted Shen Qian on the back as she spoke. Chen Fan surveyed the bodies. In terms of height and age, they bore striking similarities. Could it be that the killer was carrying out targeted revenge? But soon, Chen Fan noticed the missing body parts on each corpse. This immediately overturned his previous theory. From a criminal psychology perspective, many killers have the habit of removing body parts or leaving marks on corpses. But most of the parts taken carry specific meanings. They are also consistent. Why did the killer take different body parts each time? Chen Fan couldn't help but frown. As Chen Fan mentally laid out the missing body parts, he suddenly froze. This doesn't look good. The killer might strike again. Or perhaps there are still bodies that haven't been discovered. Chen Fan spoke slowly. That can't be right? We already searched that entire area back then. Lu Bin was taken aback. I want to revisit the scene. Chen Fan said to Lu Bin. Let's go. I'll take you there. Lu Bin quickly offered. No, let's go on our own. We might alert them now. It's not convenient with you in a police car and uniform. Chen Fan shook his head. Then what should we do now? Didn't you just say we shouldn't follow that lead anymore to avoid alerting them? Lu Bin asked. Help me check if there have been any victims or injured persons with a similar build within the past year. Chen Fan pondered for a moment before replying. That's going to be tough to track down. Lu Bin frowned. That's why I'm handing it over to you, Brother Lu. Go ask around at the hospitals after all, you've got connections everywhere. Chen Fan grinned at Lu Bin. You little rascal. Then we'll split up. Oh, and about your consultant position, we've already drafted the contract. Go sign it first. It's not a permanent position yet, so there's no base salary. But whenever we crack a case, you'll get a bonus. Lu Bin patted Chen Fan on the shoulder. Sounds good. Thanks a lot, Brother Lu. Chen Fan grinned. With a base salary of 10,000 yuan plus commissions at the private detective agency, plus bonuses from the police station, wouldn't that make for a pretty sweet life? You're starting at the police station now? That's outrageous. Aren't you just milking both sides? Shen Qian muttered discontentedly from behind Chen Fan. I'm just earning my keep with my skills, okay? Look at me now, the private detective agency can't do without me, and neither can the police station. Honestly, it's tough for me too. Chen Fan shrugged helplessly. Shen Qian gritted her teeth in frustration. But she couldn't refute him. Lately, whether it was her own private detective cases or the police department's investigations, none would have progressed this far without Chen Fan. Chen Fan and Shen Qian drove back first, arriving near the reservoir where the body had been discovered. News of the police discovering the body had already spread, drawing a crowd of onlookers. Yet numerous people were still fishing around the reservoir, seemingly unfazed. I checked yesterday's weather forecast, it had just rained. Plus, with all the digging and body recovery at the scene, there probably aren't many useful clues left. Shen Qian reminded Chen Fan. I know. I'm not here to watch the scene. Chen Fan nodded, as if he had understood these things all along. Then what are you here for? Shen Qian was puzzled. Why would the killer bury all these bodies, over a dozen of them, in this one spot? Judging by the decomposition levels, the earliest death occurred nearly a year ago. That means over the past year, this killer has repeatedly come here to bury bodies. This location isn't particularly secluded, it's far less secure than simply dumping dismembered bodies into the reservoir. There must be some special significance to it. Chen Fan explained to Shen Qian. Upon hearing this, Shen Qian suddenly understood. Using the same burial site repeatedly increases the risk of exposure. And once a body is discovered, all the cases could be linked. There are a few hotels nearby. Let's go check them out. Chen Fan pointed to a nearby area. Although this was a reservoir, many people came here to fish regularly. After fishing, they would head straight to the nearby hotels to have their catch cooked and eaten. Some hotels even offered their own fishing services. People came and went constantly. What would you two like to eat? As soon as Chen Fan and his companion entered, a middle-aged woman approached them. Anything but fish, please. I wouldn't dare eat fish right now. They can still go fishing, I really admire them. Chen Fan chuckled at the woman. You can say that again. Our business here has completely dried up. Those fishermen would rather eat steamed buns than come in for a meal. It's all because of that case. Truth is, every year this reservoir takes a few souls for the river god. This is just so frustrating. At the mention of the case, the older sister sighed deeply too. Sis, your place looks pretty decent. Must be tough competition normally? Chen Fan asked. You bet it is. We used to fight constantly over staff. But things gradually calmed down later. All that fighting just drove away customers. Plus, after the top hotel, the one that used to be the busiest, closed down, our business has been steady. No need to keep fighting. After arranging the dishes, the older sister pulled up a chair to chat with Chen Fan and the others. Lately, due to the case, fewer people had been coming to eat. It was rare for Chen Fan and his group to drop by for a chat. The place upstairs you mentioned, did it catch fire? I saw the walls were charred black. Chen Fan asked. Don't even mention it. One night, their place suddenly caught fire. We barely managed to rescue them, but their daughter was badly burned. I heard half her body was disfigured. They even filed a police report about it later. They called us in, and that guy insisted we started the fire. How could we possibly do something so heartless? But I'll tell you what, that restaurant next door might have had something to do with it. After that, their business boomed. All the customers started going there instead. The older woman whispered mysteriously to Chen Fan. Severe burns? How old was the girl? How tall was she? Listening to the woman's words, Chen Fan and Shen Qian exchanged glances. Chapter 97, Pinpointing the Culprit. She must have been 15 or 16. It was summer vacation, right after she graduated from middle school. She was about 5 feet tall, such a pretty little girl. After that, we lost all contact. She quit that job too. The older sister sighed as she spoke. Your food's here. Dig in. Just then, the dishes Chen Fan had ordered arrived at the table. By the way, sister, what was that girl's name? Chen Fan asked. I think it was Xiaoyu. Yes, Huang Xiaoyu, that's what I often heard people call her. The waitress thought for a moment before walking away. Looks like it might be that family's doing. But why would he kill someone? And why bury the body here? Shen Qian whispered to Chen Fan. Don't you get it just by looking around? The burial site is just behind us, not far from here. Chen Fan scanned the empty surroundings. You mean that person buried the body here to take revenge on these 2 hotels? He believes the fire back then was set by people from these 2 hotels. Shen Qian instantly guessed the reason. That's probably secondary. I think the more important reason is because of that girl. Did you notice that the missing parts from these bodies, when combined, form exactly half of the girl's body? But one part is still missing. Chen Fan said slowly. A hand. Shen Qian seemed to grasp something. Exactly. It must be a hand. If I were that father, seeing my daughter burn like this, I'd want to replace the best part of her with something from this world. That's why he committed those crimes. As for burying the bodies, it was a side effect of his revenge against those 2 hotels, or rather, against this entire area. If it weren't for this reservoir, if their business hadn't been so booming back then, this tragedy might never have happened. Chen Fan nodded. Then let's hurry and find it. Or he'll strike again. Shen Qian sprang to her feet. Hold on. Right now, we only know what his target looks like, but there are too many potential victims within that description. We need to figure out how he selects his targets first. Chen Fan followed suit. How do we figure that out? Shen Qian sat in the driver's seat. We'll ask the families. Since they claim the deceased are still alive, there must be something fishy going on. I looked at the records of those deceased. Most were from out of town, but one wasn't. Let's go ask around. It's in Songjia village, just outside the city. It's a girl named Songjia. Chen Fan sent the address to Shen Qian. The 2 drove towards Songjia village. When Chen Fan arrived at Songjia's home, according to the address, only 2 elderly people were present. After explaining their purpose, the old man led them inside. Grandpa, you mean it's been Songjia you've been chatting with on WeChat these past 2 months? Chen Fan took the phone from Songjia's grandfather and looked at it. Sure enough, there were some simple chat records and a few money transfer records, though the amounts weren't large. Yes. After your call earlier, I felt something was off at first, but upon reflection, it did seem a bit strange. Before, no matter how busy she was, she'd always call to let us know she was okay. But lately, for some reason, every time we call, she hangs up. She says she's swamped with work, so we don't want to bother her. But the more I think about it, the more suspicious it seems. Could something really have happened to Jia? Songjia's grandfather asked Chen Fan. What about Songjia's parents? Chen Fan hesitated. He wasn't sure if the old man could handle the truth. Jia's parents passed away from carbon monoxide poisoning in their construction site dormitory while working. Songjia's grandfather sighed as he spoke. Well, I won't hide it from you 2 elders. Songjia has indeed met with an accident. Chen Fan addressed the 2. After all, once a homicide occurred, the police would notify the family. That was the purpose of his earlier call. There was no point in hiding it. Sure enough, upon hearing Chen Fan's words, the 2 elders clasped their heads and wept bitterly, though they managed to hold themselves together. After waiting for the elderly couple to compose themselves, Chen Fan and the others continued explaining the situation. What we need to know now is where Songjia usually lived, where she worked, and if there were any places she frequented? Chen Fan asked the 2 elders. We don't know the exact location, but Jia once sent us an address. It's where she worked. Oh, and she called us once before that, but we haven't heard from her since. She said she'd just gotten off work. The elderly couple dug out their phone records. Chen Fan jotted down the address. It was in Tianhai City, near the Second People's Hospital, quite a distance from the reservoir. That was odd. Ring ring. Just then, Chen Fan's phone rang. He picked it up to see it was Lu Bin calling. Chen Fan, based on your previous criteria, we found a girl who matches. She has severe burns and it's been a year. She lives in New World Garden, behind the Second People's Hospital. Lu Bin blurted out the moment the call connected. Is this girl named Huang Xiaoyu? Chen Fan asked. How did you know? What do you know? Are you still at the reservoir? Lu Bin on the other end of the line was utterly shocked. Let's meet at the entrance of New Century Garden. The killer probably knows who it is now. Chen Fan instructed Lu Bin. Combining the location obtained earlier from Song Jiejia's grandfather with Lu Bin's verification, it was almost certain. The killer was someone from Huang Xiaoyu's family. Half an hour later, Chen Fan and the others met up with Lu Bin at the entrance of New Century Garden. Listening to Chen Fan and Shen Qian recount their discoveries over the past half day, Lu Bin was stunned speechless. This does pretty much pinpoint the killer. We're going up to apprehend them. We have the address now. Lu Bin said to Chen Fan. Captain Lu, something doesn't feel right to me. Based on the current evidence, only one hand is missing to complete the set, but it's been 2 months since the last crime. And when we called the victim's family today, they might have tried contacting the victim's phone. The killer might have already. Isn't it enough to just catch him? He won't be able to commit any more crimes. Don't worry about it. Just as Chen Fan was about to say something to Lu Bin impatiently cut him off and rushed forward with his team. What are you worried about? Shen Qian asked Chen Fan. All this time, she had placed immense trust in Chen Fan. Though she sometimes grumbled about it, she knew that whenever Chen Fan spotted something suspicious, there was always something wrong. Before Chen Fan could say anything, he saw Lu Bin and the others rushing back down in a panic. No one's home. It's empty. Lu Bin said helplessly to Chen Fan. Chapter 98, The Letter. Huang Xiaoyu's residence. Chen Fan walked inside. The place was in disarray, clearly having been hastily tidied up. The call was made this morning. I expect the family will immediately check the deceased's phone after receiving the call. That's when the killer must have realized they'd been exposed. That's why they packed up and left in such a hurry. Shen Qian observed the scene inside the room. Something doesn't add up. Chen Fan searched around the room. What are you looking for? Shen Qian was puzzled. After a burn injury, there's no way the family wouldn't have any medicine at all. Even if there's no medicine, there should still be the smell of it. According to what Captain Lu said earlier, Huang Xiaoyu was transferred here to the Second People's Hospital burn unit a year ago after his burns. Their burn department is highly specialized. And 6 months ago, there was a record of Huang Xiaoyu personally visiting the hospital for treatment. But after that, there's nothing. According to the attending physician, only Huang Xiaoyu's father came to pick up and prescribe medicine, saying Huang Xiaoyu didn't want to go out. But if medication was being used, the scent of medicine in the house shouldn't be this faint. Chen Fan scanned the room. There seemed to be no traces of 2 people living here. Could it be? Shen Qian, observing Chen Fan's expression, had already guessed what was on his mind. It must be. He might have passed away half a year ago. Chen Fan nodded silently. What do we do now? If the killer got away, we'll never catch them. Shen Qian felt a pang of worry. No. There might still be a way. Have you considered why the killer, after committing the murders, would use their phones to fake messages implying they're still alive? Chen Fan asked Shen Qian. Was it to avoid detection by the police? Shen Qian asked. That's part of it, but think about it, when an adult goes missing, the police usually just issue a missing person notice. They rarely take concrete action. But if your child exhibits so many abnormalities during a chat with you, reporting that to the police would lead them straight to the person. I actually think a father who would do something like this for his child might not be entirely devoid of humanity. His actions are precisely his way of atoning for his sins. Chen Fan spoke slowly to Shen Qian. Shen Qian pondered his words and realized he had a point. You plan to use the phone to lure this person out? Shen Qian asked. Who do you think started that fire back then? Chen Fan didn't answer Shen Qian's question but countered with his own. I don't think it was the family we went to eat with. If it was their place, they'd be tight-lipped about it and wouldn't say much about the incident. Shen Qian speculated aloud. If someone set fire to my daughter and I've already killed so many people, why would I let these 2 families live in peace? It doesn't matter which family it was, it had to be them. So why not burn them all down together? Especially after Huang Xiaoyu's death, there'd be no more worries about consequences. But Huang Xiaoyu's father didn't do that. He kept killing and committing crimes. That doesn't make sense. His revenge feels like he only scratched the surface. Chen Fan frowned as he spoke. Unless that fire was set by Huang Xiaoyu's father himself. That would explain all the psychology and motives. Chen Fan took a deep breath. But how could that be? Shen Qian listened to Chen Fan's speculation, her face filled with disbelief. Who knows? It could have been an accident, or perhaps he deliberately caused a disaster to balance the other 2 families. The truth, perhaps, is known only to him. Chen Fan shook his head. If we follow your line of thinking, doesn't that mean the most likely place for the killer is that restaurant from before? Shen Qian suddenly realized something. You're absolutely right. Tell Captain Lu and the others immediately. Chen Fan also jumped to his feet. When Chen Fan and the others arrived at the reservoir, they saw a column of black smoke billowing into the sky from afar. Oh no! Call an ambulance fast. Chen Fan watched the burning hotel, his heart sinking deeply. By the time they arrived, the entire hotel was engulfed in flames. What the hell happened? How did it suddenly catch fire? Is anyone inside? Chen Fan asked the people nearby. Oh my goodness, you're the police. Huang Gaoshan just came back and left a letter for you guys. He told me to give it to the police. He scared the living daylights out of me. At that moment, the hotel staff member approached. So that's what happened. Huang Gaoshan, Huang Xiaoyu's father, had indeed returned earlier. But since they had moved away over a year ago, almost no one in the neighborhood recognized him anymore. When he arrived at the hotel, the woman didn't recognize him at first either. After all, over the past year, Huang Gaoshan had completely changed his appearance. He left a letter for the eldest sister before returning to the original restaurant. Shortly after, the restaurant caught fire. But the restaurant's doors were locked tight. The people around could only watch helplessly as the flames spread. After receiving the letter, Chen Fan handed it to Lu Bin. After opening and reading it, Lu Bin couldn't help but sigh repeatedly before handing it back. Chen Fan and Shen Qian took the letter and read it. Sure enough, it matched Chen Fan's suspicions. Back then, their family business was thriving, and two other families were extremely envious. Huang Gaoshan knew that when people were prosperous, they might do something reckless, so he thought of faking a fire and suspending operations for a period of renovation. This would also give the other two restaurants a chance to catch their breath. But he never imagined that on that very night, his daughter Huang Xiaoyu, who had planned to go out with classmates and not stay home, she cancelled at the last minute. Just as Huang Gaoshan set the fire, he heard Huang Xiaoyu's movements. In his panic, he couldn't control the fire. Though he managed to rescue Huang Xiaoyu, she suffered severe burns. The hospital had given up on her, but Huang Gaoshan refused to accept defeat. He resolved to find a beautiful girl of the same age to replace his daughter's burned body parts. Though the first nose he brought back was completely unusable, Huang Gaoshan had become utterly obsessed. He went on to murder numerous girls. Half a year ago, unable to bear the torment of his conscience, Huang Xiaoyu chose to take his own life. Huang Gaoshan continued his killing spree driven by obsession, eventually finding all the girls he needed. Chen Fan's earlier speculation had overlooked one missing limb. Before taking his own life, Huang Xiaoyu had severed his other, healthy hand. He traded it with his father for the life of some unknown girl. His previous impersonation of the victims to chat with their families also matched Chen Fan's guess. These murdered girls all resembled Huang Xiaoyu, causing him immense guilt yet leaving him unable to control his actions. In the end, after completing his task, Huang Gaoshan also prepared to take his own life, confessing to all the crimes. Yet this case left Lu Bin and his team feeling profoundly frustrated. Though the case was solved and the killer bore responsibility, the dozen victims and their families had inexplicably become sacrifices. Chapter 99, The Perfect Crime Tutorial. Fuguei Private Detective Agency. Don't worry about me. For people like us, there's no room for sentimentality. Over the years, I've received enough money from him to live comfortably for the rest of my life. I'm satisfied with that. Now that Li Chen has been arrested, I can finally rest easy. One last question: are you truly not interested in dating me? Miss Gong asked Chen Fan. I know all the tricks of the trade and can give you the most intense experience. I'm sure even your girlfriend couldn't match that. And I have money, whatever you want, I can give it to you. Miss Gong took hold of Chen Fan's hand. Ever since learning that Chen Fan had helped capture Li Chen, Miss Gong had become infatuated with him. Or rather, from the very first moment they met at the repair shop, she'd been captivated by his handsome looks. For women in their line of work kept women. Their clients were mostly greasy middle-aged men who didn't treat them like human beings. In their eyes, they were nothing more than playthings. Under such circumstances, they naturally developed similar emotions, seeking to maintain a psychological balance by keeping young, attractive men as their own kept men. No need. He has me, that's enough. The engagement is over. Please leave. Before Chen Fan could say anything, Shen Qian yanked him to his feet and issued the eviction notice to Miss Gong. All right. Handsome, thank you. If you ever change your mind, remember to give me a call. Miss Gong flashed a smile, blew Chen Fan a kiss, and walked out. Chen Fan got goosebumps all over. Oomph. She's gone. What are you still staring at? Shen Qian pouted at Chen Fan. What could I possibly be looking at? You don't really think I like this kind of thing, do you? Haven't you heard the saying, after seeing the vast ocean, other waters pale in comparison beyond the Wu Mountains, no clouds can match their grandeur? Chen Fan rolled his eyes. Even if this Miss Gong before him was seductively alluring and captivatingly charming, Chen Fan knew exactly what she had been through. Having been taught by nearly 100 Japanese teachers via video, Chen Fan stood before her as pure as a blank sheet of paper. Oomph. You've got good taste. Hearing Chen Fan's words, Shen Qian smirked with satisfaction. Of course I do. Besides, what she said earlier wasn't entirely correct. What do you mean, my girlfriend can't do it, but she can? My girlfriend is slowly learning everything too, don't you think? Chen Fan asked Shen Qian. Pa. You big dummy, why are you asking me? Go ask your girlfriend. Shen Qian flushed and shot Chen Fan a sidelong glance. I was asking you. Oh, right, my mother-in-law mentioned earlier that if I want to eat anything, I should come over for dinner. How about we go home for dinner later? Chen Fan grinned at Shen Qian. Who says I'm your girlfriend? Who's your mother-in-law? I'm your boss, okay? You almost got caught up in a scandal with a client earlier. Your punishment is to order takeout for me. Shen Qian glared at Chen Fan. What takeout? We made a bet back at the airport and you lost. Now hurry back and cook dinner for me. It's not far from the dorm anyway. Chen Fan retorted to Shen Qian. Who cooks lunch in the middle of the day? Besides, we haven't even bought groceries yet. Oh, stop fussing. Just order takeout already. I need to keep catching up on my novel. Shen Qian hesitantly pulled out her phone. Catch up on your novel? What novel? Chen Fan leaned in closer. A detective novel, of course. I've been following this author lately. He's from our very own Tianhai City. I even joined one of his local fan groups. His pen name is No Coriander. His latest book is called 11 Perfect Crimes. He's already written up to the final case, but updates have been on hold for days. Probably working out the final solution. Shen Qian said to Chen Fan. 11 Perfect Crimes? Let me see? Authors who write detective novels like this usually lack common sense, and their logic is full of glaring flaws. The title alone instantly piqued Chen Fan's interest. Let's all spot the flaws together. Who said that? This one by No Coriander is actually pretty good. Sometimes I even wonder if perfect crimes really exist. Shen Qian retorted indignantly. If you want to read one, I'll write a book someday detailing all kinds of perfect crime processes. I'll call it the Manual of Perfect Crime. How about that? It'd definitely be a bestseller among criminals. Chen Fan chuckled. You're out of your mind. Hurry up and click dead? Shen Qian was about to urge Chen Fan on, but her movement froze. Dead? Who's dead? Chen Fan froze. The author, of course. The message just sent in the fan group. They say the author died in their own villa, but the news isn't confirmed yet. It's all over the place. Shen Qian said to Chen Fan. He quickly pulled out his phone and dialed Lu Bin. Captain Lu, it's me. Has there been any case at the villa in the southern suburbs recently? Shen Qian asked Lu Bin. You're really something. You didn't plant a bug in our police station, did you? We just got a report about a body found at the south suburb villa. We're heading there now. Interested? Lu Bin's voice came through the phone. Judging by his tone, Lu Bin was already on his way. Since you put it that way, we can go take a look. Let's go. Shen Qian said this, but she had already stood up and was dragging Chen Fan out the door. I knew it. When an author stops updating, it never means anything good. This is terrible. Now there's no new chapters to follow. Shen Qian sighed helplessly. Chen Fan's mouth twitched as he resignedly slid into the passenger seat. Why did I have to tag along? I don't even read detective novels. South Suburban Villa District. The deceased is Wang Taizhu, 26 years old, a web novel writer. Preliminary findings indicate the cause of death was asphyxiation. There's a ligature mark around the victim's neck. He died 2 days ago in his bedroom, but his body was bound like this. The door was locked from the inside with no signs of forced entry, and the windows were closed. It's a locked room murder. As Chen Fan and his team entered, the officer briefly outlined the situation inside. Upon entering, Chen Fan and his team indeed saw a young man hanging inside the room like a puppet. What is this? Upon witnessing the scene, Shen Qian immediately covered her mouth. What's wrong? Chen Fan was puzzled. Shen Qian had seen her share of gruesome scenes and possessed considerable mental fortitude. This shouldn't have provoked such a strong reaction. You don't know this method of death is exactly the same as the one in his last case in the book. It's suicide. Could he have done this to make his book a bestseller? Shen Qian whispered to Chen Fan. Chapter 100, Prime Suspect. Suicide? The scene from the last case? Chen Fan froze in surprise. He had heard before that many authors weren't exactly sane. Could it be that this author wanted their work to go viral one last time through such a method? But if you die, even if it becomes a hit, won't the website just pocket all the royalties? You're dead, the money's gone, and you never even got to spend it? That's just tragic. Chen Fan looked around the room but found nothing unusual. Moreover, an odd odor lingered in the room, making Chen Fan feel quite uneasy. The police had already collected all the evidence they needed and were preparing to take it back to the station for further investigation. Chen Fan stepped outside. That reason you mentioned earlier doesn't seem to hold water. Chen Fan surveyed the surrounding detached villas and addressed Shen Qian. What's wrong? What's wrong? Shen Qian was a bit puzzled. As far as I know, people who dedicate themselves to art like that aren't unheard of. Take Picasso, for instance. He was dirt poor while he was alive, but after he died, his paintings sold for hundreds of millions. But look at this author's mansion. It's surrounded by standalone villas. From what I've seen online, the price tag for these villas here starts at 8 figures. People who can afford houses here have absolutely no need to resort to this kind of stunt to make their book go viral. Besides, even you're following the updates, and there are fan groups that proves the author's writing is decent enough. Your motive theory doesn't hold water. Chen Fan gestured toward the surroundings. Just then, Chen Fan suddenly noticed an elderly man seated by the window on the second floor of the villa across the street. He was looking in their direction. As Chen Fan's gaze met his, the old man drew the curtains shut. You do have a point. So you're saying this person was murdered? Shen Qian pondered for a moment before asking Chen Fan. It's too early to say. Who was the first to call the police? Chen Fan inquired. They're inside. Brother Lu is questioning them now. It seems to be his agent, Su Su. Shen Qian led Chen Fan inside. At that moment, Lu Bin was deep in conversation with a tall woman. I'm telling you, Wang Taizhu was definitely murdered. The killer is absolutely that cilantro-loving bastard. The woman exclaimed excitedly to Lu Bin. Loves cilantro? What's his real name? Did they have a grudge against each other? Lu Bin's mouth twitched. His real name is Lu Banu. Of course they have a grudge. On the website's bestseller list, Wang Taizhu always ranked first, while Lu Banu consistently came in second. That's how he earned the nickname perennial runner-up. Later, he created a fake account called Loves Coriander and published a new book. But he still ranked second. The two nearly came to blows at the writers' annual conference. Su Su explained to Lu Bin and the others. It can't be that bad, right? Killing someone over something so trivial? Chen Fan, what do you think? Lu Bin scratched his head. He knew nothing about online novels or authors. Of course it's worth it. The daily exposure, traffic, and earnings for the top spot far exceed those of second place. Hey, handsome, never expected to see such a good-looking cop. Su Su greeted Chen Fan. Chen Fan instinctively took 2 steps back. The overpowering scent of perfume on Su Su made him feel a bit choked up. No idea. No thoughts. We'll talk about it back at the station. Before Chen Fan could say another word, Shen Qian had already dragged him away. Damn it. Is he really that handsome? I don't see it. He seems pretty average to me, and so annoying. Why are all these women asking about him one after another? Tianhai City Public Security Bureau. The autopsy results are in. The cause of death wasn't asphyxiation, but chronic poisoning. Significant levels of palladium were detected in the victim's system. The ligature marks below the neck were likely caused when the restraints were applied. The coroner's report is in too. Just as I thought. It wasn't suicide. Could the killer really be that cilantro-loving person the agent mentioned? Shen Qian asked Chen Fan. Hard to say. Chronic poisoning suggests the killer must have been someone close to the victim. Let's go. We should meet that cilantro-loving person the agent mentioned first. Chen Fan shook his head and stood up. You suspect that Lu Banuo is a suspect? Shen Qian inquired. She didn't care much for that agent, so naturally she was reluctant to believe her claims about the killer. Hard to say. Until the case is solved, anyone who had contact with the victim remains a suspect. At least for now, Lu Banu appears to be the prime suspect. Perhaps he knows something we don't. Chen Fan said slowly. When the two arrived at Lu Banu's studio, they were stopped at the front desk. Do you have an appointment? Mr. Lu is currently working on a project and cannot receive visitors without prior arrangement. The receptionist addressed Chen Fan and his companion. We're police officers. We need to speak with Mr. Lu about some matters. Chen Fan produced his police ID. Ever since Chen Fan became a consulting expert for Tianhai City's Criminal Investigation Division, he had obtained his own police credentials. Now, when investigating cases, he no longer needed to rely on Shen Qian to borrow her authority. All right, please wait a moment. I'll go inform Mr. Lu. Upon hearing they were police, the front desk attendant promptly escorted Chen Fan and his team to a conference room. Looks like Lu Banu's business operations are far superior to the top-ranked firm. She's even established her own studio. All those cases we saw earlier were successful copyright operations. Chen Fan remarked to Shen Qian. Then there seems to be no reason for this. With a company this big, there's no need for them to do something like that, right? Shen Qian said doubtfully. Yeah, let's talk about it later. When I came in earlier, I saw a photo. It looked like it was taken at some award ceremony. The deceased was in that photo. Chen Fan pointed outside. Hello, I'm Lu Banu. What can I do for you? Before Shen Qian could say anything, a middle-aged man pushed open the door and walked in. Only then did Chen Fan realize that the person in the photo with the deceased was Lu Banu. But judging by how close they looked, it didn't seem like the deep-seated hatred the agent had described. Hello, Chen Fan. There's been a homicide. The victim is Wang Taizhu. You must know him, right? Chen Fan inquired. I know him. Lu Banu sat down across from Chen Fan, her expression unreadable. He's dead. Found dead in his own home. You don't seem surprised at all. Did you know he was going to die? Or do you know something? Chen Fan spoke slowly, meeting Lu Banu's gaze. People die eventually. I know nothing. You two should leave. I need to get back to writing. I just thought of a really good plot twist. Lu Banu said expressionlessly. 3 days ago, on June 30th, where were you? Chen Fan asked Lu Banu. Chapter 101, The Missing Person. At home writing a book. Lu Banu replied without hesitation. Is there anyone who can verify that? Chen Fan pressed further. I live alone and write alone. What kind of proof do you need? Do you expect me to have someone watch me every time I'm home alone? Lu Banu's expression finally shifted slightly. Does Mr. Lu write at home every day? Chen Fan noticed a detail. Not necessarily. Sometimes at home, sometimes here. We need inspiration for our work. Lu Banu explained. Then why was Mr. Lu so certain he was at home just now? Chen Fan asked bluntly. Well, I just happened to remember. Lu Banu stammered. He instinctively wiped the sweat from his forehead. Looking at the photos just now, Mr. Lu and Mr. Wang seemed to be very close friends? Chen Fan's lips curled slightly as he pressed further. Yes, they were. Oh, no, we were very good friends. Lu Banu quickly corrected himself. They? Chen Fan and Shen Qian exchanged glances. Both saw the surprise in each other's eyes. Ring ring. Just then, Shen Qian's phone rang. She picked it up to see it was Lu Bin calling. Shen Qian, our forensic team just discovered a crucial clue at the scene. We found several fingerprints on the outer window frame of the victim's bedroom likely left by the killer. We ran them through the database but found no matches. At least we can confirm they don't belong to the victim. We're arranging for personnel to collect and compare samples from Su Su and the surrounding neighbors. Lu Bin rattled off the latest developments from the police station to Shen Qian and the others. Got it. Got it. It's good we have a lead on the killer. Shen Qian deliberately spoke loudly before hanging up. Sure enough. Upon hearing Shen Qian mention a lead on the killer, Lu Banu's eyelid twitched violently. In that case, we'll head back for now. If Mr. Lu has any thoughts, feel free to share them anytime. Chen Fan glanced at Shen Qian and stood up to take his leave. That Lu Banu is suspicious. I suspect she knows something. As soon as they stepped out of the office building, Shen Qian couldn't wait to say to Chen Fan. Yeah, I just find it a bit odd. That photo just feels off somehow. But I can't quite put my finger on it. Chen Fan frowned and thought. Off? Come to think of it, this Lu Banu is clearly not young anymore, but she looks almost exactly the same as she did years ago, huh? When we came out earlier, I glanced at the photo you mentioned. The boy in it still looks very immature, but the deceased, though not that old now, already looks quite greasy. Writers like him rarely go out or exercise, so their bodies get really out of shape. Lu Banu, on the other hand, takes good care of himself. Shen Qian said to Chen Fan while driving. What did you say? Right. So that's the key point. Hearing Shen Qian's words, Chen Fan felt a sudden flash of realization and slapped his thigh hard. The puzzle that had eluded him moments ago suddenly clicked into place. What are you doing? If you're gonna slap someone, slap your own leg. Why hit me? Shen Qian was utterly speechless. She was driving just now when Chen Fan suddenly slapped her thigh. A palm-shaped mark instantly appeared on her pale, smooth thigh. Luckily, the light was red at that moment, otherwise, Shen Qian might have floored it and sped off. We're going back right now. That person wasn't Lu Banu at all. Chen Fan said to Shen Qian. Inside the office building. When Chen Fan and Shen Qian finally reached the top of the stairs, panting heavily, they found the studio door which had been open moments ago now tightly shut. From the outside, it looked completely empty. What's going on? Wasn't he still working just a moment ago? Shen Qian pressed the doorbell hard, panting heavily, but no one answered. When they arrived at the office building earlier, they'd been told the elevator was out of order, forcing them to climb 18 flights of stairs. Looks like they noticed something too. They must have bolted after we left. Contact team leader Lu immediately. Have them verify Lu Banu's actual residential address. We're heading over now. Chen Fan said to Shen Qian, sprinting back toward the stairwell. Hey, hey, hey! I'm your boss, okay? Can't you make a phone call? Shen Qian followed, utterly speechless. After obtaining Lu Banu's address, Chen Fan and Shen Qian became even more certain of her involvement in the crime. Among Lu Banu's numerous residences, the villa in the southern suburbs stood out conspicuously. Without a second thought, Chen Fan and Shen Qian drove straight there. When they arrived at Lu Banu's location, 2 luxury cars were parked outside, a Porsche 911 and a Rolls-Royce Ghost. 2 cars parked right outside, but they look pretty clean. Looks like Lu Banu isn't home herself. Chen Fan remarked as he looked at the 2 vehicles. Just as they were about to knock, a crash echoed from inside the villa. Immediately after, a shrill scream pierced the air. That's Lu Banu's voice. Chen Fan and Shen Qian recognized it instantly. Chen Fan leaped straight through the door. But when they entered the villa, it was completely empty. Chen Fan and Shen Qian searched the entire villa in disbelief, finding not a single soul. They were utterly dumbfounded. What's going on? Where is everyone? Chen Fan and Shen Qian stared in disbelief. There must be some secret passageway. Behind all the paintings, empty walls, isolated carpet sections, wardrobes, and any standalone objects. Check them all. Chen Fan suddenly realized. He hurriedly told Shen Qian about some locations where tunnel entrances were often concealed. The two quickly began searching the room. But just as they were searching, the roar of an engine suddenly echoed from outside. Chen Fan rushed outside. Just in time to see the Porsche 911 floor it and tear away. What are you standing around for? Hurry up and chase it. Shen Qian yelled at Chen Fan. Chase what? The Porsche 911? Are you kidding me? Chen Fan shot Shen Qian a look. But we can't just stand here watching. Shen Qian instantly deflated. No need. We already know who it is. Don't you find this smell familiar? Chen Fan asked Shen Qian. Is it perfume? That person is Wang Tieju's agent, Su Su. Shen Qian suddenly caught the scent of perfume too. Call for backup. Get someone to search the area. Check the surrounding surveillance too. Track that car and see where it went. Chen Fan said to Shen Qian. He headed toward the room. What else do you need to find? Wait, why am I the one making the call again? I'm the boss here, okay? Shen Qian pouted in displeasure. But she still dialed Lu Bin's number. After finishing the call, she saw Chen Fan entering the house and hurried after him. She discovered Chen Fan was still searching for the secret passageway and joined him in the hunt. Soon, beneath a section of carpet, they discovered an accessible entrance to the underground passage. Chapter 102, The Unexpected Old Man. I'll go check it out. You wait here. After saying this, Chen Fan turned on his phone's flashlight and descended the ladder. Shen Qian hesitated, worried about Chen Fan's safety, but followed him down. To their surprise, the passage resembled a maze, branching into numerous rooms, all of which were empty. After wandering around for a while, Chen Fan and Shen Qian finally found the exit. Outside, numerous police officers were bustling in and out, searching for something. Found it. It's here. The moment Chen Fan and Shen Qian stepped outside, they heard a loud shout. The next moment, Lu Bin pushed through the crowd and dashed inside. Whoa! What the hell is going on with you two? You're still alive. Lu Bin was on the verge of tears. Huh? How are you still alive? We just found a tunnel? Chen Fan was puzzled. Just found a tunnel? You two tell me, did you just make that call? Did you say someone went missing inside the villa? Then we came over, right? But we didn't find either of you inside the villa. And your cars were still parked right at the entrance. How scary is that? I thought the villa had swallowed you both whole. Lu Bin was on the verge of breaking down. They'd just arrived and sent someone inside, only to be told no one was there. Seeing Shen Qian's car still parked outside, Lu Bin felt a chill run down his spine. He'd stormed inside with his men, howling, but after searching high and low, they hadn't found anyone. When Chen Fan and the others had gone down earlier, the entrance to the tunnel had automatically closed. Lu Bin and the other officers hadn't paid much attention to the carpet that had been lifted. After searching the entire area, they still hadn't found anyone. Lu Bin's legs went weak. He feared Chen Fan and Shen Qian had encountered some danger. Fortunately, Chen Fan and the others emerged from the tunnel just in time. Otherwise, Lu Bin might have lost it. Did you find that car? Where did it go? Chen Fan asked Lu Bin. We're already investigating. But this area is pretty desolate, and there aren't many surveillance cameras. We haven't found any leads yet. Lu Bin replied to Chen Fan. Just as Chen Fan was about to speak, he looked up and saw the reflection of a villa in the distance. From this angle, it appeared to be the villa across from Wang Tiechue's residence. The villas were staggered in their placement, and from that vantage point, one could see directly into this area. I'll go take a look. Chen Fan said to Lu Bin and the others, walking toward the villa. Shen Qian was puzzled and followed him. When Chen Fan reached the front of the villa, he looked up at the second floor. The old man he had seen earlier was still sitting there. This time, however, the old man didn't draw the curtains. Instead, he said something to Chen Fan. Chen Fan froze. From the old man's mouth movements, Chen Fan could make out the words, I saw it. What are you looking at? Shen Qian also noticed the unusual situation. Let's go in and ask. Shen Qian, curious, followed suit. Hello, Chen Fan, did you see something? Chen Fan knocked on the door and asked the old man inside. Unexpectedly, the old man just stared at Chen Fan, his mouth opening slightly but no words coming out. What's wrong with him? Shen Qian asked curiously. He said, even if I did see something, what difference would it make? You can't hear me anyway. Chen Fan explained to Shen Qian. Hearing Chen Fan's words, the old man's expression changed instantly. Ahem. Sir, I do know how to read lips, but there's no need to insult me. Chen Fan sighed helplessly. From the old man's mouth movements just now, he could tell the old man had let out a curse. Lip reading? Shen Qian turned to look at Chen Fan in disbelief. I never expected Chen Fan to know about this. Can we go inside and talk? Chen Fan asked. The old man nodded. Chen Fan and Shen Qian followed him inside. The interior of the villa was remarkably simple, its decor and furnishings forming a stark contrast to the opulence of the villa across the way. The two followed him upstairs, where they discovered numerous telescopes and cameras. The entire room was plastered with photographs of various starry skies. The old man pointed to one telescope and gestured to Chen Fan. As Chen Fan leaned in to look, he noticed that the telescope was precisely aimed at Lu Banu's location. And through this high-powered telescope, everything was crystal clear. This old man has a voyeuristic streak. Shen Qian whispered to Chen Fan from the side. People who live in a place like this aren't ordinary folks. It's only natural they'd have some unusual hobbies. Chen Fan murmured. Unexpectedly, the old man glared at Chen Fan and Shen Qian, then pulled out a CD and handed it to Chen Fan. Is everything we want on there? Chen Fan asked, reading the old man's lips. The old man nodded. This. Now it was Chen Fan's turn to be stunned. And you're just mute, not deaf? Chen Fan looked at the old man's mouth movements, feeling a bit awkward. Clearly, the old man had overheard his earlier conversation with Shen Qian. Well, thank you then. We'll go back and take a look. Chen Fan took the disc and walked out with Shen Qian. Before leaving, Chen Fan noticed that the villa contained a large number of newspapers. Both new and old editions were present, with some papers clearly quite dated. He couldn't help but shake his head. In this age of information, who still reads newspapers? What a peculiar old man. Tianhai City Public Security Bureau. When Chen Fan and the others opened the video, everyone crowded around. The footage showed a continuous zoom in. As the image sharpened, two people could be seen arguing heatedly. One was Su Su, the other was Lu Banu. Next, Lu Banu attempted to attack Su Su, casually picking up a vase and hurling it at her. But Su Su dodged it. Both paused simultaneously. At this moment, Chen Fan and the others likely hear the commotion and rush in. Then both figures vanished. Not long after, they emerged again from outside the courtyard and slipped into the Porsche 911. What happened next, Chen Fan and the others already knew. Looks like Lu Banuo came straight here after leaving the company. And Su Su came straight over too. It looks like they're in cahoots. Shen Qian remarked from the side. Perhaps. But I feel like there's something off about this. Who exactly is this Lu Banu? And this old man, how is it such a coincidence that he's constantly keeping tabs on Lu Banu and Wang Taizhu? Could there be some kind of connection between them? Chen Fan frowned as he spoke. Chapter 103, The Man Behind the Scenes. A connection? Why do you say that? Shen Qian asked, puzzled. Based on the villa's location at the time, the old man's villa was directly opposite the victim's villa. And from that position, you could also see Lu Banu's villa. I checked the direction of the binoculars inside the house. They were all aimed at those two villas. If the old man merely had a voyeuristic fetish, this wouldn't be the case. Plus, the old man's villa didn't look like a place for normal living at all. I even suspect he was deliberately monitoring those two. Chen Fan voiced his conjecture. Listening to Chen Fan's analysis, everyone frowned thoughtfully. Logically speaking, it would be highly coincidental for a murder scene to be coincidentally recorded. Based on past investigative experience, people often sought to avoid harm and pursue benefit. Even eyewitnesses who saw the murderer commit the crime often choose not to come forward, prioritizing their own safety. But this old man just handed over the footage. Wait a minute. If that man had surveillance footage of this villa, he should have recorded the entire incident when Wang Tiechue was attacked. At that moment, Shen Qian suddenly realized. That makes sense. But he didn't give us that footage, he specifically gave us this one instead. It seems like he's trying to steer us towards something. Chen Fan nodded in agreement. Captain, the fingerprint match results are in. At that moment, an officer rushed in breathlessly. Who is it? Lu Bin quickly snatched the results. Lu Banu? Lu Bin blurted out. Captain, we found the lead on that Porsche 911. We just received a report of a crash on a highway. Both occupants are dead. At that moment, an officer walked in holding the phone. Dead? Lu Bin was startled. Chen Fan and Shen Qian exchanged glances, their brows furrowing involuntarily. This case was growing increasingly baffling. From the very beginning, after identifying the first suspect, he vanished without a trace. Just as they finally uncovered suspicious circumstances involving two individuals, both died in a car accident. It felt as though someone was orchestrating everything behind the scenes. Oh no! Something bad might happen to the old man too. Quick! At that moment, Chen Fan leaped to his feet and dashed out. The next moment, Lu Bin and the others snapped into action, rushing back to the villa in the southern suburbs in their police car. When Chen Fan and the others crashed through the gate and rushed inside, the old man had already hanged himself. Hurry! There's a pulse. Get him to the hospital immediately. Lu Bin and the others hurried off to the hospital with the patient. Chen Fan stayed behind. Are you okay? Shen Qian gently patted Chen Fan. I had my suspicions from the start, but one thing after another kept happening. It was suffocating. I think the real culprit must be this old man. Everything was orchestrated by this old man. Chen Fan said slowly. But there are still a few unresolved questions. One is that Lu Banu, maybe she's not the real Lu Banu at all. Who is she really? If he's impersonating someone, there should be some inconsistencies. Go check if this Lu Banu has any siblings or relatives. Second, the old man lives across from Wang Tiechue. It's clear he targeted Wang Tiechue first. I asked the neighborhood security guards, and according to them, Wang Tiechue bought his place here long ago and moved in ages ago. Lu Banu bought his place later. Word is they've had plenty of arguments. So I suspect the old man's interest in this Lu Banu likely developed later. Chen Fan mused aloud. He began pacing through the villa. Shen Qian wanted to say something, but she couldn't keep up with Chen Fan's train of thought. Seeing that he seemed lost in deep contemplation, she decided not to interrupt him. She stepped outside and dialed Lu Bin's number. Chen Fan walked alone through the villa. There were few signs of daily life throughout the entire villa. Only the kitchen contained basic household items. The refrigerator contained a fair amount of stock, but most of it was frozen food. This didn't seem like the lifestyle one would expect for someone of his age. Moreover, the old man couldn't speak, but his hearing was still intact. This suggested his condition was acquired, not congenital. Could someone have poisoned him? Chen Fan knew of certain drugs and methods that could permanently damage a person's vocal cords. Wait a minute. Chen Fan suddenly recalled something. If Wang Tiechue and Lu Banu had been on good terms before, but their relationship soured after Lu Banu switched partners. And Lu Banu was significantly older than Wang Tiechue. Could it be that the old man before him was the real Lu Banu? At this thought, cold sweat broke out on Chen Fan's back. He seemed to have pieced the entire incident together. But what exactly had transpired between these individuals? Chen Fan sighed, about to leave the bedroom, when he suddenly noticed the dust pattern on the floor looked different. It looked as though someone had crawled under the bed to retrieve something. Chen Fan climbed down and peered under the bed, where he found a hidden compartment. Following the dust trail, he opened the compartment and retrieved a box containing several photographs and a hard drive. The photos revealed Lu Banu. However, the woman in the photos appeared older than the Lu Banu he had met before. Chen Fan took the hard drive and photos and walked out. Let's go. Chen Fan said to Shen Qian. Where to? Did you find something? Shen Qian looked at the items in Chen Fan's hands. Let's go to the bureau. The truth should be all in here. Chen Fan showed Shen Qian the hard drive in his hand. Chapter 104, A Letter. Tianhai City Public Security Bureau. Chen Fan connected the hard drive he'd obtained from the old man to the computer. What they found inside left Chen Fan and his team somewhat stunned. The computer was filled entirely with manuscript files, spanning from over a decade ago up until 2 years prior. These seem to be Lu Banu's novels. Check the website, you can verify them there. Shen Qian said as she searched her phone for Lu Banu's previously published works online. There's a video file here. Chen Fan said as he opened a video file. The footage showed the very room where Wang Tiechue had been at the time. In the footage, Wang Tiechue appeared to have completely lost consciousness, left at the mercy of two people manipulating him. One was his agent, Su, and the other was none other than Lu Banu. They bound Wang Tiechue with ropes, then arranged him into an eerie pose before leaving. Just as we suspected. Just as we suspected, Su and Lu Banu are the killers. Lu Bin remarked from the side. With this video evidence, the case could be closed completely. Why didn't they draw the curtains when they committed the crime? If they'd drawn the curtains, wouldn't that have destroyed the evidence? A nearby officer asked in confusion. This is a detached villa neighborhood with hardly anyone around. Judging by the old man's place, he probably rarely leaves home either. So they probably didn't even know anyone lived across the way. That's why they weren't cautious. Chen Fan explained to the man. Besides that, there's another reason. Shen Qian interjected. In Wang Tiechue's novel, the manner of his death was identical. And it specifically mentioned that the curtains were pulled back beforehand, so it's impossible for them to be drawn. Since they wanted to recreate the scene from the book, they would naturally strive to replicate it as closely as possible. Shen Qian explained to the others. Since Shen Qian was the only one who had read Wang Tiechue's novel, she considered more possibilities than the others. That's certainly possible. There seems to be a document here without an author's name. Chen Fan opened the document as he looked at it. It's a letter. Chen Fan was a bit surprised. Captain. Lu Banu has a twin brother. The records just showed he left with his mother a long time ago. At that moment, an officer rushed in breathlessly. After Chen Fan had pieced together some clues, he'd asked the police station to look into it, and sure enough, they'd made a discovery. My hunch was right after all. Chen Fan glanced at the electronic letter and projected it onto the large screen. I am Lu Banu. I don't know who is reading this letter now. If you are a police officer, that's perfect. If you are not, please hand this hard drive over to the police. After all, it concerns this case. Over a decade ago, my parents divorced. I stayed with my father, while my brother went with my mother. My father was an alcoholic. My childhood was marked by poverty, pain, and exhaustion. My only solace came from online novels. Reading them, I imagined myself as the protagonist. That's how I embarked on my own path in online writing. But for 3 straight years, I didn't earn a single penny. Back then, I wasn't writing to make money, I just wanted to imagine myself as the protagonist in those stories. Then somehow, I went viral. That's when I met Iron Hammer. Coincidentally, his online name was No Cilantro, and I also dislike cilantro. At the author convention back then, we hit it off instantly. Even though he always ranked first, I was genuinely happy. But then my brother suddenly tracked me down. He'd been reading the novel and figured out from certain details that I was the author. He also knew I'd made money from it, so he came demanding a share. At first, I gave them money out of respect for my mother. But they only got worse, eventually teaming up with my agent to drug me and try to take everything I had. They also tried to exploit my relationship with Iron Hammer to swindle his money too. Fortunately, I wasn't meant to die yet. I had secretly stashed away a large sum of money. I bought the villa across from Iron Hammer, but they kept me under surveillance. I couldn't meet him openly, and after my identity was stolen, nothing I did carried any weight. Later, I contacted Iron Hammer through author comments, but the damage was done. I wanted revenge, but unexpectedly, Su had already made her move. By the time I realized, it was too late. This place is too remote, even if I called the police, they'd be gone by the time officers arrived. So I recorded everything. I wanted to see what they were really planning. I sabotaged both their cars. I knew they'd be desperate to escape. Death is the lightest punishment they deserve. And I have nothing left to hold me back in this world. The letter abruptly ended. It seems the real Lu Banuo was pulling the strings behind all this. That explains everything. Shen Qian remarked with deep emotion. This is a mess. They're all dead. Lubin hung up the phone helplessly. Just got a call from the hospital. The real Lu Banu had been revived, but he pulled out the tubes when no one was looking and died again. But thankfully, with this hard drive, we can finally close the case. Lubin muttered, speechless. Throughout the entire case, it felt like they'd been running around in circles, completely outmaneuvered by this Lu Banu. Just when they finally caught the killer, he went and killed himself. Let's go. I'll treat you to dinner. Now that I'm not a cop anymore, at least I won't have to write all those reports after closing a case. Shen Qian linked arms with Chen Fan and walked out. You're being so generous with the treat? You don't have some ulterior motive, do you? Chen Fan couldn't quite believe it. Why couldn't I be generous once? We've handled so many cases lately, it's time to take a break. I know a little place that serves amazing food. Shen Qian pulled Chen Fan out with eager anticipation. From the southern suburbs villa district to the bustling city center, the overwhelming sights of prosperity and noise made both Chen Fan and Shen Qian feel as if they'd stepped into another world. Even if I make a fortune someday, I'll never buy a villa. Isn't living in the city nice? Shen Qian playfully stuck out her tongue. Doesn't that mean I can save a huge chunk of money? Chen Fan teased. What's it got to do with you? Shen Qian shot Chen Fan a disapproving look. Fine, whatever. Then I'll buy a big villa for some other woman to live in. Chen Fan grinned. Go to hell, Chen Fan. Shen Qian was instantly furious. This Chen Fan, doesn't he know how to say something nice? Girls need to be sweet-talked. Watching Shen Qian waddle away like a duck, Chen Fan couldn't help but burst out laughing. Hearing his laughter, Shen Qian spun around in anger. Just as she was about to give him the finger, a motorcycle suddenly barreled straight toward her. Shen Qian scrambled out of the way, only to see the rider toss a black bag toward a trash bin in the square. Just as Shen Qian was about to explode in anger, she froze in her tracks. From the black bag rolled out a human head. Chapter 105, The Motorcycle Boy. Shanghai City's Seaside Road pedestrian street. Police tape was stretched around the trash bin. Oh my goodness. I'm begging you to, just stay home quietly. Don't go wandering around. Another one? After receiving Shen Qian's emergency call, Lubin felt like crying. He had finally realized it. Chen Fan and Shen Qian were a pair of living ancestors. Wherever they went, murders followed, and right in the heart of the city. What a nightmare. What the hell is going on? Lubin gritted his teeth as he demanded of Chen Fan. We really had nothing to do with it. This time, it was pure coincidence. A motorcycle just pulled up. Couldn't tell if it was a man or woman helmeted, wearing a black jacket. They dropped it and took off fast. That direction, we can check the surveillance footage. Chen Fan said to Lubin. Has the body been examined? What's the condition of the deceased? Lubin sighed, staring at the severed head on the ground, feeling a chill run down his spine. This was a bustling downtown area. In this age of instant information, it wouldn't take an hour for this to become a citywide sensation. The greater the impact of the case, the heavier the pressure on their criminal investigation division. This was going to be trouble. We've examined it. The victim is a young woman. Judging by the wounds, the body was dismembered after death. Chen Fan said slowly. Dismembered? How do you know it was dismembered? There's only a head left, isn't there? Lubin gasped in shock. The tool used to sever it must have been a saw or something similar. And they dumped the head in a busy downtown area, clearly trying to cause panic. If they wanted to cause panic and already severed the head, there must be other body parts out there. Notify all traffic police departments immediately. Keep a close watch on that motorcycle. Chen Fan explained. Why didn't you say so sooner? Lubin hurried off to make the calls and coordinate. But barely a moment later, Lubin rushed back over. Follow me quickly. They've caught the guy. Lubin exclaimed urgently to Chen Fan and the others. Tianhai City Public Security Bureau. When Chen Fan and the others followed Lubin over, they saw the man who had thrown the trash bag earlier locked up in a holding cell. What's going on? They caught him that easily? Lubin couldn't believe it. Captain, it's all thanks to our traffic police colleagues. They were checking for helmet compliance at the intersection. When they saw this guy driving recklessly and speeding, they decided to pull him over for questioning. The driver attempted to ram through the checkpoint but was blocked by the traffic police officer's vehicle. After receiving our report, they brought him straight over. A nearby officer remarked. Ha ha ha. That's what they call heaven's net is wide but never misses its mark. Who told him to throw things in the downtown area? Let's go. I'll interrogate him myself. Lubin grinned. Now that the culprit was caught, he wasn't afraid if the case blew up. It could even prove how quickly the Criminal Investigation Division solved the case. Misfortune may be the precursor to good fortune. Something doesn't feel right. Chen Fan stood outside the interrogation room, arms crossed, watching the people inside. What do you mean? Did we arrest the wrong person? Impossible. I remember clearly that's exactly how he was dressed at the time. Shen Qian asked curiously from the side. We probably didn't arrest the wrong person, but I suspect this individual might not be the killer. Chen Fan shook his head. Why? But he dumped the body. Shen Qian was utterly baffled. This person intended to dump the body in a busy district to maximize impact. And by discarding the head, he clearly wants people to know whose body he's dumping. For such a meticulous killer, it's absurd that he didn't plan his route when dumping the body and got caught by traffic police. Chen Fan shook his head. Look up. Confess honestly, how did you kill him? The moment Lubin entered, he slammed his hand on the table and barked at the young man. Ha? Kill someone? I didn't kill anyone. What murder? The young man froze in confusion upon hearing this. Heh, you're already here still trying to play dumb? The scene where you dumped the body, the route you took, we saw it all clearly on the surveillance footage. You still think you can wriggle out of this? Lubin burst out laughing. He'd seen countless criminals like this before. What do you mean, dumping the body? I don't know. I just went to the underground parking garage to pick up something and throw it in these places, like that person asked me to. The young man froze in place upon hearing Lubin's explanation. Go to the parking garage to pick up something and throw it? What are you talking about? Lubin couldn't help but freeze in surprise. It's true. I'm just a delivery guy. I got the order early this morning. They told me to toss some stuff, then paid me and even gave me this great gear. The young man now seemed to realize he'd been tricked. What exactly happened? Tell me the whole story in detail. Lubin sensed something was off, but he still pressed the issue, unwilling to let it go. After I picked up the order and delivered the goods today, the client saw I didn't have any other jobs lined up. He asked me to help him deliver something else and even let me ride his motorcycle. I've always dreamed of owning a motorcycle since I was a kid, but I couldn't afford one. Plus, he offered me a decent amount of money, so I agreed. He gave me a few locations and told me to just drop the packages off. Then halfway through, you guys pulled me over. The young man hurriedly recounted his recent ordeal. What did your client look like? Lubin asked urgently. Male, wearing a hat and mask. He said he had a cold, so I couldn't get a good look at his face. The young man recalled. Where exactly is this parking lot you mentioned? Lubin pressed further. By now, Lubin had also realized that a cunning killer seemed to be behind this. It's the parking lot at Shangshihouting. I tried to go in to deliver something, but the security guard wouldn't let me. Oh, right. They can vouch for me. The young man was on the verge of tears. He never imagined that his greed for a quick buck would drag him into a murder case. Where could he go to seek justice? Damn it. This man isn't the killer. Lubin emerged from the interrogation room and spat angrily. Brother Lu, it's not entirely fruitless. At least we know where the killer is. With security that tight, maybe they'll recognize him. And this motorcycle, it belongs to the killer too. We still have plenty of leads. Chen Fan said to Lubin. Sigh. I'm not talking about that. You guys don't know yet, do you? This guy tossed 4 or 5 bags along the way, all in crowded areas. The whole city of Tianhai is in an uproar now. Our chief has already been called to a meeting. Just wait and see, they'll definitely set a deadline to crack this case. You two better help out this time. If you hadn't been out wandering around, this murder wouldn't have happened. Lubin said to Chen Fan and Shen Qian. Chen Fan rolled his eyes. As if we were disaster magnets or something. Let's go check out the bodies first. Chen Fan shook his head and headed toward the forensic team. Chapter 106, The Online Streamer and the Top Donor. By the time Chen Fan and the others reached the forensic team, the pathologist had already pieced together the body fragments discovered so far. So far, they had recovered one head and numerous body fragments. Chen Fan approached the remains and examined them closely. Something's off. This doesn't seem to be a single body. Chen Fan frowned as he spoke. What? You mean the body here isn't from a single person? How did you figure that out? Shen Qian asked, somewhat startled. After all, what lay on the platform now were nothing but fragments of flesh and bone. The skull was clearly female, needless to say. Look at this part, it's a thick callus, and judging by the location, it should be the web between the thumb and index finger. And judging by this skull, it belongs to a young woman who wore makeup. Such a refined woman wouldn't be found in this position. Chen Fan analyzed. I'll have someone conduct DNA comparison analysis immediately. The identity of the other deceased is also under investigation. Shen Qian said as she walked away. After witnessing all this, Chen Fan sat down on a chair outside the forensic office and closed his eyes slightly. He needed to think carefully. The previous case in the southern suburban villa district had left Chen Fan with a helpless feeling of being led by the nose. It was precisely that passivity that had prevented him from averting the tragedy in time throughout the entire process. This time, Chen Fan resolved to slow down and steady his mind. Based on the clues gathered so far, someone had hired the motorcycle riding youth to dispose of the body. The boy claimed the person had given him something in the underground parking garage of that upscale residential complex. However, despite extensive searches conducted by the police at the location indicated by the boy, nothing had been found. Given the value of the motorcycle, it was highly probable that the individual was indeed in that residential complex at the time. The victims were a man and a woman, killed by dismemberment and then dumped. This goes beyond mere corpse disposal. It was hatred. Only a deep-seated hatred could drive someone to commit such acts. And deliberately dumping the bodies in a crowded area was meant to cause a sensation. Discarding the head was done to ensure no one could miss it. Which means this woman must have been fairly well known in some circles. Chen Fan slowly analyzed the situation. Now, in the bustling downtown area, it would quickly be uploaded online. Online? Short videos? Live streaming? Chen Fan's eyes snapped open. Just as he was about to sit up, his lips suddenly hit something, followed by his forehead colliding with something else. Ouch! Chen Fan grimaced in pain. Opening his eyes, he saw Shen Qian crouched on the floor, clutching her lips and head. What's going on? Did you just grope me? Chen Fan asked, still clutching his mouth. That soft touch just now, it was definitely lips. You. How dare you? You're the one who took advantage of this lady, and now you dare to play the victim? Shen Qian was instantly furious. Just moments ago, she had sought help to verify the DNA of another corpse, and the results had just come in. Moreover, the identity of the decapitated corpse had also been confirmed. Shen Qian couldn't wait to come tell Chen Fan the news. But as soon as she arrived, she saw Chen Fan sitting in his chair with his eyes closed. He seemed to be asleep. Shen Qian thought she'd play a little prank on him and quietly crept up to his face. To her surprise, Chen Fan suddenly snapped his eyes open. Not only did he open his eyes, but he also started to sit up. Caught off guard, Shen Qian was kissed squarely on the lips by Chen Fan, and then their heads collided. Truthfully, that brief moment of closeness was less a kiss and more of a mouth-to-mouth collision. Why did you suddenly come over? Chen Fan asked, rubbing his head. Here you go. We've identified the victim. Shen Qian handed Chen Fan a stack of documents. Chen Fan took a look. The deceased is Ren Jiaozhou. Online streamer, known by her online nickname Jiaozhou. She had 1.5 million followers and was fairly well known in Tianhai City, with a significant fan base here. We've infiltrated her fan group. According to posts there, she hasn't streamed for several days. The group is buzzing with speculation. Most fans think she overdid it offline and her body couldn't handle it, so she's taking a break. Many are also wondering why she disappeared after going out with her top donor last time. The other victim was a 28-year-old migrant worker. Coincidentally, this migrant worker had recently lost his ID card and came to apply for a replacement, during which his fingerprint and DNA information were recorded. The DNA collection was newly added. If he hadn't come in, there wouldn't be any records of him. Shen Qian explained to Chen Fan. So, this Ren Jiaozhou mysteriously vanished after meeting up with the top-ranked donor offline. This top-ranked fan is highly suspicious. He's very likely the one who dismembered the body. But the question is, why was the migrant worker's body mixed in with the others? The top-ranked fan, the online streamer, and the migrant worker, they don't seem to have much in common. Chen Fan frowned as he spoke. He had already figured out the female victim's identity earlier, but never expected the male victim to be completely unrelated. Yeah, team leader Lu and the others have already started investigating based on the victims' identities. I heard they've already checked all the surveillance footage from the upscale residential complex and haven't found any suspicious individuals. Plus, according to the security guards, they don't recall seeing anything unusual either. Shen Qian chimed in from the side. Does this Rinjiaojiao have a live streaming platform? Chen Fan pondered for a moment before asking. Are you planning to track down the identity of that top-spending fan? I heard Captain Lu and the others already went to request it from the platform company, but Captain Lu cursed up a storm, saying the platform needs a formal request letter from the police to protect user privacy. Plus it has to go through layer upon layer of approvals. Who knows when that'll ever get done? Shen Qian said with a hint of resignation. These companies are pretty exploitative, aren't they? Truth is, they've got plenty of internal issues they don't want the police meddling in. Let's start by investigating this top-ranked donor. Since he made a donation, his bank card should be linked to the account, which will lead us to his personal information. I'll give it a shot. But we'll handle it through our detective agency, no hassle for the police. Chen Fan said to Chen Qian with a smile. Chen Qian listened intently, her anticipation growing. She had witnessed Chen Fan's hacking skills before, but she'd also heard about the top-tier security measures of this acne-scarred live streaming platform, the most advanced in the country. She wondered if Chen Fan had any confidence in breaching it. Chapter 107, The Connection Between Them. Fuguay Private Detective Agency. Chen Fan was rapidly tapping away at his keyboard, while Shen Qian watched curiously with wide eyes. She couldn't help but feel that the Chen Fan before her was utterly mysterious. He was a top student at the police academy, yet he never received his diploma. Nearly all graduates from the academy joined the public security system, yet he alone was shut out. Though several years younger than her, his depth of knowledge made Chen Qian feel like she'd wasted years of her life. All right, done. Chen Fan clapped his hands. That's it? But it's pitch black in here. There's nothing here. Shen Qian was puzzled. Go to the printer, I've already printed out the data. All the account information for tips made in the last half-month is right here. Chen Fan gestured toward the printer, spitting out paper. Shen Qian took a look and sure enough saw numerous payment accounts listed. Are these donation amounts real? This is so exaggerated? Shen Qian stared at the donation figures, her jaw dropping in disbelief. Well, some are real, some are fake. Look closely at the last few digits of these accounts. If they're letters, they're from corporate accounts all managed by the operations team. To put it bluntly, they're shills. They guide real viewers to make donations. Look at this person, they've been at the top of the rankings for days straight, right up until the final day when the deceased stopped streaming. 3 consecutive days at number 1. This person is likely the so-called top donor. Many streamers privately contact top donors for certain services. It's an unspoken rule in the live streaming industry. Chen Fan spoke while searching through this person's account information. This is the top donor's real identity, Wang Tiniu. Wang Tiniu? Why does that name sound so familiar? Chen Fan froze. Typically, the top spender on the leaderboard is someone with a bit of spare cash. Such individuals rarely have names this down to earth. This man is the deceased male. Shen Qian suddenly realized. The top donor is a migrant worker? Are you sure about that? Let me check his transaction records. Chen Fan couldn't quite believe it and hurriedly began searching. But the results left Chen Fan utterly stunned. Based on the data Chen Fan had retrieved so far, this migrant worker brother had been tipping Rinjiaojiao hundreds to thousands of yuan almost every single day. He's just a migrant worker, where did he get all that money? Shen Qian was utterly shocked. She had looked into it before. Typical migrant workers earned between 200 to 300 yuan a day at most, and 400 to 500 at best. But he certainly wouldn't be spending like this. Ring. Just then, Chen Fan's phone rang. He picked it up to see it was Lu Bin calling. Captain Lu, any new discoveries? Chen Fan asked. We just located the male victim's address, it's in a rental unit. While we were still there, several people came looking for the deceased to collect money. From what we understand, they're all from private lending companies, what you'd call loan sharks. The deceased borrowed over 100,000 yuan in high-interest loans, but with compound interest, the debt has now ballooned to over 1 million yuan. Lu Bin relayed the details to Chen Fan over the phone. Captain Lu, we've also uncovered some information. That top-ranked donor from before? That was this male victim. He gave the female victim, Ren Jiaojiao, a lot of money as gifts, which was likely all borrowed through high-interest loans. Chen Fan told Lu Bin. Wang Tiniu was the top donor? Are you sure about that? So that's how they were connected. Lu Bin suddenly understood. What had puzzled them all along was how two seemingly unrelated individuals could be connected through a live streaming platform. Right. I now suspect the killer is likely deeply connected to Ren Jiaojiao. The other one is the remaining body. I believe the killer already knows about the arrest. If I were the killer, I'd find a way to dispose of the remaining body as soon as possible. 2 bodies weigh at least 200 pounds combined. The one dumped so far is less than 50 pounds. The remaining ones are the real hassle to dispose of. Therefore, I recommend launching an immediate citywide search, focusing on locations like trash bins. Chen Fan said to Lu Bin. Understood. I'll make arrangements immediately. Lu Bin hurriedly hung up the phone. If the killer intends to dispose of the body, now that the police are aware, would they still use that method? Wouldn't it be easier for him to transport the body outside the city? Shen Qian was puzzled. No. From the very beginning, the killer's goal in dumping the body wasn't to dispose of it, but to cause a sensation. Now that the police have discovered it, the killer's goal is to escalate the situation further. I even suspect that the person caught dumping the body was part of the killer's plan. He wanted police involvement to blow the whole thing out of proportion. Didn't you notice the locations where the bodies were dumped? They're all bustling downtown areas. Traffic cops are everywhere. Once that head was tossed out, escaping was practically impossible. Chen Fan said to Shen Qian. Now that you mention it, you're absolutely right. But this guy is way too cunning. He's seriously underestimating us cops. You absolutely have to find a way to catch him. This time, it's all on you. Shen Qian patted Chen Fan on the shoulder. Over time, Shen Qian's mindset had completely shifted. She had once thought about comparing her skills and abilities with Chen Fan, but later realized it was pointless. Talent is innate. It was impossible to compensate for it through hard work. Why not just be Chen Fan's loyal sidekick? As his boss, she could focus on taking care of him, letting him concentrate solely on solving cases and making money. Wasn't that the simplest solution? Listening to Shen Qian's words, Chen Fan rolled his eyes. Like any case doesn't depend on me? Let's go. Let's grab a bite first, then stake out the place. If I were the killer, I'd definitely strike at night. Chen Fan stood up. Stake out? Where are we staking out? Shen Qian was full of questions. The luxury residential complex. My analysis is that the killer is almost certainly inside there. Chen Fan said to Shen Qian. 11 p.m. Look, another Bentley. That's the 11th one already. If I'd known there were this many luxury cars here, why bother going to the auto show? Shen Qian exclaimed in astonishment. At that moment, she and Chen Fan were crouched inside their car, waiting. To avoid arousing suspicion, they had parked early, deliberately exited the vehicle, and then quietly slipped back inside. Chen Fan? Damn it. We agreed you'd keep watch, and you're asleep. Shen Qian whipped her head around and saw Chen Fan had actually fallen asleep. She was instantly furious. People in this upscale neighborhood have pretty active nightlife. The killer wouldn't be out at this hour. So if he's going to make his move, it'll be in the wee hours. I'm going to catch some sleep. You keep watch. After saying this, Chen Fan rolled over and fell back asleep. Shen Qian gritted her teeth in frustration, but there was nothing she could do. By 2 a.m, the security booth was deserted. Under cover of darkness, a black Mercedes-Benz pulled out of the residential complex. Chapter 108, Luring the Snake Out of Its Hole. He's out. Shen Qian's alertness sharpened. She was about to chase after it in her car when Chen Fan stopped her. Hold on. He's bound to be on high alert now, and there are no other cars around. If we start our engines and follow, we'll definitely tip him off. Wait a bit before following. Chen Fan cautioned Shen Qian. But what if he drives away? If he takes the highway out to the suburbs, our car won't be able to keep up at all. Shen Qian grew anxious. He won't. Didn't I tell you before? This guy dumped the body, so it must still be in the city center. Think about it, the police are conducting a full-scale manhunt right now, and everyone in Tianhai City is closely following this case. If another body part is discovered in plain sight tomorrow morning, the impact will be enormous. And the fact that Captain Lu and his team searched all day without finding the body means the rest of the remains must still be with the killer. Chen Fan spoke slowly. But how can we catch him if we don't follow? Shen Qian understood Chen Fan's reasoning, but she still felt anxious. Don't worry, he won't get away. Take the right turn at the intersection and head straight for Tiandi Square. Then ram him. Go! Seeing the moment was right, Chen Fan instructed Shen Qian. Without pausing to think, Shen Qian followed his instructions and headed in that direction. Sure enough, moments later, she spotted the Mercedes from earlier driving toward her. Shen Qian slammed the gas pedal, cutting across the solid line to make the turn, colliding head-on with the Mercedes. What the hell? How can two cars collide on such a wide road? Looking for trouble? A young man dressed head to toe in designer labels emerged from the Mercedes, clutching his head. He shouted angrily at Shen Qian and her group. Sorry, I was looking down to grab something and didn't notice. Shen Qian also got out, clutching her head. A female driver? What a pain. Be more careful next time. The young man watched Shen Qian exit the driver's seat, muttered under his breath, then got into his car to leave. Hey. Sorry about that, my wife doesn't know how to drive. Don't worry, we'll take full responsibility. We'll call the police right now. Seeing the man trying to escape, Chen Fan quickly got out and blocked his path. No need. You don't have to fix it. Let's just leave it at that. I've got things to do, so I'll be heading out now. The young man, hearing Chen Fan mention calling the police, hastily declined. No, no. This is a Mercedes-Benz, and it's been wrecked like this. If we don't fix it now, you could accuse us of hit and run later, and that'd be trouble. We could end up in jail. Chen Fan quickly explained to the man. Don't worry, I absolutely won't report this as a hit and run to the highway police. I'm serious, let go. Seeing Shen Qian pull out her phone, the young man pushed Chen Fan aside without a second thought, jumped into the car, and sped off. It's over. He got away. What are we going to do? Captain Lu and the others aren't answering their phones. Shen Qian exclaimed anxiously. Escaped? Where could he possibly go? Just you wait. Chen Fan grinned. Sure enough. Who would have thought this car would actually turn around and come back? And right behind it were several police cars. Before long, they had the car surrounded on the road. Police! Get out! Put your hands on your head and get down. It was Lu Bin and his team who arrived. The young man was quickly pinned to the ground. What the hell is going on here? Captain Lu, how did you suddenly show up here? Shen Qian asked in astonishment. I notified you. I told them earlier to lie in wait nearby. Chen Fan said with a smile. But why didn't you have them arrest him right at the community gate? Shen Qian was a bit puzzled. Didn't you notice that the complex is all high-rise buildings? The killer might be observing the outside through the windows. If Captain Lu and his team showed up with so many vehicles all at once, the killer would likely notice and wouldn't leave the complex easily. We can't exactly search every single apartment. This tactic is called luring the snake out of its hole. During the crash, Captain Lu and I were sharing our location. While we were stalling, they'd already blocked off several surrounding streets. So unless this person never got out of the car after the crash and drove straight away, there's a chance they could escape. The moment he got out of the car, his fate was sealed. Chen Fan explained to Shen Qian. Captain. Body found in the trunk. A startled cry came from an officer nearby. Chen Fan and the others rushed over. Inside the trunk of the Mercedes-Benz, they discovered bag after bag containing bodies. Faced with undeniable evidence, the young man wet himself. Take him back. Lu Bin waved his hand, signaling the officers to take the suspect back. Chen Fan, you're incredible. How did you know this killer would definitely come out tonight to dump the bodies? Lu Bin grinned widely as he leaned in. All I can say is, if I were the killer, that's what I'd do. It's only right to seize this moment and expand our influence as much as possible. But he was still a bit too eager. Actually, expanding influence doesn't necessarily have to be done all at once. It requires a balance of tension and relaxation. Waiting until the police investigation enters a period of fatigue before bringing it up would actually generate the greatest impact at that time. Chen Fan said with a smile. You're a real monster. Good thing you're on our side. Lu Bin's lips twitched slightly as he listened to Chen Fan's words. My analysis is that this young man is highly likely connected to the female victim. During the interrogation, you can approach it from this angle. Chen Fan paused for a moment before offering the reminder to Lu Bin. What's up? Aren't you guys going? Come on, let's go to the interrogation together. Oh, and I'll give you the reward money. Lu Bin dragged Chen Fan and the others to the police station. Half an hour later, Lu Bin couldn't help but feel relieved he dragged Chen Fan and the others along. After being brought in, the young man had managed to make a call using his ring when the police weren't paying attention. After that, he refused to say another word. What nonsense! Why wasn't he searched? Lu Bin demanded angrily at the officers. We did search him. We confiscated all phones and such. We never imagined that Ring could make calls. One officer said with a hint of grievance. Who the hell could have guessed the Ring had a phone function? Enough! This isn't the time for excuses. What did they say on the call just now? Lu Bin demanded. They said something about being arrested, then just kept mumbling aha without saying much else. The officer pondered for a moment before replying. Brother Lu, is everything okay now? We'll head back now. Chen Fan and Shen Qian approached. Hold on. Something else happened. Lu Bin briefly recounted what had just happened. Looks like he called his family. His family is probably trying to arrange a rescue right now. This guy's loaded driving a Mercedes worth over 1 million yuan at such a young age. Brother Lu, you guys better hurry up with the interrogation. Chen Fan said with a laugh. Oomph. We caught him red-handed with the evidence the body was found in his trunk. What else could happen? Lu Bin said coldly. Ring ring. At that moment, Lu Bin's phone rang. Chapter 109, he did it on purpose. He picked it up to see it was Shen Dahai calling. Lu Bin helplessly showed the phone to Chen Fan and Shen Qian. Give it to me. Shen Qian snatched it away and answered. Hey, Dad. You're not going to plead for the killer, are you? As soon as she answered, Shen Qian cut straight to the chase. Qian? What are you doing at the station this late at night? Shen Dahai sounded puzzled on the other end. What do you mean? While you, the big chief, are sleeping, we're helping Captain Lu crack the case. Shen Qian rolled her eyes. Who said I was sleeping? Besides, even if we are helping, it's Chen Fan doing all the work. You're just the driver. Shen Dahai retorted. You. Shen Dahuai's words infuriated Shen Qian. And she couldn't even argue back. Ahem, director, what's going on? Lu Bin, seeing the tension, quickly snatched the phone away. A city leader just called me. They wanted to plead for this young man, but I refused. Still, they're going to keep escalating this and request a psychiatric evaluation. You don't have much time, probably only an hour. If we can get the killer to talk, I'll push through the pressure and make it happen. But if they're all prepared, we'll be at a disadvantage. Understand? Shen Dahai said to Lu Bin. Understood. Rest assured, Commissioner. Lu Bin nodded. He finally understood why the young man had remained silent. His goal was to buy time. At this very moment, his parents must be making arrangements outside. By the time they arrived at the police station, everything would likely be set. By the time interrogation commenced then, they would likely be at a disadvantage. Chen Fan, I recall you mentioned having an approach for interrogations? Help me out here. Time is extremely tight now. We need your help to get him to talk. Lu Bin hung up the phone and turned to Chen Fan. I'll give it a shot. Chen Fan nodded. But whatever I say next, don't get emotional. To get him to talk, we need to break him down first. Earlier, when Shen Dahai had called, Chen Fan had overheard the conversation. This young man was clearly a spoiled rich kid. Killing someone, dismembering the body, and trying to make a splash, it was just too heinous. To put it bluntly, this man was scum. If his family uses their connections and influence to get him off this time, he'll likely continue to prey on society. He must face justice. Inside the interrogation room at that moment, the young man sat there, gradually calming down after finishing his call with his mother. His mother had assured him that as long as he remained silent, they would arrange things on the outside and find a way to get him out. He'd heard before about people getting psychiatric evaluations and hiring top-tier lawyers to secure their release. What a thrill! If he'd known it would turn out like this, he might as well have gone to dump the body himself from the start. That would have been even more satisfying. The young man licked his lips. 2 hours. Just hold out for 2 hours, my mom will be here. Then I'll see what you cops can do about it. Just as the young man was thinking this, he saw someone push open the door and walk in. Oomph. The young man looked up and saw it was the same man who had just gotten out of the car. And this man seemed to be a cop, specifically setting a trap to arrest him. Don't be nervous. I'm not a cop. I'm just curious and wanted to take a look around. Chen Fan grinned and sat down in front of the young man. You're not a cop? The young man looked visibly taken aback. Yeah, I just heard you're Rin Jiejiao's boyfriend, so I came to check things out. Hat, come to think of it, I've actually made you wear the green hat before. Chen Fan said with a laugh. What did you say? Hearing Chen Fan's words, the young man shot to his feet. Not only the young man, but even Lu Bin and the others outside the interrogation room were left speechless. Boyfriend? Cuckolded? Chen Fan's words were bound to get him beaten up when he got home. Lu Bin and the others all turned to look at Shen Qian. Why are you looking at me? He's clearly just trying to provoke us. Shen Qian flushed red as she shot Lu Bin and the others a look, utterly speechless. Inside the interrogation room, Chen Fan observed the young man's reaction and smiled faintly. I mean, your girlfriend has a really great figure. She knows a lot of positions too. I only tipped a few hundred yuan and became the top spender. Then she saw my photo and came out right away. She even paid for the hotel room herself. She said her boyfriend couldn't satisfy her. I never thought you'd be so useless. Chen Fan chuckled. You're talking nonsense. You must be lying to me. This is absolutely impossible. The young man trembled as he pointed at Chen Fan. I'm talking nonsense? I remember there was a butterfly tattoo near the base of her thigh, right? Chen Fan recalled the corpse from that time. You. I'll kill you. The young man instantly lost his mind and lunged at Chen Fan. Oh no. Quick, go inside and help. Lu Bin and the others outside witnessed the scene and hurriedly called for reinforcements to enter, but Shen Qian stopped them. Don't rush. He's doing this on purpose. If it really came to blows, that guy wouldn't stand a chance. Shen Qian addressed Lu Bin and the others. Shen Qian knew Chen Fan's martial arts skills all too well. Her own skills were already formidable, yet in front of Chen Fan, she was utterly powerless to fight back. As for that young man inside, forget about Chen Fan. Even if she were in there, she wouldn't stand a chance. Yet now Chen Fan was pinned to the ground by that man. It was clearly intentional on Chen Fan's part. You want to kill me? With you? Though pinned beneath the young man, Chen Fan spoke with utter contempt. With me? What's the matter? Didn't I smash that migrant worker to death with a single hammer blow? That got dismembered by me too. Mark my words, once I get out, you better watch your back. I'll make sure to kill you. Then I'll saw your corpse into pieces and scatter them across every corner of this city. The young man sneered at Chen Fan. You killed those two? That's impossible. You'd dare kill someone? Chen Fan's face was filled with fear. Scared now? I lured them to my place. Just a little bit of drugs was enough to knock them out, then I could finish them off. Just wait. The young man seemed lost in thought. You mean that upscale neighborhood where you live? That's impossible. Killing someone makes noise, spills blood, it'll be discovered. How could you possibly pull it off? Chen Fan asked in disbelief. You poor bastard. Who says you can only buy a ground floor apartment? I disposed of the body on the top floor. No one would ever find out. The young man sneered contemptuously at Chen Fan. Chapter 110, thanks to Chen Fan. Oh, I see. Well, thanks a lot then. Chen Fan shrugged, then grabbed the man's arm to help him up from the floor. You. The young man was held like a little chick in Chen Fan's grip, his face now full of mockery. Recalling how he'd blurted out everything just now, panic instantly seized him. I didn't say anything just now. You have no proof. The young man spoke to Chen Fan with a hint of guilt. Captain Liu, did you record the video and audio from the interrogation room just now? Chen Fan turned to ask outside. Everything was recorded. You admitted it yourself. There's nothing we can do about it now. Lubin smiled as he pushed open the door and walked in. Seeing Lubin enter, the young man's cold sweat instantly began to pour down. It's over. I've fallen for it. He'd just spilled everything. What am I going to do now? I was just making things up. You have no proof. I have no idea who put those things in the car. Someone framed me. The young man forced himself to speak. No evidence? Your place must still be untouched, right? Once we search your home, the fingerprints and the dismembered body will form an ironclad chain of evidence. Chen Fan smiled faintly. Hearing this, the young man visibly relaxed. But Chen Fan caught him. What's going on? Could it be that the property isn't his? That his information can't be traced? But the property management should have seen it too. Captain Liu, deploy the drone to inspect the rooftop of that residential complex. Look for open areas without enclosures, large tools, and especially bloodstains. Chen Fan considered for a moment before instructing Lu Bin. Hearing Chen Fan's words, the young man's face instantly drained of color. That property wasn't registered under his name, nor under any member of his family. His family had been preparing to emigrate overseas, cashing out their assets abroad for years. Domestic information was practically non-existent. But he never imagined Chen Fan would use this tactic to track them down. Others might not know, but he was well aware. Last night, in an effort to break down the body into smaller pieces, they had worked late into the night and hadn't had time to clean up the scene. From the outside, it was clearly visible. This was the end of it. If you reveal the address now, it'll count as voluntary confession. You might get a reduced sentence. You might even avoid the death penalty. And if you voluntarily provide all the details of the crime, I can petition Captain Liu to count it as a voluntary surrender. Then everything will be handled leniently. You'll only serve a few years at most. At that moment, Chen Fan stepped forward, patted the young man on the shoulder, and said. Hearing Chen Fan's words, Lu Bin's mouth twitched. This guy killed 2 people, dismembered the bodies, and disposed of them. The nature of the crime was exceptionally heinous. Even if he turned himself in, the death penalty was inevitable. Chen Fan's words were truly not to be trusted. Really? You're not lying to me? The young man clung to Chen Fan's words like a lifeline, grabbing his arm urgently. Absolutely. I'm an honest man. Right, Captain Liu? Chen Fan's lips curled slightly as he turned to ask Lu Bin. After their recent exchanges, it was clear this young man was impulsive, quick to anger, inexperienced in the ways of the world, and lacking in guile. Such a person was perfect for a mix of intimidation and manipulation. Then I'll tell you everything. The young man immediately backed down. In this world, no one wants to die. Given even the slightest chance, they would fight for it with everything they had. And this desperate clinging to life often clouds even the most basic judgment. Before long, the young man confessed to every detail of the crime. Chen Fan emerged from the interrogation room. How did you know that Ren Jiaojiu was his girlfriend? Shen Qian asked Chen Fan the moment he stepped out. It was precisely this point that triggered the young man, sending him into a rage and leading to all the subsequent events. Do you remember the transfer record for that payment? There was a name listed in it. When I intercepted that person's car, I also found a slip with that name on it. And in that person's car, I saw an ornament. The woman depicted on it seemed to be the female victim. Combined with the resentment I'd previously analyzed, that's why I decided to test it out. Chen Fan said with a smile. I did notice that pendant, but I couldn't make out anything clearly. Your eyesight is incredible. Shen Qian sounded a bit discouraged. It wasn't about eyesight, it was about looking with purpose. When I climbed into the car to stop that person, it was precisely to gather as much information as possible. Boss, you've still got a lot to learn. Chen Fan grinned widely. I don't need to learn anything. Having you around is enough. I am your boss, after all. Shen Qian smiled, pursing her lips. Where's my son? What right do you have to arrest people like this? We have lawyers. You need to give us an explanation. Just then, a heavy-set woman stormed in, wailing loudly. Two men in suits followed behind her. No idea. He's inside. Come on, let's grab a late-night snack and then head home to sleep. Chen Fan said with a smile. Won't there be trouble? They came with a lawyer. What if they claim that young man is mentally unstable? What about the things he said earlier? That might be tricky too, right? Shen Qian asked Chen Fan hesitantly. These days, money can get you any professional lawyer you want. And those lawyers only care about the money, they don't give a damn about anything else. With enough money, they could even find ways to overturn a murderer's conviction. Don't worry. The young man's statement has been completed. He's accounted for the entire process, and the police have already gone to the dismemberment site. Both witness testimony and physical evidence are in place. More importantly, this young man previously bribed someone to dispose of the body. This proves he possesses the capacity for moral judgment and cannot possibly be deemed mentally ill. If we use this point in our defense before the judge, the opposing side stands no chance. If cases like this get overturned, then the very existence of the police becomes meaningless. Honestly, if he hadn't hired someone to dispose of the body or even brazenly carried it out onto the street himself, this case would be far from straightforward. Chen Fan explained. That's true. Without the capacity for action and discernment, he wouldn't have thought to hire someone to dispose of the body. And he certainly wouldn't have thought to dismember the body either. He brought this upon himself. Shen Qian nodded. Oh my, you're so naive. The police are all lying to you. Why did you have to say that? What do we do now? Sure enough, the wailing of a middle-aged woman echoed through the police station. Chapter 111, Special Operations Unit. You two useless pieces of trash. I gave each of you $1 million. Get your asses moving and figure something out. The middle-aged woman yelled at the two lawyers. Ma'am, now that he's confessed everything, there's nothing we can do. Besides, you never mentioned he hired someone to dump the body or that there was dismemberment involved. This is completely indefensible. Perhaps you should seek other counsel. Hey you two. Chaos erupted inside the police station. The chief's office. Is it hanging or not? Look at Chen Fan. Just think about how much you owe him. If Chen Fan hadn't acted on the spot and quickly subdued that guy, we'd be in real trouble this time. Shen Dahai said to Lu Bin, still feeling the lingering fear. Director, did a lot of people come looking for you this time? Lu Bin inquired. More than just a lot. They're all from higher up. Otherwise, I wouldn't have had to get up in the middle of the night to call you guys. Shen Dahai replied. So now, what's the higher up saying? We haven't offended anyone, have we? Lu Bin asked with some concern. Offend? Do you know why those leaders called me just now? They were all praising your criminal investigation division for your swift case-solving speed and strong capabilities. You found absolute evidence and broke through this suspect before they could find any backers. Otherwise, they'd have a tough time handling it. Do you really think those higher-ups would want to get involved in something like this? If something really went wrong, it would be a stain on their record. So in this case, releasing him is out of the question, but not releasing him makes things difficult. The only way to break the deadlock is to nail this case shut before they even start moving. This current situation is perfect. No one can find fault with us. Besides, murder demands justice under the law and no one is above it. Shen Dahai declared with righteous indignation. By that logic, we really should thank Chen Fan. If we'd relied solely on our standard interrogation methods, we probably wouldn't have apprehended that person so quickly. But we've already paid the bonus. Lu Bin said, rubbing his chin. That's not enough. Earlier, Old Gong specifically called to inquire about Chen Fan's recent situation. He was very satisfied with the arrangements we made for Chen Fan and even more pleased with his recent performance. He mentioned that if Chen Fan and his team continue handling those cases, Tianhai City should provide full cooperation. Shen Dahai frowned as he spoke. Director, if I may be blunt, if it weren't for all these cases keeping him busy lately, Chen Fan would have been transferred to the provincial bureau long ago. Otherwise, how could he possibly be so comfortably stationed here? Thankfully we got those files from Old Gong last time. I have an idea. Since these files are registered with the provincial bureau, meaning they're internal to our public security system, there's no issue with us getting involved. Why not establish a dedicated task force? I'll serve as team leader, with Chen Fan as deputy. After all, he's currently our criminal investigation division's advisor. It's perfectly legitimate. With Chen Fan on board, Shen Qian will surely follow. Adding 2 top-tier criminal investigators to our resources gives us absolute confidence in solving those cold cases. This way, not only will our Tianhai City Criminal Investigation Division benefit, but Chen Fan and Shen Qian will also have more opportunities to interact during the process, potentially creating a legendary story of a detective couple. Lu Bin slapped his thigh as he addressed Shen Dahai. Shen Dahai found Lu Bin's first half of the argument somewhat plausible, but the last bit about a detective couple was completely off the rails. That's ridiculous. Sure, I've agreed to let them date, but marriage? That's a bit too soon, isn't it? My daughter isn't even 40 yet. Fine. We'll do it your way. Tell everyone, don't hold back because Chen Fan isn't a cop, and don't underestimate him just because he's young. Bottom line, we're begging him to join us. Shen Dahai instructed Lu Bin. Rest assured, Chief. Over the past period, every single member of our criminal investigation division has been thoroughly impressed by Chen Fan's contributions to the cases he's handled. What you just said is completely unnecessary worry. Lu Bin grinned. Fugue Private Detective Agency. Here's the latest commission. Split it 50-50 between us, already transferred to your account. Shen Qian put down her phone. The boss is getting more generous lately. Something's off. Could it be he's after my body? Chen Fan glanced at the balance in his account and smiled at Shen Qian. So what if he's after your body? You wouldn't dare not pay me back? Shen Qian winked at Chen Fan. Ever since Chen Fan joined the private detective agency, he'd been like a money-drawing cat. Shen Qian saw it clearly. With Chen Fan around, the agency thrived. Without him, it would collapse. Therefore, Shen Qian was determined to find a way to keep Chen Fan at all costs. Fortunately, though their relationship remained unspoken, it was clear to both of them. It was just a matter of breaking through that last barrier. Do you dare to take it? Chen Fan hooked his finger under Shen Qian's chin in a provocative gesture. Feeling his breath so close, gazing into his deep, piercing eyes, Shen Qian suddenly realized in that moment that she might never encounter someone like Chen Fan again. She instinctively closed her eyes. Chen Fan froze in shock. What the hell? What was going on? Wasn't it just a little teasing? What's with closing your eyes? Let me kiss you? But the thing is, it's broad daylight and we're in the office. If we really got all hot and heavy, how appropriate would that be? Ahem. I'm busy. Just then, a soft cough sounded from outside. Lu Bin walked in with a smirk. Seeing the scene, he immediately gave Chen Fan a knowing look. Brother Lu, what brings you here? Chen Fan breathed a sigh of relief. Otherwise, that awkward moment, neither quite intimate nor distant, would have left him utterly embarrassed. Ah, brother. Brother Lu, when did you arrive? Shen Qian heard Chen Fan's voice and quickly opened her eyes. Seeing Lu Bin standing before her, she hadn't noticed when he'd arrived. She flushed bright red with embarrassment. Just now. I didn't see anything. Chen Fan, I came today to discuss something serious with you. Lu Bin smiled as he sat down. I heard you guys got some unsolved cases from Old Gong that were forwarded to the provincial bureau. Many of them are in Tianhai City, like the Haitian Tower case. We want to establish a special task force now, with me as the leader and you as the deputy leader, to fully dedicate ourselves to solving these cases. What do you think? Lu Bin addressed Chen Fan. Chapter 112, Green Tea. Hearing Lu Bin's words, Chen Fan couldn't help but freeze. If he really took on this deputy team leader role as Lu Bin suggested, it would make things incredibly convenient for him in the future. The greatest limitation for private investigators in solving cases is that they often have to rely on unofficial, private means to conduct inquiries. Even before, when he served as a police consultant, accessing police resources for investigations proved somewhat troublesome. But if he were appointed as deputy team leader, everything would be done with full legitimacy. More importantly, this special task force exists specifically to solve those cold cases. In other words, as long as unsolved cases remained, his position as deputy team leader would remain valid indefinitely. Even if Chen Fan had joined the police department right after graduation, he wouldn't have achieved this level of authority by now. Beside him, Shen Qian looked utterly stunned. Coming from the Public Security Bureau herself, she knew exactly what this meant for Chen Fan. She understood even more clearly that without her father's approval, such an arrangement would be absolutely impossible. Even her father's rank wouldn't suffice, it required arrangements from the provincial bureau. Recalling what Old Gong had said to Chen Fan last time, along with the case files they'd retrieved, it seemed Old Gong held Chen Fan in very high regard. Truly a man worthy of this lady's attention. Shen Qian's eyes sparkled with admiration as she looked at Chen Fan. Then I won't hesitate. No problem. Chen Fan grinned. No need to be polite with me. Alright then. Tomorrow's the weekend, and you guys haven't had a break lately. So first thing Monday morning, head over to the police station. We'll have a meeting and figure out which case to tackle first. Lu Bin stood up, grinning. In Lu Bin's view, as long as deputy team leader Chen Fan was willing to get involved, leading the investigation himself would be practically like picking up easy credit. This lady's got great judgment. I really bet on the right horseback then. Shen Qian murmured with narrowed eyes. What did you say? Chen Fan asked from the side. Nothing. Ding. Shen Qian's face flushed. Fortunately, her phone rang right after. Shen Qian seized the moment to pick it up and glance at it, her brows furrowing involuntarily. What's wrong? Chen Fan, standing nearby, leaned in to see. After all these years of no contact, why is he suddenly reaching out to me? And they want me to attend the wedding tomorrow? Shen Qian pouted. Whose wedding? You're going to a wedding? Chen Fan asked Shen Qian. An old friend, pretty snobby and annoying. Back then, there was a guy who liked me, but she swooped him in. She's a real vixen. But I heard they broke up later. We haven't been in touch for ages. No way am I going. Shen Qian rolled her eyes. A guy was pursuing you? Judging by your reaction, it couldn't be an ex-boyfriend, could it? Come on, spill the beans. Chen Fan grinned as soon as he heard Shen Qian's words. Get lost. I've never even had a boyfriend, okay? Then I met you. Shen Qian shot Chen Fan a disapproving look. Then I'm not going. They're only inviting you to the wedding to get your gift money. Good riddance. Chen Fan nodded. Come to think of it, maybe going isn't such a bad idea. Unless. Shen Qian scrutinized Chen Fan from head to toe. Chen Fan was tall, handsome, and possessed an extraordinary presence. No matter what fiancé that Vixen found, he would never measure up to Chen Fan. If Chen Fan went with her and pretended to be her boyfriend, not only would she avoid embarrassment, but it would also rub that Vixen the wrong way. Unless what? Shu Mo asked. You come with me. And pretend to be my boyfriend. Shen Qian sat close beside Chen Fan. Her legs, clad in black stockings, brushed lightly against Chen Fan's thigh as she whispered softly into his ear. Chen Fan couldn't help but shudder. Holy crap! That other woman was a fox spirit, but the one right in front of him was pure, absolute seduction. Well, I suppose it's not impossible. But tonight, aren't you supposed to give me a reward? I told you last time from now on, you're cooking. Tonight, you're making a whole feast. Chen Fan stroked his chin. No way? Just a whole table of food? There's one more dish here. Want some? Shen Qian moved closer to Chen Fan. But Chen Fan was utterly speechless. Judging by this setup, something was bound to happen tonight. Seeing Chen Fan's expression, Shen Qian giggled. Not tonight, though. I'm on my period. We'll find another chance later. Come on, let's go grocery shopping. Shen Qian said to Chen Fan, her face flushed. In front of Chen Fan, Shen Qian always felt like a lovesick fool. If she hadn't managed to hold back just now, she probably would have ended up swept off her feet. Ahem, well, actually, other places are fine too, except for that one spot. Chen Fan grinned and stood up. If you want to die, just say so. Shen Qian glared at Chen Fan, her face still flushed. She grabbed Chen Fan's arm and dragged him out. New Oriental Grand Hotel, Tianhai City. One of Tianhai City's most luxurious hotels. Your bestie's husband is pretty loaded, huh? Having the wedding here is downright extravagant. Chen Fan remarked to Shen Qian. Li Xiuxiu has always been pretty materialistic. She had a boyfriend before college, but once she got to university and met some wealthy people, things got pretty messy. That's hardly surprising. Shen Qian pursed her lips. Oh, isn't this Chen Qian? You finally made it. I've been waiting here forever. Can you believe how long it's been since we last saw each other? As soon as Shen Qian stepped out of the car, a glamorous woman rushed over and gave her a warm hug. Oh my, who's this handsome guy? Li Xiuxiu spotted Chen Fan getting off the bus with Shen Qian and her eyes lit up instantly. Let me introduce you, this is my boyfriend, Chen Fan. We're getting married soon. Shen Qian quickly pulled away from Li Xiuxiu's embrace, the heavy perfume making her feel quite repulsed. Your boyfriend is quite handsome, much better looking than your previous boyfriends. Li Xiuxiu remarked with a sly smile. Well, of course he is. Chen Fan wrapped his arm around Shen Qian and nodded nonchalantly. This green tea tactic was pretty amateurish. Alright, enough about me. Where's your husband? Why are you standing out here alone? Shen Qian said, pursing her lips. Chen Fan had been acting way too reliable just now. Where's the groom? Haven't they contacted the groom yet? Just then, the MC rushed over breathlessly. Quick, someone help. Help! The groom fell into the water. At that moment, a commotion erupted from inside the hotel. What? Hearing the commotion inside, Chen Fan and the others hurriedly followed them inside. Chapter 113, The Drowned Groom. In the swimming pool at the back of the hotel courtyard, a middle-aged man was floating face down in the water. The water's surface was perfectly still, showing no signs of struggle. Chen Fan knew immediately that something was terribly wrong. Seeing this, several people immediately jumped in to rescue him, pulling the man out of the water. Quick! Call 911. A hotel staff member nearby shouted urgently. They turned the middle-aged man over to check he wasn't breathing. Better call 110 instead. At that moment, Chen Fan stepped forward and said. He pulled out his police badge and gestured it toward the crowd. Upon seeing that Chen Fan was a police officer, the crowd parted to make way. What's going on? Do you suspect this is murder? Shen Qian followed suit. See for yourself. The body's been dead for at least 2 hours. Rigor mortis has already set in. And this place, it's all too suspicious. Let's call team leader Lu and the others first. Chen Fan slowly surveyed the body as he spoke. Honey, how could you be so careless? On our wedding day, you fell into the pool. What are we to do? At that moment, Li Xiuxiu rushed over, weeping bitterly over the body. Seeing Li Xiuxiu's heartbroken state, everyone present grew sorrowful. Oh dear, how could such a careless accident happen? Yes, she seemed to be in good health. How could such an accident happen? On the wedding day, this is just terrible. How could no one at the hotel notice for so long? They're liable for this. Seeing the scene before them, the surrounding guests began murmuring among themselves. How do you know your husband died in an accident? Chen Fan asked Li Xiuxiu, who was kneeling before the body. Li Xiuxiu was still sobbing uncontrollably while clinging to the body, her breathing becoming increasingly labored. Soon, Lu Bin and the others arrived. When Lu Bin saw Chen Fan and Shen Qian at the scene, his head instantly spun. What did I tell you? You two should stop wandering around when you have nothing to do. Now there's another murder case. What are you doing here? Lu Bin asked Chen Fan and Shen Qian while massaging his temples. We came for the wedding. We had no choice. Chen Fan shrugged. Well, you two really know how to make an entrance. What's the situation at the venue? Lu Bin inquired. Preliminary estimates place the time of death at around 2 hours ago. Whether it was drowning requires further investigation. I suggest we review the hotel surveillance footage first. And it'd be best to bring these people back for questioning too, Chen Fan said to Lu Bin. He deliberately glanced in Li Xiuxiu's direction. Lu Bin understood immediately. While directing officers to take the individuals back to the station, he led Chen Fan and the others to the hotel's property management office. On the way over, Chen Fan had already noticed that the hotel's surveillance system was quite comprehensive, with multiple cameras even around the swimming pool area. The issue shouldn't be too difficult. Officer, hello. My name is Li. I'm the property manager of this hotel. A middle-aged man in a suit hurriedly rushed in. An incident of this magnitude occurring within their hotel would undoubtedly have a significant impact on its reputation, no matter what. Retrieve the surveillance footage from the pool area for the past 2 hours. Lu Bin ordered directly. Soon, the security guard pulled up the footage of the pool area on the monitor. Li Xiuxiu's husband had also entered the pool. Just as Chen Fan and the others continued watching, the screen suddenly went black. When the image returned, it showed a chaotic scene of people rushing into the water to rescue someone. What happened? Why did the feed cut out? Lu Bin asked urgently. I have no idea. This surveillance system has been acting up a lot lately. Don't be fooled by our 5-star rating, we're barely scraping by to pay salaries, let alone afford repairs for the cameras. Manager Li explained to Lu Bin and the others. What a coincidence. The cameras just happen to be out of commission right when something happens? Lu Bin said coldly. He clearly didn't believe the property manager's explanation. It's true. Our surveillance system breaks down all the time. The security guard nearby chimed in. Captain Lu, take all these tapes back. Have the tech department analyze them. Whether it was deliberate deletion or a malfunction, the results will speak for themselves. Chen Fan instructed Lu Bin from the sidelines. Got it. Take the footage back. Lu Bin nodded. Watching Lu Bin and his team move, Manager Li unconsciously wiped the cold sweat from his forehead, a flicker of guilt crossing his eyes. All of this was observed by Chen Fan, who had been watching Manager Li intently. Inside the interrogation room, Li Xiuxiu had been brought in over an hour ago. Aren't we going in yet? It's been so long already. Shen Qian asked from the side. No rush. Let her stew a bit longer. Later, have an officer go in and bring her a glass of water. If she asks, have the officer say we brought too many people this time, we're short-handed, and we're just too busy to handle it. Chen Fan said to Shen Qian. I'm not quite following. Are you suggesting Li Xiuxiu is the suspect? Shen Qian asked softly. Pretty much. Her dramatic personality was obvious just now. She was clearly reciting lines deliberately. Plus, she's been steering everyone's attention toward the idea that the victim drowned accidentally. If she truly knew nothing, she should be grieving inside right now. After all, she lost her husband at their wedding. But if she has other motives, the longer she stays locked in there, the more unbearable it becomes for her. Chen Fan explained to Shen Qian. Okay. Shen Qian nodded. Whether it was because she knew Li Xiuxiu or not, her attention wasn't really on the case during this process. Watching Li Xiuxiu grow increasingly restless in the interrogation room, Shen Qian couldn't help but feel concerned. Could it be that this case was truly connected to her? By the way, when we were at the scene, did you notice anything odd about that pool? Chen Fan asked. At the scene, Chen Fan had sensed something peculiar, but hadn't had time to dwell on it. Strange? No, Western-style wedding venues often feature pools. It's just part of creating the atmosphere. Shen Qian hadn't noticed anything unusual. Set the mood? Hearing Shen Qian's words, Chen Fan's eyes lit up. Chen Fan, Shen Qian, you two are here? The autopsy report just came in from the medical examiner. The cause of death was drowning. However, a significant amount of alcohol was detected in his system. Aside from that, there were no external injuries. At that moment, an officer approached and said, So you're saying the victim drowned after falling into the pool while drunk? Shen Qian remarked from the side. Today's the wedding day, and it's still morning. Would you drink that much? And during the time he drowned, not a single person noticed? How coincidental is that? Chen Fan snorted coldly. It's about time. Chen Fan watched Li Xiuxiu inside the interrogation room. She had long since stopped crying, now pacing anxiously back and forth. Chapter 114, The Bride's Boyfriend. Go check the depth of that hotel pool, especially where the victim drowned. See how deep it is. Chen Fan turned to instruct Shen Qian. Captain Liu, please have your team investigate whether Li Xiuxiu and the victim had purchased any large insurance policies recently, and look into the victim's recent financial transactions. Also, push the tech department to expedite the review of the hotel surveillance footage. And hold off on releasing that MC for now. Chen Fan instructed Lu Bin. After finishing his instructions, he pushed open the door and walked inside. Where is everyone? What gives you the right to leave me here alone? Do you know my husband just had an accident today? I have so much to do. Li Xiuxiu immediately stood up in displeasure upon seeing Chen Fan enter. We apologize, but our manpower is limited at the moment. It can't be helped. Today's situation is rather unusual. We've questioned other suspicious individuals, but so far, we haven't uncovered any leads. Chen Fan said apologetically to Li Xiuxiu. Ugh. Why must I be so unlucky? After finally ending my long-distance relationship, something like this happens right at the wedding. It must be that he was feeling down lately, got drunk, and accidentally fell into the pool, drowning. Hearing Chen Fan's words, Li Xiuxiu visibly relaxed, wiping away tears as she spoke. Bad mood? Chen Fan asked. Yes. You know, he was older than me, and there was a lot of opposition when we were together. Especially since many people said I was after his money. His parents and others opposed us too, but we truly loved each other. He used to drown his sorrows in alcohol all the time. I never imagined something like this would happen. Li Xiuxiu began speaking, then burst into tears again. But it was just a dry sob, not a single tear fell. Speaking of which, shouldn't you two be planning a normal wedding together? He was missing for over 2 hours, and you didn't notice at all? Chen Fan asked. We were each preparing separately. There was an MC and a wedding planning company handling everything on site. Plus, I was waiting for Chen Qian at the entrance the whole time. Who could have predicted something like this would happen? You wouldn't be suspecting me, would you? I was waiting at the hotel entrance the whole time. The hotel staff and some guests can vouch for me. Li Xiuxiu hurriedly explained. Hearing Li Xiuxiu's words, Chen Fan felt even more certain of his suspicions. Earlier, he'd learned from Shen Qian that although Li Xiuxiu and Shen Qian were close friends, their relationship wasn't that intimate. Especially after such a long period of no contact, it was impossible for them to be so close that Li Xiuxiu would personally wait at the hotel entrance ahead of time. But why? Where there's inconsistency, there must be a reason. Given their relationship, it was possible she hadn't even known Shen Qian had left the police force after so long apart. Purposely finding a police officer to testify would be the perfect alibi. Chen Fan recalled the tactics he'd employed in his countless simulations. The pieces began to fall into place. Ding! Just then, Chen Fan's phone buzzed. He picked it up to see a text message from Lu Bin. Chen Fan, we just confirmed that the deceased had purchased a massive insurance policy before passing away, and the beneficiary is none other than Li Xiuxiu. The message was brief, yet its content filled in the final piece of the motive puzzle. I understand the deceased had purchased a substantial life insurance policy before passing away. Does Miss Li have anything to explain? Chen Fan smiled faintly. That's perfectly normal. We're already married, and he was quite a bit older. If something unexpected were to happen, having insurance is only prudent. And since we're legally married, I'm naturally the beneficiary. Hearing Chen Fan mention the insurance, Li Xiuxiu's expression shifted slightly, but she maintained her composure as she replied. Yes, but Miss Li seems to have overlooked one thing. We never told you the cause of death from the start. He was drinking. And you seem to have known about the deceased's drinking from the very beginning. How do you explain that? Chen Fan said calmly. I smelled the alcohol on him at the time. Li Xiuxiu's face turned pale. A body had been submerged in water for 2 hours, and because the victim had been breathing before death, both their lungs and stomach were filled with pool water. Yet you could still smell alcohol on them. I must say, Miss Li, you have an excellent nose. Chen Fan gave a cold laugh. What do you mean by that? If you suspect me, just say so. I smelled it. What are you going to do about it? Besides, you've kept me locked up this long. If there's nothing wrong, let me go now. Li Xiuxiu instantly flew into a rage. Since Miss Li refuses to speak, I'll proceed to question your boyfriend next. Oh, I forgot to mention the wedding officiant is here too. He's being held in the next room right now. Chen Fan stood up as he spoke. What did you say? Hey! Don't leave. I don't have a boyfriend. Li Xiuxiu jumped to her feet in shock at the words. You think you're being discreet, but your eyes don't lie. More importantly, when you threw yourself onto the deceased and wept, I saw half a butterfly tattoo on the back of your neck. And coincidentally, when the lifeguard who jumped in to save people passed by me, I accidentally spotted the matching half of the tattoo on the back of his neck. Of course, normally you wouldn't see it under clothes. But the lifeguard took off his shirt to save someone, and you were wearing a backless dress. That's how I saw it. After the victim was pulled from the water, you instinctively glanced toward the lifeguard first. Only after seeing him nod did you throw yourself onto the body and weep. Sorry, but I saw all of it. Chen Fan spoke slowly, leaving Li Xiuxiu speechless as he walked out of the interrogation room. Good heavens, Chen Fan! You're incredible! I'm almost in awe of you. I was there too, how did I miss all those details? As soon as Chen Fan emerged, Lu Bin stepped forward and addressed him. Did the MC react at all? Chen Fan smiled and asked Lu Bin. He's pacing nervously in the interrogation room. As you requested, we haven't assigned anyone to that interrogation room either. Also, the tech department just finished their check. The surveillance footage does show signs of being deleted. Lu Bin reported. Alright, I'll go in. It should only take a moment. Chen Fan nodded. I'll come with you. Lu Bin hurried after him. Officer, I'm just a master of ceremonies. I don't know anything. Why are you detaining me? Seeing Chen Fan and the others enter, the MC hurried forward to speak. Before this, we thought the same thing. But just now, Li Xiuxiu confessed everything. Is the bride's boyfriend still going to keep up the act? Chen Fan gave the man a smile. Chapter 115, The Divide and Conquer Strategy. Ha! Hearing Chen Fan's words, the MC's expression froze instantly. Alright, it seems you still refuse to speak. Captain Lu, then we'll proceed with a conviction based solely on Li Xiuxiu's confession. Everything was orchestrated by this MC. She was merely forced to participate. Chen Fan shrugged at Captain Lu. Alright. This case is turning out to be straightforward. Lu Bin understood immediately, nodded to Chen Fan, and started to open the door to leave. What? I'm the mastermind? No, officers. Li Xiuxiu is the mastermind. Sure enough, upon hearing Chen Fan's words, the MC froze in shock and rushed forward to block the door. Ha! Don't talk nonsense. Li Xiuxiu has already confessed the entire process of your planning and execution. Is there anything wrong with that? Chen Fan said coldly to the MC. Everything she said is a lie. I'll tell you. I'll confess everything. This whole thing was planned by Li Xiuxiu. The MC hurriedly shouted. Hurry up and speak. Lu Bin sat down. Actually, we met at the gym. I was working part-time there in the evenings when I encountered Li Xiuxiu. Then this Li Xiuxiu took a liking to me, saying her marriage wasn't happy and all that. To show her affection for me, she even got the same tattoo as mine right on the back of my neck. You can go check the back of Li Xiuxiu's neck. You can tell which tattoo was done first. Then she said she wanted to swindle all that old man's money and run away with me. So starting last night, she deliberately got her husband drunk. After he passed out, she used a tube to force-feed him a lot of liquid, then made him go take a bath in the pool. Then he drowned. Then she bribed the hotel manager and security guards, telling them she was setting up something in the back and not to let anyone pass. She also deleted the hotel's surveillance footage. She even had a cop friend wait at the entrance to provide an alibi. All of this was planned from the very beginning. Honestly, the money she gave me while we were dating was more than enough. It was her own decision that it wasn't. The MC spilled the entire story in one breath. Oomph. If we find out you're lying, you'll be in big trouble. We're going to verify this with Li Xiuxiu immediately. Sign here. Lu Bin glared at the MC and slammed the transcript pad down on the table. The host trembled as he signed his name on the document. Captain Lu, I won't be going in. After they stepped outside, Chen Fan said to Lu Bin. Fine. Don't worry, you'll get every penny of your bonus. Lu Bin smiled. He understood exactly what Chen Fan meant. Now that they had the accomplice's statement and the entire crime process was clear, the ringleader had already been thrown into a panic by Chen Fan's earlier words. Once he went inside, he'd likely confess immediately. Chen Fan was clearly handing the credit over to Lu Bin and his team. Lu Bin would certainly remember this favor. Sure enough. 5 minutes later. Lu Bin emerged holding 2 statements. They've all confessed. Thanks a lot for this time. Lu Bin patted Chen Fan on the shoulder. I'm back. That pool is only 1.2 meters deep, not deep enough to drown anyone. Shen Qian hurried back at that moment. It's all taken care of. The mastermind behind it all is Li Xiuxiu. Lu Bin waved the 2 transcripts in his hand. This fast? Shen Qian couldn't help but widen her eyes. All thanks to Chen Fan, right? That scheme to sow discord was absolutely satisfying. Lu Bin chuckled. Divide and conquer tactic? What are you guys talking about? I don't understand a thing. Did Xiuxiu confess to being the murderer? Why? Shen Qian was utterly baffled. Chen Fan recounted everything that had just happened to Shen Qian. I never imagined she'd do something like this for money and try to use me too. That's outrageous. After hearing the whole story, Shen Qian felt deeply disappointed too. It's pretty standard. When a classmate you haven't heard from in years suddenly reaches out, it's either for a wedding gift or because they've joined a pyramid scheme and want to recruit you. Isn't that the whole point of being classmates? Chen Fan grinned. Let's go. We haven't eaten yet. Find a place to grab a bite. I was looking forward to a fancy wedding feast, but instead I got stuck working on a case. What a bummer. Counting his bonus, Chen Fan led Shen Qian out. Early the next morning, Chen Fan and Shen Qian arrived at Tianhai City Public Security Bureau early. I needn't introduce Chen Fan, your criminal investigation division knows him better than I do. What I want to emphasize is this: do not underestimate Chen Fan because of his background. His arrangements and orders must be executed without compromise. Your mission is to solve those unsolved cases in the shortest possible time. This isn't just a task, it's our duty as police officers. Shen Dahai scanned the entire room. Yes, sir. The entire team responded in unison. We've pre-screened the cases and decided to start with that disappearance case from 2 years ago in Tianhai City. All of us from the Criminal Investigation Division worked on this case back then. We practically turned that market upside down, but we still couldn't find the missing person. If you ask me which case weighs heaviest on my conscience, I'd say it's this one. We thought it would be a straightforward disappearance, but it dragged on for so long. It's embarrassing. Lu Bin and the others said to Chen Fan. A missing person case? This person hasn't been found after 2 years? Chen Fan was taken aback. It was highly likely that the missing person had met with an accident. Once a missing person case turns into a homicide, the nature of the case changes entirely. Back then, we received a report about an 18-year-old girl mysteriously vanishing inside the Huahong market. At first, we didn't think much of it. After all, the market was bustling with people, and she was an adult girl. It happened in broad daylight. Nothing should have gone wrong. We searched the entire market, but no matter how hard we looked, we couldn't find her. Lu Bin sighed. For the next 3 days, we deployed officers to conduct a thorough search of the entire market. We checked every basement, warehouse, and cold storage room, but found nothing. What made it worse was the market's chaotic mix of people and lack of surveillance. After all that searching, we knew that with so much time passing, something terrible had likely happened. But without a body, this case can only be classified as a missing person case. It's difficult for the police to fully commit resources to investigating an adult disappearance. The girl's parents knelt outside the police station for 3 full days. Every time I walked past them, I felt a deep sense of guilt. Lu Bin briefly recounted the case to Chen Fan. If you searched that thoroughly back then and still couldn't find her, then there's almost no doubt about it, this missing person definitely wasn't inside the market. She was taken away by someone else. Chen Fan said slowly. Chapter 116, The Vanished Girl. Taken away? That can't be right? We already checked all the vehicles entering, exiting, and passing through the area at the time, but didn't find anything. Lu Bin asked, clearly surprised. Do we still have the surveillance footage from back then? Chen Fan inquired. Yes. We copied all the surveillance footage back then and reviewed nearly every frame over 10 times. But we found absolutely no leads. Lu Bin said as he had someone retrieve the surveillance footage from back then. Chen Fan frowned as he watched the footage. The footage clearly showed the bustling entrance and exit of the market. While nothing was visible inside the market itself, the entire market was situated on a single street. Aside from passing vehicles, there was virtually nowhere else to go. Hold on. Look at that van. Chen Fan suddenly paused the video. You mean that white van? We already checked that one. It entered from outside, passed by the market without going in, and the timing matches up. Lu Bin clearly knew the footage inside out. No. The timing's off by about 15 seconds. Chen Fan shook his head. 15 seconds? Lu Bin was somewhat taken aback. He hadn't expected Chen Fan to be counting seconds while watching the video. That's right. Judging by the other vehicles, it takes about 50 seconds to pass this section. There are quite a few people on this road, so it takes a bit longer. But even at a crawl, it shouldn't take over a minute. Plus, nothing unusual happened on this street. This van entered the road at a very high speed, as if in a hurry, but it arrived late. There's something off about this vehicle. Did you guys check it out at the time? Chen Fan turned to ask Lu Bin. We only observed that most vehicles took roughly the same time to pass through, and with so many cars moving through, we didn't inspect each one individually. But is a 15-second discrepancy really suspicious? Besides, looking at this particular van, it was full of people when it entered the road, and it was still full when it exited. Lu Bin sounded skeptical. After all, traveling on this road with so many people inevitably invites some unexpected incidents. 15 seconds seemed insignificant to them. No. Look at the surveillance footage. While the bus was full both entering and exiting, the passenger states were completely different. Chen Fan pointed at the footage. When entering this street, nearly everyone inside the van was looking out the windows. You can see from the footage that there were 6 people inside besides the driver, everyone else was gazing outside. Space inside a van is inherently limited. When they weren't talking, they naturally had to look around. But when they exited the street, all 5 passengers except the driver were staring at the center of the van. Chen Fan pointed to 2 paused frames. Lu Bin and the others leaned in to look and realized it was exactly as Chen Fan had described. As they stepped out, everyone turned to look inside the car. Even the person in the passenger seat turned to stare toward the back. Though the image was blurry, obscuring their faces, their movements remained distinct. There's someone in the car. Now even Lu Bin and his team could make out the situation. Immediately run a check on this vehicle. Lu Bin instructed the technicians. Soon, the technicians identified the owner of the vehicle based on its license plate number. It belonged to the owner of a furniture factory. Moreover, the vehicle showed no record of any transfer transactions. Chen Fan and his team quickly arrived at the furniture factory. Judging by the car's condition, they had assumed the owner was just a small-time operator. But to their surprise, when they looked up the legal representative's name, they discovered it belonged to a large factory. We're looking for Gung Hu. Where is he now? Lu Bin asked the security guard at the entrance. Boss, someone's here to see you. The guard called out to a middle-aged man just stepping out of the office building. But the moment the man saw Lu Bin and his team in police uniforms, he took off running. Quick! That's him! Go! Lu Bin immediately gave chase. Although Gung Hu had escaped through the back window, Lu Bin and his team had already stationed officers on the street behind. Gung Hu was pinned down by the police the moment he escaped. Talk! Where is the girl who went missing on Old Factory Street all those years ago? Lu Bin demanded of Gung Hu. Ah! So you guys came after all. Gung Hu's face showed no sign of distress, but rather a sense of relief. She's dead. We buried her in a forest on the outskirts. Gung Hu said slowly. Take us there. Lu Bin said coldly. Soon, following Gung Hu's lead, the group arrived at a forest on the outskirts. Following his instructions, they dug up a completely decomposed corpse from beneath a large rock. Damn it! Don't you have any conscience? Lu Bin was furious. Though they had suspected the girl was likely dead. But seeing it with their own eyes made the rage in their hearts impossible to contain. Where are the other 5? Who are they? Lu Bin demanded. They're all from a loan company. I have no idea where they are now. Gung Hu replied helplessly. So that was it. The reason Gung Hu had ended up on that street back then was because he'd gambled away his money, racked up huge debts, and even taken out high-interest loans from loan sharks. When he couldn't repay them, he planned to sell his car. But as they drove past that street, they stopped briefly to avoid someone whose bag had burst. One of the loan sharks spotted a girl walking by the car. Instantly captivated by her pure, beautiful appearance, he yanked open the door and dragged her inside. The others weren't saints either. Once the girl was inside, they knocked her unconscious and tossed her under the middle seat. Gung Hu witnessed the entire scene but was powerless to stop it. He could only comply with their demands and drive the car to a forest on the outskirts of town. While in the car, the 2 men seated in the middle began assaulting the girl, provoking the passenger and those in the back to join in. This led to the scene captured in the video. After bringing her to the woods, they took turns assaulting her. Finally, they brutally murdered her and buried her here. Gung Hu was forced by these men to participate in the assault and assist in burying the body, thereby settling his high-interest debt. Ever since then, Gung Hu has lived in constant fear. He quit gambling. He threw himself wholeheartedly into his business. Within just a year or two, his factory expanded significantly. He thought the incident was finally behind him. But in the end, the police tracked him down. For Lu Bin and his associates, however, the case was far from over. Gung Hu was, at most, an accomplice. The real culprit had yet to face justice. From Gung Hu, they also learned the name of that loan company from years ago, Wishing You Peace Loan Company. Chapter 117, Droplets on the Body Bag. This company appears to have been deregistered last year. Back then, the authorities were cracking down hard on illegal private lending. It's no wonder it's hard to find now. According to Gung Hu, we only know the leader was called Daong. The others remain unknown. Lu Bin frowned as he spoke. These lending companies, even if the government shuts them down, they won't just vanish that easily. And once they've tasted the profits from this, it's hard for them to switch to other businesses. Brother Lu, I know you guys have connections in every police station and are familiar with these gray area forces in each district. You could have them look into whether there's a guy named Daong involved in the underworld, especially within the used car trade. Chen Fan pondered for a moment before addressing Lu Bin. During his previous 100,000 crime simulations, Chen Fan had also studied these gray industries. He had also studied the lending industry. I'll get on it right away. Lu Bin nodded. He immediately stepped out to make a call. 10 minutes later, Lu Bin returned excitedly. Chen Fan, you're a genius. The Chenmen Street Police Station called me. They said there's a used car dealer over there named Daong. He's got a few guys under him, and they're always getting into fights at the used car market. They're pretty notorious around there. Lu Bin explained to Chen Fan. My suggestion is, don't go arresting people directly. First, bring Daong in on charges of fighting and brawling. Get the details on the other 4 guys, then arrest them later. Otherwise, we might alert the others and they'll flee. Chen Fan suggested to Lu Bin. You're right. If we arrest them on charges of fighting or brawling, they won't take it seriously. They'll just be detained for a few days at most before being released. I'll take a team there immediately. Lu Bin nodded. After Lu Bin and his team left, Chen Fan and Shen Qian returned to the conference room. Now that the killer was known, all that remained was to apprehend them. The case was essentially wrapped up. As the head of the Criminal Investigation Division's Special Operations Unit, Chen Fan naturally needed to handle these matters promptly. You're pretty sharp. Most people wouldn't give 15 seconds a second thought. And the footage was blurry, you couldn't make out anything without careful scrutiny. How did you even notice those people acting suspiciously? Shen Qian asked Chen Fan curiously. Ever since that girl went missing, I've been thinking someone must have taken her away. And for someone that size to be taken away without the police noticing on surveillance, it must have been done using a vehicle. Taking her away by vehicle, whether in the trunk or through an open door, wouldn't happen that quickly. It would also draw attention. If that were the case, the police would have picked up on it during their investigation. But they didn't. When abducting someone normally, a van is the simplest option. Just open the door, pull the person inside, and slam the door shut. Even if someone nearby saw it, they'd assume it was just a normal pickup and wouldn't think twice. That's why I paid special attention to the van when reviewing the surveillance footage. Combined with the timing discrepancy of that van, that's how I zeroed in on it. Chen Fan patiently explained to Shen Qian. You've kidnapped people before? Shen Qian looked at him skeptically. No way. If I had kidnapped someone, would I even be able to attend the police academy? Chen Fan rolled his eyes. Fine, but you definitely don't look like a cop. More like the leader of a criminal gang. I have to admit, old Gong's arrangement is quite interesting. Using you to solve the case feels like fighting poison with poison. Shen Qian teased with a smile. Let's get back to the case files, there's still so much to go through. Chen Fan rolled his eyes. Having simulated crimes 100,000 times, he was practically a seasoned criminal expert. Given Gong Lao's standing and influence, he must have conducted thorough research on me beforehand. He must have known the theme of my graduation speech back then. Now he was being asked to serve as deputy team leader. Maybe Shen Qian was right after all. These unsolved cases have been investigated solely from the police perspective, yielding no progress whatsoever. If I could approach them from the criminal's perspective, perhaps a breakthrough might be possible. And indeed, that proved to be the case. Chen Fan shook his head. He opened another case file. The red-dressed woman rape and murder case? Interesting. Chen Fan examined the file in his hands. So it's this case. They still haven't caught the culprit. Shen Qian leaned in closer. You know about it? Chen Fan was puzzled. Judging by the time of the incident, this case had been unsolved for 7 or 8 years. Shen Qian probably hadn't even started college back then. Of course I know about it. There were 2 incidents right here in Tianhai City. Back then, my dad was so busy he hardly came home. But every time I finished evening study sessions in high school, he'd drive up to the school gate in a police car to pick me up. That period had everyone on edge. We dared not wear red clothes or skirts, and for a while, even brides stopped wearing red at weddings. Shen Qian recalled. What exactly happened? Chen Fan asked while flipping through the case files. The crimes didn't start in Tianhai City, they began elsewhere. They said someone had been murdered. There were quite a few cases like this, so at first, no one paid much attention. But then more cases kept happening, and all the victims were wearing red clothes. That's what caught the police's attention. Similar cases continued to surface across different regions, yet the killer remained at large. The killer raped and murdered the victims before dumping their bodies. Some were even dismembered, packed into black plastic bags, and discarded in various corners of the city. Shen Qian added from the side. What's this? Chen Fan pulled a photo from the pile of crime scene pictures. This is the body disposal bag. The killer used this type of black plastic bag every time they dumped a body. Shen Qian took it to examine. No, I mean the substance on the bag. It looks like water droplets. Chen Fan pointed. Probably left out around dawn. Shen Qian looked too, there were indeed water droplets on the bag. No, this bag was discovered at noon. It couldn't have gotten wet unless the body was frozen. Chen Fan's eyes lit up. Freezing is quite common, though. Many dismemberment cases involve freezing. Shen Qian, however, seemed unconvinced. No. The first case happened 11 years ago. It was also unsolved at the time. It was only merged with this one after the later incidents occurred. And the fact that it was frozen 11 years ago means the family had a refrigerator. Back then, a family with a refrigerator large enough to hold such a large corpse must have been well off. So I don't think the police's initial theory of a jobless drifter committing these crimes holds water. I believe the killer must have come from a very wealthy family. His ability to commit crimes across different locations stems from having a vehicle. The police's line of thinking may have been off track from the very beginning. Chen Fan said to Shen Qian. Chapter 118, Guest of Honor. You deduced all this just from a few water droplets? What should we do now? So much time has passed, it'll be tough to find evidence now. Shen Qian asked Chen Fan. Perhaps we could seek out those who were involved in the case back then. A case like that back then must have involved quite a few people. Chen Fan pondered for a moment before suggesting. Then I'll go ask Captain Liu. I suspect he was involved in this case back then too. Shen Qian stood up. No, we won't approach anyone from Tianhai City. The Tianhai City case happened too recently. This evidence won't be useful there. We'll go to Tongzhou, where the first case occurred. Chen Fan waved his hand. Tongzhou? But so many years have passed. It'll be tough to track down the officers involved back then. Shen Qian felt a twinge of worry. But no matter what, we have to try. Let's go. Chen Fan stood up and said. Just as the two were about to open the door and leave, they saw Lu Bin walking in with a smile. Where are you two headed? The guy we just brought in has confessed everything. We've rounded up the rest of the crew too. Case closed. From reviewing the case to solving it in such a short time, you guys are incredible. Lu Bin said to Chen Fan and the others. Oh, okay. Well, we've got a case to handle in Tongzhou. We'll be heading out now. Chen Fan nodded and walked out with Shen Qian. This outcome had been entirely expected by Chen Fan. A case? To Tongzhou? What kind of case? Lu Bin froze. Originally, this was such joyful news that Lu Bin had been thinking of celebrating, but seeing Chen Fan and the others show not the slightest hint of excitement. Instead, they seemed utterly indifferent. Lu Bin felt utterly defeated. Yeah. They've even set up a special task force for this. This kind of thing should become commonplace in the future. Lu Bin, I heard they solved that missing person case so quickly? And it was a rape murder case? After all this time, they managed to catch the killer so quickly? You guys are something else. Ha? Where are Chen Fan and the others? At that moment, Shin Dahai, who had heard the case was solved, walked in holding a teacup. If their Tianhai City task force could crack all these cold cases, then as the bureau chief, he'd have something to brag about at the next provincial meeting. Aren't the chiefs from other cities supposed to be the big shots? Then why do we have to solve your cold cases? Where's your so-called skill? Shin Dahai had already practiced his mocking retorts in front of the mirror several times. Chief, we solved the case, but those two just left for Tongcheng. They said there's another case there. I took a look. It seems to be that case we had before with the red-clothed woman who was murdered. I recall the first incident in that case also happened in Tongcheng. Lu Bin spoke as he picked up the case files Chen Fan and the others had been reviewing on the desk. The red-clothed woman murder case? So a new case has started? And they've already gone to Tongcheng? Shin Dahai was taken aback by Lu Bin's words. Yes, they just left. I was actually thinking of discussing this case with them. Lu Bin chuckled. Then what the hell are you laughing about? Don't I know you? You must be feeling pretty cocky after finally cracking that long unsolved case. Look at yourself, your mouth's practically splitting to your ears. Can't you learn a thing or two from Chen Fan? Look at him. He solved such a major case, yet he doesn't let it go to his head at all. He's already diving into another case. What are you standing around for? Hurry over to Tongcheng to help them out. Those two are new to the area. What if they need reinforcements over there? Shin Dahai kicked Lu Bin hard in the backside. Lu Bin scrambled out the door. Tongzhou. When Lu Bin brought them to the Public Security Bureau, they received a warm welcome. Chen Fan, right? Oh my, you look much better in person than in your photo. Come in. Hey, you there. Go fetch that tea guanyin from my office and brew it up. Hey, little Lu, why are you here too? Find a seat for yourself. The chief of the Tongzhou Public Security Bureau personally welcomed Chen Fan and his group inside. Only then did he notice that Lu Bin, the Criminal Investigation Division chief, was also present. Chief's son, I was here first. When I tried to shake your hand just now, you ignored me and went straight to Chen Fan instead. Lu Bin rolled his eyes behind him. Ah, never mind. Go pour your own tea. Commissioner's son casually dismissed him, gesturing for Chen Fan and the others to sit down. Chen Fan was also a bit surprised. This was his first time here, and he'd never met these people before. How did they know about him? Shen Qian, standing nearby, looked utterly bewildered. We owe it all to you for helping us catch those fugitives back then. Otherwise, we'd have had a real mess on our hands. That gun was stolen from Tongzhou. If they'd used it in a crime, I'd have been disciplined as the chief. Commissioner's son said to Chen Fan with a smile. Hearing Chief Son's words, Chen Fan and Shen Qian finally snapped back to reality. Earlier, while out shopping, the two of them had accidentally stumbled upon Lu Bin and his team setting up an ambush to apprehend a gang of bank robbers. Chen Fan had intervened. In the end, they played the long game and caught the entire gang. Among them were armed individuals. These very weapons had been seized after the suspects murdered police officers in Tongzhou City. Following this heinous attack on police officers to seize firearms, Chief Sun went 3 days without sleep, leading his team to comb through the entire city of Tongzhou. Yet they failed to locate the suspects. They knew the suspects had likely fled Tongzhou. They hastily issued a hefty reward. From that moment on, Director Sun felt as if the sky had fallen. Each day passed in anxious anticipation, dreading news that the gang had used the stolen weapon to commit another crime elsewhere. If they killed 2 more people, he'd likely lose his position as bureau chief. So when he received the call from Tianhai City Police Headquarters, Director Sun trembled. But the next moment, he heard the suspects had been apprehended, the guns recovered, and no further injuries or deaths had occurred. Director Sun nearly wept. He immediately ordered the reward money to be transferred and sent his own people to coordinate with the other side. When he learned that the case had been solved by a young man named Chen Fan, Director Sun took note. Now, hearing that Chen Fan was coming to Tongzhou City to investigate the case of the woman in red, Director Sun would have arranged for a police car to pick him up at the train station if not for the concern that Chen Dahai's daughter was coming along, which could cause unnecessary misunderstandings and complications. Everyone, listen up. Chen Fan is here to investigate this case, but he's also helping us look into our previous unsolved cases. This red-clothed woman's murder case has been unsolved in Tongzhou for many years. It's a disgrace to our Tongzhou police force. With Chen Fan assisting us this time, anyone who dares to drop the ball will find me unforgiving. Chief Sun stood up and addressed the entire Tongzhou Public Security Bureau. Chen Fan, where should we begin? Commissioner Sun turned to ask Chen Fan. Chapter 119, The Red-Clothed Woman's Body Dumping Case. I'd like to start by interviewing the frontline officers who investigated this case back then. Chen Fan said. Hey, old Lu, come over here. Director Sun immediately beckoned to an older officer. This is old Lu, a veteran of the Criminal Investigation Division. He's retiring soon and has been moved to a secondary role. He was the one who led the team that took over this case back then. You can ask him any questions you have. Director Sun introduced to Chen Fan. Mr. Lu, thank you for your time. Chen Fan stepped forward to shake his hand. No, I should be thanking you. To be honest, in all my years as a police officer, I've solved countless cases, big and small. But this case has dragged on for so many years without resolution. I'm about to retire, and it's always been a thorn in my side. I'm truly grateful you've reopened the investigation. Whatever you need from me, just say the word. Old Lu said slowly. Alright, here are the crime scene photos from back then. The victim's body was dismembered into 5 parts. Do you recall this black garbage bag containing the thigh? It had water droplets on it. Chen Fan produced several photographs. I do recall it. That bag was discovered at noon, and there was indeed a droplet on its surface. Old Lu waved his hand dismissively, not even glancing at the photograph. Clearly, even after all these years, old Lu still remembered the situation vividly. What did you think back then? Chen Fan asked. We could tell the body was unusually cold, which made us suspect it had been frozen. So we searched every cold storage facility in the area, but found nothing. The body was discovered in a garbage pile surrounded by mineral water bottles. It was likely just accidentally splashed with water. Old Lu explained. But if that were the case, there wouldn't have been subsequent serial killings. Besides large cold storage facilities, it could also be a freezer or refrigerator. Chen Fan shook his head. Not very likely. You have to understand, when the first case happened, refrigerators and freezers weren't as common as they are now. Only big shots like wealthy businessmen could afford one back then. Old Lu was a bit surprised. He hadn't expected Chen Fan and his team to come all this way just for a single water droplet. Exactly. Who says big shots can't commit crimes? Besides, this first case in Tongzhou City differs from the subsequent ones in other ways too. Chen Fan said slowly. Listening to Chen Fan's words, old Lu's eyes widened instantly. They hadn't failed to notice this discrepancy back then. But back then, many businessmen were just starting out, and the economy was booming everywhere. To put it bluntly, attracting investment was the top priority for city leaders. In the typical cases handled by the police, the probability of big bosses committing crimes directly was extremely low. Most of their cases involved violent crimes or economic crimes. Most cases involved impulsive, accidental killings. But this case was meticulously planned and executed. After similar crimes occurred elsewhere later on, the investigation shifted its focus toward a serial offender. So at the time, the circumstances didn't lead them to prioritize this angle. But now, hearing Chen Fan's explanation, old Lu felt quite frustrated. They had overlooked such a crucial clue. You say the first case was different from the later ones? How exactly? Old Lu asked urgently. Even Shen Qian, who had been standing nearby, was filled with confusion. She had been watching the entire case unfold and hadn't noticed anything unusual. The location where the body was dumped. Take a look. Chen Fan pulled out several photographs. These photos show the locations where the body was dumped, as marked by the police during their investigation. Chen Fan pointed to the photos as he spoke. The map above showed the city where the body dumping incidents occurred. The dumping sites were circled in red, with the dates noted beside them. What is different about these? Old Lu and Shen Qian studied it for a long time but couldn't make sense of it. Look, this is the city map of Tongcheng from back then. According to the annotations, these dumping sites are all quite secluded, surrounded by small paths. Moreover, the body bags were discovered during daylight hours. That's why it caused such panic in such a short time. Now look at the other locations. Some are in bustling downtown areas, others in remote spots. It's all over the place. And most of the body parts were discovered in the early morning hours. Chen Fan explained slowly. You mean the killer is extremely familiar with Tongqing's terrain? He can dump bodies during the day and quickly escape via side roads without being detected. As for the other cities, the killer was unfamiliar with the environment, so he chose to dump the bodies at night. That's why most bodies were discovered in the early hours of the morning. Old Lu, a veteran detective, immediately grasped the implication in Chen Fan's words. Exactly. There's another point. Based on the dismemberment method and clues, the police have confirmed these cases were committed by the same killer, which is why they're being consolidated. The locations of these crimes are quite distant from one another, so the killer must have had a vehicle. That's why he dared to dump the body in broad daylight in Tongzhou City. Chen Fan nodded. Exactly. Back then, surveillance cameras weren't yet fully deployed across all areas. All he had to do was park the car, dump the body, and drive away. No one would notice. Moreover, back then, owning a car was a status symbol. It could even serve as a disguise. Shen Qian nodded in agreement as she analyzed the situation. Wait a minute, now that you mention it, that reminds me of someone. At that moment, old Lu suddenly jumped to his feet. It's the company owner of the first victim, Lin Hao. The victim was killed after work one evening. According to the boss, he deeply regretted not driving her home that night. And after that, the boss kept coming back to inquire about the case. I heard he even gave the victim's family a large sum of money. At the time, we remarked how rare it is to find such a decent boss these days. But now, looking back, this boss seems highly suspicious. Old Lu said. What are we waiting for? Bring him in for questioning immediately. Shen Qian stood up too. Don't be so hasty. Chen Fan hurriedly stopped the two. This killer has evaded capture for years. He must be extremely meticulous and psychologically resilient. Bringing him in without concrete evidence could alert him and ruin our chances. Chen Fan explained. Then what do you suggest we do? Shen Qian nodded and asked. Why does he specifically target women wearing red? Chen Fan suddenly asked. Chapter 120, Luring the Snake Out of Its Hole. He might have been triggered by similar trauma or harm. There have been similar cases before. Shen Qian pondered before replying. Right. Since the killer has been waiting for an opportunity to target women wearing red, we might as well give it a try. With so many years having passed since these crimes, gathering evidence from back then is extremely difficult. Unless we catch him in the act and get him to confess, it's nearly impossible. Chen Fan said slowly. You're not seriously suggesting I go out there to lure the snake out of its hole, are you? Shen Qian's eyes widened. Alternatively, I could disguise myself as a woman and go seduce him. Chen Fan grinned. Forget it. With your height and build, it'd be obvious you're a man in drag. I'll go instead. Shen Qian immediately agreed. She was a police officer herself. Ever since Chen Fan was hired to solve cases, she'd been itching to get involved but hadn't had the chance. Now, at last, she had her chance to prove herself. Though it carried some risk. But when she chose to become a police officer all those years ago, she never gave such things a second thought. Rest assured, we'll provide full support here. We absolutely won't let you face any danger. Old Lu chimed in from the side. Oriental Tower. Goodness, this company is huge. I heard everything above the 10th floor belongs to this guy. Shen Qian looked up at the building after arriving at the address. Yeah, according to the records, this boss named Lin Hao has expanded his business significantly over the years. He could afford a private car back then, so it's no surprise he's grown to this scale. You go up. I'll wait here for you. Don't forget, no matter what, after making a good impression, find a reason to decline the interview. Chen Fan saw Shen Qian off at the office building entrance. You know, if he offered me 100 grand a month, maybe I'd actually stick around for a few days. Shen Qian teased Chen Fan. Chen Fan rolled his eyes and headed toward the nearby coffee shop. Half an hour later, Shen Qian emerged from the office building wearing a red dress. Chen Fan watched from afar, genuinely surprised. Honestly, after spending so much time working on cases with Shen Qian, he'd almost forgotten she was such a stunning beauty. At that moment, Shen Qian, wearing a flowing red gown, ran toward him like a butterfly dancing gracefully. Chen Fan found himself utterly mesmerized. This person definitely has something going on. The moment Shen Qian sat down, she eagerly picked up the coffee in front of Chen Fan and took a big gulp. What's wrong? Chen Fan asked. I initially refused because the salary was too low, but he immediately offered me 20,000 yuan a month. Can you believe it? Just a regular administrative assistant, and they're offering 20 grand. And after I turned him down, while waiting for the elevator, he added me on WeChat using my phone number and invited me out for dinner tonight. He even specifically told me I look good in red dresses. Shen Qian excitedly told Chen Fan. From all the signs so far, it was clear he was hooked. And he seemed quite eager. Where's the dinner spot? Chen Fan asked. Here, at a suburban restaurant. He specifically mentioned he has a meeting tonight, so it might run late. Shen Qian handed the phone to Chen Fan. Alright, we can set things up tonight. You don't need to rush over. Old Lu and I will go set things up first. Don't rush into anything when you get there. Bring recording equipment and instant messaging devices. Try to draw him out, ask why he likes red clothes and what he's been up to these past few years. Chen Fan urged, still uneasy. Given Shen Qian's temperament and skills, he wasn't worried she'd be at a disadvantage. What he feared was Shen Qian losing her temper and immediately pinning the guy down. That would be disastrous. We'll see. If he starts getting handsy from the get-go, I won't hesitate to take him down. Shen Qian rolled her eyes. Swan Restaurant. This was Tanzhou City's most upscale Western restaurant. Most of the cars parked outside were luxury vehicles. Shen Qian arrived at the restaurant as agreed, wearing a red dress. As soon as she stepped out of the taxi, she saw Lin Hao waiting at the entrance. He led Shen Qian inside. I must say, you look even more stunning in this red dress at night. As soon as they sat down, Lin Hao eagerly pulled out a large bouquet of roses and praised Shen Qian. Sorry, I'm allergic to flowers. Shen Qian quickly declined, covering her nose. Lin Hao awkwardly set the roses aside. At that moment, outside in the car, Chen Fan and the others listened to the conversation through their headphones, nearly bursting out laughing. Chen Fan knew full well that Shen Qian wasn't allergic to pollen. When she first moved into the office, Shen Qian had even bought a bunch of fresh flowers to decorate the space. But this tactic worked like a charm, instantly silencing Lin Hao so he couldn't utter a word. Mr. Lin has a particular fondness for women in red dresses? I doubt I'm the first one he's treated to dinner, right? Shen Qian asked deliberately. To be honest, you're the second person I've invited myself. The first was my girlfriend. When we were together, she also loved wearing red dresses just like you. But back then, my family was poor. She ran off with a wealthy businessman. From that moment, I resolved to make money, lots and lots of money. But after I became wealthy, I always wanted to find another girl to spend my life with. I never found her until I met you. Lin Hao gazed at Shen Qian with tender eyes. But I like women. Shen Qian shrugged helplessly. Ha! Chen Fan, eavesdropping in the car, nearly burst out laughing. Even old Lu beside him couldn't help but chuckle. Did Lin Hao really take the bait that easily? Could this be a trap? Old Lu was a bit skeptical. Uncle Lu, at your age, you've lost your basic sense of aesthetics. If Shen Qian wore that red dress to the interview and he still didn't take a liking to her, it would only mean he doesn't like women. Chen Fan said with a laugh. They continued listening in. Ha! At that moment, Lin Hao's expression in the restaurant looked like he'd swallowed a fly. This can't be right. All those women before had succumbed to his financial advances. Why wasn't this woman playing by the rules? Fortunately, the high-end dishes they'd ordered were arriving, making Shen Qian's eyes sparkle. It had to be said, this Lin Hao was loaded, ordering steaks starting at 4 figures and a bottle of red wine costing 30,000 yuan. Shen Qian paid no mind to Lin Hao and dug in heartily. Then, after one glass of wine, she feigned drunkenness, her head spinning. Mission accomplished. She'd scored a free gourmet meal. When Lin Hao helped Shen Qian out, Chen Fan and the others were already waiting. Lin Hao escorted Shen Qian to his Porsche. Just as he was about to open the passenger door for her, he turned around to find Shen Qian had already pulled open the back door and climbed in. Lin Hao was speechless. But seeing Shen Qian was already passed out drunk, he got in the car and started the engine. He drove off toward the exit. Chapter 121, Old Gong's True Intentions. Chen Fan and his group didn't rush to follow. They had already positioned various vehicles in ambush around the area, each assigned to a specific stretch of road. Eventually, they followed this particular car to the entrance of an abandoned factory building. Just as Chen Fan and the others hesitated over whether to enter, Shen Qian's phone rang. Are you guys here yet? Hurry up and come in. Shen Qian said impatiently. Chen Fan hurriedly led his men inside. There he was, Lin Hao, his face swollen and bruised, cowering on the floor with his hands covering his head. Tools lay scattered nearby, and the ground was splattered with blood. The place resembled a slaughterhouse. Shen Qian was wiping her hands with tissues nearby. The moment Lin Hao saw the police enter, he collapsed to the floor. What's going on? Chen Fan looked utterly shocked. He tried to rip my clothes off. I just couldn't take it anymore. Dare to lay a hand on me? Asking for a beating? Shen Qian said coldly. The surrounding officers surveyed the equipment scattered around the scene. It was clear this Lin Hao had put up a fight. But even with weapons, he still ended up beaten to a pulp like this. Everyone's gaze toward Shen Qian instantly grew more respectful. This place must have been abandoned for a long time, and it's quite far from the city center. He still brought people here. There might be something wrong with this location. Have the tech team search it out. Chen Fan surveyed the surroundings as he spoke. After the technicians conducted their investigation, they indeed discovered traces of human tissue here. Despite being covered in copious amounts of pig and chicken blood, the human characteristics were unmistakable. Faced with ironclad evidence, Lin Hao finally confessed. It turned out just as Lin Hao had told Shen Qian in the Western restaurant earlier. At the very beginning, Lin Hao had indeed been dumped by his girlfriend. Of course, the actual scene was even more miserable than what he had described to Shen Qian. When she dumped him, she was wearing that very red dress. And she had openly flirted with that wealthy, overweight man right in front of him to humiliate him. Lin Hao was right about one thing after that: he worked tirelessly and founded his own company. But whenever he faced women, he always felt something was missing. That changed when a girl who loved wearing red joined his company. Lin Hao made his move. Unexpectedly, the girl had a boyfriend and paid Lin Hao no mind. One day after work, he deliberately kept her behind, drugged her, assaulted her, and then killed her. The entire process gave him immense pleasure. He did indeed stash the body in his home freezer. Initially, he cooperated with the police investigation without revealing any flaws. Days later, he noticed the police had made no progress and had even classified the woman's case as a disappearance. This left him feeling unsatisfied. He then conceived the idea of disposing of the body. After the Tongzhou police failed to solve the case, Lin Hao drove to the outskirts of Tongzhou over the next few years to commit more crimes. His targets were always women wearing red clothing. Little did he expect that just as he was planning his next strike, Shen Qian showed up at his company for an interview. Just as Chen Fan had said, Shen Qian's figure and appearance stood out like a crane among chickens, even among a group of models. But unexpectedly, the hunter becomes the hunted. In the end, he was caught. This also signaled the successful resolution of the red-clad woman dismemberment case that had shocked multiple cities. Tongzhou Municipal Public Security Bureau. Although this case had been successfully solved, it had remained unsolved for so many years that they refrained from holding a grand celebration. Still, Director Sun took the opportunity during a cafeteria meal to express his gratitude to Chen Fan and the others. I won't say much. On behalf of the Tongzhou Municipal Public Security Bureau, I extend our deepest gratitude to Chen Fan and Shen Qian for traveling such a long distance. This case was a mountain weighing on us, we were ashamed. Yet within just 2 days of your arrival, it was solved. Let's raise our cups tea instead of wine to that. Commissioner Sun addressed Chen Fan and Shen Qian. Lu Bin, seated nearby, stared in astonishment, holding his wine glass aloft. He scratched his nose awkwardly. When Director Sun raised his glass earlier, he'd grinned and followed suit. But it turned out he wasn't even on Director Sun's list of people to thank. But Lu Bin couldn't very well say anything. Because while Chen Fan and Shen Qian were out solving the case, Lu Bin was busy networking within the Tongzhou Municipal Public Security Bureau. In Lu Bin's estimation, such a long unsolved case would take days to crack. So, following Director Shen's instructions, he positioned himself as backup support for Chen Fan and the team. 2 days later, he had already mingled with everyone at the Tongzhou Municipal Public Security Bureau, waiting for Chen Fan and his team to call on him for coordination. Then the case was solved. The killer was apprehended. The killer confessed. Lu Bin nearly choked on his own blood. Chen Fan, I won't say much. This time, thanks to your help, my police career has ended on a perfect note. If this case hadn't been solved before my retirement, I honestly don't know what I would have done. Especially that crucial water droplet evidence. If we'd overlooked it, I might never have forgiven myself. Old Lu clasped Chen Fan's hand as he spoke. I was just building on the foundation of your investigation, it wasn't all my doing. Uncle Lu, please don't say that. Chen Fan patted old Lu's shoulder. Watching old Lu tear up with gratitude toward Chen Fan and seeing the Tongzhou Public Security Bureau officers shower Chen Fan with admiration and praise. Shen Qian, standing nearby, seemed to grasp why old Gong had entrusted these unsolved cases to her and Chen Fan. Perhaps it was just as her father had said. Old Gong was putting Chen Fan through his paces. While honing his skills, he was also laying the groundwork for Chen Fan's professional network. Each unsolved case represented a lingering regret and humiliation for the local police officers. Hanging a case on the wall didn't mean they'd abandoned it. They kept them close to their hearts. If Chen Fan could help them solve these cases, he would undoubtedly build close relationships with officers across different regions. He might even become a benefactor to officers across the regions. In that case, Chen Fan would gain significant influence within the province. It seemed old Gong might genuinely consider treating Chen Fan as his final disciple. His future prospects are truly limitless. This lady will make sure to keep Chen Fan firmly tied to her side. Wouldn't that mean having both love and career in hand? Shen Qian's gaze toward Chen Fan grew fiery. Chen Fan, however, didn't notice Shen Qian's gaze, nor did he have time to. At that moment, everyone took turns toasting Chen Fan. Although Tongzhou City police officers couldn't drink due to the nature of their work, Chen Fan wasn't a cop and he was a guest who'd traveled far. So he went straight for the liquor, a large bowlful at that. Even with his exceptional tolerance, he couldn't withstand the toasts from over 100 people. Before long, his consciousness began to blur. Is it okay to leave Chen Fan with you? His train ticket for tomorrow morning is already booked. Make sure you don't miss it. Lu Bin said to Shen Qian with lingering concern. Don't worry, it'll be fine. Shen Qian flushed and waved her hand dismissively at Lu Bin. Upon hearing about the incident in Tianhai City, Lubin immediately bought a ticket and rushed back. But when they went to buy tickets, they discovered only one ticket remained for tonight's train. With Chen Fan drunk, they decided to spend the night at a small hotel near the station and catch the morning train back to Tianhai City tomorrow. Chapter 122, Screams from Next Door. After Shen Qian helped Chen Fan into the room, he collapsed directly onto the bed. Shen Qian surveyed the scene before her, pursing her lips as she sat down beside Chen Fan. Gazing at Chen Fan's handsome features, Shen Qian's face flushed first. "Tonight, you belong to this lady." Shen Qian smiled with pursed lips, then suddenly chuckled to herself, lost in thought. "What are you laughing at?" Chen Fan asked from where he lay on the bed. "Huh? How did you wake up?" Shen Qian stared at Chen Fan, who was lying in bed and smiling at her, and froze in surprise. "I wasn't drunk at all. If I hadn't pretended to be drunk just now, I doubt they would have let me off the hook either," Chen Fan said with a smile. This time they'd been drinking beer. Beer wasn't particularly intoxicating, but it sure made you feel stuffed. So Chen Fan had feigned drunkenness early on, simply unable to drink anymore. Plus, Shen Qian seemed unusually enthusiastic today. Chen Fan wanted to see what Shen Qian was up to. "Then what were you doing just now?" Shen Qian flushed instantly. "Earlier, it seemed like someone was trying to do something to me." "You should have said so earlier. Actually, I like taking the initiative." Chen Fan pulled Shen Qian's hand and sat down on the bed. "You don't get any ideas." Shen Qian felt a bit nervous. Help." Just as Chen Fan was about to speak, a sudden scream pierced the air from the next room. Chen Fan and Shen Qian froze simultaneously, then rushed out. In the narrow hallway, a person who looked like a waiter sat slumped against the wall, covered in blood. With a look of sheer terror on their face, they pointed toward the room. Chen Fan leaned closer to look. Inside the room, a young girl lay on the bed, blood still gushing from her neck. The window was open, and the wind kept flapping the curtains. Chen Fan rushed forward to examine her. The girl's artery had been severed. Judging by the splattered blood, the killer must have just left. "It's too late." Shen Qian stepped forward to assess the girl's condition, shaking her head at Chen Fan. Chen Fan's expression grew grim. They had been right next door just moments ago. A murder had occurred right under their noses, and the killer had escaped through the window. For Chen Fan, it felt like a profound sense of shame. Chen Fan approached the window and looked out. Outside was the roof of an artificial building. It seemed the killer had fled through here immediately after the murder. Chen Fan ran his hand over the roof surface and couldn't help but frown. This type of roof was made of thick sheet metal, but because there was some space underneath, it would make a considerable amount of noise. Yet when he and Shen Qian had been inside earlier, they hadn't heard anyone land on it. Even if the person had been extremely careful, there should have been some sound. Chen Fan pulled out his phone, switched on the flashlight mode, and scanned outside the window. There were no footprints on the metal roof. This was rather peculiar. "I've already called the Tongzhou City Public Security Bureau. They'll send someone over shortly." "What are you looking at? Should we go chase after them? It's nighttime now, so there aren't many people around. Maybe we can catch up." At that moment, Shen Qian walked over and asked Chen Fan. "Probably not necessary. The killer didn't get away." Chen Fan shook his head. "What do you mean?" Shen Qian looked puzzled. "What just happened?" Chen Fan turned to ask the attendant. "The guests in this room had booked an hourly room. Their time was up, so I came to remind them. I knocked on the door but got no response, so I assumed they had already checked out. Then I swiped my card to enter. Before I could see clearly, blood sprayed toward me, and then everything went dark. When I finally regained my vision, this is what I saw." The man recounted to Chen Fan, still visibly shaken. "You mean them? What did the man who booked the hourly room with this girl look like? Where's the registration information?" Chen Fan asked. "It was a man. He was wearing a hat when he came in, so his face was completely obscured. The registration was done with the girl's ID. The man didn't have one." The attendant hurriedly replied. "How could there be no registration? According to regulations, both parties are required to register. And I noticed just now you have far too few security cameras here. That's non-compliant." Shen Qian asked from the side. "This is a train station. Many people stay here temporarily while waiting for their trains. Plus, it's always crowded, so we can't enforce strict management. As for the cameras, they broke a while back and haven't been fixed yet. Our boss is aware of these issues." The attendant explained to Shen Qian. "Are you working the front desk part-time?" Chen Fan asked the attendant. "How did you know?" "I'm a student at the nearby nursing school, working part-time at night." The waitress looked at Chen Fan with some puzzlement. "A nursing school? No wonder you were so quick and precise with the knife just now." Shu Mo remarked indifferently. "What did you say? What did you say?" The waiter and Shen Qian spoke almost simultaneously. "I said, that blade you used to kill someone earlier, it should still be on your person, right?" Chen Fan said slowly. "What are you talking about? Who killed anyone?" How could I possibly kill someone? The waiter stared at Chen Fan in disbelief. You said someone knocked on the door, then the killer escaped through the window. But we were right next door and didn't hear any knocking. And if someone escaped through the window, there would have been noise when they climbed up, plus footprints. But we heard nothing at all. And the blood on your body and face, a severed artery, does cause splattering, but that lasts only seconds. But according to your account, you knocked, waited a while, then swiped your card to enter. Could it be that the killer inside deliberately waited until you opened the door before committing the murder and leaving? Chen Fan asked the waiter slowly. Hearing Chen Fan's words, the waiter's face instantly drained of color. Suddenly, the waiter scrambled to his feet and tried to dash toward the exit, but Chen Fan had anticipated this and tripped him with a swift kick. He pulled a blood-stained scalpel from the waiter's pocket. Chapter 123, The Jealous Woman. The moment Chen Fan produced the scalpel, the waiter collapsed limp to the floor. It's all her fault. It's all her fault. Why did she have to mock me like that? Her money isn't earned honestly either. The waitress then began screaming hysterically. By then, a crowd had gathered. Upon seeing the body, they all gasped in shock. Fortunately, officers from Tongzhou City Public Security Bureau arrived shortly after. Has the killer been caught? What's going on? When they saw the waitress Chen Fan had apprehended and the murder weapon in his hand, they were too stunned to speak. Chen Fan and Shen Qian were the first to arrive at the scene and had apprehended the perpetrator themselves. The pair returned to the police station once more. After hearing Chen Fan's account of the arrest, several officers looked skeptical. You identified the killer just because you didn't hear any noise? That's just two. What if you got the wrong person? One officer asked. Sound was just one factor. Confidence was more crucial. In such a short time, I'm confident we would have noticed any movement from the next room. Combined with the obvious inconsistencies at the scene, it wasn't hard to deduce. Ultimately, this waitress was a bit arrogant. Her real intention was to use her screams to attract the attention of the lodgers, thereby providing herself with an alibi. Chen Fan explained slowly. Then why did she scream? If she wanted to kill someone silently, couldn't she just leave afterward? Wouldn't that make it much harder to detect? Shen Qian asked, looking puzzled. Because of the bloodstains. This woman went to nursing school. She knows how to kill someone, so they're guaranteed to die. But she underestimated the force of arterial blood spray. I guess after she cut the victim's artery, she didn't have time to dodge and got splattered with blood. With people coming and going in the hotel, it would be hard for her to explain. Plus, if the police investigated later, her bloodstained clothes would raise suspicion. It was better to stage it exactly as she described. Little did she know that her very description would make the evidence of her murder undeniable. Chen Fan shook his head. The suspect confessed. These young girls nowadays are truly terrifying. Guess what the motive for the murder was? Jealousy, of all things. Just then, an officer approached and said, Jealousy? Shen Qian was puzzled. Yes. We've also identified the victim. She was also a nursing school student. In fact, the two were classmates. But the victim often looked down on this waitress. Because the waitress came from a poor family and always worked part-time jobs outside school. Plus, the victim was pretty and knew how to charm people, while the killer was rather dull. So during a previous tutoring competition, the victim succeeded while the killer failed. From that moment on, she harbored resentment. After the killer secured a job at the hotel front desk, she accidentally discovered the victim frequently took on similar part-time work off campus. Moreover, the killer later mocked her. According to the killer's account, she killed the victim because the victim was now relentlessly pursuing her boyfriend, fueling her resentment. So she waited until the victim brought a client to the hotel before attacking her. Our investigation of the victim's phone and transaction records confirms this account is largely accurate. The officer addressed Chen Fan and the others. As for the method of the crime, it matched Chen Fan's earlier speculation. After the murder, the killer was splattered with blood and had no way to clean up or explain it, so they staged a fake scene. She never imagined she would run into Chen Fan. Had she not encountered Chen Fan, but instead been reported to the police by another customer as usual, the killer would have long fled by the time officers arrived. Perhaps then, apprehending this individual wouldn't have been so straightforward. That night, Chen Fan and Shen Qian decided not to return to their hotel. Instead, they made do with spending the night in the staff dormitory of Tongzhou City Public Security Bureau. After all, by the time they wrapped up the case, it was already late into the night. Their train was scheduled to depart early the next morning, leaving them with only a few hours to spare. At the scene, I noticed you seemed hesitant, as if you had something to say. Shen Qian asked Chen Fan. I just feel that people nowadays view crime far too simplistically. This killer had been planning the murder for so long, yet there was no meticulous planning whatsoever, not even consideration for the entire process. It just leaves you feeling uneasy. Chen Fan said with a bitter smile. Ever since undergoing 100,000 crime simulations, any crime scene now instinctively triggered an evaluative impression in Chen Fan the moment he saw it. He instinctively placed himself in the killer's shoes to simulate the crime. And within those simulations, the killer's actions were riddled with flaws, their logic utterly lacking in precision, leaving Chen Fan feeling profoundly disappointed. Shen Qian smiled as she listened to Chen Fan. She understood that these words were the true feelings Chen Fan had harbored all this time. Having encountered so many cases, Chen Fan consistently approached them from the criminal's perspective, always simulating the killer's mindset. Actually, I should say you're disappointed. If you were the one proving the killer's guilt, how would you proceed? Shen Qian suddenly found herself intrigued and asked Chen Fan. If I were the killer in this case, knowing that person would check into a room here tonight. Committing the crime inside the hotel itself is a highly inadvisable move. First, hotels are bustling with people, and unexpected discoveries are bound to happen. Even if someone could control the surveillance footage and delete some data, all of that would become evidence for the police later on. If a hotel is absolutely necessary, the simplest method would be poisoning. Chen Fan pondered for a moment before speaking. Poison? No way? Wouldn't poisoning leave more evidence for the police? Shen Qian was puzzled. There's another crucial figure in this case, the client. Actually, that client had already left after finishing his business. When we entered the scene, the victim's condition clearly indicated he'd just been through something. For a normal client in this kind of transaction, they would have left immediately afterward. But for the victim, a nursing school student who registered using her student ID to book the room, it was already late. Returning to campus was impossible, so she might as well sleep at the hotel. This explains why we didn't find the client at the scene when we arrived. The killer struck precisely after seeing the client leave. So if poisoning had been used, police would likely target the client for arrest. That client, having left numerous traces at the scene, would be impossible to evade police pursuit. Once apprehended, he'd have no way to explain what happened afterward. Chen Fan said. Chapter 124, Anticipating a Perfect Crime. There was no surveillance footage at the scene at that time. It wasn't a matter of erased data, but rather the killer had planned to commit the crime tonight, so they deliberately disabled the cameras beforehand. Without any footage, there's no way to prove when he left or what he did before departing. The only witness the police could find was the front desk clerk, the real killer. This gives the killer significant initiative throughout the process. Consequently, that client might have become a scapegoat. Even if he vehemently denies poisoning the victim once in custody, the overwhelming evidence points to him being the last person to have contact with the deceased. Chen Fan explained. Based on what you're saying, this case will likely remain unsolved. Shen Qian nodded. It's not quite that simple. The demands placed on the perpetrator throughout this process are exceptionally high. First, the method of poisoning should ideally involve ingestion, leveraging the relationship between the victim and the killer to arrange it. After all, taking medication is perfectly normal when conducting business. And distinguishing between accidental medication errors and deliberate poisoning is extremely difficult. Second, the entire process must leave no trace whatsoever. Chen Fan said to Shen Qian. So if someone were to commit murder using your method, would it result in a perfect crime? Shen Qian asked Chen Fan. It might be difficult. There can be absolutely no mistakes throughout the entire process, and it might even require a bit of luck. For instance, if a server happens to encounter someone exiting another room while opening the door and interacting with the victim, then suddenly there's an extra witness, an unexpected complication. That's something you can't guarantee. Chen Fan explained slowly. In the previous 100,000 simulations, countless runs had been interrupted by various unexpected incidents. Often, even when Chen Fan followed his meticulous plan flawlessly, he couldn't guarantee that no unforeseen incidents would occur at the scene. So from your perspective, when you applied to the private detective agency and later agreed to become deputy team leader of the criminal investigation unit, were you always searching for a perfect crime scenario? Shen Qian asked Chen Fan as she lay on the bed. That's right. I was indeed waiting for a killer to emerge, waiting for the perfect crime to appear, one that would allow me to truly test my skills. Chen Fan nodded. You're kind of scary, you know. But this lady here is confident that once I take you down, you won't be able to do any more bad things. This lady is essentially ridding the world of a menace. Shen Qian giggled. Chen Fan stood by, utterly speechless. Thinking about how Shen Qian had helped the drunken to the hotel, ready to do something naughty, he felt a pang of regret. If it hadn't been for this case nearby, perhaps the two of them would be having some kind of exchange right now. They barely slept all night. They talked about the case, the development of their private detective agency, their personal histories, and their future plans. Before they knew it, dawn had broken. After officers from Tongzhou City Public Security Bureau dropped them off at the train station, they finally returned to Tianhai City. Upon their return to Tianhai City, they headed straight to the police station to file their report. After all, their trip to Tongzhou had been official business. Chen Fan, now the deputy team leader of the Criminal Investigation Division, had solved another case the previous night and naturally needed to report back. But when Chen Fan and Shen Qian entered their office, they gradually realized it was empty. The entire Criminal Investigation Division had vanished. Shen Qian was puzzled and went straight to her father's office. Upon arriving, she found Shen Dahai was also absent. After inquiring, Chen Fan learned that a serious case had occurred and everyone had been dispatched. Shen Dahai had also been called away for a meeting. Chen Fan and Chen Qian recalled that Lu Bin had indeed received a call from his Tianhai City colleague while still in Tangzhou City, informing him of the case. That was why he had rushed back last night. But judging by the current situation, this case seemed far more serious than anyone had anticipated. Otherwise, the entire criminal investigation division wouldn't have mobilized en masse. Just as Chen Fan and Shen Qian were puzzling over this, Lu Bin walked in, dark circles under his eyes and looking utterly exhausted. "What's going on, Captain Lu? What kind of case is this?" Chen Fan stepped forward to ask. "You two are back? Ah, we're short-handed right now. You two go out and search every trash bin in Tianhai City. There's a dismembered body," Lu Bin said through gritted teeth. "Dismembered body parts? Does that really require so many people to search?" Chen Fan was puzzled. "You don't know, last night I got a call saying a few drunk guys were pissing in a trash bin when they suddenly found a bag containing a severed hand. When we arrived, it was indeed a human hand. But before we could catch our breath, more calls started coming in from other locations. So far, we've found over 100 bags containing dismembered body parts. Damn it! This is the first time I've seen so many dismembered bodies dumped like this. We started searching early this morning and still haven't finished yet." Lu Bin sighed as he addressed Chen Fan and the others. "Over 100 bags of dismembered remains? How many people were killed?" Chen Fan was visibly shaken. "That's the strange part. We've brought back all the dismembered remains. They're currently undergoing forensic examination and preliminary analysis. It's possible they all belong to a single person." Lu Bin explained to Chen Fan. "Dismembering one person into over 100 pieces? And scattering the remains everywhere? What kind of hatred is this? And this killer probably has their own slaughterhouse and processing facility." Chen Fan frowned. "We don't know yet. The body is extremely fragmented. Our top priority now is to identify the source of the remains. The head itself has been split into several pieces. It's impossible to reassemble. If we catch that bastard, just wait and see what we'll do to him." Though Lu Bin had been a police officer for many years, this was his first encounter with such a case. Hearing Lu Bin's words, Chen Fan and Shen Qian exchanged glances. They'd handled numerous dismemberment cases before, but a body cut into over 100 pieces and scattered across different districts of Tianhai City? This was unprecedented. No wonder Lu Bin had mobilized the entire criminal investigation division to search for the remains. On one hand, they needed to identify the source of the bodies and recover all the remains as quickly as possible. On the other hand, it was to prevent public panic. Otherwise, with so many bags scattered about, the chances of them being discovered were far too high. Word would likely have already spread among the citizens. Chapter 125, Over 100 Body Parts. What's the total weight of the over 100 bodies recovered? Are the deceased male or female? Chen Fan paused briefly before asking Lu Bin. "Head straight to the morgue now. All the bodies have been transported there. I came back to apply for search warrants. Some areas require further investigation." Lu Bin gave Chen Fan and Shen Qian a brief update before promptly exiting. Although they had already formed a task force to crack previous cold cases, a new case had emerged, and the Criminal Investigation Division naturally had to focus all their energy on these fresh cases. As Chen Fan and Shen Qian were heading toward the morgue, Shen Dahai came rushing in, panting heavily. Judging by his expression, he'd clearly just been reprimanded. "Chen Fan? You're finally back. Oh, I'm so glad you're back." Shen Dahai's face, which had been clouded with worry, suddenly blossomed like a chrysanthemum the moment he saw Chen Fan. "Dad, could you at least not change your expression so quickly? It's kind of creepy." Shen Qian frowned beside him. "I'm your real daughter, yet the moment I walked in, you only had eyes for Chen Fan. That's just too much. You guys have no idea. First thing this morning, I got called in by all the higher-ups for a 2-hour dressing down. This case has really blown up. That killer must be insane. What the hell was he thinking, cutting the body into so many pieces and scattering them all over Angel City? The moment I woke up this morning, every social media platform in Tianhai City was already blowing up. The higher-ups demanded we solve this within 3 days and give the public an explanation. Chen Fan, this case is counting on you. You absolutely have to figure something out. What would you like for dinner tonight? I'll have Auntie cook it and send it over." Shen Dahai said, taking Chen Fan's hand. Food can wait. Let's go see the body first." Chen Fan sighed helplessly. "No problem. Solve the case first. If you need anything, come find me. Chen Fan, if you solve this case, I'll give you my full blessing to marry my daughter. We'll get the marriage certificate right away. I'll fetch the household register as soon as I get home," Shen Dahai declared to Chen Fan. Whoa. What certificate? What household register? Did I agree to this? I don't feel like I've sold myself short here." Shen Qian blushed and hurriedly stepped forward to interrupt Shen Dahai. She was supposed to win Chen Fan over, but not as a bet. This left Shen Qian utterly dumbfounded. Off you go, off you go. Adults or talking children shouldn't interrupt. Arranged marriages by parents and matchmakers, don't you know that? So your parents still get to decide your marriage? Shen Dahai grinned at Shen Qian and patted Chen Fan on the shoulder. For Shen Dahai, seeing Chen Fan return finally lifted the weight off his chest. He was confident that as long as Chen Fan was involved in this case, solving it within the deadline would be absolutely no problem. When Chen Fan and his team arrived at the coroner's office, the overwhelming stench of blood nearly knocked them back out the door the moment they stepped inside. Beyond the condition of the bodies themselves, most had been dumped beside garbage piles, making the stench particularly potent. At that moment, all the body parts were spread out on a large platform as the forensic team worked to piece them together. Upon seeing Chen Fan and Shen Qian enter, several forensic experts nodded their greetings. What's the current status? Chen Fan approached the platform, gloves in hand. Only one victim. The body appears to have been dismembered with both flesh and bone intact. Wood shavings were found among the remains, suggesting the killer might be a carpenter with access to sawing tools. Over 90 pounds of remains have been recovered so far. Based on the blood loss, the victim weighed around 140 pounds and stood about 5 feet 7 inches. Some dismembered limbs remain undiscovered. A forensic pathologist briefly outlined the current findings to Chen Fan and the others. Chen Fan approached the table wearing gloves, examining the reconstructed body before him. The cut surfaces between each body fragment were remarkably smooth, clearly made by an extremely sharp electric saw. The fact that even the bones had been cut in the same manner suggested immense force had been applied. The sound of dismembering such a body would have been quite loud, and the scene should have left numerous traces of the dismemberment. Chen Fan pondered slowly. Given the current state of affairs, there wasn't much useful information to go on. Chen Fan and his team stepped outside. Just then, Lu Bin and several other officers returned carrying a bag containing the latest batch of shredded internal organs. Any discoveries at the scene? Chen Fan asked the officers. Most of the bodies were dumped at night under dim lighting, so we found very little. However, identical tire tracks were found at several dumping sites. Our analysis indicates these tracks likely belong to some type of electric tricycle. These electric tricycles are the kind commonly used for hauling goods in rural areas. The period from 1 a.m. to 3 a.m. is when seafood vendors operate, while the 3 a.m. to 5 a.m. slot belongs to vegetable vendors. So during these early morning hours, there are an overwhelming number of vans and electric tricycles on the streets. It's extremely difficult for us to investigate each one individually. According to the electric tricycle registration data, there are nearly 100,000 such vehicles in Tianhai City alone, and that doesn't include unregistered or modified ones. Trying to track them down is like looking for a needle in a haystack. Lu Bin expressed his helplessness to Chen Fan and the others. Rushing back last night and leading searches all day today had left Lu Bin utterly exhausted, barely able to think straight. The immense pressure of such a serious case weighed heavily on his shoulders. We've already assigned personnel to comb through surveillance footage. While the killer dumped bodies in over 100 locations, those same locations must have left behind numerous traces. I refuse to believe that with all these cameras, we can't find this killer. Lu Bin said through gritted teeth. He then led his team back to work. Strictly speaking, Chen Fan and Shen Qian weren't actually part of the police department. As the deputy team leader, Chen Fan was assigned to unsolved cases, so Lu Bin hadn't directly assigned specific tasks to him or Shen Qian for this investigation. What should we do now? Shen Qian asked Chen Fan. I want to see exactly where this person dumped the body. I can't shake the feeling that this person dismembering the body into over 100 pieces and disposing of them is a bit fishy. Chen Fan mused, stroking his chin. Chapter 126, The Inertia of Thought. Soon, Shen Qian brought over a large city map of Tianhai. Chen Fan and several officers marked all the current dumping sites they had discovered on the map. To be honest, when he heard there were over 100 locations where bodies had been dumped, Chen Fan was utterly shocked. But seeing those over 100 locations densely packed onto the map, that overwhelming feeling was even more visceral. Do you have any thoughts? Shen Qian asked Chen Fan. I'm wondering if I were the killer, why would I dismember the body into over 100 pieces for disposal? Maybe to cause a sensation. Or perhaps to completely abandon the body, preventing the police from quickly identifying the victims. If it's the second scenario, I actually have a way to track them down. Chen Fan pondered for a moment before speaking. What's your idea? Shen Qian was also curious. Is there a ruler around here? Chen Fan asked. I'll go get one right now. Shen Qian said as she fetched several long rulers from nearby. Now let's divide the entire map into 8 directions: southeast, northwest, southeast, southwest, northeast, and northwest. Find the 2 farthest points in each section and draw lines connecting them. Look at where they intersect. Chen Fan instructed Shen Qian. Simultaneously, they located the 2 farthest north and south dumping sites and connected them. Though Shen Qian didn't understand what Chen Fan was aiming for, she followed his instructions and sketched the lines on the map. Soon, the map became densely covered with crisscrossing lines. I think I'm starting to understand what you mean. Shen Qian studied the map before her. Among these lines, a large intersecting area stood out. Though not perfectly centered on a single point, it was unmistakably clear that this vast overlapping zone corresponded to an urban village. Exactly. Judging by the killer's mindset, if his goal was to scatter the body parts as widely as possible, it would make it extremely difficult for the police to identify the actual victim. Then when dumping the body, he was actually trying to go as far away as possible. Initially, the outermost dumping sites were at the maximum range achievable by electric tricycles, roughly 50 kilometers each way, totaling 100 kilometers round trip. As more dumping sites accumulated later on, the natural human tendency to avoid danger would drive them further from their residence. So regardless of how they disposed of the bodies, he would inevitably choose locations farther from his residence. This, in turn, provides us with a basis to pinpoint his location. Barring any unforeseen circumstances, we can narrow the killer's location down to this urban village area. Furthermore, the autopsy revealed numerous wood splinters in the body, suggesting the killer is likely connected to carpentry. Even if not a carpenter, the perpetrator must have access to large wood-cutting tools at home. Dismembering the body into so many pieces would also require a considerable amount of time. Our next priority should be to investigate within the urban village, identify any individuals with carpentry skills who have recently been involved in construction projects. Beyond construction workers, we should also inquire about any missing young women matching the height and weight described by the medical examiner. After all, since the killer went to the trouble of disposing of the body, they likely knew the victim. Chen Fan spoke slowly. Everyone, move out immediately. Just then, Chen Fan suddenly heard a loud shout from behind him. He realized that Lu Bin and numerous officers had arrived behind them unnoticed, having overheard his entire analysis. In unison, all the officers dashed out. Chen Fan. If we'd known you could figure all this out, why did we bother going through all that trouble to interview people everywhere? You have no idea our eyes were practically popping out of our heads when we were reviewing those surveillance feeds earlier. Lu Bin chuckled from the side. Actually, a lot of the time, just getting busy or rushing around doesn't necessarily mean you're doing the right thing. We should always think through our approach first, plan before acting. It saves us a lot of trouble. Chen Fan said with a smile. Yeah, who can argue with that? But we don't know the immense pressure they're facing up there. It can't be helped. We have to solve the case as quickly as possible. Lu Bin shook his head with a wry smile. Soon, the police called Lu Bin back. They had just begun making inquiries in the urban village. They quickly learned that a girl had gone missing in the urban village and a missing person poster for her was posted there. Officers from the local police station confirmed they had indeed received a missing person report earlier. But for some unknown reason, the person who filed the report later withdrew it. According to the residents, there were several carpenters in their neighborhood. Just as Lu Bin and his team were relieved to have uncovered a lead so quickly, another encouraging piece of news emerged. While questioning one of the carpenters at his home, they discovered him attempting to climb over the wall and flee, only to be apprehended by the officers. Inside the carpenter's courtyard, officers discovered extensive bloodstains. Despite extensive cleaning, fragments of flesh remained embedded in the soil within the corners. Forensic analysis confirmed the remains belonged to the victim. Faced with this ironclad evidence, the carpenter confessed to the entire process of murder and disposing of the body. The victim was a college student who lived next door to the carpenter in the urban village. She was home on vacation, while the carpenter next door, a lifelong bachelor, developed sinister intentions upon seeing the young, beautiful girl. He waited until her parents were away, then assaulted her. After the assault, he realized he had accidentally strangled her to death. The carpenter used the electric saw in his yard to completely dismember the girl's body. He then took advantage of the darkness to dispose of her remains in various locations. The tire tracks initially discovered by police were indeed from his electric tricycle used for the disposal. He had modified this electric tricycle himself, significantly increasing its range. Later, when the tricycle ran out of power, the carpenter switched to a motorcycle. This explains why the police failed to detect his movements when reviewing surveillance footage focused on electric tricycles. Chapter 127, The Killer Caught? Tianhai City Public Security Bureau. Shen Dahai listened to the bustling noise outside, his face cold as he stepped out of his office. What's all this commotion about? Have you found all the bodies yet? And you're just standing around shouting? Do you know the higher-ups ordered us to solve this case within 3 days? What are you all laughing about? Shen Dahai emerged from his office, clearly displeased, and addressed the crowd sternly. Director, actually we. What about it? Have you found all the bodies yet? Lu Bin was about to step forward to explain when Shen Dahai cut him off coldly. The bodies. The bodies haven't all been recovered yet. Lu Bin said with a hint of resignation. Although they had recovered numerous bodies, according to the forensic reconstruction, approximately 10 gene, about 5 kilograms of remains were still missing. Based on their recent interrogation of the killer, he had fully confessed to the entire crime. However, the killer couldn't recall the exact locations where these bodies had been discarded. When disposing of the bodies, he hadn't used a map or planning. Instead, he'd simply ride his bike in a general direction, and once he estimated he was close enough, he'd randomly choose a trash bin to dump the body. With over 100 disposal sites, it was impossible for the killer to remember them all. So even though Lu Bin and his team have apprehended the killer, the awkward reality is that not all the bodies have been recovered. Not all of them? Then what are you laughing about? Looks like you don't want to be the head of the criminal investigation team anymore. Let me tell you, the higher-ups have issued a strict order. If we fail to crack this case by the deadline, I won't keep my position as chief. And you, the head of the criminal investigation team, will be the first one I fire. Shen Dahai snapped at Lu Bin, fuming with rage. But, Chief, even though we haven't found all the bodies, the case is already solved. We've apprehended the killer. We'll search for the remaining body parts as soon as possible. Lu Bin timidly replied to Shen Dahai. Then what are you all laughing about? Hurry up, wait. What did you just say? The case is solved? The killer's been apprehended? Are you kidding me? Shen Dahai stared wide-eyed at Lu Bin before him. The bodies weren't even all accounted for, and now you're telling me the killer's been caught? How is that possible? It's true, Chief. Earlier, we conducted a search based on the area marked on the map by Chen Fan. We easily identified the killer's identity and address. We immediately dispatched technicians to search the killer's courtyard. They found evidence of dismemberment at the scene, and the suspect has confessed to his previous crimes. He just can't recall the exact location where the dismemberment took place. Lu Bin hurriedly added. Chen Fan said that? Holy cow, is that for real? Where is the killer? Shen Dahai's eyes widened as he suddenly recalled that with Chen Fan involved in this situation, the matter might actually be true. Upon hearing this, Lu Bin and the others immediately led Shen Dahai to the room where the suspect was being held. They really caught him? Why didn't you say so sooner? Shen Dahai shot Lu Bin a displeased glare. If he'd been told earlier, he wouldn't have lost his temper so badly just now. More importantly, he could have gone straight to report to his superiors. You didn't give us a chance to say anything. Didn't you interrupt me just now? Lu Bin muttered under his breath. What did you say? Are you talking behind my back? You guys have zero confidence. I knew this case would be solved all along. When I arrived, I saw Chen Fan was here too. And now that he's on this case, there's absolutely no problem. You people never stop worrying me. When will I ever have as much confidence in you as I do in Chen Fan? Can't you make me proud? Can't you all learn a thing or two from Chen Fan? Shen Dahai glared at Lu Bin as he reprimanded him. Hearing Shen Dahai's scolding, Lu Bin couldn't utter a word. There was no way around it. When they went to investigate this case, they practically turned the entire city of Tianhai upside down, trying to piece together clues step by step from the body. But unexpectedly, Chen Fan had simply drawn lines on a map of Tianhai City in his office and identified the killer. Such skill was beyond their wildest imagination, let alone their capability. After finishing his scolding, Shen Dahai rushed out the door. When higher-ups had demanded they solve the case within 3 days, Shen Dahai had admittedly felt apprehensive, anxious, and overwhelmed by the pressure. But now, in less than a day, the case was solved. Shen Dahai even felt a twinge of regret. Had he known Chen Fan and the others would return today, he might have pounded the table in front of those leaders and guaranteed, I'll crack this case before sunset today and show you all. That would have saved his face. But it wasn't too late now. Solving the case in such a short time had completely exceeded their expectations. He was sure the higher-ups would have nothing but praise for them when confronted with this outcome. They'd be scrambling to commend the Tianhai Municipal Public Security Bureau. After Shen Dahai left, Lu Bin and the others brought Chen Fan into the conference room. The biggest problem facing them now was finding the remaining body parts. This is bizarre. We've combed through every trash bin and dump site in Tianhai City and even notified sanitation workers to search their areas, but we still haven't found the remaining body parts. Could it be someone picked them up and ate them? That would be a real headache. Lu Bin said to the group with a hint of resignation. Captain Lu, that scenario is highly unlikely. If anyone else had found the body parts, they would have reported it immediately. In other words, the fact that no one has reported anything means no one has found these body parts. But these body parts are definitely missing. Unless, of course, the waste disposal plant took them away before anyone could find them. After all, the body parts were disposed of inside bags. And if the bags weren't opened, no one would suspect they contained body parts, they'd just be collected as regular trash. Chen Fan pondered for a moment before speaking. Chapter 128, Catfish. It's not entirely impossible. We haven't checked the Tianhai City waste treatment plant yet. Contact them immediately and have them halt waste processing. We're heading over right away. Lu Bin instructed the officer beside him. Following further police searches, the remaining bodies were finally discovered at the central waste transfer station. The bodies had gone undetected because they had been tossed directly into trash bins and transported to the Tianhai City waste treatment plant by the garbage collection trucks that day. It was precisely Lu Bin's timely phone call that prevented the unified compression processing of this waste. Otherwise, once the waste had been compacted, finding the bodies would have been nearly impossible. Without recovering all the bodies, even if the case were solved and the killer apprehended, the investigation would remain incomplete. Provincial Public Security Department. Chief Gong, our homicide clearance rate in Tianhai City has been remarkably high lately. Numerous cases have occurred within Tianhai City's jurisdiction. I was initially concerned that such a backlog could lead to serious problems. But unexpectedly, they've now assigned a police officer to be stationed at the provincial headquarters permanently, handling case reporting and follow-up handover procedures. At first, I thought Tianhai was up to something shady, but it turns out they're solving every homicide case with remarkable speed and efficiency. One person said to Old Gong, "It's more than that. Take a look at this, it's the latest case summary they just submitted." Old Gong said, handing over some documents he was holding. The man took them and couldn't help but be startled. "These cases, I thought they were shelved? We poured so much effort into solving them back then, yet made no progress. Why are they being reopened now? Should we prepare to re-establish a special task force to investigate them?" The man looked at the cases with some surprise. "Take another careful look." Old Gong smiled as he tapped the files. The man picked them up, puzzled, and grew increasingly stunned as he read further. "No way? All these cases were solved? When? How? By whom?" The man was filled with questions. "Chen Fan and Shen Qian? I know this Shen Qian, she's Shindahai's daughter, right? She was one of the promising recruits our provincial bureau focused on back then. But didn't I hear she resigned later? And where did Chen Fan come from?" The man stared at the case files in utter shock. Cases that had long hung over the provincial bureau had apparently all been solved. Yet the person who solved it was someone he didn't recognize. "Do you remember us discussing that thesis about the perfect crime?" Old Gong asked the man. "Of course I remember. That student was so regretful. I heard he ranked first in the entire academy for all 4 years of his police training. And some part-time lecturers had even asked him to help solve cases where he provided crucial clues. We had taken notice of him, but then he pulled this stunt right at graduation. It stunned everyone. I honestly don't recall that student's name. Could this Chen Fan be the same student who wrote that perfect crime thesis back then?" The man seemed to realize something. "That's right, it's him. He solved all these cases too. As far as I know, he's now working at Shen Qian's private detective agency. They're in a relationship and have even met each other's parents." Old Gong nodded. "He's dating Shen Qian? Doesn't that mean he's Shindahai's son-in-law? Is he that capable? Wait a minute, could this be the closed-door disciple you've been eyeing lately, Old Gong?" The man asked. He had never seen old Master Gong hold such high regard for a young man, nor show such intense focus on anyone before. "Exactly. I intend to cultivate him thoroughly as my final disciple. But to be honest, I never imagined this young man could be so exceptional. At first, when I saw his theory of the perfect crime, I was utterly astonished. And after learning how he approaches solving cases, I realized he often thinks from the killer's perspective. That's why he approaches solving cases from a perspective completely different from ours in the police force. But even when I put myself in the shoes of various murderers, I couldn't match his level of insight. Rather than admiration, what I feel for this young man is curiosity. Because strictly speaking, based on his theory of the perfect crime, even I couldn't find a single flaw." Old Gong spoke slowly. "But Gong Lao, what if this person has always aimed to commit a perfect crime and possesses all sorts of criminal abilities? He could pose a significant threat to society." The man hesitated before addressing Old Gong. "How so?" "Many things have two sides. Understanding how to commit the perfect crime doesn't necessarily mean one will actually carry it out. If we can guide them correctly and utilize their talents appropriately, they might even achieve unexpected results. Besides, you mentioned the Tianhai Municipal Public Security Bureau earlier. Their case-solving speed has been remarkably fast lately. And the reason for their speed is that Chen Fan has played a decisive role in it. He determined the investigative approach and entry points. It was precisely these insights that enabled other officers to break free from conventional thinking." Old Gong spoke slowly. "So what you're saying is..." The man's eyes lit up, as if he was beginning to grasp Old Gong's intent. "Exactly. Chen Fan is like a catfish. I placed him within our police department's environment precisely to see what kind of impact he could bring to the bureau. The results have proven this approach to be remarkably effective. For us police officers, we have a highly systematic training system and a well-established talent development mechanism. All our case-solving procedures and methods have gradually become systematized and formulaic. But as times evolve and modern technologies emerge, the types of crimes multiply and criminal methods constantly renew themselves. Many criminals are even studying our investigative techniques to enhance their counter-surveillance awareness. If we police continue to solve cases using the old model, we may struggle to keep pace with these changes. This is especially true for our veteran officers. While their years of experience represent invaluable accumulated knowledge, these very experiences can become outdated in the face of rapid societal change. Relying solely on existing police approaches isn't inherently flawed, but there's room for improvement. Chen Fan serves as the guiding light for their advancement. Old Gong explains slowly. Chapter 129, The Missing Ransom. So that's how it is. No wonder you handed him those cold cases, paid him such close attention, and even took him as your final disciple. So all this was part of your meticulous plan behind the scenes. The man smiled as he addressed Old Gong. To be honest, these plans only emerged later on. At first, I was simply curious about this Chen Fan fellow. I wanted to see just how high he could climb. The result far exceeded my expectations. Just watch. I'm confident he'll solve all those unsolved cases I gave him before long. Old Gong stroked his beard and rose to his feet. Meanwhile, back in Tianhai City, after wrapping up the dismemberment case, Chen Fan and Shen Qian resumed preparations for other unsolved cases. You really don't know how to balance work and rest. You should take a proper break, shouldn't you? I thought I was a workaholic, but compared to you, my workaholism is nothing. Shen Qian sat down in the office, looking exhausted. In her view, after solving so many cases in a row, they deserved a break to relax. But judging by Chen Fan's demeanor, he seemed to be thoroughly enjoying himself. Others treated work as work and rest as rest, but when Chen Fan looked at these cases, Shen Qian could clearly sense that he was enjoying it. Treating solving cases as a job versus treating it as a game were two entirely different concepts. Don't treat it as a burden. Consider why the killers did what they did during this process. What vulnerabilities did they expose? It's actually quite fascinating. Chen Fan smiled as he pulled out a case file. Not everyone is as good as you know? With your IQ and current abilities, how many people can keep up with you? Shen Qian was speechless, but seeing Chen Fan already poring over the file, she leaned in closer. This case is actually quite intriguing. A kidnapping case. But after receiving the ransom, the kidnappers vanished. The abducted child still hasn't been found. And all these years, the child's parents seem to have been searching relentlessly. I remember seeing news about this before. His parents kept posting missing person flyers, but over a decade has passed and there are still no leads. Chen Fan said, glancing at the case file. You mean this case? I remember it vaguely. Shen Qian said to Chen Fan. Back then, my dad wasn't the chief yet. He was still working on the front lines. I was in middle school then, and I remember it very clearly. It was because the kidnapped child was from the elementary school division of our school. I recall his parents worked at the power company and were quite wealthy. The kidnappers demanded 50,000 yuan, and they actually paid it up front. I don't recall the specifics beyond that. Shen Qian added from the side. Yes, according to the case file, the parents of that kidnapped child were both employees of the Electric Power Bureau back then. Back then, over a decade ago, the power company was a place with excellent benefits and salaries. The student was in 3rd grade and went missing after school, never returning home. Later, his parents found a note left by the kidnappers at their doorstep, demanding 50,000 yuan and promising further contact. Although the parents reported it to the police immediately, the authorities found no leads. Back then, there weren't as many surveillance cameras as there are now, and the kidnappers didn't call, they communicated via notes instead. According to the police analysis at the time, the kidnappers knew the child's family situation and home address, suggesting they were likely acquainted with the child. So the police initially began their investigation by checking with the child's relatives, but then they received a second note. This second note was discovered by security guards at the school entrance. After the security guard discovered it, they realized it was from the kidnappers and immediately located the missing child's parents to deliver the message. Following the kidnappers' demands, they placed 50,000 yuan in cash inside a backpack and left it under a park bench. Police immediately cordoned off the park. But because the park was quite open at the time, the police couldn't monitor it closely and could only watch from a distance. As night fell, the kidnappers never appeared. When the police returned early the next morning to check, they discovered the money inside the backpack had vanished without a trace. The backpack, however, remained under the bench. Since then, there has been no word from either the kidnappers or the abducted child. The only clues left behind were those two notes. Although the police took a series of follow-up measures, they never found any further information about the kidnappers, and the case was eventually shelved. Chen Fan reviewed the case file, gaining a basic understanding of the entire incident. That's odd. If the police were conducting surveillance throughout, how did the kidnappers manage to retrieve the ransom money from under the chair? Shen Qian asked from the side, her voice tinged with confusion. This question had actually been the biggest puzzle for the police back then. At the time, all police forces had already set up a perimeter around the park. During the day, there might have been many people, but by nightfall, the park was virtually deserted. Aside from a few couples sneaking in for a tryst, no suspicious individuals had appeared. Moreover, throughout the entire incident, no one approached the chair. Yet the ransom inside had vanished without a trace. Yes. That is indeed a problem. But I see that the park where the ransom was collected back then has since been demolished. If it's been demolished, then the events from back then might be impossible to investigate further. Chen Fan shook his head. When investigating these cases, many circumstances were severely hampered by the passage of time, leaving crucial clues missing. It was precisely this lack of evidence that caused Chen Fan and his team to lose many leads during their investigations. So what about our case? Not only has the park where the ransom was demanded been demolished, but it's also likely that the students, teachers, and other witnesses involved will be extremely difficult to locate now. Shen Qian nodded in agreement. Not necessarily. We can start with these 2 notes left by the killer. Don't you think these notes contain a lot of information? Chen Fan spoke as he pulled out the 2 notes left by the kidnappers. Chapter 130, Suspects. The handwriting on both notes was twisted and distorted, clearly not written with a normal pen. At first glance, they resembled gibberish, nearly impossible to decipher. The first note read, "I have kidnapped Zhang Ning. Do not contact the police. Prepare 50,000 yuan in cash, packed in a school bag." The second note read, "Place the bag under the 3rd lounge chair west of the public restroom in Dongfang Park." Judging by the handwriting, the kidnapper must have written this with his left hand. These are ordinary stationery sheets. Back then, such paper was quite common. Chen Fan remarked as he examined them. But that doesn't really prove anything, does it? Even if we knew now, there's probably no direct way to find clues related to the killer. Shen Qian seemed unconcerned. Besides the killer being highly cautious, there's nothing particularly unusual about them. That's not necessarily true. Let's think about it. First, the kidnapper has several characteristics. First, the kidnapper is very familiar with the child's family situation. He knows both parents work at the power company and that the family is well off. Moreover, at that time, 50,000 yuan was an extremely high sum, enough to buy an entire house. The kidnapper demanded 50,000 yuan, a subtly significant figure for a couple both employed at the power company. Any less might not seem worth the effort, while more than that would be impossible for them to come up with, even as a dual-income family at the power company. Therefore, judging by the ransom amount demanded, the kidnappers were clearly well informed about the family's circumstances. Secondly, the fact that the kidnappers chose to communicate via notes rather than direct phone calls indicates they possessed a certain level of counter-surveillance awareness. The locations where the kidnappers delivered the notes, once at the victim's home entrance and once at the school gate via security personnel, also reveal their tactics. This shows the kidnappers possess a certain level of intelligence. Especially according to police reports, they had previously monitored the victim's relatives and found no evidence of sudden wealth. The kidnappers are hiding their tracks very deeply. Finally, regarding the note itself, even if the kidnappers wrote it with their left hand to conceal their handwriting, but their choice of words and tone of voice cannot be concealed. At least from these 2 notes, the kidnapper's language is concise and to the point, with no unnecessary words. This indicates the kidnapper possesses a certain level of education. Chen Fan spoke slowly. Combining all these factors, knowledge of the victim's family background, familiarity with the child, and the absence of violent struggle during the abduction that would have drawn attention. Combined with such high intelligence, my analysis points to this individual as the most likely suspect. As Chen Fan spoke, he pulled out an interrogation transcript from the police files of that year. Shen Qian took it and saw it was the child's homeroom teacher at the time. Because the child was abducted after school. So at the time, the police conducted interviews with many people at the school gate during dismissal time, including his teacher and classmates. The child's homeroom teacher was also questioned by the police at the time. Upon learning about the abduction, she was extremely shocked. Chen Fan explained. Why do you suspect the homeroom teacher is involved? There are no inconsistencies in the homeroom teacher's statement. Shen Qian asked Chen Fan. Besides the fact that this homeroom teacher matches the kidnapper's description, there's another key reason. According to the homeroom teacher's own account, he took leave early that day due to stomach discomfort. From the statement, this teacher expressed deep regret over his illness at the time, but that also provided him with the opportunity to commit the crime. For a third-grade student, especially a boy, encountering a kidnapper, even if he couldn't overpower them, he would have struggled at least a little. Especially during dismissal time when there are many people around, yet no one noticed anything unusual. If the kidnapper was this boy's teacher, it all makes sense. Third graders tend to obey their homeroom teachers unconditionally. Let's go meet this homeroom teacher. Based on the timeline, he would have been in his early 30s back then. Over the past decade or so, he should still be at the school, nearing retirement. Chen Fan said to Shen Qian. The two headed to Jincheng Elementary School using the address from back then. Since Shen Qian had graduated from Jincheng Elementary, she was quite familiar with the surroundings. What surprised them both was that the homeroom teacher of the kidnapped child back then had now become the vice principal. When she heard Chen Fan and Shen Qian were there about the old kidnapping case, a flicker of panic crossed her eyes. But she quickly regained her composure. It's been so long since that case. To be honest, I've always felt deeply regretful about it. If I hadn't left early due to feeling unwell, perhaps none of that would have happened. I failed in my duty as a homeroom teacher. Class advisor Li Ming sighed as he spoke. Teacher Li has an excellent memory. It's remarkable you recall this case so clearly after all this time. No wonder you rose from teacher to vice principal. Chen Fan remarked with a smile. I still feel guilty about it. Li Ming paused, then quickly added. What illness did Teacher Li have back then? I recall it was a headache? Chen Fan inquired. Stomachache. It might have been appendicitis at the time, so I went home. But I didn't expect it to clear up later. It wasn't until evening that I got a call saying the child hadn't come home, so I went out with them to look for him. Li Ming hurriedly explained. All right, we understand. Listening to Li Ming's account, Chen Fan nodded. He stood up to take his leave. Officer, may I ask, has the investigation into this case been reopened? Li Ming asked Chen Fan as he was about to leave. Oh, no. We're preparing to close the case. After all these years, we still haven't found anything. We can't keep this case open indefinitely. We're not pursuing it further. Today's visit is merely a formality. Chen Fan said to Li Ming. Before Li Ming could say anything else, he led Shen Qian out. Chapter 131, A Test of Endurance. That's it? You're saying that on purpose, aren't you? To reel in a bigger fish later? As soon as they stepped out of Jincheng Elementary School, Shen Qian asked Chen Fan. Even if we suspect him now, we have no direct evidence. So many years have passed. As long as he insists he knows nothing, there's nothing we can do. Think about it. If we came looking for this person today, and you were him, what would you do? Chen Fan nodded and asked Shen Qian. If the police are closing the case, it means this matter is completely over. In that case, the burden on the killer's conscience would naturally be lifted. If it were me, I might not be able to resist going back to the scene of the crime. People are like that. Shen Qian pondered for a moment before replying. Exactly. Regarding this kidnapping case, the fact that no similar incidents have occurred all this time suggests the perpetrator gained substantial benefits back then and has maintained that advantage unchanged for years. But precisely because of that, this kidnapping holds even greater significance for him. The place where the ransom was exchanged no longer exists, and the old residential compound has been demolished. Beyond that, don't forget the child was never found. And it's highly probable he was killed after the money was received. This further supports the teacher's motive as the perpetrator. After all, the child knew who the kidnappers were. From the very moment of abduction, the child's survival was doomed. And I believe the location of that child's body is the only place currently connected to the kidnapping case. The location of that child's body. Chen Fan spoke slowly. Exactly. The child's body was never found back then, which means the kidnapper must have hidden it in a very secluded spot. Once he learns the case is closed, he'll likely return to the body's location. If we keep an eye on him, we can find the body. Once we find the body, we can convict this man. Shen Qian instantly grasped Chen Fan's meaning. Theoretically, that's correct. The remaining question is whether the killer can hold out. The real test begins now. Chen Fan nodded. Although the kidnapper might go to the body, it wasn't certain they'd go immediately. Moreover, if the killer could completely restrain themselves, Chen Fan and Shen Qian couldn't keep watching him indefinitely. Over the next 3 days, Li Ming commuted to work as usual, showing no signs of abnormality. He even avoided social engagements in the evenings, staying home after returning. Those 3 days wore Chen Fan and his team down. Daytime was manageable. Li Ming was at the university and unlikely to visit the burial site in broad daylight. But nights required Chen Fan and Shen Qian to take turns keeping watch. They feared that if they let their guard down for even a moment, Li Ming would slip away. After 3 days of this, Chen Fan and Shen Qian were pushed to their limits. Tonight marked the 4th night. You take over for a bit. I need to sleep. Shen Qian couldn't hold on any longer and shook Chen Fan awake. All right, go ahead and rest. I'll wake you if anything happens. Chen Fan sat up from the car seat and opened a can of Red Bull. He had to force himself to stay alert. He believed these 3 days would be tough for them, but even tougher for Li Ming. The longer this dragged on, the more desperate he'd be to get back to the scene. Chen Fan pinched his thigh hard. He knew that the later days would be the most critical. Through the car window, Chen Fan stared at the pitch-black window of Li Ming's home. After weeks of surveillance, he had thoroughly mapped out Li Ming's daily routine. He and his wife were divorced. They had a daughter attending college who rarely returned home, leaving him living alone. A young woman had once entered Li Ming's home, but she had left quickly. At the time, the young woman had looked very displeased. After investigating her, Chen Fan and his team learned she was a new female teacher at Jincheng Elementary School. She appeared to be involved in an illicit relationship with Li Ming. Judging by her rejection, Li Ming didn't seem inclined to pursue such matters. Chen Fan was confident this fish would eventually take the bait. Chen Fan sat in his car, watching the stairwell of Li Ming's building. During surveillance, one must avoid sudden movements, refrain from checking phones, and remain silent, a truly agonizing ordeal. Just as Chen Fan was about to give in and ask Shen Qian to take over, a figure quietly appeared at the entrance of the stairwell. The motion-activated lights in the entire stairwell remained off, and the person wore black clothing. Had it not been for the slight reflection on the glass when the door opened, even Chen Fan wouldn't have noticed. He's coming out. Chen Fan quietly roused Shen Qian. His face showed little excitement, mostly just relief. Shen Qian peered through the car window and indeed saw a figure riding an electric scooter heading out. Though his features were indistinct, the height and build left no doubt it was definitely Li Ming. Let's hurry and chase after him, Shen Qian urged. No rush. He's on an electric scooter and there's hardly any traffic at this hour. Following him in a car would be too conspicuous. Chen Fan quickly stopped Shen Qian. Li Ming chose this time precisely to avoid being followed. Plus, electric bikes are nimble. If he spots a tail, he could just dive into any alley and vanish. But what if we don't follow him? Then what's the point of our surveillance? Shen Qian watched Li Ming's figure disappear and couldn't help but feel anxious. I anticipated he'd come out at this hour. That's why I brought this. Chen Fan pulled a drone out of his backpack. A drone? Shen Qian couldn't help but widen her eyes. Yeah, times are changing. The methods for surveillance and tracking need to keep pace with technological progress too. Chen Fan activated the drone and sent it soaring into the air as he spoke. At the same time, the tablet in Chen Fan's hands displayed the live feed from the drone. Isn't there a distance limit for controlling this drone? Is it really working? Shen Qian asked. The kidnapping likely occurred near the school, and moving the body would be cumbersome. So it's highly probable the body is still at the original abduction site. Plus, Li Ming rode out on an electric bike, which suggests the burial site isn't too far from here. Chen Fan explained. Shen Qian fell silent as both turned their attention to the screen. They saw Li Ming riding his electric bike, circling the area repeatedly. Shen Qian couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. If she had rashly started the car and followed him earlier, Li Ming would have definitely noticed. That was close. Finally, after circling for a while, Li Ming rode off in one direction. Chapter 132, Dig. Call for backup. Take the forensic team to the square near Jincheng Elementary School. Just as I suspected, the child was likely taken away while passing through that residential complex. Chen Fan observed Li Ming's route as he spoke. The square near Jincheng Elementary School? Is the body buried there? How did you know? Shen Qian was taken aback. Back when that child went missing, the only place along the route from the school gate to his home that fit the conditions for the crime was that old residential complex. Otherwise, it could be found anywhere. That old neighborhood has since been demolished and turned into the current plaza, but it's so vast that pinpointing the exact location is nearly impossible. Chen Fan explained. So you already knew all along. No wonder you've been fixated on this Li Ming. It's about time. Let's follow them too. Shen Qian nodded and prepared to start the car and follow. No rush. Let's go take a look, Chen Fan said as he quietly got out of the car. Huh? You're not seriously planning to go inside that guy's house to check, are you? That's not standard procedure. Shen Qian was taken aback. Procedures are meant to constrain the police. I'm not a cop. If you don't want to come, just wait downstairs. Oh, and tell Captain Lu and the others Li Ming won't dig the person out to inspect them either. Just treat it as an illegal residency case and bring the person back first. Remember where Li Ming was last seen. The rest is finding evidence. Chen Fan spoke as he headed toward the stairwell. Shen Qian hesitated briefly. After briefing Lu Bin and the others on the situation, she followed Chen Fan upstairs. Drawing on their previous experience sneaking up the stairwell in the dark, Chen Fan and Shen Qian approached Li Ming's door silently, triggering none of the motion-activated lights. Chen Fan used a piece of wire he'd prepared earlier to gently pick the lock twice, and it opened. Shen Qian stared wide-eyed behind Chen Fan. It seemed Chen Fan had intended to enter Li Ming's home from the very beginning. Just as Shen Qian was about to step inside, Chen Fan grabbed her arm. Immediately, Chen Fan pulled out his phone, switched it to camera mode, and waved it in front of the door. Sure enough, a red dot appeared on the screen. Shen Qian gasped in shock. There was a camera in the living room. If she had just walked in like that, not only would Li Ming have discovered her, but she might have even left evidence behind. Then she really would have no way to defend herself. Just as Shen Qian felt trapped between a rock and a hard place, she noticed Chen Fan tapping a few times on his phone. A whirring sound followed as the camera, which had been monitoring the living room, turned its lens toward the wall. Having witnessed Chen Fan's various tricks before, Shen Qian was already accustomed to it. She even understood how Chen Fan operated. He must have hacked into the Wi-Fi network and then infiltrated the camera. He was manipulating the camera's angle. If all criminals possessed Chen Fan's skills, solving cases in the future would become incredibly difficult. The two crept inside. Chen Fan gestured to Shen Qian, signaling her to wait at the living room doorway. He walked into the house alone. Shen Qian held her breath at the doorway, straining to hear any sounds outside. Just as impatience began to set in, Chen Fan emerged from the bedroom. He motioned for Shen Qian to follow him out. Even though Shen Qian was filled with questions, she couldn't ask them at that moment. It wasn't until they quietly returned to the car that Shen Qian hurriedly asked, "What's going on? Did you find anything?" "You didn't find anything?" Shen Qian grew impatient. Buzz. Before Chen Fan could speak, Shen Qian's phone began to vibrate. She picked it up to see it was Lu Bin calling. "Shen Qian, where are you two? We've got the suspect." I'll bring him back right now, but how should we interrogate him? Is Chen Fan there too? Lu Bin asked Shen Qian. Captain Lu, no need to come over. We'll head there immediately. Also, apply for a search warrant. Go straight to Li Ming's residence and search it. Focus on the hidden compartment behind the wall in the master bedroom's nightstand. Chen Fan took the phone and instructed Lu Bin. Ha? How do you know all this? Hearing Chen Fan specify the exact location left Lu Bin stunned. I dreamt about it. We're heading over right now. Chen Fan couldn't explain it either, so he simply hung up the phone and headed toward the square with Shen Qian. When they arrived at the square, they saw several police cars parked there. Li Ming was being escorted by officers and stood to one side. Where was he just now? Chen Fan asked. Right over there on the grass, lighting a cigarette. Lu Bin nodded his head and pointed to the side. Damn! Chen Fan exclaimed. Dig? Are you sure about this? If we do this tomorrow morning, we won't be able to explain it to the city government. Lu Bin was taken aback when he heard Chen Fan wanted to start digging immediately. We're lucky it's just grass. If it were inside a building, this case might never get resolved. Chen Fan spread his hands in a wry smile. Listening to Chen Fan, Lu Bin finally grasped the situation. If the child's body was truly buried inside a building, even if they found out, they couldn't demolish the building to gather evidence. Dig. I'll take responsibility if anything goes wrong. After a moment's thought, Lu Bin ordered the officers. As the officers began digging, Li Ming's face turned deathly pale. Vice Principal Li, we meet again. What are you doing here so late at night? Chen Fan approached Li Ming with feigned ignorance. You said this case was all ready. No, I was just out for a walk tonight. I don't know why I got arrested. There must be some misunderstanding. Li Ming was equally surprised to see Chen Fan and the others. Yeah, taking a stroll in the middle of the night, definitely some kind of misunderstanding. I won't beat around the bush. If you confess everything now, it can still count as voluntary surrender and meritorious service. Otherwise, once the body is exhumed, it'll be too late for excuses. Chen Fan said coldly to Li Ming. I don't know what you're talking about. Li Ming hesitated for a moment before stubbornly retorting to Chen Fan. Seeing Li Ming's attitude, Chen Fan found himself puzzled. Where did this confidence come from? Could it be that the body wasn't buried here? That shouldn't be possible. Chen Fan couldn't help but frown. They dug straight through until the next morning. They dug over 3 meters deep, yet still found nothing. Captain, we've reached the limit. Nothing at all. A panting officer approached Lu Bin and reported. At this moment, many early risers passing by also stopped to watch the scene unfolding before them. Lu Bin was also at a loss. Chen Fan, what's going on? We've dug this far, and still nothing. There are more and more people gathering now. Lu Bin said to Chen Fan. Chapter 133, The Corpse. Keep digging. This place was originally the basement of a residential building. There must be something here. Has the search warrant been approved yet? Chen Fan countered. Without evidence or justification, searching the home of an elementary school vice principal is no easy task. If it weren't for the chief overruling objections and personally taking responsibility for the order, this search warrant wouldn't have been so easy to obtain. Our people are already on the scene now. Lu Bin told Chen Fan. Since we've come this far, there's no turning back. I trust my judgment. Keep digging. Chen Fan took a deep breath and said to Lu Bin. But, alright. This time, I'm going all in too. I absolutely trust you. I'll dig it myself. Lu Bin nodded, rolled up his sleeves, and got to work himself. Meanwhile, at the Tianhai Municipal Public Security Bureau, Shen Dahai was already overwhelmed answering calls. Chief Shen, what's going on? Making police officers dig up the square first thing in the morning, cordoning it off. With so many people watching, are you just going to grab the front page headline like that? You need to consider the impact. On the other end of the line, the municipal department leader addressed Shen Dahai. News of Lu Bin and his team cordoning off the square to excavate a body quickly spread among the citizens. Speculation about the police's actions began to swirl. Some said they were digging up bodies, others claimed they were searching for bombs. All sorts of theories circulated, drawing large crowds of onlookers. Uninformed reporters fueled the fire with their coverage, instantly amplifying the incident throughout the city. Sir, we're currently investigating a previous case at a critical juncture. Once we recover the body, we can close this case. Shen Dahai hurriedly explained. What case are you talking about? How long has it been? That square is a major achievement for our municipal department. Digging it up now, isn't that undermining our past accomplishments? Besides, with so many people watching, you've dug this deep and still found no clues. That's enough. I'll give you another half hour at most. If you still haven't found the body after that, stop immediately. The leader addressed Shen Dahai. Shen Dahai hung up the phone with a sigh of resignation. Since the call ended, various leaders had been making phone calls. For these officials, it was unnecessary to dig up a decades-old case and conduct such a high-profile investigation. Even if they did investigate, there was no need to make it public knowledge. Especially since that square had become a renowned landmark in Tianhai City. If bodies were truly unearthed beneath that plaza, it would have a massive impact on both the original design and construction teams and the surrounding office buildings and commercial districts. It could even affect Tianhai City's economic development. Beyond that, there was another crucial reason. Li Ming held the position of vice principal at a prestigious elementary school. If it became known that the vice principal was the perpetrator of the kidnapping case from years ago, the uproar within the education sector would be immense. That's why the leaders were so anxious. When Shen Dahai received news from Chen Fan and the others about the exhumation, he was mentally prepared for this possibility, but he never imagined it would be this serious. Half an hour. Shen Dahai held on for half an hour, but there was still no word from Lu Bin's team. Shen Dahai was at a loss. Lu Bin, what's the current status? Shen Dahai dialed Lu Bin's number. Director, this is Chen Fan. Excavation is still underway, and no body has been found yet. Chen Fan answered the call. Chen Fan, you must understand that city leaders are closely monitoring this situation. If the body is found through normal excavation, it's manageable. But if it's not found, things will get complicated. Shen Dahai addressed Chen Fan. I'm confident. The reason this person. We've got it. There's a burlap sack here. There's a body inside. Chen Fan was mid-sentence when shouts suddenly erupted from the digging site. Chen Fan hurried over. Sure enough, they dragged out a long dried corpse from beneath the earth. Judging by its size, it was that of a child. Upon hearing the news of the body's discovery over the phone, Shen Dahai breathed a sigh of relief. He couldn't help but feel secretly relieved. It was only because he had trusted Chen Fan and pushed through the pressure to allow the excavation. This case had finally been brought to light. As for any subsequent complications, that was no longer his concern as the police chief. Solving this long-standing cold case would also demonstrate to the citizens of Tianhai City the police force's determination to crack crimes. Thus, the unfavorable situation facing the police had been completely reversed. This was what they called turning a negative into a positive. Tianhai City Public Security Bureau. Li Ming had already been brought into the interrogation room. Damn it! The bastard insists he knows nothing, claiming he was just out for a stroll in the square. This bastard. He knows full well that with so much time having passed on this case, we have no evidence. Lu Bin stormed out of the interrogation room, fuming. I knew he'd play this card. I'll go in and talk to him. Chen Fan walked in holding a file folder. What was Chen Fan carrying just now? Why do I get the feeling he knew from the start this guy wouldn't crack? Lu Bin asked Shen Qian. It was something seized from Li Ming's home. I don't know what it is either. Shen Qian shook her head. As soon as Chen Fan entered the room, he sat directly across from Li Ming. Li Ming's lips curled slightly at the corners of his mouth. He seemed completely composed now, all traces of his initial panic gone. He knew that if the police had direct evidence, they wouldn't be going through all this trouble. Besides, the case from back then had been handled cleanly. No trace of anything related to that child had been left behind. Even if they searched his home, they wouldn't find any clues. Li Ming was confident. Over the years, he had studied the law extensively. Given his current circumstances, the police could only detain him for 24 hours. Once released, the case would be completely closed. There's no point asking me anymore. I know nothing. I've already told that person. Last night I couldn't sleep, so I rode my electric bike out for a spin. When I passed the square, I just wanted to sit down and rest for a bit. I meant to smoke a cigarette, but halfway through I didn't feel like it anymore. I just tossed it onto the grass. I know littering cigarette butts is wrong. Maybe it was fate that led me, a former homeroom teacher, to find that body. Perhaps it can also make up for my past regrets. Li Ming said to Chen Fan. A drive? Chen Fan said as he pulled out a tablet. Playing on the screen was the exact route Li Ming had taken on his bike after leaving home. Your route was a bit roundabout. I was curious about how you felt when you saw the child's body. The place where you buried the child back then, wasn't that the basement of your mother's house? I've done some digging. Back then, your mother left you a house in an old neighborhood near the school. But you rarely stayed there, so no one else knew you owned that property. But years later, when it was demolished, you received a substantial sum from the compensation. It was precisely with that money that you became vice principal. Am I right? Chen Fan spoke slowly to Li Ming. So what if I am? But that kidnapping case had nothing to do with me. Besides, I was loaded after the demolition. I wouldn't have taken such a huge risk. Li Ming said indifferently to Chen Fan. True. It's precisely because of that demolition compensation money that no one suspected you all these years. But it also left you with a fatal flaw. Chen Fan smiled faintly. Chapter 134, The Left Behind Banknotes. A flaw? Cut the mystery act. If you have evidence, just show it. If you don't, how much longer do you plan to detain me? And I reserve the right to hold you accountable for any damage or loss inflicted upon my personal reputation. I will sue you. Li Ming said coldly. I'm afraid you won't get the chance. If I recall correctly, according to the parents of the kidnapped child at the time, the cash they paid the kidnappers was specifically withdrawn from the bank, and there are records of it at the bank. That's why you haven't had a chance to spend it all these years. Of course, you never anticipated that the old banknotes would be phased out so quickly. Once the new series was issued, the bank began withdrawing the old ones from circulation. So even if you managed to get your hands on those bills, you couldn't spend them. You'd just have to keep them. In a way, it's fortunate. Otherwise, there might have been a second or third child kidnapped. As Chen Fan spoke, he pulled a stack of bills from the document folder. These were the very bills used for the ransom payment back then. After paying the kidnappers, the police had conducted extensive surveillance at the bank. The moment these bills entered circulation, they could be immediately tracked. Yet aside from a few scattered bills, there were no instances of large deposits or expenditures. After new banknotes were issued shortly thereafter, detection became even easier, yet still nothing surfaced. It was as if the kidnappers had vanished overnight. This is why, all these years, the police have been completely helpless. As for Li Ming, although he had obtained a huge sum of money back then, he couldn't spend it. He could only exchange one bill at a time for small change at shops every day. Fortunately, not long after, the house his mother had left him was demolished, and he received a large sum of money. The ransom money became useless. Li Ming hid the money away. But he never imagined it would end up in Chen Fan's hands. No. How did you find it? This can't be. Li Ming couldn't believe it. Typically, when hiding something, people stash it in the hole reserved for the light switch. Even though you enlarged that hole and sealed it with plaster on the outside, I'm sure you've taken it out to look at it from time to time over the years. That's why it looks so new. With this money, and the bank records from back then along with the child's parents' records, what else can you say? Chen Fan pulled out the money he was holding. Seeing the money in Chen Fan's hand, Li Ming knew he was finished for good. Now, Li Ming was filled with regret. If only he had burned this money earlier, today's trouble could have been avoided. But he couldn't bring himself to do it. Back then, 50,000 yuan was a huge sum of money. Moreover, in Li Ming's eyes, the child abduction case he had pulled off years ago was flawless. Even the police couldn't touch him. It had filled him with immense pride. He treated this money like a badge of honor. Just as Chen Fan had said, whenever the night grew still and quiet, he would often revisit the case in his mind, taking out the money to look at it. No. You have no right to search my home. What gives you the right? This was planted in my house. Li Ming was now completely flustered. You'll have to take these questions up with them. I'm not interested anymore. Chen Fan shook his head and stood up. Impressive. As soon as Chen Fan stepped out, he saw Lu Bin giving him a thumbs up. If you hadn't been so determined, this child's body might never have been found. Come with me. Someone wants to see you. Lu Bin spoke as he led Chen Fan into the adjacent room. The moment they entered, a middle-aged man and woman knelt before Chen Fan with a thud. Thank you. Thank you. We've been searching for our child all these years. We knew long ago that he was gone, but we just wanted to see his body. Now that we've finally seen him, we can lay him to rest. The couple spoke to Chen Fan with tears in their eyes. For this couple, the case had been closed so long ago that they had long since given up hope. Their only regret was never finding their child's body, a weight that had burdened them for all these years. Quick, get up! Quick! Seeing their state, Chen Fan hurriedly helped them to their feet. Lu Bin, watching from the side, was deeply moved. After all, for them, this case had been shelved by the police. All these years, the victim's family never gave up, yet they had shelved the case. Had Chen Fan and his team not reopened the investigation, the child's body would likely still be buried here. And that kidnapper would have continued to live a respectable life within the school environment. At that moment, every police officer felt profound shame. Yet they were also profoundly grateful to Chen Fan. The man confessed. Back then, he lured the child to his home under the pretense of helping with homework. He gave the child a drink laced with a sedative. The child was already dead before the second note was written. The note was largely written because the child was already dead. If a call had been made, it would have been unbearable for the parents to hear their child's voice. Afterward, he pretended to know nothing. In the basement of that old house, he encased the child's body in cement. When the building was demolished, the basement was simply filled and leaving no trace. After Chen Fan and the others emerged, an officer addressed Chen Fan. As they spoke, a sudden commotion erupted from the next room. They rushed over to investigate. Li Ming lay motionless on the floor, a pool of blood beneath him. The victim's father had bitten through Li Ming's neck. What happened? Lu Bin's heart sank instantly. Neither of them said a word earlier. Just as they were about to leave, they suddenly rushed into that room over there. The guy went in and bit the suspect's throat, opened the artery, and he was gasping for air right away. The woman guarded the doorway fiercely. We couldn't break through at all. You'd never guess they're that old. They're incredibly strong. This is a real mess now. A police officer remarked helplessly. Chapter 135, The Closest Disciple. Sigh. This kind of thing, really. You'll understand once you have children. This matter is my responsibility. Lu Bin sighed as he spoke. Although the kidnapper had been apprehended, sentencing him directly to death would likely prove difficult. Even if it were possible, this man had already enjoyed years of privilege. The child's parents would never accept it. But Li Ming had died within the Tianhai Municipal Public Security Bureau. Taking responsibility was unavoidable. Fortunately, the victim's parents had vigorously urged their son to turn himself in and take responsibility, and Shen Dahai had personally appealed to the provincial bureau. This prevented the matter from escalating further. After all, this was a long unsolved case. Solving it required rebuilding public trust in the police force. Exposing such incidents would inevitably reflect poorly on law enforcement. It must be said. The recent resolution of this long-standing kidnapping case had indeed caused quite a stir in Tianhai City. The uproar stemmed largely from the fact that the kidnapper was the vice principal of a prestigious elementary school. This revelation also exposed how the kidnapper had bribed his way into his position, leading to the downfall of numerous figures within the education sector. Yet this development earned widespread public acclaim. Tianhai City Public Security Bureau. I told you before, trust Chen Fan completely. Yet you hesitated even while digging the grave. If Chen Fan hadn't been so resolute, we wouldn't have been able to wrap this up now. The body might never have been found. And during interrogations, why couldn't any of you break through? Did we really need Chen Fan to step in? Bottom line, it boils down to one thing: learn from Chen Fan. Learn, and learn again. Shen Dahai addressed the group. Chief, speaking of interrogations, something just occurred to me. When we went to search Li Ming's home, Chen Fan explicitly pointed out the location of the evidence. Honestly, that spot, if we hadn't been specifically looking for it, even our own people searching wouldn't have thought to check there. Lu Bin stood up as he spoke. What spot wouldn't we think of? You've searched suspects' residences for evidence countless times before. What could possibly be so unusual? Shen Dahai seemed unimpressed. Having once been a criminal investigator himself, he'd handled such cases countless times. Behind the bedside table, in a hidden compartment within the wall. When we pulled the table away, there was just a wall behind it. We even tapped it felt like an ordinary wall. If Chen Fan hadn't mentioned something was hidden there, we wouldn't have smashed it open with a hammer to uncover that crucial evidence. It's downright eerie. Chen Fan seemed like he'd been there before. How could he know so much? Lu Bin couldn't wrap his head around it. That's the difference. Chen Fan is a genius. What defines a genius? It's someone who, even if you ask them, might not be able to explain how they know things. Some people are born for criminal investigation. Like I said before, we need to learn from Chen Fan and apply his methods to our daily work. Take this search, for instance. It gave us a unique angle. Next time we search a suspect's residence, start by breaking open the wall behind the nightstand. Shen Dahai pounded the table as he addressed the group. Understood. Lu Bin and the others nodded in unison. Fuguei Private Detective Agency. I'm impressed with your performance this time. The impact of solving cold cases is enduring. That's truly commendable. Old Gong sat on the detective agency's sofa, addressing Chen Fan and Shen Qian. Mr. Gong, I wouldn't dare take credit for this. Chen Fan did all the work. I just ran errands behind the scenes. Why did you suddenly come today? Surely not just for this case? Shen Qian poured Gong Lao a cup of tea and sat down beside him. Things have been quite lively in Tianhai City lately, haven't they? To be honest, when I assigned you those unsolved cases, I intended for teams across the province to participate, starting with simpler cases. I didn't expect you'd choose Tianhai City's cases first. But it turned out well. Solving Tianhai's difficult cases smoothly, then moving on to Tongzhou City's cases just as smoothly. The positive response has been gratifying. I'm here today to discuss something with you: the concept of the perfect crime. I wish to take you on as my final disciple, but before that, I must ask, have you ever considered committing a perfect crime? Old Gong asked Chen Fan. A perfect crime? I've already accomplished many. Chen Fan chuckled. Many? Are you kidding me? When did you do them? Old Gong watched Chen Fan's expression, and a cold sweat instantly broke out on his back. If this young man had truly pulled off some perfect crimes, the police would likely never uncover them unless he confessed himself. I did it in my dreams. Quite a lot, actually. Chen Fan said with a smile. This isn't the kind of joke you should be making. Your mind is full of criminal methods. Using them for good is one thing, but if something goes wrong, I can't take responsibility for that. I won't beat around the bush. I want to take you on as my final disciple. All these years, out of everyone in the entire province, I haven't found a single one I've truly approved of. Don't think I haven't taken on disciples before, but those were just picking the best of a bad bunch. But you're different. I have high hopes for you. Don't let me down. Old Gong patted Chen Fan on the shoulder. Master Gong doesn't mind my previous opinions? Chen Fan was taken aback. The man before him held considerable standing within the provincial bureau. Taking him as his final disciple? Such treatment would likely remain out of reach even if he smoothly joined the police force after graduation. Instead, it was precisely because he had become a private detective that he received this honor. One couldn't help but marvel at the whims of fate. Human thoughts carry both advantages and disadvantages. The key lies in how they are applied. Used well, they become a sharp sword. Used poorly, they can be sheathed. Old Gong stated bluntly without reservation. Chen Fan wore a wry smile. Old Master Gong clearly intended to keep him close, both to utilize his talents and to keep a watchful eye. Since Elder Gong holds me in such high regard, I shall humbly accept your offer. But... Chen Fan glanced at Shen Qian as he spoke. Don't worry. Even though I'm your closed-door disciple, I won't be by your side all day. It's just a title. I'll seek you out when needed, but otherwise, you should carry on with your usual duties. Like this time you'll be coming with me. Old Gong explained with a smile. Go? Where? Chen Fan froze. The provincial department has a case that's giving them some headaches. I'd like you to go take a look and help out. Old Gong said slowly. Chapter 136, Well Trained. A case at the provincial bureau? They came to me? Chen Fan was taken aback. A case serious enough to mobilize Old Gong must be extraordinary. And the fact that they were coming for him meant this case was particularly tricky. Yes. 3 days ago, there was a bank robbery at the provincial headquarters. It happened during the bank's afternoon cash collection. When the armored truck arrived, 3 men lying in wait by the roadside charged forward with handguns. They killed 2 security guards and seized 2 submachine guns. However, the robbers were so nervous they snapped the van's ignition key, ultimately failing to steal any money. Another robber had hijacked a taxi beforehand. After receiving the getaway vehicle, he fled before police arrived. The entire incident lasted less than a minute. Old Gong briefly recounted the details of the case. With 2 submachine guns lost, plus the fact that the robbers still have their own weapons, are you trying to find them before they strike again? Chen Fan asked Gong Lao. Correct. After failing this robbery, they're likely to strike again. And this time, they're armed with more sophisticated weapons. If they strike again, the consequences could be far more severe. This time, to avoid causing panic, we haven't expanded the search extensively, but the situation is becoming urgent. Old Gong nodded. Old Gong, you mentioned they retreated within a minute after failing to steal the money? And the police still haven't located them? Chen Fan frowned as he asked. Correct. Our officers arrived at the scene within 2 minutes of receiving the emergency call, yet they still didn't encounter the robbers. What are your thoughts? Old Gong asked Chen Fan. First, this gang must have conducted a rehearsal. They managed to retreat in such a short time and knew precisely when the armored truck would arrive. We should investigate the surveillance around the bank. Within the past week, they must have scouted the area multiple times. Second, these individuals acted decisively. There must be a leader among them with significant authority, likely the same person who hijacked the taxi as a getaway vehicle. Third, the submachine gun used this time was likely one of their targets. Fourth, I doubt they'll target the bank again soon. Their operation was meticulously planned, not the work of impulsive criminals. If I were them, I'd likely go after a jewelry store next. Chen Fan paused to consider before addressing Old Gong. A jewelry store? Why do you say that? Old Gong looked surprised. While Gong Lao could follow the reasoning behind the previous points, the final suggestion about robbing a jewelry store left him perplexed. After such a major crime, the perpetrators usually try to lie low. But without money, it's hard to stop. So they'll strike again. After a bank robbery, police focus entirely on banks, and banks become extra vigilant. Frankly, their chances of successfully targeting another bank are much lower. Criminals capable of such meticulous planning wouldn't choose this route. At this point, police resources are fully mobilized, especially for thorough searches from inside out, deploying large forces externally. No one would expect another crime to occur right in the city center. The simplest target? Jewelry stores. Therefore, their next target should be a jewelry store in the city center. This would create massive panic. But if they actually robbed a jewelry store, it would mean they're locals from the provincial capital, people with fixed residences, maybe even steady jobs to cover their tracks. They wouldn't be itinerant criminals. Chen Fan explained to Old Gong. I see. With a crime of this magnitude, the police will immediately seal off all entry and exit points of the provincial capital. If the perpetrators haven't committed another crime, they've likely already left the city. But if they continue committing crimes, it precisely proves they're locals here. They won't flee at all. Old Gong's eyes lit up. Ring ring. Just then, Old Gong's phone rang. After listening for just a few moments, his brow furrowed involuntarily. You were right. A major jewelry store in the city center's Ginza district was robbed. 1 clerk and 2 mall security guards were killed, and a vast amount of gold was stolen. Old Gong said to Chen Fan with a grave expression. I'll head to the scene. Perhaps I can analyze the perpetrator's escape route. Chen Fan stood up. Let's go. Old Gong didn't hesitate for a moment and immediately stood up. Seeing Chen Fan and Old Gong leave, Shen Qian quickly grabbed her bag and followed after them. Provincial capital. Old Gong led Chen Fan and the others straight to the jewelry store that had just been robbed. The scene was in utter disarray. The armed robbery occurring inside the shopping mall had caused widespread panic. The glass of the display cases remained intact, but all the gold and silver jewelry inside had vanished. "You must be Chen Fan? I'm your senior classmate." A middle-aged man approached and shook hands with Chen Fan. "This is Li Chen, chief of the Criminal Investigation Division at the Provincial Bureau. Enough small talk. Let's discuss the case." Old Gong introduced Chen Fan. Hearing Li Chen's rank, Chen Fan and Shen Qian were secretly stunned. This was the head of the Criminal Investigation Division, ranking even higher than Shen Dahai, and he was actually Chen Fan's senior classmate. Chen Fan's standing was now truly uncertain. According to the surviving clerk, two men arrived wearing masks and hats, so their faces couldn't be seen. Just as they were about to serve them, one pulled a handgun from his coat and ordered them to open all the display cases. After they complied, the other jumped in to load the goods. Everything in the entire display case was stolen. Preliminary estimates put the value of the stolen gold at over $1 million. But since the clerk didn't have keys to other cabinets, the robber tried to raid other counters. That's when he was spotted. A commotion erupted, and chaos ensued. The man shot one clerk, then shot and killed two security guards who came to investigate. He escaped through door B13. Li Chen addressed the group. "Let's check the surveillance footage. Jewelry stores usually have cameras." Chen Fan suggested. "Right. The entire scene was captured on tape. I'll take you there." Li Chen nodded and led the group to the mall's security office. The footage matched Li Chen's account almost exactly. The entire robbery was remarkably swift and even orderly, with the two perpetrators clearly dividing their roles. One wielded a gun to control the situation, while the other carried a black bag to collect the loot. The entire operation lasted less than a minute. "Wait a minute. What's this?" At that moment, Chen Fan abruptly paused the footage. Chapter 137, The Gold Shop. In the footage, the gun-wielding bandits exposed arm bore a faint tattoo. "That looks like a fish?" "No, it looks more like a fish head," Shen Qian said from the side. "It should be a broken fish. And this person didn't just appear out of nowhere. Since he's from the provincial capital, we can have officers from all district police stations run a visual ID. See if we have any records on this individual." Chen Fan nodded. "Let's continue," Chen Fan said. Soon after the robbery, the two men left the scene. "I'll follow their route to check it out," Chen Fan said as he exited B13, following the direction the criminals had fled. Outside, numerous delivery riders waited to pick up orders. The area was crisscrossed by side streets and main roads, making it easy to disappear from this exit. Moreover, it would be extremely difficult for the police to pursue them. "If it were me, where would I go? Having stolen so much gold, I'd need to sell it quickly. But the police would definitely be watching unless I already had a buyer lined up. And if I wasn't in a rush to sell, there'd be no point in robbing anyone right now. Being locals, they'd likely move quickly to sell it. But if they're locals, why choose these two locations?" In Chen Fan's view, robbing a jewelry store inside a mall wasn't the best choice. The distance from the store to the mall exit added significant risk. A storefront jewelry store would be far more suitable. Chen Fan opened his phone map to check. "Is this an antique market nearby?" Chen Fan asked Li Chen. "Yes. This area was originally part of the old city district. The antique market has been around for many years, and this Ginza building has some history too, but it still has a decent reputation. The robbers chose this spot because it's convenient for their escape," Li Chen remarked from the side. "It might be more than that. Brotherly, you guys go ahead. We'll check over there," Chen Fan said to Li Chen, leading Shen Qian toward the nearby antique market. "You wouldn't happen to have a lead, would you?" Shen Qian asked Chen Fan. Having known Chen Fan for so long, she didn't believe he'd be window shopping while investigating a case. "Think about it, if you were the robber who got away with all this gold, how would you handle it?" Chen Fan asked. "Of course you'd sell it off as quickly as possible. Otherwise, once word of the case spreads, no one would dare take it off your hands," Shen Qian replied. "So what's the police procedure after they learn a jewelry store has been robbed?" Chen Fan asked again. "They'll track them down through the gold recycling channels," Shen Qian replied without hesitation. But the moment she finished, she understood what Chen Fan meant. "You mean they might be trying to fence the stolen goods here? They came here immediately after the robbery?" Shen Qian asked. "The police have stationed officers at every intersection to investigate the bank robbery. If they just fled, there'd be no trace at all. And judging by the direction the two left on the surveillance footage, it was straight toward this antique street. I suspect they scouted this location beforehand. Regardless of whether the bank robbery succeeded, they likely planned to rob here. After the robbery, they likely brought the gold straight to one of the shops here. They're locals. Judging by their tattoos, they seem to have a criminal background, so having connections isn't surprising." Chen Fan spoke while scanning the shops lining both sides of the street. Most of these shops looked rather run down, with signs hanging outside advertising the purchase of gold jewelry and antiques. Such shops rarely saw customers under normal circumstances, yet when they stumbled upon a sucker, the profits could sustain them for years. Why is this shop closed? If it's poor business, then all the surrounding shops should be in similar shape. Chen Fan noticed a shop with its rolling door pulled down. Chen Fan led Shen Qian into the shop next door. Inside, a balding middle-aged man was sipping tea. Spotting them enter, he immediately stood up. "What are you two looking for? I've got all kinds of antiques and vintage goods here. We even have items from the Warring States period." The bald man said to them, "I'd like to sell some gold. Would you be interested in buying it?" Chen Fan inquired. "Gold? I don't deal in that here. You should ask Wang Er Mazi next door." The bald man lost interest the moment he heard Chen Fan wanted to sell gold. He didn't handle that kind of business. "The place next door isn't open. I saw a sign hanging on his door." Chen Fan said. "Closed? It was open this morning. That cheapskate even bought me a bun. I thought he'd won the lottery or something. His business? It's not even as good as mine." The bald uncle spat on the ground. "Well, guess there's nothing we can do then," Chen Fan said as he walked out. "Where are you going?" Shen Qian watched Chen Fan head toward the back of the house and hurried after him. She saw him crouch down on the ground, examining something. "What are you looking at?" Shen Qian edged closer. "Don't step on it. These might be the footprints of the robber." Chen Fan pointed to the side. "Call Old Gong. Have them come to this jewelry store. The stolen gold should be inside." Chen Fan whispered to Shen Qian. Soon, police arrived outside the shop. Just as they knocked on the door, a panicked figure flung open the back window and leaped out. He hit the ground and was immediately pinned down by several officers. I'll confess everything. Officer, I wasn't the mastermind." The man immediately confessed upon seeing the surrounding officers. "Chen Fan, you're one hell of a guy. We searched the place earlier and found that the gold jewelry was inside. Though much of it had been melted down, a small portion remained, which proves everything. How did you know the robbers brought the gold here after the heist?" Li Chen asked Chen Fan excitedly. Unsurprisingly, Chen Fan proved extraordinary the moment he got involved, swiftly locating the stolen goods and even identifying the fence. This gang of robbers is very meticulous. They must have considered the situation after the robbery. They'd either wait years before selling it, or they'd have made arrangements beforehand to move it immediately. If they were going to wait years, there'd be no need for such urgency. That's why I figured they must have made prior arrangements. This shop was closed in broad daylight. Neighbors mentioned the owner acted unusually today. Combined with the footprints and traces by the back window, it's almost certain the robbers came straight here after the robbery. Then they exited through the back window, which leads to the trash area no one would notice. Chen Fan explained. "You're a genius. The guy just confessed. It's pretty much what you said. We've also identified the robbers. One is named Wang Chang, the other remains unknown." Wang Chang grew up with them in their old residential compound. A few days ago, they tracked him down and mentioned they had a stash of gold they wanted to sell. He suspected Wang Chang might have stolen it, so he bought it at a low price. Right after the robbery, Wang Chang brought the jewelry straight here. He hadn't had time to melt it all down yet. Thank goodness you discovered it in time. If he'd melted down all that gold jewelry, we wouldn't have had a shred of evidence. Li Chen said to Chen Fan. Chapter 138, Meticulous. Brotherly, now isn't the time for celebration. If I'm not mistaken, this man likely doesn't know their whereabouts, and he won't let them find out. Now that they have money and new identities, they'll likely lie low for a while. Finding them will be difficult. Listening to Li Chen, Chen Fan felt less joy and more worry. Often, they could only track these robbers when they were on the move. Otherwise, the fewer clues they had, the harder it became to find them. You're absolutely right. We've already questioned that person. Just like you said, he genuinely has no idea where those two went. He knew Wang Chang before, but they hadn't had direct contact in a long time. He doesn't know where Wang Chang lives. When he came looking for him, it was Wang Chang who initiated the contact. Li Chen nodded. Judging by what the shopkeeper said, he seems to know Wang Chang wasn't exactly a saint before. He probably served time. We could use the tattoo to check prison records. Chen Fan said. Let's go, we'll head there immediately. Li Chen wasted no time, immediately leading Chen Fan and the others to the provincial capital's prisons and detention centers. Upon seeing the tattoo, the prison staff immediately recognized it as Wang Chang's. This Wang Chang was just released last year. He was originally incarcerated for highway robbery. The prison staff member addressed the group. Do you have his home address? Chen Fan asked urgently. Yes. Soon, the prison staff retrieved Wang Chang's records. Thank you. Let's go. Send someone to Wang Chang's residence immediately to execute the arrest warrant. Li Chen was visibly energized. Brotherly, it might be too early to celebrate. This Wang Chang has strong counter-surveillance awareness. If he could plan two robberies so meticulously, he might also anticipate police moves. And after just a year out of prison, he's already acquired so many guns. I fear he may have already moved on. Chen Fan wasn't as excited as Li Chen. I'm also suspicious about the origin of those guns. Our forensic team confirmed they're not standard issue weapons. No clue where they got them. If we trace the firearms' origins, we might uncover something. Li Chen nodded. Then it's up to you guys. I want to visit the bank crime scene. Chen Fan said to Li Chen. I'll have someone take you there. I'll take some officers to Wang Chang's residence. Li Chen summoned an officer to escort Chen Fan and Shen Qian to the bank that had been robbed, while he himself led his team toward Wang Chang's residence. When Chen Fan and Shen Qian arrived at the bank, it had resumed normal operations. But it seemed almost empty inside. After all, the robbery had occurred only recently, and the psychological shadow it cast over ordinary citizens remained profound. Moreover, the robbers hadn't actually gotten away with any money, and they hadn't been caught yet. There was a real possibility they might return to try again. This is actually a good spot. It's well connected, with constant foot traffic. After a robbery, escaping would be incredibly convenient. Chen Fan surveyed the surroundings as he spoke. Which direction did they flee after the robbery? Chen Fan asked the officer. According to eyewitnesses at the scene, the taxi headed out of town. We checked the surveillance footage. It turned right at the Aok overpass heading out of town, and then the trail went cold. The officer replied. Let's go. Take us there to investigate. Chen Fan instructed the officer. The group drove together to the spot where the robbers vanished. What's over there? Chen Fan asked, pointing to the other side of the overpass. Over there are some abandoned factory buildings. They used to belong to state-owned enterprises, but they all went bankrupt later. Some people still live there. But with so many land and housing disputes involved, it's just been left untouched. The officer, originally from the provincial capital, was quite familiar with the local situation and explained it to Chen Fan and the others along the way. Let's go take a look over there. Has that hijacked taxi still not been found? Chen Fan asked the officer. That's right. We've searched everywhere, but it's still missing. But that area is within the city limits, not the direction the robbers fled. Though puzzled, the officer followed Chen Fan's instructions and drove the car toward that direction. It was a large expanse of old factory buildings. One could still see that it had once been quite large. But now it was largely abandoned. Some residential buildings were dilapidated, yet clothes drying on balconies indicated people still lived there. Most likely elderly folks. Once you get down here, it's a dead-end road. People don't usually come this way. The officer brought the vehicle to a halt. A dead-end road? But there are tire tracks here. Chen Fan said as he walked over to the road. Two distinct tire tracks were clearly visible. Judging by the tire marks and width, they look a lot like the taxis in your provincial capital. You guys take samples. I'll go check ahead. Chen Fan said as he walked ahead. On one side of the road lay a river. Originally formed by wastewater discharges from several nearby factories, it had since become a dumping ground for sewage from local residents. Though not very deep, years of accumulated garbage had left a thick layer of silt at the bottom. Chen Fan followed the tire tracks all the way to the riverbank. Judging by the tire tracks, the vehicle appeared to have been pushed into the river. However, the water was so murky that no vehicle could be seen beneath the surface. Chen Fan picked up a stone and tossed it into the river. Sure enough, it made a sound like hitting metal. What's going on? The stolen taxi is in the river? Just then, Shen Qian and the police officer approached. Hearing the sound of Chen Fan's stone hitting the water, they realized what had happened. Yes. I'll have Brother Li and the others come over. We've found the car. Chen Fan said as he picked up his phone, preparing to call Li Chen. But just as he lifted the phone, Li Chen's call came through. Hey, Chen Fan, we just searched Wang Chang's place. No one was there. According to the neighbors, Wang Chang came back once after getting out of prison, but he hasn't been back since. You were right again, that bastard really isn't here. Li Chen said to Chen Fan. Brother Li, we found the stolen taxi in the river near the state-owned factory by the overpass. Get your people over here ASAP. I have a feeling there might be clues about Wang Chang around here. Chen Fan said to Li Chen. Chapter 139, A Newfound Respect. What? You found that taxi from before? You're not joking, right? We deployed numerous personnel to conduct a thorough search along the escape route, yet we couldn't locate it. How did you manage to find it? Li Chen on the other end of the line was utterly astonished. He couldn't help but look at this junior colleague he'd only recently met with newfound respect. To be honest, when they heard that old Gong intended to take Chen Fan as his final disciple, the existing disciples had harbored some resentment. They knew that over the years, even though they had achieved considerable success within the provincial bureau, none of them had truly met Master Gong's expectations. But for this young man named Chen Fan, Master Gong had given him a different evaluation and taken him as his final disciple. This signaled that in Gong Lao's eyes, Chen Fan surpassed every one of them. Before meeting Chen Fan, Li Chen hadn't shared this view. But within just one day of interacting with Chen Fan, the surprises and awe he had experienced far exceeded his original expectations. It's actually quite straightforward. This Wang Chang possesses exceptionally meticulous thinking and logic, and he makes thorough preparations before every operation. Therefore, analyzing their escape route, they deliberately guided the police in a certain direction. This would buy them more time, since they still needed to carry out a second robbery at the jewelry store. Consequently, they would definitely find a way to dispose of this taxi. Since they'd stolen a taxi, it was difficult to reuse it. Their best option was to destroy the vehicle. The disposal methods are either burning or sinking it underwater. Burning would attract more attention, so the simplest solution is to sink it in a river. Earlier, while studying the provincial capital's map, I noted several rivers. Considering the direction the robbers fled, this location is the most suitable. Once police arrive at the scene, they'll immediately identify the stolen taxi's license plate and details. They'll launch a citywide manhunt, so the robbers absolutely cannot drive this taxi long distances. The best approach is to mislead the police and then dispose of it locally as quickly as possible. And this is the most suitable location. Chen Fan listened over the phone as Li Chen and the others started their vehicle, but he didn't hang up. Instead, he patiently explained to Li Chen. "You're a genius, kid. Stay put. I'll be there soon." Li Chen's astonished voice came through the phone. After hanging up, Chen Fan continued surveying his surroundings. Surrounding the state-owned factory were several villages, seemingly part of the provincial capital's suburban area. "What are those villages called?" Chen Fan asked the police officer. "They're Shangwan Village and Xiaohua Village. There have been cases involving villagers there before. I happen to have been there, so I'm somewhat familiar with the area," the officer immediately approached Chen Fan and said. He hadn't paid Chen Fan much attention before. Even when Chen Fan instructed him to drive in the opposite direction of the robbers' escape, he thought Chen Fan seemed a bit out of touch with the situation. A bit self-important. But when Chen Fan discovered the car the robbers had pushed into the river, the officer was completely convinced. "Are there outsiders in these villages?" Chen Fan pressed immediately. "Quite a few, I'd say. Because it's not too far from the provincial capital. Even though it's considered a suburb, there are regular buses. Many people choose to rent in the suburbs and commute to work in the provincial capital. After all, housing prices in the provincial capital are extremely high. Many migrant workers live there, often in dormitory-style accommodations. Anyway, most of the young people from these villages have already left. It's mostly elderly folks now, so they rent out their houses. Some run bed and breakfasts, some operate farm stays, and some just offer dormitory-style lodging at pretty cheap rates," the officer explained. "Then you wait here. We'll go take a look around," Chen Fan said to the officer. He led Shen Qian toward the two villages. "You don't suspect those kidnappers are actually living in this village, do you?" Shen Qian asked Chen Fan. "It's not impossible. We analyzed this earlier. These people must have a suitable hideout in the provincial capital and appropriate identities to cover their tracks. In a place like this, where good and bad mix together, it might actually be the easiest." Chen Fan nodded in agreement. "But won't this put us in danger?" Shen Qian voiced her concern. "For Wang Chang and his crew, they're armed robbers and ruthless killers at that. That's precisely why I asked you to come alone. If I'd come alone, it might actually be dangerous. I could easily be exposed. But with a woman by my side, we're here to rent a place and gather some information. It's less likely to raise suspicion." Chen Fan smiled as he took Shen Qian's hand. "What are you doing?" Shen Qian still glared at Chen Fan warily. But she didn't pull her hand away. "Since we're a couple, we should act like one. Otherwise, wouldn't it be easy for people to figure us out? If others find out, it'll be very disadvantageous for us," Chen Fan explained to Shen Qian with a smile. "Just so we're clear, this is only for a little while." Shen Qian blushed but obediently let Chen Fan take her hand as they walked all the way to the village higher up. Upon arriving at the village, they discovered it bustling with people coming and going. Moreover, it seemed that some construction workers and laborers from the city were also staying here. This meant that any investigation would likely alert them. Chen Fan thought it over and decided not to ask questions immediately. Instead, he led Shen Qian toward another village. As soon as they entered the village, they saw several elderly villagers sitting at the village entrance, chatting idly. They looked at Chen Fan and Shen Qian with curiosity as they entered. After all, most people who appeared here were relatively destitute. Chen Fan's striking good looks and Shen Qian's striking beauty and tall stature seemed somewhat out of place in this environment. "Uncle, we're looking to rent a courtyard here. Do you have any suitable places to recommend? We'd like to set up an art studio here." Chen Fan smiled as he pulled out a cigarette and offered it to the group. The moment they heard Chen Fan was looking to rent, the old men's eyes lit up. They loved these city folks the most. Many wealthy city bosses came here to rent houses at high prices, always being generous and lavish with their spending. This young couple clearly came from well-off families, so they were sure to make a profit. Soon, Chen Fan pretended to strike a deal with one of the elderly gentlemen about renting a room. "Sir, is this area safe? Do we usually get trouble from outsiders coming into the village? Chen Fan asked the elderly man. Chapter 140, not luck, but skill. You can rest assured about that. Our village isn't like the one down below. That place is a mess, all sorts of people live there. But in our village, aside from a few newcomers last year, outsiders rarely come in at all. Getting around here is a bit tricky, no buses come through. If you want to go into town, you have to go through that other village to catch a ride. That's why it's so quiet around here. The old man patted his chest emphatically. Listening to the old man, Chen Fan and Shen Qian exchanged glances. The timing and number of people seemed to match up with those robbers. Grandpa, I see some woods nearby. I was wondering if there's any chance I could sneak in there for hunting or something? I'm quite interested in that sort of thing. Got any gear? Chen Fan lowered his voice mysteriously as he asked the old man. He mimed the shape of a pistol with his hands. No, I don't. You shouldn't be talking like that. That's illegal. The old man glanced warily around before hastily waving his hands. Chen Fan didn't press further. Instead, he led Shen Qian to follow the old man into the courtyard. The terrain of this village was extremely uneven, with nearly all the courtyards scattered randomly throughout the settlement. This arrangement kept each courtyard relatively isolated from the others. Old man, you mentioned those people who came to the village earlier. What were they doing? Were they here to operate this kind of thing too, just like us? Maybe we could chat sometime. Chen Fan asked the old man as they walked. They're all contractors. They made their fortunes elsewhere and came back. They even throw banquets now and then. I hear they're doing big business and wanted to buy those courtyards, but since they're residential plots, they can't be sold outright. So they lease them for 10 years. Apparently the annual rent is sky high, but it's a sweet deal for old Sunday. The old man said to Chen Fan and the others with obvious envy. Have you seen them lately? Chen Fan pressed further. Recently? Yeah, they came by just the other day. Why are you always asking about them? Are you really serious about renting this place? The old man looked at Chen Fan suspiciously. Old man, to be perfectly honest, I'm this. Let's talk inside. Chen Fan followed the old man inside while producing his police ID for him. Ha! I'm an honest man, I've never done anything wrong. The old man was startled upon seeing the police badge in Chen Fan's hand. Don't be nervous, sir. We're not here for you. We're after those people, they're the bad guys. Stay right here. Don't leave for now. Where is that group's compound? Chen Fan asked the old man. It's the courtyard with the apple trees behind the village. It's quite obvious that courtyard sits higher than the rest, so you can spot it right away. The old man pointed in a direction. Chen Fan walked to the center of the courtyard. While gathering his things, he glanced in that direction and indeed spotted a large courtyard. But just as the old man had described, the yard was elevated. If someone were to look down from above, they could clearly see the entire village. This meant that, if police approached, they could be spotted quickly and retreat into the mountains. This was rather troublesome. Chen Fan frowned. At that moment, Li Chen and the others had also arrived at the riverbank beneath the overpass. They had arranged for a crane to follow them along the way. When they saw the stolen taxi being pulled out of the river, Li Chen and the others couldn't help but feel a surge of excitement. Holy crap! How on earth did they find it? They actually dumped the taxi in a place like this? Li Chen asked the officer. We were tracking the hijacker's escape route, but when we got here, Chen Fan suggested we check this spot. Then we spotted tire tracks. We threw a rock into the river and found it. The officer explained to Li Chen and the others. That's it? That can't be it, right? Didn't you find any other clues along the way? Another officer nearby asked incredulously. No, really, nothing. I didn't even want to come here at first, thinking this direction was opposite to where the robbers fled. The officer quickly added. No, you might think the whole process was straightforward, but you have no idea how complex Chen Fan's reasoning was throughout. First, his understanding of the robbers, his grasp of them throughout this process surpassed all of us. It was precisely because of this that he could deduce the robbers were heading out of town, likely to mislead our pursuit, which is why he spotted the tire tracks. As for the vehicle being in the water, Chen Fan had anticipated from the start that the robbers might destroy it in the river. His decision to have you search this area wasn't luck, it was solid logical deduction. Li Chen addressed the officers. Chen Fan had already briefly explained this to him over the phone. On the way here, Li Chen felt a pang of regret. If they had understood the criminal's intentions as clearly as Chen Fan did back then, perhaps they wouldn't be in such a passive position now. By the way, where are Chen Fan and Shen Qian? Li Chen suddenly realized. After arriving earlier, he'd been busy directing people to recover the vehicles and hadn't realized he hadn't seen Chen Fan and Shen Qian the entire time. They told me earlier to wait here for you, then they headed toward that village over there. And earlier, Chen Fan asked me about that village. The officer hurriedly pointed. The village? Wang Chang and the others don't live at home, and they haven't returned in nearly a year. They must have another hideout. After abandoning the car here, they'd rush back to their base, which means it's nearby. And it's highly likely to be in one of those villages. Li Chen slapped his head in frustration. Just as he reached for his phone to call Chen Fan, it suddenly rang. It was Chen Fan calling. Brotherly, I might have found where the robbers' hideout is. But their location is tricky, it's hard to get close. You absolutely must not bring anyone into these surrounding villages without proper preparation. Before Li Chen could say anything, Chen Fan began instructing him. After hearing Chen Fan's brief explanation, Li Chen also realized the gravity of the situation. Those bandits had stolen 2 submachine guns from the bank armored truck. If they were holed up in high ground, a direct assault would result in heavy casualties. I have an idea that might lure them out. But I'll need your help to set it up. Chen Fan addressed Li Chen and the others. Chapter 141, Open Air Movie. For the village, there was little entertainment after dark most nights. Shangwan village was somewhat livelier, but Zixiwa village was mostly populated by the elderly and remained quiet. By nightfall, most activities ceased early. But tonight seemed different. As early as dusk, a white cloth had been strung up at the village entrance. A traveling troupe had set up movie equipment at the village entrance. Once darkness fell completely, the film began. The film being shown was Wolf Warrior 3. Many villagers arrived early, carrying their folding stools. Even quite a few people from Shangwan village came. Why isn't this movie being shown in our village? We have more people there. Exactly. We have to come all the way to this poor village to watch it. Good thing it's not too far away. See? You wouldn't know this, would you? Screening movies in villages is a national welfare program that's meant for impoverished villages. Our village is so wealthy every household has internet and cell service. But Wa village has nothing, so of course we come here. But I'll tell you what, watching movies outdoors like this is still the most fun. That's how we did it when we were kids. Many villagers watched while whispering among themselves. Chen Fan, both villages have been drawn here. Our people have already slipped over under cover of darkness. Do you think they'll come out? Li Chen, disguised as a staff member, whispered to Chen Fan from behind the scenes. They probably will. From what I gathered from that old man, their village never got centralized internet or cable signals because of the demolition issues back then. So the robbers are safe at home. Their elevated position allows them to monitor the village entrance. And when I set up this movie screen, I deliberately angled it out of their line of sight. They can't see it even if they want to. Even if they don't come out, drawing the villagers' attention this way will let us sneak over quietly. Chen Fan explained to Li Chen. You're something else. Where do you come up with these clever tricks? Li Chen shot Chen Fan an admiring glance. To think of using an open-air movie to lure the villagers out. Seeing the gathered villagers, a direct assault could minimize casualties. They could proceed without hesitation. Just as Li Chen and Chen Fan were talking, the earpiece crackled with activity from the armed police. Captain Li, 3 individuals have emerged and are now under our control. According to their statements, Wang Chang isn't here, there's no one inside the house. We've breached the premises and are conducting a search. No sign of suspect Wang Chang so far. The armed police captain relayed the update to Li Chen. This time, considering the robbers were armed with automatic weapons, Li Chen and his team requested support from the armed police. They successfully apprehended all 3 suspects. Wang Chang got away, he's not in the village. This is trouble. Li Chen turned to Chen Fan and said. Hearing Li Chen's words, Chen Fan frowned. This Wang Chang might have been released early. He could be mingling among the villagers right now. If discovered, it would be too late. Where's the gun? Chen Fan demanded urgently. Li Chen quickly lowered his voice to ask. Damn it! 1 pistol and 1 grenade are missing. The rest of the pistols and submachine guns are inside. Li Chen's heart sank. At this point, we'll have to interrogate them on the spot. They must know something. Let's go. We're heading over immediately. Chen Fan said to Li Chen. The 2 immediately headed toward Shawa village. At that moment, the 3 bandits lay bound and gagged on the ground. We really don't know anything. You don't know our boss's temperament. He never tells us what he's doing or where he's going when he goes out. One of them addressed Li Chen and his group. When did he leave? Chen Fan asked. Just this afternoon. He told us to wait here. One of them said irritably. Did he take a car or ride a bike when he left? Chen Fan pressed further. Hearing Chen Fan's words, none of the 3 uttered a sound. Speak up. Did you drive or ride a bike? Li Chen shouted loudly. The 3 still remained silent. Your accomplices. Wang Chang is the mastermind. If you come clean and help us catch him, we can apply for reduced sentences for you. Now Wang Chang has nowhere to run. It's only a matter of time before we catch him. We've already located the taxi you robbed. Once we apprehend Wang Chang, you won't have a chance. Chen Fan addressed the group. He knew. Their silence stemmed from hoping Wang Chang would evade capture. If the ringleader Wang Chang remained at large, their case would never be closed, and they could buy themselves a few more days of life. He's driving a minivan, license plate number AP25 or 3. At that moment, the youngest bandit addressed Chen Fan. Launch an immediate citywide manhunt for that van. Bring the rest of them back immediately. Li Chen immediately gave the orders. With the entire city's police force in pursuit, it wasn't long before they spotted the van outside a residential complex. Coincidentally, just as Li Chen's alert was received, a traffic officer happened to be on the scene. A drunk driver had crashed into the van. By the time Chen Fan and his team arrived, a crowd had already gathered at the scene. Have you contacted the owner yet? Li Chen asked urgently. There was no phone in the vehicle. We just got in touch with them. The owner said they'll be down shortly. A traffic police officer addressed Li Chen. Li Chen glanced at the crowd gathered around. This neighborhood was an older one, with people coming and going constantly. That Wang Chang was armed with a pistol and grenades. If something went wrong, it would be utterly disastrous. Chen Fan walked over to the van and inspected it. Only one side door had sustained significant damage, but overall, it seemed largely intact. Chen Fan thought for a moment, picked up a nail, and punctured the van's rear tire. As soon as Chen Fan stood up, he spotted a middle-aged man approaching, one hand tucked into his coat pocket. It was Wang Chang. Chen Fan gave Li Chen a discreet signal, and Li Chen played the part of a passerby, staying back. What's going on here? Wang Chang asked the traffic police. Drunk driving. He's fully at fault. The insurance company representative is already here. The officer stepped forward to explain. Though he knew the police were currently searching for this vehicle, he didn't elaborate on the specifics. Otherwise, this officer might have gotten nervous. That's fine then. I've got things to do. Let's settle this privately. Just give me 200 yuan and call it even. Wang Chang glanced at the dent in his car and addressed the officer. Then you two work it out yourselves. The on-site damage assessment is complete. But we need to deal with this person. Get it sorted quickly. The traffic officer nodded. Wang Chang stepped forward and exchanged a few words with the burly man. They seemed to reach an agreement, and the man got into his car and drove away. He's just driving off like that? I'll have someone tail them immediately. We'll make the arrest once they're out of the downtown area. Li Chen hurriedly interjected. No need to rush. His tires should only last about 10 kilometers. Even if he circles around, he should be heading back to the village. We can set up an ambush at the village outskirts beforehand. Chen Fan said to Li Chen. Chapter 142, Caught. After getting into the car, Wang Chang drove cautiously around the area several times. Only after confirming no one was following did he head out of the city. His purpose for coming out today was to scout the location. For years, Wang Chang had spent his days in prisons and detention centers. In both places, he'd rubbed shoulders with all kinds of criminal masterminds, learning a great deal. This included where to buy guns, how to scout locations, and how to fence stolen goods after a robbery. The lessons learned from those incarcerated were all failures, allowing Wang Chang to avoid repeating many of their mistakes. Come to think of it, Wang Chang was quite intelligent as a child. His grades were solid. But after his parents divorced and his mother remarried, his stepfather paid him almost no attention. Back when his stepfather beat his mother, he broke his stepfather's leg. From that moment on, he became a regular at detention centers and prisons. But Wang Chang was different from other criminals. He understood the importance of learning and self-improvement. Every case was meticulously planned and rehearsed. These pistols were obtained through blackmail schemes. Moreover, Wang Chang possessed exceptional mental fortitude. Even with the entire city searching for them, he remained completely composed when confronted by traffic police. According to Wang Chang's analysis, the police shouldn't be able to identify them so quickly. He planned to pull off one more job before using construction crews to scatter and escape. This time, he had set his sights on a warehouse. This warehouse handled massive goods transactions at the end of every month, all settled in cash on site. He arrived at the residential complex where the warehouse manager lived. With his polite demeanor and handsome looks, Wang Chang quickly charmed the divorced female warehouse manager. Today's visit to her home for a tryst was also meant to confirm tomorrow's cash transaction. Little did he expect to be caught by a drunkard. Wang Chang drove straight toward Shaohua village. After returning, he planned to take them into town tonight, find a convenient hotel to stay in, and once he got the money tomorrow, he could just find any construction site to work at. The original courtyard was no longer usable. It was too close to where they'd ditched the taxi and risked discovery. Once this period passed, with these automatic weapons, they could pull off even bigger heists. But halfway there, the car suddenly lurched and veered to one side. Wang Chang got out to inspect it and found the rear tire completely flat. Damn it! Damn luck! Seeing the village wasn't far away, Wang Chang decided to abandon the car and walk toward the village. This car had been used for quite some time, and the rear end was beyond repair. Just as Wang Chang was walking toward the village, he suddenly tripped and stumbled forward. Before he could get up, a dozen people burst out from the roadside and pinned him down. In Wang Chang's hand, he still clutched the grenade. But before he could pull the pin, a police officer snatched it away. What's your name? The officer cuffed Wang Chang. Wang Chang. Knowing the game was up, Wang Chang decided to just admit it. Take him away. Li Chen barked at the officers. News of the complete apprehension of the robbers quickly spread throughout the provincial police headquarters. Everyone was greatly encouraged. From the first bank robbery to the subsequent jewelry store heist, these crimes had instilled profound panic among the provincial capital's citizens. All officers in the provincial capital faced immense pressure to solve the case so quickly and apprehend all the robbers was beyond belief. It was simply unbelievable. What's going on? Didn't we hear the evidence chain wasn't even fully analyzed yet? How did they catch them already? Yeah, we're still investigating. Those robbers vanished without a trace, and then suddenly they were found. I heard it was this guy named Chen Fan who caught them. He's amazing. Chen Fan? The one Master Gong wanted as his final disciple? Impressive. No wonder he caught Master Gong's eye. I heard he just graduated from the police academy. Look at him now. Geniuses often skip the growth process altogether. The provincial bureau officers were buzzing with discussion. Inside the interrogation room. Tell me, why did you arrest me? I didn't do anything wrong. Wang Chang asked Li Chen and the others. You've got some nerve. You're still playing dumb even after we brought you here? Confess. Li Chen said coldly. Then I'll see how much you actually know. I've handled plenty of cases. Which one are you talking about? Wang Chang retorted to Li Chen. The bank. The jewelry store. See for yourself. Your 3 brothers have been captured and brought back. They've all confessed. You're still playing dumb, but it won't do you any good. Li Chen spoke as he showed Wang Chang several photographs. They showed not only the taxi they'd pushed into the river, but also photos of the other 3 being arrested in the courtyard. Seeing the photos Li Chen produced, Wang Chang couldn't help but freeze in shock. You actually found them? Impressive. I admit, I underestimated you guys. I figured that car alone would keep you busy for ages. I never imagined you'd find it so quickly and track us down to our compound. It's only been 3 days. If I hadn't come out to scout the area today, you might have wiped us all out. Wang Chang sneered coldly. Scouting? You still plan to proceed? You guys are truly insane. Li Chen was utterly shocked, even feeling a chill of dread. If not for Chen Fan's help in apprehending them promptly, it seemed they would have kept committing crimes. Of course we'll continue. The bank heist failed, and we don't have enough money to get by. Wang Chang grinned. Where do you plan to rob next? Li Chen asked coldly. Bright warehouse. Cash transaction tomorrow. If you hadn't caught me today, I could have made off with over $1 million tomorrow. Wang Chang looked at Li Chen. But you still got caught. There's nothing you can do. All that awaits you is justice. Li Chen stood up. Hold on. So you're the one who caught me? What's your name? Wang Chang licked his lips as he asked. Sorry, I don't have that kind of ability yet. Do you think you're so great? Do you think all your cases are flawless? But let me tell you, with tricks like yours, you couldn't fool even a fresh police academy graduate. To put it bluntly, if he'd arrived in the provincial capital right after your bank robbery, you probably wouldn't have gotten a second chance to strike. You're nowhere near that level. Li Chen sneered at Wang Chang before rising and walking out. Chapter 143, Wasted Talent. What? A guy who just graduated from the police academy? Are you kidding me? Hey, come back here. Explain yourself. Wang Chang leapt to his feet, but the handcuffs held him fast. He refused to accept this. All these skills he possessed were learned over the years in prison, where he had studied under many masters. He'd rehearsed the entire sequence countless times in his mind. There was absolutely no room for error. Based on his past observations of provincial police procedures, he was certain he had ample time to execute his 3 plans. Yet he'd been caught by a rookie straight out of the academy. You've got to be kidding me. You did this on purpose. Get back here. Explain yourself. You deliberately tricked me just now, didn't you? Wang Chang bellowed outside, his voice torn with anguish. He couldn't believe he'd been outmaneuvered by a youngster. Gong Lao's office. Chen Fan, I really wish I'd found you sooner. If only I'd found you sooner, maybe the jewelry store robbery wouldn't have happened and no one would have died. But you haven't disappointed me. Whether it's tracing leads, apprehending criminals, or managing the fallout, you've handled everything exceptionally well. You've shown great strategic vision. I'm very satisfied. Old Gong said to Chen Fan with a smile. You flatter me, Old Gong. It's simply my duty. This case has taught me a lot. Robbers are constantly learning too. Prison is a great place to study crime. Many people pick up criminal techniques after going inside. From Wang Chang's associates, I learned that much of his counter-surveillance tactics were developed behind bars. This means the bar for us is set even higher. We must continuously improve our capabilities to avoid being left behind. Chen Fan's face showed no sign of joy. Had it not been for those 100,000 crime simulations, Chen Fan might not have uncovered anything at all. Come to think of it, it was simply that Chen Fan had studied crime more thoroughly than they had. That's true, but you don't need to be so modest. Your approach played a major role this time. Since you're already in the provincial capital, why not use this opportunity to train the local team? The provincial bureau has a meeting coming up soon. I'll have them pull some elite officers from across the province. You can lead them in solving some of the backlogged cold cases. It'll serve as good training for them. Old Gong addressed Chen Fan. But? Chen Fan hesitated. But what? Your former deputy team leader in Tianhai City? Shin Dahai's approach is sound, but it's a waste of talent over in Tianhai City. Bring the entire team here to work with us. Old Gong addressed Chen Fan. It's not just that reason. As a recent graduate from the police academy, my credentials might not be sufficient to teach them, right? Chen Fan replied to Old Gong. You needn't worry about that. Your actions during this bank robbery case have already made a huge impression on the entire provincial police force. To be honest, when I first assigned you to this case, I was concerned you might run into trouble using my name as your mentor. But your performance has far exceeded my expectations. You truly live up to my expectations. Old Gong grinned and slapped Chen Fan on the shoulder. When his disciple excelled, the master naturally shared in the glory. Well, I'll certainly do my best. I recall there are 2 cases pending at the provincial bureau. Seeing Old Gong mention this, Chen Fan had no choice but to agree. You wouldn't be referring to the cardboard bloodman case, would you? I'm starting to feel a little scared. Shen Qian interjected from the side. That's right. One is the cardboard bloodman case and the other is the assassination of the ambassador from Sakura country. We can tackle the cardboard man case after they arrive. For now, let's go check out the Japanese ambassador's murder case. I'm quite interested in that one. Chen Fan said with a smile. What's so interesting about that? Just some Japanese guy got killed? Serves him right. Shen Qian remarked from the side. You can't say that. Even though it's been months since the case, the Sakura Nation Embassy has been pressuring us to find the killer. We investigated but found no leads. If we could find them, it would at least give us some closure. Otherwise, it'll be a major problem for attracting investment to the provincial capital. Before Chen Fan could respond, Old Gong interjected, addressing Shen Qian. Alright, let's start with this case then. See who pulled off such a grand stunt. Shen Qian smiled and patted Chen Fan's shoulder. Well said. If this person truly intended to target someone from Sakura Nation, finding them could also help erase some traces, ensuring they're never discovered. Killing a Japanese person? That's something you could write in the family genealogy. If we track this person down and bring them to justice, wouldn't that make us traitors and collaborators? Chen Fan nodded. Ahem. Old Gong stood before them, utterly dumbfounded. What was going on? Find the murderer, then help him evade punishment? Were these words even appropriate to utter here? Gong Lao, you didn't hear anything, right? We're leaving. Only then did Chen Fan notice the expression on Old Gong's face. He hurriedly led Shen Qian out. Let's go. We'll head to the spot where the Japanese ambassador was attacked. It was near the entrance of a Japanese school during the after-school pickup time. Chen Fan said to Shen Qian. He had already reviewed the case details and had a clear impression of it in his mind. You're absolutely right. This is the provincial capital of our dragon nation, yet there's a Japanese school here that doesn't allow others to enter. Isn't that just like the old concessions? If you ask me, we should just wipe out all these Sakura Nation people. Shen Qian retorted to Chen Fan. You do have a point, but they are within Dragon Nation's borders. If things escalate normally, it could be dangerous. It would only lead to a lose-lose situation. Chen Fan shook his head. So you have no solution? Haven't you always wanted to pull off the perfect crime? Shen Qian asked Chen Fan. Let's go check it out first. Chen Fan didn't give Shen Qian a direct answer. The two hailed a taxi and arrived at the entrance of Yamato University in Sakura country. As soon as they stepped out, a short figure emerged from inside, shouting as he approached. You lot! Get out of here! This is the territory of the Great Sakura Empire. You can't come near. The short Sakura Empire citizen addressed Chen Fan in a hostile tone. Chapter 144, Suspicious Circumstances. Are you being unreasonable? Is this how you treat others? We were invited here to help solve your case. How dare you treat us like this? Let's go, Chen Fan. We're done with them. Serves them right. Shen Qian, disgusted by the old man's attitude, tugged Chen Fan's arm and started walking toward the exit. Upon hearing that Shen Qian and Chen Fan were here to solve the case, the little old man hurriedly stepped in front of them. My apologies. I didn't know your identities earlier. Please don't hold it against me. The little old man said to Shen Qian and Chen Fan. Chen Fan glanced at the smug Shen Qian, then followed the little old man into the Sakura Country School with a hint of resignation. Classes were currently in session at this Sakura Country School. Its structure was entirely different from that of schools in the Dragon Kingdom. It was built entirely in the style of Sakura Country Schools. Moreover, barbed wire fences encircled the school grounds, giving it the eerie appearance of a concentration camp. Chen Fan was puzzled. He never imagined that in present-day Dragon Country, there still existed places where Dragon Country citizens couldn't freely enter. Moreover, judging from appearances, the students attending this school seemed to be the children of Sakura Nation merchants from the provincial capital. Soon, the old man led Chen Fan and Shen Qian to meet the school's administrator. Upon hearing that Chen Fan and Shen Qian had come to investigate the previous case, the school administrator finally breathed a sigh of relief. To be honest, with so much time having passed since that case, you haven't had much energy to revisit it. Although we've had many situations and methods that prevented you from investigating, you should have been able to find the killer without any evidence, without examining the scene, and without conducting interviews. The school official addressed Chen Fan. Do you even know my name? Chen Fan asked the man. Name? No, I haven't had the pleasure of learning yours yet. The school administrator looked at Chen Fan with some puzzlement. That shouldn't be the case. I've been here for quite some time now, and we've even sat face to face talking for a while. You shouldn't not know my name. Chen Fan shot back immediately. Listening to Chen Fan's words, Shen Qian stood nearby, biting her lip and suppressing a smile. The head of Sakura Country School turned away, looking rather annoyed. Earlier, provincial police had indeed come to Sakura Country School to investigate. However, the school had refused, citing that this was their territory. They wouldn't let the police walk around freely on campus. They also forbade the police from freely conversing with anyone within the school. Thus, the case had made little progress to date. In Chen Fan's view, they had it coming. We'd like to review the surveillance footage from the time of the incident. Chen Fan paused for a moment before addressing the school administrator. No problem. I'll arrange it immediately. The school administrator led Chen Fan and Shen Qian to the security room's server room, where they retrieved the footage from the data. The footage showed that it was precisely the time when Sakura Country School was dismissing students, with many Sakura Country parents waiting at the entrance to pick up their children. Their short stature and submissive demeanor made it easy to distinguish the Sakura Country people from the Dragon Country people. Just as one Sakura Country parent was about to pick up their child, a figure suddenly darted past from the side, wielding a wooden stick. After seemingly tapping the Sakura Nation parent, the figure walked away. The Japanese parent then collapsed to the ground, hunched over and kneeling. Soon after, the sound of commotion drew people from Sakura Country to gather around. They then carried the person into Sakura Country School. Later, when the police arrived at the entrance of Sakura Country School after receiving the report, they did not go inside. After exchanging a few words with the school's administrator, they withdrew. Why wasn't that person taken to the hospital immediately after the incident? Chen Fan asked, puzzled. Because the killer stabbed our Sakura Nation member directly through the heart with a knife. He was dead on the spot. Taking him to the hospital would have been pointless. Besides, in your Dragon Country hospitals, there's no guarantee whether they'd save us or harm us. The head of the Sakura Nation School addressed Chen Fan. Listening to the head of the Sakura Nation School, Chen Fan frowned. From the tone and attitude of the Sakura Nation School official before him, he sensed a profound resistance and hostility toward the Dragon Nation. He chose not to engage further, instead focusing his attention entirely on the surveillance footage. The footage showed that the man had indeed bumped into the Japanese person unintentionally, and he was indeed holding a wooden stick. But what truly astonished Chen Fan was this: if the man had been wielding a knife and killed the Japanese person in broad daylight, the surrounding onlookers shouldn't have reacted with complete indifference. Particularly when the figure walked off to the side, the expressions on the faces of those around him showed only mild surprise, not fear or any other emotion. This was peculiar. Why was there no autopsy report for the body at the time? In the police case files, I only found a simple cause of death listed. Chen Fan recalled another discrepancy while reviewing the files. Under normal circumstances, if someone had been killed in broad daylight, the police would have intervened, and there should have been a corresponding autopsy report. But in this case, there was none. Of course not. The deceased was a citizen of our Sakura Nation, so naturally we followed our nation's procedures for handling the remains. Moreover, our Sakura Nation places great importance on returning to one's roots. So after the incident, we cremated him the very next day and brought his ashes back to Sakura Nation for burial. The school official explained to Chen Fan. Chen Fan nodded and continued watching the footage. Only when the figure vanished from the surveillance camera's range did he slowly rise to his feet. Let's go. Chen Fan said to Shen Qian. That's it? Aren't you going to question us or anything? The school administrator asked Chen Fan. Earlier, when we police tried to question you, you obstructed us with all sorts of excuses. Now that so much time has passed, you've completely changed your attitude. Could there be some ulterior motive behind this? Chen Fan scrutinized the Japanese school administrator before him. Hearing Chen Fan's words, a flicker of panic crossed the face of the Sakura Country School official. He hastily waved his hands. No. We Japanese would never allow such issues to arise. You're worrying too much. The principal addressed Chen Fan. Chen Fan's lips curled slightly as he led Shen Qian out. Chapter 145, The Murderer. These Sakura Country people are utterly detestable. I came here to help them investigate the case, and this is clearly on our Dragon Nation's territory. Yet they've set up their own concession here, it's outrageous. After leaving the Sakura Country School, Chen Qian voiced her displeasure to Chen Fan. There are many things we can't interfere with. Just focus on doing our own job. Come on, let's head over there and take a look. Chen Fan shook his head, choosing not to dwell on the matter. Instead, he headed in the direction the killer had fled earlier. Did you spot something on the surveillance footage? Shen Qian asked curiously as she followed behind. That's right. There are several suspicious points in the footage. The first is that this person seemed to be heading straight for the victim. Judging by the walking route, that faintly visible wooden stick appeared to be concealed inside his clothing. He only pulled it out once he reached the Japanese man. But if he intended to draw a blade, there should have been a drawing motion, yet there was none. But if he hadn't drawn a sword and had been holding one from the start, the people around him wouldn't have reacted that way. Secondly, when the Japanese man fell, if he truly had his heart pierced by a blade as the school official claimed, why was there no bloodstain on the ground? Of course, it's possible that the knife entered and exited in an instant, causing the wound to close automatically with only a small amount of blood seeping out. But judging by the way he fell, it didn't look like the reaction someone would have if their heart had been pierced. Under normal circumstances, someone stabbed through the heart would be unable to move at first. They'd freeze for a moment, or even fall straight down. But that man wasn't like that. The man from Sakura Country clutched his chest and slowly crouched down, finally sitting on the ground. His movements looked more like someone having a heart attack. Chen Fan recalled the scene from the footage as he explained to Chen Qian. Hold on, how do you know all this in such detail? The reaction of someone whose heart has been pierced? Chen Qian shot Chen Fan a wary glance. The state of a heart being stabbed that Chen Fan had just described was as if he had witnessed it firsthand, sending a chill down even Chen Qian's spine. I simulated it before. Actually, it's not just the heart being stabbed through any part of the body with a knife causes you to lose all strength instantly. Chen Fan explained vaguely to Shen Qian. So according to you, those people from Sakura Country weren't killed at all? Shen Qian suddenly grasped Chen Fan's meaning. I'm just saying it's a possibility. The key issue now is still finding the killer. Regardless, he must have had some contact with the person from Sakura Country. Chen Fan said to Shen Qian. So where do we go next? Let's survey the area first. There are quite a few side paths around here, and the surveillance coverage isn't extensive. At the time, we can only see that person's general direction before they left. Judging by his attire, he didn't seem well off. His hunched posture suggested he was quite elderly. Even with his coat on, you could tell he was an old man. So we can start searching in this direction. Chen Fan pointed to a narrow path. Looking down this path, it connected to numerous low-rise buildings. Even within the provincial capital, such urban villages still existed. Did you notice how he took a distinct horse stance just before encountering the Japanese man? Like he was preparing to thrust a bayonet? Chen Fan asked Shen Qian. Yeah. Now that you mention it, I can see it too. When I was watching earlier, I thought he was just passively assuming a defensive stance. But now it seems that might not be entirely the case. That moment seemed like he was deliberately colliding. Shen Qian recalled the scene from the surveillance footage. If that's the case, the killer is likely a veteran. All the motives would make sense then. Moreover, they likely had prior connections with individuals from Sakura Country. We can use this as a lead to investigate. Chen Fan led Shen Qian all the way to that urban village. Over the past few years, with the provincial capital undergoing constant transformation, the pace of urban development has been immense. Each demolition and shantytown redevelopment project inevitably creates a large number of millionaires and multimillionaires. However, in this process, there are always those whose greed knows no bounds. This has caused many demolition projects to stall. This particular urban village remains stuck precisely because 3 holdouts initially refused to accept the compensation offered. Later, when the provincial capital's development plans shifted, this area was left untouched. Sir, I'm looking for some information. We're conducting interviews about veterans lately. Do you know if there are any elderly folks nearby who served in the military? Chen Fan approached a group of elderly men playing cards at the alley entrance, handing each one a cigarette as he asked. Interviews about veterans? Sure. Old Lee next door used to be in the army. He's been living in misery ever since. You guys should have paid attention to him long ago. A white-bearded elder replied. Yes. We're here to gather some information. We'll definitely provide some assistance later. Could you take us to see Old Man Lee's place? Chen Fan asked the white-bearded elder. Sure, no problem. Since you gave me such good tobacco, I'll take you there. It's not far anyway. The white-bearded old man rubbed his legs and stood up. After leading Chen Fan and the others around a corner, they arrived at the entrance of a courtyard. Old Lee. The white-haired old man tapped on the door. An elderly man in worn military fatigues emerged. Shen Bai recognized him instantly. The old man's build and demeanor matched the figure seen in the surveillance footage perfectly. The man before him was the very killer who had taken the lives of those from Sakura Nation. Chapter 146, Luck. But Chen Fan didn't make any rash moves. After explaining his purpose to Old Manly, he sat down in the courtyard with Shen Qian. Chen Fan surveyed the surroundings of the courtyard, finding it extremely simple. Mostly junk and discarded items were piled up throughout the yard. Yet these scraps, bottles, cardboard, plastic were meticulously sorted and stacked in distinct piles. Mr. Li, did you serve in the military before? Chen Fan asked the old man. Yes. When the Japanese invaded, my entire family was killed. I had no choice but to enlist. Old Manly eyed Chen Fan and Shen Qian warily. He still harbored some distrust toward these two unexpected visitors. Just as Chen Fan was about to speak, Shen Qian gently tugged his arm and pointed toward the corner. Following her gesture, Chen Fan spotted a wooden rifle. It appeared to be the same wooden stick that had appeared in the video back then. Old Li, noticing the pair's gaze, stepped forward and retrieved the wooden rifle. I made this myself. Just something to play with when I'm bored. Old Li explained with a smile. Several months prior, an incident had occurred at the entrance of a Japanese school nearby. I wonder if you've heard about it, Old Li? Chen Fan asked Old Li directly. He watched closely for any change in Old Li's expression. You mean that little guy from Sakura country? I was the one who gave him a whack with my stick back then. Those cherry blossom country folks are such bullies they deserved a beating. Old Li admitted it outright. Shen Qian and Chen Fan exchanged glances, both taken aback. Hold on, did you just say you stabbed him with a stick? What exactly happened here? Chen Fan was puzzled. But Old Li's words did confirm his suspicions. That guy from Sakura country wanted to come to our area to get some land. They said they were building some factory for their cherry blossom country. I had no idea there was also a cherry blossom country school nearby. I used to scavenge for junk around there all the time, but ever since the cherry blossom country school was built, anyone who got near the perimeter got chased away. It baffled me. This is clearly our Dragon Nation's territory. Why should the cherry blossom nation get to call the shots? I even went to the relevant authorities to report it, but I never heard back. Then those cherry blossom country people came to our place saying they wanted to rent our house. But they offered very little money and even cursed at us. When I heard them yelling bastard and son of a, my blood just boiled. I decided to teach him a lesson. So when he stepped outside, I jabbed him in the chest with a wooden spear. Let me tell you, don't underestimate me just because I'm old now. Back in the army, my bayonet skills were pretty impressive. If they didn't ban it now, I could take out the entire school full of those cherry blossom country folks by myself. Old Manly said to Chen Fan. Listening to Old Manly, Shen Qian shot Chen Fan a surprised look. From Old Manly's account, he hadn't used a knife to pierce the Japanese man's heart, he'd merely stabbed him in the chest with a wooden stick. This matched Chen Fan's earlier analysis perfectly. But then the question arose, according to police records, the Japanese man had indeed died from a stab wound to the heart. In this scenario, was Old Manly lying, or was the Japanese man lying? Alright, since that's the case, we understand. Can we take this gun back with us? If anything else comes up later, we'll come back to see you. Chen Fan addressed Old Li. No problem. Take this gun with you. I don't know how much longer I'll be around. Being able to share my experiences with you young folks is something, at least. Old Li waved his hand dismissively. After leaving Old Li's house, neither Chen Fan nor Shen Qian spoke. Emotionally, they both felt a stronger connection to Old Li. He hadn't lied at all. Yet they couldn't fathom why the Japanese man's death seemed so peculiar. Moreover, they couldn't shake the feeling that if the Japanese man had suffered a heart attack and been carried into the Japanese school by his compatriots, only to be stabbed in the heart with a knife upon exiting. If they followed this line of reasoning, it seemed highly likely that the real killer was someone from within Sakura Country School. The problem was, this was merely conjecture. There's no evidence whatsoever. Convictions cannot be secured through mere deduction and conjecture. The Japanese victim's body is gone, and there are no leads left. As for the surveillance footage from Sakura Country School, they'll never show it to us. In that case, this case will truly become an unsolved mystery. After running through the entire case from start to finish, Shen Qian sighed and said, "What did you just say? The surveillance footage from the Japanese school?" Chen Fan froze in surprise. Yes. After that person had the incident at the entrance of Sakura Country School, they immediately brought him inside the school. I've noticed before that there are an awful lot of surveillance cameras inside Sakura Country School. They must have recorded everything that happened. But judging by how quickly the Japanese are disposing of the bodies, it's clear they're trying to cover something up. If they keep this up, we'll never get our hands on that video footage. Shen Qian said to Chen Fan. Not necessarily. For now, we can only hope the footage stored on their servers has been preserved long enough. Chen Fan said as he led Shen Qian toward the Sakura Country School. Having witnessed their previous encounter, the old man at the gate immediately escorted them inside the school upon seeing Chen Fan and Shen Qian return. Once inside the school grounds, Chen Fan hacked into Sakura Country School's network and located their surveillance footage. To Chen Fan's surprise, the school's video storage period was 6 months, and as of now, only 3 days remained. In other words, if they had delayed investigating this case by just 3 days, they might have lost the last shred of evidence. Find a way to stall for time. I'll copy the data. Chen Fan instructed Shen Qian. He pretended to send a text message while manipulating his phone. Chapter 147, Campus Surveillance Footage. The moment Chen Fan asked her to stall, Shen Qian's mind went blank. Tell me again in detail exactly what happened back then. But seeing Chen Fan already busy at work, Shen Qian hurriedly addressed the security guard beside her. Under Shen Qian's relentless questioning, the elderly Japanese security guard grew thoroughly impatient. Meanwhile, Chen Fan seemed far from finished. Just as Shen Qian racked her brain but couldn't think of any more questions, Chen Fan gave her a knowing look. Only then did Shen Qian breathe a sigh of relief. She led Chen Fan out of the school without looking back. So, what's the deal? What's the situation? Anything to report? Did you get the data? As soon as Shen Qian stepped out of the school gates, she eagerly asked Chen Fan. Of course we got it. I have to say, we got incredibly lucky. The video data would have been wiped in 3 days. I think we might not even need to review it ourselves. Let's head straight to the Provincial Bureau office. That way, Brotherly and the others can see for themselves what really happened. As Chen Fan spoke, he and Shen Qian hailed a taxi and headed to the provincial department. Upon arriving at the provincial headquarters, they discovered the parking lot packed with vehicles of all kinds, and people were coming and going in a constant stream. What's going on? Did a major case break? Why are there so many cars here? Chen Fan asked Li Chen curiously. You're telling me? They're all here for you. Just now, Director Gong issued an order to have all the elite officers from various regions who were supposed to come to the provincial headquarters for training arrive early. Everyone's rushing over in a panic. Now they're all waiting for you to train them. Li Chen explained to Shen Qian and Chen Fan. The two listened, their eyes wide with astonishment. Training? Who's doing the training? Me? The province's elite? Chen Fan was dumbfounded. Let's put the training issue aside for now. We've obtained the video footage from that case at the entrance of the school in Sakura country back then. Let's take a look together. Chen Fan said to Li Chen. The footage from the Sakura country school in trance? The case where the killer murdered a Japanese national? You've made progress this quickly already? Li Chen asked curiously. Yes. Barring any surprises, we should be able to identify the killer. Chen Fan nodded. That's the best outcome. This case has actually had a significant impact. After it happened, the Japanese Ministry of Foreign Affairs put immense pressure on us, trying to leverage the public opinion surrounding this to acquire a piece of land at a ridiculously low price. Because of that, the municipal government also put immense pressure on us to solve the case, which is why it dragged on like this. I heard Japan has been making some moves recently. Li Chen listened to Chen Fan and the others as he led them inside, addressing them as he walked. If what you're saying is true, does that mean Japan could gain an advantage in the land bidding process? Chen Fan inquired. Exactly. Naturally, such issues should be handled with discretion, turning major matters into minor ones. If this matter is confirmed, then those above will naturally show some consideration. Li Chen nodded. In that case, the motive seems clear enough. Let's go. We should review their video footage. Chen Fan and Shen Qian exchanged glances. The two entered the conference room. The conference room was already packed with people, each one an elite recruit handpicked from police stations across the province. This time, at the invitation of Old Gong, they had come to the provincial bureau to attend Chen Fan's training session for them. Many had heard rumors about the cases Chen Fan had previously solved. Among them were even criminal investigators from Tongzhou City. During their conversations, they had shared details of Chen Fan's investigative prowess. The attendees were all aware of the unsolved cases lingering at the provincial bureau. Though they hadn't interacted directly with Chen Fan, his ability to consecutively solve multiple provincial bureau cold cases in such a short time. To them, they held genuine admiration for him. They had previously studied and participated in these cases themselves, yet none had found any leads. Now, as Li Chen entered with a young man and immediately projected a video onto the large screen at the front, everyone's attention was instantly drawn to it. Let me give a brief overview. This case involves the stabbing of a Japanese national at our provincial headquarters a few months ago. Due to the sensitive nature of the victim's special status, it wasn't widely publicized. Li Chen briefly outlined the case background to everyone present. The following video footage was brought back by Chen Fan and his team. As Li Chen spoke, the large screen before them began playing footage showing the entire sequence of events at the crime scene. The sequence of events at the school entrance matched exactly what Chen Fan and his team had previously uncovered. However, the subsequent footage left everyone present utterly stunned. In the footage, the Japanese man who had been knocked to the ground was carried into the school by individuals emerging from the Japanese school. It was clearly visible that the individual was clutching his chest and still struggling. This meant he was not dead at that moment. The surrounding Japanese individuals appeared to be conferring among themselves before swiftly dispersing the others. Another person brought a dagger and plunged it viciously into the chest area of the individual. After a few final convulsions, the person finally drew their last breath. Afterward, the person holding the dagger sheathed it. Only then did the others frantically attempt to administer aid. But this Sakura Nation man had already ceased breathing long ago. It turned out this wasn't someone we hired to kill him, it was the Japanese themselves who had done it. What the hell is going on here? Where did you get this video? Li Chen asked Chen Fan and the others, his face frozen in shock. After all, up until now, the information they had been given was that a Dragon Nation citizen had killed a Cherry Blossom Nation citizen. But the footage before them completely overturned their previous understanding. From the footage, it was clear that after the Japanese man fell to the ground, he did not appear to be dead. Moreover, judging by the condition of his chest, it appeared to be a heart attack. His actual cause of death was being stabbed through the heart with a dagger by their own countrymen. Thus, regardless of whether the heart attack contributed to his death, it was confirmed that this Japanese man's death was not caused by the Dragon Nation's people. Rather, it was a deliberate murder orchestrated by the Japanese to secure maximum advantage. Chapter 148. Hello, Teacher Chen. These videos were copied from the internal network of the school in Sakura Country. There are only 3 days left before the footage is deleted. And these video materials are sufficient proof that while the so-called murder case at the time involved individuals from our Dragon Nation, the actual perpetrators were not from our Dragon Nation, they were from their own Cherry Blossom Nation. They're crying thief while stealing themselves. Chen Fan nodded as he observed Li Chen's expression. From within the Sakura Nation school? How did you obtain this video evidence? I heard that when they went to investigate earlier, they couldn't even get inside diplomatic immunity. If the Japanese truly acted this way before, they'd never voluntarily hand over the footage, right? At that moment, an officer beside him addressed Chen Fan. There's no way they'd hand it over voluntarily. And when we went this time, their attitude was completely opposite to how they behaved when our police first investigated. When our police first investigated, they obstructed us at every turn, barring our officers from viewing the bodies, prohibiting door-to-door inquiries, and blocking any in-depth investigation. But this time, when we came to help them solve the case, they seemed almost desperate for our assistance. This suggests they themselves are acutely aware that this matter is about to conclude. The land acquisition target is nearly secured. That's why they wanted police involvement as soon as possible so they could wrap up the case quickly. Moreover, the video retention period is set to 6 months, after which it automatically deletes. Once those 3 days pass, all the data will be wiped clean. Naturally, they won't hand it over to us, but we have ways to hack into their network and copy the data over. Chen Fan explained to the officer. By the way, when I hacked into their network, I was just an employee at a private detective agency. This is my boss. Chen Fan smiled and gestured toward Shen Qian beside him. Everyone laughed. If Chen Fan had gone as a provincial police officer, it would have been against protocol. But as a private investigator? That's utterly unethical. We must strongly condemn and criticize such behavior. Shen Qian shot Chen Fan a glare from the side. That damn guy. Now you remember I'm your boss? But if the Japanese knew there were issues with the surveillance footage, why didn't they hand over the videos for deletion beforehand? Instead, they left such a huge piece of evidence in our hands. Another officer beside them stood up and asked. Because that Japanese school doesn't allow any outsiders inside. So during the provincial police investigation, they strictly refused to allow police access to many areas. Especially regarding these materials. And if they had deleted these video recordings beforehand, it would have affected the irrelevant footage they provided to the police. Which would have raised police suspicions. Only the normal deletion and overwriting of data would be considered standard procedure. This evidence directly indicates that the death of that individual from Sakura Country was carried out by their own people. However, we cannot rule out the possibility of certain contributing factors. This trigger lies in this. Chen Fan spoke as he produced the wooden spear he'd retrieved from old Li's house. This wooden spear is the weapon that struck the Japanese man at the time. The man we see in the footage is surnamed Li. He served in the military and fought against the Japanese. Initially, he had no intention of taking action. However, the presence of the Sakura Nation school stirred something within him. Coupled with the subsequent malicious acts of the Sakura Nation people, it drove him to teach them a lesson. That's why he wore a long coat, concealing the wooden spear beneath it. The moment he came into contact with that Japanese person, he stabbed the wooden gun into the Japanese person's chest. Coincidentally, that Japanese person happened to have a heart condition. In the shock and panic of that moment, the Japanese man's heart condition flared up again. When the Japanese school staff came out to rescue him, they apparently realized the Japanese man was likely beyond saving. At that time, Japan and our Dragon Nation were embroiled in a land dispute. If a Japanese person were killed in cold blood by a Dragon Nation citizen on the street, it would be highly favorable for Japan in terms of public opinion. It would have given them an edge in the land acquisition bidding process. So after a brief discussion, the Japanese school personnel distracted others and stabbed the Japanese man to death with a dagger. Afterward, the story they spread was that the assailant who collided with the Sakura Nation citizen had stabbed him in the heart, thus causing the Japanese national's death. Moreover, the Japanese school officials obstructed our provincial police department's investigation at every turn. They cremated the Japanese national the very next day. Without a body, the police couldn't determine the true cause of death through the incident report. During this period, Sakura Nation leveraged various channels to secure significant advantages in their land acquisition process. Judging by their bid documents, the final results should be announced within days. They must be extremely confident. Chen Fan addressed the group. He laid out the entire crime process in meticulous detail. Good heavens, if it really unfolds as you've analyzed, the repercussions of this case will be enormous. Li Chen clearly recognized the extraordinary nature of this case. Who would have thought that behind an ordinary murder case, there lies a conspiracy orchestrated by those from the land of cherry blossoms? What should have been an accident has been exploited by those Japanese. I'll take this video evidence to higher-ups immediately. If their data monitoring records are scheduled for deletion in 3 days, we still have time to act. Li Chen spoke as he rushed out carrying the files. After Li Chen left, Chen Fan stared at everyone present in stunned silence. The individuals seated here were all elites from various regions. Now they all stared at him with wide eyes, their gazes fixed on him in unison. "Hello, Teacher Chen." Next, everyone shouted in unison toward Chen Fan. Shen Qian, standing nearby, was utterly dumbfounded. "You see?" Among these people, quite a few were acquainted with Shen Qian. They were her seniors from the police academy days. These were elite officers in the police force, possessing formidable capabilities. Now holding important positions in their respective fields, she never expected them to so readily acknowledge Chen Fan as their teacher. And since Chen Fan was her employee and future husband, wouldn't that make her his wife's mother-in-law? Teacher? Ahem, let's put that on hold for now. I don't have much to teach anyway. Following Senior Gong's suggestion, I'll continue investigating a case with everyone. Beyond that, I wonder what else you all might want to learn about. Chen Fan asked everyone nervously. "We want to know how you managed to hack into the Japanese network and copy their video data?" An officer stood up and asked. Chapter 149, Turning the Tide. For them, modern criminal methods were diverse. Modern investigative techniques have grown correspondingly sophisticated. Especially for some new officers, their reliance on surveillance footage remains quite significant. However, in many cases, these video materials cannot be fully extracted, just like the footage from Sakura Domestic School this time. Had the provincial police department discovered it earlier, this case likely wouldn't have encountered further complications. It is believed that throughout this case, Sakura Nation's conspiracy would not have succeeded. The problem lies in the fact that police academies often only teach officers how to follow suspects to solve cases. They are not taught the corresponding hacking techniques. The specific procedures and principles are indeed difficult to explain and master in a short time, but I've created a simplified program that I can share with you. You can use this program as your entry point. Once you manage to connect to a specific local area network, any connected device within that network can be infiltrated through this program. This essentially boils the problem down to figuring out how to establish a network connection. Relatively speaking, it becomes much simpler. Chen Fan addressed the group. Is that really possible? Good heavens! If criminals have advanced to this level, there won't be any secrets left within our police force. They could easily hack into our police cyber surveillance system and monitor our current progress in real time. They could stay one step ahead of us at every turn. This would significantly increase the opportunities for crime. At that moment, an officer nearby asked in astonishment. Only then did the other officers realize the gravity of the situation. If criminals gained access to these technologies, it would create an extremely challenging situation for law enforcement moving forward. That's precisely why I called you all here. As everyone stood frozen in thought, a voice suddenly rang out. Immediately afterward, Old Gong pushed open the door and walked in from outside. From his words, it was clear Gong Lao had been listening at the door for some time. Every person present was an elite detective selected from various regions. It's safe to say you possess extensive criminal investigation experience and have handled numerous complex cases. However, the reason I brought Chen Fan here to train you, the reason I've asked him to teach you something, is precisely to encourage you to think outside the box and broaden your perspectives. As soon as Old Gong entered, he motioned for everyone to sit down. He himself took a seat at the lectern at the front. Seeing Gong Lao enter, the others followed suit and took their seats. I trust you've all heard something about Chen Fan before coming here. And regarding this case, just now, to be honest, I only received confirmation from headquarters moments ago. It was indeed an internal scheme orchestrated by Sakura Domestic. The land issue will be appropriately addressed. The bidding process will be reopened. They have expressed their gratitude to our police force. We upheld the nation's honor and foiled Sakura Nation's conspiracy. But many details remain known only to us. Throughout the entire process, the method Chen Fan used to obtain the crucial evidence involved hacking. Simply put, it was not a method commonly used by our police force. Old Gong addressed the assembled group. Hearing Gong Lao's words, everyone present nodded in agreement. But that's precisely the problem. In many cases, obtaining valid evidence isn't always smooth sailing for us police. Take this case at Sakura Country School, for instance. If we had stuck to conventional police methods and procedures while facing this kind of diplomatic pressure, we'd be completely helpless. This is why, over the past few months, our investigation into this case has made no progress whatsoever. We've been led by the nose by Sakura Nation. In the end, we nearly fell victim to Sakura Nation's failed conspiracy. As police, our actions are always aimed at uncovering the truth. But in this process, our mindset and many of our methods are constrained by certain rules, yet we also need flexible approaches. After all, genuine criminals, real murderers, and true villains may exploit the established protocols of law enforcement to find loopholes. The case at the Japanese school serves as a prime example. They exploited diplomatic privileges to interfere with the investigative process. Had it not been for Chen Fan, the losses to our Dragon Nation would have been immense. Old Gong tapped the table lightly with his finger as he spoke. Initially, when Old Gong heard the outcome of this case, he was also deeply shocked. To be honest, he hadn't known much about the case beforehand. All information releases had come from Sakura Nation. In Gong Lao's understanding, the case stemmed from Dragon Nation targeting Sakura Nation. Given the immense resentment and hatred the Dragon Nation harbors toward the Cherry Blossom Nation, motive was certainly present. Moreover, the on-site video evidence confirmed that he had made brief contact with the victim. This formed a logical chain of evidence. However, all of this was based on information released by Japan. If not for Chen Fan's decisive intervention, if not for Chen Fan using special means to uncover this crucial evidence, the losses for Dragon Nation could have been immense. With so many cases, we often need to put ourselves in their shoes. We must understand what every killer, every criminal is thinking, what their plans are. We must find their vulnerabilities by seeing things from their perspective. That is the freshest angle for our police force to approach the case. Old Gong continued addressing everyone. Senior Officer Gong, we understand what you're saying. Honestly, we've been feeling the same way lately. As we continue solving cases, we feel the perpetrators are becoming increasingly difficult to deal with. Our adversaries are growing smarter too. Nowadays, there are so many avenues to access criminal investigation information. Various programs and explanations have made many people quite familiar with our police procedures and investigative approaches. Therefore, we must continuously improve and elevate our capabilities throughout this process. Nothing more to say. Since Chen Fan is here, we'll do whatever he says. Our goal is to learn as much as possible from Chen Fan's way of thinking. At that moment, an officer seated at the front stood up and addressed Gong Lao and the others. Chapter 150, Paper Shell Blood Shadow. Very well, then I won't say more. The rest of the time is yours, Teacher Chen. You may begin your lecture now. Old Gong said to Chen Fan with a smile. Chen Fan felt somewhat helpless. It felt like being forced into the spotlight. He could only make his way to the front center of the stage. Shen Qian watched the scene unfold in stunned silence, still feeling as if it were all a dream. Not long ago, she had always seen Chen Fan as just another subordinate under her command, with her as his boss. Now Chen Fan was being selected as the instructor for the elite group within the provincial department. And he was widely recognized as such. Moreover, everyone seemed to hold him in high regard. This sudden elevation in status left Shen Qian feeling somewhat incredulous. But she was well aware of Chen Fan's capabilities. The investigative work and achievements he had demonstrated recently absolutely warranted this title. Well, I don't really have anything to say about that. Let's stick to the case details. Chen Fan said as he pulled out some case materials and projected them onto the large screen. This case has been hanging over the provincial bureau for years as an unsolved mystery. The cardboard bloodstain. The case was reported by workers at a waste processing station. While sorting through recycled materials, they discovered a human-shaped bloodstain pattern among the debris. At first, they thought it was a prank, deliberately drawn by someone. But when they tried to remove the cardboard pieces, they discovered the ones underneath were stuck together with flesh and blood. Meaning a person had been completely crushed between the layers of cardboard. When police arrived at the scene, they immediately began separating the body. The scene was extremely difficult to handle. The entire body, broken bones and flesh, had fused completely with the cardboard. Based on the evidence, the body had been dead for over 7 days. Somehow, the corpse ended up among the cardboard during normal sorting and compression, getting crushed by the machinery along with it. As of now, the autopsy report has been released, but there is still no information regarding the victim's identity. Chen Fan spoke while continuously displaying photos from the scene on the large screen. Many present had already heard about the case. Yet seeing the actual crime scene photos still sent a chill down their spines. Judging from the crime scene photos, the corpse was barely recognizable. Enormous pressure had fused the flesh and blood with the cardboard, and over time, bodily fluids and blood had completely permeated the cardboard. Separating the body proved extremely difficult for the police. Although the body was eventually successfully removed, the limited information that could be extracted from it has so far prevented the identification of the deceased. We must thoroughly investigate this case. We don't know whether this deceased individual died from an accident or homicide. Our immediate priority is to establish the body's identity. If this were your case, what would you do according to standard procedure? Chen Fan asked the group. Typically, when we discover an unidentified body, we investigate recent missing persons cases for comparison. Judging by the time of death on these bodies, it's been over 7 days. That means the time since the victim was killed could be quite a while ago. After such a long period, someone should have reported it by now. At this point, an officer stood up and spoke. Hearing this, those around him nodded in agreement. They had frequently encountered decapitated bodies or those so disfigured they were unrecognizable. They had always identified the victims through such means, or by any identification documents found on their persons. True, but according to the police investigation after the incident, no missing persons matching the victim's identity or characteristics were found in the short term. That's why this case has remained unsolved. Chen Fan nodded. Since that approach isn't working, do you have any other methods to determine the specific identity of this body? An officer nearby asked Chen Fan with curiosity. That's precisely the problem. When solving cases, we often get stuck in procedural deadlocks. It's as if we can't make any progress without knowing the identity of the deceased. Chen Fan explained slowly to the group. Listening to Chen Fan's words, everyone frowned in silence. Even old Gong appeared deep in thought. Actually, the body itself has already provided us with a great deal of information. First, judging by the muscle tissue patterns, this body was already dead before being crushed. In other words, the likelihood of an accident is not very high. It's highly likely this was an act of disposing of the body to cover up evidence. Chen Fan pulled a photograph from a stack and placed it before the group. It was a close-up of the body at the scene. By analyzing the tissue's activity, one could determine the state of the corpse at the time. Everyone understood this point. There's another crucial detail. It's the surgical procedure performed on the toes of the right foot. Chen Fan produced another photograph and showed it to the group. A toe amputation surgery? Does that mean this person was injured before death? The officer beside him asked with some confusion. The surrounding officers also looked perplexed. Injury is only one possibility. But I believe the greater possibility is cosmetic surgery. Chen Fan said slowly. Cosmetic surgery? What does that mean? Shen Qian asked directly. Actually, the information we can gather from this body is limited, but we can still determine it's a female corpse. And she was tall. However, the proportion of flesh and blood is relatively low, which suggests the deceased was tall and slender in life. The most fitting category for this description would be a model. In the modeling industry, it's common to wear specific high heels to accentuate the figure. Some female models have unusually long toes, which can detract from the aesthetic when wearing high heels. This has led to a specialized surgical procedure targeting the modeling community, toe amputation. Therefore, if we wish to investigate the victim's identity, we can start by looking into cosmetic surgery clinics in the provincial capital. Of course, this is just one angle. Returning to our original question, how do we solve a case when the victim's identity is unknown? The most crucial step is to imagine yourself as the killer. Chen Fan addressed the entire group. Chapter 151, Solving the Case Without Knowing the Victim? Hold on a moment. Imagine someone as the murderer? So you're saying this case involves a murderer and an actual killing process? How did you come to that conclusion? An officer voiced his doubt. Based on the current evidence, we only know the victim was already dead before being run over. However, due to the severe damage to the body, the exact cause of death remains unknown. This also couldn't rule out the possibility of an accident. Let me ask a question. Where do all these cardboard boxes we throw away in our daily lives end up? Chen Fan didn't directly answer the man's question but instead asked the police officer. These cardboard boxes? They're all recycled by those waste collection stations, right? Then they're sent to the municipal waste treatment center for burial, incineration, or similar processes. The officer replied uncertainly. As police officers, our understanding of many aspects of society far exceeds that of ordinary people. But if you don't even know this process, how could a woman possibly end up in these places? That's point number 1. Point 2, the cell phone. Often, when we identify a deceased person, we rely on their phone for confirmation. Yet the victim's phone was nowhere to be found at the scene. Clearly, someone had taken it. So from the very start of this case, there must have been a killer. This killer murdered the victim from the beginning and disposed of the body in this manner. After being recycled, our cardboard isn't immediately incinerated or buried, but undergoes secondary processing and reuse. Otherwise, these cardboard boxes and the bodies wouldn't have been discovered again. At least from the current situation, the killer knows something, but not everything. In other words, the killer likely has access to the waste disposal facility, but lacks deep insight into its operational processes. This significantly narrows our search scope. After all, many perpetrators subconsciously choose the method they feel most confident with when disposing of bodies. This individual didn't opt for the usual dismemberment and disposal method, but chose this process instead. Precisely because they had independent access to the machinery at the waste processing plant. And I believe very few people have access to such equipment. Chen Fan addressed the group. What are we waiting for? Let's move now. Let's head to the waste processing plant. The group perked up. Who would have thought that a case seemingly without a single flaw, a case with absolutely no leads, a case where even the victim's identity remained unknown would suddenly pinpoint the killer's identity? It was nothing short of astonishing. Everyone was eager to get to the scene and see what had actually happened. Half an hour later, a dozen police cars pulled into the provincial waste disposal plant in perfect formation. Before Chen Fan and the others could say anything, shouts erupted from inside the facility. Someone had jumped off a building. When Chen Fan and the others rushed over, they saw a man limping, crouched on the ground trying to leave. They rushed forward, pinned him down, and questioned him. They learned this man was indeed the murderer from the cardboard case. When he saw over a dozen police cars pulling into the office building, he panicked, thinking his crime had been discovered. In his panic, he jumped straight out the window. Once pinned down by the police, he naturally confessed. But after his confession, it wasn't the suspect who was most shocked, it was all the police officers. From the very start of this case, the source of the bodies remained unidentified, the killer's method was unclear, and the primary crime scene hadn't been confirmed yet. They'd pinpointed the murderer and even apprehended him outright. The killer readily admitted to this investigative process. It completely overturned the investigative procedures they had followed as police officers for so many years. Good heavens! Chen Fan, how on earth did you pull this off? That man just confessed. He admitted to killing his model girlfriend. He's the supervisor at the waste disposal plant, with access to their machinery. He planned to use their equipment to dispose of the body. Li Chen approached, his face aglow with excitement. He had assumed the case was long closed, with no police action taken. They hadn't even called him in to identify the victim. In his mind, everything he'd done had been flawless. But that very confidence was shattered completely by the sudden appearance of over a dozen police cars. Truthfully, if only one police car had arrived, or if a few officers had simply come to ask questions, his psychological defenses wouldn't have crumbled so quickly. But precisely because everyone present, after hearing Chen Fan's analysis, was filled with suspicion and eager to verify it immediately. That's why so many officers arrived simultaneously in so many police cars. It completely shattered the killer's nerve. The key lies in the motive. As I said before, imagine yourself as the killer and retrace the entire crime. Though I don't know how I killed this person. But I can recall and process the entire sequence of disposing of the bodies. First, I had to handle this matter without being discovered. Yet I still needed to operate this machine, which means I must have had certain privileges or an official position. And the only environment where such machinery and cardboard could coexist is a waste processing plant. As for the model's identity, even if we don't know this person's situation at the waste processing plant, through the records at the plastic surgery clinic, we could still track this person down. Once the deceased is identified, there must be a connection between them and the killer. This is essentially standard police procedure for solving cases. The problem lies in the fact that numerous blind spots inevitably arise during this process. For instance, the fact that models undergo toe surgery, many people might be unaware of that. Once overlooked, crucial clues may be missed, and that's precisely where the real trouble lies. Chen Fan explained to the group. Chapter 152, Swift, Accurate, and Ruthless. Hearing Chen Fan's words, everyone was stunned into silence. To be honest, from the very start, Chen Fan's line of reasoning had been nothing short of earth-shattering for everyone present. And when he later suggested the killer's possible whereabouts, they all regarded it with skepticism. Otherwise, so many people wouldn't have rushed to the waste disposal plant at the exact same time. Ahem. This case allows us to glimpse the bigger picture through a single example, giving us insight into Chen Fan's overall investigative approach and process. We know that in many cases, it's actually difficult to directly uncover incriminating evidence. Take this case, for instance. We haven't even identified the victim's body yet. Old Gong stepped forward and addressed the entire group. Senior Gong, if this woman was a model and had gone missing, why hasn't there been any police report filed? That seems a bit unusual, doesn't it? An officer beside him asked Gong Lao. Exactly. Based on our routine understanding, a person always has friends or relatives. So after someone goes missing, there should be people paying attention to their whereabouts and noticing anything unusual. But our investigation has uncovered an unexpected situation. According to the killer's confession, he and the victim were in a romantic relationship. Both had come here from out of town to work, neither being natives of the provincial capital. The reason they were here was that they had eloped from home. During their elopement, they did report their disappearance. The report was filed at their original place of residence. After arriving in the provincial capital, to avoid being found by their families, they severed all ties with their previous friends, becoming complete information islands. After arriving in this city, the victim, as a model, frequently encountered many unfamiliar men. The perpetrator was deeply dissatisfied with this situation, having imposed numerous restrictions on her, including physical confinement at one point. After negotiations with the victim, he finally agreed to let her go out. But it was precisely the killer's behavior that caused the victim to become deeply dissatisfied with him and develop the desire to leave. But when she tried to steal back her ID card to get another phone SIM, the killer discovered her. Enraged, he immediately strangled the victim to death with a rope. After strangling the victim, the killer began contemplating how to dispose of the body. Yet no matter how he handled it, traces on the corpse would inevitably reveal evidence of murder. Even dismembering the body would only create more trouble. That's why the killer decided to exploit his work connections. After arriving in the provincial capital, he leveraged his exceptional intelligence to secure a position at the waste disposal facility, rising to become a minor supervisor there. He held authority over waste processing equipment, which meant he had access to keys for the incineration plant. It was precisely this key that sparked a bold idea: to place the strangled bodies inside cardboard boxes and crush them with machinery. Even if the crime was eventually discovered, he'd have a plausible excuse. The victims had followed him to the plant out of curiosity, but an operational error caused them to fall into the machinery. Listening to Old Gong's explanation, everyone present finally understood. If they could have directly investigated the victim's information after the incident and tracked down the suspect for questioning, then the perpetrator would naturally assume that many of his previous actions had not escaped the police's notice. He would then proceed to fabricate a pre-planned story to present to the police. But what he never anticipated was that so much time had passed without the police ever coming for him. He believed the police had never uncovered his murder, and he had even convinced himself the matter was completely in the past. But just as he let his guard down completely, a dozen police cars suddenly pulled up quietly in front of him, pushing him to make an irrational choice. Under intense police interrogation, he confessed immediately. The elaborate lies he had meticulously crafted became utterly useless. In other words, if this case hadn't been solved by Chen Fan pinpointing the killer directly, but instead followed the police's step-by-step approach, starting with the body, conducting interviews, and gathering information, it would have given the killer ample time to cover their tracks. In that scenario, the killer could have continued weaving an even more elaborate web of deception. While there might not have been complete innocence throughout the entire process, it would at least be fundamentally different from the crime of intentional murder. Chen Fan, I finally understand why Old Gong insisted on bringing you back to teach us. And why, upon your arrival, he immediately assigned you to handle those unsolved cases. Because those cold cases had reached a dead end following our police-centric approach. But your approach, utterly unorthodox, seemingly illogical, yet swift, precise, ruthless, and remarkably effective, actually allowed us to uncover clues from multiple angles. Li Chen patted Chen Fan on the shoulder. Though no one else said much, the looks they gave Chen Fan now mirrored Li Chen's expression perfectly. Or rather, it was completely different from how they had looked at him before. Before, they might have harbored doubts, worries, or even felt it was a waste of time. But after witnessing this case unfold, alongside their sense of wonder, every one of them now harbored a deep respect. When they were the same age as Chen Fan, when they were fresh graduates from the police academy just like him. At a stage where they still vomited at crime scenes, Chen Fan could already sift through a pile of fragmented corpses to extract crucial clues and identify the killer. The gap between them was undeniably vast. Then there's nothing more to discuss. The reason I called you all here urgently is also because of these unsolved cases across the country. One reason for your presence is to shadow Chen Fan and learn his investigative approach. Another part is that these current unsolved cases all occurred in your local areas. I'm sure you've all heard about them, and some of you may have even experienced them firsthand. What I need from you is twofold: first, to provide Chen Fan with complementary information and the actual circumstances of the crime scenes. On the other hand, integrate the new investigative techniques Chen Fan teaches you with the approaches that previously led to your failures. Old Gong addressed the entire group. Chapter 153, The Child's Corpse in the Shopping Mall. Hearing Old Gong's words, everyone nodded in agreement. Initially, they had assumed Gong Lao had summoned them to learn from Chen Fan. But they hadn't anticipated the deeper meaning behind it. For them, it was almost an eager anticipation. As Gong Lao had mentioned, many of them had been involved in the process of those unsolved cases. Some had even been directly involved from start to finish, only to end in complete failure. If Chen Fan could help them sift through these failed cases and uncover previously unseen clues, it would truly be twice the result with half the effort for them. Just as the group was discussing this, an officer suddenly rushed over. He whispered a few words into Old Gong's ear. Old Gong's eyes instantly sharpened. Seeing his reaction, everyone knew something must have gone wrong. I understand. I'll make arrangements immediately. Old Gong nodded to the officer. We just received a notice from the provincial bureau. 10 bodies were discovered inside a giant stuffed toy at the Donghua Mall toy section. Criminal investigators from the Provincial Bureau are already at the scene. Monitoring indicates all 10 bodies are children. The nature of this case is extremely heinous, and its impact is widespread. Therefore, upon learning of this news, the Provincial Bureau has requested our assistance, demanding that all of us mobilize immediately to solve the case as quickly as possible. Old Gong addressed the entire team. Everyone listened to Old Gong's words, deeply shocked. For them, each a seasoned criminal investigator with extensive case experience, this case as described by Old Gong involved discovering 10 bodies in a children's toy section, specifically inside plush toys. They couldn't imagine the psychological trauma inflicted on the children who witnessed these bodies. What mattered most was that the victims this time were 10 children. At the very least, this meant 10 families, perhaps even 30 families, were experiencing utter devastation. For most of the officers present, they were parents themselves. This made them even more enraged by crimes involving children. So when they heard Old Gong's orders, almost instantly everyone sprang into action. Chen Fan, however, motioned for Shen Qian not to rush, and they remained behind. Why aren't we moving? This case carries significant weight. If higher-ups issued orders, it shows how much of a stir this case caused in the provincial capital. Shen Qian asked Chen Fan with some confusion. Where exactly is Donghua Mall? Mark it on the map for me. Chen Fan asked Shen Qian. He was unfamiliar with the provincial capital, and according to his plan, they were heading there to investigate the scene. Besides, with so many elite personnel already there, any issues during the process would surely be discovered. Even if Chen Fan went, being crammed into the scene with so many people would be incredibly chaotic. Chen Fan wasn't accustomed to this approach. More importantly, Chen Fan believed the killer had chosen this mall to dump the body or to display it in such a bizarre manner for a specific reason. I know this mall. I recall it's in the city center with massive foot traffic. And I've heard its toy section is particularly famous. Certain specialty toy products from the White Eagle Nation and the Cherry Blossom Nation are only sold in this mall. I remember when I was very young, I was obsessed with a particular doll. My dad had to go all the way to the provincial capital to buy it for me. Apparently, it was only available at this one mall in the entire province. Shen Qian explained to Chen Fan. Compared to Chen Fan, Shen Qian was naturally more familiar with the provincial capital. I see. So that means the killer's actions were deliberately intended to be seen by more people. Chen Fan thought to himself. Among the doll toys in the toy display area, 10 bodies were placed. Could the killer be a staff member of the shopping mall? Only the staff could have done something like this. And moving 10 bodies? That can't be easy either. Shen Qian added from the side. If that's the case, the killer must be incredibly bold. Chen Fan nodded. Shen Qian frowned as well. If the killer truly was a staff member of the toy section, then the police would likely suspect them immediately, perhaps even investigating them first. In that case, the killer would be no different from committing suicide. There are other possibilities. Have you ever tried staying inside the mall after it closes at night? Chen Fan asked Shen Qian. Stay inside the mall after it closes? How could that be possible? Aren't all the people inside supposed to leave at closing time and then get cleared out? Shen Qian was taken aback. Under normal circumstances, yes. But exceptions can happen. Because there are many spots in the mall that are perfect for hiding. And even if staff patrol these areas, they're impossible to check thoroughly. For instance, the tent area, large plastic barrels, or areas with bulky equipment all provide excellent hiding spots. As long as you scout the surveillance coverage of the mall's cameras during the day, while you can't do whatever you want, at least pulling off certain things is quite simple. Chen Fan remarked calmly. In the 100,000 simulations he had run before, he had encountered such situations several times. Once, he successfully evaded mall patrols by hiding in the lining of a black tent. Another time, he concealed himself inside a black trash bin. This allowed him to remain in the mall until midnight to commit theft. So for Chen Fan, it was only natural to instinctively consider using these tactics to buy himself more time for the crime. Is that even possible? If you think about it that way, it does seem possible. But even if the killer entered on their own, how did they manage to bring in the bodies of those 10 children? Shen Qian asked doubtfully. We might need to go to the scene to investigate that. While I have many theories, we still need to rule them out based on the actual conditions at the scene. Chen Fan said as he stood up. Hey, wait a minute. What do you mean you have many ways? That can't be right. I just thought about it, and it doesn't seem like there are any good solutions. Even if I start with the suppliers, these toys will still undergo inspections when they enter the market. This shouldn't be happening. Shen Qian shouted as she hurried after him. In her mind, she had already considered various approaches to achieve the desired outcome on site. But no matter how she thought about it, she couldn't come up with a perfect solution. But Chen Fan claimed there were many ways. Was he joking? Chapter 154, The Experiment. The shopping mall was now completely cordoned off. Ever since word spread about the murder inside, the once bustling shopping center was now deserted. Police had cordoned off the perimeter. When Chen Fan and Shen Qian arrived at the mall, the officers who had come earlier had already finished their investigation at the scene. "What's the situation at the scene?" Chen Fan asked the officers. "We've examined the victims. They range in age from 7 to 12 years old. They were strangled to death, then stuffed into the dolls from behind. Then the killer sewed the doll back up. Based on the time of death, the earliest victim has been dead for over 7 days, while the most recent one has been dead for at least 3 days. An officer addressed Chen Fan. 3 days? That means the killer placed this child here at least 3 days ago. Shen Qian couldn't help but ask impatiently from the side. Logically speaking, that should be the case. We've already questioned the store staff. These toy dolls were delivered here half a year ago. But because these dolls are quite large and very expensive, and more importantly, they said the animated series featuring this doll was banned for some reason. So sales never really took off. Ever since these dolls arrived, they've been displayed on the highest shelf of the counter. No one has purchased them, and the staff never noticed any changes in the dolls. When someone came in today wanting to buy a doll, they were overcome by a strong odor and vomited. That's when the salesperson discovered the corpse inside the doll. Initially, only one corpse was found. The salesperson immediately called the police. The remaining bodies were discovered after our forensic team arrived. The odor at the scene was clearly not from a single corpse. Further searches uncovered bodies concealed within other dolls. After thorough investigation, a total of 10 bodies were found. An officer outlined the general situation to Chen Fan and the others. Chen Fan nodded and headed toward the scene. When Chen Fan arrived at the scene, he looked around and saw nothing but rows upon rows of toy display cases stretching as far as the eye could see. Only then did he understand what Shen Qian had meant earlier. This was the largest toy distribution center in the entire provincial capital. Judging by the design and materials of these display cases, the toys inside were undoubtedly expensive. After examining a few price tags up close, Chen Fan couldn't help but inwardly gasp. His hunch had been correct. Now, almost none of the toys in the entire display case were priced below 4 digits. The center of the toy section had been cordoned off by police, with caution tape surrounding the area. Upon entering, Chen Fan and the others saw a dozen or so dolls placed nearby. Their backs had all been slashed open. Yet one could still discern the traces of stitches where they had been sewn shut. It appeared the killer had slit open the dolls' backs with a small knife to stuff the bodies inside, removing the stuffing first before stuffing the bodies back in. They then stuffed the remaining filling back into the dolls before sewing them up. This made the dolls appear largely unchanged from before. But after stuffing a corpse into each doll, the internal filling naturally diminished. Where did that missing portion go? Chen Fan began searching the surroundings. What are you looking for? Shen Qian came over too. I'm trying to find where the stuffing that the killer removed from these toys went. If I were the killer, removing stuffing from 10 bodies would be a huge amount hard to carry away directly. But if they're not at the scene, it can only mean one thing. Chen Fan began searching around. You mean the killer didn't stuff all 10 bodies into the dolls in one go? But did it happen over multiple visits? That way, he could have taken the stuffing from the dolls? Shen Qian joined Chen Fan in searching for the stuffing while speculating aloud. Exactly. Judging by the condition of those dolls. After stuffing the bodies inside, the killer couldn't have completely replaced all the stuffing. It would have been nearly impossible to remove all the stuffing at once. The only explanation is that the killer made multiple trips to remove these items. Which means the killer didn't commit the crime in one go. I just reviewed the surveillance footage for this area, and it appears there's an issue. Chen Fan pointed to the surveillance cameras overhead as he spoke. Shen Qian looked up but didn't notice anything unusual. What's wrong with these cameras? They all look perfectly normal to me, and they're all powered on. Shen Qian was puzzled. These are old-style suspended cameras. Their drawback is that the images freeze, requiring manual adjustment. It's not the kind of surveillance that runs full-time automatic scans and can capture motion. Which means these surveillance feeds are confined to specific areas. And judging by the current placement of these cameras, it seems they've left a lot of room for maneuvering. But we still need to conduct a practical test to see for ourselves. Chen Fan stroked his chin as he studied the cameras. An experiment? How exactly do we conduct the experiment? Shen Qian was curious. Is there an infrared pen here? Chen Fan searched around. Yes. When we came up just now, I remember there was one sold next to the lipstick stall. I'll go get it for you. Shen Qian said to Chen Fan. Alright, then go to the surveillance room and pull up these feeds. We'll coordinate over the phone. I'll tell you where it is. Chen Fan instructed Shen Qian. Shen Qian quickly handed Chen Fan the item and then headed to the mall's surveillance room. Police officers were already there retrieving relevant surveillance footage. Brotherly, have you found anything on the surveillance yet? Shen Qian asked Li Chen. That's the problem. We've retrieved footage from the past 2 weeks and are reviewing it. The problem is, there's no damage to the surveillance footage at all. And there's nothing suspicious appearing in the footage either. We just haven't finished the full review yet. Li Chen shook his head. By the way, what brings you here? Where's Chen Fan? Li Chen asked Shen Qian. Chen Fan said he needed to conduct an experiment. Then he asked me to come here. Shen Qian replied to Li Chen. An experiment? What kind of experiment? Li Chen was puzzled too. Just then, Shen Qian's phone rang. It was Chen Fan calling. I'm right here in the toy section. Can you see me? Chen Fan said to Shen Qian. Chapter 155, Fishing Line. You're in the toy section? Where exactly? Shen Qian was a bit surprised. Because at that moment, the surveillance feed showed no sign of Chen Fan's location. I'm right where we were just now. I'll open the video feed for you. You can see the direction I'm moving in, and keep an eye out for my figure in the surveillance footage. Chen Fan spoke while opening the video feed for Shen Qian. In the footage, both Li Chen and Shen Qian could see Chen Fan constantly weaving back and forth through the toy section. Yet strangely, not a single frame within their current surveillance coverage showed Chen Fan's figure. It was as if they existed in entirely different dimensions. What the hell is going on? Judging by the nearby markers, Chen Fan should be right over here. Why can't the cameras see him? There were plenty of cameras monitoring the area at the time. Li Chen and Shen Qian were both puzzled. You can't see me, can you? If you can't see me, then I believe my deduction is correct. Chen Fan's voice came from over there. What the hell is going on? Chen Fan, why can't we see you? Shen Qian asked in astonishment. Because someone adjusted the camera's field of view, deliberately leaving a large blank area. These blank zones allow direct access to this shelf area from the adjacent fire escape. Plus, there's a large blind spot behind the shelves where the bodies can be disposed of. Chen Fan explained to the two on the other end of the line. So that's how it is. That means the killer must have had the opportunity to adjust these surveillance systems. This makes the staff in the toy section or the mall maintenance crew prime suspects. Li Chen mused, stroking his chin. Hold on, I think I've found something. Chen Fan said, hanging up the phone as he spoke. Hearing Chen Fan's words, Li Chen and Shen Qian quickly returned to the crime scene. But the scene before them left them utterly stunned. Each surveillance camera now had two infrared laser pointers strapped to it. Under the beams of these laser pens, streaks of light formed. Shen Qian instantly understood the situation. Chen Fan had used these infrared detection pens to pinpoint the surveillance camera's coverage areas, allowing him to effectively avoid appearing within their fields of view. When Shen Qian arrived at the scene, she found Chen Fan crouched on the ground, studying something intently. Chen Fan, what are you looking at? Shen Qian moved closer. These stitches on the doll seem odd. This looks like fishing line, doesn't it? Chen Fan picked it up and showed it to Shen Qian. Yes, it is fishing line. Using fishing line for the stitches shows the killer was very careful. It's practically impossible to detect. Otherwise, using thread of a different color would make it much harder to match these dolls. Li Chen chimed in from the side. Exactly. Looks like the killer was very well prepared. Chen Fan nodded in agreement. The situation at the scene was largely under control, but there wasn't much direct information to work with. But for Chen Fan and his team, it was sufficient to narrow down the scope of potential suspects. First off, this suspect was highly familiar with the layout and pathways of the toy section in the mall. Such familiarity likely goes beyond mere reconnaissance. Moreover, after exiting through the employee passageway, one enters the staff-only work area, accessible only via fingerprint access control. However, nearly half of the toy section staff entered using their access cards. Additionally, mall personnel can also access this area. Therefore, it is difficult to directly identify the suspect among these individuals. But at least it was certain that the killer must be among this group. Once this scope was established, Chen Fan breathed a sigh of relief. After all, based on the information currently available, finding the killer might not be too difficult. While Chen Fan and his team were examining the scene, the elite officers from various regions who had arrived earlier had already begun their operations. After sharing the information Chen Fan had deduced, they too started screening the mall staff. It must be said that many hands make light work. With such a large number of people involved in the screening, they quickly completed a thorough investigation of all the staff members. But the outcome was unexpected. According to the fingerprint records from the fire escape, no one had entered the employee during non-working hours. Moreover, there were no duplicate clock-in records. Based on our current leads, nearly everyone clocked out at their regular shift end time. They all have clock-out records. And during our interviews with these individuals, none reported seeing anyone else on the premises outside their scheduled shifts. Li Chen addressed the group. They had already analyzed the collected clock-in data and made certain discoveries. However, they hadn't uncovered any anomalies. Questioning the staff members also revealed no gaps in their accounts. Furthermore, after investigating the scene, they found no clues such as fingerprints, skin flakes, or hair that could pinpoint the killer's identity. The killer was extremely cautious. Listening to Li Chen's words, the entire case seemed to have reached another dead end. At least from the current situation, despite the gruesome crime scene and their series of deductions, none of these inferences were sufficient to pinpoint the killer. Just as everyone was at a loss, all eyes turned to Chen Fan. At that moment, Chen Fan was deep in thought, head bowed. He pondered, why did the killer insist on dividing these 10 bodies into multiple batches to place them in the toy section of the mall? And did the killer only have these 10 bodies, or were there others that hadn't been placed yet? Chen Fan kept pondering the killer's motive, yet no plausible explanation emerged. In his previous 100,000 simulations, Chen Fan had also simulated crimes targeting children. Typically, crimes targeting children in simulations almost always involved individuals with specific fetishes. But to target 10 children at once? Even Chen Fan found it difficult to immediately grasp the implications of such an outcome. When Chen Fan saw everyone staring at him in unison, he froze momentarily. But he understood that this was precisely the moment when his unique approach to solving cases would be needed. Chen Fan paused, then retrieved the fishing line used for sewing dolls that he had discovered at the crime scene earlier. Chapter 156, Attraction. This is some fishing line used to sew up the doll. An officer at the scene recognized it immediately. For these officers, they themselves possessed corresponding criminal investigation capabilities. For them, throughout the entire process, they demonstrated considerable investigative prowess. Therefore, they paid close attention to many details. Correct, this is indeed the fishing line used to sew those dolls. And upon my examination, I discovered this fishing line has been used before. Chen Fan nodded. This fishing line has been used? Hearing Chen Fan's words, everyone frowned. If the fishing line had been procured on the spot from the mall, the entire process might still be plausible. But if they were used lines, then the identity of the killer could be narrowed down further. Even so, narrowing it down offered no direct proof. Even if they questioned every mall employee to identify who frequently went fishing, it still wouldn't directly prove that these fishing lines belonged to that person. This still couldn't form a complete chain of evidence. Have we identified the identities of these children yet? Chen Fan paused, then asked the officer. The shortest time since death for these 10 children is over 3 days. How could no one have noticed? Chen Fan asked the officers. In Chen Fan's view, with so many children mysteriously disappearing and being murdered, yet the police had received no prior reports of their disappearances. If they had known about the disappearances, the location where the children vanished might have been traced back to this very shopping mall. The complete lack of such information left Chen Fan feeling somewhat perplexed. We've already investigated. We've conducted preliminary investigations into these children's backgrounds. Our findings indicate they all come from nearby rural areas. They're all on summer break now, and during this time, they're essentially left behind children. Mostly looked after by elderly relatives. Elders have little authority when it comes to disciplining children. For them, it's perfectly normal for these kids to spend days at internet cafes and only return when they run out of money to ask for more. Moreover, even if a child goes missing, these elderly caregivers rarely report it directly to the police. They'll search the village themselves first, which is why we have the current situation. It's not that we haven't received reports of missing children. It's just that these reports are scattered across rural police stations. And since it's summer now, many rural children go swimming and fishing in rivers. Every year, there are cases of children drowning. So when local police receive reports of missing children, their first instinct is to search rivers and ponds. During these searches, they do find drowned children, but they aren't the ones reported missing. In such cases, local police typically classify these missing children as drowning victims. After all, in the river, bodies often sink and are eaten by fish before they decompose and float back up. These circumstances and reasons explain why there wasn't a wave of reports filed. We only discovered this now. An officer beside him explained to Chen Fan. Are these villages around the provincial capital? Chen Fan inquired. That's correct. Based on our investigation, it's confirmed that in these villages surrounding the provincial capital, most of their parents are migrant workers employed in the provincial capital or other areas. The officer stated. Well, that makes things a bit interesting. If these 10 or so children were from the provincial capital itself, it might be more difficult to handle. But if they're from villages surrounding the city, the workload involved would be enormous. Chen Fan mused, rubbing his chin. Hearing Chen Fan's words, the surrounding officers all began to ponder. Indeed, that was precisely the situation. First, the killer had sewn the 10 bodies into 10 dolls. But it would be extremely difficult to find all 10 children together. It's not as if he could kill someone and sew up a body one after another. Given the limited time frame, such a method would be impossible to execute. Based on the police investigation at the scene, most of the evidence gathering occurred within just a few days. Based on Chen Fan's estimation, the killer likely completed sewing all 10 bodies into the dolls within just 3 sessions at most. But the problem lies in the fact that before that, the killer must have gathered all 10 children together in one place. Otherwise, there simply wouldn't have been enough time. This complicates the entire situation. How did the killer gather these 10 children together? That might be the key to solving this case. Could it be through toys? Because the killer is likely someone connected to the toy district. Then it's highly probable they used toys as bait. Could they have taken these small toys to villages nearby to advertise, luring the children over with the toys? A nearby officer speculated aloud. Hearing the officer's words, everyone's eyes lit up. No. Chen Fan waved his hand. In fact, judging by the ages of these children, most of them are around elementary school age. At this stage of elementary school, especially among left-behind children, they tend to be more engrossed in their phones. Ordinary toys don't hold as much appeal for them. Today's children are completely different from the children we grew up with. Back in our day, we might not have had many things for entertainment, so we were drawn to these toys. But for today's children, they've long since grown accustomed to such things, especially left-behind children, who often have access to phones. Phones are essential for staying in touch with parents, and even elementary school homework now relies on mobile apps. So the appeal you're talking about? I think it's clearly not enough. Chen Fan addressed the officer. Chapter 157, The Breakthrough Point. Hearing Chen Fan's words, several parents with children nodded in agreement. They knew all too well how dependent and familiar today's elementary school students were with their phones. More importantly, a crucial part of their daily lives revolved around using phones for entertainment. It had even reached a point of complete obsession. During school breaks, they almost always become completely absorbed in mobile games. As for the idea that someone could lure them somewhere with toys, or even kidnap them, that's practically nonsense. By today's standards, it's admittedly quite difficult. What method did the killer use to lure these children here? The crowd was filled with confusion. No. There might be another way. You mentioned earlier that most of these children are left-behind children. And if most of them are left-behind children, then for these children, what they fear most is their parents. If someone could pretend to be a friend of their parents, tell them something, or give them something, they might fall for it quite easily. Chen Fan addressed the group from the side. But none of that is the most important thing. The most crucial point is that when this person brings these children from surrounding villages and towns into the city, they must have access to a vehicle. And when transporting all these children's bodies to the mall, he definitely needed a vehicle too. And this vehicle couldn't have been too small either. Chen Fan addressed everyone. And a vehicle like that could hold many children without being noticed. That makes the entire process rather intriguing. Chen Fan, are you suggesting the killer might have driven a van during this process? And specifically one with all the windows sealed shut? At that moment, an officer beside him seemed to grasp Chen Fan's meaning. Exactly. At the very least, this type of vehicle is different from ordinary ones. Based on typical criminal behavior, the killer must have knocked the child unconscious within the village itself. But judging by the killer's movement patterns and the current time gap, it's unlikely he could have transported all these children back one by one. So it's highly probable that the entire process was completed in one go, transporting multiple children back at once. During that journey, if any of the children were to start playing or making noise in the vehicle, it would naturally arouse suspicion. Moreover, some of these children are relatively older. Given their age, it would be extremely difficult to control them if they weren't completely unconscious. But if they were completely unconscious throughout the journey, the vehicle's movement would have drawn attention. So the killer's vehicle must have been specially disguised. Combined with the fishing line used to sew the dolls, this suggests the killer likely exploited fishing trips to various villages. And during that process, committed random crimes. Chen Fan shared his deductions with the group as he spoke. Hearing his words, the others gradually came to the same realization. Given the current information about the killer, the most plausible method seemed to be establishing contact with children from surrounding villages during fishing trips. Then, during conversations, exploiting the children's lack of caution, they could easily learn the child's name, address, and details about their parents. Then they could freely fabricate stories. For example, your name used to be Zhang San, and I was good friends with your father, Zhang Er. I even met him recently, and he specifically told me to remind you to study hard at home when I saw you. Throughout this process, the children remained completely unsuspecting. Throughout the interaction, they develop a basic level of trust in this stranger based on the connection to their parents. Once this basic trust is established, the perpetrator can administer pre-prepared water or food laced with a sedative to the child, causing them to lose consciousness and be carried away. This allowed them to commit multiple crimes in a single day. This method ensures both the number of victims and the circumstances of the crimes are fully controlled. Moreover, this fishing-like approach avoids arousing suspicion. Therefore, the current scenario might actually be a relatively clear and feasible line of reasoning. If no one has any further information on this matter, perhaps we should begin our investigation directly with this vehicle. On one hand, we should dispatch personnel to conduct thorough investigations into the employees currently working at this shopping mall. Screen them based on the current vehicle information. But be careful not to alert the killer, as I fear there may be other undiscovered bodies. Meanwhile, another team should screen vehicles along the roads leading from the children's villages into the city. Focus on screening for identical minivans. Third, we can directly investigate all employees to identify those who enjoy fishing. Then proceed to search their residences. Given the current situation with the killer, if they disposed of these 10 children's bodies, they must have had corresponding tools at the scene and information related to the children. For now, these are the only 3 avenues we can pursue to make a breakthrough. Chen Fan addressed everyone present at the scene. Everyone, execute Chen Fan's orders immediately. Li Chen barked at the group. All the officers present stood up, divided into several groups, and began executing Chen Fan's instructions. While they possessed scattered bits of information across various fronts, they couldn't match Chen Fan's systematic, comprehensive, and logical approach. At that moment, everyone present held deep admiration for Chen Fan's arrangements. More importantly, throughout the entire process, Chen Fan not only had to sort through the details of the case, but also had to coordinate the work of so many people. From this perspective, Chen Fan seemed to possess capabilities comparable to those of a captain. Chapter 158, The 11th Child. Soon, following Chen Fan's instructions, the officers took action and immediately made a discovery. The officers sent to investigate the vehicles first discovered a delivery driver named Lu Ming. He owned a van. He used it for supermarket deliveries during regular hours, and otherwise primarily for various freight runs. While others investigated, they specifically searched surveillance footage for Lu Ming's van and indeed found footage of him appearing in the villages where the other children lived. Furthermore, inquiries into Lu Ming's usual hobbies revealed that he enjoyed fishing in his spare time. Based on what his co-workers knew about him, the Lu Ming they saw wasn't exactly a model employee. He didn't get along particularly well with his co-workers. Moreover, it was said he had never had children and remained unmarried. Given his current personality, his colleagues were unaware of the specific circumstances surrounding his situation. After cross-referencing all these clues, it became clear that the Lu Ming before them was a prime suspect. Police quickly located Lu Ming's residence using his registered address. However, Lu Ming was not at home. Inside his home, they discovered numerous items related to children. Some were the missing girl's hair ribbons, others were the missing boy's toy gun, and most notably, the children's mobile phones were found. 11 phones were found together in Lu Ming's home. Upon seeing these 11 phones, all the officers present immediately became alert. According to the number of children's bodies discovered by the police so far, there were 10 victims. Yet there were 11 phones at the scene, and now Lu Ming had gone missing. This meant there was likely an 11th victim. Upon learning of this missing child's phone, Chen Fan immediately pulled out a map of the provincial capital. At that moment, the provincial capital map marked the locations of the villages where the 10 children had gone missing. Based on the distribution of these villages, they were almost entirely within a ring surrounding the provincial capital. The remaining missing child was most likely in an area the killer hadn't visited yet. Chen Fan outlined several areas, each of which contained rivers. Chen Fan and his team quickly headed toward those villages. Chen Fan, why did the killer take the last child? And why didn't he sew this body into the doll too? Was it because he didn't have time, or was there another reason? Shen Qian asked Chen Fan on the way. That's hard to say. I haven't fully figured out the killer's motive yet. At least based on the current evidence, the killer has no children and isn't married. It could stem from jealousy. Chen Fan frowned as he spoke. Jealousy? What do you mean? How could it be jealousy? Shen Qian was a bit confused. The problem still lies in the identities of these children. Based on the current investigation, most of these children are left-behind children. So-called left-behind children, their parents have children and then abandon them to be raised by the elderly, while they themselves go out to work. As for Lu Ming, he likely wanted children but couldn't have them, and he wanted to marry but couldn't find a wife. Under these circumstances, it's only natural that he desperately wanted a child. Meanwhile, the parents of these left-behind children don't want children, yet they end up having them children they abandon after birth. Lu Ming desperately wants a child, yet one remains elusive. Under this conflicting psychological state, he naturally conceives of revenge. He wanted those left-behind children to die, to make those who only bear children but neglect them pay the price. This even explains the killer's motive. Why would he resort to such an extreme method, displaying the bodies of these 10 children to the public, placing them in a toy display area to cause such a huge uproar? I believe everyone in the provincial capital knows about this case. During our police interviews, we learned that many of these children's parents work in the provincial capital. If these parents, working in the provincial capital, heard that their children were in such dire straits, they would likely be overcome with grief. The killer exploited this situation precisely to escalate the incident, ensuring the parents received the news swiftly so they could seek revenge. Chen Fan explained to Shen Qian. I see. That does make sense when you break it down like that. But why did he take the child away from here? Because he realized his cover had been blown? Shen Qian asked Chen Fan. That's hard to say. It's quite possible that some circumstances were unaware of unfolded during the entire process. Or perhaps something happened between the child and the killer, an unforeseen turn of events we'd struggle to fully grasp. Chen Fan shook his head. Soon, they arrived at the riverbank of another village. From a distance, Chen Fan and the others spotted a minivan parked by the riverbank, with 2 figures, one tall, one short, nearby. Two figures were visible by the river, engaged in some activity. Chen Fan and Shen Qian hurried over. When Lu Ming saw Chen Fan and Shen Qian approaching, he quickly stood up. Chen Fan noticed that Lu Ming didn't seem to be doing anything. Instead, he shook his head with a bitter smile. Meanwhile, the child beside Lu Ming stood there eating something. Lu Ming, your best course of action now is to turn yourself in. Otherwise, no one can help you. Chen Fan stepped forward and pulled the child toward him. But unexpectedly, the child broke free from Chen Fan's grasp and ran straight back to Lu Ming's side. This scene left both Chen Fan and Shen Qian utterly astonished. Don't worry. This child is perfectly fine. I haven't done anything to him. And everything that happened before was all my doing. Lu Ming addressed Chen Fan and the others. Chapter 159, An Indelible Impact. What does this child mean to you? And what exactly is your reason for doing this? Chen Fan asked Lu Ming while motioning to Shen Qian behind him to back off. This was precisely what puzzled Chen Fan most. I once had a child too. And if that child were still alive, he'd probably be the same age as him now. More importantly, the two of them look incredibly alike. Lu Ming gazed at the child before him with a look of affection. The child was holding a bag of potato chips and a bag of spicy strips, eating them. He seemed not quite to grasp what had happened to him. Listening to Lu Ming's words, Chen Fan felt a wave of dread wash over him. If this child hadn't been spared because of his appearance or age, he would likely be dead by now. But in that case, Lu Ming's motives became clear. Seems you're quite fond of fishing. Your methods aren't particularly clever. Your crime is unforgivable. Just wait patiently. Chen Fan addressed Lu Ming. I know that too. That's why I didn't do anything when I saw you coming. But all these years, this mall hasn't given me any proper compensation. Don't you think you owe me an explanation? Lu Ming retorted angrily. This mall is supposed to compensate you? What's going on here? Chen Fan frowned. He had a vague feeling that the death of this Lu Ming's child might very well be connected to that mall. And Lu Ming's purpose in displaying these bodies in the mall seemed to be not only to cause a huge sensation but also to exact revenge on the mall. That's right. Back then we didn't have any money, and when we went to this mall to buy toys, my child wanted to buy one here, but we couldn't afford it. The toys in this mall are all very expensive. And at the time, my child really liked that toy. He wouldn't let go of it and accidentally broke it. But the mall staff demanded compensation, which we couldn't afford. So that person started cursing at us, cursing at me right in front of my child. This ultimately caused my child to have an extreme reaction, jumping off the elevator. Not only did the mall bear no responsibility whatsoever, they demanded we compensate them for the damaged toy. Tell me, doesn't that mall deserve to be shut down? What do you think about that person? Should he be punished? If you ask me, they deserve it. Lu Ming gritted his teeth as he spoke to Chen Fan and Shen Qian. Hearing Lu Ming's words, Chen Fan felt a chill run down his spine. So where is that guy who insulted you now? You didn't kill him too, did you? Chen Fan asked Lu Ming. What's the point of keeping someone like that alive? After that, my child died, my wife left me, and I lost my job. My only remaining purpose is to kill that man. That's why I applied for a job at the mall, why I sought an opportunity to become his subordinate. Then I lured him out under the pretense of celebrating his birthday. All I needed to do was get him drunk, and he'd be gone from this world forever. Lu Ming said with a smile to Chen Fan and the others. Disappear? Even if you dump him in the river, he'll float back up, won't he? What about his clothes? And his phone? All these things, it's impossible to make a person completely vanish from this world. Chen Fan asked Lu Ming tentatively. Throw him in the river? I wouldn't be that stupid. Besides dumping him in the river, I could just bury him. Right near his house. That way, his family would never find him, never even touch him. Serves him right. Lu Ming replied to Chen Fan. Chen Fan shook his head. It seemed the crimes Lu Ming had committed far exceeded their initial estimates. But up to this point, the entire sequence of events could be perfectly pieced together. Soon after receiving news from Shen Qian, Li Chen and his team arrived at the scene with reinforcements. Lu Ming was swiftly apprehended by the police. Faced with overwhelming evidence, Lu Ming readily confessed to his previous crimes. Go check the missing persons reports in the toy section of this mall. See what you can find out about him. Chen Fan instructed Li Chen. What do you mean? Could there be another victim? Li Chen asked, his face filled with shock. That's right. There's no other way around it. Based on what we know so far, it's clear this person was involved in quite a few things. And many of these actions far exceed our imagination. Chen Fan shook his head. Soon, following Chen Fan's instructions, Li Chen and his team located a person who had resigned. According to the information gathered from his family, they claimed he had eloped, owed substantial high-interest loans, and had vanished without a trace. Following clues left by the killer, Chen Fan's team discovered digging traces in the backyard of the victim's home, where they found the body. The body had been vacuum sealed inside multiple layers of plastic bags before being buried underground. The multiple layers of plastic bags combined with the vacuum sealed state meant that even buried in the backyard, little odor escaped. This allowed the body to remain undiscovered for such a long time. When high-level officials heard the case had been swiftly solved, they were extremely pleased. For them, this meant they had delivered results to the citizens of the entire provincial capital. Otherwise, if the situation had continued as it was doubtful anyone would have returned to that so-called shopping mall. Even though the municipal government had publicized the case, provided explanations, and clarified the actual circumstances. The problem was, the damage had already been done. A fixed impression has taken root. The perception in the minds of the provincial capital's residents has solidified. It's unlikely they'll return to that mall for shopping. From this perspective, the killer's objective has likely been achieved. Chapter 160, the grand finale. In the provincial bureau's conference room, everyone sat there, still reeling from the case. To be honest, this investigation had unfolded completely differently from their past cases. In the past, their entire investigative process was meticulously structured, highly logical, yet also relatively slow-paced. But now the problem was that throughout the entire process, they seem to have solved the case while still in a state of utter chaos. This chaos doesn't refer to confusion in their investigative approach. Rather, it stems from the sheer complexity of information encountered throughout the process, which has exceeded their established habits and expectations. Based on their previous investigative habits, they would systematically organize their approach based on the entire case. If their previous approach was single-threaded, persisting with one line of reasoning until the end. This time, however, their investigative approach involved multiple threads advancing simultaneously. Ultimately, these multiple threads converged into a single, cohesive line of inquiry. This approach, the feeling for all of them was nothing short of astonishing, even hard to accept. I never imagined solving a case could be so rough around the edges yet so effective. Through this case we just tackled, we can see that no matter what kind of killer or what kind of crime, there are always clues to follow. And these clues stem largely from deducing the killer's identity and psychology. Whether it's their motive, their background, or the circumstances and choices they faced throughout the process, they must have been guided by a certain identity. Therefore, in future investigations, we need not solely focus on clues left by the perpetrator. Often, we can approach cases from other angles. Old Gong addressed the entire team. For instance, we've previously explored approaches based on the killer's psychological profile. We've also pursued leads based on psychological profiling of the killer's mental journey. And now Chen Fan has provided us with a completely new approach, role immersion, to guide our investigations. Therefore, it actually gives us more avenues to explore in our subsequent investigations. Gong Lao addressed the entire team. According to our plan, what we need to do next is make the necessary arrangements throughout this process. As for the remaining unsolved cases, why not divide them among us? Then we can solve them following Chen Fan's approach. If we solve these cases smoothly, we'll naturally gain a deep understanding of Chen Fan's investigative methods. But if the sequence of solving the cases doesn't go smoothly throughout the process, then Chen Fan can offer us some guidance from the sidelines. In that case, I believe this would be a far more valuable form of training for us. Li Chen addressed the entire group. Agreed. For the upcoming case, we must also complete the entire process in the shortest time possible. Otherwise, it will be difficult to achieve the advantage we should maintain throughout this process. Old Gong nodded. Subsequently, all elite personnel from their provincial bureau meticulously selected all previous unsolved cases, particularly those originating locally. Some of these cold cases were ones they had personally experienced. However, when they were initially shocked by these cases, they had followed the traditional criminal investigation procedures passed down from the police department to solve them, yet they had made little progress in the process. Now, having grasped Chen Fan's investigative approach, they would attempt to re-examine these cases through his lens. Perhaps this would yield new discoveries. Sure enough, through the collective efforts of all the elite officers, they uncovered circumstances and evidence that had eluded detection during the conventional investigative process. It was precisely these new elements that allowed them to gain a deeper understanding of what Chen Fan was now conveying to them. Old Gong was immensely satisfied with Chen Fan's performance this time. It could be said that the wisest decision he had ever made in his life was not to casually choose someone as his final disciple. Instead, he had waited patiently until Chen Fan came along. Chen Fan's arrival also paved the way for better development of the entire provincial bureau's criminal investigation team. This enhanced development significantly boosted the investigative capabilities of the entire provincial bureau. For Gong Lao, this was truly a win-win situation. For Chen Fan and Shen Qian, the close collaboration and constant interaction throughout the case-solving process deepened their bond. As for Shen Dahai, he naturally had no intention of letting go of Chen Fan as his son-in-law. Therefore, upon their return from the provincial bureau, he immediately helped arrange their wedding. The individuals from the provincial bureau were originally elite personnel dispersed across various regions of the province. Once they learned of Chen Fan's background during this process, it proved highly advantageous for his future assignments within the provincial bureau. It could be said that, ever since Chen Fan became their mentor and delivered lectures to them, no matter which part of the province he went to or which case he participated in, there would be people he knew to assist him, people he knew to provide the necessary arrangements. In Tianhai City, his status as Shen Dahai's son-in-law alone granted him access to significant privileges. Throughout the entire process, despite encountering so many cases, Chen Fan never came across a truly flawless crime worthy of his admiration. So after simulating 100,000 scenarios, after committing 100,000 crimes in his mind, Chen Fan finally realized that achieving a truly perfect crime was not something that could realistically exist in the entire real world. Moreover, a perfect crime required a certain element of luck. Thus, later on, Chen Fan ceased fixating on the pursuit of perfection in crime. Instead, he focused more on enjoying the application of his skills in solving cases. Under Chen Fan's leadership, the speed and efficiency of solving cases in the provincial capital had risen to an entirely new level, firmly securing the top spot nationwide. This achievement fulfilled his long-held vision. As for Shen Qian, her private detective agency skyrocketed to become nationally renowned. Cases from their own province actively sought their assistance, and individuals from other provinces, drawn by their reputation, came seeking help with matters outside their own regions. The dreams of both men had thus been realized.